Trouble started the moment I transmigrated. My three elder sisters, each possessing supreme bones, dual pupils, and the bloodline of the undying divine phoenix, hated me to the bone and were dead set on killing me. Just as I was racking my brain for a way to deal with them, my ex-fiancée, a reincarnated celestial maiden, showed up swinging her sword at me, seeking revenge for the humiliation of our broken engagement. The situation was downright deadly. But then, the villain system bound to me and even gave me a newbie gift pack. The mission? Trample over them and claim the title of the #1 prodigy under 100 years old in the eastern wastelands. Bring it on! The moment I rode my blackhorn beast back to the Su family, I heard my high ponytailed third sister, Su Muyao, sneer coldly, "Third sister, let us begin. Awaken the undying divine phoenix body and hatch the undying divine phoenix egg this bastard has been coveting for so long. Let us see what vile schemes he can still come up with." "Got it," the youngest sister, with her twin pigtails, responded. Immediately afterward, a sacred and majestic aura emanated from her body. At the sight of this, the crowd grew restless, and my gaze was drawn to the scene. When I clearly saw the three dazzling figures on the stage, eldest sister Su Qingying, second sister Su Wanqing, and third sister Su Muyao, a flicker of interest rose in my heart. But then, my vision suddenly changed. I could actually see words floating above their heads. Name, Su Qingying. Talent, monstrous. Fate, gold. Evaluation, supreme bone possessor, future destiny empress. Above second sister's head, name, Su Wanqing. Talent, monstrous. Fate, gold. Evaluation, born with dual pupils, future destiny empress. And above third sister's head, name, Su Muyao. Talent, monstrous. Fate, gold. Evaluation, undying divine phoenix body, future destiny empress. Instinctively, I looked up at my own head, only to see, name, Su Yu. Talent, genius. Fate, black to the point of purple. Evaluation, born villain, expert at courting death, living on borrowed time. The moment I saw this evaluation, the smile on my face froze, and I couldn't help but curse inwardly, what the hell? Am I screwed? A fate black to the point of purple, and I've pissed off 3 destiny empresses? Before I could even process it, third sister, who had already begun her awakening, shouted at me, "You little bastard, get up here now. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Right then, an emotionless voice rang in my mind, ding. The destiny villain system has completed binding. Hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. Sure, the situation was absurd, 3 destiny empresses in my own family, and the system I got as a transmigrator was a villain system. But so what? No big deal. I was confident I could win. With that thought, I laughed heartily at third sister, who was charging toward me. "Alright then. Third sister, today I'll show you how I'll suppress you." Memories of the past flashed before my eyes. I had transmigrated into the Xianxia novel world as the young master of the Su family, a peak start by all means. But the original host's actions had landed me in dire straits. The original host was ambitious, coveting his sister's bloodline talents, and had tormented them since childhood, earning their undying hatred. Now, eldest sister had awakened her supreme bones, second sister's dual pupils had manifested, and third sister was about to awaken her undying divine phoenix body. I knew full well how dangerous my situation was. But now, with this villain system, everything had turned around. As I faced third sister's furious aura on the stage, a surge of determination welled up inside me. Even if what lay ahead was an abyss or the wrath of 3 destiny empresses, I would fight with everything I had. Today, I'd start by suppressing third sister and change the fate of this born villain. I charged straight at her, and thus began a fierce battle. That detestable younger brother of mine actually knew I possessed the undying divine phoenix bloodline. Ever since then, he has nearly killed me multiple times, all to strip my bloodline and transplant it into himself. He even tried to steal the undying divine phoenix egg I found. But now that I've awakened, I'll cripple him and settle all the old and new grudges. Humph. Today, let us see who suppresses who. I shouted at my brother, the black-horned beast Xiaohe, that he was riding trembled in fear under the suppression of my superior bloodline, instinctively retreating a few steps. Xiaohe was probably thinking, the third young miss is terrifying, this aura makes me want to kneel and submit. But if I kneel, the young master will definitely castrate me. I don't want to be castrated. Before Xiaohe could react, my younger brother leaped up instantly, wielding a long blade as he clashed with me. He shouted, "Third sister, take this. Butcher of men. Ha, so this bastard is calling me sister now?" The thought of his usual cunning and deceitful nature made me sneer repeatedly. He was a master of disguise, pretending to be obedient and pitiful while lurking like a venomous snake behind the scenes. As if I fear you. A sacred and majestic aura erupted from my body, transforming into the phantom of a divine phoenix in the sky, shaking the entire area. Spirit beasts within dozens of miles all prostrated in submission. After the collision, we were both flung back dozens of meters. I was stunned. I had awakened the undying divine phoenix body, yet I still couldn't defeat this little bastard? My brother seemed even more bewildered, likely thinking that I had gone from a weakling in the body-tempering realm to instantly possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the innate realm due to the divine phoenix body. If I train more, wouldn't I be able to crush him? No way. Seeing the situation, he decided to retreat first. At that moment, my cold and stunning second sister, Su Qingying, noticed his retreating movement. Her gaze locked onto him as the corner of her lips curled up. You think you can leave today? How naive, get back here. A desolate and mystical aura surged from her body as the supreme bone within her, carrying spatial energy, faintly glowed. Mysterious runes materialized in the void. With a mere grasp of her hand, the space around my brother twisted, instantly transporting him back to the awakening platform. Damn it, my brother yelped in fright. Before he could react, I charged at him, wielding a great blade engraved with flame phoenix patterns, slashing at him with overwhelming momentum. We must settle this today. Knowing he couldn't dodge, he steeled himself. What the hell? You think I'm scared of you? So what if you're my sister? I'll suppress you first. At this critical moment, a resigned voice rang out. Enough, you two siblings need to stop this nonsense. A handsome middle-aged man dressed in exquisite embroidered robes appeared out of thin air. Our father, Su Yuxing. He looked at us helplessly. Our guests will be arriving soon, and you're still fooling around? With a flick of his sleeve, he separated us. I returned to Su Qingying and our youngest sister, Su Wanqing, my pretty face filled with indignation as I glared at my brother and snorted. Humph. I'll let you off for now, but after the banquet, I'll deal with you properly. Father sighed and instructed us three sisters to follow him to the entrance to greet the guests. When we arrived at the entrance of the Su family's secret realm, just as we sisters were staring at each other, movement came from outside. Several black-scaled flood dragons carrying traces of dragon bloodline emerged from a spatial rift, pulling a violet gold war chariot. Brother Su, the Chen family isn't late, are we? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the chariot. Father responded with a hearty laugh. The curtain of the chariot was lifted, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful figure. A line of data instantly appeared in my vision. Name, Shen Yunqi. Talent, Celestial Grace. Fate, Gold. Description, reincarnation of a female immortal humiliated by her fiancé's annulment during her inheritance ceremony. She swore a 3-year vow to cleanse her shame. Future peerless empress and celestial maiden. Seeing this, my mind blanked out. After recovering, my eyes widened in shock. Humiliated by her fiancé? A 3-year vow to cleanse her shame? Wait, fiancé? Could that be me? I had just transmigrated, and already I was facing a catastrophe. The stunningly beautiful Chen Yunqi, upon seeing me, instantly ignited with fury and killing intent, charging at me with a roar. You insolent scoundrel! The 3-year vow is up today. I, Chen Yunqi, will avenge the humiliation of that annulment. Prepare to die. I was completely dumbfounded, my mind screaming, who am I? Where am I? Why did others transmigrate as protagonists, while I became the villain? And worse, starting off with a disaster of cosmic proportions? At this moment, the system chimed in at the worst possible time. Ding. Detected the appearance of the chosen one. Kill. I was about to lose my mind. Kill again? At this rate, who kills whom is still up for debate. I have an eldest sister with supreme bone, a second sister born with double pupils, and a third sister with the immortal phoenix body. These 3 chosen empress sisters already want me dead. And now, there's my fiancé Chen Yunqi, who's also the reincarnation of a celestial maiden. How am I supposed to play this game? Seeing Chen Yunqi approaching with her sword, I decisively drew my massive black blade and forced myself to say, look, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I didn't mean anything by it, I just didn't want to hold you back. You deserve someone better. The classic scumbag line spilled out without hesitation. At this point, I couldn't care less about embarrassment. Survival was the priority. But Chen Yunqi wasn't having any of it. She roared, go die. 3 years ago, you came to my doorstep to break off the engagement and humiliated me in every way possible. And now you think a few words can make it all go away? Dream on. My heart ached. It really was all a misunderstanding, but she wasn't stopping. I remembered 3 years ago when Chen Yunqi's cultivation inexplicably regressed, dropping from a foundation establishment prodigy back to the 3rd level of body tempering. That was when I went to her house to call off the engagement and subjected her to endless humiliation. I looked down on her and sneered, Yunqi, your cultivation is worse than trash now. How could you possibly be my fiancé? From today onward, our engagement is officially broken. And remember, it's me who is dumping you, not a mutual breakup. Got it? Ha 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 ha. That arrogant laughter had echoed in her ears for the past 3 years, amplifying her humiliation and torment. Now, Chen Yunqi had successfully absorbed the Celestial Maiden's legacy, fully restored her cultivation, and even advanced to the peak of the 9th level of innate realm, just a step away from the Spirit Sea realm. Naturally, she was here for revenge. She quickened her pace and shouted, humph. No one can save you today. I'm definitely cutting you down. Just as tensions reached their peak, the elders at the entrance of the Su family's secret realm were stunned. Even my so-called father, Su Yuxing, gaped in shock. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Zhongtian, also looked bewildered. Clearly, he had no idea about the broken engagement. Su Yuxing quickly changed the subject, slinging an arm around Chen Zhongtian's shoulder as they walked inside. He even shot a meaningful glance at my three sisters Su Qingying, Su Cheng, and Su Yao, signaling them to call us back. Chen Yunqi and I fought while retreating, drawing the attention of many Su family disciples along the way. They gasped and exclaimed, "Look, it's the young master. Why is someone chasing him with a sword? Oh heavens, isn't that his fiancée? Chen family's prodigy, Chen Yunqi? What is going on between them? Did the young master cheat or something?" Hearing these remarks, Chen Yunqi's expression grew even more furious. She thrust her sword at me with deadly precision. I countered with a slash of my blade and yelled, "Are you insane? You really want to kill me?" Chen Yunqi scoffed, "I told you I'll repay the humiliation from that year tenfold." At the critical moment, Su Qingying and her sisters arrived to intervene. Chen Yunqi eyed them warily. "Sister Ing, Sister Qing, Sister Yao, are you here to stop me too?" The three of them glared at me viciously before softening their tone with Chen Yunqi. "Yunqi, killing him here isn't realistic. Besides, he has done unforgivable things to the three of us as well." They shared their own grievances with Chen Yunqi, and after hearing everything, all four of them were seething with rage. They decided to wait until the Eastern Wasteland's Prodigy tournament to deal with me properly. Watching them leave, I sighed in relief until I remembered that four chosen ones now wanted me dead. My mental state crumbled again. Just then, the system delivered a beginner's gift pack and assigned me a mission: trample all the chosen ones underfoot and claim the title of the Eastern Wasteland's #1 prodigy under 100 years old. I was both shocked and thrilled. With this villain system, maybe I really could treat them like little cash cows, milking them for villain points every day. But then, a cold voice snapped me back to reality. "What are you standing around for? If you don't come eat, I'll kick you to death." Sigh. I still had to find a way to get stronger first. Chapter 0034 Heavenly Fate Empresses Unified Front? Before such a heavy news could be digested by him, the next moment, after seeing Suyu, the woman who was so beautiful and beautiful, her eyes instantly lit up with bearish anger and killing intent, and with a violent cry, she rushed over towards him. Suyu, you insolent disciple. The 3-year appointment has come and gone. Today, I, Chen Yunshi, am determined to avenge the shame of withdrawing from the marriage back then. Give me death. Seeing Chen Yunshi lifting her sword to kill herself, Suyu's person went numb. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't I cross over? Why is it that other people are crossing over to become the protagonist, but I'm the villain? And I'm going to the heavenly crash at the beginning? Ding! Detected the appearance of a Heaven's Destiny child. Kill! The system's untimely voice sounded again, causing Suyu to be confused when he heard it. Poison. And kill? At this rate, it's not certain who's going to kill who. The eldest sister with the supreme bone, the second sister born with heavy pupils, and the third sister with the immortal divine phoenix body. Even if the 3 Heaven's Destiny Empress sisters wanted to kill themselves, there was now another fiancé. What's more, this fiancé was also the reincarnation of a female immortal. How does it play? Thinking like this, not being able to play is not being able to play, but seeing Chen Yunshi approaching towards himself, Suyu decisively drew out his huge black blade and held it in his hand, without the slightest intention of dragging his feet. His gaze also became sharp and said, "Do you believe me when I say that what happened before was all a misunderstanding? I don't have any other meaning, I just don't want to delay you. Actually, you're suited for someone better." Scummy quotes off the top of my head. Suyu didn't blush a bit. After all, he did it all to stay alive. Although he said on his lips that it was for the sake of staying alive, but why don't you put down the knife in your hand? Seeing Suyu in 3 years ago condescending and arrogant look is very different. Chen Yunshi, although a little unclear, but these 3 years she pressed in the bottom of the heart of the shame and indignation, is so that she did not want to listen to Suyu's explanation of the meaning of the half. You go to hell. 3 years ago you came to my door to withdraw from the marriage and humiliated me in every way, and now you want to get rid of it with just these 2 words? Dream on. It's still all a misunderstanding, so why don't you put down the knife in your hand and let me cut gently? I said it's a misunderstanding, but the knife is out. Sure is a scumbag asshole. I yuck. Shoo. Before accepting the female immortal inheritance, her talent was also extremely good. At only 15 years old, her cultivation was in the foundation establishment realm, but as the female immortal inheritance was opened, Chen Yunshi's cultivation began to continuously regress. In just 1 year's time, she had regressed from a young genius of the foundation establishment to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Because of this, after learning that his cultivation had regressed strangely, his fiancée Suyu, who had originally been considered a childhood friend of his, unexpectedly flipped out without warning. Not only did he withdraw from the marriage, but he also humiliated himself. Chen Yunshi still can't forget Suyu's face 3 years ago, with a face of disdain and mockery, standing in front of herself with a high degree of arrogance, condescendingly saying such words to herself. Yunshi, your cultivation nowadays is not even as good as a waste. How can you be worthy of being my Suyu's fiancé? From today onwards, you and I will officially withdraw from our marriage. Remember, it's me, Suyu, who repudiated you, not peacefully withdrawing from the marriage, understand? Ha 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 ha. The reckless and open-hearted laughter was like a devilish sound circling around, constantly echoing in one's ears during these 3 years, bringing humiliation and mental harm that was exponentially greater. Now, he had successfully absorbed the female immortal's inheritance, his cultivation was restored, and even in just a week's time, he had already raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the innate realm, and could enter the spirit sea realm at any time. So today, he finally had the hope to avenge the revenge of that year. Her inheritance was only the inheritance of the Gongfu and the female immortal's perception of the Gongfu, with no memories. It belonged to a brand new start. Therefore, she was still the same Chen Yunshi, not the female immortal from her previous life. Looking at Suyu, who was storing up his sword in front of her, Chen Yunshi had an extremely strong impulse within her heart, and she couldn't wait to give this damned bastard a stab right now to vent out all the grievances of these years. Humph. Suyu, no one can save you today. Today, I will cut you. Phew. Chen Yunshi's foot speed accelerated a little bit again, with a posture of not stopping until he cut down Suyu. Looking at the 2-staged sword-drawn life and death enemies-like appearance, Su family secret boundary entrance, Su family elders dumbfounded, spared to Suyu's cheap old man Su Jiuxing's identity and insight, and seeing this scene, but also some shock to open his mouth. This. Su Jiuxing stared at Chen Yunshi's back for a while before he said in shock, "What did Yunshi just say? What withdrawal?" Chen Zhongtian, the Chen family's head, was also a bit bewildered when he heard this. Huh? I don't know either. What kind of withdrawal? How come he doesn't know about this? He knew about his own daughter's cultivation regressing back to the body tempering realm, but whether she had recovered or not, he was not sure. This time, he came to the Su family, firstly, to celebrate Su Muyao's awakening of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline in her body. 2, naturally, it was to clarify the situation with the Su family. If the Su family could still accept his daughter, then the relationship between the Chen family and the Su family would naturally become even closer in the future. If not, then there was no harm. The Chen family and the Su family are flush first-class families. Although there are no Saint Realm powerhouses, they are still first-class echelons, and they are not considered weak in the entire continent, so there is no pressure to support a person. However, at the moment, it seemed as if Suyu and his own daughter had been in private contact for a long time. And it's been withdrawn from the marriage? Originally, he was still a bit displeased, thinking that the Su family was too forceful, but after seeing the Su family's reaction and Su Jiuxing's dumbfounded look, he understood that perhaps the two young ones had talked about something in private. Older brother gone, go inside and chat, standing around here. In a while it should be thought that there is something wrong with my Su family's hospitality. Su Jiuxing hurriedly changed the subject and walked in with Chen Zhongtian hooking shoulders. However, before he left, he still gave a wink to the three Su Qingying sisters, telling them to go and call Su Yu and Chen Yunqi back. Receiving the signal from their own father, the three sisters tacitly nodded. At this moment, in the middle of the Su family, Su Yu and Chen Yunqi were fighting and retreating, both of them fighting with their mouths, both of them refusing to show weakness. Fight and cannot fight, beat him and dare not really fight, that is not completely welded two people in good door? Don't look at Suyu hard mouth, but in the heart of the door clear it. A son of heaven's destiny, if you cannot offend to death, you can still moderate later. Of course, the more crucial thing was, it seemed like he really couldn't fight a bit right now. The marriage contract and all that was secondary. The important thing is still the identity behind Chen Yunqi, the reincarnation of a female immortal. Is this something you can afford to offend? Look, it's the young master, why is he being chased and chopped? Oh my god, that's the young master's fiancée, right? The Chen family's heavenly pride, Chen Yunqi? Hiss. What's wrong with the two of them? The young lord wouldn't have cheated on him, would he? Along the way, many of the Su family's disciples recognized Chen Yunqi's identity, and for a while, exclamations of surprise rang out, all curious as to why their own young master was being chased by his fiancée. Suyu, go to hell. When Chen Yunqi heard these words, her complexion instantly became anxious. Who was still the fiancé of this insolent man with no one in sight of him? I don't have half a relationship with him, alright. And, we're dueling. Dueling. What a hunt for cheating. Clank. Chen Yunqi's feet generated wind, and in just a few breaths of effort, he arrived behind Suyu and raised his hand to stab out a sword. The severity of this sword was enough to cut a small mountain in half. A creepy aura rose behind him, and Suyu did not dare to dodge, slashing out a knife with his backhand to block this harsh sword attack from Chen Yunqi. Crazy, you still really want to kill me? Feeling the powerful surge of breath within his body, Suyu's eyes widened as he shouted. No, we are in front of our own family, isn't it just a matter of acting and making a show? It seems that this tigress really wants to kill herself? Chen Yunqi sniffed and let out a cold snort, saying, I've said it before, the shame of that year will be doubled back to me. How could he understand the pain and suffering he experienced when he received his inheritance? His cultivation was lost and his soul was tortured by the inheritance to the point of going crazy. Then Suyu, the fiancé, had to come and withdraw from the marriage to humiliate himself, and even stab through his own arm with a sword. This is disgraceful. If she didn't double it, how could she face all the grievances she had suffered over the years? Die for this young lady. Chen Yunqi's beautiful eyes glared at him, then she drank in a delicate voice and stabbed out another sword. However, just at the critical moment, the three of them, Su Qingying, quietly arrived. The fight was stopped in time. Yunqi, stop first. Su Qingying cast the Supreme Bone's Supreme Treasure Art to disintegrate the sword attack. Chen Yunqi swept a glance at the three of them before vigilantly saying, Sister Shadow, Sister Qing, Sister Yao, are you guys going to come and block me too? She did not know the attitude of the three of them yet, and naturally treated the three of them as if they were on Su Yu's side. However, to Chen Yunqi's surprise, Su Qingying and the girls actually glared at Suyu with vicious eyes before saying to the former with a gentle face, Yunqi, it's not realistic to kill this guy here, moreover, he has done something unforgivable to the three of us. Speaking of this, all three of them revealed a gnashing of teeth at the same time, even though they looked beautiful in their anger. After briefly talking to Chen Yunqi about the conflict between them and Suyu, Chen Yunqi listened to it and spoke with deep empathy about the causes and consequences of her and Suyu. Then the expressions of all four of them became angry. This asshole thing. God damn it. Trying to kill even your own sister fiancée. Now that the elders are all in the Su family, it's impossible to kill him. We'll think of a way to fix him when the next Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride competition begins. Humph. It's really cheap to let him live for a while longer. Let's go, don't pay attention to a black-hearted guy like him, let's go eat. The four of them said and left hand in hand without giving Suyu a good face. Suyu, who watched this scene, was first relieved. Thinking of the conversation between the four just now, that face became wonderful again. Ha 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 ha. What a situation. Didn't the Sons of Heaven's Destiny make their debut one after another? Why did four appear at once when it came to me? Thinking of this, Suyu's mind was not in a good place. The point was that the four Heavenly Destiny sons seemed to have been offended by themselves. All four sons of Heavenly Fate want to kill me, alas. There's going to have to be a little more obstacles on the way to becoming stronger. Ding! The host's situation has been detected to be extremely dangerous, the newbie pack has been issued successfully, and the quest has been updated. The host is requested to forcefully step on the heads of all the heavenly fate's sons, and ascend to the throne of the number one heavenly pride under the 100 years old in the eastern wasteland. Su Yu. Give me. Still stepping on the head of the son of heaven's destiny? Ha? Wait. A newbie pack? It seems. It's not impossible, I have a villain system. As long as I improve fast enough, my fiancé and sisters won't be able to kill me. Maybe he can even treat his 3 sisters and fiancé as little fat goats to raise every day to gather some villain value wool? Just as Suyu was messing around with his thoughts, a clear and cold drinking voice rang out again, causing him to return to his senses. What are you still standing here for? If you don't eat again, I will kick you to death. Enough. No, still have to find a way to get stronger first. The 3 sisters and fiancé definitely can't be killed, but if you want to improve your strength quickly, how can you do it without killing these sons of the heavenly destiny? I really can't. Find a son of fortune to kill to help? Chapter 004, Don't worry, father, we'll definitely protect Odododo well. At the Su family's dinner party, all the guests were in a happy mood discussing the cooperation in the next 100 years. Although they strong people didn't care about anything else, the family still had a lot of ordinary disciples to provide for, and some low-end business still needed to be meddled with. For example, the development of some low-grade mineral veins, and the exploration of secret realm resources. However, the most important deliberation of this dinner was still about the upcoming Eastern Desolate Heavens Pride competition. That was an important competition that was only held once every 100 years in the entire Eastern Wasteland, organized by the 3 strongest Holy Lands in the Eastern Wasteland, in order to screen out the most gifted Heaven's Pride in the entire Eastern Wasteland, and then enroll them in the Holy Lands, to become a constant stream of newborn resources for the Holy Lands. The Holy Land is the current world has the Holy Realm strong, or ancestor out of the Great Saint, so that there is a holy artifact of the clan can only be called a Holy Land. The 3 strongest Holy Lands in the Eastern Wasteland had produced unique Emperor realms. Below the 3 great holy places were ordinary Holy Realm sanctuaries. And only after that were the Su family and some powerful imperial dynasties. Chen Zhongtian smothered the wine in his cup in one gulp and said with a big grin, Brother Xing, the battle of the 100 dynasties will be coming to a close soon, and the 100 years old celestial pride that was screened out amongst these dynasties will also arrive at the celestial pride city one after the other within 3 months. It's time for our several great lineages to get moving as well. In the eastern realm of the eastern wilderness, Su, Chen, Lin, and Wan, the 4 great families stood. However, there were some clans underneath that had risen with strong momentum and were leaping forward, trying to pull them down to the top tier. The resources a first-rate family could enjoy were more than 10 times that of a second-rate. Countless forces would covet it. Su Jiuxing nodded his head and smiled, moving tomorrow will be almost as good, this time your Chen family is also stable. There were certainly as many as 10 more celestial pride within 100 years of age in the Chen family. Moreover, everyone's cultivation level might be at the Spirit Sea realm, or even Condensed Dan. Their Su family naturally had their own backhanders. Heaven's pride to heaven's pride, those, all of them would be sent to the Holy Land, only their family head's lineage, always holding the entire family. Even if the clansmen within the Holy Land became the Holy Realm, they couldn't threaten their position. Where, it's still pretty much the same lineup as previous years, it's enough to be able to keep the current position. Chen Zhongtian waved his hand and said indifferently. Listening to the conversation between the 2 family heads, Su Qingying's 3 sisters' minds moved. Wanting to grow up quickly and participate in the Heaven's Pride competition was something they had planned for a long time. As long as they could join the Holy Land, they would be able to see a wider world, and their cultivation would be able to rise by leaps and bounds. At that time, all grudges could be avenged. They were members of the Su family, and their only revenge was against that asshole brother. Moreover, as supreme bone owners, born with heavy pupils and immortal divine phoenix bodies, they naturally belonged to a wider world, rather than living in this tiny corner of the eastern wasteland. Thinking of this, Su Qingying immediately opened her mouth and said, Father, I, as well as Wanqing and Muya want to go and participate in this Heaven's Pride competition. Yes father, although we are comfortable in the family, we won't progress too much. Su Wanqing and Su Muya nodded in agreement. Su Jiuxing put down his wine cup and looked at the 3 sisters and laughed, the 3 of you naturally can't be absent, especially you, Wanqing, the Tianqian Holy Land has named that I must take you to participate. The eyes he looked at the 3 sisters were filled with doting. These were his proudest children. His son had grown up with a natural talent that was nearly demonic, and his 3 daughters had shown themselves to be extraordinary as they grew older. In this life, perhaps the Su family could go to the top under his leadership. It might even be possible to ask for a true Holy Land. Thank you father. The corners of Su Qingying's trio's lips curled up slightly. Although the family had Suyu, the bastard brother who thought about the treasures on them all day long, everyone else was very good, especially father and a group of elders who had spoiled them since they were young. It was also because of this that Suyu was scrupulous and didn't dare to openly lay his hands on them. Otherwise, they would have really suffered at that time. By the way, father, can you bring your younger brother along to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition? At this time, Su Wanqing hurriedly added, let him see the world, otherwise he'll always think he's a genius, lest he develop an attitude that no one else matters. Seeing the three sisters mentioning themselves, Su Yu, who was originally peacefully understanding the system's functions, changed his face slightly. Me? I'll just not go. What the? I'm just sending you away. I'm just enjoying my life in the Su family. You will be the Empress of Heaven, and I will be the young master of the Su family. It's so nice to go for a walk when you're not doing anything and find another Heaven's destiny to kill for fun. I'm the man who wants to be the villain. How can I be the so-called heavenly pride? I'm still waiting for you guys to leave, I'm alone to develop alone, and so on. You will only be able to look up to my back in the future, don't think about suppressing me yet. The corner of Su Wanqing's lips hooked up in a sneer and said, you? Didn't you call yourself the Su family's #1 heavenly pride all day long, why don't you go? Must go. This asshole younger brother, who used to be so arrogant that he couldn't move in private, said that he was the #1 heavenly pride, and that he was going to become a genius of the Saint realm, or even the Emperor realm. Why is he so weak now? Ha! It's useless for this asshole to wimp out, he's dead, the Heaven's Pride competition must make him pay a terrible price. Thinking of Su Yu's arrogant appearance in front of the three of them in the past, Su Wanqing's heart had a fire rising again, and she couldn't wait to beat him up right now. Su Wanqing's proposal was to let Su Jiuxing have some intention. After thinking for a moment, he nodded his head and said, not bad, it's time to let your brothers see the world. With that, she said to Su Yu, tomorrow, pack up and set off with us. If you dare to sneak out again, you will be penalized for a year's worth of resources. It's also just the right time to let you collect yourself and let you know that your talent isn't that good, lest you cause trouble everywhere. By the way, let you go and see how strong those top-tier heavenly prides really are. Those are the true destiny of heaven. You just be honest and be a young master in the Su family, waiting to inherit your old dad's seat from me. Hearing his father's warning and threat, Su Yu's face first drooped, but after hearing the words heaven's destiny return, his eyes instantly brightened, and he said with some excitement, there are very strong heaven's pride that will go? Seeing him so excited, Su Jiuxing was first stunned, then laughed. Of course, that is the grand ceremony of the 100-years-old heavenly pride of the Eastern Wasteland. All the heavenly prides under the age of 100 will be heading there. Hearing these words, Su Yu immediately came into the spirit. The Eastern Wasteland Grand Competition. Countless heavenly pride. System mission. Hiss. Isn't this the best way to swipe the system rewards for yourself? Go for it. Hopefully I'll run into a bit of a chipper kid and then the ungrateful one will come up and stomp on me, so I'll have a reason to look for trouble. All three sisters have their own golden fingers to get stronger quickly. You can do it yourself. The three sisters couldn't fight, but the other children of Qi could. As long as one's cultivation rises faster than theirs, it seems like one can just as violently beat up one's sisters. The moment he thought of this, Su Yu instantly stopped being sleepy. This seems to be okay. Not waiting for him to have something to look forward to, Chen Yunqi, who was sitting beside Chen Zhongtian, raised a dangerous smile at the corner of her lips when she saw that Su Yu was going to the Heavens Remarks competition. Father, if Su Yu is going, then I'm going to follow him as well. How can I say that he's also my fiancé? This time it just happens to be a good time to hone in on the tacit understanding. Hearing his daughter say this, the originally casual Chen Zhongtian was suddenly excited and drank several glasses of wine in a row, sighing with emotion. Good. Yunqi, you finally figured it out and stopped being this salty little trash. My father is very pleased. In these 3 years, he had watched how Chen Yunqi had gone from hard-working genius to disheveled little trash step by step. All day long, he just wanted to lie around and do nothing. Even once went to persuade, Chen Yunqi also said words that he will never forget in his life. Father, I don't want to make an effort, can't you be a bit more competitive and break through the Saint realm to cover me? Why do you have to expect your daughter to become a dragon? Can't you just let me look to my father to become a dragon? I had thought that my daughter's heart had been smoothed out by the regression in her cultivation, but now with her cultivation regained, her heart was following suit. It seems that bringing her to the Su family this time was the right thing to do. As Chen Zhongtian spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yu and lamented, Xiaoyua, just now, it was your uncle Chen that I was narrow-minded. I actually misunderstood that you went to my Chen family 3 years ago to humiliate Yunqi for withdrawing from the marriage, and I didn't expect that you and she would have such a mellow relationship. Good, I can rest assured when I leave Yunqi in your hands. Su Jiuxing also obediently took over the words and said in a serious tone, Brat, you have to remember, when the Heavens Remarks Grand Competition is held, make sure to stay close to your sister and the others, as well as protect Yunqi. Got it. Without waiting for Su Yu to reply, the three Su Qingying sisters as well as Chen Yunqi were the first to respond with smiles as wide as they could be. Father, uncle, don't worry, we will definitely protect him well. Don't you think so, my good brother Yu? Faced with the four women's expressions that were clearly out of place, Su Yu instantly understood. Dare. These three are treating me like a little trash and want to use me as an experience bag to brush up on during the Eastern Wasteland competition? But who's the experience pack? Thinking that brushing the sisters and fiancés of several heaven's destined sons could also receive rewards, Suyu's face raised a smile that was much brighter than the four of them. Yes. Looking at Suyu with this smile, the four women were instantly a little confused. What's going on? He seems more confident than us? Chapter 005. Dare I say I'm really a big villain to come. Early the next morning, before the light of the sky appeared, and when the stars in the dome were still clearly visible, the small city of the Su family's secret realm was already lit up by a bright night pearl, like a jewel set on the surface of the earth, incomparably dazzling. A purple and gold chariot that symbolized the status of the Su and Chen families was parked outside the teleportation array. The spirit beasts that pulled the chariots of the Su family were black-horned beasts that had been kept in captivity for many years, and each of them had a cultivation level comparable to that of the spirit sea realm. The black-horned beasts were the alienated beasts of the pure unicorns, known for their frenzy and power. Yunqi, you'll follow Qingying and the three of them in a chariot. Chen Zhongtian glanced at the excited Suyu, as well as Su Qingying and Chen Yunqi, who had yearning hidden in the bottom of their eyes, then said, "Okay, father." Chen Yunqi did not have any objections to this arrangement and readily accepted it. Get on the chariot and set off. The next is a 3-month trip, all relax, no need to be nervous. Su Jiuxing said smilingly. There hadn't been any chaos in the eastern wasteland for so many years. Even in a world where the strong were honored, when their Su and Chen families set out together, no power would have the guts to make a move against them. This time, it was the head of the family who was traveling together, and in a family, other than those supreme elders, the head of the family was the strongest. Several people stepped onto the chariot and entered its interior. The purple gold chariot was not only gorgeous and honorable on the outside, but the interior of the chariot actually had a great deal to offer. Not only was the chariot pulled by spirit sea realm spirit beasts, the defensive formations built into the chariot were also strong enough to withstand the attacks of a condensed Dan powerhouse or even an impregnated god venerable. There was even a small space inside the chariot, which was hundreds of square feet in size. Because of the differences between men and women, Chen Yunqi and Su Qingying were useless even if they wanted to be in the same chariot with him, no one would allow it. This also made Suyu breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I can be a little cleaner. Next, cultivate at ease and just wait to arrive at Heaven's Pride City. Suyu secretly said. However, it stands to reason that he's a villain, and then he also backed out of a marriage with his fiancée, who is the chosen one, and his sister is also the chosen one. So, there's got to be a male manifest destiny. If it's a bit more dogmatic, maybe even his own old sister will be given this kind of heavenly fate son. Thinking of this possibility, Suyu's head shook like a rattle. Duh-bah. I'll step on all the Destiny's Child and all that. Although my sister has a grudge against me, you guys don't deserve it yet. Become the sustenance for me to become stronger. Jia. Wouldn't it be a little bit not so good to think like this? Suyu shook off such thoughts in his head and muttered secretly, it's also a bit evil. Rumble. At this moment, with everyone assigned to a chariot, when all of them entered the chariot, the Su family's black-horned beast and the Chun family's Jiao Python pulled the chariot and stepped into the teleportation formation. A shaking came from within the chariot and Suyu understood that this was experiencing spatial teleportation. Phew. Forget about that for now, let's just work on the system. Just as Suyu was feeling grateful for this hard-earned free time, he was preparing to study this Heaven's Destiny Great Villain system properly. Suddenly, there was a tremor coming from his arms. After taking out a jade pendant from his bosom, a message drilled into Suyu's mind from the jade pendant. This was a transmission jade pendant, able to use transmission in the entire eastern wasteland. Even in the middle of a void transmission, one could receive information. Of course, this jade pendant in Suyu's hand could only receive information and could not send it. However, this was a means that only the top tier of forces had. At least, the Su clan did not have such a means. This was because it required a Saint Realm refiner to refine it. Saint Sun, the participants of the Eastern Wasteland Grand Competition have been determined, and our people have been arranged to enter them. At that time, you can contact them through the sect's secret arts and arrange for their movements. Upon receiving this message, Suyu could not help but show bewilderment and confusion on his face. What is this? What holy sun? In his mind, as he was bewildered, a mass of memories that had been blocked by chains suddenly unlocked and fused into his memories. Those were the memories of the original body, Suyu. Since the memories were too huge, so all along, Suyu could only unlock them little by little. As for what conditions were needed, it seemed that they could only be triggered by specific events. Just like now. Hiss. When this huge body of memories merged into his mind, Suyu was caught off guard and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Pain. Fusing memories hurts. Although there was no original owner's consciousness fused in, just a third perspective way of integrating the memories, that feeling was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already experienced it a few times, he would have really fainted from the pain. By the time this mass of memories was absorbed, Suyu's entire body froze in place, his mouth opened so wide that he could even stuff an egg into it. Had a DJ dance music. This identity of myself is pretty damn. A born villain. In his new memories, Suyu was not only the young master of the Su family, but at the same time, he was also the holy son of the emperor's tomb. The emperor's grave was a most special holy place because this place, which only nurtured killers, also liked to hunt all the heavenly prides and had the means to plunder these prides for their special talents or chances. Things like supreme bones, heavy pupils, and even physiques, they could plunder them. Born villains. Suyu, on the other hand, when he was young, because of his rare root bones and his ability to fuse and devour other people's physiques to evolve into a more perfect physique, he was seen by the holy son of the emperor's grave and successfully plotted to take over his body. After reading this part of his memory, Suyu was dumbfounded. In other words, I took the blame instead of him? This is even so. What was even more crucial was that before this, the original body had actually arranged everything. Through the 100 Dynasties War, he had arranged for the dead soldiers cultivated by the emperor's grave to enter the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride competition, and then collaborated with him inside, thus hunting down and killing all the special Heaven's Pride that the emperor's grave had its eye on. Among them, it also included the eldest sister, Su Qingying, as well as the second sister, Su Wanqing, and the third sister, Su Muya. They, all of them, were in the hunting plan. What Suyu had always wanted were the 3 items of supreme bone, heavy pupil, and immortal god phoenix body. If all 3 were hunted down by him, then he would surpass everyone in the world in one fell swoop, becoming the most invincible heavenly pride without a single one. However, they were wrongly estimating the rank of Su Qingying's girls. 1 by 2, their destinies were all golden in color, and their rating was even that of a future heavenly fate empress. With this alone, it was impossible for all 3 of them to die. The best ending would be for Suyu to be exposed, then run back to the emperor's grave in ashes, then cultivate step by step to a top-tier existence, and finally be decapitated by the 3 sisters seeking revenge. This was the outcome that could live the longest. Dare I say that I'm really a great villain to come? Suyu wanted to cry, but soon, he pulled himself together again. What's wrong with a big villain? As long as I'm strong, I'm the protagonist alright. I thought that the original body was born with a bad seed and then wanted to take over my sister's chance, but I didn't expect. It's still a big villain. No wonder my sister and fiancé wanted to look at themselves when they saw them. The villain's halo is hanging over his head to attract hatred. No way. Definitely can't take this route. Suyu gritted his teeth and deleted all dangerous thoughts. It's fine to take his sister to brush up her villain value, but killing, it would be unnecessary. It's better to see what features of this system can be utilized a bit. Open the personal attributes panel. In the next second, a clear light flashed in front of Suyu's eyes, followed by a transparent light screen appearing in front of his eyes, with lines and lines of data constantly refreshing out. Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System. Host, Suyu. Fate, Black and Purple. Cultivation, 9th level of the Innate Realm Plus. Title, The Little Master of Death. Villain value, 1000. System Mall, Plus. Backpack, Realm Enhancement Card 1. Current task, strongly stepping on the bones of all the sons of heaven's destiny, chopping off their heads, allowing himself to be rebelled against by his own family, and ascending to the throne of the number 1 heaven's pride under the 100 years of the Eastern Wasteland. 0% 100%. Note, plundering all the chances of the sons of heaven's destiny can be rewarded handsomely, such as plundering chances, connections, wealth, status, etc., and allowing the sons of heaven's destiny to break their defenses can also be rewarded. P.S. Of course. As a host who is a born villain, of course it is the right thing to step on the son of heaven's destiny, rob him of his woman, and rob him of his cultivation. Looking at this system prompt that was not quite right and appeared to be very grumpy, so you really wanted to call the police. Nima, what kind of crappy system is this? Can't it be normal? Not moving is to take off the head of the son of heaven's destiny and stomp on it. Although you want to be a villain, you don't have to be so extreme. Ahem. The heart is tired. However, heart tired is heart tired, so you still patiently began to study another use of the system. And in the middle of another chariot, Su Qingying's 3 sisters and Chen Yunqi were gathered together and seriously began to analyze the evil deeds that Suyu had done to them. Let me tell you guys, back then he. Chapter 006. Then I'll tear down 2 of his ribs and give him stew. The 4 of them sat around and listened intently to Su Muyao recount all the bad things Suyu had done to her. Their personalities were very different. Su Qingying was high and cold, and the whole person belonged to that kind of strict character that would not let herself make a single mistake. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, is a bit more jumpy and has a bit of a big personality, but her heart is very delicate. Born with heavy pupils, she was able to see through all illusions, so she was able to see the deeper mysteries that ordinary people could not see, and after seeing more, her mood would naturally be bored, but her personality allowed her to have another view of things. Su Muya looked very calm and collected, but in reality, she could least afford to be verbally attacked by others. That is, glassy heart. As for Chen Yunqi, she was a different personality, the kind of person who could endure for a long time and was very calculating. If she can't beat them, she will endure until she can beat them, then she will take revenge. Other people are gentlemen's revenge is not too late, she is able to beat you all fight now, can't beat you then boil you to death. Moreover, she is also very careful, others are catty. She is a needle counting. Sumuyao took a deep breath, then carefully called out her own true phoenix. She said with a heartbroken face, "You all don't know, when I was 8 years old, I picked up little phoenix, and when I brought it to that bastard to look at it later on, he even got it in his mind. Then one time, he almost drained little phoenix's true blood, and directly knocked little phoenix back into the egg to rehatch in nirvana. Even, he wanted to drain my blood and replace it with his so that he could have the immortal divine phoenix bloodline." Speaking of these, Sumuyao's anger rose miserably, with an attitude that she would not stop until she had Suyu to death. Listening to Su Muyao's words, Su Qingying and Su Wanqing deeply shared the same feeling. Su Wanqing's stunningly beautiful little face was even more solemn as she spoke to Chen Yunqi. "Yunqi, you don't even know, I was only 9 years old at that time, and that little bastard was only 5 years old. You know what, just such a small little kid, even looked at my heavy pupil. One time, he even coaxed me to say that there was a treasure in his room, tricked me into going in, and then, he even took out a knife, and without saying a word, he wanted to give me a proof to dig out my heavy pupil. Geez. How could there be such a black-hearted brother?" Su Wanqing said in pain. The younger brothers in other families were all afraid of their older sisters and had bloodline suppression. But when it comes to himself, it's good. Instead, he himself would be tricked by a 5-year-old brat and almost had his heavy pupils gouged out by a knife. This is simply evil, all right. Su Qingying nodded slightly and said with a calm face, "He would be 6 years old at that time, and the supreme bone in my body also happened to have a tendency to awaken, and somehow, it was discovered by him, and then that kid started to be all over me and cute. One day, he even quietly asked me to go to the back of the mountain, saying that there was a gift for me, and I went. But walked to halfway up the mountainside, because that would be the turmoil of the supreme bone awakening, so that my cultivation sometimes, coincidentally, in the cultivation disappeared that wood, he suddenly appeared, and shouted, 'Big sister, surprised, unexpected?' Then the next second, he directly knocked me out and dragged me away to the cave just ready to violently dig the bone. If the effects of the supreme bone hadn't disappeared, I might have really gotten my bones dug out that day." Speaking of this, Su Qingying was as calm and unchanged as ever. However, it caused Chen Yunqi to suck in a deep breath of cool air. Hiss. Is this little bastard so vicious? Bone removal, pupil gouging, blood extraction. And still doing this kind of thing to his own sister, it's simply unconscionable. Chen Yunqi clenched her silver teeth and said, "This little bastard is actually not a good thing. 3 years ago I received a certain inheritance for a certain reason, and then my cultivation kept regressing back to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. I would have a hard time dying that time. As a result, this bastard didn't know where to know the news, but even ran to my house, and even told me to withdraw from the marriage, and also said something about how he was the first genius, and that I, a woman who had lost all of her cultivation, wasn't worthy of being his fiancée of Su Mao, and then blah 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 blah. Anyway, I just remembered that he said a sentence that still haunts me to this day. You little click the mic, lol. Genius. If you beg me, I'll let you be my common maid in the future." Speaking later, Chen Yunqi's silver teeth clenched. After hearing this, the 4 of them were silent for a while at the same time. It wasn't until later that 4 words were slowly uttered. Stinking shameless. It was also the first time they summarized all the bad things Suyu had done. It was simply bad. This bastard was not only bad, but also very shameless and especially Pusheen. Yuck. Steam-eating shrimp heads. However, the only point that the 4 of them could brainstorm for themselves was that Suyu wasn't so bad as to be incorrigible. At least, every time he did something he didn't choose to kill them. Just wanted to move bones, dig up pupils, and change blood. If it was really that kind of ruthless person, I'm afraid that they would have killed a few of them and forcefully extracted the chance when they were weak. This was sort of where they felt that Suyu had not completely lost his conscience. However, if they were to know that Suyu had arranged everything at the Eastern Desolate Heavens Pride competition, they would fear that they would not think so. The reputation of being a small master of death is not something that can be covered. After being silent for a good while, Su Wanqing's big eyes dripped, then whispered, "Isn't there a score-grabbing session in the Heavens Pride Grand Competition? There is no surveillance in it all relies on one's own play, so why don't we at that time?" Ha. Su Wanqing didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning was already obvious. It was that she wanted to make Suyu completely embarrassed at the Heavens' remarkable grand competition, and even took the opportunity to examine him. If it was really a natural bad seed, then wasted. The Su family, it's enough to have them. Su Wanqing's proposal made all 3 of them very moved, and Su Muyo agreed almost immediately. "I agree, after so many years, he hasn't died to my immortal divine phoenix bloodline, he's always wanted to find an opportunity to bleed me, this time I'll definitely teach him a good lesson." Chen Yunqi, the reincarnation of the needle-calculating female immortal, had even less objections, and immediately responded, "I'm also in favor of it." All 3 people agreed, so they turned their gazes to Su Qingying. Under their expectant gazes, Su Qingying also revealed a smile and slowly nodded her head. I also agree. If that bastard brother doesn't teach him a lesson, he will sooner or later cause trouble in the future. Moreover, it's also a chance to see if he has any other ideas, and if he still dares to strike at us. Saying this, Su Qingying paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Hee hee, then I'll tear down 2 of his ribs and give him soup to stew. Didn't you want your own supreme bone? Then I'll dismantle it myself and mend it for him. Then let's discuss how to implement this plan, and in addition, pick another holy place properly. The 4 of them were all top-tier qualifications, so entering a holy land was naturally easy, but which holy land to enter had to be researched, and only by entering the right holy land would they be able to smooth out their path of cultivation. While the 4 girls were studying how to target Su Yu. On the other side, after reading the system's introduction, and Su Yu, who understood what role his other layer of identity could play, suddenly had an epiphany. Why didn't I think of it? First arrange for people to besiege Big Sister and the girls, and then I'll step in to knock them out and throw them aside to wait for the end of the grand competition. This way I can avoid being massacred by Big Sister and that tigress Chen Yunqi's carnage revenge. Not only that, but it won't be discovered by the people of the Emperor's grave that I'm not their saint son. I'm really a genius. Su Yu, who thought of this plan, finally revealed a smile from his heart. However, if he carried out this plan, it would usher in Su Qingying's fierce retaliation like a raging storm. Chew. What's going on? I've already cultivated immortality, how can I still sneeze? Chapter 007, Which sister can resist her brother who saves her from the fire? After entering the state of cultivation, time quickly passed, and in 3 months' time, so you did not know how many billions of miles they had traveled. The entire Xiantian continent was very huge. Even if it was an eastern wasteland, even if a saint came, he would have to be exhausted until he was half dead to get to the other side. Without a teleportation array, ordinary cultivators were afraid that they would have trouble getting out of the land of the 100 dynasties for the rest of their lives. Not to mention meeting the Holy Land. The center of the eastern wasteland, Tianjiao City. It was a city jointly created by the 3 great holy places, and when it was said to be a city, it was actually an immense area that was 3,000 miles in size. Each of the 3 great holy lands ruled a sector of the area. The teleportation array lit up, and the chariots of the Su and Chen clans appeared at the same time. After submitting the formalities, the people from the 2 families quickly left. Is this the Heaven's Pride city? It's huge, and there are many strong auras hibernating in the city? That's for sure. Tianjiao City has produced great emperors. The Tao rhythm here is not comparable to other places. Even the cultivation environment of a first-class family is completely incomparable to this place. Father, then where are we going now? Straight to the site of the Heaven's Pride competition, just in time. Soon, after the 2 families' chariots traveled to an area, everyone was asked to get off the chariots. This was because the place where the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition was held was not allowed to be so ostentatious. After entering the registration, all the geniuses qualified to participate in the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition all had to enter it alone, without anyone accompanying them. Before going in, Su Jiuxing seriously said to Su Yu's 4 siblings, remember, what's gathered inside is all the geniuses under the age of 100 in the entire Eastern Wasteland. Don't cause any trouble inside. This sentence was actually purposely pointed out to Su Yu. Su Yu's flamboyance was well known. On the side, Chen Zhongtian also said to Chen Yunqi, the Heaven's Remarkable Grand Competition is not a one-on-one competition. The front is based on a point elimination system. After you go in, follow Su Yu and the others closely. I know. Go on. After parting with their families, the 5 of them were also the first to step into the entrance of the great competition. Beside them, there were also the celestial pride cultivated by the 2 families, who were all from the Holy Land lineage, and in the future, would only remain in the Holy Land. Although the lineages were strong, no one could guarantee whether or not their own clansmen would provoke a supreme existence. If a powerful person suddenly descended on the family and directly exterminated them, wouldn't the bloodline be severed? Therefore, only by having disciples in every Holy Land could the bloodline be guaranteed to continue. They did not have any communication with Su Yu and the others either, and after nodding their heads, they converged towards their respective target teams. To them, Su Yu and the others were not here to compete in the competition in the first place, they were just here to see the world. There was no need to protect them. It was not necessary to protect them. After all, this is 100 years of age under the Heaven's Pride competition, rather than the stage of young people in their teens and 20s, unless there really is that kind of natural supreme, can in the age of 10 or 20 years of age can be comparable to other Heaven's Pride of hundreds of years of cultivation. That kind of person has, but very few. After everyone had left, Su Wanqing and the others who were walking in front of Su Yu suddenly stopped in their steps. Then they turned around and looked at Su Yu, revealing a cold smile as they said, little bastard, this grand competition, let's see what else you can do. This time, if you don't let you lie at home for 10 days and half a month, you'll be sorry for all the things you've done before. At this moment there were no family members present, and the 4 of them no longer hid their faces. But out of their expectation, Su Yu unexpectedly did not look half flustered, instead he grinned, second sister, don't say too much, how do you know that I will definitely be found by you guys? Bye, see you on the field. After saying that, Suyu didn't dare to stay any longer and walked away in big strides. How to say that he is also a little bit of power here, or really be caught by the four sisters, not dead but also crippled. The heart of the heavenly pride is very small. I used to gouge out my bones and pupils, and it would be nice if a few sisters didn't hate me to death. Not to mention the fact that there's a female fairy reincarnated fiancée who was withdrawn from her own marriage. The death-defying buffs are all stacked up, okay. It's better to find a corner and stay there, waiting for the people from the emperor's tomb to show up before starting your own plan. Raising little fat sheep that didn't want to kill themselves, so let's start by dispelling their killing intent towards themselves. Ha! When they were besieged by the emperor's grave's heaven's pride dead soldiers and got into trouble, then he himself would make his appearance as the savior, and their hatred for him would be at least 95% gone, not to say all of it, right? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't even help but laugh out loud. However, this inexplicable laughter of his fell on the ears of several people, but it seemed so evil and arrogant. Looking at Suyu's back that was gradually moving away, behind them, Su Qingying and Shen Yunxi, their complexion was slowly becoming gloomy. What does it mean? Su Muyao's eyes had a bit of gravity in them, her voice was a bit chilly. This bastard is really pretending to be afraid of us in the clan, but as soon as he leaves the clan, he ends up being so open-minded. Sure enough, a master of disguise, finally revealing his fangs after all? Su Wanqing savored Suyu's words for a moment, then said, this little bastard shouldn't be able to reach his hand into the Heaven's Pride competition to deal with us, right? Shen Yunxi took a deep breath and slowly said, his laughter just now reminds me of what he has done previously, as evil as ever. It's really disgusting. Just now, Suyu's laughter was too wicked and evil to death. This guy was really pretending in front. In order to make them drop their guard. Su Qingying stared at the direction where Suyu disappeared and said coldly, I was wrong, this guy is still dead set in his ways and still covets everything we have. Since that's the case, then don't be polite with him. Touching his bottom line again and again, Suyu, this asshole brother, even if he didn't kill him in consideration of his kinship, he would still have to waste him. Good. After entering the first round, let's not waste any more time and break through to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm before going out to hunt. In 3 months' time, all 4 of them had broken through from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Now that Suyu's nature was once again exposed, then they could not stay their hands. It was necessary to raise their cultivation level in order to deal with Suyu's dirty tricks. After the 4 of them clarified their goal for a while, they also did not hesitate and quickly walked towards the entrance of the grand competition. Not long after they left, a thin figure carrying a huge sword slowly walked out, the eyes as sharp as a falcon staring in Su Muyao's direction for a long time, his eyes flashing with excitement. The one that can resonate with my divine dragon body must be the immortal divine phoenix body that only existed during the desolate ancient period. Her is the one I'm destined to be with. I must protect her. That man from earlier, listening to their conversation should be an enemy, right? Very well, when she's in danger, I'll chop him up with another sword, this will definitely get her attention. In the mind of the slender youth, an old voice leisurely sounded. Kid, your guess was right, that woman just now is indeed the possessor of the immortal divine phoenix body. Go ahead, after combining with her, your divine dragon body will receive a qualitative boost. Yes, dragon ancestor. Regarding everything that happened behind him, Suyu was naturally unaware of it. He walked ahead, his heart thumping, fearing that he would be beaten if he was any slower. Luckily, they didn't hit me the first time I came in. Hurry up and get in the match, I'll strike when everyone's connected. I don't believe that the sisters can resist a brother who can save them from the fire. Chapter 008, Leaning North. What heavenly destiny, son? Why did you disgust me as soon as you came out? Passing through the passageway, Suyu arrived at the entrance, which was the first trial site of the Heaven's Pride competition. Submit your identity card, input a wisp of your breath into the ranking list, and then you can enter. At the end of the passageway, a middle-aged man yawned and urged one of the arriving celestials. All of them completed this respectfully, not daring to be dissatisfied. Because, the middle-aged man in front of them was the outer door deacon of the 3 great holy lands. Even though he was a deacon of the outer gate, his cultivation was still a powerful one at the realm of the embodied god, and that was an existence that they could not afford to mess with. After waiting for Suyu to submit his identity card and input his breath into the ranking list, the middle-aged man then slowly opened his mouth. The rules of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition are very simple, only those in the innate realm and above are allowed to participate, and there is no need to test your talent for the first trial, you only need to be able to hunt and kill enough points. Demonic beasts in the 1st to 3rd level of the innate realm are worth 1 point, the 4th to 6th level are worth 3 points, the 7th to 9th are worth 10 points, and those in the Spirit Sea realm are 20, 40, and 100 points respectively, got it? All go in if you understand. The time is 1 month, after 1 month the first trial ends. After encountering a life-threatening situation, crush the jade tags and you will be teleported out, as well as losing all qualifications for the competition. The Holy Land recruited disciples based on talent and also on luck. If one couldn't even break through the first level, then it proved that the other person's chi was not working, and even if they had excellent talent, they would still die later due to certain things. Instead of that, it would be better to screen out the ones with poor chi luck and eliminate them, lest many resources be wasted. Yes. One after another, a large group of celestial pride walked into the teleportation point, and then the entire group transformed into points of light and were randomly assigned to a certain corner of the trial field. If one was unlucky, they would be eliminated just after teleporting in. Suyu also followed and walked in. As the light lit up, Suyu only felt that his vision became pure white and he could not see anything. Only when the sensation of touching something physical came from his feet did his sight slowly return. All around him was a dense primitive forest, with a sky-high tree blocking out the sunlight with its dense canopy. After his divine sense was externalized and he did not perceive any powerful creatures that could threaten his safety, Suyu was relieved. There are only two choices in front of oneself now. One is to choose to completely degenerate into a villain and become a holy son of the Emperor's tomb, using the hunting of the heavenly fate as the capital to become stronger. The other is continue in disguise and join a certain holy land. If he did not have the identity of Emperor's tomb saint's son, Suyu would definitely choose to remain in the Su clan as a salted fish. However, with the Emperor's grave, then the situation would be completely different. He himself was a saint's son that they had cultivated, and once he didn't make any progress, then after 100 years, the Emperor's graveside would send out a new saint's son to come and hunt him down and take his place. The saint's son of the Emperor's grave who had taken over the original body was already 95 years old. In other words, 5 more years. If his cultivation couldn't possess the battle power to crush the new generation of youngsters, he would be liquidated. The path of hunting the sons of heavenly destiny would be exhausting. Moreover, with the special nature of the Emperor's tomb, once it was exposed, then one would be greeted with the hatred of all the cultivators in the entire continent. Dead end. Suyu scratched his hair, annoyed to death. According to the memory was that the standard for the Emperor's grave to crush the new generation's young generation's combat power was to have a cultivation of the high level of the embodied god realm at the age of 100. And now, one is still only at the spirit sea realm. There's still a condensed Dan realm up there. Even the first place winner of the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride competition was afraid that he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to possess a high level of cultivation in the embodied god realm at the age of 100, right? In other words, whether he returned to the Emperor's tomb Holy Land or not, he could not change this dead end. Returning to the Emperor's grave would also require Yumshin, and not returning would also require Yumshin. Then what's the point of going back? Might as well find a sanctuary to hide in. Maybe, after he repaired his relationship with his sisters, he could even get them to cover him. What Emperor's tomb and what Holy Land? None of them are good enough in front of the heavenly fate Empress. Thinking of this, Suyu strengthened his determination. He must rely on this opportunity to repair 95% of his relationship with his sister before following them to join the Holy Land. Only in this way could he quickly rise to prominence. He thought that having his sister and fiancé chasing after him was enough of a headache, but he didn't expect that there was now an additional Emperor's grave to kill him. What a bitter life. No, where's the son of Chi? We must find a son of Chi to beat up to get rid of the anger. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Suyu felt the need to go and find a son of Chi to fight with. Otherwise there was no way to even improve himself. All 3 sisters and their fiancés had raised their cultivation to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea Realm in 3 months, and they themselves were still only at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Even after using the Realm Enhancement card in his backpack, he could only be at the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea Realm. It was simply not enough to fight. Therefore, in order to accomplish the grand plan of dispelling sisters' killing intent, targeting 1 or 2 sons of Chi was inevitable. Only after picking off favors from them could they be quickly promoted. Thinking of this, Suyu also no longer hesitated and directly used his cultivation at the Spirit Sea Realm to start searching for demonic beasts and beheading them in a big way, disregarding everything to raise his ranking. Only then. It's only then that we can attract those sons of Chi who want to speculate to come over and snatch their points. Yes, it was also possible to snatch points from unlucky people in this trial. It's also a way to screen out the unlucky ones. As a result, in just a week's time, Suyu's points ranking kept going up like a rocket and soon came to the top 3 positions. The moment his name, age, and cultivation level were announced, everyone was shocked. A Spirit Sea Realm Great Sect at only 18 years old? Oh my god, high on drugs, a 1st level Spirit Sea Realm can kill a 4th level Spirit Sea Realm demonic beast? Crazy. With regards to the shock he had triggered, Suyu knew very well that this was the effect he wanted. All shocked up, all come to me. I wait here for you all. The unlucky ones just get out of the way, the destined ones come all come all come. This day, just as Suyu strongly killed a blood-armored bear that was comparable to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea Realm, suddenly, he stopped himself from taking the inner pills of the demonic beasts and slowly turned around to look into the depths of the jungle. Under his gaze, in the next second, a thin figure, although his appearance was a bit ordinary, but it was a youth with perseverance that had a flash of light in his eyes. He carried a huge sword on his back, dragging the corpse of a Spirit Sea Realm wolf demon out from the jungle. Suyu stared at him with a deadly gaze and secretly said, "It seems that this is the so-called son of heaven's destiny, right?" The moment the two of them looked at each other from afar, a leaping battle intent came from their bodies at the same time. "Found you, the enemy of the one I was destined to be. Having offended the one I am destined to be, you are finished." Listening to these two ambiguous words, he said, Suyu's just risen battle spirit instantly dissipated, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. "What? I am your destiny? Vomit. Lean north. How'd that come out to disgust me? No wonder they all make me a villain. Turns out it had to be done. It's too tempting to kill someone." Chapter 009, Maximizing Benefits. Grab and grab. Gathering the wool of the son of Chi. Seeing Suyu looking at himself with an expression that went from being filled with wariness to a look of bewilderment and finally turning into deep disdain, Long Feng was also enraged and questioned, "What kind of eyes are you looking at? Come and fight with me. As a man, how dare you have the cheek to bully a weak woman, you scum, come and fight." What Long Feng despised the most was men who bullied women. Earlier he had heard Su Muyo and the girl's conversation in the passageway, and from the words he could make it very clear that this man in front of him must have done something very excessive, even endangering the other party's life. This kind of scum deserves to have his life ended. And he had offended the woman of his destiny, the possessor of the immortal god Phoenix body. Just kill him. And then with the innate attraction of the dragon god body and the immortal god Phoenix body, he could definitely chase after her. Hearing these words from Dragon Warrior, Suyu somewhat failed to react. When had he bullied a weak woman? What's wrong with this guy? But by the look of his nasty face, I guess he must be the main character. Suyu was very sure that the other party must be the protagonist, because only the Long Aotian protagonist would give himself, the villain, a nasty killing intent. With a thought, a line of detailed information appeared above Long Feng's head. Name, Long Feng. Qualification, Demon. Fate, Golden Color. Cultivation, first level of Spirit Sea Realm. Character description, possessing the bloodline of the dragon god, possessor of the divine dragon body, with the remnants of the dragon ancestor's soul guiding him, rising from a weak mortal dynasty, killing step by step, and arriving here through the 100 Dynasties battle, the future supreme being. Looking at the character introduction, Suyu fell into deep thought. Why? The plot of this Destiny's Child is exactly the same as the wireless novels I've read before? Dragon's bloodline, dragon soul old grandpa as a golden finger, rising from the slightest of beginnings. It's good, it's inspirational. But this kind of text all have a drawback, that is, they like to have more female leads. Basically, if they are pretty they are his, even if they are not, they will still get involved with him and end up keeping their bodies for him. To summarize, dogma. You say he has a charismatic personality, well he does, he is the inspirational type after all. But you have to be handsome on the outside, right? Not to say that you are as handsome as my readers, at least you don't describe yourself as ordinary looking, not handsome, like this. How can anyone fall in love? Now is the age of face value. In Suyu's mind, while his thoughts were wandering, the system's prompt rang out. Ding, the Son of Fortune has been discovered. After defeating the Son of Fortune, you can obtain rich rewards. Plundering the other party's chances and connections, or robbing the other party's female master and resources can also obtain rewards. Note, fate frames with red or above can be the Son of Fortune, and you can face punch the red fate person to get rewards. Fate levels are white, green, blue, orange, red, gold, purple and so on. In an instant Suyu thought of the playstyle that would maximize the benefits. Enrage him, defeat him, let him go, follow him, rob him of his chance, rob him of his points, then rob him of his girl. Ahem, robbing his veins. Good. That's it. Suyu is very clear about his position. Even if he wants to lie down, the conditions do not allow it. First of all, sister, this is not explained clearly, and secondly, there is this villain aura. There will definitely be a lot of protagonists in the future who will want to punch themselves in the face. Plus there's a double-edged sword hanging over his head. The Holy Land, the Emperor's tomb. This identity could maximize benefits if utilized well, if not, it was death. 5 years to either die or take off. Either the Holy Land sent a newcomer to assassinate himself, or it's the mighty who will step in to quell themselves. Either way, he would have to die, so it would be better to use the Son of Chi to enhance himself. Perhaps the list of hunters collected by the Emperor's tomb would be useful to him. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes also became disdainful. Since he was destined to be a villain, he might as well be arrogant. Drawing out the large sword from the abdomen of the blood-armored bear, Suyu's sword pointed at Long Feng and said indifferently, "Then let's have a battle." The tip of the blade dripped with blood. It made Suyu's breath have a slightly murderous aura. He was also at the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm, and if he really wanted to fight, he would not necessarily be unable to defeat the other party. Seeing Suyu draw his sword, Long Feng's eyes instantly lit up and he laughed freely. "Ha ha ha, since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you." There was no surveillance in this land of trials, so if one had the means to kill, one could naturally exert it with impunity. And there was no need to worry about being retaliated against. Trials and tribulations, except for the jade tags that gave people a chance to save their lives, the rest was all trials and tribulations. A collision of battle power and luck, whoever wins lives and whoever loses dies. This is the eternal and unchanging rule of the immortal cultivation world. Kid, since you've decided to kill people and get away with it, your hands and feet must be cleaner. The world of immortal cultivation is a world of the weak and the strong. If you can kill someone else can kill you. Make sure you're well prepared. Dragon Ancestor's voice rang in Long Feng's ears. As a former peak powerhouse, he best understood the perils of the immortal cultivation world, where killing was nothing more than a family affair. But to be foolproof, especially for a grassroots like Long Feng, it's more important to make all the preparations, otherwise if he is retaliated against, no one can save him. Long Feng said with a straight face, "Don't worry, Dragon Ancestor, kid understands." After saying that, he drew the huge sword he was carrying behind him, and in this instant, Long Feng's entire body seemed to be transformed into a new body. His battle spirit was surging to the sky, and his strength was even far beyond that of an ordinary first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Boom! Long Feng's legs bent into a bow, and in the next second, his body instantly shot out explosively, chopping at Suyu with the most perfect stance. Dragon Blade Strike. Earth Rank Sword Technique. Feeling this mountainous aura coming towards him, Suyu's entire body froze. What's the deal? Is this son of destiny so strong? With the same cultivation level of the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, one would actually feel such a strong threat. However, he wasn't really a waste, although his personality was still that of a salted fish teenager from the 21st century, the fighting sense of his original body could still be there. Just the moment he felt the threat, he also entered the state. God-destroying blade technique, human slaughter. Suyu shouted in a low voice. Immediately afterward, a dense fury aura surged out from his body, a ferocious fury aura that could only be raised by pouring blood. Madaka! The two men's swords clashed, and in just a moment's effort, two distinct spiritual forces erupted, shaking the sky-high trees in a 100-meter radius to the ground. The loud noise caused the surrounding demonic beasts to flee in panic. Shoo! With just one blow, the decision has already been made as to which is better or worse. Long Feng was directly hit by Suyu's huge force, flew out dozens of meters away, staggered back dozens of meters before being able to stop. The spiritual energy in his body was even more surging. So strong? Long Feng was confused. Was a worldly dude who didn't look too smart this strong? Before he could react, Suyu's drinking voice suddenly rang in his ears, "You're finished." Hearing this voice, Long Feng instantly looked up, and in the next second, he saw that Suyu's figure had already rushed in front of him, and the huge black blade was even flashing coldly towards himself. Damn it, being mounted by him. Long Feng cursed. Just as he was about to utilize the power of his divine dragon body. Stop it. Suddenly, a clear, cold, mixed with angry drinking voice rang out from behind him. In the next moment, an attack interrupted Suyu's attack in a raw manner. Bastard! You're bullying again, aren't you? I think we're still being too kind to you. Chapter 010 Misunderstanding? The person you just tried to kill is our own brother. The moment the voice fell, several sword-wielding silhouettes sped through the air from afar. The four of them all had angry looks on their stunningly beautiful faces. Obviously, they were very angry at Suyu's behavior. After Su Qingying's four people arrived, they decisively stood in front of Long Feng, their beautiful eyes staring dead at Suyu's direction, their anger almost overflowing as if they were going to overflow. Suyu! Su Wanqing clenched her silver teeth and said, "You have really gone off the deep end. Even wanting to kill people." She had misjudged Suyu. It wasn't that this guy still had a conscience, but he was simply bad. Su Muyao also frowned with a disappointed look. "Originally I thought you were just an asshole, but I didn't expect you to be bad." They had wanted to test Suyu to see if he still had a conscience. Who had thought that he didn't? Sure enough. Being related doesn't stop the fact that he's an asshole. Shen Yunqi even angrily questioned Suyu, saying, "Can't you tolerate anyone else in your eyes, bullying the weak all day long? What else are you capable of, you Suyu?" She was a person who had been there before, and was most aware of what this feeling of being bullied was like. At first, Suyu was this kind of bullying her, boarding the door to withdraw from the marriage, without mercy, condescending to the extreme. Trying to take her sister's things by force, she also spoke ill of herself who had become an invalid. Wait until they are both awakened now. He's back to groveling and trying to show weakness to win their forgiveness. Thought he'd grow up and change his nature. But this scene in front of me is undoubtedly not showing that he is just a bully and an asshole. What a disappointment. Seeing the appearance of several sisters and Shen Yunqi, Suyu was first stunned, and then his face became even more gloomy after hearing the accusations of the other party. You guys haven't even understood the beginning and end of the matter, and you're biting off more than you can chew. That it's my problem? Although a few sisters were ordained. Doesn't mean he has to please all the time. He just didn't want to make things difficult for his cheap father, and he didn't want to take himself to extremes, but he couldn't stand being wronged like this. He didn't have any relatives, and he had relatives in this life, albeit cheap relatives. But also wanted to try and fit in all right. Right now, it doesn't seem to be working out quite as well as hoped. Su Qingying looked at his gloomy face, and then when she saw the fury that filled Suyu's body that made her uncomfortable, she also spoke in silence. We are concerned about this blood relationship, so we don't really want to make it too ugly. If you admit your mistake now, we can still forgive you. But we, for one, will not allow you to kill indiscriminately. Suyu was their own brother, the one that their mother Sama had warned the several sisters to protect before her death. But this does not mean that they will allow Suyu to act recklessly. Suyu looked at the wariness and vigilance on the four of them, as if they would rush up to stop themselves as soon as they thought otherwise. Thinking of this, Suyu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Heh. Then you guys won't ask me what happened, right? Well then, consider me a bully." At this moment, Suyu was already powerless to explain more. This feeling of not being believed was his least favorite. After saying these words, Suyu put away his sword, turned around and left. Just as well. Big deal, just give up on these sisters yourself. Let them think what they want. Instead of worrying too much, let me alone step to the top and look down on all beings. Suyu, stop right there, where are you going? Seeing Suyu about to leave, Su Wanqing hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. However, her words only caused Suyu's figure to pause for a moment before he left without looking back. Su Wanqing wanted to open her mouth when she saw this, but was stopped by Su Qingying. Forget it, let him go. If he makes any more mess this time, we don't need to care about him. The words were filled with disappointment towards Suyu. It seemed that in their perceptions, Suyu was only capable of causing trouble. In fact, Suyu really couldn't blame them for thinking this way. After all, there really wasn't a single thing that the original Suyu did that was good. Only after Suyu disappeared from their line of sight did a few people turn to look at Long Foam. Long Foam also put away his giant sword at this time and arched his hand at the several people. Thank you several people for making a move. Although he didn't need it, however, the proper etiquette should still be there. And the moment he saw Su Muyao, Long Feng's heart was thumping and beating fast. Sure enough, it was the immortal god Phoenix body. This attraction, it's too strong. Moreover, these women with the immortal god Phoenix body were also beautiful, the most beautiful people he had seen so far. Su Muyao's eyes also fluctuated for a moment after seeing Long Foam. The immortal god Phoenix body even had an inexplicable throbbing. There is no need for you to be polite, you haven't suffered any injuries, have you? Su Wanqing's heavy pupils flickered, seemingly sensing something as well, and her body slightly moved to block Su Muyao. It's fine, this attack is not enough to hurt me. Long Foam said in a hurry. Su Wanqing nodded, that's good. Long Foam glanced at the few people, then smiled, my name is Long Foam, I wonder what the names of the few Taoists are. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Chen Yunqi, and Su Muyao. After learning the names of a few people, Long Foam also made an invitation along the way, saying, the trial is full of crises, how about we form a temporary team and hunt together? He was also able to perceive that the cultivation level of these four people in front of him was a bit higher than him. However, Long Foam was still confident because he carried one of the world's strongest physiques, the divine dragon body, which was capable of erupting into a powerful battle force that surpassed his own realm, and at least had no problem rivaling ordinary Spirit Sea Realm 4th and 5th level cultivators. Hearing this, Su Muyao actually wanted to agree. For some reason, her physique seemed to be guiding her closer to the other party. However, before she could open her mouth, Su Wanqing was the first to politely decline, no need. If you, fellow Taoist, have nothing else to do, we'll leave you here. With that she gave the three of them a wink. Seeing that they were about to leave, Long Foam obviously didn't want to miss the chance to get close to the immortal divine Phoenix body and hurriedly said, fellow Taoist, stay back, if you guys run into that scum from earlier, I can help. Earlier it was just me being careless, otherwise I would still be able to kill him. Hearing these words, several people's footsteps paused at the same time. Su Muyao even turned around, her soft voice had a slight question, saying, what did you say? Just now, were you the one who found trouble with him? Seeing the immortal god Phoenix body speaking to himself, Long Feng's mood was even more agitated, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, he nodded his head and said, not bad. Before I came in, I had heard the argument between you and this person, the other party must be a 10 evil people. And has done unforgivable things to a few fellow Taoists, that's why I couldn't help but strike when I saw him. Speaking of this, Long Foam actually had a slight sense of shame as he said, however, he was still careless and failed to kill the other party with a single strike. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, if I encounter it next time, I will definitely kill the great enemy for you. After saying that, Long Foam was raising his head with an expectant face, seemingly ready to receive several people's thanks. However, when he looked up to meet the eyes of several people, the smile on his face slowly stiffened. This was because the faces of Su Muyao's few people had become extremely ugly. At this moment, Long Foam was a bit confused. But before he could raise his voice to ask what was going on, he heard the immortal divine Phoenix body that he had been longing for say something that made him feel icy cold all over. The person you just tried to kill is our own brother. Saying the words you want to kill him in front of us, are you looking for death? Dragon Wind? Chapter 011 A Misadventure, Su Laying Wind? What? Long Foam shouted out of breath. Longfeng was dumbfounded and really couldn't imagine that it would actually be this reversal. That man who was obviously maligned by them would actually be the younger brother of the immortal god Phoenix body. Then what he had just... It's over. Longfeng only felt a little bit of heavenly rotation, really did not figure out, he obviously just wanted to show a little bit in front of her. Who knows that the horse's ass was not padded, but actually patted the tiger's ass. The other siblings have a conflict, you do not say nothing without knowing the reason why you rushed up to kill the other brother. Afterwards, you couldn't beat them and were saved by them, but you also made them misunderstand each other. Hiss. At this moment Longfeng seemed to see Su Muyao's head with a good sense about himself. Originally it was still considered ordinary, now it directly became negative. That I didn't know he was your brother. Ah. Longfeng panicked and hurriedly explained, I also just heard you guys talking about giving him a little lesson in the passageway, and it just so happened that I came across it again, so I thought that this person must be a person of 10 evils. Not waiting for Longfeng to explain clearly, Su Muyao rebuked, that's also between us and him, what does it have to do with you, an outsider? Su Muyao was in a bad mood. Originally, he thought that it was Su Yu who had done evil again, but it turned out people are the victims. Although she didn't understand why the man in front of her caused her bloodline to feel a throbbing sensation, the mood of misunderstanding Su Yu at this moment made it impossible for her to pay attention to this emotion. Su Qingying's eyes were also completely cold, and she said indifferently, just because you heard us trying to teach him a lesson, you're going to kill him? What component of you? Chen Yinshi took a deep breath and said, I can't understand the brain circuits of people like you, but those who can determine whether a person is good or bad based on the 3 words of others, and who can go out and try to kill someone else, are not good people at first glance. This kind of person who listened to the wind was sure to have a violent and extraordinary personality. It was even worse than Su Yu. Even if they had some good feelings towards Longfeng before, they were all cleared now. In deep comparison, Su Yu had at least not killed anyone outside yet. Even to them, it was just coveting opportunities and bullying. At this moment, Su Wanqing's originally bright eyes also gradually transformed into the appearance of heavy pupils, and the clear light flashed by, allowing her to see some of Longfeng's secrets. So that's how it is, the dragon god body, no wonder he was so impatient to offer it. Su Wanqing turned her head to Su Muyao and said, this guy is coming for you, third sister. I've seen this type of physique of his in the ancient books, possessing a trace of the dragon ancestor bloodline, surpassing many physiques and even rivaling the chaos saint body. The strength of the physical body is extremely strong, and if it can be combined with someone with the immortal god Phoenix body, it can allow his bloodline to evolve and purify, transforming it into the second indestructible dragon Phoenix body in the history of the world. The moment she saw that Longfeng possessed the dragon god body, she saw the cause and effect of this clearly. This man was afraid that he had seen his third sister possessing the immortal god Phoenix body, and that was why he had developed such emotions. Sure enough, this is a creature that thinks with its lower body. After listening to Su Wanqing's words, the other 3 women's eyes simultaneously revealed contempt and disdain. Steamed shrimp head. In order to curry favor with myself, I can't believe I have to kill to curry favor without even understanding the identity of the person I hate on the other side. Bah! Su Muyao also understood what was going on with the throbbing sensation in her bloodline at this time, and immediately said, who would like this kind of cranky guy? These words made Longfeng's heart completely cold. Wow, cold. This is really a good feeling clearing. However, before he could grieve, Su Qingying, as the eldest sister, finally couldn't help herself after knowing the cause and effect. Her figure disappeared in place, and a stern sword might suddenly rose up, heading straight for Longfeng. Trying to kill the little bastard to curry favor with Muyao, it turns out that you went with the idea of her body in mind, you really deserve to die. The sword intent that contained a hint of spatial power erupted, causing a strong sense of crisis to come from Longfeng's brow. In his mind, the urgent voice of the dragon ancestor came, causing him to regain a trace of clarity. Kid, don't just stand there, hurry up and run, at this stage, you can't beat these 4 women. Crazy. It's a headache for an onlooker to offend a single heavenly pride, but Longfeng was good and offended for it once. And one is more terrifying than the other. The immortal divine phoenix body was not to mention that it was much stronger than the current stage of the dragon god body. The other 3 were even more terrifying, each and every one of them. Born heavy pupil can explore all the cracks in the world, and when it is accomplished, it can even explore the corner of the long river of time. Born with a supreme bone, that is a heaven-defined supreme powerhouse. Each supreme bone had different laws. The supreme bone in front of him was clearly a supreme of the laws of space, which was even more beyond what the dragon god body could afford to mess with. And the other one was even more terrifying. Even though he was a dragon ancestor and was even more of an immortal before his fall, this one was clearly an immortal as well. A body full of immortal techniques. To be able to reincarnate and still carry the immortal techniques practiced in his previous life, he was obviously a big shot. When she grows up smoothly to return to the immortal world, maybe a party of great powers, even more is not the dragon wind. This little click Mimi can mess up the existence, even he, also have to consider whether it is worth to offend an unknown powerful immortal reincarnation. The dragon ancestor was obviously intimidated. After all, he is just a dragon. Even if Longfeng has great fortune, he may not be able to become an immortal. The upper realm was fine, but for those in the lower realm to want to become immortal was simply delusional. Go, little cutie. What are you waiting for? The dragon ancestor's tone had more than a hint of urgency, urging on and on. Longfeng also came back to his senses at this time, looking at these four people with an unwilling face. But in the end, he managed to block Su Qingying's sword with his full burst of battle power before slipping away. Seeing Longfeng fleeing, the four of them did not have the heart to chase after him. Several people stood in place and looked at each other, then simultaneously revealed a bitter smile. This was good. What if I really misunderstood Suyu? Loathing Suyu is loathing Suyu. Even if they want to kill Suyu, they will not let outsiders do it. They would rather personally end their brother's life themselves. But misunderstanding people. This made it difficult for the four. Sis, what next? Ignore it, get enough points first. After saying that, all four of them fell silent and then began to search for the traces of demonic beasts to begin their hunting operations. And on the other side, the Suyu who left was also getting angrier and angrier as he walked along the road. By what? Is a son of Chi terrific, so you can make all my sisters misunderstand me at the drop of a hat? Sisters want to kill me, the son of heavenly fate wants to join in the fun, and the emperor's tomb is a time bomb. How am I supposed to play? This crossing opening is too crap to be fun. If you piss me off, I'll kill you all. However, in Suyu's mind, the more he thought about it, the more he was suffocating. The system's prompting sound was what stopped him in his tracks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the son of Chi's connections and chances, obtaining a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully combating the slight collapse of the son of Chi's Dao heart, obtaining a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making the son of Chi feel guilty, obtaining the reward. A series of system beeps sounded one after another, causing Suyu to be instantly confused. Oh, when did I do all these great things? Chapter 012. Instead of handing over your destiny to others, it's better to take control of your own destiny. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rewards. Villain value plus 6000, 5 avian demon feather fan, void blade technique, prison Jin body, realm enhancement card 4. 5 birds devil feather fan, 5 birds immortal feather fan replica, refined from the true feathers of the 5 great devil birds, silver winged devil rock, golden feathered devil falcon, black feathered peacock, devil lark, and amazing spectral devil phoenix, grade, sacred soldier. Void Blade Technique, a Holy Realm blade technique created by the Void Great Sage in his later years. It contains the rules of space and can cut down opponents with the power of the Void. Prison Suppressing Body, one of the 100 great physiques, the Prison Suppressing Divine Body. Its power can suppress the prison of the 9 hells, both offensive and defensive, with a low ceiling. Detected that the host has not yet opened the newbie pack. Do you choose to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie rewards, Realm Enhancement Card 1, the Demonic Toad Swallowing the Moon Divine Technique, and the Corpse Immortal's Method of Heavenly Hijacking. Devil Toad Moon Swallowing Sacred Technique, based on the Moonin Aura. When practicing this technique, one's spiritual energy can be transformed into a moon-swallowing devil toad, and when one reaches the grand completion, one can swallow the stars. Grade, Sacred Realm Technique. Corpse Immortal Hijacking Heaven, using endless dead chi to condense a strand of Corpse Immortal chi. Corpse Immortal Hijacking Heaven can hijack heaven and earth, and can hijack heaven and earth to sow Corpse Immortals. The technique has been placed into the technique bar to begin automatic cultivation. The prison suppressor body will soon replace the original physique. In his mind, the system's voice kept ringing out, causing Suyu to freeze in place. For a long time, Suyu's mouth gradually opened wide, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and confusion replaced everything. Holy! This reward! Invincible! It seems that this trip to the great competition is really the right one. Suyu looked at the reward and his eyes gradually glowed with a blazing light. Although none of these rewards are too decent, but so what, as long as they can make me stronger and keep me from being killed by the threats of the Emperor's tomb, my sister, and the Son of Heaven's destiny, all means are decent means. The Devil Toad Swallowing the Moon, Corpse Immortal Robbing the Heavens, and the 5 birds Devil Feather Fan, each and every one of them is a devil. Slightly more comforting would be the fact that the prison suppressor body is considered normal. In this world, demonic cultivators were not a taboo or a rarity, and they also had their own holy places. There is an unspoken agreement amongst the 10,000 races that no devil cultivator or devil fowl is allowed to become an emperor. Even if someone ascends to the throne, they will launch a great cleansing to wipe out the devil cultivators. Once he thought of these, the scorching heat in Suyu's eyes faded, and there was also helplessness that surfaced. Is the villain's buff so strong that he has to put himself on the opposite side of the world? It's okay. If you're strong enough, nothing is a problem. Throwing away a strand of frustration, Suyu regained his spirit. Sure enough, it's still reliable to reconcile with my sisters, or else being liquidated in the future will be for nothing. But A layer of haze gradually colored Suyu's eyes as he muttered, "Instead of handing over your fate to others, it's better to take control of it yourself." He had never killed anyone, nor did he have any thoughts of killing. But if it really came to the point where everyone wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't continue to hide. Prison body replacement completed. The cold mechanical voice gave Suyu the thickest bottom. The next second, inside Suyu's body, a powerful aura that seemed to be able to subdue the heavens and earth rose up to the sky, and the dense baleful aura startled the surrounding living beings into continuously retreating, and all the creatures that had some spirituality were all revealing panic. Spirit Sea Realm 2nd level. Spirit Sea Realm 3. The replacement of his physique pushed his qualifications to an even higher position, and the various pill medicinal effects that he had originally accumulated were fully absorbed and turned into the perfect nutrients for this elevation. Realm Enhancement Cards, use them all. Ding. Realm Enhancement Card 6 used successfully. Boom. The second eruption caused all the spiritual chi in a 100-mile radius to converge towards Suyu's direction, resembling a true dragon condensed from spiritual chi, roaming the heaven and earth. This kind of enhancement that could be called explosive was shocking. It seemed as if the heavenly pride of the trial ground had a feeling in their hearts, and they all looked over in the direction where Suyu was. This kind of loud breakthrough. Is someone breaking through to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm? Sure enough, it's an event for all the heavenly prides of the Eastern Wasteland. Anything can happen. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. I'm afraid that I can capture a top 20 ranking in this Heaven's Pride competition, right? There are very few heavenly prides that can successfully condense Dan before the age of 100, but not none, some even if they are not condensing Dan, but by virtue of their own powerful heritage and physique, they can also reverse the condensing Dan realm. The deer is yet to be known. In the middle of the trial ground, countless heavenly pride gathered, all kinds of bulls and snakes. Not far from the place where Suyu made his breakthrough, several bizarre figures gathered. How is it? Has the Holy Sun made contact with us? No word has been received from the Holy Sun yet. This hunt was arranged by the Holy Land. Is it hard for the Holy Sun to disobey? The situation has changed. The Holy Land has sent word for us to go all out to harvest the geniuses on the key list and collect and send out all the corpses. What about the Saint Sun side? There's no need to pay attention. The Saint Sun might have to be replaced. Yes. The several people who had gathered together had hidden themselves into the darkness, turning into a poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for someone to appear to deliver a fatal blow to them. The month-long points competition had also entered the white-hot stage. Valuable demonic beasts were ultimately limited. When the hunt reached about the same time, it was also the time to eliminate people. This points tournament was allowed to eliminate people entering here, no matter what background you had, as long as you couldn't beat others, and the points were robbed, they were robbed, and it could only be said that you were not strong enough, and you didn't have enough luck. Therefore, when those seeded players started, they didn't even bother to hunt the ferocious beasts. They were all waiting for those fat hogs to show up for them to swing their scythes and harvest. By the 21st day, Suyu's first had long since been snatched away. Originally, Suyu had more than 2,700 points to temporarily rank first in the first half, but now, the first had come to 20,000 points. It was equivalent to hunting 200 Spirit Sea Realm demonic beasts. Yunshi, now that several of us have 9,000 points, we don't need to go on competing, just keep being able to advance. In the middle of the dense forest, Su Qingying and Chen Yunshi were walking side by side. They glanced at their rankings, and all of them had already come to the top 50, and at that moment, they didn't have the heart to continue hunting demonic beasts. Because of their specialness, they had already been internalized by the Holy Land. Even if Chen Yunshi and Su Muyo hadn't been internalized by the Holy Land yet, as long as they reached the qualification test. Basically, the Holy Land was at their disposal. Well, but there's still 9 days to go, so what should we go do? Let's go find that little bastard Suyu. I see that his ranking has fallen to outside of 200. Find him and help him hunt some demonic beasts to advance to the next level. Also good, it's a kind of compensation for misunderstanding him. I don't have a problem with that. The girls had been harboring a grudge about their earlier misunderstanding of Suyu, and after seeing that Suyu had not moved, they were also planning to help him advance to the next level. And shortly after, the several people walked out of the dense forest. Several figures suddenly appeared. Are they the target figures that the Holy Sun has his eye on? It is indeed the aura of those few people, the supreme bone, the heavy pupil, and the immortal god phoenix body. Follow up and confirm the hunting target. Chapter 013 Dragon God Body. Are they all this stupid? Outside the Land of Trials. The entire Land of Trials was created by the 3 great Holy Lands, and the area was so large that it was also 3,000 miles in size. Everything inside was owned by the Holy Lands. This session of participating Heavenly Pride seems to be a little bit not quite right. In previous years, 3,000 Heavenly Pride can be in the first death of hundreds, even if more. This time, only 21 days passed, fell more than 200 people? A few middle-aged people sat around, looking at the broken jade cards in front of them, dull and lightless, could not help but feel strange. There were even a few seed geniuses among them who had died. One must know that every seed genius represented a holy land behind him that was concerned about him. It was 100% to enter the Holy Land for cultivation without any accidents. But this time, several died. Do we need to report it to the inner sect elders? A middle-aged deacon spoke out and inquired, with the dead seed geniuses, I'm afraid that something strange has appeared. Report it, if there really is a murderous person mixing in, it's not good to let them enter the Holy Land. The person in charge immediately clapped his hands. The reason why the Holy Land was a holy land was naturally because it had the ability to suppress all turmoil, and any voice of resistance was not worth mentioning in front of the Holy Land. However, the Holy Land was not something that everyone could enter. In addition to screening for talent, there was also screening for character, and those who were poor would not be able to enter the Holy Land even if their talent was good. Of course, they won't let it leave alive either. No one dared to guarantee whether a genius, after being rejected by the Holy Land, would become resentful and thus throw himself into the arms of a devil cultivator, and in the future, if his cultivation became successful, wouldn't it be a kind of threat to the Holy Land? So, it would be necessary to eliminate the root and branch. As this group of deacons decided to report the situation here in their own sect, the situation within the land of trials was naturally not as optimistic. Why is there a faint smell of blood along the way? The traces of a fight are also obvious. On the way to search for Suyu, Su Muyao gradually discovered what was wrong with the surroundings. There was the smell of blood here, as well as traces of what was clearly a human-to-human battle. Someone had died. Su Qingying glanced at the brown bloodstains on the ground that were drying up, and then looked around before saying, it should be time to hunt for someone else's points. It was not uncommon to hunt others for points. It's just that there are very few instances where death occurs. Go! Just as several people were fuming, Su Wanqing's voice suddenly became urgent, urging, Big sister, third sister, Yunxi, let's leave quickly, there's someone trailing behind us, it should be a hunter-killer. Hunters. That's the name traditionally given to those who aim to get their hands on other people's points. These types of people only have points in their eyes. If you hand them over obediently, they may not kill you, but if you resist, you might be killed. The cultivation level of the hunters varied, from the Spirit Sea realm to the Condensed Dan realm. Those who dared to make a move against them would definitely not be at the Spirit Sea realm. It would at least be Condensed Dan. Even if they were able to cross the ranks and fight, they would still be at risk of falling when facing one, or even multiple Condensed Dan realms. Hearing the three words hunter-killer, several people's faces obviously changed, and at that moment, they couldn't care less and immediately began to accelerate to escape from this place. Not long after a few people fled, a few black shadows appeared at the place where Su Qingying and the others had stopped earlier. Discovered, quickly contact the others and surround these people together. Supreme Bone, Heavy Pupil, Immortal Divine Phoenix Bloodline, not one of them can be let go. Yes. A few people said, and at the same time, they pushed their figures with all their might to chase after them. The situation of you chasing me gradually played out, and they also got closer and closer to Su Qingying and the others. After chasing for a few hours, four figures suddenly appeared in front of Su Qingying and the girls blocking their way. Each of them had realm fluctuations above the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Stop right there! The visitor bellowed. Buzz! As the gunpowder cut through the air, Su Qingying's face suddenly changed as she leapt out and swung out a blade with all her might, smashing the incoming blade power. Who are you people? Retreating back to Su Wanqing and the girls, Su Qingying said in a deep voice. If you want points, we are willing to hand them over and let us go. The purpose of these few people was too obvious, not like the type of hunters that specialized in plundering points. Instead, it has the feeling of specializing in hunting cultivators. In the face of these words, the several ordinary-looking men did not have any change in their emotions, but instead coldly said, points we want, your lives, we want them just as much. Kill. Boom. Without any nonsense, several people instantly raised their guns and killed. The strikes were clean and exceptionally decisive. The Spirit Sea realm's spiritual might erupted, like a giant bulldozer rushing across, destroying all the trees in the surroundings, turning them into a mess. The moves were even more exceptionally tricky and vicious, not at all like ordinary Gongfu martial arts. Make a move and find a chance to escape. Su Qingying shouted. Although Su Wanqing and the girls had never experienced a real battle, they were at least future empresses with heavenly destinies. They quickly adjusted themselves and began to battle with the 4 assassins. Among them, the one who performed the brightest was Chen Yunxi. He injured a man in 3 moves and then turned to help Su Muya. But this upper hand didn't last long before it was completely shattered by the 3 Condensed Dan powerhouses that came after them. Even though the 4 women all possessed the backbone to fight beyond the ranks, their realm was always a hard wound, able to cut through the unusual 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but unable to fight against the Condensed Dan realm powerhouses. There was no comparison between Spirit Sea and Dan condensation. In just a few moments, several people had already fallen into a disadvantage. We can't beat them, let's find a chance to retreat. Su Qingying couldn't help but shout as she looked at the almost one-sided situation. In a moment, I'll create an opportunity with the Supreme Bone's spatial secret technique, so you guys hurry up and run. Su Wanqing and the others didn't hesitate and nodded their heads in response. Good. Listening to the conversation of several people, one of the condensed Dan realm heavenly pride sneered, under the eyes of several of us, where else do you want to escape to? Suffer death. Boom. The might of the condensed Dan was completely ignited, and a sense of oppression that had almost turned into substance struck like waves. The pressure caused several people's bodies to sink violently. The great sense of oppression coming from within caused Su Qingying's face to become unsightly, and after looking around and seeing that several of her sisters were being pressed, her eyes snapped and she roared in a low voice. Space. However, not waiting for her to completely activate the supreme bone in her body, not far away, a furious voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, stop it, don't try to kill people. Boom. Immediately afterward, a faint dragon's might suddenly rose, coming from far to near. Hearing this angry cry, the three condensed Dan realms couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. In the next moment, they saw a thin youth holding a huge sword rushing towards them. Moreover, he had also erupted with a second-level cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm that was comparable to a high level of oppression. Sword of the Dragon's Nine Heavens. Boom! As the slender youth swung the huge sword in his hand to cut through the air, it seemed as if there was a faint dragon's roar that sounded with a great momentum. Looking at everyone, he turned his gaze towards himself. Long Feng's face had a flashing color of pride. A hero rescuing a beauty, didn't expect it. He was just passing by, letting himself encounter the immortal divine phoenix body. They were intercepted by the thieves. This time, one will definitely be able to erase the misunderstanding and also reap a wave of goodwill. One is a dragon god body possessor. Not a waste. It's just the condensed Dan realm. He, as daring as he is to try, with the dragon ancestor, he can definitely escape with the immortal divine phoenix body himself. Thinking of this, Long Feng had a faint smile rising on his face. Looking towards Su Muyao's direction, he shouted, Fellow Taoist Muyao, you guys run away, I'll fight for you for the time. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the figure of a strong condensed Dan realm practitioner suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, a huge force violently slapped Long Feng's body to the ground. Accompanied by a huge sound came, the ground was even smashed out a huge pit tens of meters wide. What a lot of nonsense, when did a waste of two Spirit Sea realm dare to come out and play the hero? At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. It was obvious that this change was not expected to happen. After Su Wanqing and the girl saw that Long Feng was slapped to the ground, they also turned their odd gazes towards Su Muyao. This dragon god body possessor is really undyingly trying to get close to you all. When Su Muyao saw that everyone was looking their eyes over, she couldn't help but want to cover her face. Dragon god body. Are they all this stupid? Chapter 014 What Holy Sun? Don't make up rumors. Not only did Su Muyao and the others feel their faces heat up, even the few assassins from the Emperor's tomb couldn't help but spit out their words. Looking familiar in the face, these two little cuties. Is it also a hunt target character? Hunt target 38, temporarily confirmed as the dragon god body owner. Then kill and take it away altogether. For Emperor's grave, as long as a person's corpse was still intact, they had a way to extract the physique and bloodline. As long as it was done within 12 hours, all the physiques would be theirs. As they secretly passed on their voices. Su Qingying couldn't help but say at this moment, this guy, find a way to get rid of him later. They would have been able to escape. As a result, this fellow Long Feng was the one who suddenly scurried out to send himself to his death, which caused another change in her plan. It was impossible to escape without getting injured. Good. As several people nodded their heads. In the deep pit on the ground, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from it, as if something had revived, and the sound was so strong that it almost broke the intensity that the Spirit Sea realm should have in the blink of an eye. Condensed Dan breath. Boom! Roar! In the next moment, a furious roar spread through the forest, and the violent fluctuation of spiritual energy caused everyone to look sideways. The condensed Dan realm, it's nothing to sneeze at. Long Feng's roar filled with anger rang out. The next second, an arm covered in green scales, similar to a dragon's claw, suddenly sprang out of the dust and directly grabbed the left foot of a condensed Dan realm powerhouse. Crunch! The moment the green scale arm grabbed the foot, it exerted force so violently that it actually tore that leg right off. In a flash, blood splattered and screams suddenly rang out. Ah! My leg! The mournful howl made everyone's scalp go numb. Immediately after, a tall figure with a figure over 3 meters in size, full of explosive muscles, and with a body covered in green scales appeared. Dragon might filled the air, causing all living beings in a 100-mile radius to prostrate. This was a natural bloodline pressure. Dragons, the longest of 100 scales, are invincible in flesh. Boom! After punching away the condensed Dan realm whose leg he had ripped off, this dragon man turned to look in Su Muyao's direction, grinning and revealing his fangs, saying, You guys go first, leave these people to me. After saying that, the dragon wind's thick legs bent slightly, and in the next moment, it exploded out like a bullet. His appearance successfully made the group of killers feel the threat of death. The power of the dragon ancestor combined with the potential of the dragon god body allowed him to briefly possess the battle power of the condensed Dan realm. The moment of pretense kicked in. Taking in the dumbfounded looks of Su Muyao and the others, Long Feng's heart was unbridled. However, he didn't say too much. He wanted to redeem his high and cold image. Therefore, he transferred all of his anger to these few killers. Incarnated as a dragon man, Long Feng's battle power was ridiculously powerful, almost whacking these few killers against each other. Su Qingying also returned to her old calmness at this moment and said, "Let's go find the little bastard. There is an abnormality here. The little bastard's little cultivation is afraid that he won't be able to block these people's hunt." After seeing that Long Feng alone could also carry these pressures, Su Qingying did not have any hesitation and directly called out to a few people to leave. Su Muyao and the others nodded and responded, "Good." Several people quickly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving the place to the frenzied dragon wind. Since he wanted to act tough, let's leave it to him. As they left, Long Feng did not have any intention of hiding his anger, turning it all into combat power and continuously smashing it into the remaining 2 condensed Dan realms and 4 spirit sea realms. Ow! Die for me! As a son of Qi, the law of meeting the strong was always valid. As long as it wasn't too outrageous. Sons of Qi can always turn a danger into a good one. After smashing a spirit sea realm assassin who couldn't dodge in time into a pulp with a single punch, the remaining few people were also terrified. Crazy, can the dragon god body still transform into a dragon to fight? Quickly escape, this guy has gone crazy. Asshole. Don't bite my arm. If anyone could see the scene, they would not be able to help but have psychological shadows. Long Feng completely interpreted madness to the fullest. As the hunt for the Emperor's grave slayers began, within the trial grounds, a wave of counterattacks was set off. Some celestial pride even joined forces to form a temporary anti-killing alliance. The outcome was naturally the first results. And on top of a certain mountaintop in the land of trials, Suyu, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally ended his cultivation to stabilize his cultivation. Slowly opening his eyes, Suyu opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Phew! The great changes brought about by his physique made Suyu enjoy it very much, especially when he felt the spirit sea within his dantian that was so thick that it had been completely liquefied. He nodded his head in contentment. 9th level of spirit sea realm. A little bit of self-preservation is cool. How can others understand this feeling of being open? Although in this world, the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, or even the condensed Dan realm was not considered to be a big deal, in the younger generation, it was already considered extremely strong. Especially since Suyu's age was only just turned 18. This complacency only lasted for a few moments before Suyu wilted because there were too many realms in this world. From the introductory body tempering to pulse condensation, to foundation establishment, innate, spirit sea, and Dan condensation. After that, there was the embodied god, Dharma phase, hijacking yin and yang, and upwards, there was the 5 failures of celestials, before reaching the holy realm. Difficult to climb. The reason why the Su family was a first-class family in the eastern wasteland was naturally because there was a strong presence of celestial 5 failures in the family, and his cheap old dad, Su Jiuxing, was even a strong person in the Jie and Yang realm. As soon as he thought that the family was still considered, Suyu's heart slightly settled down. Buzz off! Just as he was awakening, the Imperial Tomb Holy Land's transmission jade pendant in his bosom was also vibrating crazily at that moment. As soon as he took it out and held it in his hand, countless messages were drilled into his head. Drip, calling Saint Sun, where are you Saint Sun, the hunting program has begun. Saint Sun, we've spotted the 3 Su family sisters, come quickly. Sacred Sun is not well, a letter from the Holy Land, you have been removed from the command status of this hunt program. Lord Saint Sun, the elders have asked us to convey to you that you should return to the Holy Land within a year to participate in the examination. If you do not return by the due date, you will be recognized as a traitor. A message drilled into his mind, causing Suyu to have a headache. Sure enough, multiple identities just mustn't be, and one slip up is all it takes. But there was also the most extreme means, and that was to kill all the hunters, killing the group of hunters who knew their identities. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he would really only end up as a rat in the gutter. Just when Suyu was wavering on whether to choose to do so. In the forest behind him, a black-robed figure whose body emanated the aura fluctuations of the spirit sea realm walked out. He came behind Suyu and said in a cold voice, Lord Sacred Sun, you have never replied to our message, is it that you have already planned to betray the sacred ground? He was the only person who knew Suyu's true identity among the dead soldiers who came to hunt this time. During the original Holy Sun examination, he had lost to Suyu, losing his elite disciple status and being reduced to a sacred ground dead man. On his way to find a hunting target, he had also accidentally discovered Suyu. Therefore, he had been waiting for Suyu to wake up. Now that he saw Suyu waking up, he also couldn't wait to come over, wanting to question Suyu about the reason. Anyway, this time, Suyu's commanding identity in the hunting operation had been stripped away, so it was not impossible for him to question it. And when Suyu, who was in front of him, heard this cold questioning voice, he also shivered in fear. At this moment, Suyu no longer hesitated, turned around and directly slapped out a palm, and the palm wind with the power of suppressing the prison almost instantly slapped the dead soldier to death. Leaning north, who do you want to scare to death by suddenly appearing? What holy son, don't make up rumors. My name is Su Yu. P.S. One question, do you all want to write lighter invincible cool or nonsensical fast-paced cool? Do you prefer multiple Chi Lux Sun's oddball interactions or a protagonist solo? Chapter 015, Damn it, who's hunting my emperor's grave? What? In the last moment when Suyu's palm wind fell, that Spirit Sea Realm 8th level dead warrior's brain went blank, completely unanticipated that Suyu would act in such a manner. If he killed himself, was he not afraid of the Holy Land's chastisement? And why was his cultivation already at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm? Didn't the tipster say that the Saint Sun's cultivation was still stuck at the 9th level of the innate realm, just waiting to plunder the supreme bone and the heavy pupil to reshape his fate talent? Why? Why is this happening? Boom! After a violent tremor, dust flew in the sky, and the only thing left in place was a huge deep pit that nearly broke the cliff. After doing all this, Suyu's entire body was calm and incomparable as he looked at his masterpiece. Surprisingly to him, he did not even have half a bit of emotional fluctuation. It was as if he had long been accustomed to such things as killing. Truly, I am clearly called Suyu, but you insist on calling me some holy son. Isn't this a defamation of my innocence? Suyu shook his head and sighed. Holy son of the Emperor's tomb, Holy Land. Sorry, he really did not want to be one. Even if this was a holy land, so what? A holy land that was like a rat living in a sewer, hated by the entire Xian continent. Whoever dared to walk down the street with his name on their head would be afraid that they would not be killed on the street. So what if the strength was stronger? Without a great emperor, it would be overthrown all the same. Next, it's better to pull out all the dead soldiers and kill them to be on the safe side. Otherwise, once someone is caught and digs out from their mouths that there is a presence of their holy son in this trial, I'm afraid that the 3 holy lands, no, the entire eastern wasteland will be alarmed. You can't help but check yourself. The original Suyu's plan was to kill the 3 Su family sisters in the Heaven's Pride competition, plunder everything they had, and then return to the Emperor's tomb, so he had no qualms about it. But he was different. He wasn't going to be a gutter rat. Therefore, he was going to overthrow all this scheming and cut down all the dead soldiers. The only way he could live longer was to eliminate all the factors. Thinking of this, Suyu leapt and jumped down into the dense forest below the cliff and disappeared. There are some powerful Heaven's Destiny sons that I may not be able to defeat, but I can always whack them by the general public, right? If I can't even do that, then I'd better die lying equal. With Suyu casually killing this dead man, the other Emperor's tomb dead man Celestial Pride in the trial ground also sensed all of this. As the Celestial Pride gradually reacted, the number of deaths gradually decreased. In contrast, naturally, the dead soldiers began to die. At the same time, the intersect elders of the 3 holy lands who were in charge of the security of the test also discovered the clues and immediately issued temporary test tasks to all the celestials who were undergoing the trial. Beheading a hunter-killer will earn you a reward of 1,000 points, and if you kill a condensed Dan hunter-killer, you will earn 3,000 points. The points gained from the trial were naturally not as simple as just ranking. Any heavenly pride that entered the next level would be rewarded in accordance with the points ranking. The first place in the points competition could even choose any holy land and directly enter the holy land to become an inner disciple, along with the bestowal of a first-rate supreme technique of the hijacking yin-yang realm, as well as magic treasures, pills, and so on. This was also an important reason why some people would choose to rob others of their points. The rewards are just too tempting. The prides that had risen from the 100 Dynasties competition had never heard of the robbing yin-yang realm before, except for this time, and in their dynasties, some of the strongest people were even only Yin Shin, or even condensed Dan. Such a cultivation realm was placed in the first class of Eastern Wasteland powerhouses and was considered third class at best, but it was the topmost powerhouses that the grassroots geniuses had ever seen. How have they ever heard of a phallic phase above the embodied god, or even a hijacked yin and yang? With the release of this temporary examination task, all the geniuses all shook. At that moment, they were all galvanized into an anti-hunting mood. The Holy Land was optional, and the feats were optional. This was enough to make them fight with all their might, even if there was a risk of losing their lives. What was the harm? Kill. In just 3 days, many of the top-ranked heavenly prides kept falling one after another, and of course, there were others who had risen out of nowhere. But the most notable one was still a person called Suyu. Suyu, who had brushed up his presence in the early stages of the examination, had been silent afterward. However, now his points had suddenly skyrocketed to 20,000. Hot on the heels of the first. Good lord, how many demonic beasts and hunters has this killed? A 3-day surge of 18,000 points. Did this slaughter 6 condensed Dan realm hunters? Crazy, when did the Su family's foppish young master become so strong? I've seen him before, he's so arrogant. Isn't he only at the innate realm? Some of the celestial pride who were in the same realm as the Su family could not help but let out a cry of shock after seeing Suyu's name appear on the list. The change in information regarding Suyu naturally could not be concealed from Su Qingying and the others. When they saw that on the leaderboard, the little bastard brother they had been searching for had rushed to second, they were shocked. Sumuyao said with a dumbfounded look on her face. This asshole is high on drugs, isn't he? How did he rush to such a high ranking for a Spirit Sea Realm first level? 20,000 points. They don't even really dare to think that this score they can get. But the little bastard did it. No, hurry up and find him. Where was the last place he hung out? Let's hurry over there. It was more than 600 miles away from them. Suyu was alone chasing after 3 Emperor's Tomb dead soldiers at the high level of the Spirit Sea Realm. With just a single slash, he seriously injured them. He didn't need to make a third slash when he killed 3 Emperor's Tomb deadly celestials above the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. As the points on their bodies were plundered, Suyu also put away the jade tags that symbolized their identities. Having this identity as a rebel is good. Suyu could not hide the joy in his eyes as he watched his points skyrocket by 10,000 once again and was about to surpass the number 1. The others were still having a headache on how to find a dead soldier. He was different. With that jade tablet of the Emperor's grave Holy Land in his hand, the location of these dead soldiers was as transparent as if they were in front of him. One could find them at random. Since the decision has been made, there is absolutely no turning back. Suyu took a deep breath. He only had one path to choose from next. That was to join the 3 Holy Lands and then rise quickly under the sanctuary of the Holy Lands. And it was only in the Holy Land that there were enough sons of the Divine Order, and some of them were even the templates of the protagonists of the Netflix novels that they were familiar with. This kind of heaven's destined son was the only one who was good at punching people in the face. Keep going on and on, for the rest of the time, kill as many as you can, even if you can't kill them all, you still have to drive this group of gutter rats out of the trial ground. From today onwards, Mr. Suai, am not a rat along the way with you guys. Boom! In the next only 5 days left, so you barely stopped at all, constantly searching for this group of dead soldiers. After realizing that something was wrong, this group of dead soldiers also began to retreat continuously. Through the pre-arranged escape routes, they began to leave the land of trials. While in the outside world, the elder in charge of receiving the Emperor's Tomb Holy Land was furious beyond measure. The situation has changed, all the dead soldiers all quit, the mission is terminated. His heart was dripping with blood as he watched the dead geniuses of his own Holy Land fall one after another. Even though this group of people were dead warriors cultivated by the Holy Land. But each and every one of them, they were also considered heavenly prides. Aha! Damn it, who the hell is killing my people from the Emperor's Tomb? Chapter 016 Clueless. First place. Spirit Sea Realm. 9th. As Emperor Tomb's order to retreat was issued, those dead soldiers lurking in the land of trials also left. However, until the last day, Suyu had also killed the vast majority of the dead soldiers. And his personal points also came to a terrifying 70,000 points. 20,000 points more than the second place. The points trial tournament is over, all celestial pride exits the trial immediately. An old voice resounded over the entire trial site. As the voice fell, one Tianjiao was wrapped in streams of light and teleported out, and by the time they opened their eyes, they had already arrived at the center area of Tianjiao City. On the broad Tianjiao Square, every stream of light dissipates, there is a Tianjiao present. Those who ranked in the top 300 have successfully advanced to the next round, the rest of you can go forward to test your talent, and if your talent meets the standard, you can still enter the Holy Land. The Heaven's Pride competition like this one screened for young geniuses who had both luck and strength. The others might have been eliminated, but it didn't mean that they lost the chance to prove themselves, they could still join the Holy Land by testing their talents. It was only that the top 300 had a greater chance of entering the Holy Land than they did, and were solidly in the Holy Land. At the center of the square, the figures of 3 old men stepped in mid-air, their wrinkled old faces wearing smiles. The 3 of them, respectively, represented Tianxian, Zhouxiao, and Ziwei, the 3 great Holy Lands. Judging from the cultivation fluctuations emanating from their bodies, they were at least terrifying existences that surpassed the Jia Yin-Yang realm. There are some changes in the middle of this trial, so we have temporarily increased the assessment tasks. Of course, the rewards will also be increased. Previously, only the first 100 could obtain the rewards. This time, the first 300 of you, there are corresponding rewards issued. Hearing these words, in the square, those geniuses who managed to advance immediately became clamored. Those who advanced were rewarded. With the wealth of the Holy Land, I'm afraid that even the last place would get an unparalleled amount of resources, right? For a while, everyone began to look forward to it. And on the stands surrounding the Heaven's Pride Plaza, the representatives from all the major clans and dynasties in the Eastern Wasteland were also excited. On the grandstand area of the Eastern Wasteland's Eastern Realm. When Shen Zhongtian saw that his own daughter was also among the group of people who had advanced, he immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, what a surprise, my family's Yunqi has also advanced. This time, our Chen family actually has 3 people squeezing into the next round as well. Only the top 50 of the 100 Dynasties competition could come to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition, plus the hundreds of first-rate lineages and clans dependent on the Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland sending 10 people each, totaling 300 people selected to advance out of the entire group of 6,000 people. Chen family can have 3 people to advance to the next round, is already a very good result. Some unlucky first-class families and clans had even lost their entire army. Su Jiuxing's eyes searched through the 300 people who had advanced, and when he counted through and found the number of people from his own family who had managed to advance, his eyes widened. 7 people? What the hell? Didn't Au just break through the first level of the Spirit Sea realm? How did he advance? Su Jiuxing and a group of Su family members were confused. Su Yu, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyao, their 4 siblings had actually all advanced? Together with the other 3 people from the Su family sacred land lineage, out of 10 people, 7 had actually advanced. Playing around, there are really 7 people from the Su family advancing? My god, are the Su family's 100 years old heavenly pride so tough this term? They only had 1 person advance last year, right? Even if the Su family has a heavy pupil present, I didn't expect there to be so many young heavenly prides. Hiss, horrible chi. The Su family's situation naturally made people from the same first-class lineages and clans notice, and when they saw that the Su family had left a whole 7 people present, they were envious and jealous. 7 advancements meant that the Su family's resources for the next 100 years would be greatly increased. This was the Holy Land's support for talents. Those powerhouses from the 100 dynasties were also excited after seeing that their own dynasties also had a heavenly pride advance. Dynasties are weaker than lineages and have more people to eat. Being able to have 1 more celestial pride enter the Holy Land is 1 more resource to allocate, and it will be easier to annex other dynasties in the future. Waiting for all 300 to the back of the heavenly pride are eclipsed after the exit. At the moment, still on the field, is the next real heavenly pride big competition. The next Heaven's Pride big competition 2 games. Talent qualification testing. Whoever had the best qualifications would be admitted to the Holy Land on the spot. After that was the Heaven's Pride ranking, a 1-on-1 promotion tournament. Until the first place is contested, the first heavenly pride of this century will be born. Every first heavenly pride enjoys great fortune, almost without any accident, will eventually become a celestial 5 decline of the strong, if the talent is strong enough, and is even expected to quasi-saint realm. At the grand competition ring, the 3 sacred land elders continued to speak at this time. Silence. Next, it is about the announcement of the rankings of the points competition and the distribution of rewards. Upon hearing this, the cacophony in the Heaven's Pride Plaza suddenly became much smaller. Only after the crowd had all quieted down did the 3 old men slowly say, in addition to the top 100, the 100-300th place finishers, each of them will receive 10,000 medium spirit stones plus a 3rd grade earth rank technique in this points competition. The 3rd grade earth stage technique, which could be cultivated up to the realm of the embodied god, was a treasure that ordinary celestial pride could only dream of. The moment this reward came out, all the Heaven's Pride gulped at the same time. 3rd grade earth rank, this was a divine skill that only the royal family and some princes possessed in the dynasty. And 10,000 medium spirit stones was a huge amount they had never seen before. The first place in the 100 Dynasties competition was only 1,000 medium spirit stones, but here in the Holy Land, the random reward given was 10 times their first place. In this world of cultivation, what was most lacking were techniques and resources. With these 10,000 spirit stones and 3rd grade merit laws, at least 30% more of these 200 heavenly prides would be able to successfully break through to the embodied god. The top 100, 11th 99, will be uniformly rewarded with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus a 2nd grade heavenly rank technique, and at the same time, they can be directly admitted into the Holy Land as inner disciples. Boom! The moment this reward came out, it instantly made everyone swallow their saliva. This reward was many times more generous than previous years. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, but it was comparable to 100,000 medium spirit stones, especially the 2nd grade heavenly rank technique, which was a direct reference to the Dharma phase powerhouse. Such a reward would be coveted by even many second-rate families. However, what shocked them even more was the next reward for first place. Due to the fact that the points of the first place this time broke the previous records, so, after the discussion of the 3 Holy Lands on the rewards, we have decided to give the first place. Any one of the 3 Holy Lands can enter the Holy Land directly under the name of the Inner Sect Elders. Thud. Granting a first-rate supreme technique, the entire Yin-Yang dual realm technique, a 9-spirit chi condensation pill, and 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Thud. Every word from the elder made the crowd's hearts beat wildly. However, the next words caused countless people to be completely stunned in place. First place in the points trial tournament, Suyu, peak 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Points, 74,000. At this moment, everyone's mouths were all wide open, so shocked that they were able to stuff a whole egg in. At this moment, their brains were all blank. Only one sentence lingered in their minds. First place. Spirit Sea realm. 9th? Not only were others confused, the most confused was Su Jiuxing on the stands. Spirit, 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm? Number 1 is my family Au? Playing? PS, 4 shifts starting tomorrow. Chapter 017, my pretender son is still number 1? When he heard the Holy Land Elder announce that the first place in the points trial tournament was his own son, Su Jiuxing only had big question marks in his head. If others didn't understand his son, didn't he understand him? You say that his son is arrogant and bossy and loves to pretend, he believes it. But you have to say that he got the first place in the first match of the Eastern Desolate Heavens Pride competition. How is that possible? His own son wasn't this dense, really, not so much of a waste, but it had nothing to do with the first Heavens Pride. A month ago or just broke through the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. A month later it suddenly popped up to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Who would dare to believe this leap of improvement? This is cultivating immortality, not playing on crack. Su Jiuxing was stupefied, mechanically twisting his head to Chen Zhongtian, who was also in a state of dumbfoundedness, and said, "Dia, give me a punch, let me see if I'm dreaming." Bang! Naughty punches Su Jailhouse Row with a relentless jab to the stomach. Put! Looking at Su Jiuxing's almost vomiting from the beating, Chen Zhongtian's mouth twitched continuously. "Brother, does it hurt? This doesn't seem to be a dream." With this punch, he used 80% of his strength. Although he was brutally beaten, Su Jiuxing had no intention of counting at all, only being dumbfounded. This pretender son of mine really came first? Is the sky falling? No. They weren't the only ones, the people around them were in an equally dumbfounded state. A Spirit Sea Realm 9th level got the first place in the points competition. What's the ingredient? The shock this brought to them was no less outrageous than that of an elementary school student who was just in elementary school and suddenly took the national top prize. The 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm might be very strong. But in this Heaven's Remarks competition, there were not a few people stronger than him. Compared to the shock of the onlookers, the 4 women of Su Qingying in the Tenjiao Square were even more confused. Who am I? Where am I? Did the elders of the Holy Land just say that the first in the points race was that little bastard Suyu? Same name, same surname? Even with Su Qingying's calmness, she was just as shaken out of her mind after hearing this news. Su Wanqing on the side even murmured, "Big sister, I must be dreaming right, the elder must have made a mistake, right, he must be reading from someone with the same name, right? It must be a mistake, isn't that bastard Suyu only at the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm?" Su Muyao echoed. Chen Yunqi nodded her head like garlic and kept repeating, "It must be a mistake, it must be, it must be." If you were to say that Long Feng could take first place, they could all still accept it. But Suyu getting first place? And the realm is still the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. What about playing? They were still thinking of teaching Suyu a lesson, but as a result, a month down the line, they simply couldn't find Suyu as a person. Now that the trial is over, you're telling me that he came first? The 4 women's minds are all a little broken. This was like the brother who was originally a school dud suddenly getting into a world-class school, making it hard to accept. As they froze. In the middle of the crowd, a figure slowly walked towards the front, and when he walked to the center of the ring, everyone finally got a good look at him. When they saw that it was really Suyu, all the people who knew Suyu were struck by lightning. They were all struck by lightning. It's really him. On the ring, under the gaze of countless gazes, Suyu calmly walked onto the stage and arched his hand at the 3 sacred ground elders. "Late generation Suyu, I have met the 3 elders." Taking the first place, although it was very much missed, Suyu was fearless. It would be foolish to have talent and not reveal it. The so-called Godawan pretending to be a pig in a poke didn't suit him. To be invincible. To go on arrogantly with invincibility, so that all the guys with heavenly destinies can take notice of themselves. Trample them all underfoot. As for the 3 sisters and Chen Yunqi, Suyu did not know if he could really leave them behind, but at the very least, he should not lag behind them. Right now, they would still have the concept of kinship, but who knows if they would go out of their way to kill themselves behind them. After all, he or she is a villain who was a small-time master of death. The existence that the Destiny's Child hated the most. It's better to be strong yourself. Looking at Suyu who stood in front of himself and the others, the 3 of them nodded with great delight and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad, to be able to get the first place at such a young age, in time, it is bound to be a party of strong men." As elders of the Holy Land, they might not have been the first in the calendar in that year, but their luck must have been very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. They had seen too many heavenly prides over the years, but most of them died out and were surpassed by them. But Suyu was different, getting first place at this age with the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. This kind of combat power was already comparable to a core disciple, although it was still a bit worse than the Holy Sons cultivated by the Holy Land, it was not too far off. The elder residing in the center position flexed his finger and a storage ring landed in front of Suyu. "This is your reward, keep it," the white-bearded elder said in a pleasant manner. "Thank you 3 elders." With that, Suyu retreated back. After he had collected the rewards, the 3 elders looked back to the crowd and continued to award the rewards for the 2nd to 10th place. Second place, Shu Tian, 4th level of the Condensed Dan Realm, 51,900 points. A first grade Supreme Technique is granted, 600 top grade Spirit Stones are granted, 1 Tian Yuan Nourishing Spirit Pill is granted, and 1 can be admitted straight into the Holy Land to become an inner disciple. Third place, Yifan, 4th level of the condensed Dan realm, points 50500. Granting a first-rate supreme technique, granting 400 top-grade spirit stones. Other than the top 3 having a first-grade absolute merit law and pills bestowed, the rewards for the 4th through 10th places were all similar. Su Qingying, on the other hand, several people just happened to be in the top 50, with no additional special rewards. Of course. For a few of them, it didn't matter if they had these rewards or not. Their talent was enough to erase all gaps. Shen Yunqi was even more needless to say, with a body of immortal laws. Although she had yet to cultivate the results, her future potential was countless times stronger than all the sons of heavenly fate. The 4 of them wanted to enter the Holy Land, and that was the nail in the coffin. After entering the Holy Land for cultivation, their cultivation would rocket. The process of handing out rewards ended quickly. After all the celestial pride had received their rewards, the head elder of the 9 heavens sacred land slowly said, "Next, enter the talent test phase. It will then be based on the talents you have displayed, and our 3 great holy lands will select them one by one. After confirming the sect you will enter, the true heavens pride competition will officially kick off. Points trials to screen geniuses with poor chi. Talent test, screening geniuses with poor natural talent." The first 2 were chi and talent, while the final heavens pride competition was what determined the belonging of the strongest heavens pride under the age of 100. You can have slightly worse chi luck, or you can have a weaker natural talent than others. However, if at this age, you can burst out with a battle power that surpasses that of a heavenly pride with stronger talent and better chi than you, and defeat them, then you are the one who is the strongest heavenly pride. Under the gazes of everyone who was eagerly waiting, the elder of the 9 heavens sacred land waved his sleeve robe. Boom! A crystal stone monument that was 10 meters tall appeared in the ring with a loud bang. All you young geniuses, come on, try to break the record, hoping that one day, the history books of the Eastern Wasteland will have the names of some of you. Talent test. Begin. Chapter 018. The Shrimp Head Woman Steams Shrimp Heads. The elder's words made all the heavenly pride's hearts pound, cultivators who didn't want to remain famous in history, so that people in future generations could read about their deeds. This passionate speech mobilized all their emotions. One by one, they rushed forward to test their talents. However, out of the 6,000 people, not everyone had excellent talent, while some possessed good fortune and were lucky enough to obtain a chance to reach the Spirit Sea realm or even the condensed Dan realm before the age of 100. However, in the talent test, their performance was very ordinary. Just mediocre in comparison to the Celestials. Medium-low qualifications, physique, mortal body, go register aside and wait for the notification. Medium qualification, physique, upper middle, your qualifications are good, fill in your name and spiritual attributes here. Superior qualification, physique, superior, barbarian bare body, yoho, suitable for body refining little guy you leave your name here as well. The crystal stone monument for testing qualifications was a demon spotting mirror for cultivators. It can reflect all of your true qualifications. Although in the ancient times, there were cultivators with inferior qualifications and mortal physique who proved to be great emperors, but that requires great chance, except for those few people. Have you ever heard of anyone who can prove to be a great emperor with a very poor foundation? No. So the survivor bias remains all the time, no matter when. The so-called Avenue 50, the heavenly reproduction of 49, the people recluse 1, everything is absolutely no road to certain death, but want to stand out in the billions and billions of 1%, that is the need for great chance and great luck. Talent is excellent, physical extraordinary people, the probability of becoming a road is countless times greater than your average person. As they all crowded towards the testing stone monument, Suyu also quietly retreated. He wanted to find a high place to glance at all the heavenly pride in the square, find out those sons of fortune with red destinies, and then mark them out one by one before designing how to pull their wool over their eyes. The current scene of this gathering of heavenly prides was a rare and good opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. However, just as he exited the crowd and was about to head to the stands, 4 figures blocked his way at the same time. When he saw the several people standing in front of him, Suyu could not help but froze and said suspiciously, "Big sister, what are you guys stopping me for?" He had already tried very hard to avoid contact between himself and his 3 sisters. But they still find themselves. Can't shake them off. Ugh. Shrimp head girl. It's Suyu who's going to gouge out your bones and pluck out your eyes and draw your blood. What's the relationship between me and Su? What's the relationship between me and Mr. Su? And Chen Yunqi? Withdrawal of the marriage. On the withdrawal of the marriage, we are saying, and did not publicly humiliate you to write you a letter of repudiation, as to be so catty. The gas is shaking cold. When am I going to get up and stomp all 4 of you? Eldest sister Su Qingying stared straight at Suyu, her gaze seeming to see through him, saying, "Little bastard, you're hiding deep enough, 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm." This bastard, before, must have deliberately hidden his true cultivation to tease them. Su Wanqing wrapped her hands around her chest, the corners of her mouth turned away, and she sneered, "What, are you waiting for us to piss you off, and then you're good to explode to whack us?" Among the few people present, she was the one who had the most malice towards Suyu. Because at first, she was really almost dug in. It was that 0.01 centimeters away. Looking at the several people, Suyu couldn't help but feel a headache and faint boredom, impatiently saying, "Whatever you guys think, can you stop blocking me? I've stopped appearing in front of you guys, what more do you want from me?" Saying that, Suyu bypassed the siege of several people and walked towards the stands. Hearing Suyu's words, the few people were obviously stunned. After seeing that Suyu was about to walk onto the stands, Su Qingying and the others glanced at each other before shouting, "What happened in the land of trials before?" "I'm sorry, La, it's because we didn't understand clearly and misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive us. Of course, the vendetta between us won't be settled so easily. As we agreed in the beginning, the grudge between you and us will be settled when our cultivation surpasses that of Pop's, and also, all four of us will join Tianxian." When Suyu heard this, his footsteps lurched, he let out a smile and responded, "Good, I'll remember that. However, I will choose to join the Nine Heavens Sacred Land." A few people couldn't help but skim their lips as they watched Suyu walk to the stands after he finished speaking. This little bastard is getting more and more pretentious, but not as arrogant as before. Let's go too, to test the talent. With that, the four women turned around and returned to the crowd, lining up to receive the talent test. On the stands, Suyu's gaze was on the four women, and the corners of his lips rose slightly, but they were quickly suppressed. Was it the agreement in the beginning? That's just what Suyu told you in order to fool you. If it was the predecessor, then sister and brother would have completely turned against each other in the trial site, right? But it's good. That lie, too, bought me time. At least, until I surpassed the cultivation level of my cheap old dad, I was still safe and didn't have to worry about whether or not your attitudes towards me would suddenly change. The agreement between them is, after 100 years, regardless of whether or not their cultivation exceeds that of their cheap old dad, Su Jiuxing, they will end everything. Either Suyu killed 3 sisters. Either that, or the 3 sisters killed him. Whether or not that would change now, that Suyu did not know. At least, he thought that the 3 sisters would not change. After all, the original body of him was running to take their lives. Putting aside these mixed thoughts, Suyu stood in an unoccupied corner of the stands and silently observed this group of heavenly pride. With a flash of thoughts in his eyes, in the square in front, there was a line of information column on the head of every one of the heavenly pride. The red color and above was the main object he was going to observe. Let me see, which little fat sheep will be my first prelude. Suyu was observing this group of heavenly pride who possessed a destiny above red. And amongst the crowd, as one Tianjiao test went down, it was soon Su Qingying's turn for them. After Su Wanqing submitted her identity jade card, the elders of the 3 great holy lands who maintained order likewise noticed her. Among them, the elder from the Tianxian Holy Land even revealed a bright smile. "Aya, it's you sisters, Wanqing, come, the old man will personally help you test." Su Wanqing was the person that the Supreme Elder had named for attention, and back then, her heavy pupil appearance had shaken the entire eastern wasteland. "Thank you, Elder." Su Wanqing smiled faintly. "A trivial matter, come, let me see to which point your qualifications are strong nowadays." The Tianxian Holy Land's elder smilingly came in front of the crystal stone tablet to input his own spiritual energy, and when he had activated the testing stone tablet, he said to Su Wanqing, "Just infuse your spiritual energy into it." Su Wanqing nodded and stood in front of the stone tablet as she took a deep breath. From now on, she was going to look higher. As Su Wanqing's delicate hand was placed on the stone tablet, soft spiritual energy surged down her arm and into the stone tablet. In an instant, the crystal stone monument lit up with a blinding light. The sky above the sunny Tianjiao city also changed abruptly. Rumble. With the appearance of the dark clouds, accompanied by it, was a thick lightning bolt. This scene attracted everyone's attention. By the time they looked at the testing stone monument, on the monument, large, golden letters almost blinded them. There was no physique, no so-called middle or upper distinction, and in the line of qualifications, the only thing that shone was a big, golden word. Qualification, Emperor. At this moment, the entire room was silent. Chapter 019. Hey, you're a holy land, have some face, don't move around all day and dig up old ancestors for people. Not only that, the other 3 people besides Su Wanqing similarly measured their qualifications. Without exception. All of them are emperor-level qualifications. Although the emperor-level qualifications did not mean that this person would definitely become an emperor, the qualifications were there, and the probability of becoming an emperor was innately countless times higher than others. It is not only the great emperors that are called emperors, but also the prospective emperors. Tianjiao Square fell into deathly silence. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the 4 beautiful and peerless figures on the ring. At this moment, they were dazzling to the extreme. Hiss. Gosh, what kind of terrifying talent is this, to have an emperor-level qualification? Monsters, 4 monsters in a row. This scene caused countless young minds that had been hailed as heaven's pride since childhood to be greatly impacted. Not to mention the various forces in the stands. Su Jiuxing stared blankly at the test results of his three daughters, his gaze empty, as if he had lost his soul. Not only him, even the Su family elders beside him had their mouths wide open, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing ghosts, is it because I got up fierce today, our Su family? 3 emperor-level qualifications? Master, were you an emperor or an immortal in your past life? The matriarch has given birth to 4 cubs, 1, first in the trial points competition, 3. All qualified at the emperor level. The Su family was shocked to the point of stagnation, and the Chen family next to them was just as stagnant. Chan Yunshi. Also at the emperor level? Hiss. Hair. The entire venue, after being silent for a long time, suddenly erupted with the sound of sucking in cool air, and the movement was so great that it seemed as if it was going to suck out the aura of the entire Heavens Remarks Plaza. Holy. Pervert it. An emperor-level qualification that couldn't come out in 1,000 years, and now 4 have come out at once? The testing monument is malfunctioning, isn't it? Don't be ridiculous, can't you see that on it is the testing ceremony personally presided over by the Elder of the Holy Land? Hiss. That's true. No, which power are they from? I'm going to join them, I want to have a big leg. Look at you. Father, isn't our great Zhou dynasty a first-class power? Hurry up and find out who they are, I want to propose marriage, yes, I like which one is high and cold. The noise on the square couldn't affect the 3 great elders in the slightest, their eyes became extremely hot at this moment. Previously, other than the Tianxian Holy Land's elder, the other 2 didn't have much to fight for. After all, Tianxian was all set back then. But now, they regretted it. For emperor-level qualifications, ahem, Wanqing have you guys thought about which Holy Land you want to enter? The Tianxian Holy Land's elder tried to squeeze out the kindest smile he had ever seen in his life, the corners of his mouth almost grinning to the back of his ears. Old Zhu, what are you talking about? Let the sisters choose for themselves. The elder of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land was not happy and muttered. The elder from the Violet Sacred Land nodded his head in agreement. That's right, you're breaking the rules. For emperor-level qualifications, and you still want to take them all? You have to ask them if they're willing. Little friend, come to my 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, what resources you want are yours to ask for, my 9 Heavens definitely has the strength to help you find them. Don't listen to him, little friend, my Violet Vine is the strongest Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland, come to Violet Vine, the Holy Lord can even be your nephew. My Violet Vineyard personally dug out the old ancestor to be your master. Hearing the olive branch thrown out by the 2 of them, Tianquan's elder instantly became anxious and said in dissatisfaction, enough from you 2, you said again that you'd let them choose for themselves, but it turns out that you're all more outrageous than one another, aren't you? Old Zhu, you shut up. Looking at the 3 elders arguing, Su Wanqing smiled faintly and said, thank you for the 2 elders' kind words. However, the 4 of us choose to join Tianxian. Compared to the other 2 Holy Lands, Tianxian was clearly more suitable for them, and it was also the only female-dominated Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland. Alas, fine. Seeing that they already had their own choices, the 2 elders of Violet and 9 Heavens could only sigh in disappointment. However, in order to befriend them, the 2 of them also gifted the 4 women some resources in their personal names before they each retreated. Waiting until after the 2 of them had gone, Elder Tianxian, surnamed Zhu, smiled broadly and hurriedly muttered, the 4 of you won't have to take part in the next examination, just watch from the sidelines, I'll notify the Supreme Elder to come out of the gate to pick you up and return you to the sect. Fortune is in the air, fortune is in the air. The 4 emperor-level qualifications were all taken by Tianxian. Tianxian is going to be rich. The 2 emperor-level seeds from the previous 10 sessions were taken by Ziwei. I didn't expect them to be doubled back this year by me. Tianxian, wahahaha. Jiu Shao and Ziwei, who had retreated a short distance away, couldn't help but skim their lips when they heard these words. The previous 10 sessions had fluked out 2 emperor-level qualifications, but the natural talent was obviously not as good as the quality of these 4, right? Old Zhu is really petty, remembering it until now. That being said, however, thinking about the fact that his family had still taken 2 emperor-level seeds, Elder Ziwei was clearly much more balanced. Unlike the elder of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, an old face pulled to the point of dragging the ground up. In the next natural talent test, although there were a few that detected saint-level qualifications, they were significantly dimmer than the 4 emperor levels on the same stage. Detecting talent did not take long. Of the 6,000, 5,700 were tested under the ordinary deacons. Only 300 were the focus of attention. These types of people either had great chances and great luck, or were demonically gifted. To be able to stand out among 6,000 people, one's chi obviously wouldn't be too bad. Little friend Suyu, it's your turn. On the stands. Suyu sniffed and immediately jumped down, placing his hand on the testing crystal tablet as he came to the ring. Seeing Suyu ascend the stage, Su Qingying and the others who had long retreated to the stands also focused all their eyes on him. They also wanted to take a look. How talented this obnoxious asshole of a brother really is. The same goes for everyone else. To be able to get first place in the points trial competition with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, one's natural talent would definitely not be too weak. Buzz. as Suyu's spiritual energy surged out of his palm, after heading towards the detection stone tablet. The next moment, the stone monument glowed brightly. Physique, prison suppressor body. Qualification. Seeing the two lines that appeared on the stone tablet, all of the celestial pride, including everyone in the stands, all froze. The physique was there, the prison suppressor physique. One of the 100 great physiques of the ancient times, the great completion of the prison suppressing physique can suppress a domain. If you want to suppress a domain, you can't do it without a quasi-emperor in cultivation. But shouldn't someone with such a physique also have emperor-level qualifications? But why didn't Suyu's qualifications reveal anything? It was even blank. Everyone didn't understand what the hell was going on. Others may not understand. However, the elders of the three great holy lands were clear on what this blank qualification actually meant. The moment they saw that Suyu's qualification was blank, the three elders' eyes glazed over with a look of having seen a ghost. This. Before anyone could figure out the situation, the three great elders spoke out at the same time, in a rush. Little friend, join my violet sacred ground, see which Taishang elder you speak to, I'll spell out my old life to dig it out for you to play with. Nonsense. Old MO, can your violet sacred ground be a bit tempting? Don't move around all day and dig up elder ancestors for people. Little friend, they can't make it in Z-way, come to my 9 heavens, and the Holy Lord's seat will be yours. Looking at the three great elders who were arguing on the stage, a big question mark popped up above everyone's head. What's going on? Chapter 020, Prepared for a Blow, who understands Long Feng's aggression? Other people can't figure this out no matter what, but does it matter what the next person thinks? They didn't even bother to explain it now. At the same time, it is unlikely that they will try to explain. The three people only had one thought, and that was to let Suyu enter under their sect no matter what. The other sects they were not at ease with. This crystal tablet could predict imperial level qualifications, but it couldn't predict higher level destinies and root bones. Once it was unable to measure the opponent's roots, there was only one reason. Immortal level qualification. Obviously, Suyu possessed such a qualification. Little friend Suyu, you choose, no matter which holy land you choose, the other two holy lands will not do anything to you. Yes, even if the other holy lands dare to do something to you, first ask me if the Violet Vine Sacred Ground agrees with you. By joining the Violet Vine, you will have an old ancestor to protect you, personally digging up an old ancestor for you to play with. Bah! Old MO, you need to have some face. If your old ancestor knew about this virtue of yours, he would have to jump out and beat you to death right now. The gazes of the three were incomparably hot, as if Suyu was not a man, but a stunning woman standing in front of them tempting them. Facing their gesture of goodwill, Suyu withdrew his palm and smiled, I want to join the 9 heavens sacred land. Tianxian was the choice of the three sisters. In the Violet Sacred Ground, it was the dynasty's heavenly pride that predominated, and the Violet Sacred Ground, established in the name of the Emperor Star, was the dynasty's first choice. As for the 9 heavens, it is mysterious and incomparable. The commoners only knew that the 9 heavens were the 3 holy places that had never fallen, and no one knew any more information. All things considered, 9 heavens was the best choice. Hearing Suyu's answer, of the 3 elders, other than Elder Qin of the 9th heaven, the other 2 all wilted. Ha, little friend, you won't regret choosing my 9 heavens sacred ground. Seeing that Suyu had chosen himself, Elder Qin immediately burst out laughing. Elder Qin was in an extremely good mood, so much so that he did not even intend to watch the next test. There was no other. Suyu's qualifications topped everyone. Although Elder Mo and Elder Zhu were lost, they still gave their gifts. After the sect was chosen, Suyu and the 3 elders also left the field, leaving only the people in the square looking at each other. On the stands, Su Qingying, several people opened their mouths, wanting to speak, but they didn't know where to start. He seems to be treated better than us. Su Qingying sighed. Su Wancheng and Su Mudao tacitly did not say anything. It was just that when Suyu's qualifications came out, they could not figure out why. The little bastard's qualifications were so good, and he had to plot what was on them. Isn't his better? What the hell for? Chen Yunqi stared at Suyu's figure with a deadpan stare, and a faint suspicion showed in her eyes. To have the 3 elders' attitudes even more excited than seeing the 4 of them at the imperial level, could his qualifications not be immortal? It couldn't be. No matter how one looks at it, Suyu's qualifications don't seem like there are immortals. Could it be? There's another reason? Other people didn't understand qualifications, but Chen Yunqi did. It was impossible for a mortal to have immortal level qualifications, and there was only one possibility for someone who could be tested for immortal level qualifications, and that was the combination of an immortal and an immortal, or the reincarnation of an immortal. Mortal World detected immortal level qualification? Absolutely impossible. What the hell is this for? Several people couldn't understand even if they thought about it, what exactly was Suyu's reason for making several holy lands compete for the person they wanted. But the truth was, Suyu just had an enlightened system along with a miserable black destiny. Don't even think about qualifications or anything else, it's good to not die. And in the middle of the heavens Pride Square, there was a jealous gaze constantly sizing up Suyu. Lean. Why is this guy's qualifications so dopey that he's being fought over by 3 holy lands? My hallowed dragon god body even has to queue up. The immortal god phoenix body was happy to have an emperor level qualification, dragon wind was happy. But Suyu also had such treatment, which Long Feng did not like. The immortal divine phoenix body was destined to be in existence combined with the dragon god body in the past, so the more dazzling the immortal divine phoenix body behaved, the more excited he was, because that was likely to be his future Dao couple. But what about Suyu? On what grounds? You've offended yourself. He, Long Feng, would not allow any other man to be more gripping than himself. Humph. Dragon ancestor, what kind of qualifications do you think he has that would allow the 3 great holy lands to snatch him at the same time? After sulking, Long Feng asked in his mind. In his mind, the dragon ancestor pondered for a moment, then said, perhaps it's because he possesses a qualification that surpasses the emperor level, or it's possible that it's a fit for some of the secrets of the 3 great holy places. He did not feel that Suyu was the reincarnation of an immortal, and at the same time, he did not feel that he was the product of a powerful immortal's union. If it was an immortal, that unique cultivation style that didn't belong to this world, he could recognize it at once. Neither was it, so it could only be the third. A fit for the 3 holy places. After saying that, the dragon ancestor turned his words around and comforted Long Feng. You shouldn't have any unwillingness either, you have to believe in yourself. With my teachings, your future belongs to the top tier and is no worse than anyone else. Dragon god body plus himself a fallen immortal level dragon powerhouse, isn't cultivating a little guy from the lower realms still a handful? Hearing these comforting words from the dragon ancestor, Long Feng nodded his head very approvingly. You're right, dragon ancestor. If he can, so can I. Saying that, Long Feng walked through the crowd and quickly walked to the testing crystal tablet. Isn't it just an emperor-level qualification? You can do it yourself. In the points trial tournament, he had killed a few dead soldiers from the emperor's tomb and hunted many demonic beasts, and had squeezed into the top 50 in points. He was also considered to be a minorly famous Heaven's Pride contestant. When he took the stage, he naturally attracted quite a few gazes. I'm no worse than anyone else. Long Feng stood in front of the stone monument and looked at himself reflected in the crystal monument. He took a deep breath and secretly said. As Long Feng's unique spiritual energy poured into the testing stone tablet, in an instant, the light bloomed once again. The light was dazzling, just as before. Buzz. Physique, dragon god body, qualification, emperor. As the 2 lines of large golden letters highlighted on the crystal stone tablet, everyone was startled again, but they all quickly came back to their senses. Another emperor-level qualification. Who is this person? Oh, it's Long Feng from the Great Yuan dynasty, rumored to be a genius rising from a small town. Slightly bullish and pushy. The crowd's reaction was sparse. Long Feng turned a deaf ear, only subconsciously glancing at Su Muyao's direction out of the corner of his eye. Little guy, brother is also talented, how is it, was I charmed? However, Su Muyao was the one who had long since turned around and left the stands. Seeing Su Muyao's absence, Long Feng's face froze. Where is the person? Where is the person? Where's my charming immortal phoenix body? Forget it. Seeing that he couldn't find Su Muyao, Long Feng could only let out a dark sigh and consoled himself. At least there's still the Holy Land that I can choose from, isn't it? Just when he was full of expectations. The elder of the 3 great sacred lands who was sitting in front of him, however, only gave him an unexpected glance before saying with a lack of interest and breathlessness, Ah, young and promising young friend. Which Holy Land do you wish to choose? Take your pick. Hearing such a casual tone, Long Feng was completely petrified and a mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. What the hell? I'm an emperor. I'm an emperor. Can't you guys just open your eyes and look at me? Whoa. So J8 aggravating. Chapter 021. I'm really curious now, what did he get first place by? The test of talent was set up so that those heavenly prides with strong aptitude would not be buried. Even though it was a bit less lucky, it was also to give people confidence. The other thing is that there are some that stay down there and can't break free from their cage because they are slow to awaken their talents. The testing methods used by the 3 great holy lands could be much stronger than the dynasties below. It was able to test a person's physique in depth. Even if your physique is not yet awakened, it can be detected. Among the group that was eliminated, the unawakened wood spirit body, unsullied body, and war god body were detected, and this was the importance of the talent test. The time spent on testing talent wasn't much, and the 6,000 people were only tested for a day. The next day after the talent test, early in the morning, the sun had just climbed out of the east, and the stands in Tianjiao Square were already filled with people. Strong people from all the forces in the eastern wasteland had come. They, who had come to pick up the pieces. The heavenly pride that the Holy Land could not see, put in a small place, it was the top existence. A lot of second-rate and third-rate forces waited with eager anticipation, waiting for that group of eye-catching heavenly pride to be eliminated, and then they went up to bring it back to their own clans to cultivate it. There was once a third-rate power, because it picked up a heavenly pride eliminated by the Holy Land. That heavenly pride then managed to break through the celestial fifth failure realm under their cultivation, as well as the addition of various chances, and leapt to become a first-rate power. Time flowed away little by little, and soon came to the hour of the hour. The arrival of the hour, the elders of the three great Holy Lands stepped into the air and fell into the center of the heavens pride square. Looking at the crowds, and then looking down at the young celestial pride waiting to open the final battle for the celestial pride, the head of the Chin elder opened his mouth aloud and shouted, "Come on, all the young celestial pride. Let's open the battle for the first heavenly pride title within the next 100 years. Enjoy the augmentation of chi and become strong." Next, the heavens pride competition officially begins. Rumble. As Elder Chin's voice fell, the rings simultaneously rose with the light of the formation. That was the ring's defense formation. If there were no formations to add to the defense, not to mention a battle at the condensed Dan realm, just a duel between the Spirit Sea realm would be enough to easily destroy the entire Heaven's Pride Plaza. As the Heaven's Pride competition officially opened, a group of Heaven's Pride also began to draw lots to select their opponents. The Heaven's Pride Grand Competition was like this: no matter if you were at the Spirit Sea realm or the condensed Dan realm, there was a possibility that you could draw an opponent. It has nothing to do with realm, the only thing that matters is that you are not over 100 years old. Brad, are you going to take part in this big competition for a bit? On the stands, Su Jiaoxing glanced at Suyu standing beside him and couldn't help but ask, how exactly is your natural talent to make three elders compete for you at the same time? This kid, even hiding it from his old man, really treating himself as an outsider. Suyu sniffed, turned his head to look at Su Jiaoxing, muttered in a small voice, "Not going, what if I get beaten up later?" Other people don't understand themselves, doesn't he still not understand it? He knows exactly what he is, right? Don't look at yourself as already being at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but in this kind of metaphysical world, that's really not enough to look at. Let's not talk about the other Heaven's Destiny sons first. Let's just say a few around, 3 sisters and a fiancé. Since their own exposure yesterday, the 4 of them have been on steroids. After just one night, the 4 of them had broken through to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It's killing me. Wait a month, in a few years they'll have to go through the 5 failures of heavenly creatures, won't they? Hearing Suyu's words, Su Jiaoxing was instantly furious. You. Forget it. Whatever. It's a long face anyway. After joining the 9 Heaven Sacred Ground and practicing inside for a few years, he might be able to exit the sacred ground without any problems and then take over his own position as the head of the Su family. When he retired, he would also have to go and cultivate and enjoy the world before he could do so. Beside their father and son, Su Qingying, several people were also sitting quietly on the stands, however, their gazes fell on Suyu. Seemingly sensing something, Suyu also looked over. For a while, there was a wide-eyed stare. It was only after a moment that Suyu could not bear to avert his gaze. What are you looking at? You don't have pimples on your own face, what are they looking at? Since he thought about it, Suyu was not so afraid of a few sisters. Want to take revenge on yourself? Want to kill yourself? Ha! Let's see if you guys boost up fast enough, or if I'll hang on to the chosen one to save up my villain value. I'll admit that you guys have a lot of talent, but the chosen ones of this world are my resources. Including you. Unable to avoid it, then I'll go downstream, treating you and all the children of the divine fate as my little fattened sheep, and when I've fattened them up I'll just make a straight cut. Thinking of the fact that after entering the Holy Land, he would have a large number of red destiny sons of Chi to harvest, Suyu's waist stiffened a bit. It was the confidence brought about by strength. The corners of Su Wanqing's mouth could not help but twitch when the several people heard this muttering from Suyu. Is this kid really transgender? He doesn't have that kind of evil in his eyes, and he's actually cleaned up. That's good. Evil is not evil anymore, but what happened to this asshole? He became such a... I really want to beat him to death. Su Muyao retracted her gaze and sent a voice transmission to Su Qingying and Su Wanqing, Chen Yunxi, saying, "This little bastard is pretending to be decent, but in the bottom of his heart, he might still be holding back something bad. I feel that we still can't let our guard down. After entering the Holy Land, we must seize every opportunity to become stronger. Never let up half a bit on this dangerous element." After seeing Suyu's nature change, yesterday Su Wanqing also used her heavy pupil to take a look at Suyu's inner self. The soul was real and in person. It has not been taken from me. Even the soul was cleaner and clearer than either of them, and even quite a bit stronger. So she couldn't figure out whether Suyu was holding back a big pile of right now, or whether he really didn't covet what they had on them. Agreed. Chen Yunxi nodded her head. I still have 10 years left in my marriage contract with him, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I must raise my cultivation to the Dharma phase realm in these 10 years, then publicly withdraw my marriage with him. To wash away the humiliation he brought me. As the upgraded version of Catty, the reincarnation of the needle-counting female immortal, Chen Yunxi could remember this matter until she died. Suyu's humiliation, one must return it to him 100-fold. She would withdraw from the marriage in public, and then ruthlessly humiliate him. Su Qingying raised her eyes to look at Suyu, who was still touching his face, took a deep breath and said, "The Eastern Wasteland Secret Realm in 3 years will be our turning point. If we can get our chance in the Secret Realm, we will not need 10 years to be elevated to Dharma phase. Sisters, cheer up and stomp this bastard down. At the same time, let the world know that female cultivators can be at the top just as well. Go for it." The four of them cheered each other on, their eyes filled with the desire to improve their strength. Over the next few days, several people appeared on time on the stands to watch the battles between the various heavenly prides. There was no small amount of enlightenment. Several of them did not have to participate in this great competition because they were chosen by the Holy Land in advance. However, on the 5th day, with the first place being contested out, the atmosphere of the entire Heaven's Pride Square then instantly reached its peak. Because this is the first heavenly pride within the next 100 years. The first place was a heavenly pride at the 4th level of the Dan Condensation Realm, choosing the 9 Heaven Sacred Land. When the reward for first place was awarded, "Little friend, congratulations, you have become the #1 heavenly pride in the Eastern Wasteland within 100 years. The 3 elders performed the award ceremony at the same time. However, the youth standing in front of them was smiling faintly and said, "Thank you, 3 elders. However, there is one thing I want to argue." Seeing that he didn't reach out to accept the reward, the 3 elders froze at the same time and said unexpectedly, "Argue what matter?" They didn't quite understand what else was going on that was more important than accepting the reward. This first heavenly pride smiled at his words, then raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the stands, his voice rolling out, "I want to challenge him with the title of #1. The moment the words fell, the cheering in the room came to a screeching halt. Everyone's eyes swarmed towards Suyu on the stands. "I'm really curious now, on what basis is he to be able to get first place in the points trial tournament?" Chapter 022, to keep getting stronger. Wanting to surpass everything. Seeing that everyone had their gazes on themselves, Suyu was also a little confused. He was a melon eater, how did he get involved with himself again? Seeing the first heavenly pride staring at himself with burning eyes, Suyu hesitated for a moment, pointed his finger at his face and asked, "Me? It shouldn't be. I'm already low-key, okay? It's not like I'm flaunting it. Who has a low profile?" The first Heaven's Pride nodded and smiled. "I'm the second place winner of the points trial tournament, and the first in this Heaven's Pride competition. There's one thing I don't understand, how did you, in the end, get first place in the points tournament?" In the land of trials, the cultivation levels of those hunters can be generally high in the Spirit Sea realm, as well as the condensed Dan realm. "By the way, my name is Chu Tian." He had risen in a third-rate blade clan of the Great Yu dynasty in the Eastern Desert, and was an orphan young celestial pride with a blade seed physique. At the same time, he had a secret that everyone didn't know. That was that there was a small black bead inside his body. As long as he collected enough demonic beast blood chi, he would be able to gather the energy of the black bead and thus make a breakthrough. This bead was also called the realm-breaking bead by him. It could help him break the shackles of his realm, as well as the blade Dao sense. It was also because of the existence of this bead that he was able to possess the battle power of the condensed Dan realm at just less than 100 years of age, as well as the ability to cross the ranks. He could accept defeat, but could not accept this kind of failure that came from an unknown source. He would challenge Suyu. Let's see if he is stronger than himself and can snatch away his first place in the trial match. When Suyu heard these words from Chu Tian, the cluelessness on his face gradually converged, and the only thing that replaced everything was a positive color. With a thought, above Chu Tian's head, information about him was instantly revealed in Suyu's eyes. Name, Chu Tian, qualification, demon, fate, golden, character evaluation, becoming a saint with a blade, hegemony, blade intent through the gods, heaven's destiny blade emperor. Another heavenly fate blade emperor. Suyu's complexion stared. A sense of crisis quietly rose in his heart. This world is different from others, there are immortals on it, and the path of immortality has not been blocked, which means that the Great Emperor is not unique and unique for 10,000 years. Although this is the case, but the Great Emperor is not every moment to become. If you want to achieve a Great Emperor, there is a window period every 100,000 years, and a Great Emperor who achieves in these 10,000 years can exist in the world for 10,000 years, after which you will choose to go to the upper realm. The window period of 100,000 years was also the day when the Immortal Road opened. When it was connected to the immortal world, it was also the opportunity for this world to become an emperor. And it's been a long time since the last emperor window, and now that so many sons of destiny have suddenly popped up, I'm afraid it's a bit bad. One is defined as a villain again. Can't it be that he or she is the great demon king of this world who has become an emperor this time? It shouldn't be. He was obviously honest. Where did he look like a villain? While Suyu's mind was storming, Chu Tian in the ring saw Suyu's face constantly changing and delayed in responding to himself. His voice could not help but raise a few points. "What, in the witness of the entire Eastern Wasteland, you want to escape my duel? Since you can take the first place, you must have your own superiority. A duel is just a duel. Would my generation of cultivators be afraid of a duel?" His words also caused a group of heavenly prides and onlookers to feel empathy. That's right. You've managed to take first place in the points competition, and you've performed so brightly in the talent test that you've got the three holy places fighting over you, so are you afraid of a cut? It's not like anyone will die. For a time, a voice began to pour out from the heavens Pride Square to force Suyu. Suyu, don't hesitate, go on, you're number one, what are you afraid of? That's right, your natural talent is so outstanding, would you still be afraid of a duel? Get on the field. Get on the field. Go on. The cries rose higher and higher. What cultivators liked to see the most was the duel between the heavenly prides. Watching their battles, they could even be inspired by many of them. Moreover, it was still a duel between the number one heavenly pride in the points and talent test and the number one in the actual battle. This made them rise up even more vigorously. Amidst this tidal wave of sound, Su Jiuxing's face was gradually becoming sulky. What the hell? You're going to challenge your own son when he's at what level? Where's your face? Let's not talk about anything else, let's just say that Chu Tian's age is also much older than Suyu, okay? Suyu is only 18 years old, Chu Tian is already 60 years old. Although the age of a cultivator was not an issue, this was obviously a bit bullying. Even if it was Su Qingying and the girls who were not in agreement with Suyu, they were also a little displeased. This kind of thing of forcing people to challenge them happened in the Heaven's Pride competition, it was indeed very dishonorable. Seeing that the cries were getting higher and higher, Su Jiuxing could not sit still and got up to drink. You. Without waiting for him to get his words out, Suyu, who was sitting next to him, was the one who got up and held him down. Pops, it's coming at me, so don't get involved. Suyu was calm. He understood that he could not avoid it, this kind of thing would only increase in the future, and if he wanted to avoid it, there was only one choice. That was to keep getting stronger. Beyond everything. This is the first official battle, and it won't be the last. But it can attract the attention of all the celestial pride. The sons of Qi come through. My fortune tree. Su Jiuxing unexpectedly glanced at his own son and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ayu, are you sure? He was the first place winner of the Heaven's Pride competition, and his cultivation level is even at the 4th level of the Condensed Dan realm. You also saw earlier, he even defeated the 2nd place winner at the 6th level of the Condensed Dan realm. If it was the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, he didn't have any worries. The Su family was a first-class family no matter what, and with the Su family's heritage, it allowed Suyu to defeat the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm without any pressure. But the other party was different. Suyu took a deep breath, suppressed the beating of the innate belligerent gene in his heart, and grinned, no harm done. Without trying. How would one know? Swish. Saying that, Suyu leaped up and came to the ring, standing opposite Chu Tian. Under close proximity, Suyu was even able to see the wariness and madness in the bottom of the other party's eyes. This was a madman. A cultivation madman who didn't seek a defeat, but only invincibility. Seeing Suyu on the stage, in an instant, the chance on the field reached its peak. In the ring, the three elders also could not help but ask Suyu. Are you sure you want to accept his challenge? It was not that they looked down on Suyu, but the other party was really strong, and ordinary Condensed Dan was not its opponent. Suyu nodded and responded, okay. If you do not accept it, the Tao will be unstable. Seeing this, the three elders could only nod, good. When the three of them exited the ring, the defense formation instantly opened, completely enveloping the two of them. The two gazed at each other for a long time. Swish. Next second. Both of them raised their hands at the same time, and knives that flashed with a chilling aura appeared instantly. Rumble. Powerful blade chi blossomed in the ring, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. This blade slashes the void. Ka. P.S. Invincible is online. The tempo picks up. Ask for gifts, ask for hypes, the data is so flat. Chapter 023, Watch the Slash, is a nightmare for your future. So what if you're the number one heavenly pride? So what if you're the number one in the entire eastern wasteland at 100 years old? If you dare to come in my way, you'll be just as bold to draw your sword against me. Suyu's eyes became sharp and fierce. He didn't want to be too troublesome, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. If he didn't knock down the person in front of him, then he would be noticed and provoked by more people in the future. This was the disadvantage brought about by the talent test. But it will also turn out to be his strongest aid. Slash the void. Suyu shouted, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. He exploded with all his might and chopped out this strongest slash. In the face of the enemy, he would not take it lightly. No matter how weak they were, they deserved his full attention. Having read countless novels, he knew that most of the villains died because they were too gullible. As it happened, he himself was a villain, but he was never gullible. Upon coming up, he used the strongest martial skill he was currently practicing, the Saint Realm martial skill, the Void Blade technique. Sacred Realm techniques, when placed in certain small holy lands, were already sect-suppressing masterpieces. Those without a background would have no way of accessing martial arts of this level. Wow! Suyu's attainments in the Tao of the Blade were not too high, but they were enough, and the moment the Saint Realm Jedi erupted, it was as if the surrounding space suddenly froze. Space materialized into substance, while Suyu's blade was able to cut through this materialized space. Under this knife, the originally calm and indifferent Chu Tian, at this moment, his face also changed abruptly, with shock and disbelief. Martial skill vision, Saint Realm martial arts. How could he? Flowing fire flat mountain blade technique. Chu Tian did not dare to hesitate and similarly chopped out a blade to counter the pressure of this blade chi that came through the air. Bang! The two powerful forces collided in mid-air, and the aftershocks that erupted shook the defense array formation with ripples, clearly not low in power. If there is no defense array protection, just this strike can make the Tenjiao square destroy most of it. The two figures retreated backward under the impact of the power, each retreating to the edge with gloomy eyes. Outside the ring, the people in the stands all boiled over after a moment of silence. Wow! The 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm battled the 4th level of the Condensed Dan, the first in the grand competition, and he didn't even lose any ground. To be able to be fought over by the 3 great Holy Lands, it really isn't simple. That fluctuation just now was actually a Sacred Realm martial art, so you actually mastered a Sacred Realm martial art, my goodness. On the stands. In the direction of the Su family, Su Jiuxing and Su Yu's 3 sisters were all confused. Listening to the conversations around them, their heads were empty. What Holy Realm martial arts? When did our Su family give Su Yu the sacred martial arts? Does our Su family have one? This is what Su Jiuxing is wondering. On the other hand, Su Qingying and the girls had question marks floating all over their heads. This little bastard turned out to have acted so cowardly before, but it turned out to be all pretend. It's true. This guy has bad intentions. Outside the ring, Elder Qin and the 3 of them were all looking at Suyu with great surprise, and the moment Suyu executed the Saint Realm martial arts, they even glanced back in the direction of the Su family. However, when they saw that several people from Su Jiuxing were all confused, they also understood what was going on. The 3 of them exchanged in a private voice transmission. Did you guys see that fluctuation clearly just now? I saw it clearly. The saber chi that shakes the void, no matter how you look at it, it looks like it was created by that astonishingly talented great saint 10,000 years ago, the Void Great Sage's famous martial art, the Void Saber technique. I thought that after the fall of the Void Great Sage, his legacy was severed along with him. I didn't expect that his famous martial arts were actually obtained by Suyu. 10,000 years ago, the Void Great Sage came out across the sky, and with his Great Sage realm cultivation, he was invincible across the eastern wasteland. A sword split the void, and even wiped out a small holy land. Later, the Great Sage of the Void was unknown in his later years and left without leaving his legacy and family, and the people thought that his martial arts legacy would be dissipated in the river of time. Unexpectedly, Suyu had gotten it. Not bad for someone with a great chance. The ring. Shu Tian, who had retreated to the edge in an embarrassing draw with Suyu, was now full of gravity. What kind of martial art is this? Surprisingly, it can have this kind of might. He had seen a first-grade extreme martial art, and although the power was astonishing, it was nowhere near as strong as the blade technique that Suyu had just executed. Obviously this was a powerful martial art that surpassed the first grade. But Suyu shouldn't have possessed this type of martial arts either. His family was only a first-class family, much less had ever produced a saint realm, so how could he possess this type of powerful martial arts? Even if he had been out inside all year round, he had only found a second-grade heavenly ranked martial art in a cave. Suyu took a look at the spatial aftermath that was wrapped around the blade, and with a gentle shake, he shook the spatial aftermath away, and only then did he look at Chu Tian, and said seriously, Sacred Realm martial art, Void Blade technique. It really is a Saint Realm martial art. Heavens, it's actually a sword technique created by the legendary Void Great Sage. He even had such a heaven-defying chance to obtain it. The moment the word Saint Realm came out, it was enough to shock everyone. With such a martial art, all those small holy lands would be red-eyed and go out to fight for it. Other than the 3 great holy lands, no force dared to underestimate the hegemony of the Saint Realm martial arts. Chu Tian nodded his head. It really is the Sacred Realm. Perhaps, this is where your bottom line lies. There seems to be a reason why you were able to get first place. Being able to fight with himself proved that the other party could easily decimate those hunters. The reason why he could score higher than himself. Perhaps it was his luck that he was able to search for enough hunters. But that's all. Between you and me, the winner will only be me. Boom! Chu Feng's airwaves rose up into the sky, and his battle intent was so strong that it could even cause even veteran Condensed Dan powerhouses to look sideways. His strength was enough to defeat the 6th level of Condensed Dan. Suyu's mere 9th level of Spirit Sea cultivation could not be compared to him. Even cultivating a Saint Realm martial art could not erase the gap. Flowing flame flat sky. As soon as the words fell, Chu Tian bent his knees, and in the next moment, his powerful legs suddenly fired. His body was like a hypersonic missile that had entered an accelerated state, and ordinary people were unable to capture his movements with the naked eye. Only by the appearance of the residual shadows could one know exactly where he was at the moment before. So what if it's a holy realm martial art, in the face of absolute strength? Even if you cultivate a powerful jutsu, it's still useless. My power is countless times stronger than yours. At the same time, I have also cultivated my second grade heavily ranked martial art to perfection, and in conjunction with my third realm saber intent, it's enough to defeat you. Ka! In the next second, Chu Tian's figure appeared in mid-air, holding the flame blade in his hand, and the thick spiritual energy within his body continuously poured into the flame blade. Wow! When this blade slashed out, roiling flames covered the entire ring, and the terrifying heatwave scorched, causing the air to become distorted. This was a flowing stream of flames that was enough to incinerate a mountain peak. A blow that was poured out with all one's strength. Even if a martial artist at the 6th level of the condensed Dan realm was faced with it, they would still be horrified. Victory has been decided. With one slash, Chu Tian already had a judgment in his heart. This was an attack that the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm could not resist. However, just as the flaming flowing water was about to rush in front of Suyu, the raging and surging flowing flames suddenly froze in place, and no matter how it charged, it could not break through to the distance of half a meter in front of Suyu. Just as Chu Feng froze, Suyu's calm and cold voice boomed. You are very strong, but, wanting to defeat me, it's still a bit short. Jailbreak. And watch, this blade is your future nightmare. Corpse Immortal Prison Blade. Roar. Chapter 024, Arrogance. I, who stood up as invincible, will continue to be invincible. Corpse Immortal Prison Suppression was Suyu's sudden idea to use the power of the Corpse Immortal Heavens and the Prison Suppression Body to wrap around the blade to see if it could erupt into a stronger strike. When he just had this thought, such a martial art appeared in his mind. A martial art of unknown grade. Corpse Immortal Hijacking Heavenly Laws, a martial art with no grade definition, only cultivates Corpse Immortal Chi, exact effects unknown. Prison Suppressing Body, unrivaled power, can suppress 10,000 domains, can also suppress prisons. Both attributes are Yin, and the power of stacking them up is anyone's guess. From the time he had just obtained the Prison Suppressing Body and Corpse Immortal Heavenly Apparition, his martial arts and physique had already been automatic minor accomplishments, so he wouldn't be too rusty in his control of the two forces. Phew! As the 4 words Corpse Immortal Subduing Prison fell, the Heaven's Pride Plaza seemed to quiet down all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, a wisp of breeze suddenly blew the hair of the crowd. What followed was a bone-chilling coldness that made people shudder, and their souls seemed to be trembling. The breeze blew, and a gale instantly swept through the square. As the cold and bone-piercing sudden wind blew, a sound like the mournful sound of a stern ghost rang out. What's going on? How does it feel like it's haunted? It's so cold, this wind. I'm at the Spirit Sea realm and I actually feel a tingling sensation when this wind blows over my skin. What kind of spirit power is this that sets off a wind that can actually make the soul tremble? On the stands, many cultivators unconsciously picked up their arms and started rubbing them in an attempt to dispel the sudden chill. But this didn't have any effect. The field. Only cultivators at the condensed Dan realm and above could resist the erosion of this gloomy aura. Another martial arts vision? Can it be that Suyu has mastered 2 Saint Realm martial arts? It can't be. No matter how enlightened a young genius is, he can't learn 2 Sacred Realm martial arts with the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, right? An ordinary condensed Dan who can cultivate 1 Sacred Realm martial art to a small degree of success is considered to have excellent talent. 2 would be too outrageous. Especially since he's still only at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The elders of the first and second rate forces were whispering, incredulous at this behavior. Because it was really unrealistic. Who would believe that a Spirit Sea realm could execute 2 Saint Realm martial arts? Even a personal heir to a holy land wouldn't be able to, right? Below the ring, the 3 elders looked at each other, all finding shock in each other's eyes. This martial art. Which one of you can read it? This vision is unseen and unheard of. It's actually on par with even the Void Blade technique of the Void Great Sage. Just how many more secrets does he have? 1 Sacred Realm martial arts could be said to have deep chances. 2 Sacred Realm martial arts would be a bit too outrageous. Although the Saint Realm was not the pinnacle. However, in the era when the Emperor Realm was not visible, the Saint Realm, then, represented the top powerhouse of the world. Even the Holy Lands didn't dare to mess with them easily. Even a holy realm with a quasi-imperial ancestor was the same. Their martial arts weren't just big cabbages. The mournful sound brought by the sudden wind became more and more loud and clear, and the gloomy and cold atmosphere even swept through the entire Tianjia Square, making the dry and hot weather come to the cold winter season in an instant. When the Corpse Immortal Chi wrapped around the blade, even if the blade was cast from ink meteorite essence iron, there were channels of fine cracks appearing. It was as if it couldn't withstand the power added to it. While the onlookers still had such a terrifying sense of oppression, in the ring, Chu Tian, who was in the center of the storm, was even more appalled. In front of this dangerous aura, his sweat hairs stood up one by one. The nerves were even more taut. Alarm bells went off in his heart and the scent of danger lingered in his nose. How could? His own power. I can't even get close enough? No matter how hard he exerted himself, it was difficult to break through the invisible barrier in front of Suyu's body? In his shocked gaze, Suyu slowly lifted his eyes. His eyes had already lost half of his emotions, only coldness eternally existed. Opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of cold air, Suyu slowly said, "Corpse immortal. Ka. Subdue the prison. Rumble." As the 4 words poured down, with Suyu as the center, the surrounding space instantly experienced a burst of sonic booms. The floor under his feet even instantly turned into powder dust to cover everything. A sword chopped out, pumping up the air. The air was most harmless, but if there was an extremely strong force covering the air and detonating it, then its power would be earth-shattering. The power was constantly strengthened by the entanglement of the corpse immortal chi. This slash. Miserable ghostly screams caused all the low-realm cultivators to all cover their ears in pain. Even the strongest of the condensed Dan realm couldn't help but frown. Impossible. Spirit Sea realm. It's not this strong. In front of this power, Chu Tian, who had originally exploded with all his might, was at this moment seeing tens of thousands of skeleton ghost soldiers wearing tattered armor wielding butcher knives to kill towards himself. Under the intimidation of this kind of aura, Chu Tian's breath could not help but stagnate. It was just a moment's lag, and that mighty power of prison suppression broke his flat heavenly flowing flame. The roiling flames were engulfed by the corpse immortal chi. Not half of it remained. Boom! As Chu Tian's aura disappeared, the man who had previously stood in mid-air, at this moment, fell out of the ring viciously. The ground was smashed out of a deep pit as he landed with a loud bang. The dust dispersed. Chu Tian's breath was shriveled, and his entire person had already passed out, lying in the pit dying. Seeing this scene, Elder Qin also did not hesitate. A flash came to the deep pit, put a pill into Chu Tian's mouth. After seeing his breath gradually stabilize, then he sighed in relief. Not dead is fine. Seeing that Chu Tian's life wasn't in danger, Elder Qin couldn't help but raise his head to look in Suyu's direction. Cold and indifferent, without any emotion. Such a person. But he's too damn good for cultivation. That's how the invincible should be. 9 heavens is going to send ah. The 9th level of the Spirit Sea defeated the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm with a single slash. This battle record was quite dazzling. Especially when the one who lost was also the number 1 in the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride competition. The gold content no longer needed to be asked. Just. Thinking of this, Elder Qin could not help but look down at the unconscious Chu Tian, with pitiful emotions permeating his eyes. Poor Wei Fa. He obviously won first place, but as a result, he had to pick on someone with immortal capital. You were first. And the first poor first since the inception of the Eastern Wasteland competition. The Chi can't even enjoy much. The ring. When the dust cleared, Suyu's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, a white coat holding a sword, surrounded by a faint blade intent. The whole person seemed like a white-clothed sword saint, one person, one sword, proudly looking down on the world's heroes. The entire Tianjiao square at this time there is no half a sound, only the pit from time to time there is the sound of falling stones. Suyu's gaze looked around the entire square in a circle. He was able to feel the wariness and unyieldingness that lurked within. That was the weak looking up to the strong, and the goal to surpass was being established. Looking at them, the corner of Suyu's lips slightly raised. Come on, try to surpass me, Eastern Wasteland's heavenly pride under 100 years old. I will stand at the pinnacle and let you all look up to me. I stood as invincible, and I will continue to be invincible. I will be at the peak, waiting for you to fight. Boom! A few words, but it caused the gazes of countless celestial pride to freeze, followed by countless battle intent rising wildly. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Chapter 025 End of the Great Competition. The harvest is full, it's all little fat sheep. The crowd of celestial pride first stagnated, then their eyes were all burning with anger. How arrogant! Excessive, too pretentious, Suyu, don't be too arrogant. That's right, who is stronger or weaker is yet to be known. Wait until the next Shin Tian Grand competition begins. I don't believe you can continue to be this powerful. Brothers charge, cultivate hard, we can't let this guy be too arrogant. I will definitely defeat you afterward, just wait. We're all geniuses here, why are you so superior? It's just one defeat, it's not like we can't rise. Wasn't there a great emperor who lost 10,000 battles, but won the throne in one fell swoop on his way to becoming an emperor? Failure is no big deal. It's not like becoming a Taoist depends on you being invincible now, it's about the future. However, it was also because of this action of Suyu that the entire Eastern Wasteland's pride ignited the belief and fighting spirit of not being willing to be subjugated to others. Their cultivation would definitely be even more diligent next. Looking at the angry crowd, Suyu grinned and did not say anything. The provocative meaning was simply pulled full. He liked to offend this group of aspiring Red Destiny heavenly pride. Because of this, he didn't have to find ways to make enemies. Now the whole field of little fat sheep were his enemies. How good was this? In the future, they themselves would come to his door to provoke himself. At that time, won't they be able to reap the benefits themselves? Beautiful ah! Just as Suyu was thinking about the beautiful harvesting scenario in the future, in his mind, an icy voice leisurely sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the first place in the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride competition, completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the hidden mission. Provoking the Son of Chi is a necessary lesson for villains. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking the entire Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride, perfectly completing the hidden mission. Reward settlement in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining rewards. Villain value plus 13,000. Yin and Yang break the sky. Taiyin whistling moon. Swallowing gold. Blade seed. Realm enhancement card 4. Yin Yang break the sky, a first-rate supreme martial arts blade technique, using Yin and Yang as blade chi. A blade disrupts Yin and Yang and breaks heaven and earth. Taiyin whistling moon. Super grade 1 extreme avatar. Celestial martial arts, cultivating the power of the world's Taiyin. When the avatar is fully accomplished, a single whistling can shake the moon. Swallowing gold, earthly avatar method, can devour the world's metal cultivation, can be forged treasure body. The great completion of the swallowing gold avatar can swallow everything in the world to suppress all the enemies with huge power. Blade seed, not yet molded holy weapon, semi-finished both beyond the Yin Yang realm war weapon grade, perfect blade embryo, if integrated into the immortal gold reforging, or can be promoted to quasi-imperial weapon. Hiss. After seeing the reward given by the system in his mind for completing the mission this time, so you inwardly sucked in a breath of cool air. Another big pile? LOL. I can't use it up. I can't use it up at all. One must know that in the entire Xian-Tian continent, techniques and martial arts were extremely private things, as well as the most precious of treasures. Except for those few human sages who popularized the basic cultivation method in the beginning. All the other supreme beings who had risen to power had passed on their techniques and martial arts only to their clans or sects. In other words, a strong person's clan could go on being constantly strong. The weak want to rise. They can only go digging up graves and robbing tombs to dig up the treasures that are buried in the ground. Moreover, the things rewarded by the system, so you did not feel that they were the system's own and must have been stolen from somewhere. By obtaining the same for himself, a certain relic would have one less treasure. But what of that? Just be strong yourself, it's all dead people's stuff anyway, so what if you borrow it yourself? Ahem. At this time, the three elders had already walked to the center of the square and announced to the crowd, this Heaven's Pride competition has already ended. All the disciples who have joined the three Holy Lands, tomorrow at noon, rendezvous at the Heaven's Pride City teleportation point. People from all the major sects and forces can all go to the collection point on their own to receive the rewards for pushing the Heaven's Pride in this grand competition according to their contributions. All disperse. The Heaven's Pride competition was to select the Heaven's Pride and also to allocate development resources to the affiliated forces below. Don't look at it as the three great sacred lands being charitable. But in reality, it is the three great holy places that control the vast majority of the resources in the Eastern Wasteland. Even if it is a low-quality vein in the middle of the 100 dynasties, the vast majority of it belongs to the property of the three clans of the Violet, the Nine Heavens, and the Tianxian clan. Only some undiscovered spiritual veins and mineral veins discovered by the dynasties themselves belong to them. But those were all too few. Not enough at all to keep a huge machine running. Therefore, in order to prevent the talent from being cut off, and also to prevent the people below from causing trouble, the three Holy Lands would redistribute their resources every 100 years. It was used to better control all the forces. This, then, is the truth. Only forces that contributed greatly to the three sects would be able to obtain the right to exploit superior resources for the next long period of time. After arranging the matters after the end of the grand competition, the three elders said to the group of Heaven's Pride who had been selected for the Holy Land in a pleasant manner, you can also go back, say goodbye to your loved ones, and just come to the teleportation point to rendezvous at noon tomorrow. For the next 10 years, the vast majority of you will not have the opportunity to go out. The Holy Land was no place for loose ends. They had to cultivate geniuses who had an extremely strong sense of belonging to the Holy Land, to be used to fill the Holy Land with a constant stream of young blood. Therefore, 10 years was also the tipping point for them to brainwash the crowd. The strong didn't need to be brainwashed because, on their own, they would be able to discern the pros and cons and thus decide whether or not to stay in the Holy Land. In the square, a group of heavenly prides with extremely good fortune, chance, and strength arched their hands in greeting and responded, we understand. After saying this, the three great elders quietly left the square. They also had to start preparing for the various follow-ups. For example, regarding Su Yu and their cultivation. It wasn't like there were only a few hundred people in the Holy Land, but there were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. The resources consumed every month were incomparably huge numbers. Not to mention, the arrangement for Su Yu and the rest of their talented monsters, naturally, could not be very bad. Once they went in, at least the treatment of an elite disciple would start. In that case, it would be necessary to kick out some disciples who had exhausted their potential. Every action concerns many people. As the grand competition came to an end, the people in the Heaven's Pride Square were also dispersing as they should, and saying their goodbyes. After the Su and Chen families returned to their own mansions in Tianjiao City, they also began to admonish themselves. Su family. In the gazebo in the courtyard, there were several cups of tea still wafting hot on the stone table. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyao, Su Yu, and Su Long, a family of 5, sat in the gazebo each in silence. It wasn't until a few moments later that Su Long surveyed these 4 sons and daughters of his with complicated eyes. Xingying, I am not surprised that you sisters entered the Holy Land. But, saying that, Su Long shifted his eyes to Su Yu's face and sighed, you chose the 9 heavens sacred ground, I never expected it. Originally, I thought that you were merely here to see the world, but now it seems it's me who overthought it. Chapter 026, Killing and Decisive? Dare I be too conservative as a villain after all? Pops. Looking at Su Jiuxing sighing, Su Yu wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. The Su family's life was actually very good. It tolerates his saltiness and there aren't that many rules and regulations. If he had a choice, he preferred to lie flat and develop quietly. But this system is not the signing system in the novel, it is the villain system that forces one to fight the face off. This is even if, the big deal is that I do not do the task to lie flat as a family head. But it's just, the original body was taken over by the holy son of the emperor's tomb long ago. Together with the rules he had learned, once he was worthless, the emperor's grave would step in and assassinate him, allowing the new saint's son to replace him. If he stayed in the Su clan with no progress, he wouldn't live for more than 5 years. It's tough. Su Jiuxing looked at him and thought he was trying to comfort himself, so he grinned, don't be blind, I'm just relieved. You can join the Holy Land, which means you don't have to return to the Su family. These latter words caused the 4 siblings to freeze at the same time. Pops, what do you mean by that? Su Jiuxing's expression gradually became solemn under the 4 people's puzzled gazes, and he said in a deep voice, Ayu, do you still remember the girl from the Lu family that you molested 3 years ago? Upon hearing this, Su Yu could not help but stare. Molestation? After searching his memory in his mind, Su Yu's face gradually became odd, then nodded, remember. I remember that matter has already passed compensated our Su family's resources for almost 3 years. The Lu family, like the Su family, belonged to the same first-class forces. 3 years ago, the Lu family's daughter sneaked out, then in the Su family's territory, she saw the arrogant Su Yu kicking over the vegetables of the old vegetable seller on the street. The Lu family's Qian Jin, who had an overwhelming sense of justice, went straight to the head and rushed up to accuse Su Yu. In the end, Su Yu saw that she looked very stunning, so he smiled evilly and walked towards the Lu family's daughter. It is said that it was molesting the other guy. Of course, substantial harm was naturally absent. Because before he succeeded, he was interrupted by the strong men from the Lu family who arrived, but Su Yu, who almost got it, was naturally unconvinced and clashed with the strong men from the Lu family. That time it was really close, letting him kiss the face of the Lu family's daughter. And then, it was gone, the Lu family's strongest men kept arriving, and the Su family was also alarmed. The 2 families were at swords drawn, and at one point, they were about to fight. And still, Su Yu continued to provoke without any knowledge of death, not putting the Lu family in the slightest. In the end, it was the Su family's senior who stepped in, beat up Su Yu and brought him back home, and only after compensating the Lu family for 3 years of resources did the matter come to an end. But in fact, Su Yu really feel wrong. That old man is actually a recidivist who lacks pounds, and also likes to buy and sell by force. If he looks at not buying his food, he will play the kind of rogue. Su Yu that time was also disgusted by him, which kicked him over the dustpan loaded with vegetables. Then he was pestered by the Lu family's daughter. Speaking of this matter, the 3 sisters' gazes instantly grew contemptuous again. Right, oh. Almost forgot, this guy wasn't a good person in the first place, they almost had to change their attitudes because of Su Yu's momentary change. This guy really deserved to die. Feeling the change in the gazes of his 3 sisters, cold sweat swished in Su Yu's heart. Leaning north. Bringing up these things again, I'm afraid that the goodwill that was so hard to get up will get negative again. While the siblings were wide-eyed, Su Jiuxing nodded his head and sighed, yes, I thought that this matter would be over like this. But who knows, after the Lu family's daughter went back, she even felt insulted and closed herself off. Then a year ago she suddenly came out of her self-imposed isolation, and also awakened a special physique, and was taken in as a disciple by a mysterious strong man, and it was only afterward that she realized that the other party was an elder of the 9 heavens sacred land. Speaking of this, Su Jiuxing couldn't help but feel emotional. 1 foot people joined the 9 heavens, and the next foot his own son followed suit. This is the rhythm of becoming a mortal enemy. It is said that the Lu family's daughter is an extremely favored existence in the 9 heavens. I'm afraid you will be screwed if he goes in. Hearing this, Su Yu's face also turned black all of a sudden, and 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past inside. Leaning north. What's the composition? She's actually in the 9th heaven too? What's wrong with barbecue? After escaping a few sisters for the time being, I thought I could take a good breather, but it turns out there are still enemies in the 9 heavenly sanctuaries? Thinking of this, Su Yu's entire being was bad. However, Su Wanqing, who was on the side, was puzzled as her mind moved. Pops, the Lu family's daughter is in the 9 heavens sacred ground, what does it have to do with you telling us not to go home? Shouldn't this be about letting the little bastard be careful and be a shrunken head turtle inside and not cause any trouble? What does that have to do with telling them not to go home? At the mention of this, Su Jiuxing's face became sulky and he slapped the table with a bang, saying angrily that Lu family's daughter has a marriage partner who is the Hu family's dog-licking young master. After the Lu family learned that their own daughter was molested, they immediately proposed an agreement with the Hu family to dissolve the marriage, because the Lu family was already disliked by the Hu family, and if it wasn't for the late old ancestors' marriage contract with their Hu family, they wouldn't have bothered to cross paths with the Hu family at all. Originally, this had nothing to do with the Su family, but on the contrary, that Hu family's dog-licking young master was the one who thought it was you who had robbed him of his goddess, and thus bore a grudge against you, and was so angry that he directly declared that he wanted to be immortal with the Su family. And the Hu family's stupid lack of elders or also lack of heart-selling ditch stuff actually really agreed. In the end, that pillar of their Hu family's Shin clan was about to pass through the fourth of the 5 declines of the Celestials in 10 years, so they decided to come to my Su family for trouble in this district. Licking dogs. A family of licking dogs. Saying that, Su Jiuxing was so angry that he burst into foul language. This is just to see that the Lu family's daughter has joined the 9 heavens, so she doesn't dare to go looking for trouble, and can only turn her head to look for her own Su family's trouble. Dog day Hu family licking dog. After cursing, Su Jiuxing continued to say in a serious tone, although the Hu family licked the dog brain paralyzed a bit, but they are at least affiliated with the purple-violet sacred ground, and there is even someone in the family who serves as a purple-violet sacred ground's elder inside. The strength is quite a bit stronger than our Su family. So, in order to avoid the Su family from being completely wiped out, you guys shouldn't come back either. Between Holy Lands, they don't meddle in the rise and fall of the forces below them. Su Qinying and the others frowned as they listened, saying, then our Su family can't escape this robbery? The Su family was at least a large clan, it shouldn't be so pessimistic, right? If you can't beat them, you shouldn't let the juniors not go home. Hearing his eldest daughter's question, Su Jiuxing looked deeply at their siblings and said quietly, your grandfather was injured because of the triple failure tribulation, you should know that, right? His lifespan isn't much longer, you should also know that, right? The 4 siblings nodded. Of course they knew that they hadn't seen their grandfather for 10 whole years since they were injured during the crossing. But what does this have to do with Grandpa? Seemingly seeing through their doubts, Su Jiuxing sighed, it's because your grandfather's days are numbered, plus the timing of the Hu family's attempts to find trouble came at too coincidental a time, so... Saying this, Su Jiuxing paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, your grandfather he decided to come out of the gate when his time was up. To lead the Su family to spell the death of the Hu family. Boom! This reversal left all 4 of them dumbfounded. What the hell? Especially Su Yu, his entire body was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open in shock. According to the novel's plot, shouldn't Grandpa be close to death, and couldn't he be called out if the enemy didn't come to attack? How come? Thinking of so many novel plots he had read, Su Yu could not help but ask, Pops, Grandpa is injured, not thinking of breaking through to recover, how? Su Jiuxing reached out and knocked on Su Yu's head, reprimanding, confused. Cultivators of my generation, with no hope of breaking through, should remove all unstable factors that threaten the family. If the Hu family wants to find trouble with us, we'll exterminate him. Killing indecisive is the law of survival for my generation of cultivators, you don't understand, Ayu. Su Yu? Dare I say? I'm still too conservative in my villainous thinking? P.S. www. Cold, lords, I'm here again to beg for hypes, beg for gifts. Oh, let's put it this way, if today's hypes can break 60, or if the gift value is 20, starting tomorrow directly explode them more, absolutely do not go back on their word, do not draw a pie. Take off the pie hat. The data is too miserable, no motivation, woohoo. Chapter 027, can take shortcuts, who goes through the trouble of auto-cultivation with you all. Well, I'll go back to rest, you siblings to raise enough spirit, go to the Holy Land after the good cultivation, outside is not compared to home, do not trust others too much, even if it is your future teacher, you have to maintain a certain degree of vigilance, no? Su Jiuxing said in a serious tone. Saying that, Su Jiuxing looked towards the silent Su Yu and smiled, also, you are already at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, it is also time to consider condensing Dan. Dan condensation is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A golden Dan with 1-3 dragon stripes would be the lower grade, the middle grade would be 4-6, while the upper grade would be 7-9. Forget it, you know it anyway, I'll go back to your cultivation. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling the 4 to go back. After walking out from the courtyard, Su Qinying and the others stopped their steps and turned to look at Su Yu. Facing the 4 sisters' eyes gazing with hidden anger, Su Yu bitterly smiled, what are you looking at me for? I didn't know it would be like this. He was truly wrong. $1,000 lady's dog-licking young master was willing to do this for the other party. The key thing was that the bigwigs of the Hu family actually agreed. I'm afraid this isn't licking the dog anymore, but rather wanting to use this excuse to find trouble with the Su family. If Su Jiuxing didn't say anything, they were actually very clear. The Su family is actually more or less in decline. There is only one strong person of the fifth failure of the celestial in the family, and this kind of strength is stronger than second-rate, but compared to a normal first-rate family, it is a bit too weak. The Wu family was also a first-rate family in the Eastern Wasteland's Eastern Realm, and they were afraid that they were looking at the Su family's resources, which was why they used this as a reason to attack the Su family. If you hadn't caused this mess, there wouldn't be this mess coming out. Su Muyao blankly glanced at him. Su Qingying stared at Su Yu and said seriously, if the Holy Land doesn't take part in this matter, the family is afraid that the family will suffer a devastating blow, and most crucially, Grandpa will also die. Have you ever known this consequence? They just wanted to see how Su Yu wanted to handle this matter. The fight between the five Celestials was too far away from them. Since he had the guts to dare to offend a large group of heavenly pride by saying those words at the grand competition, he should also have his own backbone, right? From the 9th level of the Spirit Sea to the 5th level of Celestial Failure, there was still a difference of several great realms. Condensing Dan, Embodied Divinity, Dharma Phase, Jiayin, Jiayang, and only after that is the 5 failures of the Celestials Awe. Su Yu was silent for a long time, and finally crossed over to the 3 to go back to his room and lock the door, not saying a word during that time. Looking at him like this, the 3 sisters also did not say anything. Just a more or less disappointing color flowed out of his eyes. The Su family's crisis. It wasn't that it couldn't be overcome. They, likewise, can help. When the time comes, they will go back and will expose certain cards to gain all the support of the Holy Land. Let's go, don't think too highly of him. Bang bang bang. 3 slamming doors sounded at the same time, and naturally, Su Yu heard them. Leaning on the door of the room, Su Yu's eyes gradually became complicated, with sharp and incipient sharpness looming, murmuring, want to take the Su family. Who family? Then please prepare for the destruction of your entire clan. He didn't want to narrow the path, but he wouldn't let others ride and on his head either. Who really wanted to kill themselves? Then take a life. I'm just trying to be a good guy for fun. Don't think I'm a saint. Su Yu does not have the habit of going to bed to rest, to his realm, in fact, has long abandoned the sleep of this low-grade means of recovery of essence. Cultivation was the right way. But what the cheap old man said earlier was right. It was indeed time for himself to consider condensing Dan. Condensing the Dan is to bring together the spirit sea within the dantian and compress it into substance to turn it into a golden Dan. The dragon lines of the condensed Dan are formed based on qualifications, foundation, quality of the aura, and other factors, and as for how many of them there are, it depends entirely on one's own talent. Lower grade condensed Dan, it is difficult to observe the robbing yin and yang throughout one's life. Middle grade has the qualifications of the holy realm, and the upper grade is a must for the strongest. If I were to condense Dan, how many channels would there be? The number of dragon lines in Pop's Dan condensation, if I remember correctly, should be 7 dragon lines. Thinking of this, Su Yu's face could not help but move a little. 7 dragon marks, upper grade Gene Dan. Pop's has the qualifications of the Holy Realm? Top grade golden pills are rare, but the Celestial Pride is basically a top grade 9 dragon pattern, so if I want to condense it, it would have to be an immortal grade golden Dan. Actually, Su Jiuxing didn't say it comprehensively. The condensation of Dan was divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 grades, while higher ones also had divine and immortal grades. Immortal grade Gene Dan is the standard match for the son of heavenly destiny Ah. But the conditions for wanting to condense an immortal pin were too harsh. At least 1 strand of immortal chi is needed to successfully condense the Dan. But it was not yet time for the immortal path to open. There was almost no hope of condensing an immortal piece, and even if there was, one would need to go to those powerful relics to condense the Dan to make it possible. Thinking of this, Su Yu deflated again. Condensed Dan grade is too low, future cultivation is definitely difficult. Want to condense high grade, there is a need for a specific chance. It's hard not to. Do we really have to go to the Holy Land to participate in the contribution waiting for them to grant the relics the chance to condense pills? No way. Thinking of this, Su Yu took a deep breath while shifting his gaze to the system. If I use the Realm Enhancement card to enhance my realm, will my condensation be the foundation? Su Yu voiced out his question. In the next second, the system's icy voice rang out. Realm Enhancement cards are used to enhance each realm at the limit of perfection. The limit of Dan condensation in this world is immortal, but it is not the limit of Realm Enhancement cards. Hearing this, Su Yu froze. However, soon, the color of ecstasy that kept surging up in his heart washed away his worries. It could still be operated like this? After hearing the system's reply, Su Yu instantly stopped hesitating and directly said, use the Realm Enhancement card. Who would go through the trouble of auto-cultivation with you when you can take a shortcut? Isn't it good to lie flat? Ding! Realm Enhancement card used successfully. As the system's voice fell, Su Yu was the one who felt a strange movement appear within his dantian. After hurriedly looking inside his body, Su Yu saw the situation within the dantian. Only to see that the original vastness of the ocean of spiritual energy like the sea, at this time has become turbulent. Spiritual energy in a mysterious force under the traction, began to converge towards the center of the dantian. The liquefied spiritual energy continued to coalesce, eventually forming a small black dot. At the same time, a strand of spiritual energy filled with the chi of Taiyin was also extruded from the gongfu he had already replaced himself with. Corpse immortal chi. Suyu was shocked in his heart. This was actually using corpse immortal chi to condense the Dan? But then again, something was not right. Although he was using corpse immortal chi as a guide, the condensed Dan's aura was giving him a feeling of dominance. So strange. Before he could savor the sensation of condensing the Dan, in the next second, his eyes suddenly went black. And before passing out, he heard this sentence. Condensing Dan in progress, physique refreshing. Wait. Why is it still refreshing the constitution when it's being condensed? Boom. Along with Suyu falling into unconsciousness, in the sky above the heaven's remarkable city, countless spiritual energies began to frantically converge together, and visions abruptly appeared in a shocking manner. What's going on? What's happening? Chapter 028 Great Sun Burning Sea, Divine Sun Subduing Prison. Condensing Dan. In the sky above heaven's remarkable city, the dome of the sky, which was originally wrapped in a sky full of stars, at this moment, an auspicious cloud with a colorful glow actually appeared. The aura surged, as if a true dragon was converging. With the terrifying ocean of spiritual chi, even powerful people at the high level of the condensed Dan realm became grave. The great pillars of aura morphed into the shape of dragons, weaving and wandering amongst the auspicious clouds. It was as if a real dragon had come with an armor, as if it was congratulating. Above the aura ocean, a brilliant sun coalesced and took shape, emitting a light that made people not dare to look directly at it, and the sea of chi in the dantian was churning. This vision. Someone has condensed the Dan? But the movement of this Dan condensation is too big, isn't it? Could it be that someone is condensing a top grade 9 dragon marked golden Dan? This commotion directly startled everyone in Tianjiao City, and countless people ran out of their houses, looking up at the sky and watching this mind-blowing scene. The great sun burns the sea and the 9 dragons appear? Divine golden Dan? In the courtyard of the Tianjiao city's main residence, the elders of the 3 great holy lands walked out of their rooms at the same time, looking up at the vision in the sky above, and lost their voices in horror. At this moment, all 3 of their brains were buzzing. What is the situation this is? Even this kind of tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years are rare to see the vision appeared? This session of heaven's pride is not poisonous? Unusual condensation, even if it is condensing the top grade 9 dragon pattern gold Dan, that is just aura transforming into a dragon. But now? The aura was like the sea rose to the great sun, the sea water boiled and rose up in curls of immortal mist, and on the surface of the sea, the 9 dragons of the aura prostrated themselves, obviously in awe of the great sun. What else can it be if it is not a condensed Dan above the 9 dragon pattern? Who exactly is condensing pills in the city? Elder Zhu asked with a shivering mouth. Elder Mo shook his head and said in a trembling voice, Mother Hannah, this thing came out, even the 5 decayed powerhouses have trouble peering into the heavens, they can't check the direction of the breakthrough at all. The entire Tianjiao city is shrouded, it's impossible to detect it at all. Elder Qin swallowed his saliva and moistened his dry throat. This breakthrough movement was also too big. They had only lived for a couple thousand years, or had they seen this kind of breakthrough formation? It was only at the recorded time of the opening of the immortal road that such heavenly pride would come out alright. Who could it be? Is it hard to believe it's Suyu? Impossible. How long has he only broken through the spirit sea realm? How long has he been separated today? That would be when his realm was still stable. How could he break through overnight? But demons can't be measured by common sense. Have you forgotten how Holy Lord Tianqian broke through back then? At those words, the 3 elders were simultaneously dumbfounded. After glancing at each other, the 3 of them transformed their figures into streams of light and sped off in the direction of the Su clan's residence. In just a moment's time, they arrived outside the Su family residence. Although it was impolite to enter someone's yard without greeting them, the 3 of them didn't care about that. With their breath exposed, Su Jiaoxing and the Su family elders soon appeared in front of the 3 of them. Greetings to the 3 elders. Upon seeing the visitors, Su Jiaoxing and the others were startled and hurriedly arched their hands and shouted. Su family head, is Suyu here? Elder Qin waved his hand and opened the door. He is cultivating. Take me there. Su Jiaoxing heard this and did not dare to delay, leading them right to the courtyard where Suyu was. Don't look at the constant visions in the sky above, but here in Suyu, there was no change whatsoever. Seeing the motionless courtyard, the 3 of them were confused and looked at each other. It wasn't Suyu? If it was Suyu, they would have been able to sense it when they stood here in the courtyard, but on the contrary, there was no semblance of movement here in Suyu. If it's not Suyu, then who else could it be? The 3 of them couldn't help but think. It was hard to believe that they had missed important information. Among the heaven's pride of this session, there was still the existence of the little guy who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger? Not waiting for them to think carefully. Suddenly, a shocking might erupted out of Suyu's room, and the entire room collapsed into ruins. The next second, The various visions in the sky dome seemed to have found a floodgate and began to continuously converge in the direction of Suyu's room. Boom! A layer of spiritual power fluctuation was like waves lapping the beach. The powerful impact blasted the fragile wooden buildings around them into pieces and shattered them all over the place. The dust in the sky couldn't cover the shock on the faces of the three elders and Su Jiuxing. This kid really condensed Dan? Doesn't he need time to practice? He went in at the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm, came out at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, and now on the first day of the end of the great competition, he's directly condensing Dan? What's going on? The sudden shattering of their room also caused the three sisters, Su Qingying, who were in the middle of deep cultivation, to rush out. When they saw that the three sacred ground elders and their own father had all come, they were somewhat uncertain. However, when they noticed the vision, their mouths were also wide open, unable to say a word. Holy! Is this asshole a kryptonite cultivator? How long has it been since he condensed Dan? Su Muyao couldn't help but burst out. The three people were dumbfounded as they watched this. There were not a few who thought the same as them. At least, the three elders were confused. In the dome of the sky, the visions were still emitting dazzling light, attracting the gazes of countless people, and the changes in the Su clan naturally couldn't escape the attention of the powerful people. One by one, they came to the outside of the Su family wanting to find out what was going on. Some people with bad intentions even wanted to force their way into the Su family to interrupt the breakthrough trend, but after seeing the three great elders, they held back. Su Yu. It's him again. You've only just finished the competition and you've made a breakthrough. What do you mean? Some of the first-class families and dynasties that had been eyeing the Su family couldn't help but collect their petty thoughts. No matter what, the Su family seems to be really developed. And it wasn't the future that was developed, just this current move by Su Yu was enough for the Holy Land to bet heavily on him. Under the attention of all the forces, the heavenly dome's visions were still churning. Finally, under the great sun, the silhouette of a magnificent and massive building slowly emerged. In each of the 18 floors of the enormous building, a unique vision was revealed. Hell! The great day of hell. A phallic vision of the prison-suppressing body? How did it appear in advance? The changes are so great, unlike the pure prison suppressor body. Looking at this scene, everyone was once again shocked. They could not imagine why Su Yu's prison-suppressing body was different from what was recorded. Moreover, it was even countless times stronger than some of the 100 great physiques that had already appeared. As they watched, the great sun suppressed the hellish visions, and in the end, the great sun fused the hellish visions. The 9 aura dragons even looked up to the sky and let out a clear dragon roar, then swept towards the big sun, and in the end, the 9 aura dragons looked like stickers, branding themselves on top of the big sun. The whistling sea of aura was continuously evaporated by the big sun into the purest energy to be swallowed, until the big sun was completely transformed into a rounded golden ball before calling it quits. The gathered spiritual chi dissipated, and the golden ball instantly disappeared into the bottom, heading straight to Su Yu's body. Boom! Congeal the Dan, become. Chapter 029 Elder, it's not necessary. I've always wanted to cultivate immortality. Is it finally over? The crowd who saw the scene also breathed a huge sigh of relief. This breakthrough movement was too big, from the first half of the night directly until almost dawn to end. However, before they could go forward, in the midst of the ruins, the aura that had just stabilized quietly began to explosively rise again. Dan Condensation Realm 2nd level. 3rd level of the Dan Condensation Realm. 4th level of the Dan Condensation Realm. In the blink of an eye, the aura emanating from the ruins stopped at the peak of the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. Those who sensed this scene, even the knowledgeable elders of the Holy Land, were petrified. It was also unknown how long had passed. It was only then that the crowd of onlookers erupted with the sound of sucking in cool air. Hiss. Is this Su Yu the Chosen One, not to mention condensing the divine phenomenon Golden Dan? After condensing the Dan, he immediately broke through 3 minor realms? This is a demon. Even the awakening of the chaotic body, the strongest physique in the ancient times, didn't play out like this, did it? The most crucial thing is that his foundation actually doesn't have any instability. An ordinary person who breaks through 1 or 2 minor realms consecutively would have an unstable foundation, but what about Su Yu, who breaks through one after another without any adverse reactions? How could this be acceptable? This Su family shouldn't really be the first Saint Realm family, right? The first contemporary Saint Realm family? Thinking of this possibility, the faces of the group suddenly became a little unnatural. You say that although the Emperor level qualification is strong, but to become a Saint Realm, that would also take time. No, but this breakthrough speed of Su Yu. It's even more outrageous than the Emperor level. In the crowd of onlookers, the faces of the Hu clan changed slightly when they heard these rumors. Saint Realm. Then can the Su family still be suppressed? They have wasted their own young master's reputation in exchange for a legitimate opportunity to suppress can't just shelve it because of this matter, right? Just as they were making wild guesses, movement came from the ruins. Su Yu lifted off the roof that was pressed on top of him and appeared in front of the crowd with a spotless appearance. Seeing such a large group of people appearing in front of him, Suyu was also stunned and said unexpectedly, "What are you all gathering in my Su family for?" Saying that, Suyu looked around. In the next second, he was stunned. By the north, why is my house in ruins? No, didn't I just sleep when I had a breakthrough? How come my home is in ruins once I woke up? Hearing this shocked tone from him, the crowd could not help but stutter. Don't you know the noise you made with your own breakthrough? Without waiting for Suyu to react, a figure leisurely appeared in front of him, pulling him up into the sky and out of this ruined land. Go, immediately follow me to the teleportation array to return to the Holy Land. The person who pulled Suyu away was naturally Elder Qin of the Nine Heaven Sacred Land. At this moment, his tone had a kind of excitement that could not be suppressed, as well as shivering, as if he had not yet regained his senses from the bout of Suyu's breakthrough. Lean. It's too strong. This kind of cultivation talent is simply invincible. Send it to the Holy Land for careful cultivation. I'm afraid it won't be long before it becomes the Dharma realm, right? 1 year? Or 2 years? Sent. While the Golden Great World has yet to appear, cultivate Suyu, and he might be able to become an emperor along with the Emperor's son. Or even ascend the immortal road to achieve the immortal position. As the assessment elder who unearthed Suyu himself, that kind of benefit was too much to think about. Baby. Big baby. Elder Qin thought excitedly, his eyes were incomparably fiery and amiable as he looked at Suyu and laughed. Treasure, elder, I don't have much ability, but if you have anything you need, you can come to the elder and I'll spell out this old life to get it for you. From now on, your family and my family are allies in life and death, right? I still have a few budding granddaughters, you. Hearing this, Suyu's head shook like a rattle. Elder, it's not necessary, I'm dedicated to cultivating immortality, I don't have time to engage in lovey-dovey stuff. Elder Qin, you don't even look at yourself? Not to say crooked, but by no means handsome. Your granddaughter, what kind? I do not have to think about it. Seeing Suyu's refusal so decisively, Elder Qin could only express his regret this way. No matter, let's go, we will go to the transmission array and wait now. This treasure was definitely not to be missed. Immortal level qualifications might be strong, but a qualification that hadn't achieved greatness, no matter how strong it was still not as strong as a Saint Realm powerhouse. But now it was different. Suyu's breakthrough speed had proven his potential. Casually giving him some time, the Holy Realm was a handful. This kind of talent, not to mention the peak masters of the major peaks, even if those old men in the dormant divine source know about it, I'm afraid that they will all crawl out and fight to accept him as a disciple. Suyu was shocked at his words. Elder, would this be too early? It's only Cinnabar time. Are you crazy? You're going to wait at the transmission line at dawn? Elder Qin shook his head. This is not true. Now your safety is the top priority. Outside the transmission array, if we encounter an unexpected situation, we can still escape and time is not. It seems. This is also the case. Okay. In the middle of the ruins of the Su family, the two of them, Elder Mo and Elder Zhu, watched dumbfounded as Elder Qin pulled Suyu away. This old thing is also too decisive, right? He didn't even give them a chance to react? Not to mention, the two of them really had such thoughts at this moment. Suyu's cultivation talent was too strong, completely a ruthless breakthrough machine. Moreover, the battle power was also extremely outrageous. How good it would be to snatch it back to your own clan. It's not a hard thing to accept, even though missing it makes people slap their thighs. In the Eastern Wasteland, the 3 great holy places were existences of the same breath, and it was said that back then, the 3 great holy places were actually of the same lineage, only that the 3 lineages were separated after each of them produced great emperors in the back. However, the main cultivation technique is the Great Emperor's Scripture method that was split from the Immortal method. The 3 chakras are united to produce the Immortal Scripture. And because of this, the 3 great holy places would not be jealous of which one was strong. Instead, many people hoped that an immortal would come out and merge the 3 holy places, allowing the Immortal Scriptures to be released. Let's go as well. Elder Mo and Elder Zhu returned to their senses and said. However, before leaving, Elder Zhu smilingly said to Su Jiuxing, Su family master, remember to send Wanqing and the girls to the teleportation array in a moment, and regarding the rewards given to the Su family, we also need to trouble you to go back to the Holy Land with us to collect them. The reward this time. Oh, perhaps it will be a bit big. Come along as a piece, Shin kid. After saying that, Elder Zhu could not help but look at Su Jiuxing with some envy. This brat really had a good life. When Su Jiuxing came to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition, he was still the assessment elder, and now that Su Jiuxing is at the hijacking in realm, he is still the assessment elder. The key is, this kid was still able to give birth to 4 sons and daughters with such potential. Good fortune. It's really a good life. Back then, when he had a team of 20 people, only he and Chen Zhongtian survived. These two were really lucky in life. After saying that, Elder Zhu and Elder Mo left the ruins of the Su family with a shake of their heads. Seeing this, the others also left one after another, leaving only Su Jiuxing and Chen Zhongtian standing in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Ha! A reward that's a bit big? Big? Chapter 030 Returning to the Holy Land, Talking and Conversing, Secret of the Holy Land? A little bit of time passed. After this matter of Suyu, the people of Tianjiao City were destined to not be able to fall asleep. Soon. Noon. Outside the teleportation point of Tianjiao City, it was already surrounded by people. Each normally silent and powerful person had transformed into a nagging old man at this time, constantly instructing their heirs to strive for excellence and cultivate well in the Holy Land and whatnot. Outside the teleportation points of the three great Holy Lands, Su Qingying and the girls did not bother to talk to Suyu, they just stood in place, looking at him from afar. In their eyes could be found the burning will to fight and defy defeat. Obviously, they were shocked by the breakthrough speed that Suyu had shown nowadays. Of course, they would not admit defeat so simply. If Suyu could do it, they could do it just as well. Especially Chen Yunxi, who was looking at Suyu provocatively. The reincarnation of the female immortal, as long as the cultivation environment and resources were sufficient, her improvement would be faster than a rocket. It wouldn't even take 1,000 years to reach the top of the world. Mu Yao, from now on, we are fellow disciples, please take care of us. To reintroduce myself, my name is Long Feng. Besides Su Mu Yao, Long Feng licked his face and smiled as he came over. This is good. Without Suyu around, he and the four beauties are in the same holy place, he can definitely take their hearts, and if not, he can be a little bit voluptuous. The others are all additions. The immortal divine phoenix bodies Su Mu Yao is the main palace. Su Mu Yao glanced at the smiling Long Feng, a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes and she said perfunctorily, "Oh. What dragon god body, what attraction since ancient times. Ugh. How could one possibly be with this melon batch? Absolutely impossible." Su Mu Yao was very clear about her heart, people she didn't like would not have good feelings at the first glance, as if Long Feng was like this. Long Feng didn't care what her attitude was, he was still minding his own business and trying to strike up a conversation with Su Mu Yao. The three people beside him were also very speechless. Was he really a dragon god body? So licky. With the arrival of noon, the teleportation arrays of the three holy lands fiercely lit up with a dazzling light. The aura of emptiness spread out from it. Seeing this scene, the three elders waved their hands at the same time, and three huge warships steadily appeared in front of the crowd. Board the ships and set sail. Swoosh! A figure rose up from the ground and landed on each of the three Holy Lands warships. Waiting until all the people were on board, the warship slowly traveled towards the spatial passageway, and after the warship was about to enter the passageway, Su Qingying and the girls simultaneously glanced at Suyu, who was wearing a smile on the Nine Heavens warship. "See you at the secret realm in 3 years." The four of them simultaneously recited in their hearts. Swish! The warship disappeared. It wasn't until an hour later that the warship traveled smoothly in the middle of the void teleportation. Inside the cabin, Suyu returned to the room that belonged to him, looked at the dark void that kept passing by outside the window, and muttered, "There is still a month to go before we can officially start cultivating." Although the Holy Land was strong, there were also many rules. Suyu also didn't know which teacher he would follow. But it was best to be left to his own devices. Although he could likewise make some progress by cultivating step by step, in the end, he could not be compared to the sons of Chiluk. The only way is to get into trouble. That's where he, Mr. Su, will end up. The heavenly prides of the Holy Land were all nourishment for his own progress. Other than that, just this time, among the celestials who joined the Nine Heavens sacred ground, there were 5 or 6 who had read destinies, and all of them were rushing towards themselves. All good kids. Suyu could not help but lament. Chasing after to give himself experience, this is really a great person to come. Regardless of burning, killing and looting, as long as one is targeting these sons of Qi, one can reap the rewards. Such room for maneuvering simply shouldn't be too great, okay? Moreover, there was also a golden destiny of Chu Tian. Adding to the fact that he had been beaten up by himself, this guy might have to hold some kind of grudge against himself. Anyway, mess with yourself and get on. If you're pissed off, you'll kill. What's the big deal? Those who make it big don't sweat the small stuff. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. Suyu walked over and opened the door to the room, and standing outside the door, was clearly Elder Qin. Elder Qin smiled and said, "Didn't disturb your cultivation, right?" Suyu shook his head and welcomed Elder Qin in. After coming in, Elder Qin was not too polite and sat on the stool in the room, looking at Suyu and asked, "Do you know anything about our Nine Heavens sacred land?" "No understanding." Suyu truthfully said. "I came here because I wanted to tell you about some of the basics of the Nine Heavens." Elder Qin tapped his fingers on the handle of his chair and pondered. The 9 heavens are divided into 9 peaks. The peak master of each peak is equivalent to a deputy saint master. The peak master of the first peak is also a saint master, and the strength is also strongest in the saint master lineage. Which peak you want to join is actually not that bad, the only difference is that each peak has a different cultivation method. Of course, if you choose to join the first peak, it means that you'll have to compete with all the masters and brothers of the first peak for the future saint master. If you want too much freedom, then join the other peaks. Hearing this, Suyu understood and smiled. The first peak is not within my consideration. Elder Qin had said so much, but in fact, he was trying to imply to himself that he should not join the first peak. The first peak. To put it bluntly, it is the backyard of the Sacred Lord's lineage. And by joining in on his own, the ostensibly fair and impartial Holy Lord competition would naturally not shut him out, but it would definitely offend the Holy Lord's lineage. Or perhaps the Holy Lord family. Elder Qin nodded and said, "It's best if you can see through it. The Sacred Lords and the others can do everything they can to cultivate you, they are not afraid even if they smash 90% of their resources on you, but the Sacred Lord's seat cannot be taken by an outsider. It is said that this is the duty of their lineage." Earlier, during the great competition, they shouted so loudly that the Holy Lord's seat or whatever was given to Suyu was nothing more than a slogan. In reality, this position is not Suyu's turn. Suyu sniffed and was somewhat uncertain. You can smash 90% of the resources to cultivate yourself, but you cannot let yourself sit on the Holy Lord's seat? It's hard to believe that. Is it guarding something? Suyu did not bother to think about it in detail. Putting these doubts behind him, he returned, "Elder, I know." Confirming that Suyu did not mean this, Elder Qin sighed in relief, that very intimidating-looking face revealing a bright smile, saying, "It is best if you can understand. Don't worry, you can choose any of the other main peaks, the Sacred Lord and the others will definitely tilt the maximum resources on you to cultivate you. You are free, with your talent, the 9 main peak lords will all cultivate you and will not accept you as a disciple. As long as you return to the Holy Land to measure the same talent as that day, you, in the Holy Land, have the greatest freedom. A disciple in the open, behind the scenes, can be in the 9 peak masters as masters and brothers. Immortal talent. This is Suyu's greatest root. For countless years, the first person who had the hope of re-merging the 3 sects and opening the era of the immortal scriptures. Good. Thank you, Elder, for clearing up the confusion. Suyu also nodded when he heard this. However, the bottom of his heart was inexplicably flustered. Who would have known about the accident that day? If not, would he have been beaten? I don't think so. Alright, I won't bother you anymore, cultivate at ease, there's still a month to go before you can return to the Holy Land. After saying that, Elder Qin got up and left Suyu's room. After sending Elder Qin away, Suyu returned to sit cross-legged on the futon. Since there was still so much time left, it would be better to take advantage of this to get to know the system. System, open the Personal Attributes panel. Loading. Loading completed. Ding. Chapter 031, What I Gain, There's a Place to Lose a Supreme Treasure. Heaven's Destiny Great Villain System. Host, Suyu. Fate, Shiny Black. Cultivation level, 4th level of the Condensed Dan Realm Plus. Title, Little Master of Death. Villain value, 20,000. System Mole, Plus. Feats column, Void Blade Technique, Devil Toad Swallowing the Moon Divine Technique, Corpse Immortal Robbing the Sky, Swallowing Gold, Tyin Whistling the Moon, Yin and Yang Breaking the Sky under Automatic Cultivation. Backpack, Dala Blade Seed, 5 Birds Magic Feather Fan. Current task, break through to the Dharma realm within 10 years, overthrow all the ants that dare to provoke the family, cut down the roots, and scatter the ashes in the wind 0% 100%. Looking at his data, Suyu was still slightly satisfied. Cultivation at the 4th level of the Condensed Dan realm, although it did not seem very high, in the younger generation, this was already a top-tier existence. A Condensed Dan realm that was less than 20 years old was a numbered existence even if it was placed in the long history. Although this cultivation is not worth mentioning compared to the enemies I'm going to face, as long as I have the protection of the Holy Land, I'll still be able to catch up quickly on my own. Suyu's heart door cleared his situation. This point of cultivation was not yet worth being complacent about. Without the Dharma realm, he is actually still a weakling. But this newly refreshed quest. After seeing the quest refreshed in the quest bar, Suyu also had a black eye. 10 years to ascend to the Dharma phase realm. Still playing with hair, Not to mention 10 years, even 20, 30 years won't be enough to reach the Dharma phase, right? It's already good enough to be able to have Yunshin, right? Not to dwell too much on this mission, Suyu turned his attention to the system mall. Here, he really hadn't opened it once. He did not know what kind of goodies would be inside. Suyu vaguely looked forward to it and reached out to click on the plus behind the system mall. In the next second, the system screen jumped. Then a line of data was continuously refreshed, and with each refreshed line, Suyu's pupils could not help but shrink away by 1 point. Immortal Heavenly Sword, from the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's Lower Realm Sword, price, 10 million villain value. Random Teleportation Charm, can teleport to any corner of the immortal world, price, 100 million villain value. Forbidden Sword Adversary Scale, made from the scales of 1,000 dragons, price, 100 million villain value. The further back he looked, Suyu's pupils were undergoing a huge tremor, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. Day! What kind of heavenly weapon is this? Even the dragon's reverse scale is used as a weapon. If this knife cuts down, the continent will have to be split into 2, right? And is this something you can buy? If you can afford it, you wouldn't dare to take it out. Just reveal a little bit of seed, the whole road of the top powerhouses will have to kill over to grab even those dusty divine source of countless years of old monsters have to crawl out, right? It's fatal. Suyu didn't dare to look at it more and hurriedly flipped to the last page to find those things he could afford. Limited time seconds. Golden Crow transforming Yang viewing method originally, can view the Golden Crow transforming Yang scene in the mind, hammering the divine soul, Golden Crowsian clan mental method, price, 4,999 villainous values. Limited time kill. Ancient God Image Book, can visualize the strongest 1,000 God images from ancient times to contain the phases of deities, price, 4,999 villain value. Limited time kill. Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, created by a great power in the ancient times after observing the divine elephant in the sky, price, 4,999 villain value. After seeing the last 3 limited time spike system commodities, Suyu finally calmed down his mood. These 3 sorts are good. Just decided to buy it. System, buy these 3 limited time seconds items. Ding. Commodity purchase successful, villain value 14,997, purchased items have been deposited into the system backpack. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Suyu decisively exited the system mall. This place cannot be visited more often. All of the things inside were so coveted that they made his mouth water, not to mention, just that one helicopter great sacred card made him almost unable to walk. However, Suyu was still very clear about the pros and cons. In this low realm, it would still take a long time to polish before reaching the perfection realm. Take for example the embodied god. If not necessary, when condensing Dan breaks through to embodied god, he would choose to cultivate and break through on his own instead of relying on the system. Because the embodied god was a node. To be able to contain a unique and powerful deity at Jindan saturation, then he would be invincible in the embodied god realm and would have an unimpeded journey all the way to the Dharma phase realm quickly. Of course, the main thing is that the price is out of Suyu's reach, a full 200 million villainous value. Does he dare to think about it? Dare? The Golden Crow transformation Yang conceptualization thoughts and Divine Elephant prison suppression strength have been placed into the feats column to begin automatic cultivation. These 2 feats were overbearing just by hearing their names. Especially the Divine Elephant prison suppressing strength, when they were placed into the feats column, these 2 feats had already been automatically initiated into small success. This was also the point where Suyu had the most advantage. No matter how difficult a scripture was, as long as it was obtained by the system and put into the merit column, it would automatically become small. If one were to cultivate it on their own, Suyu would only be able to put it in there if they cultivated it to the point of initiation. These 2 techniques Suyu did not go to study too deeply. With the help of the system, there is basically no need for him to understand, just need to extract the experience value of automatic cultivation on time. Ancient Divine Elephant Book. Suyu slowly fixed his gaze on the ancient booklet in his backpack. This was what he was going to go for in-depth understanding at this stage. Laying a good foundation for the embodied god. Comprehending the phase of the deity into the Jindan was the proper thing that Suyu should do. There was one advantage of being born in a big family, and that was being able to cultivate within the realm of one's own understanding without making mistakes, and one could avoid all risks of mistakes and rapidly improve oneself. With a flash of thought, a small booklet fell into Suyu's hands. Looking at the ancient characters on it, Suyu actually had the illusion that it was as if the shadows of thousands of gods appeared before his eyes. Subconsciously turning over the first page, a picture containing the meaning of divine marvels came into his eyes. The first phantasm of the ancients. While Suyu was mesmerized by studying the 10,000 ancient divine image book, in a burning ancient star of life countless light years away from the Xian heaven continent. This ancient star was like a sun at its peak, emitting heat that almost radiated over an area of hundreds of light years. If it wasn't for the sun god body and all other fire attribute cultivators approaching, it was feared that they would be vaporized before they even reached the ancient star's surroundings. Even if a strong person of the Jieyang realm came, they would have to be turned into a hunk of dust. However, at this moment, a terrified and angry scream that pierced the heavens resounded for countless light years. Where is my Golden Crow clan's Jin clan viewing thoughts? Damn! Who on earth stole my clan's inherited mindset? What goes around comes around. What Suyu gains, there is a place where he loses the most precious treasure. On this day, a huge tremor occurred on the Golden Crow ancient star. While Suyu, who was countless light years away, was not affected in the slightest, and for a month, he was immersed in the time he spent contemplating the 10,000 ancient divine statue book. The time quickly passed. On this day, the traveling airship suddenly came to a halt, and a slight vibration woke up all the heavenly pride on the warship. When they opened their eyes, Elder Qin's voice rang out leisurely. Everyone disembark immediately, the Nine Heavens sacred land. It's here. Chapter 032 Arrival in the Nine Heavens, Suyu's Choice. Invincible. Upon hearing Elder Qin's voice, Suyu, who was immersed in the 10,000 ancient divine statue book, also slowly opened his eyes, and at an unknown time, a trace of vicissitude and a sense of insignificance actually appeared in his eyes. Phew, have we finally arrived at the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Suyu lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and murmured. Snap. Closing the ancient god statue book, Suyu got up from the futon and walked out of the room onto the deck. As soon as he went out, a scene like a fairyland was presented before his eyes. 9 huge peaks suspended in mid-air stood, and at the bottom, it was the residence of the outer disciples, and also the place with the most people. The abundance of spiritual chi here was almost more than 10 times that of the Su clan. This was not surprising. The 3 great holy lands had stood in the eastern wasteland for countless years without collapsing. The resources and spiritual veins they had developed were countless, and the great powers had personally moved those higher spiritual veins into the 9 heaven sacred ground, and this was what had nurtured the reputation of being a holy land of cultivation. Being able to live in the 3 holy lands, it would be impossible for regular people to yearn for the outside world. Except for those heavenly prides who wanted to leave the holy lands to make a name for themselves. Living in the Holy Land, even ordinary people with extremely poor foundations who couldn't cultivate could easily break through the pulse condensation realm. This was the gap. The condensed Dan giants in the eyes of the outside world were nothing more than ordinary disciples in the Holy Land. Venerable Yinshin was nothing more than an outer sect deacon, and Fa Xiang and Jian were nothing more than outer sect elders. The only way to be transferred back to the 9 main peaks as an elder was to break through the hijacking Yang realm. This was the depth of the Holy Land. This was still only the configuration of the late end times today. If it was placed in the Great World, or the pre-end times, if one wanted to serve as an elder, it would be impossible without the quasi-saint realm. All of you get off the ship. Those who gained a place in the Heavens Pride competition, as well as those with outstanding natural talent, there will be disciples from the 9 main peaks to lead you to report in a while. Elder Qin stood in front of the deck of the warship and said to the crowd. The data of them, the Celestial Pride, had already been transmitted back into the Holy Land when they were in Celestial Pride City. The various main peaks had also long since selected their desired disciples. As for some disciples who could barely reach the entry qualifications of the Holy Land, they were unified and arranged among the outer sects. The words fell. 10 streams of light flew in from the distance, and their auras were all at the embodied God realm. Lu Guoshan, Hu Koban, Ma Wangshan. The 100 of you follow me back to the outer sect. Ma Yichang, Ma Wanghao. The 4 of you follow me back to Red Sky Peak. The visitor calmly shouted out each name before leading the people to fly in the direction of their respective main peaks or outer sects. When the people were almost gone, on the warship, only Suyu and Shu Tian, who had already recovered, and a few Red Destiny Heavenly Pride with outstanding talent remained. Looking at the 9 Heavenly Prides in front of him, Elder Qin smiled faintly and said, "The few of you, on the other hand, come with me to the sect's main hall. The Sacred Lord and all the Peak Masters are waiting for you." The others were just making sure that the blood of the lower and middle levels kept flowing. And these few people in front of them were the heavenly pride that the sect should vigorously cultivate. Perhaps sometime in the future, someone here might become an inner sect elder, or even the peak master of a certain peak. Yes, elder. Several people simultaneously arched their hands. After saying that, several people followed behind Elder Qin and leapt towards a floating hall that was arching in the center of the 9 main peaks. After crossing over the guards and coming to a stop in front of the Great Hall, Elder Qin landed on foot. Rumble. Pushing open the heavy door of the Great Hall, inside the hall, the light was as bright as day, and the 9 main pillars were all carved out of giant extremely high-grade spirit stones. Above the hall, the 9 thrones were then filled with people. There was no aura emanating from their bodies, however. It gave Chu Tian and the others a sense of extreme danger and insignificance. This was strong people who surpassed them countless times. Arriving at the center of the Great Hall, Elder Qin arched his hand and bowed to the 9 middle-aged men above him, respectfully saying, "Sacred Lord, all peak masters, the people have been brought." The middle-aged man at the head with a refined appearance and a very gentle aura nodded. "Good, hard work, Elder Qin. Go down first." Elder Qin sniffed and bowed again, "Yes." After saying that, he didn't speak to the several celestial pride, and walked straight out of the Great Hall, closing the door behind him. Rumble. Along with the door being shut, the entire sect hall was then left with only the 9 heavenly pride and the 9 peak masters. The atmosphere was somewhat dull. However, soon the elegant middle-aged man at the head opened his mouth again and said, "You guys. Can you have a desired main peak? If so, you can choose to join on your own, and choose which peak, then you will automatically become the disciples of this peak's master." After the elegant Sacred Lord finished speaking, Chu Tian was the first one to stand out, arching his hand and saying, "Sacred Lord, I would like to choose Red Sky Peak." This choice of his was not random, but his attribute was fire, and the martial arts he practiced were even fire martial arts. The Red Sky Peak was a notorious holy place for fire-based sword cultivation, and it was the best choice for him. "Yun, go down first." The elegant Saint Lord nodded and waved his hand. Shu Tian said his thanks, and as he turned to exit the Great Hall, he glanced at Suyu and said seriously, "Suyu, coming to the Holy Land, the gap between you and I and our starting point have come to the same level. I will challenge you again in the future, and I hope that you will still be able to maintain this momentum that you have today." He, Chu Tian, had failed and been defeated, but had never been disillusioned. He couldn't be killed, and the stronger the enemy was, it would only serve as a motivation for him to become stronger, causing him to explode all his potential to catch up with the other party. Suyu was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. As I said, I will give you the opportunity to catch up with me with your full strength and chase my footsteps, but I will not be surpassed by you. I will not underestimate those who are defeated by me, but I will not give you the opportunity to surpass me either. Suyu very calmly uttered these words, directly choking the Chu Tian who had just risen his fighting spirit. Chu Tian opened his mouth, and in the end, he could only hold back his red face and leave the hall with a stomach full of anger. Suyu's words caused the eyes of the 9 peak masters to become bizarre. The young man is still so arrogant. However, his qualifications really did give him the capital to be so arrogant. The other 7 red destiny celestials also made their choices and joined the main peak of their choice. The 9 peaks of Divine, Red, Bai, Dan, Jing, Jade, Wang, Purple, and Taishao had all been chosen, except for Divine and Taishao. The first-ranked Divine Heavenly Peak was also the main peak of the Holy Lord's lineage. It was also the least selectable lineage. At this moment, in the middle of the Great Hall, only Suyu alone and the 9 peak masters remained. Looking at Suyu standing in the center of the Great Hall, a gentle smile appeared on the face of the Confucian Saint Lord as he softly said, "Suyu, I wonder, which peak do you wish to start cultivating from first? Your qualifications. Perhaps it needs to be retested once more." When Suyu heard this, he immediately asked, "Why do you need to retest once?" "Because if you pass it, with your qualifications, none of our 9 peaks can accept you as a disciple alone." The elegant Saint Lord's eyes gradually became bright and expectant as he looked at Suyu and softly said, "If your qualifications are really as measured that day, you and the 9 of us, we can be senior brothers. Or, how about you choose to refuse, and at the same time, you can join any main peak." When the Sacred Lord finished speaking, the corner of Suyu's lips lifted up as he smiled and said, "Then, let's retest." Since he decided to be invincible, it would be fun to be invincible all the time. Isn't it? Well, then retest. Chapter 033 Vanguard Ranking Top 50, 9 Heavens Divine King Lin Tian. Retesting talent wasn't something unacceptable, and if you wanted to be treated higher, then you had to pay a corresponding price. And he had the lightest price. That would be retesting the talent. Even if it doesn't matter if the retested talent doesn't have immortal level qualifications, he'll still be able to get the topmost treatment conditions. If the 9 peak masters were to believe that he was the immortal grade qualification, they wouldn't have brought up the matter of retesting. Therefore, even if he wasn't immortal grade, he wouldn't have anything to lose just the same. Good, then let's have a test. The elegant Saint Lord laughed, and with a wave of his big hand, an even more perfect testing crystal stone tablet landed in front of Suyu. There was also a yellowish scroll floating in front of him. Qualification test. This stone tablet was left by that immortal ancestor who founded the 9 heavens, in order to find an heir who could inherit his immortal laws. This scroll, on the other hand, records the topmost imminent immortal method of my 9 heavens sacred ground, and it possesses the image of a deity, so if you are able to have a reaction with it, then your status will be unrivaled in the 9 heavens. It is we who are not qualified to command you. Speaking of this, the smile of the Confucian Saint Lord became serious and solemn. Immortal aptitude was certainly terrifying, but if one was unable to communicate with the divine image, one would not be able to be nurtured by the 9 heavens with all their might. Come on. The elegant Saint Lord waved his sleeve robe, and a supreme spiritual force fell into the testing stone tablet, activating it. Show the talent you deserve, only then will you be able to qualify to compete with the many ancient celestial pride when the golden great world arrives behind you. Suyu sniffed and exhaled, reaching out and placing his hand on the stone monument, lightly evoking a strand of the deepest origin spiritual energy. Rumble. Boom. Only this time, when Suyu's spiritual energy was absorbed by the testing monolith, within the monolith, a ray of terrifying fluctuations came from it. It was heart-palpitating. Waves of air rolled up and impacted in the great hall, shaking it. Light bloomed like 100 flowers blooming in spring, and the light filled almost the entire grand hall. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and on the stone tablet, a tiny crack was spreading. In the next second, the light dispersed. Only the few large words in the center of the stone monument shone. Physique, Great Sun Subduing Prison Body, Qualification. This time, it was no longer the prison suppressing body, but the new physique produced by the Great Sun fusion of the prison suppressing body when Suyu broke through the condensing dan. The qualification column was still blank. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 9 peak masters suddenly shrunk, their hearts appalled. Surprisingly, even this chaos crystal stone could not be detected? Immortal qualifications? Or a stronger qualification that exceeds the upper limit of this world? Not waiting for the several peak masters to figure out the reason for this, Suyu in front of them had already withdrawn his hand, grabbed the piece of yellowish scroll, and with a pull of both hands, spread out the scroll. The originally blank scroll, under Suyu's gaze, gradually flooded with crimson light. Immediately after, crimson lines began to outline. A familiar deity statue appeared in the scroll. It was a kind of deity statue that Suyu had seen in the 10,000 Ancient God Statue book. Ranked 50th in the 10,000 Ancient 9 Heavens Divine King Lin Tian Dharma image. As the God King Prosperity Dharma phase was outlined and molded, it seemed as if a picture appeared before Suyu's eyes. A God King man in crimson robes was reigning over the universe with an immeasurable Dharma body, reigning over this lower realm, suppressing an entire era, with no one being able to call him the second emperor, and he alone reigning over the universe and stepping onto the path of immortality. Under this illusion, the divine image in the scroll seemed to have been summoned and began to emit light as if it was going to drill out of the scroll and merge into Suyu's Jindan. However, at this critical moment, Suyu was instantly awake and waved his hand, interrupting the movement of the scroll. The branding was interrupted, the scroll's light instantly dimmed, and the spread-out scroll was recoiled. Phew, almost let this deity statue have its way. Suyu sighed in relief in his heart. He had interrupted this situation countless times when he was on the warship observing the 10,000 Ancient Deity Statue book, and he did not want to fuse the phantoms of these people. Each Dharma phase had its own Tao behind it. He didn't want to go with this top 50 ranking. If he wanted to go, he would also go the first one. Why didn't you receive the idol branding? Above the main hall, the 9 people who were originally looking at the fire saw that Suyu refused to accept the Dharma image. They froze and said with great surprise, "Do you know? You are rejecting a powerful deity statue that can be ranked in the top 50 since the beginning of the ages? The top 50 of the 10,000 ancients." In today's immortal cultivation world, strong deity phantoms can be firmly grasped in the hands of all the major clans and emperors, and when outsiders want to condense deity phantoms, they are just unimpressive phantoms, and the ones that are slightly stronger only possess some ordinary deity statues. The top 50 of the ancient world, what kind of terrifying existence is that? If one could use the top 50 of the 10,000 ancient world's divine statues, legislative phases, and celestial roots, one's future imperial path would be unobstructed. The 9 of them had fantasized back then that they would be able to cultivate such a powerful Dharma phase. But back then, the scroll didn't respond at all, and when they opened it, it was just a blank, wordless skybook. It wasn't just them. In the entire 9 heavens, ever since that immortal ancestor had ascended, only his own son had succeeded in his visualization, and after that, there was no one else. Countless years had passed, and Suyu was the first. If Suyu can fuse that one, in the future, when the golden great world arrives, their 9 heavens will have the most important place. At this moment, even with the temperament of the Confucian Saint Lord, he could not help but ask, "Why exactly did you refuse?" Although the other 8 peak masters did not speak, they also looked at Suyu with great curiosity. In their opinion, a young lord of a so-called first-class family outside, whose family at best only had a few celestial fifth failure realm powerhouses, was not qualified to touch such a high-end deity statue at all. How did he endure the temptation to refuse? Greeting the curious glances of these people, Suyu pushed the scroll back in front of the Holy Lord and said earnestly, "The deity statue has been engraved in my mind. If I had no choice, I would harbor him, but I'm still young, I want to find a chance to seek a better one." This was nothing more than his rhetoric. To fuse, all he needed to do was to open the ancient divine image book, but he wanted to try to communicate the first. Hearing Suyu's words, the Confucian Saint Lord couldn't help but lose his smile. "Silly child, it's not that there are no deity statues stronger than him, but it's not something that can just be found. Even if there is, it is still in the hands of other powerful holy lands and imperial clans." Young people, it wasn't uncommon to have this kind of mentality. However, what he didn't know was that it was not easy to find divine statues in the top 50 of the 10,000 ancient worlds, and even, one could say, extinct. There were only a handful of holy lands and imperial clans that controlled there. He wanted to continue to persuade Suyu to fuse now, but the latter was firm and interrupted. 1 year. Looking at Suyu's eyes that were firm to the extreme, the smile on the Holy Lord's face gradually converged, and in the end, he let out a sigh of emotion and nodded his head. "Then, I will allow you to fool around for 1 year. Alright, go down. Which peak do you want to go to first? Just go out and find the smooth one by yourself." "Thank you, senior brother." After waiting for Suyu to exit, the Holy Lord's expression was a bit odd as he lost his smile and shook his head, still really adapting quickly. But the old ancestor definitely likes him a lot. As arrogant as old ancestor. Chapter 034, Crying, she cried. "Whoa, you are not human." After coming out from the sect hall, Suyu looked around, and for a while, he did not know which peak to stay in. Sacred Lord Senior Brother had given him great authority to freely choose a peak. But exactly which building to start with Suyu really didn't know. Headache, if I had known, I wouldn't have walked so dashingly. I should have asked which peak is clearer. Suyu pinched his brow. Having come out, it is definitely not good to walk back again to ask for directions. If it was usual, he definitely did not like the quiet, and would never be idle if he could get into trouble. But now was different. He still had to study the mysteries within the 10,000 ancient god statue book, and choosing deities to carve into the golden dan was the right thing to do. Whatever, find a place to stay first. After thinking about it, Suyu flew in the direction of Bixiao Peak. The Bishop Peak master he had seen earlier in the main hall was a middle-aged beautiful young woman and looked quite good to talk to. Go to her to stay comfortable. Suyu rode in the air and came to Bishop Peak. Just after landing, Suyu understood why this place was called Bishop Peak. Lush and green, full of flowers and all kinds of spiritual trees as well as many spiritual medicines, there are even precious medicines. A fragrance lingers on the tip of the nose. Just by smelling it, it makes Suyu's spiritual energy calm down, and the restlessness is much quieter. The main wood spirit of Bixiao is also the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire Holy Land, as there are many spirit medicines and precious medicines cultivated here, which is equivalent to the Holy Land medicinal field. So you liked this kind of place? Fragrant and soft. Let's go find a disciple of Bishop Peak to ask for directions, and take a cave to close up first. If he could cultivate Suyu would never delay. He loved the feeling of getting stronger, it gave him respect and awe, and if someone didn't respect it, then he would punch him until he knelt down. It was a great feeling. Suyu stood in place and inhaled a few more mouthfuls of fragrant aroma before flying in the direction of the mountaintop. However, just as he had just leapt into mid-air, a green-colored sword she suddenly cut through the air and chopped towards Suyu's lower body. Seeing this, Suyu's face changed slightly. Dragon Claw Hand. Buzz. Suyu's fingers came together to form the shape of 3 claws, and on his arm, the green-colored scales formed by the attachment of spiritual energy emitted a cold aura. With a firm grip, Suyu directly grasped the green-colored sword chi steadily and crushed it. Shameless man, how dare you still appear in front of me? Let's see if I don't chop off your dog's claws. A delicate voice rang out, and in the next second, a figure violently rushed towards Suyu. Seeing the person who attacked, Suyu's face changed as his dragon claw hand grabbed the green-colored soft sword. Under the pincer of the huge force, that petite figure had no way to break free from Suyu no matter how hard it exerted. Who are you? Suyu coldly drank with a cold face. His face was a bit ugly. He had only come to the 9 heavens sacred ground and he encountered trouble seekers? Are you playing? Fortunately, the lowly girl in front of him was not strong, and only had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm, so she could not cause any harm to him. But it's really quite disgusting to come across this kind of provocation. Especially this kind of extreme lowly girl, she doesn't know how many licking dogs are behind her. The lowly girl with a dull face and a pair of big watery eyes sniffed, her eyes widened a bit and yelled, well, it's really an extremely shameless and underhanded man, this forgets me. I'm going to kill you The lowly girl looked milky and fierce with her teeth and claws open. However, Suyu didn't eat this, and with a cold face, he threw the lowly girl out of the way and grunted, who are you, and why are you striking out at me for no reason? The lowly girl was flung tens of meters and stopped in mid-air, her eyes glowing with anger, saying, who am I? Auntie-me is an existence you can't afford to mess with. Back then you molested me in the street, now you even dare to appear in front of me, you die for me. Saying that, the lowly sister recklessly rushed towards Suyu. The way she carried her sword to kill, she was even more milky and fierce for a few minutes. Suyu grabbed her green-colored long sword with one hand and threw her out again. However, this time, Suyu was steeply surprised. That willow girl? It couldn't be such a coincidence that he just randomly chose a main peak and met her? It's over. Hey, calm down, I'll apologize to you for what happened back then, don't be impulsive. Seeing that Lu Yanxiao was again wowed and killed towards himself without any regard, Suyu still used his dragon claw hand to grab her long sword and then flung it out to her again. But as if this lowly sister was tireless, she was just repeating the action of being flung flying and charging back up again. Apologize? What's the point of having a sword in my hand if apologizing works? Lu Yanxiao was so angry that her big watery eyes were red, revealing her small tiger teeth. Her appearance was really milky and ferocious. Today, let's see if I don't chop off your dog's claws. At that time, Suyu's lewd and evil appearance clearly surfaced in his mind, and at this moment, when looking at Suyu, even if the latter was very flustered, he still looked very evil. She could not hear what Suyu said at all. She only knew that her mind automatically transformed the meaning of Suyu's words. Little girl, you've grown up after not seeing you for a few years, come, let brother check you out. That was the only sentence echoing in her mind. Aha! Bastard, Ikosu, I'm going to kill you. Lu Yanxiao lowered her head, raised her sword and continued to kill Suyu. Without any hesitation, regardless of whether she could fight or not, she first rushed up to him. However, her awakened physique was originally a wood spirit body, which was equivalent to a supporting profession, plus she had also never seen anyone killed, much less killed anyone, so how did she know how to use martial arts to fight? It was just a matter of chopping around with a sword. Looking at this lowly girl's crazy appearance, Suyu really wanted to spit. This identity of himself. In the end, what else has he done that is so outrageous that a lowly girl can get her hands on him? 3 years ago. The lowly girls haven't even grown up yet, right? Lean north. That asshole is really born, even the little lowly. Gas shivering cold. The point is, it also leaves the karma all up to me. Aren't you trying to kill me? You stop, I really didn't mean it back then, stop it, don't force me. Suyu explained as he retreated. don't listen, you bastard asshole, reciting scripture indiscriminately. The lowly girl showed her teeth, revealing a small tiger tooth, pretending to be fierce really. Milk fierce ah. Suyu took his hand and pressed her double ponytail small head. Headache said, you do not make a fuss, really do not mean it, you quiet a little set? Must not. Lu Yunxiao decisively returned, then, her eyes lit up, drinking, see you think of evil all day long, I'll give you a cut to cure forever. As the words fell, Lu Yunxiao's sword was no longer swung randomly, but stabbed towards Suyu with a purpose. Feeling this extreme threat, Suyu's scalp tingled. In the next second, the Great Sun Prison suppressing body automatically operated. Rumble. A huge invisible force erupted, and this force directly suppressed Lu Yunxiao on the ground. A huge sound rang out. Feeling the pain coming from her body, Lu Yunxiao's entire body was confused. Lying on the ground, she didn't move a muscle. Seeing that she didn't make a fuss, Suyu then dropped to the ground, squatted down, looking at the sluggish lowly girl. He carefully said, that what, I really didn't mean to do it, you don't make a fuss listen to me properly say can't you? But, gradually, a wave of disfavor rose in Suyu's heart. Then, under Suyu's dismayed gaze, in the large watery eyes of this lowly sister, Lu Yunxia, there actually began to be crystallized tears swirling around. Wow. Must not. I won't listen. You, even if you bullied me in the first place, now that I'm hiding here, you still want to come and bully me. Oh you're not human. Chapter 035, so, you have to call him Little Master O. Looking at Lu Yunxiao lying on the ground, tears falling like no money, snapping, Suyu's entire body was dumbfounded. Leaning north. What's going on here? This lowly girl is crying. I didn't go too far, did I? Suyu life most cannot see as a girl in front of their own tears, at the moment is also panicked, at a loss for words, said, no, miss, we have something to say properly What's wrong with you crying all of a sudden? Stop crying, okay? Hearing this, Lu Yunxiao cried even louder, wow. I can't. You shameless perverted underhanded man, you bully you, I'm hiding so far away and you still come here to mess with my mind. When he was in the Su family's territory, he was almost molested by this guy. It was so hard not to emo anymore, all joined the 9 heavens, 100,000 miles away from him, saying that he was determined to cultivate to a very high realm and then go back to find him to take revenge. As a result, he hadn't even cultivated himself yet, and he was chasing after him. How can this still be lived? Suyu heard, almost did not blackout fainted, helplessly said, I can say that year's events really is not intentional you believe? Don't you lie on the ground quickly get up, I apologize to you. Pure black pot. It was that laborious Emperor Grave Saint's son who did the sins, why should I, someone from Blue Star Su, be the one to pay it back? On what grounds? Have to. I won't listen, you bastard don't recite the scriptures. Lu Yunxiao cried so miserably that Suyu didn't know what to do. Just at this moment. On Bisho Peak, several figures flying with imperial swords sped down. Voices with huffing and puffing suddenly exploded. How dare you, who is bullying our little senior sister on my Bisho Peak? Swoosh. Several powerful sword chi came towards Suyu. The people who came were all high-level condensed Dan realm cultivators, and one of them even had the fluctuation of an embodied god. Sensing this intense threat, Suyu quickly retreated to a certain distance. Several marvelous figures fell down, tightly protecting Lu Yunxiao who was sprawled on the ground. Her eyes were full of anger as she stared at Suyu with a deadly stare, saying, who are you, and why did you come to my Bisho Peak to spread your wildness? If you do not give a reasonable explanation today, you will crawl out of Bisho Peak for me. One of them even crouched down and pulled Lu Yunxiao up. Looking at her big bright eyes with tears in them, and the tear marks were even more obvious, she was immediately distressed. Egu, to think that you even made our little senior sister cry. This wow, sinning. Seeing her 4 senior sisters coming, Lu Yunxiao immediately put away her tears and pointed at Suyu and choked, senior sister, he is the bastard I told you about. I've hid here and he's still coming to trouble me. When the 4 heard this, they exploded at that time, like 4 tigresses protecting their calves, exuding strong battle intent as they looked at Suyu and droned, good, so you're that perverted man, go to hell. Look at the sword. It turned out that the guy in front of him was the perverted colored demon who had molested his little sister on the street. Damn it. How dare he show up at the 9 heavens sacred land looking for trouble. Indeed, it is colorful and daring. They hadn't heard much about Lu Yunxiao's grievances and heart demons, and it was an event that angered even the listeners. Originally, they had hated to take out their anger for their little sister, but they couldn't get out, so they could only give up. Right now, this guy even found his way here. Then it can't be left so easily. The 4 raised their swords and killed out, each sword stabbing towards Suyu's vitals. The moves were vicious and jaw-dropping. Facing the 4 people's siege, Suyu could only helplessly put out his hand to resist, explaining, I'm really not a colored demon, listen to my explanation okay? Don't listen, bastard chanting scripture. Where did the 4 listen? They directly surrounded Suyu. Of the 4 of them, one was at the 5th level of condensation Dan, one was at the 7th level of condensation Dan, and there were 2 cultivators at the 8th level of condensation Dan. However, Even though the realm was stronger than Suyu, it could not help him. You guys have gone crazy, so let me give you guys a moment of clarity. Suyu sighed and reached out to conjure up a sword filled with a murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, all four of them were a little unsteady. None of them had ever seen blood before, and all of a sudden, when they were hit by this killing aura, they all went into a bit of a trance for a while. However, just as Suyu was about to use physical methods to wake up for them, a mighty pressure that was so strong that it caused their hearts and minds to tremble, unable to raise the intention to resist, descended with a bang, fixing their figures in place. Suyu only felt that the space around him felt like it was solidified, unable to move freely. Stop! A soft voice fell. Then, a beautifully charming young woman wearing a long green-colored dress with waist-length hair and a graceful demeanor came through the air. Her speed was so fast that every step she took gave people the illusion of moving back in space. In just the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of several people. Seeing the appearance of the beautifully rhyming young woman, Lu Yunxiao and her four senior sisters were all startled and hurriedly bent down to salute, shouting, "Greetings, master." The Mei Yun young woman lightly nodded her head and looked at them all holding swords in their hands as she softly asked, "What's going on? Why are they all holding swords?" At this time, Lu Yunxiao flew in front of the Mei Yun young woman, with a small potato-like figure, and directly jumped into the Mei Yun young woman's arms, lifting her head, looking at the latter's delicate chin, and said pitifully, "Master. He is the colorful devil that I told you about." Saying that, the lowly sister pointed at Suyu and skimmed her lips. Look, he still dares to come to our Bishao Peak to find trouble with me. Oh, your poor little disciple is too pitiful." "That's right, master, how did he appear at our Bishao Peak? It couldn't be that you took him as a disciple, right?" "Uhu, no, I don't want such a senior disciple. Our life is so bitter." Listening to the little disciples crying, the beautiful rhyming young woman was also stunned, faintly smiled, gently patted Lu Yunxiao's back, lightly said, "No, the teacher did not accept him." This reply caused Lu Yunxiao's crying to come to an abrupt end before she became happy. "Wow. Really, master, I knew you wouldn't take in this kind of pervert with a nasty glance." "Muah." Lu Yunxiao stood on her tiptoes and pecked the beautiful rhyming young woman on the cheek. Obviously, this answer satisfied her. Then she looked at Suyu again, trying to make a fierce expression, but how she looked at it, it was a milky and fierce energy. "Humph. You're dead, trespassing on Bishao Peak, just wait to be locked up in the CO Cliff you. When you come out, I'll give you a good beating. My master's father favors me, when the time comes, I'll." However, before Lu Yunxiao could finish her threatening words, she was interrupted alive by her own master's next words. There was a smirk of playfulness on the beautiful rhyming young woman's stunning face that was full of charm. "Shinya, master didn't accept him as a disciple, but your master ancestor accepted him. So, you have to call him Little Master O." "Lu Yunxiao? Ga? Junior Master? No, just this stinking rascal?" Chapter 036, if you can't avoid these, then just enjoy it as a salted fish. At this moment, the smugness and tear stains on Lu Yunxiao's face were fixed, looking extraordinarily comical. Even her four senior sisters were wide-eyed at this moment. "Junior senior uncle? Him? It can't be, can it?" Lu Yunxiao also stopped crying, looking dumbfounded at the beautiful rhyming young woman master, mumbling, "Master, you didn't tell a lie, did you? He, young master uncle? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a fake." The beautifully rhyming young woman smiled faintly and said, "When did master ever joke with you about this?" As one of the peak masters of the 9 peaks, she was well aware of the importance of Suyu's talent. That was someone who was perfectly capable of being qualified to comprehend the immortal scriptures. Even if he didn't choose the 9 peaks and instead went to the 2 holy places, Tianxian or Ziwei, his treatment would still be the same. None of the contemporary holy lords were qualified to accept him as a disciple, and only the remaining old ancestors of the Holy Land were qualified to accept disciples. The immortal scriptures were released, and the 3 great holy lands were reunited. At that time, no one would be able to defeat them, not to mention the Eastern Wasteland, even the other 4 great domains. Without people who practiced the immortal scriptures, the 3 great domains would not be able to convince the other 2 to be the leaders. Thinking of this, the beautifully rhyming young woman looked towards Suyu with a gentle smile on her face and lightly said, "Senior brother Su, since you chose to come to my Bishao Peak to practice first, then you should first properly comprehend this Bishao Yunling skill. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to the Bishao Hall at the beginning of each month to listen to the lessons, or come and ask me." Only seeing her flexing her fingers, a booklet with a green cover fell in front of Suyu. Suyu put away his sword, took the booklet and made a bow. "Thank you, senior sister. He is not a low-profile person. If he can be invincible, he is not stingy to show himself. That is his most powerful capital. Even if it would attract countless enemies to covet it, what's the harm? I will cut off all schemes and tricks with a single stroke of my sword, no matter how evil the little ones may be." The beautiful rhyming young woman nodded her head and continued, "I still have some important matters that require a trip out of the clan, so I am not in a position to bring you, junior brother, to familiarize yourself with Bishao Peak. How about this? I'll have Shinya take you to choose a cave, and the two of you can have a good talk to clear up any misunderstandings. Saying that, she patted Lu Yunxiao's little head, not caring in the slightest about the dumbfounded her in her arms. Whether or not Suyu was the kind of villain with an extremely evil character, she could see through it with a single glance. The man in front of her eyes did not have any deep-seated playboy aura in his eyes. The only thing he had was the desire to aspire to the heights of the martial arts path and the slightest trepidation about his own insignificance. Between him and his own little disciple, perhaps there was some kind of misunderstanding as well. Seeing the beautifully rhyming young woman leave, those four senior sisters of Lu Yunxiao also looked at each other and successively found an excuse and went back to the Bisho Peak. After everyone had left, Lu Yunxiao's haughty little head couldn't help but droop. It's over. Anyone who could stand up for themselves has run away. Lu Yunxiao stared at Suyu for a while, her mind somewhat collapsed. How can a smelly rascal like you be my junior uncle? Finished Ami. Looking at her like this, the corner of Suyu's mouth twitched and sighed helplessly. I'm really not a pervert. You have to believe me, what happened back then was really not my intention. I could have sworn. Lu Yunxiao covered her ears and yelled, must not. I won't listen, don't listen, you bastard, let's recite the scriptures. Follow me. I'll go into seclusion after taking you to choose a cave. Lu Yunxiao huffed and puffed as she flew in the direction of the cave. Seeing this, Suyu could only shrug his shoulders and follow her footsteps. Whatever. If you don't listen, you don't listen. Anyway, you're not here to find a woman, you're here to practice. As for what she thinks, it doesn't matter. Bishiao Peak was huge. On it, there were hundreds of inner sect disciples, and with the 9 peaks combined, the inner sect disciples possessed thousands of people, and for every disciple in the inner sect, the minimum cultivation level was the Spirit Sea realm. Of course, not every inner sect disciple was qualified to worship an elder or a peak master. The vast majority of inner disciples were only able to listen to the monthly public classes. Then it was to do sect tasks in exchange for more cultivation resources. Among them, a large portion of their cultivation stopped at the realm of embodied spirit, or even the realm of condensed Dan. In the end, as more and more new disciples were recruited, some of them will also be gradually eliminated from the sect. The best will win and the worst will die, it has always been so. However, even after leaving the clan, their resume was still that of a disciple of the Holy Land, and if the Holy Land had a need, a single call would be able to call out countless disciples. This was also the influence of the Holy Land. Of course, after they went out, the techniques they practiced could not be passed on to their descendants. It could only be passed on by creating it themselves or finding another Gong method. The only ones that truly existed stably in the Holy Land were the first-class forces and the descendants of the great elders. Alright, this is the cave area where the elders and masters reside. These are all vacant, and master has asked you to choose one at random. So you sniffed and glanced at the vacant cave mansions around him. After choosing one at random, he said, finished choosing. With that, Suyu intended to enter the cave and start cultivating. Seeing his action, Lu Yunxiao froze and unexpectedly said, don't you need me to take you to familiarize yourself with Bishiao Peak? What is this stinking rascal doing? Didn't master ask me to take him to familiarize himself with the environment? He's not going? Suyu stopped his footsteps and after pondering for a moment, he said, no need, just give me a copy of the map of Bishiao Peak, I have to cultivate, farewell. When Lu Yunxiao heard this, her heart was delighted and she hurriedly threw out a copy of the map before turning around and leaving. This is what you said, the master asked, you can't backtrack, I'm leaving, bye-bye you Lu. Lu Yunxiao couldn't wait to leave here. She didn't want to cross paths with Suyu. Hell knows if this smelly rascal has 2 personalities, one perverted and one normal. While he was still thinking normally, it would be better to slip away himself, lest he suffer. Looking at the other party's back as he slipped away, Suyu shook his head. This is also quite good, we don't cross each other's paths, so let's forget about what happened before. After all, he wasn't in the mood to deal with them either. He had too much to do. Raise his cultivation and try to improve. Now that he had come to the Holy Land of the 9 heavens, the threat of the Emperor's grave was considered much less, but, in the end, this was not a long-term solution, unless he stayed in the 9 heavens all his life and didn't go out, or else, sooner or later, he would have to face the Emperor's grave. And the system. Since you can't hide from all that, just lay back and enjoy it. A villain is a villain. There's nothing wrong with it, you don't have to pretend to be a pig in a poke, you can punch your face if you want to, where's the need to be concerned about the moral issue of face? You ask me if I have any morals? I'm sorry. I didn't. Wow. It was only after entering the cave that Suyu realized what it meant to be a holy place. In the cave, there is an extremely perfect spirit gathering array, and under the Bishiao Peak, there are at least 3 top-level spirit veins that are providing spirit chi, which is more than 10 times thicker than the outside world. Cultivating here, even a pig can take off. After taking a deep breath, Suyu decisively took out a futon and sat down, taking out the Bishiao Yunling skill and started to comprehend. This was a wood system technique that lacked attacking means, but cultivating spirit medicine and healing injuries was a first-class existence. Just as Suyu was comprehending the Gong method. Within the nine heavens sacred land, it was a great earthquake that occurred. Shocking. Among the new entry disciples this time, the first place in the talent test was accepted by the master ancestor as a personal disciple, the same as the 9 peak masters. Chapter 037, News spreads, groups get excited, pissed off? Half a month's time, when this news spread, everyone was confused. A guy who was no more than 100 years old had become a master and brother with the sacred lord and peak master who were thousands of years old? Outrageous. You know, the peak master and the others are all top tier powers. Existences that boasted of the entire eastern wasteland. Actually, he's a master and brother with a small Dan condensation realm? Heavens, I would believe this news if you were to say it's fake, but on the contrary, it's coming from the mouths of the higher-ups of the Holy Land. That's right, it's too outrageous. We've already burned high incense if we can be the peak masters and their disciples. Who dares to think of themselves and the peak master and them as masters and brothers? Who is this person? Just how much of a genius is he that he can have this treatment? Unconvinced. Must challenge a wave. The outer disciples, on the other hand, were envious and jealous, while the inner disciples, on the other hand, were purely unconvinced. Moreover, the 9 heavens prevailed in the style of martial arts, and they were purely based on battle power, and those who were strong in battle power did everything as a matter of course. The weak were only worthy of looking up to them. The 9 heavens sacred ground also knew very well that this kind of emotion was the best, and only in this way could they keep their disciples energized. So, Suyu, the guy who called himself a master and brother to the Holy Lord, became their new round of challenge. In the Holy Land, disciples were not recruited only every 100 years, but once in 10 years, and once in 10 years, the outer sect had an examination for promotion to inner sect disciple. The Heavens Pride competition is just a competition to make those Heavens Pride famous. Absorb the luck. In the Hall of Sword discussions at Red Sky Peak, Chu Tian sat in the corner, gently wiping his battle sword with an expressionless face. A bruise was also showing how hard he had worked these days. Ever since joining Red Sky Peak, Chu Tian would come to the Hall of Blade discussion to compete with his fellow masters at the end of every day's lectures. This injury, too, came out this way. However, his diligent cultivation also had considerable rewards. Coming to the Red Peak in just half a month's time, his cultivation had already steadily come to the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. The progress was horrifying. Senior brother Chu, you should recognize this Suyu, right? How is his battle power? At this time, a burly bald youth with a bare bladder brought a few people to Chu Tian and asked with a smile. All of you were chosen in from the Heavens Pride competition. You should be clear about that, right? The aura fluctuations on his body hadn't calmed down yet, and it was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. And the aura was extraordinarily strong, Yun Shinzun sure. Chu Tian raised his head to look at the bare-chested youth. The latter, like him, was the personal disciple of the Red Peak Master, and at the age of just 120 years old, he was already at the 2nd level of the impregnating god realm at the level of a venerable person. Senior brother Lin, this person is exactly the one who defeated me, the guy who came first in the talent test. Chu Tian spoke very calmly. Defeat was not a disgrace to him. On the contrary, it allows him to recognize his own shortcomings. There is a sky beyond the sky, and beyond the heavenly pride, there are even more perverted demons. When senior brother Lin heard this, he was shocked. That's him? I'm very clear about your battle power. You can battle the 6th at the 4th level of condensed Dan, and you can even fight the 7th in a desperate battle. He was actually defeated by you? Although Chu Tian had just joined Red Sky Peak not long ago, these days, the former's efforts were also evident to him. He also very much recognized this junior apprentice brother. He had also heard that Chu Feng was the #1 heavenly pride of this term, but, in the end, he had also been defeated. Who it was he did not know. He was also considered to be the first in the most humiliating session of Heaven's Pride. Chu Tian nodded his head and said, well, he is very strong, and, on the day he defeated me, he broke through to Condensed Dan, or even Divine Golden Dan. Divine Grade Golden Dan, it was even stronger than his 9-Dragon Ripple Golden Dan. Hearing this, senior brother Lin couldn't help but look a little shaken. No wonder. A newcomer disciple would be accepted as a disciple by the master ancestor, so it's this kind of terrifying demon. Returning to his senses, senior brother Lin said seriously, cultivate hard, with your talent, the gap in condensation is not enough to explain everything. I hope that you will be able to win first place in the newcomer competition in half a year. This young senior uncle should be participating as well. Hearing these words, Chu Tian's ancient and unperturbed complexion finally had the slightest change. Grabbing his sword and getting up, Chu Tian re-stepped into the sword discourse hall fighting ring. Watching Chu Tian's movements, senior brother Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What an effort. It seems that senior brother Chu has a chance of succeeding in imbuing God before he turns 100 years old. However, the trip to the secret realm 3 years from now should be out of the question. Besides senior brother Lin, a disciple couldn't help but ask, senior brother, for the secret realm trip, why would senior brother Chu not have a chance? The higher secret realm that opens in 3 years was left behind by a paragon emperor, and in order to enter, one must have a minimum cultivation of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, and a maximum of no more than the 3rd level of the embodied God realm. Senior brother Lin smiled and explained, this is a holy land that is jointly controlled by the three great holy lands. It is also a secret realm used by the three great holy lands for practicing and sparring with their respective disciples. The resources inside are all naturally grown in the secret realm. It opens once every 20 years, and how much you can obtain is all up to the individual. And senior brother Chu is only at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm now. How difficult is it to break through to the 9th level? 3 years is not enough time. Saying that, he then looked at Chu Tian, who was fighting a 7th level of condensed Dan, smiled, turned around and left. Let's go, I'll take you to the hidden sword mound to choose a new saber. Chu Tian did not pay attention to senior brother Lin's departure. His only goal at the moment was to defeat the opponent in front of him. Suyu, no matter how high your starting point is, I will take one step at a time until I catch up with you. Defeat you. Compared to the other Heaven's Destiny sons, Chu Tian's thoughts and will were what could be considered the true male lead of the novel. Unlike ordinary novel male leads that relied solely on all sorts of obscenities to attract attention. It's his toughness that counts as the shining point. Flowing fire, flat sky. Right at this moment, Chu Tian's eyes lit up as he spotted his opponent's flickering weakness and drew back, followed by a blast of his blade. Boom! Chu Tian, win! The news of Suyu becoming the junior apprentice brother of the Holy Lord and the major peak masters went viral, causing violent upheavals throughout the 9 heavens. As they discussed the Suyu's looks, stature, and cultivation. Another piece of news that angered many inner disciples came out. Found. The shameless colorful devil who molested senior sister Lu of Bishao Peak in the outside world back then has been found, and he's joined our 9 heavens sacred ground. This news had no effect on the outer sect and ordinary inner sect disciples. However, it had a great impact on the personal disciples of the 9 peaks, as there were many people who wanted to pursue this lowly type junior sister. The reason why Lu Yunxiao was afraid of men was naturally known by many through the mouths of the disciples of Bishao Peak. All along, they had been holding their breath. Now, the culprit had been found. Who is it? Who is it? Stand out for me. I won't be convinced until I alone beat him to his knees and call out to you know what. Damn bastard, how dare you join the 9 heavens? Let's see if I don't tenderize you to death. Ow ow ow. A group of pro-transmitters who like lowly girls wailed at that moment, determined to find out this real culprit and humiliate them. In this weird atmosphere, a little bit of time passed. Soon. Half a year has passed. On this very day, Suyu's closed cave was opened. Junior uncle, master calls for you to meet him. Chapter 038, half a year in seclusion, senior brother wants to exercise his arms and legs too. The stone door of the cave was opened, a rich fragrance was discharged along the air. The female disciple standing outside the door smelled this fragrance, and actually felt that the spiritual energy in her body became more gentle. It seemed that even the flow of vitality had a slight sense of stagnation. This particular state caused the female disciples to be shocked to the point of no return. Gosh! Is this still the cave where a boy lives? It actually smells so good? So charming. Inside the cave, Suyu, who had been sitting on a futon for a whole half year without moving a bit, was still white and clean with his white clothes not stained with half a bit of dust. He opened his eyes, a green light flashed in his eyes, and after calming the breath in his body, he slowly nodded his head at the female disciple outside and said, "Alright, I'll be right there." Ta-da-day. Suyu got up and took a step out. There were actually flowers quietly blooming under his feet. The footsteps moved away, and the flowers quickly withered. This vision caused the color in the female disciple's eyes to increase by a few points. Only when Suyu walked in front of her did she react and hurriedly bowed, "Junior senior uncle, please follow me." With that, she turned around and led Suyu towards the Bishao Hall on the summit of Bishao Peak. Following her steps, Suyu also flew in the air. At this moment, the entire Bishao Peak was only seen by him. On the huge mountain peak, there were thousands of caves, as well as many large-scale medicinal fields and rare spirit trees planted on Bishao Peak. Casually taking out one of them and selling it to the outside world, all of them could be sold at an extremely high price. Bishao Peak is worthy of being a cultivation base for spiritual medicines, Suyu secretly said in his heart. However, ever since he had practiced the Bishao embracing spirit skill, he was also well aware of the special nature and importance of Bishao Peak. Coming to the Bishao Hall, Suyu walked into it, and in the only throne above the hall, only the Mei Yun young woman was sitting alone, and in the hall, a group of pro-disciples such as Lu Yunxiao stood on both sides. Seeing him arrive, everyone looked over. Suyu's expression did not change in any way as he walked straight to the beautifully rhyming young woman and bowed, "Greetings to senior sister Bishao. In the 9 heavens sacred land, anyone who inherits the position of peak master will discard their original name and all inherit their respective peak number as their name. Bishao is also the name of Mei Yun young woman now. Senior brother, sit down." In the great hall, everyone was standing, except for the center of the hall, where there was a chair that was flush with the throne. After Suyu sat down, Baishao went straight to the point and asked, "Junior brother has not gone out in seclusion for half a year. How is the comprehension of the Baishao Yunling skill going?" Saying that, she was actually somewhat looking forward to, how exactly is this immortal level qualification? Can he cultivate the Baishao Yunling skill to the introductory level in half a year's time? Hearing their own master's question, the 9 protégés in the main hall, including Lu Yunxiao, all froze. Was master teacher joking? One must know that although the Bixiao Yunling skill is split off from the immortal scriptures, the grade is comparable to an emperor-level technique and belongs to the peak level of a quasi-emperor. Even an extremely talented protégé would need to cultivate for a whole year to get started. Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. How can the Bixiao Yunling skill be that good? Even myself took almost a year to get started. This bastard has such a heavy killing aura, how could he possibly practice it? It wasn't just Lu Yunxiao who would think like this, the few senior sisters beside her also thought like this. Among them, the most talented junior sister took 11 months, and they were even more than a year or so before they were initiated. How long had Suyu only joined the sect? Half a year? Half a year would be good to be able to read the general meaning, let alone succeed in supplementing the gongfu. Greeting Bixiao's slightly expectant gaze, Suyu stood up and spread out his left hand. A greenish aura full of vitality slowly condensed into a ball. As the green light coalesced, everyone's gazes froze. Bixiao green aura? How is that possible? Suyu flicked his green aura and landed in the middle of the hall, then threw in a spiritual flower seed. The next second, the spirit flower seeds grew new buds, growing very rapidly, but in just a few seconds, they had completely blossomed, and the flavor of the flowers lingered on the tips of everyone's noses. Slightly accomplished, however, the feeling that the Bixiao spirit embracing skill gives me. It shouldn't be as simple as cultivating spirit grasses and releasing vitality. Suyu wrinkled his eyebrows and swam the green spirit she cultivated in his body around a specific meridian, then said with certainty, the deeper level of this technique, I think it should be the spirit-containing body. It seems to be molding some sort of special physique. This was the most intuitive feeling he had since he had cultivated the technique. The spiritual energy cultivated by the Bixiao Yunling skill was cultivating the physical body. He also didn't know why, but it was as if there was no bottleneck in his cultivation technique. Regardless of what kind of gongfu it was, one could almost quickly get started. Coupled with the effect of the system's feetspar, it was almost effortless to become a minor success. Thinking of this, he looked at Bixiao with a slightly pleading gaze. On the first seat, Bixiao also had a not-so-small color of shock in the bottom of her eyes, and only after listening to what Suyu said did she converge on her shock and softly laughed. Junior brother guessed it well. By Zhao's spirit impregnating skill, the greatest role impregnated is not the grass and trees, but the self. What you said about molding the physique isn't wrong either. Saying that, Bai Xiao paused for a moment, her softness dissipated, and her pretty face full of flavor gained a few more positive shades of color as she said, Bai Xiao Yunling, what is Yun is the physical body, and at the same time, there is a chance to Yun out that legendary physique. Green Emperor everlasting body. As soon as the 5 words came out, within the Great Hall, everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble. The legendary Green Emperor's everlasting body that has infinite vitality and is only below the immortal body? Inside the hall, Bai Xiao's own great disciple couldn't help but cry out in shock. He was the one present who cultivated the strongest comprehension of the Bai Xiao embracing spirit skill, and had already become a small success, but she only felt the change in her body, and only felt that the vitality was then enriched, but didn't think about it on a deeper level. Because it was too shocking. The Green Emperor's everlasting body could still be contained by a gong method? How can that be? She ignored the disciple's shock, only her gaze glowed with a slight sheen as she said expectantly, it seems that you are indeed the best person for the job. I hope to see the moment you harbor the Green Emperor eternal life body. It's really a big shock yet. The secret that no one could know was actually explored by Suyu. The most difficult to cultivate and enter into in the 9 heavens, the technique that ate up the most qualifications and specific talents, was surprisingly directly entered into by senior brother. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that several senior brothers would be unable to sit still. Suyu smiled and said, difficult, it always feels like it's almost something. Senior sister, I don't know what you are calling me out for? He didn't feel that Bixiao had allowed someone to disturb his cultivation just to call out for him to come over to review the results of his cultivation. Bixiao sniffed and lightly said, the freshman competition has begun, if you don't go, I'm afraid the disciples of the 9 heavens should be complaining. Oh. Saying that, she looked at Suyu with a smile. Hearing this, Suyu was a bit puzzled and could not understand the meaning. Why are they complaining if they are not going? But it's been in seclusion for so long, it's not a bad choice to go out and move your muscles and test the results of your cultivation. Thinking of this, Suyu did not hesitate to say, where? Being in seclusion for half a year, senior brother also wants to exercise his hands and feet. P.S. For more has been delivered, begging for gifts, begging for urging tomorrow 7 more. Oh. Chapter 039, Ow. Suyu. God of Fortune. Come down and fight me. The martial arts square of the 9 heavens sacred ground is now a sea of people, with many disciples coming out to watch this once in a decade freshman competition. This spectacle is a long-standing tradition of the 9 heavens. Every year, the strongest freshmen are decided upon for the other freshmen to anchor their goals to work towards. For this great competition, not only would the elders come to watch, even the peak master and even the Holy Lord would come out to watch. It was considered to be an encouragement to the new students. If they performed well, they might even have the hope of worshipping under an elder or peak master. On the square, an elder with a cultivation level at the Jieyang realm looked at the new students below whose aura was as dazzling as the sunrise, and couldn't help but smile. The quality of this term is really good, looking forward to your outstanding performances. There aren't many rules for the freshman competition. Outer disciples, with a cultivation of the innate realm, can have the authority to challenge the inner disciples. The winner enters the inner sect, the loser is eliminated to the outer sect. If you challenge an elder or the peak master's own disciples, if you win, you can be admitted to their sect. Of course, this is only one of them. If one can win the top 10 places in the freshman competition, they can be rewarded with resources. Come on, the drawing of lots begins. This freshman competition was different from the Heaven's Pride competition in the outside world, and was used to give freshmen a chance to advance. Therefore, the innate realm was also qualified to challenge. It does not depend on talent, because the talent test when they entered the sect had already given the best answer. What was being competed for now was potential. Within 10 years, the sect had recruited thousands of celestial pride, of which there were only 100 from the inner sect and hundreds from the outer sect. Those who possessed the qualifications to challenge were actually only so many as 3 to 500. After all, not everyone could possess a high level of cultivation in the innate realm. Of course, it was the ordinary disciples of the inner sect and the outer sect disciples who drew the lots. As for the major protégés, they acted as ring keepers, and the disciples who met the challenge regulations would pick their challenges. Each of the 9 peaks sent 20 pro-disciples, 1 pro-disciple of the peak master, and 19 pro-disciples of the elders. On the ring of the red sky peak, Chu Tian was silent as he held his sword. His entire person was like an existence that was fused with the sword, his sharpness exposed. Any normal person who came closer would have their skin cut by the overflowing knife chi. At the elders' seats and peak chair seats, a group of elders scanned the guarding disciples of each peak, nodding from time to time. Red Sky Peak's peak master's own disciple of this session has a very good aura, quite the posture of a blade saint. At a young age, he already has the creation of the 4th realm of blade intent. The future is promising. Knife intent is divided into levels: 1st realm entry, 2nd realm small success, 3rd realm ascension, 4th realm subtle knife intent, 5th realm human knife unity, 6th realm is also the legendary holy realm knife intent. If one wanted to comprehend 4th realm blade intent, it was usually only possible to do so at the embodied spirit realm, or even the Dharma phase realm. To cultivate the Tao of the blade to the subtle level with a condensed Dan cultivation level was already a demon of the Tao of the blade. Zhao Wawo from Divine Sky Peak is also very good. At only 30 years old, he's already at the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm, and he's even practiced the Divine Thunder Gun technique to the subtle level. Remarkable, worthy of being the Sacred Lord's own heirloom. The personal heirs of the other several peaks are also quite good. The elders smilingly stroked their whiskers and commented, to them, these juniors would be the successors to take over their positions in the future. Who to look favorably on, then you have to place a heavy bet. After all, they also have the day of old age, their own family if there is no one can pick up the big beam. Then the good karma formed today will also be returned to future generations in the future. After looking at the pro-transmitters sent out by the major peaks, there were also elders who looked doubtfully at the 9 middle-aged men above them who were sitting steadily at the first of the 9 like pillars of the heavens and asked, Sacred Lord, I don't know. Ahem, will that junior brother of yours come? If this doesn't come, I'm afraid that the little ones below will be holding their defiant anger. This great competition, if it were in the past, they definitely wouldn't have asked whoever it was why they didn't come. This time is different. Su Yu's reputation is all over the place. It was called a loud and clear. Entry means being 1 or even 2 generations above everyone's generation. These newcomers and old people will not be convinced. Even the moment the elder finished speaking, the prideful people below who had just finished drawing lots, including some of the pro-transmitters, couldn't help but shout. Sacred Lord, didn't that young master come? We're all still waiting for him to guard the ring. That's right, Holy Lord, where is the little master uncle? Let him come out to guard the ring. A newcomer tradition can't be broken. Those who were able to clamor on such occasions were basically prickly prides who hadn't been poisoned by the immortal cultivation world. Each and every one of them thought of themselves as geniuses, so how could they possibly obey others? The kind that doesn't know pain until it's been severely beaten. Although the 9 peak master progenitors did not follow the prickly progenitor to raise a ruckus, but their eyes were more or less a bit intent in wariness, they also wanted to know, Suyu, in the end, on what basis can be stepped on their heads? The same are all young people, the same are all heaven's pride, everyone's gap is similar. Why should he be able to specialize? At the very top of everyone's list, the Confucian Sacred Lord and the 7 peak master sat side by side, looking down at the agitated scene below, and couldn't help but smile. They also wanted to know, how special could Suyu's special be? Half a year. I don't know if I've cultivated some doors yet by practicing the set of gong methods from the Bixiao Peak. Seeing that the crowd of disciples were all very curious, as well as the atmosphere had reached its peak, he also couldn't help but smile and ask several senior brothers, do you think that our youngest junior brother will come out? Master, his old man is paying attention to this grand ceremony. Beside him, a middle-aged man with red hair said in a rough voice, "Senior Sister Bisho has gone to call out for people and will definitely come without any surprises. After all, that little guy's arrogance is something that you and I have witnessed for all to see. He was the peak master of Red Sky Peak. Back then, he used the red sky chopping sword to fight a ferocious god who was known as the god of killing on the Xiantian continent, and it was said that any enemy who went against him was basically split in half." Ha ha. The elegant Saint Lord also laughed at his words. Just as he was about to speak, his mind moved, then he looked in the direction of Bisho Peak and softly said, "It's coming." Hearing these words, several peak masters couldn't help but look over. Even the elders below did the same. Under their gazes, a beautiful rhyming young woman wearing a green dress with a graceful figure leisurely appeared, and behind her, Suyu, who was dressed in white and snowy clothes, followed closely behind her. Upon seeing Suyu appear, the crowd's eyes lit up. Especially the elegant Saint Lord at the first place, after sensing that Suyu had the aura of the Bixiao Yunling skill in his body, his eyes immediately brightened up. When Suyu approached, the Confucian Saint Lord immediately rose. After seeing the Holy Lord rise, the group of prickly pro-transmitters who were up in arms also immediately shut their mouths. The square instantly quieted down. The elegant Saint Lord's eyes swept towards all the heavenly prides as he laughed softly and said, "This freshman competition isn't quite the same as in the past. After all, aside from the 9 progenitors, there's also one more accident. So I decided to add some extra rewards. If anyone is able to defeat Suyu, they will be able to choose any of the peak masters to worship and become a progenitor. Another 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, Saint Realm techniques, and Saint Quality Deity phase scrolls will be given." G.A. After hearing what the Holy Lord said, everyone froze on the spot, and in the next second, the eyes of all the heavenly prides who had participated in the freshman competition gradually turned red. "Ow! Suyu! God of Fortune! Come down and fight me!" Suyu, who hadn't reacted yet, was at a loss. "Are you guys crazy?" Chapter 040. If you are not convinced, I dare to invite you to sit in my burning sky amazing. Eating no oil cake. One by one, they all think I'm a soft persimmon to be pinched. Suyu cursed. "What's wrong with this group of small crackers? Have to take me to open the knife, is it? Is not just win a senior pro biography, as far as you guys. You can't beat me, but you still have the nerve to come out and beat. The Holy Lord's senior brother is really something too, properly adding rewards to me. This is not giving me a sense of existence. Although I do need to pretend to be X, it doesn't have to be so deliberate." Ignoring Suyu's grudging little eyes, the Confucian Sacred Lord laughed aloud. "Alright, decide the top 10. The Peak Master Ring Keeper progenitor can have the opportunity to challenge Suyu. The others, based on the rankings, the top 10 can all be challenged. The Peak Master's personal heirloom has 10 slots, while the others rely purely on themselves to fight for it. After all, not everyone was qualified to challenge." "Ow!" A group of prickly celestials wailed, and one by one, without any nonsense, much less harsh words, they directly mounted their respective rings and started dueling. The Holy Lord waved his big hand, and at the center of the group of ring-guarding pro-transmitters, a throne appeared. What a conspicuous bag of seats. After doing so, the Confucian Saint Lord looked at Suyu and smiled. "Junior brother, please, guard the ring well and this reward will be yours." The deity phase scroll Suyu naturally could not look at it. But 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was not a cultivation resource that anyone could ignore. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were enough to allow a condensed Dan realm to cultivate to the embodied God realm. With this resource, Suyu could cultivate in peace for a long time. "Good." Suyu nodded and then fell towards the bottom. "For the sake of resources, you are forgiven." Seeing that he didn't refuse, and also consciously sat in the special seat he had arranged, the smile on the corners of the Ruyan Saint Lord's mouth all brightened a few points. What an arrogant little fellow. Retracting his gaze, the elegant Saint Lord then asked Bixiao, who had already sat down, "This little fellow has succeeded in his cultivation? Have you instructed him?" The other few peak masters also perked up their ears in curiosity. They also wanted to know the results of Suyu's cultivation for half a year. Bixiao greeted the Holy Lord's inquiry that contained expectations and smiled softly. When he came to my Bixiao Peak, he went into seclusion and didn't go out for half a year. There was no questioning, and there was no one to solve the confusion for him." Several people sniffed and were somewhat disappointed. Another arrogant heavenly pride who only believed in himself? Can't even consult a ready-made teacher? However, the Holy Lord was the only one whose face was a few shades more expectant. "And then?" Bixiao smiled as she heard this, pursed her lips, and said, "Then, he succeeded in cultivating the Bixiao Yunling skill in these half a year, just by himself. And he also comprehended the true meaning of the Bixiao Yunling skill. He took the right path and has gone towards the path of harboring the Green Emperor's everlasting body. Progress. More than a minor accomplishment." When these words came out, the several peak masters, including the Holy Lord, all froze in place. A moment later, the sound of sucking in cool air rang out. The brash Red Sky Peak Master even couldn't help but ask after him, "You're saying that junior brother, he's been initiated into the Bixiao Yunling skill for half a year, and has even reached the realm of minor accomplishment? And even sensed the subtleties of it?" Bixiao nodded. Seeing her admit it, the several peak masters were shocked severely. It wasn't until a long time later that they were able to hold back a sentence. Demons really have no reason. Before this, their attitude towards Suyu was still very simple. Even though he was ostensibly a junior brother, he was only looking at it as a normal junior, and a heavenly pride that hadn't grown up was just like that in their eyes. But now they all sincerely recognized it. This was because the cultivation difficulty of the Bai Xiao Yunling skill was recognized throughout the 9 heavens, and it was also the existence that ate up the most wood talent. To be able to successfully cultivate it was already 1 in a million, but there weren't many people who could understand its mysteries. Contemporary Bixiao Peak, in addition to Bixiao one person, other people, not to mention the pro-transmission, even if it is the elders, there is no one can understand the meaning of the mystery. It would be fine if this was the case, but on the contrary. Suyu only used half a year. And he comprehended it on his own without being taught. This talent could no longer be described in words. After the shock had passed, the Holy Lord returned to his senses, and when he looked at Suyu, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed below, his eyes had become brighter and brighter. Since he has already been initiated, then let him go to the next peak. What a pleasant surprise. The day when the 3 holy places would merge again seemed to have something to look forward to. Several peak masters also came back to their senses. The scruffy middle-aged man from Danxiao Peak was the first to speak up, and hurriedly said, "The Bixiao Yunling skill has been successfully cultivated, then let junior-senior brother come to my Danxiao Peak. On this cultivation path, how can one not be able to refine pills on their own?" The peak master of Red Sky Peak was instantly unconvinced at his words and said, "Alchemy? Practicing yourself into this slovenly state just like you? If junior brother's talent were to be exposed, I don't know how many forces would be jealous and would even send people out to assassinate him. In such a situation, of course it's most important to improve your battle power first. In my opinion, it's best to come to my Red Peak first." He was aware of Suyu's 2 slashes defeating his personal disciple Chu Tian during the Heaven's Pride competition. With such talent, it was a pity to waste practicing swords. How can you be with a medicine pot? Upon hearing this, the Danxiao Peak master immediately glared at him and coldly laughed, who said that alchemy must be done with spirit pills as materials. Since I can refine holy pills, then I can naturally refine the holy realm. Human beings are just as capable of refining. Shishao, have you ever heard of human body treasure pills? If you don't, I dare to invite you to sit in my burning sky amazing. Hearing these words, the Red Peak master's eyes immediately widened. Good eye you finally exposed it, right? That Saint Realm in the 4 Elephant Sacred Land back then, it looks like it was you who refined it. Ha! The Danxiao Peak master didn't say anything, just that cold smile already said it all. Listening to them fight, the Holy Lord was also smiling, without the slightest intention of trying to persuade. In his eyes, it was as if nothing was worth his anger. Always smiling. The Peak Masters were unmoved, as if they were used to this. However, the group of elders below were different. Among them, most of them were at the Jiayin and Jiayang realms, and only a few of them were at the Sacred Realm cultivation level. At this moment, when they heard this kind of conversation, they were naturally scared into a cold sweat. Rub. The people of Danxiao Peak, each and every one of them looked like they only knew how to refine pills, and they were even obsessed with alchemy, so they were expected to be a soft touch. I didn't expect to be able to refine the Saint Realm. It's not to be messed with. After this time, we must advise the disciples in the sect to be careful when they meet people from Danxiao Foam. Otherwise, if they were offended accidentally and were refined outside, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence at all. At this moment, the freshman competition below was also in full swing. A total of 500 people participated in the freshman competition, and there were 50 rings. Only 5 were needed to complete the initial screening. But it is not so quick to reach the final top 10 duels. The freshman competition usually took 3 days to decide the top 10. When the 5th preliminary screening was about to begin, inside the inner disciple area, a clean-looking youth stood in the corner in silence, while beside him, a woman with a pretty face was whispering instructions. Lin Mo, you remember, no more hiding your strength in this grand competition. I will also try to rush to the top 10, and you must get the top 10, and if you have the chance, get the first. The clean-cut youth named Lin Mo answered with downcast eyes, I know. Remember, this is what you owe me. Xiaofan needs the holy deity phase scroll. If you still want me to give you a chance, you must work hard. Otherwise, I'll hate you for the rest of your life. Chapter 041 Accidental Discovery, New Son of Heavenly Fate, Metaphysical Version of Piggyback War God? So you looked at the inner sect and outer sect disciples who were fighting in the ring, and withdrew his gaze in boredom, intending to continue to comprehend the Bixiao inner spirit skill. Although the feats-bar could provide cultivation experience, his intuition told him that he should be able to comprehend this kind of thing on his own. After all, it was a merit law that contained a physical constitution, so he could only perfect it if he went to the senses himself. However, before he could close his eyes, Chu Tian's voice came from the side. Suyu, I'm at the 5th level of condensed Dan, and my blade intent is even at the 4th realm. Can you fight with me again? When it's my turn, just go ahead and go. Suyu calmly glanced at him and said. Chu Tian's will was pure, it was to fight the strong. Such a heavenly pride was also Suyu's favorite to see. Because one could let it grow and keep suppressing it all the time, it was a reliable source of villainous value. But others are a different story. If they offended him or harbored killing intent towards him, then he would not be polite. Even if they were fellow disciples, he would find an opportunity to obliterate the person. He could let the loser get stronger to challenge himself, but would never allow someone with murderous intentions towards himself to live. No one. When Chu Tian heard this reply, his hand unconsciously clenched a little tighter, and the battle intent in his eyes burned. He, who was waiting for these words from Suyu. If once doesn't work, then twice, if twice doesn't work, then countless times. He didn't believe that one person could be invincible all the time. He also didn't believe that he could keep losing. What kind of person loses every day? What kind of child cries every day? I'm looking forward to fighting you. Compared to half a year ago, my progress is tremendous. This time, I'll try to last a few more moves in your hands. Chu Tian said seriously. His words caused the originally calm Suyu to cry and laugh a little. Dare this kid to say so much just to last a few more moves in my hands. Don't worry, I won't let go. Suyu lost his smile. With regards to Chu Tian, he was actually quite optimistic. If he really waited for the Golden Great World, with regards to Chu Feng's destiny and character, the Emperor realm was completely unproblematic. As for the first Destiny son Long Feng he had met, he rated it as impossible. Because Long Feng was destined to be killed by him without any accidents. Long Feng had already offended him to death. If there was another chance, Suyu would not give him the hope of living. So what if the evaluation of the future Supreme Being, as long as he was stronger, killing him would not be a breeze? On the other side, in the Tianxian sacred ground, Long Feng, who was following Su Muyao's attentions, sneezed coldly. Achoo! Who's talking bad about me? Looking for death, aren't you? Over the next 2 days, the freshman competition, the fight between the inner sect and the outer sect gradually came to an end. Among the top 50, the inner sect disciples occupied 40 seats, while 10 people from the outer sect advanced. After the top 10 were decided, the elder from earlier also appeared again and smiled at the inner and outer disciples who had entered the top 50. Now, you can have the opportunity to challenge the pro-transmission. When the top 50 were decided between the ordinary inner and outer sects, the competition for the pro-transmission seats would begin. The Peak Master's personal heirloom can also be challenged. However, they will not be counted in the ranking. Therefore, this time, it was the elder's own disciples against the top 50 disciples, and it was also a ranking battle. Each of the 9 peaks sent 19 elder progenitors to face the top 50, totaling 221 people. The challenge was still conducted by drawing lots, but there was one more person, so there was also a rotation mechanism. However, when it came to the final 10, the finalists would fight the 10th ranked person, and whoever won would advance to the top 10, thus having the qualification to challenge Suyu. An accident. The battle was quickly fought. However, in the midst of the final Heaven's Pride duel, the time to end the battle was far slower than the initial screening. By the time they reached the second round, everyone's battle strengths were comparable. Over the martial arts square, the crowd of elders also nodded frequently as they watched the intense freshman competition below. Not bad, not bad. There are really many more good seedlings in this session, and their cultivation level is also a step higher than the previous session. It seems that the outside world's heaven and earth aura is indeed showing signs of revival. The celestial pride born within these 500 years will not be able to say that they will have a chance to wait until the appearance of the Golden Great World. These few disciples promoted from the outer sects can be considered to be taken in as personal disciples. Look guys, which one of the pro-disciples is this one, to have defeated the third elder's pro-disciple? At this moment, some people noticed the battle in an inconspicuous ring, and looking at the calm and clean-cut youth in the ring, they all couldn't help but be surprised. He seems like an ordinary inner disciple, huh? His clumsy eyes, amongst ordinary disciples, there's even this kind of diamond in the rough. What's his name? Wait. I found it. His name is Lin Mo. The last time he registered his cultivation was a year ago, and the record was at the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. However, looking at this fluctuation in his aura nowadays, he should be at the 6th level of the condensed Dan realm without running away. 6th level of the condensed Dan realm defeating the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm of the 3rd elder's own heirloom? Overly gifted, one can enter the pro-transmission sequence. This freshman competition was like a demon spotting mirror, reflecting all the heavenly talents that were usually not noticed. The discussion voices of the elders naturally didn't hide from the ears of the 9 peak masters. They similarly detached a sliver of their minds to focus on Lin Mo's area. Not bad, a very advanced secret method of hiding one's cultivation. One's true cultivation is at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Outside of Red Sky Peak's main body, he said, another Blade Dao Heavenly Pride? Or the Fire Attribute? Although his age is in the 50-year-old range, his natural talent is very good, a moldable talent. I can't believe I didn't realize it before. The Holy Lord retracted his gaze and laughed, a very cautious little fellow, gifted and talented, a brat who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. There was nothing wrong with a character that liked to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. cautious and more likely to survive to the end and become stronger than the next person. However, pretending to be a pig in a holy land was somewhat less wise, as one would miss out on many opportunities in clan resource investments. Ha, I'll take this kid, Red Peak. The Red Peak master laughed out loud. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Keep a low profile like me and have a great future. These words caused the several other peak masters, who were all originally not feeling anything, to unable to stop themselves from skimming their lips. You? Do you ever keep a low profile? Break through quasi-saint realm, but directly chopped the emperor grave of a quasi-saint killers notify the world, and even shouted the emperor grave but so, and finally was sent by the emperor grave real saint realm to kill the head of the rats, hiding in the clan but for a long time do not dare to go out alone. When you say this, Red Sky, your heart really does not hurt And down below. Suyu similarly noticed the name. Lin, Lang, Su, Xiao, Yi, Han, Chu are the big surnames of the main characters of the previous generation's netizens, and when you hear these names, it is not the main character who is also a big family. When he saw Lin Mo's first glance, he greatly appreciated his calm expression. Immediately, he rewarded the other party with a view message. However, this look was what made Suyu's heartbeat half a beat faster. Name, Lin Mo, qualification, demon, fate, golden, character assessment, parents are dead, when young, was a rich family little girl a few steamed buns to survive, so embarked on the road of repayment, but the early stage was blinded by ulterior motives, 10,000 fires divine physique, heaven's destiny martial emperor. After reading Lin Mo's personal information, Suyu could not help but feel emotional. After his parents died, starving on the streets, a girl feeding him, searching for a benefactor, after being blinded by a villain, he found the real heavenly destiny heroine, and finally became a god of war in the end. Metaphysical version of the urban god of war. Chapter 042. The top 10 are decided, and the final guard begins. In the ring, after ending the battle with a single slash, Lin Mo didn't make any unnecessary movements, walked down the ring with a calm face, and came to sit down in the corner alone and silently. He looked at his fellow disciples on the stage who were all displaying their most perfect state, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas! When will I be able to shine like them? But without any backstage, I know that I can only hibernate and not show any semblance of sharpness. That way I won't be targeted. He wanted to hide himself more than others wanted to show him off. Unless one possessed sufficient ability to defend oneself, he wasn't very eager to participate in this kind of competition. But Xian Shan needs that thing, he can only try his best to get these resources for her. Thinking of the girl, Lin Mo subconsciously took out a piece of jade pendant with a missing corner from his bosom and placed it in his hand to hold it gently, as if this was the only thing that could give him some solace. It was his most precious, warmest memory. But Xian seems to have forgotten. That year, it was a year of extreme cold, the dynasty was short of food, the people didn't want to live, and they themselves almost starved to death. If it wasn't for Xian's appearance, she brought herself the hope of life and the motivation to live. One might have died long ago. It's painful to think about that year, but it has the most heartwarming flashes, too. Thinking about it, the corners of Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly and his emotions were joyful. However, this joy didn't last too long before it was interrupted by a voice of suppressed excitement. Lin Mo, that's it, just hold on for 2 more, we'll be able to enter the top 10, as long as we enter the top 10, at that time, let everyone go up to consume Suyu first, and then you go up to consume his last wave with all your might. Leave it to me after that, I'll wrap it up. Hear me? The woman's voice was a little impatient and had a note of non-refusal. Her appearance was very playful, but her face, no matter how you looked at it, had a snarky and mean flavor to it. Tang Xian came in front of Lin Mo, seeing that he didn't answer him, her original excitement dissipated, then she kicked him with hatred and said in a low voice, "Don't play deaf and dumb for me, my words are orders. Don't forget who saved your dog's life that cold winter. That's what you owe me, so you should listen to me." She crossed her arms and reasoned. "I'm warning you, you'll have to do this if you want to gain my forgiveness, Xiaofan needs these resources and so do I." Even after being kicked in the face, Lin Mo just looked at her with pain and a hint of persistence in his eyes as he nodded. "I know, I won't hold back then. What she wanted. Himself will give it to her. Just Xian's appearance nowadays, and the memory of her. Doesn't look like her at all anymore." At that time, her face was filled with the most pure and clear smile of happiness that she had ever seen in her life, not this kind of smile now. But she was all able to accurately name the events of her own year. She really is Xian. Seeing Lin Mo nodding in agreement, Tang Xian was then satisfied. "It's good that you know. Remember, this is your last chance, otherwise, I will never forgive you in my life." After saying that, Tang Xian turned around and left. She didn't care what Lin Mo thought, she only knew that what she wanted, she had to get for herself. Although her talent was also excellent, it was actually very difficult for her to approach a pro transmission. Oftentimes, it was because Lin Mo was helping her behind the scenes that she was able to get to the point she was at now. With regards to making Lin Mo, she was very knowledgeable. Seeing her leave, Lin Mo retracted the line of sight he had placed on the former, and then closed his eyes and began to restore his own energy. And in the pro-disciple area, Suyu, on the other hand, was able to take in this scene. After seeing the kind of attitude Tang Xinshan had towards Lin Mo, Suyu's heart was suddenly clear. The person with ulterior motives mentioned in the character evaluation must be her, right? Although it had nothing to do with herself. However, this woman has made herself really upset. Suyu had seen too many of these women in his previous life, including the married ones who cuckolded their husbands as a matter of course, and the kind that only knew how to ask for what they wanted. It's really, really infuriating. For the next day, the elder progenitors of the 9 peaks were fighting among the disciples of the inner and outer sects. Naturally, there are also outstanding people, and there is even an outer sect disciple with a red destiny who splits a protege with an axe and violently batch. It wasn't until the early morning of the 3rd day that this final duel ended completely. The top 10 have been decided. The Jieyang realm elder who acted as a referee and rescuer stood out again at this moment and bellowed aloud to the crowd, "Next, do the top 10 need to challenge the peak master's proximity?" At these words, none of the top 10 stood out to initiate a challenge. They were all very self-aware. If they could really fall into the eyes of the peak master, they would be admitted under his door in the future, and right now, their target was still more of a Suyu. Defeating him would prove everything. If he was too strong, even a few more moves would shine brighter than average. After 10 breaths, there was still no one out. Seeing this, the elder also nodded his head and said, "Since no one has challenged the peak master's personal sequence, then we'll skip it directly and officially open the final ring-keeping battle." Rumble. After all the small rings withdrew their defense formations, one piece of the small ring began to move, and finally pieced together to form a complete large ring. On the elder's bench, the crowd of elders looked at the newborn disciples who eventually stayed behind and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The quality is very high, the lowest one has a cultivation of the 2nd level of the condensed Dan realm. In the peak master's personal sequence, there are 2 at the 8th level of the condensed Dan. You have to know that this was only the newborn disciples who had been initiated within 10 years. It was already comparable to disciples who had been initiated 20 years ago. Can Suyu block it? An elder laughed. The patriarch must have complete confidence in him if he dares to give this reward, right? In my opinion, not necessarily. So what if his natural talent is demonic, his cultivation is still at the 4th level of condensed Dan, he doesn't see how he can block so many people. Rumble. The ring merged a little bit to complete, and as the first rays of morning light appeared, everyone came into the spirit. For a while, the disciples watching the battle in the martial arts square shouted, "Battle! Battle! Battle!" Compared to the previous preliminary screening and deciding the top 10 battles, that all could not play the real battle power of these heavenly prides, and they were not even enjoyable to watch. Right now the final guard ring that was about to open was what they really wanted to see. Not only were there huge resource rewards, but they could even choose any peak master to worship. That's what's most enticing. The cries gradually rose, and in the end, they formed a mountainous sound that was as voluminous as a mountain. Seeing that the emotions of the disciples were mobilized, the referee elder also laughed. Then, with an expectant gaze towards Suyu, he laughed loudly. The following is our final defender of the ring this time. Suyu takes the stage. Boom! As soon as the elder's words fell, Suyu, who was originally seated on the throne, slowly stood up, then bent his knees, and then fiercely launched his entire body like a cannonball. In the next second, it was actually like a falling meteorite, smashing into the center of the ring with a bang. After the entire arena fell silent for a moment, what followed was even more violent shouting. Beat him. Chapter 043 Destroying the Peak Master, Peak Master's Own Legend? A unified move. Suyu steadily landed on the ring, a white coat moving with the wind along with the strong wind that had not yet stopped, standing with his hands folded, his eyes hiding the vastness of the starry river, his handsome and immortal-like face written with indifference. Eyes turned, after looking around the circle, the corner of the lips raised a smile. Su, seeking defeat. Didn't Sacred Lord Senior Brother want to use himself as a whetstone? That's exactly what I want. I'd love to be the whetstone for all the chosen ones in the world. The enemies of the world will start from the sacred land of the 9 heavens. As soon as the 4 words were uttered, everyone fell silent, and then, endless anger and battle intent surged in the eyes of this group of prides who were originally dragons and phoenixes among people from all over the place. Aha! He's really too arrogant. Get him. Chu Tian beat him, avenge his former shame. I've placed a heavy bet on you. Zhao Wuxi picked him off with one shot. Go! Not to mention the emotions of the celestial pride in the ring. At this moment, the old disciples on the sidelines were enraged. Arrogant! Don't be arrogant! Who dares to say invincible? Not many people in the entire immortal cultivation world dare to be so arrogant. Not to mention, this emotion was pulled full circle, even the crowd of elders were feeling a wave of arrogance coming over them. It's good to be young, saying such big words. What should we do if we get killed later? That's just what you say in the Holy Land. If you go outside, you'll be missed by a bunch of people. You really haven't learned your lesson. My Red Sky Peak Master hasn't learned enough, have you? The elders couldn't help but mutter. Don't look at the fact that most of this group of elders were old men in appearance, but when it came to their personalities, each one of them was no different from a grumpy young man. At the very top, the Red Sky Peak Master's face was also dark when he heard the mutterings of the elders. He did not dare to agree with them at all. What's wrong with arrogance? Is arrogance against the law? The ring. Accompanied by Suyu's 4 words, the atmosphere in the martial arts square instantly boiled up. And amongst the sequence of the Peak Master's pro-transmission, the pro-transmission from Tai Xiao Peak was the first to rush out. Too arrogant, Zhang, can't stand it anymore. Suyu looked at the first pro-generation who came on the stage, looked at the halberd in his hand, as well as the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm cultivation emanating from his body, and couldn't help but grin. Please enlighten me. The first one to come out is here. It's been almost a year since I traveled to this world, and it's been half a year since I awakened the system. Suyu felt that it was time for him to verify the theory. If he wanted to maximize his gains, then he had to play with the system's setting, which was to challenge all the heavenly fates. Just like the one in front of him, who was a red destiny possessor. Tai Xiao Peak, Zhang Wanjun, please teach me, junior uncle. The Tai Xiao Peak's protege arched his hand towards Suyu and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Wanjun rushed out with his halberd. His speed was astonishing. The veterans and freshmen watching the battle were also excited. Coming. Zhang Wanjun's halberd is no joke, but a year ago when he was out on a clan mission, he picked a peak 8th level condensed Dan realm demon cultivator to death with a single halberd. How many moves do you guys think Suyu can get through with Zhang Wanjun? Why isn't it that Zhang Wanjun can last a few moves under Suyu's hands? I guess 50 moves. Suyu's battle power was unknown, and the crowd's assessment of his battle power only rested on Suyu's cultivation. 4th level of the Dan condensation realm. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't possibly have the battle power of the 8th level of the condensed Dan realm, could he? But, just as they were speculating, a figure was violently smashing down out of the ring. Boom! At this moment, all the voices of speculation came to a screeching halt. On the martial arts square, more than 20,000 people all stared at the figure that flew out backwards with wide eyes. A long time later, a deafening roar erupted from the silent square. One move to send Zhang Wanjun, the demon pick, flying out with a halberd? Hiss. Really? He's open for this battle, isn't he? Everyone endeavored to wipe their eyes, thinking that they were experiencing an illusion, but the unconscious Zhang Wanjun lying under the stage was not half faking awe. Condensed Dan 4th level 1 move to defeat a heavenly pride capable of decapitating the peak of Condensed Dan 8th level? Hiss. Against all odds battle power. You know, among cultivators, every small realm is a qualitative leap. Even if it is a heavenly pride, it is difficult to cross 2 small realms to fight. Not to mention the fact that right now Suyu is crossing 4 minor realms to battle. Compared to the disciples' shock, those elders were just as shocked by Suyu's battle power. Limit breaking level of battle power? Primary limit breaking or secondary limit breaking level? Hiss. This is demonic. As seniors on the cultivation path, they naturally knew how high the gold content of crossing the ranks was. When disciples under the door fought with outside cultivators, because of a series of factors such as realm and technique, martial arts, etc., it was possible to fight across 1 or 2 small realms. This was because the cultivators from the outside world were not as advanced as the gong methods they practiced, nor did they have powerful martial arts. Empty of cultivation, but unable to utilize all of it, it was normal to lose to a heavenly pride disciple who had a thicker foundation than they did, and whose martial arts and techniques were all powerful. However, fighting above the 3rd level is extremely difficult. Every 3 times is a hurdle, because after 3 times, even if all you cultivate are low-level martial arts and techniques, you will be able to crush your opponents by virtue of your own thick spiritual power. If one could cross over, they would be at the limit breaking level, also known as a limit breaking. Right now, what Suyu displayed was exactly a limit break. But, defeating an opponent so easily, and a Heaven's Pride level opponent at that, this limit breaking rule was to be examined. As for whether it was a primary or secondary limit break, they couldn't tell. At least, at this moment, Suyu had not used his full strength. Next, Suyu stood on the stage as if he had not moved. Hearing this, another Peak Master's personal sequence rushed up. I'll do it. Upon hearing this voice filled with a thick sense of weight, the spirits of many freshmen and older students were shaken. It's Xi Xiaoping's Quan Yuxing. His battle power is a step above Zhang Wanjun. If he makes a move, maybe. Ga. Before those disciples who were familiar with the pro-transmission sequences of the major main peaks could finish speaking, Quan Yuxing, who had just walked onto the stage, was blown away. It was no different from Zhang Wanjun. Next, as Suyu's still calm, half unruffled voice rang out, another pro-transmission sequence rushed up. Rumble. Next. Boom. Next. There was no viewing experience of Suyu's battle. The only thing that lingered in the ears of the crowd was the sound of the successive falls and Suyu's voice. Every time the sound rang out, it made the other people's eyelids jump. Gradually, the sound died down on the field. Until 7 voices had passed. Only then did Suyu stop. Seeing this, the crowd also looked at Suyu in a trance and weakly said, "Not, it's over?" The elders did not speak, even the peak masters of the 9 peaks, all sat up straight and looked downwards with a solemn expression, their gazes were always fixed on Suyu, without ever moving away. On the stage, the floor tiles under Suyu's feet had already turned into smithereens. As for him, at this moment, he also moved his gaze towards the area of the pro-transmission sequence for the first time, finally locking onto Chu Tian. This time, will you come first, or he comes first? Chapter 044 I lost with this blade. Today, I will start with this blade. Chu Tian sniffed and twisted his head to look at the expressionless youth beside himself who stood holding his gun. Zhao Wuyu. The divine heavenly peak master's personal heirloom, that is, the contemporary Holy Lord's direct disciple. At the same time, he was also the sole heir of the Holy Lord. If it was placed in other Holy Lands, it would be the young Lord of the Holy Land, as well as a noble existence in the ranks of Holy Sons, with a noble status that was untouchable by ordinary people. Zhao Wawa was not good with words and was mostly silent. But in the Holy Land, there were invariably rumors circulating about him, born with a heavenly vision that led to the great Tao chanting, blessed by the cloud-born golden lotus, and born with a complete and supremely powerful physique, the divine thunder treasure body. Not only was his status honorable, but he also possessed a cultivation qualification that was even more powerful than that of a holy lord. Born with emperor-level qualifications. Gundao Tongxian, at just 18 years of age he possessed a Gundao attainment of the 4th realm of the subtle. Moreover, his cultivation is not bad at all. 18 years old at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, and still able to fight with the veteran impregnating god 1st level powerhouse without losing, and even the chances of winning were very high. Rumor had it that if it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Lord had high hopes for him and wanted him to comprehend the imperial deity phantasms, he would have actually been able to enter the embodied god a long time ago. This is the true pride of the heavens. Even Chu Tian had to admit that someone like Zhao Wuhu was like a dazzling sun hanging high in the sky, emitting blinding light. Even the unconvinced him had to admit that at this moment, he couldn't defeat Zhao Wao enemy. Seeing that Zhao Wao enemy had no desire to move, Chu Tian turned his head towards Suyu and grinned, "I'll do it. After half a year, today, I want to see how many moves I can last." Swish! Without saying anything, Chu Tian directly jumped into the ring and stood opposite Suyu. He originally did not have the luxury of being able to rely on half a year's time to defeat Suyu. He stood out just to see how big the gap between himself and Suyu was. When Suyu split himself with 2 slashes, this time, he wanted to last through 3 slashes. It's that simple. If it didn't work, then it would only prove that he hadn't worked hard enough, and in the path of cultivation, he still had to aspire to become stronger like an old steed. The end is there, it's just a matter of who comes first and who comes last. Clank! Chu Tian drew out his own saber, and his entire aura instantly changed, like a war knife eager to drink blood, leaping at the enemy in front of him, and even his eyes had a certain killing power. If an ordinary living being were to look at him, it was impossible to say that they could all be scared to the point of ting and pissing. 4th realm subtle grade blade intent. Entering the subtle, able to integrate oneself into the blade, viewing everything from the perspective of the blade, able to observe the many minute details, thus identifying the point of a strike within these minute details. In half a year, I have broken into the 4th realm, and my cultivation has been raised by 1 level. Chu Tian looked at his long-desired opponent in front of him, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, "You are my opponent on the path of fulfillment, and also my whetstone. I have only one goal, and that is to surpass you and defeat you. Although this road is difficult, I will not give up." He was very clear that he was by no means Suyu's opponent, but he wanted to see how big the gap between himself and Suyu was. Even if it was like a gap between heaven and earth, there was no harm. The pinnacle of cultivation is the great emperor. He will catch up. Looking at Chu Tian, who was like an enemy in front of him, Suyu smiled heartily, and the hand that was behind his back was also released. With a swish sound, a sword of the same grade as Chu Tian's saber appeared in his hand. The moment he gripped the hilt of the knife, Suyu's breath also instantly sharpened. Chu Tian. A very good opponent and a very worthy son of Qi to take care of, his beloved little fat sheep, so in order to give him the utmost respect, he wouldn't let him down. With a sword. Defeat him. Buzz off. Suyu's seemingly casual grip on his sword caused the many battle swords in the square to emit trembling and buzzing. Like a humming that was like submitting to a monarch, it caused everyone to be confused. What's going on here? Why does my battle sword give me a feeling that it wants to be sheathed? The sword is afraid? The celestials who were still watching the battle with bated breath were also surprised for a moment as they were brought back to their senses by the trembling of the sword. In the sky above the square. On the elders' bench, countless elders were also agitated when they saw the scene, as well as sensing Suyu's extraordinary change. Hiss. 10,000 blades are trembling, even though they have not automatically come out of their sheaths. This is clearly a blade intent that is close to the 5th realm. Suyu really can't be described by common sense. At this age, this cultivation level. 5th realm. Compared to the excitement of the elders, the Red Sky Peak Master was even more wide-eyed. And then he was pounding his chest, wailing, "Fifth realm, born with a sacred body of the Tao of Blades. If it's given to my Red Peak, I can casually cultivate him into a blade saint." Bixiao couldn't look at him squealing and screaming, and knocked the Red Peak Master's head with his scabbard, helplessly saying, "Calm down, he'll be there later." Ow ow ow. Senior sister, you're right. Xixiao returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Forgetting that this was the freshman competition, the disciples were all watching. Gotta keep it serious. Aha! Serious. It was also the case that everyone's eyes on the field were attracted to Suyu, otherwise, just the way he had just shown himself, he might have to make a large group of disciples' jaws drop. On the ring. Shu Tian could also feel the emotions coming from the peyote in his hand. Sure enough, is it close to the fifth realm? Shu Tian laughed. "You are indeed as powerful as I imagine, so let me see just how big the gap is between you and me nowadays." He was too excited. In the Blade Dao realm, the most powerful heavenly pride he had seen in his life was Suyu. It was also the only target he wanted to surpass in the future. He was a sword, born to be a sword. Ka! Shu Tian converged on his smile, and the stern aura around him instantly changed, giving the illusion that it was like a flaming sword capable of splitting the heavens appeared in front of him. Flowing flame, flat sky. I lost with this blade, and today, I will begin with this blade. Boom! As the words fell, Shu Tian grasped the sword with both hands, then fiercely chopped out this strike. In an instant, infinite flames appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire ring, and heat waves swept through, like the blazing sun in the sky. Even the air was burned until it was distorted. Rumble! The blazing flame blade intent erupted and roared towards Suyu. Facing this strike, a flash of essence swept through Suyu's eyes. It was excitement and respect for his opponent. Very strong. This move of Shu Tian's was not a single star stronger than half a year ago, and even this slash was able to bring no small threat to the person he was half a year ago. Ha, good timing. Suyu laughed loudly. As the words fell, Suyu similarly raised his battle sword, and his smile instantly dissipated, replaced by a sharp edge. Can you catch it? This blade of mine cuts through the void. Chapter 045. The entire audience is shocked. Get the hell up here. Don't think that I don't dare to fight just because you're a woman. The two very different knife intentions collided with each other, crashing into the most intense aftermath in midair. Layer by layer, the floor tiles that were already crushed underneath the two men's feet were even more blown into pieces under the powerful airwaves. Shu Tian's saber intent was to burn the sky with flames. Suyu, on the other hand, was hegemony, pure hegemony intent. It could cut through the sky and the void. Rumble! The blade chi that cut through the void was cut off in less than a moment's effort. When it collided with the streaming flames, the burning flames were cut off. After the explosion, the two men each took a few steps back. Suyu steadily stopped after retreating to 2 steps. On the contrary, Shu Tian, under the impact of the airwave, withdrew 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing. Who was better or worse was immediately judged at a glance. The onlookers were even more horrified, although there was a formation to isolate all the aftermath damage, but the amazing blade intent of the two people still shook many people's hearts and trembled. Some embodied God Realm veterans even gulped, their faces appalled. These two are truly monsters to the point of not changing. One at the 4th level of Condensed Dan, and the other at the 5th level of Condensed Dan, both dealing out terrifying damage that would make even the 9th level of Condensed Dan avoid them. If those peak condensation Dan loose cultivators in the outside world were to face them, they would probably all have to fold in their hands. Too terrifying. Is this the power of the limit breaking level? The gap between people was really bigger than even the gap between pigs. How can people be demonic like this? Suyu and Shu Tian both ignored how outsiders thought about it. In their eyes, in their consciousness, the only thing they had was each other. The only thing they had was the thought of defeating each other. I passed this blade. Shu Tian raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, causing the defense spell formation to ripple. Next is the strongest slash I have ever practiced. The trial move had passed, and next, it was time for a sword to decide the winner. This knife, if he could not lose, he would be able to go the third move with Suyu, although he did not have the strength, but it is also enough. Shu Tian leapt up, rushed to the sky above, looked at Suyu and drank, red sky 7 slashes. The first chop, chopped the mountains and the sea. He didn't have any hesitation, his entire body's spiritual energy didn't have any reservations, and he poured it all into his saber. Buzz! With a slash, his dantian was like a dam breaking, and his spiritual energy roared out like a flood, pulling his aura to its peak in just an instant. Chop mountain and sea. Boom! Shu Tian swung out a blade with all his might, without any reservations. Looking at the huge blade chi that had the intention of breaking the mountains and the sea coming, Suyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the immortal chi in his body that belonged to the corpse immortal heavenly hijacking method began to mobilize. With the appearance of the immortal chi, the supreme yang spiritual power dormant in another part of the dantian similarly followed. Ka! Suyu's wrist turned, and his arm's veins popped out as if it was filled with explosive power. Yin Yang Heaven Breaking. Boom. A first-rate supreme martial art, Yin Yang Heaven Breaking. A blade disrupts Yin and Yang, breaking heaven and earth. The blade chi gathered from the two chi of Yin and Yang came out as Suyu swung his blade, and its might was superior to the previous one that cut the void. Even though it was a first-grade absolute, it was not as good as the void blade technique. However, this first-grade absolute martial art was Suyu's first greatly accomplished blade technique. It was much smoother to use. A point of Yin and Yang. Boom. 2 breaks heaven and earth. This time, the Yin Yang blade chi did not instantly disintegrate Chu Tian's attack as it did with the void cutting, but instead, it was stalemated for a long time before breaking Chu Tian's attack after Suyu swung out another blade. Boom. Witnessing his blade chi being dispersed, Chu Tian, who had already exhausted his full strength, spat out a large mouthful of blood with a p sound. However, there was already a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Ha, finally. Seeing you swing your third blade. In the next second, Chu Tian's body was blasted out of the ring beyond the ring by the two chi of Yin and Yang. Suyu wins. Seeing this scene, the elder immediately announced. However, at this moment, the crowd all fell silent as the battle between these two completely surpassed their perceptions. A battle between the 4th and 5th level of the Condensed Dan realm was comparable to the peak of Condensed Dan. Especially Chu Tian. And was actually able to make Suyu wield the third blade. They were powerful and had proved it. Above the square, the elders were also all complicated and inexplicable, and were overwhelmed with emotion. 2 great demons, the fortune of the 9 heavens. The peak master of the red heavenly peak was even more excited, his gaze tightly staring at the unconscious Chu Tian, with a color of satisfaction in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Good, this disciple is worth it. There is no longer any regret in having Chu Tian as a person. Born with a sword. The future will be great. Beyond him? That's beyond doubt. Suyu stood on the stage, his breath still did not have the slightest ups and downs, always as smooth as ever, as if there was no consumption. Next, he said with a calm face. As he said, the opponent who had long since lost to him. He would give them the chance to surpass, but wouldn't bother to take a second look. At this moment, the field remained silent. It was in this atmosphere of silence. An ill-timed voice was the one that burrowed out like a viper, causing the crowd to frown. Lin Mo, you, go up and fight him. He just fought that Chu Tian guy so fiercely, his consumption must not be low. You go up now and consume him, then immediately admit defeat and replace me. This voice was transmitted, but it could not be hidden from Suyu and a group of disciples and elders with higher cultivation levels. They subconsciously looked towards the corner of the square. There were 2 figures standing. One of them, a woman, was even more oblivious, still chattering. You quickly go up and beat him. Remember, he's going to be left for me. I'm going to take him down and worship under the Jade Peak Master. When Lin Mo heard this, his brows unconsciously furrowed and he said, why do you have to admit defeat? If I can win the fight, what's the point of admitting defeat? Xian, you want resources, I can give them to you, but you can't make me admit defeat. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, if he really wanted to fight, even if it was a sparring match, as long as he could win, he wouldn't admit defeat. When Tang Xian heard this, she immediately said angrily, what do you know? What about me if you win? I still want to worship Jade Peak. If I don't defeat him, how am I going to worship Jade Peak? Tang Xian was about to be pissed off by Lin Mo, this damn bastard, how could he be so stupid? If he wants it, he has to give it to him. I'm telling you, I have to have this first, and if you don't even think about letting me ride you again, I won't forgive you. Don't forget, I was the one who gave you the buns to save your life in the cold winter that year. If it wasn't for me, you would have been fed to the wild dogs long ago. Your life was saved by me, your life belongs to me, and you belong to me. What I tell you to do, you have to do. To return the favor, give up your worthless dignity, you are just one of my dogs. Hearing these last words, Lin Mo's eyes instantly dimmed, as if he had lost his mind, and his spine was broken. But he listened in. Lin Mo nodded his head numbly and said, okay, I'll listen to you all Xian. After saying that, he took out the missing jade pendant from his bosom, which he had cherished for many years, and handed it to Tang Xian, saying, this is for you. After taking a look, Tang Xian snatched it and threw it to the ground, cursing in a low voice, bastard. What's the point of bringing me a broken jade with a missing corner? I want first place. You stupid bastard. She was really getting pissed off. When Lin Mo saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he hurriedly bent down to pick up the jade pendant. However, just as he bent down, he was kicked hard by Tang Xian. Bastard, get up there for me. If someone else gets the jump on you, you'll kill yourself if I lose this opportunity. Seeing this, Tang Xian was really furious and said viciously, this stupid bastard, I really don't know how he got such a good cultivation talent, really God is blind. Her voice transmission curses like no one else, but it was heard by many strong people. Above, more than 200 elders were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Damn it. What a way to go with this woman. How dare she treat an honest and naive heaven's pride like this, and dare to say those shameless and absurd words, looking for death? However, Tang Xianshan didn't have the slightest realization of how inappropriate her actions were. In her consciousness, she was just teaching her dog a lesson. Why don't you hurry up and get up there and fight? Tang Xianshan looked at Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground wiping the dust for the jade pendant, and frantically transmitted her voice to curse. But this time, she didn't wait for her to finish cursing. A terrifying aura that was so powerful that it caused the hairs of her sweat to instantly stand on end landed on her with a bang. This feeling was like that of prey being targeted by a flooding beast. The next second, in the ring, Suyu's suppressed rage-filled voice had boomed like spring thunder. Get your ass up here. I really put up with you this long time. Boom. P.S. 7 more has been delivered, begging for gifts, begging for hyped. Oh, the data is so bad. Wow, today can hope to break 70. Hyped it? The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 046, I told you. I will crush all of you. What you can't see past is this kind of woman, Tang Xianshan, who, relying on having some cards in her hand, tramples on men's dignity with impunity. Do you really think that no one can hear the voice transmission? As long as the divine soul was stronger than the other party, it was naturally possible to capture the other party's voice transmission. If she doesn't understand this kind of basic knowledge, this Tang Xianshan is too stupid, isn't she? There was another reason, either that or she wanted to show off her nobility in front of so many people. But could it be that such a fool thought that by holding Lin Mo, she would be able to worship the Peak Master's name together by virtue of the other party? Dream on. In his previous life and reality, Suyu has seen too many people by this kind of woman to the family broken. In the end, even the child is not their own, miserable not a little bit. I thought that in the world of metaphysics, it was martial arts that was honored. I didn't realize that there was really a metaphysical version of a piggy bank war god. Just for a few buns? Ridiculous. Suyu's eyes were frighteningly cold at this point, staring straight in Tang Xianshan's direction, pointing his finger towards her before slowly moving to the ring at his feet, coldly saying, since you want this reward so badly, then I'll give you this chance, roll up. Let me see what you are capable of coloring. He doesn't hit women? Funny. Normal people he will naturally humble, if the other party is the flow of Tang Xianshan, you see if he dares to slaughter on the end. Suyu's aura was fully open, and the pressure was so strong that some people at the peak of the condensed Dan realm felt a little suffocated. It's a bit too strong, isn't it? Big brother, you're only at the 4th level of Dan condensation, can you give us some face? However, at this moment, Suyu's arrogance, but none of them felt bad, on the contrary, they felt very painful. You, a person who is not much of a colorful person, what right do you have to come and trample on a man's dignity like this? Do you really think men are dogs? Being stared at by Suyu, Tang Xianshan was stiff, her hair stood erect, cold sweat was brushing down, her eyes gradually flooded with panic, turning to meet Suyu's beast-like gaze that was like locking up the prey. A trace of fear unconsciously rose in the bottom of her heart. You, what are you mad about? What did I do? Tang Xianshan's teeth chattered a little when she said this. Until this moment, she hadn't realized that her transmission had leaked. Upon hearing this, the corner of Suyu's mouth hooked up into a cruel cold smile and said, what have you done? Do you really think that everyone here is an idiot? In an atmosphere where everyone is quiet, recklessly transmitting sound, do you really think that others can't hear you? Generally speaking, very few people would eavesdrop on the contents of a voice transmission. Especially in a crowded setting, the transmission could easily be ignored. Just now, this idiot was taking advantage of the quietness of the martial arts square to be transmitting his voice to humiliate people. Would they not hear it? How could they not hear it? Seeing Suyu picking his words apart, Tang Xianshan's face suddenly changed, and after looking at the strange gazes of many people around her, as well as the wisps of anger hidden deep in the eyes of the elders above her, her delicate body could not help but tremble. It's over. Even the elders had eavesdropped on their own transmissions. Promotion was definitely hopeless. Even, it was likely that he would be expelled from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. No way. Even if he had to be expelled from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, this resource he himself had to help Xiao Fan get it. It was what he had told himself that he wanted the most. The Holy Grade Deity Phase Scroll. Tang Xianshan clenched her teeth, the panic in her eyes receded and was replaced by determination. She resolutely raised her head and stared at Suyu, saying, so what, he's willing to be my dog, it's what he owes me, what's it got to do with you? What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be here? Do you need to talk too much here? With that, Tang Xianshan turned her head to look at Lin Mo with a scowl in her eyes and said, you say it. Are you willing to be my dog for the rest of your life? When Lin Mo heard this, he immediately raised his head in dismay and looked at her with a face full of unbelief, saying, Chen Shenyu. Answer me. Tang Xianshan said in an almost growling tone. She already knew that it was impossible for her to gain a foothold in the Nine Heavens sacred ground anymore, and after this matter, there was a high probability that she would be expelled from the sect. In that case, why not decisively tear yourself away to ask the question? It was to leave, but also to take Lin Mo with him. He was his own money tree, and he definitely couldn't be left to wander around alone. Facing Tang Xian, who had lost her mind, Lin Mo opened his mouth, his eyes complex, but he slowly closed his eyes, with a complex expression, and from time to time, a color of pain flowed out, and only after a long time, he responded in the most complicated and disappointed tone, "Well, I will." Yes, he would. Because he had sworn that if he could one day become an immortal, he would use his life in this world to repay that girl. The girl who brought him light and hope. Hearing his reply, Tang Xian's slightly grim face had an almost crazy and sickly smile. "Ha? Hear that? He's willing. So what's this got to do with you?" After Tang Xian finished speaking, she immediately chimed in, "Lin Mo, now go up immediately, challenge him, defeat him, and get the reward." Lin Mo didn't say anything, he just glanced at her before silently walking in the direction of the ring. This moment, everyone found it unbelievable. Because they had never seen a heavenly pride with a powerful talent that would be so humble as to follow someone else's orders and command. His spine seemed to have been broken. Dignity was also trampled underfoot. Watching Lin Mo walk in the direction of the ring, Suyu glanced at Tang Xian and indifferently said, "You also come along. Today, I will be the one to shatter this boring fantasy of yours. Both of you, go together." "Piggyback warlord? Heh, then I'll be the one to give you a head start and wake you up." Hearing Suyu's words, Tang Xian froze and subconsciously looked in the direction of the elder's seat in the sky above. Little Bai Chi doesn't need to look. "Here, I'm in charge. Get your ass up here." Suyu's voice was icy cold. Tang Xian was enraged by this arrogant look and laughed in a form of madness. Well, since you are so confident, then I will fulfill you. Pompous assholes. Do you really think that just because you have some talent, you can defy the world's pride? The two stepped onto the ring and stood opposite Suyu. Compared to Tang Xian, who was already mad beside him, Lin Mo looked at Suyu seriously and said, "You are an opponent worthy of respect, so I will use my full strength." Boom! As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo's originally calm and incomparable aura was no longer concealed at this moment and became sharp. The aura climbed upwards, causing many of the heavenly prides to be stunned. Dan Condensation Realm. Peak. This Lin Mo is actually at the peak of the Condensation Dan cultivation? Hiss. In the martial arts square, many of the heavenly prides sucked in a breath of cool air because this was the first person at the peak of the condensed Dan realm among the new students. Moreover, the oppressive feeling of this peak condensation Dan even had an inexplicable feeling of belligerence. It was extremely deeply hidden, yet it could be clearly perceived. Suyu has made a big mistake this time. Lin Mo's natural talent isn't bad, rather it's very outstanding. With a peak condensation Dan realm battle power, perhaps he can fight with the Yunshin. If it was an ordinary 7th or 8th level of the condensed Dan realm, they wouldn't feel this way. But this was the peak of the condensed Dan. The 9th level of condensed Dan that has already birthed a deity. Only then does it deserve to be called the peak. Just as Lin Mo exposed his battle power, so you couldn't help but smile. That's right. But when I meet a one-dimensional person like you, I won't bother to fight with you aggressively. Lin Mo's brows couldn't help but furrow as he heard this, somewhat not understanding what Suyu meant. But in the very next moment, he understood what Suyu meant. Rumble. On the martial arts square, the aura vortex suddenly appeared. Then countless spiritual chi poured into Suyu's body, and Suyu's aura rapidly became stronger under the gaze of countless pairs of dulled-down eyes. Condensed Dan 5th gravity. 6th level of Dan condensation. 7th level of Dan condensation. The 8th level of Dan condensation. It wasn't until the peak of the 8th level of Dan condensation that Suyu's rapidly rising realm came to a complete stop. I said, "I will crush all of you." Chapter 047, Breaking 4 Realms in a Row. The 8th level of Dan condensation. I will show you the gap. Suyu opened his arms, feeling the sudden surge of power within his body. This feeling of gradually resonating with the heaven and earth was really too comfortable. The thrill of strength enhancement was too mesmerizing to him. Boom! As his cultivation level increased, above Suyu's head, the vision of the great sun suppressing the prison reappeared. This time, the power of suppression was so obvious that even if it was condensed Dan, there was a feeling of stagnation in the operation of the spiritual energy in the body. The power to suppress everything. With the blazing sun in the sky, a roaring sound even came out from Suyu's body. His flesh was like a furnace, carrying a majestic and infinite power. Boom! The powerful chi spilled out, blowing the robes of tens of thousands of celestial pride to the point of hunting. The square did not calm down until the visions disappeared. When everyone looked at Suyu, it was as if they had seen the most horrifying and terrifying stern ghost. Their eyes widened and their open mouths could even be stuffed into an egg. A moment later, a tidal wave of cacophony rose from the square. Saying breakthrough just like that, is he still a human being, a monster, right? Doesn't he have any bottlenecks at all? It's fine if he doesn't break through. As soon as he breaks through, it's a few small realms every time. Outrageous. Is Suyu's qualification at the emperor level or stronger? The strongest freshman in the 9 heavens. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Suyu had become the senior brother of the 9 peak masters, and why he had been accepted by the old ancestor as a disciple. With such a qualification, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking water. Wouldn't the sacred realm be within his reach? On the elders' table. Hundreds of elders were also shocked, and among them, the least senior elders were all thousands of years old. Even so, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a breakthrough. There was absolutely no semblance of a bottleneck. Breakthrough means solid cultivation, which is like their group of old things. Breaking through a heavy heaven has to be solid for 10 days and half a month before they can grasp the basic power. Fortunate for the 9 heavens, fortunate for the 9 heavens. With the potential and demonic degree he has shown today, I'm afraid that in less than 100 years, he'll be enough to come to the realm of the 5th failure of the Celestials. The 5 failures of Celestials, with the 5 failures of physical body power, origin, divine soul, fate. When one passes through the 5 failures, one is reborn in fire and glimpses the heavenly path of the holy realm. Instead of the 5 failures, it is more like this is the metamorphosis of mortal and immortal, and is the only chance for ordinary cultivators to change their destiny against the heavens in the cultivation path, smoothing out the gaps brought about by their foundations, and being reborn as a top-tier heavenly pride with the 5 failures of nirvana. Transition through the 5 failures, nirvana rebirth. The name of the other realm of the 5 declines of Celestials is nirvana. Like many elders, even though the 9 peak masters had known about Suyu's natural talent for a long time, when they witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would still be shocked by it. Immortal talent is indeed strong. The Confucian Saint Lord put away his deepest shock and looked at Suyu with a few more points of expectation in his eyes. 8th level of Dan condensation, immortal golden Dan. No wonder he does not look at my 9 heavens divine king protean dharma phase. Earlier when Suyu made a breakthrough, when the Golden Dan vision appeared, he saw the end, which is the so-called divine grade Golden Dan. It is clearly condensing the most top grade immortal grade in this realm. To use the immortal grade Golden Dan to contain the 31st ranked divine king's prosperous heavenly dharma phase is really an aggravation. Anyone who wasn't in the top 10 was considered aggrieved. Above the ring, Lin Mo was also dumbfounded for a moment. He also did not expect that Suyu would suddenly break through. Moreover, all of a sudden, he came to the 8th level of condensed Dan. It was almost catching up with him. He thought that his full strength was a sign of respect for Suyu, and even at first, he felt a little guilty that challenging him with a cultivation level that exceeded Suyu's by many small realms was really not a victory. Now, it seems that the gap is not that big again. At this moment, Lin Mo's originally cooled blood gradually boiled up, seemingly sensing the appearance of a formidable enemy. To be able to make the system give a heavenly fate martial emperor rating, Lin Mo's battle power was destined to be the strongest heavenly pride Suyu had seen so far. The strongest battle power. Tang Xianxian, who was beside Lin Mo, on the other hand, only felt her blood freeze, and a piercing chill went straight from the soles of her feet to the sky. How is it possible? Coming from the 4th level of condensed Dan to the 8th level of condensed Dan in an instant. How did he do it? Originally, she was still thinking that with her 5th level of condensed Dan cultivation, she still had a chance to take down Suyu to win the reward. Now it seemed like she was completely foolhardy. But it was good that Lin Mo beside her gave her a great sense of security. Although Lin Mo, the dog, was mute, his battle power was top-notch, as was his realm. In the beginning, she had seen the peak of the condensed Dan realm, a half-step Yumingshan realm top real person being beaten to death by the condensed Dan 9th level Lin Mo. Even after so much time had passed, she couldn't forget the scenes of that day. A pair of iron fists, killing a half-step Yunshin. It was precisely because of this that she was very confident that Lin Mo could defeat Suyu. But now. But not necessarily anymore. Before his breakthrough, Suyu had the battle power that made even the peak of the 8th level of condensed Dan feel threatened to the fullest, and now that he was also 8, his battle power was not to say that he had killed the impregnating god, but at least it was also invincible in the condensed Dan realm. The boiling spiritual energy in his body gradually returned to the Dantian. Suyu's eyes that shone as deep as a river of stars swept through a touch of battle intent, and said to Lin Mo, "Come, a battle, bring that along, I will let you know the gap." He had already gotten a feel for Tang Xianxian's identity. It should be the one with the ulterior motive as stated in the system evaluation. Then, Lin Mo is so obedient, he must be in the same rut as the piggy bank war god. There's a candy girl to guard. But this candy girl will never be Tang Xianxian. This kind of character. There's no way it would be the heavenly hostess of the heavenly destined son. Hearing Suyu's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "It's fine to talk about me, but she definitely can't be left to your insults." Bang! As the words fell, the freshly repaired floor under Lin Mo's feet shattered, and his body disappeared in place, leaving behind only a huge deep pit. His speed was so fast that unusual cultivators couldn't even see his trajectory. However, this speed was considered fast in Suyu's eyes. Shoo! In the next second, the air was blasted with an explosion-like sound by the sudden huge force. Lin Mo's figure appeared in front of Suyu, and his fist blasted towards Suyu's face, a force that was no less than a small-yield nuclear bomb exploding in front of him. If there was a mountain peak in front of him, this punch of Lin Mo's would be enough to grind down the mountain peak. Shocking fist. Lin Mo shouted in a low voice. This was something he had once found in a secret realm discovered in the Jing dynasty, a first-rate supreme martial art. And it was the coldest, first-grade, absolute fist martial art. It was also with this fist that he had personally blown away the head of a half-step Yumming god. He focused on refining the strength of his fleshly body, and used his fleshly body to compare to a battle soldier. No matter how strong an external object was, it was not as strong as one's own. Boom! A punch was thrown, the air became distorted as a result, exceeding several times the speed of sound, making the air, which was not lethal, have the ability to destroy mountains and break the sea. Clank! However, something unexpected happened to him. Tackle the dragon. Chapter 048 The Cry of the Destined Son. I haven't reached my limit yet. Facing Lin Mo's punch, Suyu's face remained calm as he swung out his left hand and cupped Lin Mo's fist raw with the momentum of a dragon capture. Boom! Lin Mo focused on the enhancement of his physical body's strength, and Suyu is just as good. The prison suppressor body was originally known for its power to suppress all domains, and in terms of refining his physical body, Suyu's attainments were not lower than Lin Mo's. Of course, his bigger card was the system. If he didn't have the system, at this moment, he would at best be about the same as an elder's own disciple. Although it was an external force. But, it was still his Suyu's biggest card. He would not deny the existence of the system, nor would he refuse the benefits it brought. But he was also trying to cultivate a power of his own. After grabbing Lin Mo's fist, Suyu unloaded Lin Mo's strength and threw him out, then without stopping, he directly rushed in front of Lin Mo with some extreme violent output. Do you think I can't break through just because your physical body is strong? Do you think that just because I cultivate the 10,000 laws that my fleshly body is incomparably weak? My sword is but a matter of interest, but if you have to compete with me in terms of physical body, I naturally beg for it, and I prefer my own bursts of primal power to that of a war soldier. Bang bang bang! Suyu's speed was very fast, and he didn't even give Lin Mo a chance to return the favor. Swinging his fists like rain, he smashed on Lin Mo's body. He was recklessly releasing the genes engraved on his soul, the unique warrior genes that belonged to the Hua race in his previous life. Seeing this almost overwhelming battle, everyone was once again petrified. They had expected Lin Mo's performance to make Suyu feel threatened, but they didn't expect that Suyu was even more ruthless than Lin Mo, and without using a battle soldier, he was able to press Lin Mo to keep retreating with his fists alone. Monster! A true monster. A ferocious beast in human form. I always thought that Suyu was best at swords, but I never thought that Suyu would prefer this kind of primitive output fighting. Breaking the sound barrier with his physical body, each swing can break the sound barrier several times without the need to store up power. Each punch he hits Lin Mo with can cripple an 8th level of the condensed Dan realm in a raw manner, right? Crazy. Both of them are crazy. Suyu's actions were unexpected, and the strength of his physical body was even beyond the level they had perceived. Not only Suyu, Lin Mo's toughness was also something they hadn't expected. Taking countless punches from Suyu had only caused Lin Mo's breath to be slightly disorganized, and he hadn't even punched out any injuries. His fleshly body, just how strong was it? If it was said that Suyu's previous battle had opened their eyes, then it was the two of them battling against each other at this moment that was considered to have shattered the Dao hearts of a group of young prides who considered themselves geniuses. Compared to the crowd that was isolated from most of their breath to watch the battle. Tang Xinshan, who was also in the ring, was more able to feel the sense of fear that Suyu brought to her. This feeling, like witnessing a flood beast fighting another ferocious beast at close range, was primitive and full of power. She only felt like an ant sitting on a well. Surprisingly, she was still under the delusion that she could consume Suyu. Was Suyu in such a state something she could die to defeat her opponent? Completely impossible. Crazy, two absolutely crazy people. For a moment, panic arose in Tang Qian's heart. She was scared. It wasn't that she was afraid of Suyu, it was that she was afraid of her own identity. If one day Lin Mo found out that she was just a fake, she would definitely be beaten to death alive. Just as she was making wild guesses, the area where the two of them, Suyu and Lin Mo, were fighting gradually enveloped her. And you, look at your grandpa, come together and take a beating for me. Suyu pressed forward step by step, constantly pulling the battle area to within Tang Xinshan's range, followed by the scene of one person blasting two people. Humph. After being forcibly pulled into the fight, the aftermath of the first strike alone caused a fishy sweet breath to well up in Tang Xian's throat, and a streak of blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. This scene caused her to completely lose all her dark thoughts. Tang Xian screamed out, "No, I'm not going to fight, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Even though Lin Mo had helped her withstand all the damage, the impact that went through Lin Mo's defense still made her scalp numb. But whenever Lin Mo didn't block a blow, she would be seriously injured by a punch from Suyu. Or even near death. On Suyu's handsome face, there was a cruel smile blooming. Admit defeat? If you admit defeat, then what's the point of me letting you come up? Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, heaven tearing hand. Suyu shouted in a stern voice. In the next second, the movement of swinging his fist abruptly stopped, the 5 fingers of his right hand bent into a claw, and the fingers that flashed with purple light violently tore down. With the power added, the 5 fingers were like sharp claws. Cutting through the air, they presented a tear in the void, as if space had been torn out of existence. Stab la! The piercing sound of tearing through the air and the flashing cold power made Lin Mo's eyes instantly condense. Xian, be careful. Lin Mo pushed hard and pushed Tang Xian out of the ring. Crossing his arms, he took the force of this claw raw. Put! Accompanied by blood splattering up, fixing his eyes on it, a blood scar appeared on both of Lin Mo's arms, breaking his hard skin open in a mouth, and the outwardly flipped flesh was all but highlighting how terrifying the power of this claw really was. If an ordinary 9th level condensed Dan cultivator were to take this blow hard, he would be afraid that it would be enough to be torn into pieces. Thump! A huge force acted on his body, causing Lin Mo's footsteps to keep retreating. Dropping his defensive stance, Lin Mo turned over his arms to look at his bloodied arms and inhaled deeply, unbeatable. But Lin Mo turned his words around and droned, I haven't reached my limit yet. Rumble! Lin Mo's voice was extremely loud, filling the entire martial arts square, and in the next moment, behind him, a very illusory deity shadow slowly condensed. It was a saint-grade deity shadow. Bastard heaven! Lin Mo let out a long whistle. In the next moment, the deity silhouette that had shocked many people took a step out and gradually merged into Lin Mo's body. In an instant, Lin Mo's power actually began to skyrocket. This is a deity. Lin Mo has begun to take the step of an imminent deity. Someone lost their voice and screamed, a 41-year-old Junshin? It's still a bit short, but not much. In less than half a year, Lin Mo will surely succeed in containing the god. Suyu is in danger. The difference between a condensed Dan that has outlined a deity's picture and integrated it into the gene Dan and one that hasn't outlined a deity is one heaven and one earth. It was not uncommon for outlined deities to begin to contain deities. What was rare was that Lin Mo, an ordinary inner disciple, had such a chance that he had sought out a holy deity phase scroll to outline a deity. The battle power of Lin Mo, who had fused the deity phantom, would increase incrementally with the attributes his deity possessed. If the attributes fit, the fusion could even increase his power by more than several times. With this punch, can you still block me? Lin Mo bellowed, take out your battle weapon, otherwise, you will lose. Boom! Lin Mo did not wait for anything, this punch, the power of the hegemony. Break it for me. Bang! Chapter 049 exposed? Imposter! How dare you lie to me? After fusing the deity's shadow, Lin Mo's punch was several times more powerful than it was at the very beginning. This was Suyu's most intuitive feeling. In the face of the overbearing and rigid force brought by this punch, Suyu's eyes were stern and he similarly swung out a punch. Skill forward swing? Not needed at all. Okay. If casting any skill required certain preconditions, it would be too low, and high-end battles often ended in the plainest way possible. Speed is the only truth. Compared to others who still needed to store up their power, Suyu was completely different. Starting with 0 frames was the strongest state. Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength. Boom! Suyu leapt, his entire body leaping into mid-air. Behind him, a shadow made of countless thin threads of spiritual energy crocheted together instantly coalesced into shape, using the massive amount of spiritual energy in his body as the base to construct this shadow that was comparable to a deity phase. The heaven-treading divine elephant. Moo! At this moment, a giant elephant silhouette tens of meters tall lifted its forelegs in the air and raised its voice to the sky, shaking the clouds on the dome of the sky to the point that they all had a tendency to collapse. The sound was so powerful that it caused people to look sideways. Tread heaven! Suyu let out a shout. Then, his entire body was like a meteor falling to the ground as he fiercely stepped in Lin Mo's direction. Ka-ching! At this moment, Suyu was like an ancient ferocious beast stepping on the heavenly divine elephant. A foot could shatter the stars and rivers, causing the sun and moon to fall. Although it is not as good as this kind of destructive heavenly power. But right now, with the power that Suyu had erupted, it was still not to be underestimated. The air was constantly bursting underneath his feet, which was caused by being shattered by the sudden concentration of terrifying power. Bang! 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 The broken air was like a layer of film that kept cracking, forming a white mist that lingered around Suyu. Looking at this power that made his whole body flush with goosebumps, Lin Mo's eyes went wild, and his whole body's blood boiled more than just a little as he cried out, "Break it for me!" Worthy of being a celestial pride who was famous in the 9 heavens and was accepted as a disciple by the ancestor. This extreme physical strength. It's what he dreamed of. Boom! Suyu's power destroyed everything, constantly obliterating everything that blocked his footsteps. In the end, only a rumbling sound could be heard as the entire ring was shattered by a single foot, and the tremendous commotion even caused the entire martial arts plaza to produce a not-so-small tremor. Dust flew all over the sky. No one could tell who had won and who had lost in this contest. But everyone already had their own candidate for the winner in mind. Was it also a deity's shadow that Suyu just cast? No, that was a pure martial arts vision, a vision constructed with his own power. That is, it's a Saint Realm martial art at the very least? Him, what kind of demon is he? Saint Realm martial arts one after another. Doesn't he have an upper limit to his enlightenment? Even the Dharma phase Great Exalted can't cultivate too many Saint Realm martial arts, and he's already casted no less than 2, right? As the crowd speculated, the dust was gradually blown away under the influence of the strong wind. When the dust cleared, revealing the ring, everyone's pupils all suddenly shrunk, because, on the ring that had been destroyed beyond recognition, there stood a white dress that was particularly eye-catching. The winner had come out. Suyu. And at Suyu's feet was Lin Mo, who had no power to fight back. His clothes were ragged, destroyed by the power chi to the extent that only the corners of the key parts of his clothes were still intact. Cough cough. You won. Lin Mo struggled to raise his head, looking up at Suyu's figure, and bitterly said, "Sure enough. One is still too weak. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens." Suyu nodded his head with a calm face. Aha. This time, there were still no cheers ringing out on the field. Everyone was immersed in the scene of the two fighting just now. While the crowd hadn't even regained their senses, Lin Mo had already struggled to get up, dragging his scarred body alone, moving a little bit towards the outside of the ring. And when he walked up to Tang Xinshan, what he waited for was not concern, but curses. "You punk, what are you doing here with me? If you can't get the reward, get lost. It's not over what you just pushed me. Next, I don't care what you use, you must get me 1,000 top-grade spirit stones within a year." Looking at the impotent and furious Tang Xinshan, Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. His heart was tired. "I know." Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, Suyu suddenly shouted out, "Wait. Is there something else?" Lin Mo said woodenly. Suyu asked, Why are you dead set on fulfilling all her unreasonable demands?" "The favor of saving my life, I will repay with my life in this life." "And how are you sure she is your benefactor?" Lin Mo was stunned. "Huh? What do you mean? Has she ever produced evidence to prove herself?" Suyu asked rhetorically. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly pondered. On the side, Tang Xinshan, who was originally thinking about how to command Lin Mo to go and find resources for herself, suddenly panicked when she heard this, and hurriedly said, "It's none of your business. What does our business have to do with you? Dogs with rats meddling in their own business." However, she still added, "Lin Mo, don't forget, I saved your life that cold winter. If I hadn't given you a few steamed buns, you'd be..." Before Tang Xinshan could finish, Suyu suddenly asked, "Gave a few?" Tang Xinshan came to an abrupt halt. 5. 6. Just as she finished speaking, Tang Xinshan instantly closed her mouth, not daring to say more. She didn't know a few of them. Just then, Lin Mo didn't pursue much on this issue, and just took out the missing jade pendant in his bosom that he had protected so well and handed it over. "Xian, here." Tang Xinshan was relieved to see that Lin Mo hadn't come to ask about the steamed buns, but after seeing the jade pendant with the missing corner, she also blanked out and said, "What do I need this kind of thing for? This is what you sent me that year. Forget it. Remember, you said something else when you gave me the jade pendant." Hearing this, Tang Xinshan panicked and hurriedly snatched the jade pendant and put it away, saying, "Isn't it just for you to take the jade pendant to me if you're alive? How could I forget?" Only then did Tang Xinshan react. So, this was something for Lin Mo. Can't keep it. However, Lin Mo was suddenly raised his head, as if sighing. "No, you said, you don't have any silver money, this jade pendant for me to take for money to add a piece of cotton clothes off. Later you were leaving, I smashed the jade pendant off a missing corner and gave it back to you, and said that if I was still alive and had the ability to walk to the king's capital of the Jing dynasty in the future, I would go and find you all. Before I had the chance to seek you out, I met you looking for me. The jade pendant, too, never got around to returning it to you." When Tang Xinshan heard this, she nodded her head like garlic and kept responding, right, that's it, I. However, this time, what greeted her was not Lin Mo's concurrence. Boom! Tang Xinshan's figure, which was originally standing straight, instantly came into close contact with the ground, and the force was so great that it directly cracked the surrounding area. Lin Mo's voice that was as cold as 10,000 years of ice echoed in the martial arts square. "Right, what right? You were 8 years old back then. Body Tempering Realm's royal capital's great daughter, don't tell me you don't remember what happened when you were 8 years old." In the past, when Tang Xinshan said steamed bun, he never doubted it, much less questioned his benefactor. It didn't matter if she didn't recognize the jade pendant, after all, she had asked for it from the maid. But she should never have answered a few steamed buns off. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Xinshan, who was lying on the ground, and a threat of killing opportunity so dense that it was almost substantial surfaced on his body as he stared. "Everything I can do without questioning you, but when you answered Suyu as 5 or 6 steamed buns, I no longer believe you. Because at that time, I received only 2. Imposter, you. How dare you lie to me?" Bang! Ah! Chapter 050, Having Power but Not Knowing How to Utilize It. The piggy bank war god is a real shrimp head. Lin Mo's eyes were gradually tinted with a scarlet red color, filled with suppressed tyrannical killing intent, nearly losing his mind. Under this horrifying atmosphere, Tang Xinshan screamed in terror. What are you doing?" Tang Xinshan didn't dare to imagine what kind of anger Lin Mo would have if this matter was revealed. That kind of anger was definitely not something she could bear. Her identity was that of the first daughter of a small family in the Jing dynasty, and because of her excellent talent, coupled with the fact that she knew Lin Mo's secret, she had used it to blackmail him into providing her with resources in order to cultivate to this realm today. With her cultivation at the condensed Dan realm, she had long been an immortal being in the eyes of her family. She didn't have the background to withstand Lin Mo's anger. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to her, he just stepped on the latter's wrist with a huge force, shattering her arm into smithereens, and the piece of jade pendant with the missing corner was instantly grabbed by him. Ah! The intense pain caused Tang Xianxian to ache until she nearly fainted. "You, what are you doing? Let go of me." Tang Xianxian's inner fear was incomparable as she lost her voice and yelled. She was scared. Really scared. If her identity was uncovered, what would greet her would only be an abyss of 10,000 feet, and even death would become extremely extravagant. Lin Mo had been trampled on like a dog by her. "This jade pendant is my spiritual support, you. I'm really stupid for not even knowing if I have such a jade pendant." Lin Mo looked at the jade pendant, with weariness in his eyes, and murmured, "Because in Jing dynasty, I couldn't find the familiar her even after searching for too long. Just because you appeared, brought the two-word steamed bun, and brought some familiar scenes, I believed in you. I've already taken you as a spiritual support, and you still want to. B.A." After saying that, Lin Mo's eyes had turned cold with killing intent that made people shiver. I. Tang Xianxian stumbled and couldn't say anything, her eyes were godless and she was obviously terrified. "Say. How did you know all these things?" Lin Mo shouted sternly, then stomped on Tang Xianxian's arm. Even under the watchful eyes of a bunch of elders and peak masters, he dared to do this. This was his own problem. If he was expelled from the Holy Land because of this, he would have no complaints. The resources he obtained in the Nine Heavens sacred ground were not much, and the technique he practiced was not a profound technique, just something that could be practiced by an ordinary inner sect. The big deal was that it was just a matter of scrapping the technique. Everyone just watched, not bothering to stop. Even if they were the same female cultivator, they watched with the same cold eyes. They also learned about the beginning and end of the matter from the mouths of those old students around them. This kind of woman is completely consuming the world's trust in women. Death is not enough. As for what Lin Mo expected the elders to think, he actually didn't have to care at all. The elders were just as unable to see disciples under their doors who had this kind of character. Tang Xianxian raised her head and looked around, as well as at the elders, with a pleading gaze. But after seeing their unmoved appearance, her heart sank to the bottom. She tried to beg for mercy, but it seemed useless. "Speak." Lin Mo kicked again, and this time, it was her other arm that was wasted. And while the foot was raised, Lin Mo had placed his foot on her head. If she couldn't deliver another answer, then this foot would be the one that landed on her head, so that she wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy again. I'll say. Tang Xianxian couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, "Back then, when you rose from the Jing dynasty and came to the king's capital, you kept looking for people, and were noticed by people who cared. My family has relatives who are in Piaoxue City, they're in the same place as you, and I learned about your deeds before anyone else. Then let the family send people to investigate people who have lived for 20 years, step by step, and finally in the slums to find that year the same received steamed bread through the famine. And finally, I then figured out the secret. Plus, my family was also under pressure from the dynasty that year, and my father had brought me to Drifting Snow City to distribute relief food, so..." Saying this, she stopped, continuing. Hearing this, Lin Mo also came to an understanding. No wonder when I went to check back then, I also did find out that you had come to Drifting Snow City to distribute relief food. Plus you were able to accurately name which street and who were there. So that's it. Lin Mo smiled. Sure enough, he was a cutie. Obviously she wasn't as gentle and healing as she was back then, but she couldn't find any clues anymore, and the moment she appeared, she recognized her. To put it bluntly, it's still your own stupidity. After learning the truth, Lin Mo looked like his essence had been drained out of him, and he took a few steps backward in a hurry to fall to the ground. He was without a purpose again. She? Where? Lin Mo looked at the jade pendant and bit his lip. The fishy sweet flavor irritated his mouth, but he didn't care. Tang Xianxian hurriedly said, I don't know. Lin Mo glanced at her, frightening the latter into closing her mouth and not daring to open it again to make half a sound. In the ring. Suyu looked at the dazed Lin Mo below. He suddenly remembered that the plot of the piggy bank war god seemed to be much the same. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, the family locked up that woman in a dungeon or pigsty to keep her and her daughter in inhuman abuse. There would even be our plots, but Rimmer is not married and has no children. And the other party was from the royal capital. Maybe. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but say, if you still want to seek her, maybe you can go back to Jing Dynasty and look for her again, maybe being abused by your Chen locked up in her house? With your peak condensation Dan realm, plus the name of a disciple of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, isn't it very easy to let a small dynasty find someone for you? This was power. With no understanding of the use of power, this hogwash war god is really just shrimping his head off for the sake of plot force. Shrimp head guy. It's a talent to have power and not use it, hiding here looking at the jade pendant and gawking. Suyu's words were like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness in Lin Mo's mind, causing him to instantly wake up. Right. How could I be so stupid to not even think of that? Lin Mo stood up, bent down and bowed to the elder above him, and respectfully said, "Elder, can a disciple apply to go out and do some personal business?" "Go ahead, carry the name of my 9 heavens and do it." The elegant Saint Lord nodded slightly and nodded in agreement. This matter should also be done. A disciple with strong talent, he wouldn't begrudge giving him a boost. Elder Yang, follow Lin Mo, the area of the Jing dynasty should be in the area governed by your family. On the elder's seat, an elder stepped out of his seat and bowed to him and responded, "Yes, Sacred Lord." Seeing this, Lin Mo looked at the Sacred Lord with gratitude in his eyes, then looked at Suyu and solemnly said, "Thanks for the reminder. In the future, if there is any need for me, Lin Mo, you can just ask. This is what I owe you." After saying that, Lin Mo grabbed Tang Chen, who looked like a dead dog on the ground, not paying any attention to how she looked ashen. Wait until Lin Mo left. The field resumed its previous state, and the elder who was the referee also stood out at this moment and shouted, "This battle, Suyu wins, who else wants to challenge next?" Hearing the elder's words, a group of top 10 disciples looked at each other and finally abstained. How do you fight? If a peak condensed Dan who had already begun to harbor deities couldn't beat them, could they? Funny. The remaining 8 top 10 freshmen all abstained, and all eyes looked towards the seat of the pro chief. Divine Heavenly Peak, Zhao Wufei. Chapter 051, definitely can't let it go so easily. Zhao Wawo, from birth, he was a heavenly pride that had received billions of attention, and on weekdays, it was very difficult for even the sect elders to see him. He is low-key and modest, and is immersed in cultivation. Not to mention the eastern wasteland, even all the holy places on the Xin-Tian continent knew that the son of the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens, Zhao Wuxi. At the age of 18, he was at the peak of the 9th level of Dan condensation. Adding to the fact that he was the first son of the Saint Lord's lineage, Zhao Wu, who had long been recognized by everyone as the Saint Son of the 9 heavens and the future Saint Lord of the 9 heavens. The Holy Lord had high hopes for him, and had even searched the continent extensively for the portraits of the top 50 gods of the ages. The purpose was naturally to pave the way for it. A thoroughfare that leads straight to the path of the Emperor. Do you guys think the Holy Sun will make a move? With the Holy Land's dedication to cultivating the Holy Sun, I'm afraid that today's Holy Sun is capable of defeating an ordinary second level of the embodied God realm. Unrivaled talent, divine thunder treasure body possessor, such a demon can no longer be viewed with common sense. After Lin Mo's incident passed, the martial arts square once again resumed its bustle. After all, the next matchup was the most prestigious and talented demon matchup in 9 heavens today. May. Under their incomparable expectant gazes, on the chief seat, the handsome and extraordinary Zhao Wuxi only raised his eyes, glanced at Suyu, and then gripped his lance and got up to leave. "There's no need fighting you, I'm not confident, you haven't completely let go of your bottom card. If we fight, I will lose." Similarly, not yet able to contain the god, Zhao Wu knew very well that he would not be Suyu's opponent. Even if he possessed the divine thunder treasure body, it was still the same. So what if he could battle an ordinary second level of the embodied god? If he could battle, couldn't Suyu? Just by looking at the battle between him and Chu Tian and Lin Mo, one could come to a conclusion. By himself, he couldn't beat it. He knew very well that he was at most 2 steps stronger than Lin Mo. Besides, there wasn't much that could be sharpened by fighting Suyu. It wasn't too late to wait for him and Suyu to both enter the embodied god before competing in a match. Zhao Wao enemy left, leaving only a group of dumbfounded celestial pride to wind up in the same place. "Ha? You're leaving?" The several peak masters in the sky saw this scene and were also very helpless. The red peak master even said bluntly, "Wow, yeah, this kid is good at everything. He's young, calm and doesn't lose his sharpness, but he's just too calm, and he won't even bother to take a look at a battle that can't be fought and doesn't make sense." The Holy Lord sniffed and also lost his smile. Condensing Dan has gone to the extreme. He knows very well that this battle doesn't mean much. He has only broken the limit once, so naturally he can't compare to Suyu's second break. It seems like this reward can only be given to Suyu. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, Saint Realm techniques, Saint Deity phase scrolls, these resources Suyu basically could not use. But the Su family is used. With the Saint Realm techniques and Saint Deity phase scrolls, coupled with the resources the Su family had accumulated over the years, it wouldn't take long to launch a Saint Realm powerhouse. Even though a minor Saint Realm family had been created, the distribution of resources would be given a bit more. However, it wasn't a big deal to the several great holy lands. The Su family was destined to become a family in the future anyway, having 4 imperial-level qualified heavenly prides at the same time. If they could hold out until the coming of the Golden Age and there was no crisis, the Su family, it's highly likely that it will become an imperial clan. This reward was considered an early investment, and it was worth it to invest in a clan with great future potential. The referee elder beside Suyu watched Xiao Wao enemy leave, his eyes also blinked, then immediately shouted, "Since no one is out to fight, the first place in this freshman competition, Suyu." Boom! As soon as the result came out, all the heavenly pride looked at Suyu with a look of envy and jealousy. This reward was too generous. Bountiful enough to make the people of a lineage break their heads to fight for it. Together with his special talent in the Holy Land, in the future, Suyu's achievement would definitely be the Holy Realm as a starting point. And they can only see it with their own eyes. After the results came out, the Holy Lord did not procrastinate and directly flung a storage ring at Suyu, smiling, "Junior brother, this is a reward for you, strive to break through the embodied god as soon as possible." Receiving the ring, Suyu put it away without even looking at it and nodded, "Soon." The time of 1 year that was initially asked for was now only half a year. However, regarding the first deity phase of the immanent god, Suyu more or less had some eyebrows raised. Remember, within 2.5 years, break through the immanent god, don't break through to the 4th level or above in your realm, wait to enter the secret realm, there are some opportunities inside that you can use. The Holy Lord smiled and instructed. Secret realm? The 9th level of Dan condensation and the 3rd level of divine embodiment from the eastern wasteland's great holy lands would all enter it to seek their fortune. There was also an element of sparring. You can get down and dirty in there, if you're up to it. Su Qingying and the girl should be there too, right? At this moment, Suyu could not help but think of his 3 cheap sisters. They had gone to the Holy Land. Breaking through to the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm in 3 years' time should not be a problem. Like their physique, as long as the cultivation resources keep up, breaking through the condensed Dan is simple and easy. There wouldn't be any pressure. Just as well, it's time to properly suppress the 3 sisters, lest they try to kill me all day long. Thinking of this, Suyu's mood also turned much better. After all, his sister is also the son of heaven's destiny. Suppressing their arrogance is just as good as brushing up on the villain value and rewards, right? Moreover, all 3 sisters were long-term stable income. This can't be lost. Other sons of Qi will kill if they mess with them, and those who don't have a murderous intent towards themselves will be let go and glean. Like long foam, these pretenders, kill them. No pressure. In the Baishao Peaks Pro Transmission area, looking at Suyu who was standing in the ring in all his glory, Lu Yunxiao said with a devastated face, "How did this smelly rascal get so strong? It shouldn't be. He's so strong, how can he take revenge?" The few senior sisters beside her also walked up and patted her little head, sympathizing, "Junior sister, don't think too much. It should have just been an accident in the first place. Someone this strong to molest a junior sister? Probably will. Maybe it's looking at the little sister?" No matter what, Suyu had caused a great psychological shadow to the little senior sister. They couldn't just say that they would either follow it or not, could they? That would be too inhuman. One can only. I'll advise my little sister to let go a little. But how could Lu Yunxiao listen to her? Looking at Suyu, her eyes gradually became firm, her budding face was written with seriousness. "No, I will try to cultivate hard, surpass him, and beat him down. Definitely can't let it go so easily. What's wrong with being gifted? What's wrong with being a junior master? It's not like they can't be surpassed. It's settled." Looking at the salty senior sister who had suddenly ignited, the several senior sisters felt a bit surprised, but they were too embarrassed to pour cold water on her, and could only transform into members of the Quagmire Divine Sect, giving a fierce praise to Lu Yunxiao's hardworking attitude. "Junior sister is the strongest, junior sister you are the best, you can definitely do it. Cheer up little senior sister, defeat the stinky rascal." The freshman competition that lasted for 3 days came to a successful end, and Suyu also returned to his cave residence on Bixiao Peak. Just after entering the cave mansion, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing 2 golden fate sons of heaven, 7 red fate sons of heaven, and obtaining a reward. Chapter 052, Reward Settlement, Enlightenment of the First Deity Phase, 10,000 Phase Dharma Body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rewards, plus 15,000 villain value, Great Desolate Prisoner's Finger, Nourishing Spirit Pill 1, and a random volume of the Heavenly Sovereign Secret Technique. Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger, Flesh Sacred Realm Martial Arts, a single finger can trap the heavens and earth, shattering the Qiankuan. Nourishing Spirit Pill, repairing divine soul injuries, even a strong Nirvana realm practitioner who has passed the divine soul decay can use it to repair his soul and pass the decay again, a holy realm pill. Tianzuan Secret Technique, 1 volume of the Pro Character Secret, triggering the Pro Character Secret, you can cross into the divine forbidden realm to enhance your battle power, kill your enemies across the ranks, and even cross the realm to kill your enemies. After seeing the rewards given by the system, even with Suyu's current state of mind, he was also ruthlessly shocked. Flesh Sacred Realm Martial Arts. One of the rarest martial arts, this was a martial art that could only be created by those who had achieved sainthood in the flesh, and the difficulties involved in trying to achieve sainthood in the flesh were almost more difficult than the achievement of great sainthood by an ordinary martial artist. The fleshly body is the most difficult to refine, and being able to match the fleshly body of the cultivation realm, fighting across the ranks is nothing but unusual. Stepping into a broken limb at once is also the foundation. Without any hesitation, if Suyu's volume of Flesh Sacred Realm Martial Arts were to release the news, a group of flesh cultivators would swarm to him like sharks that smelled blood. The nurturing spirit pill thing was of little use to Suyu for the time being. Because of this kind of thing, very few people would go to waste it before the celestial realm, and with an elixir that could only be used once, they would only stay in the celestial realm to give themselves a pocket. And the last secret method of the celestials given. That was the thing that truly shocked Suyu. Created by a human heavenly father during the mythical period, it was even beyond an emperor-level secret method, almost having the ability to rival the immortal scriptures. 9 heavenly exalts, 9 supreme beings capable of defeating great emperors. The proverbial mystery was created by the silent heavenly sovereign, triggering the divine forbidden realm with an extremely tiny probability, and crossing into it would qualify one to battle a great emperor even if they were at the peak of a quasi-emperor. If an ordinary martial artist succeeded in cultivating it, a Dharma Phase 1 could battle a peak Dharma Phase. The triggering of this secret method is not successful every time. Low realm martial artists have the greatest probability of triggering. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to trigger. At the Saint realm, it might take 10,000 attempts to successfully trigger it once. However, even if that was the case, it didn't affect the power of the pro-word secret. It was almost the most powerful undercard. Suyu took a deep breath and exhaled turbid air. His tone still had an unconcealable shock. This time, the reward is what is considered to completely allow me to have the capital to surpass my generation and compare to the older generation. With his own limit-breaking battle power and then triggering the divine forbidden domain, it is not impossible to cross the border and kill the enemy. Thinking of his own bottom card gradually becoming more and more, Suyu's waist is unconsciously straightened up a bit. This kind of strength in hand feels really good. Ready to be my future blood packs, Ana ages, you have a part to play on my way to becoming stronger. Thinking that his strength could not be surpassed by his sisters, Suyu was in a much better mood. It was neither killing nor not killing. It's better to keep getting stronger to suppress this group of sisters with big rebellious hearts by yourself. How can I tell the difference between big and small kings? However, the next step is still to comprehend the deity phase, which is the most urgent, and grasping the time to harbor the strongest deity is what will allow me to cultivate faster when I'm in the embodied god realm. The deities that were contained in the embodied god realm were related to the strength of the Dharma phase realm after the embodied god. The stronger the deity, the more terrifying the Dharma phase. This is universally recognized. There were containment deities that had birthed the green dragon deity, and when they broke through the Dharma phase, the green dragon deity transformed into the green dragon Dharma phase, intimidating all demons and being incomparably strong. However, the green dragon deity was only the first 30 of the 10,000 years. And the first. Exiting from the system space, Suyu took out the Vanguard God image book and flipped to the last page. The first 49 deities he had already comprehended. If he wanted to incorporate them, he would be able to outline even the second most ancient deity of all time. But his ambition wasn't to be the second. He wanted to strive to be the first in the ages. The one who has only appeared once in the long history and has always been the number one. The 10,000 phase Dharma body. Yes, sir. A Dharma body is not a deity, but in the name of a deity it can make a lower realm martial artist contain a god. To be more precise, this was the first deity that went straight to the Dharma realm. The world had long forgotten about the first, but it was included in this 10,000 ancient gods statue book as the first in the 10,000 ancients. The world today only knows that the first is the heavenly emperor deity. The first of the human deities. But no matter how strong the heavenly emperor was, he was still just a human being. How could he be an enemy of all living beings? Looking at the blank pamphlet, Suyu's brows almost wrinkled together, as if there was a mist in front blocking his vision, making it impossible for him to see what was in front of him. Sometimes he saw himself in the blank pages, as well as time, space, and the future. Countless times he had come to realize this, and each time he had a different feeling. Sometimes, even the Su family's ancestral celestial grade slaughtering sword divine sovereign deity passed through them. All things and all phases could be found in it. So which of the 10,000 phases is this 10,000 phases? Deity's 10,000 phases? Suyu muttered. Suyu was deep in the predicament of comprehending the first deity phase and did not notice the passage of time in the slightest. There was no one to disturb him. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 months passed. The cave where Suyu was in seclusion still did not have any movement coming out. On the other hand, in the 9 heavens sacred ground, one big event after another had occurred. Zhaowawo, the first progenitor of the divine heavenly peak, had successfully outlined the 31st 9 heavens sacred land sect supporting deity of the ancient era, the divine King Lin Tian. God King Lin Tian, ranked 31 in the world today, but in the 10,000 ancient gods statue book in Suyu's hands, it was just barely squeezing into the top 50. However, this was the third person since the establishment of the 9 heavens sacred land, following the primordial ancestor and the emperor's son. It wasn't as if the past Zhao Wuhu hadn't been able to comprehend the God King Lin Tian's deity portrait, but they had all come up empty, and the God King Lin Tian simply couldn't resonate with him in color. However, since the new competition had ended, the Holy Lord had once again given him the deity portrait. He hadn't held out any hope, but just wanted to let Zhao Wuyu know that the top 50 deities of the ages weren't that easy to comprehend. But this time, it was something that he had completely outlined, shaking the 9 heavens up and down. At the same time, Lin Mo, the inner disciple who had blossomed his talent in the freshman competition, had also returned, and when he came back, he was the first to pay homage to the Tai Shao Peak sect, causing the entire sect to boil for a while. Of course, the most crucial boiling was still the news of what Lin Mo had experienced. The girl who had saved his life back then had actually been imprisoned by the Tang Qianqian family of the Jing dynasty. It is reported that Tang Qianqian first intercepted the news of Lin Mo, and then let their own family destroy the girl's whole family, and finally even in her mouth in order to set out the details of her acquaintance with Lin Mo, will be imprisoned in the Tang family in the whole 20 years. 20 years. She was kept in a pigsty and bullied. It was said that when Lin Mo saw that scene, his entire being instantly went berserk, and even at the cost of his own flesh withering away, he caused a deity that was originally only a holy product to mutate, and now he had managed to cross over into the embodied god. The entire Tang family, along with the young children, were all chopped off by him and thrown to various parts of the Jing dynasty. Everyone's dantian was abolished. Tang Qianqian was brought back by him, and according to those who saw him, Lin Mo was going to break through to keep the former until he broke through the Jiayin realm, and then take his soul and calcine it for 1,000 years before killing him. And that girl as well followed back, now in the 9 heavens in the body conditioning. Soon, time passed, and there was only one last day left before the 1-year deadline that Suyu had asked for. Inside the sect's main hall, the 9 peak masters gathered. Senior Sister Bixiao, on Suyu's side. Has there been any movement rumored? P.S. Today to do health, plus to connect the next outbreak point, on the 3 more a little bit down, beg for gifts, beg for Russia broken 2000 rush daily 5, broken 30 gift value plus a more the old master's QAQ. Chapter 053, shocking. What kind of deity is he condensing? Bixiao shook her head and softly said, no, during these half a year, he seemed to be immersed in the process of enlightenment, and there were no rumors of movement, and apart from the necessary consumption of aura, there were basically no major movements. The total amount of spiritual qi in by Shao Peak was the most clear to her, and she knew exactly the spiritual qi consumption values of each cave. The amount of spiritual qi consumed by Suyu in these half a year was not even as much as a month's exhalation by an innate realm. The Red Peak Master couldn't help but frown at his words, saying, what's wrong with Junior Brother, coming to the 9 heavens, apart from being in seclusion, he doesn't even go out. Does he have a better deity portrait in his hands than the 9 heavens divine King Lin Tian deity? If you wanted to comprehend the phases of powerful deities, you first had to possess the deity's progenitor scrolls so that you could penetrate the mysteries. And the only ones under the heavens who possessed the top 50 deity phases were the Great Holy Lands and the Emperor clans. Even some emperor clans that were not senior enough could only refer to the portraits of their own great emperors. Deity phases that communicated were the corresponding deities. Deities, that is, people. That was why many great emperors would copy their own portraits and preserve them in their families or clans after they had become great emperors. The top-level holy deity phase was the great emperor's honorable face. Engraved by the heavenly Tao, the deity is communicating with the heavenly Tao. And the top 50 phases of deities in the ages, those were all portraits of immortals, and there were also phases of holy beasts. Each volume was a treasure, and only one would exist. The Danshao Peak Master scratched his chicken nest-like hair and said, impossible, the Su family is only a family that has just risen for only 5,000 years, and the inheritance is only a few generations old, and in their family, there is only the deity phase of the slaughtering blade sage, which is only of celestial grade. If they had a better deity phase, they wouldn't have been hovering between a first-rate sect and a second-rate mansion, at the very least they would be a Saint Realm family by now. People from the outside called first-rate clans lineages, but in reality, they were not. A more accurate way to call them is third-rate rich gentry, comparable to a county, second-rate mansions, comparable to an ordinary small country, first-rate gates, comparable to an ordinary dynasty, and the Holy Realm is akin be a lineage, comparable to an ordinary Holy Land. This is the most accurate data. Because the third rate will be outlawed at any time, the second rate can barely stand for 1,000 years, and the first-rate gateways can be passed down for several or even dozens of generations. If one wanted to flourish for a long time, only a sacred realm family could do so. However, in this era of the weak and the strong, even Saint Realm lineages could fall. The Su family had stood for 5,000 years, so how could they possibly have preserved a portrait of a deity above the sacred realm? The elegant Saint Lord was also somewhat helpless. Perhaps, it is not possible to say that he has his own chance. In any case, if he fails to do so, he will be able to practice the 9 heavens divine King Prosperity, and together with Invincible, he will be able to receive a lesson from the Master Ancestor after he breaks through the Dharma phase. Although his son, Zhao Wawo, had also managed to outline the deity embodiment of the God King Prosperity, it still couldn't be compared to Suyu. This was because Suyu was the one who could make the God King progenitor choose on his own accord. He was chosen at a single glance, without the need for enlightenment. Moreover, Suyu's natural talent was even stronger, and without any surprises, he could even cultivate each and every one of the 9 peaks techniques, and eventually synthesize the true 9 heavens chaotic skill. That was the heavenly pride that the 9 heavens should use the greatest effort to cultivate. As long as the 9 heavens chaotic sky skill could be brought back into the world, the 9 heavens sacred ground would become the first sacred ground in the entire continent to have a complete immortal scripture. There are still a few hours left before the 1-year deadline, so you and I will go to the Bai Shao and wait. When he has outlined the God King's advent, then arrange to go to Danshao Peak to practice the Source Fire God refining method. Good. After saying that, the figures of the 9 peak masters flashed and disappeared at the same time, and the Great Hall instantly became empty. The 9 peak masters, all of them were Saint Realm powerhouses. Non-quasi-saint, a true Saint Realm. As the first peak is also the ruler of the 9 heavens of the Confucian sacred lord, cultivation is even more profound. 500 years ago, that is the peak of the holy realm of the strong. As for whether or not he has broken through to the great Saint Realm now, no one knows. When the Saint Realm moved, it was almost the kind that merged into space, appearing 100 miles away in an instant. Moving at full speed, one day was enough to span hundreds of thousands of miles. Bixiao Peak. The 9 great sacred lords stood in the air, looking at the cave area in front of them, feeling the faint spiritual energy exhaling, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that junior brother has failed. Geniuses had both advantages and disadvantages, the advantage being that cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking. The disadvantage is too much self-confidence, thinking that nothing in the world can stop his footsteps, and finally in a matter on the bullseye, wasting countless years, missing the best time of their own cultivation, until finally become useless. Alas, it's good to have strong natural talent, but if you don't know how to adapt, this is also a fatal injury. Several peak masters couldn't help but lament, as if they were reminded of that year. Above them, there were actually stronger people, but in the end, they were the only ones who became the power holders of the peaks. It was because they were all too arrogant and unconvincing, and in the end, they lost. Those who died, those who were injured, died out in the crowd. Even if there are stronger ones, because of their injuries, they had to sleep in the divine source and seal themselves up, waiting for the needs of the sect to wake them up again, so that they can go and release their last remaining heat. Suyu was considered good. Being looked upon favorably by all of the higher-ups of the 9 heavens, with them keeping an eye on him, they were able to channel Suyu in a timely manner. His future was one that did not allow for accidents. The elegant Saint Lord glanced at the time and then said to Bixiao, senior sister, prepare to awaken junior brother, don't waste time. The earlier the deity is contained, the more beneficial it will be to his future cultivation. In his opinion, Suyu was completely doing nothing right now, without the deity scrolls wanting to hard reference the deity. This was simply building a castle in the air, it was just too vapid. It was the deity portrait that was the important step in outlining a deity. If outlining a deity could be done without a deity phase scroll, then there wouldn't be so many bottom-tier existences down there. Why bother joining the Holy Land to seek advanced techniques and resources? Bixiao's forehead lightly nodded and said, good. As the words fell, Bai Shao took out her own Peak Master's order, and a strand of her breath poured into it to activate the Peak Master's order. Rumble. The Peak Master's order, a magic weapon that controlled everything in Bixiao Peak. Don't look at it as just a small token, but its grade was a piece of holy magic weapon. Open. Bixiao lightly drank. In the Bixiao Peak cave area, the spiritual chi was forcefully cut off, and the stone door of the cave where Suyu was located slowly opened. The cave mansion opened and several people were about to enter it to awaken Suyu. Suddenly, a divine aura that could be described as terrifying suddenly rose up, like an awakened true dragon, opening its eyes, that is, making heaven and earth change color. Dang! The steady ringing sound spread over 100 miles of land, causing countless hearts and minds to suddenly shake. Don't go in! Seeing this scene, the Confucian Saint Lord shouted, stopping several peak masters in their tracks. He looked ahead with a grave expression, as if he wanted to see through Suyu in the depths of the cave. The next moment. Boom! The truncated aura was forcefully extracted out and continuously surged into the cave. Then, under the horrified gazes of several peak masters, a shadow condensed from spiritual energy slowly appeared in the sky above Bixiao Peak. This is Divine King Lin Tian? No! The deity's shadow is still changing. Green Dragon Patrol? Killing God Void? Wait, what kind of deity is he condensing? Chapter 054 10,000 Phases. Embracing a God. This is truly a monster. A deity phantom shadow that they had seen before and at the same time had never seen before was continuously mapped in midair. From the god King Lin Tian at the beginning, to the various phantoms that they had seen before, as well as some deities that only existed in other holy lands, all of them surfaced in the sky above Bixiao Peak. The shadows of the deities did not dissipate, one after another, constantly coalescing, just like the heavenly court. The deity pressure even made their group of Saint Realm people feel a bit terrified. It wasn't a trepidation of strength. Rather, awe at this roaming deity. How did he do it, all the gods? The Red Sky Peak Master stumbled and froze, unable to utter a single word. Who knows what the hell is going on? Isn't one's Jin Dan and Dantian only capable of harboring one deity? My goodness, even the dual sacred beast deity silhouettes of the four-elephant Holy Land have appeared. More than that, the deity silhouettes of the Battle Heavenly Father are all there. These are all the top 50 deities of the ages. Just how many gods does he harbor? No one could tell what was going on with this scene. It was like a dream, as if the gods had revived. One after another kept popping up. Even the Confucian Saint Lord was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, his mind seemed to have the result of a bit of speculation that could be called absurd. The number one deity of the human race, the recognized number one of the 10,000 ancients of the 10,000 races, the heavenly emperor's void had all appeared. Then this. Could it really be like what the ancient records say, that it's something that has only appeared once before? The universal Dharma body, right? Guessing this result, even the refined Saint Lord's state of mind was spared as he sucked in a breath of cool air. It was too shocking. If it were to be spread out, Su Yu's situation would not even know how dangerous it would be. There was nothing to say that the 10,000 clans wanted to kill him. Even within the human race, it was feared that there would be many people who would be jealous of him and end up sending out great powers to assassinate Su Yu. This point was not impossible. Phew! The Holy Lord deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressing the terrifying sense of trembling in his heart, as well as that excitement, and solemnly said in a deep voice, "All of you, regarding the matter of the deity that Junior Master has contained, this matter must not be spread out. Even the elders are absolutely not allowed to know about it." It wasn't that he didn't trust the clan elders, but he wanted to eliminate all possibility of leakage. "We are aware of that." The 8 peak masters returned to their senses and nodded their heads gravely at the same time in response. Bixiao even didn't have any hesitation and directly opened the illusion law formation of Bixiao Peak, completely isolating this heaven-defying vision so that no one could detect it. Even the disciples on Bixiao Peak couldn't see what was going on at the top. Next, several people stopped talking. Their gazes were deadpan as they watched the shadows keep appearing in the sky above them, seemingly calm, but in reality, they had already been betrayed by their hands and feet that were so excited that they were shaking. 10,000 gods void shadow This kind of talent could no longer be described as immortal. It absolutely transcends everything. If Su Yu was protected safely until the coming of the Golden Great World, he would definitely be the first to become an emperor. No. There was not even a need to protect to the Golden Great Age. With his current progress, even 1,000 years, or even 100 years, would be enough for him to walk to the Great Sage realm, or even break through to the Quasi-Emperor in this kind of end of the Dharma era. At this moment, several people's eyes were all on fire. Fortune of the 9 heavens. At all costs, we must protect Su Yu's safety. What he needs, Zhou Xiao must get it even if he puts his life on the line. Boom! In the middle of the cave. Su Yu had also opened his eyes at this time, and in his eyes, one deity after another continuously swept past. 10,000 phases, the phases of all living beings. Strong people can be deities, holy beasts can be deities, grass and trees can be deities, everything can be a deity. In ancient times, there were floaters who could be spiritual, realized and cultivated in the preaching of the immortals, and ranked as immortals, and with a single blow, they could shatter the sun and moon. In the ancient times, the stubborn stone contains God, using the sun as a bathtub to bathe its true body. And this 10,000 phases Dharma body, since it is based on the 10,000 phases of the world, accomplishes everything with the phases of all living beings, and unites everything. Su Yu seemed to have seen the past and present, as well as the future. Achievement of all phases. Today, enter the embodied God with the embodied 10,000 phases. Su Yu closed his eyes and drank lowly. Rumble. In an instant, the heaven and earth surged up with endless thunderclouds that stretched for hundreds of miles, and in the dark and depressing thunderclouds, thunder serpents were flickering, as if they were brewing a world-destroying strike. Transitioning through the tribulation with the embodied God. Swish! Su Yu's body abruptly disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared in the sky above the Bixiao Peak. Seeing him appear, the thunderclouds churned more than once, seemingly in anger, angry that this mole-like fellow dared to step forward to provoke its majesty. Snap! Thunder as thick as 10 meters came crashing down towards Su Yu, the whole 9 thunderbolts, all of them had the might of destroying the immanent god. A mere impregnating god's calamity, is it worthy of stopping me in my tracks? Su Yu's sharpness was revealed at this moment, his white clothes were hunting, and his long hair was dancing with the gusty wind. In his eyes, there was the sharpest gaze flickering. With you, but you are not worthy to make me stop, give me shatter. Su Yu raised his big hand, the great Luo blade seed appeared in his hand. Even though it was an embryo of a blade that had not yet been formed, the sharpness still caused a slight delay in the condensation of the thunderclouds. Using corpse immortal chi as an aura, transforming the sun and moon into a blade, break the immortals, shatter the Qianquan. Su Yu shouted up to the sky and slashed out with a blade. The terrifying blade chi instantly erupted and exploded the thunder. After crushing the thunder that attacked him, the saber chi did not have any delay and chopped straight towards the thundercloud layer in the sky above. Boom! With one strike, the thundercloud immediately had a tendency to collapse. Seeing this, Suyu did not hesitate for a second and swung out several slashes one after another, each of which had a shocking might that made venerable Master Yinshin turn pale with horror. Rumble. After the blade slashes reached the thundercloud, one after another, the thundercloud shattered. The thunderbolt dissipated. A heaven and earth divine power began to continuously converge and finally poured into Suyu's body as much as it could. The peak of the 9th level of Dan condensation. In the next second, a golden Dan flew out from Suyu's body, continuously enlarging, and under the divine radiance, the golden Dan began to emit a radiance that was bright to the extreme. Ka! The Dan shattered after a crisp cracking sound resounded for 100 miles around. In an instant, countless deity silhouettes converged and continuously fell into Suyu's body, and a deity sat in the dantian. At this moment, Suyu's aura was continuously climbing. The first level of the embodied god realm. Boom! Originally, the aura was still climbing, but after advancing to the peak of the first level, it was decisively compressed by Suyu, not allowing the realm to continue to break through. It was not until an hour later that the divine power condensed out from the heaven and earth was absorbed by Suyu. Embracing God. As the visions dissipated, Suyu also slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with a dark black color. 1 year's time. No more, no less. At the bottom, the 9 peak masters were all staring at this with wide eyes. Until after seeing Suyu's breakthrough complete, there were no thoughts left in their minds, only 6 words constantly lingering in their minds. What a monster! Chapter 055 Junior brother, please, go to Red Peak, I'll personally give you a ride, senior brother. The commotion of Suyu breaking through the embodied god was something they had never seen or heard before. Never before had a single person been able to conjure up so many deity visions at the same time, and every single one of them was a true and genuine immanent god. If it was said that in the past, they could still predict Suyu's trajectory. But now, they were completely unable to predict exactly how far Suyu would go in the future, or even what kind of sparks would erupt when he was in Yunshin. Invincible Eastern Wasteland? No. With this kind of breakthrough movement, being invincible to the entire Xian heaven, or even the entire universe was not a matter of concern. Truly an invincible stance that would be recognized by the Saint Realm. This is going to be difficult. With this qualification, junior brother, are we really still willing to let him go to the continent to practice? The visions dissipated and the crowd came back to their senses. Why don't we let him break into a few secret realms in the Holy Land without worrying, and then let him go after he breaks through the Yin-Yang second realm? The peak master of Jingshao Peak hesitated. If it was an ordinary disciple, letting him out would be fine. Even if it was a pro-disciple, they would still be driven away to go out for training, and if they fell outside, they could only say that they were not lucky enough. But Suyu, they really can't afford to give it up. At this moment, the Confucian Saint Lord spoke, looking at Suyu in the sky above and smiled, release. Since he has taken the path of invincibility, he can't live in an ivory tower like the Holy Land, just arrange for a Tao protector to escort him. If we let junior brother be in the Holy Land, he's afraid that he'll be unable to press on. He had always been an accurate judge of people, and he could see through what character Suyu had at a glance. Seemingly gentle, but in reality, he was arrogant. He won't cultivate peacefully. Even if he was forcibly pressed to cultivate in the Holy Land, perhaps Suyu's breakthrough would still be delayed or even become sluggish. This was absolutely not possible. As for the threats on the continent, they were nothing more than the various Holy Lands, as well as the Emperor's graves, along with the demonic beast races. Even if the Taiku kings in the Forbidden Zone walked out, so what? Would the Holy Land of the human race still be afraid of them? With the 3 great sacred lands of the Eastern Wasteland behind him, not to say unbridled, at least, it would allow countless people to weigh whether or not they could withstand the wrath from the 3 great sacred lands. The Holy Lord spoke, and the several peak masters no longer had any opinions. They also agreed with these words. If they wanted Suyu to truly recreate the immortal scriptures, then they had to let him walk the invincible path once. Using the heavenly pride of the world as a whetstone, grinding him into the sharpest murderous blade. Above. After Suyu calmed down his realm breath, he also quickly drew closer towards a few people. Arriving in front of a few peak masters, Suyu made a bow and shouted, "Greetings, senior brother, sister." He had detected their presence when he came out of the gate to make a breakthrough. But on the occasion of a breakthrough, who would come and salute you first? What's more, a few of them wouldn't care, and if they would really have a problem with themselves because of it, so what? The big deal was just to find a chance to defect from the sect. When there was no sufficient recognition given to him, the Holy Land, too, was nothing more than a landing spot that could be abandoned at any time. Junior brother, how does it feel? The elegant Holy Lord said smilingly. The vision of your breakthrough just now really scared us. It wasn't enough to outline numerous deities, but he also triggered a thunderbolt, and even more unbelievably, the thunderbolt that made even the 5th level of the embodied god realm feel threatened was shattered by him with a few swords. Completely unimaginable. Suyu nodded his head and said back, not bad, complete enlightenment, breakthrough is a matter of course, there is no pressure. Upon hearing these words, the 9 people all had a moment of stagnation. Lo and behold. Is this kid talking like a human being, making all this noise and saying there's no pressure? If they were to break through the embodied God, they would have to prepare countless means to get through it. This kid really did come to piss people off. The Holy Lord coughed dryly and then said, "It's good that you've made a breakthrough, since you've become a yamshin, so just stabilize your cultivation for the next 2 years, don't break through too fast. Otherwise you won't be able to enter the secret realm." Speaking of this, the Holy Lord's words changed, though there are things inside that the Holy Land has, and you're not lacking at all. But this time, it's a secret realm that's open to the entire Eastern Wasteland, so whether it's the pride of the Holy Land or the pride of the major powers that are hidden away, they'll all go to the secret realm to compete. Life and death regardless, a deadly battle will also help you improve your senses. Fighting was always the fastest shortcut to improving strength. A person who was afraid of fighting, even if his natural talent was higher than normal, he would one day be surpassed by an opponent weaker than him. People who have no fear of fighting. In the midst of a battle, they survived, and their fighting skills, including their control of their own power, were at the extreme. Where is this kind of person who only knows how to break through realms comparable to? Wasn't that how the Red Sky back then was like, making a name for himself as a battle madman out there, surpassing the Red Sky Peak's original Soul Peak Master candidate to become the current Red Sky Peak Master? Suyu smiled at his words. "Sacred Lord Senior Brother, I have not forgotten these. If I really forgot, then during the breakthrough just now, my cultivation should have broken through to the 5th level of the immanent God. Having comprehended the first deity of the ages, it would be too much of a fall if one could only break through one level. The reason why it was stabilized at the first level was that Suyu had absorbed all of the countless pounds of spiritual chi for tamping down the foundation, filling up the dantian and preventing the breakthrough, and then using the spiritual chi to expand the dantian, and then embracing the sinews and veins. If he really wanted to break through without restraint, he could casually reach the 5th level. It's best if you know." The elegant Saint Lord nodded in relief. "Since you've already embodied the gods, then for these next 2 years, you'll go and familiarize yourself with the Source Fire God refining method of Dan Xiao Peak, as well as the Red Sky flattening method of Red Sky Peak. One quenches the strength of deities and divine souls, while the other enhances your battle power." Regarding allowing Suyu to comprehend the 9 quasi-emperor scriptures of the 9 heavens, they had long since made detailed plans. The Source Fire refining God of the Dan Xiao Peak was suitable for the embodied God realm. Red Sky's flat sky method, suitable for enhancing battle power. As for the rest of the several skies techniques, most of them were auxiliary, and those could be cultivated again at the Dharma phase realm before it was too late. With regards to this arrangement, Suyu had no objections and nodded his head. "It's fine if it's all arranged by Senior Brother." After chatting about some precautions, the several peak masters left individually. The Dan Xiao Peak Master, however, had an excited look on his face as he took Suyu by the shoulders and flew him in the direction of Dan Xiao Peak. "Go go go, Junior Brother, let Senior Brother teach you a masterpiece, how to refine human treasure pills." Those peak masters who hadn't yet traveled far also had their footsteps lurched after hearing Dan Xiao's words. Good fellow. Dan Xiao has become a demon. Even people are thinking about refining. It seemed that refining that Saint Realm powerhouse had really allowed him to find a shortcut. The stuffy man really couldn't be messed with. One mistake is to refine big living people into medicine. Good, then I will be grateful to Senior Brother Dan Xiao. Suyu humbly responded. Good deal, Senior Brother, I guarantee that I will get you initiated within a year and raise your divine soul strength to a terrifying realm. However, in the next less than 5 months, a deafening roar of explosions suddenly came from Dan Xiao Peak, as well as Dan Xiao's screams that were so shocked that he lost his voice. Leaning north. Junior Brother, don't be at my place anymore, hurry up and get your ass over to Red Sky. Nah. Senior Brother, I'll personally give you a ride. Subsequently, under the gaze of countless lines of sight, on Dan Xiao Peak, a stream of light swiftly smashed over towards the distant Red Xiao Peak. Go you! Chapter 056. My dear on ages, are you ready for my crushing? On Dan Xiao Peak, amidst the ruins of the exploding alchemy hall, the original chicken nest head of the Lord of Dan Xiao Peak, at this moment, the roots of his hair were all standing up, and even a little frizzy. On his dark face, hopelessness was written all over it. This Junior Brother is really. But half a year is all it took to cultivate my source fire refining God technique to a small degree. Unrivaled talent. The Dan Xiao Peak Master stood on the ruins and lamented. He had never seen such a talented person before, and to be more specific, it was that it had only taken Suyu a month to cultivate to the point of initiation. The rest of the time was spent on refining the God with source fire, while becoming a minor success within half a year. He had wanted to teach Suyu to refine pills. He also wanted to teach him how to refine a cultivator's divine soul with source fire and refine the divine soul into the main medicine of the Jade Clear Soul Enhancing Pill. But who knew that as soon as he got started, he wasn't running to alchemy, he was running to the art of explosions. In his words, Senior Brother, refining gods is like refining medicine, and explosions are also medicine. This kind of art has a high component, so watch how Senior Brother operates. And then Then he saw Suyu pulling out the divine soul of a demonic beast and adding many things that shouldn't have been added with his own thoughts in a raw manner. In the end, he even created this ball of dynamite that was capable of blowing up the cultivator's divine soul. If an ordinary god realm were to be blown up like this, I'm afraid that the soul could be directly blown up to the point of ashes. This is also in the Dan Xiao Peak. At the same time, he's so a Saint Realm alchemist escort, otherwise, the deaths and injuries do not know how big it should be. Looking around, the original huge and magnificent, all-day rising curls of Dan Incense Smoke Alchemy Hall at this time has been turned into a piece of rubble. In the ruins, there are countless body-straight twitching Dan Xiao Peak disciples lying unconscious in the ruins. This is all Suyu's masterpiece. If it wasn't for him suppressing most of the damage at the critical moment, this Dan Xiao Peak, was afraid that a large portion of him would have been killed or injured in this explosion. Not daring to imagine. Therefore, just now, he didn't wait for Suyu to speak to explain anything, and directly lifted Suyu and kicked him to the red sky peak. This kind of little bastard, it is better to leave it to scourge others. He's not even a pill refining player. In a moment, I'll look for my senior brother to approve more budget for Dan Xiao phone. This kid has wrecked so many of my pills, he definitely can't just let it go. The more the Dan Xiao Peak master thought about it, the more angry he became. At this moment, Suyu's figure transformed into a graceful arc and heavily smashed onto the red sky peak. Rumble. After landing, a huge crater was smashed out by Suyu. Climbing out of the pit, Suyu patted his clothes, scratched his head, and wondered, what is Senior Dan Xiao up to, talking about refining medicine again? Isn't explosives also medicine? You have learned to refine people, and you still don't allow me to refine a dynamite? Luckily, the experiment was successful. With the properties of the source fire that can calcify the divine soul, coupled with the strand of corpse immortal chi cultivated by the corpse immortal hijacking heavenly law, the corpse immortal chi that is already targeting the divine soul, coupled with the source fire, it really does have a miraculous effect after detonation. Suyu was very pleased. He himself was considered to have created a unique martial skill, right? Although it was a synthesis of two feats glued together. But no matter what, it's fine if it's useful. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Suyu, and the person who came was none other than the Red Peak Master, the rough middle-aged man. Ah, junior brother, how did you provoke the Dan Xiao kid to blow up? The Red Peak Master shouted with a big grin as soon as he came up. However, since you've come to my Red Peak, then practice your sword with me. With your talent in the Tao of the Blade, after my tutelage, you'll definitely be able to break through the limit breaking level 3 times. Last time, Suyu was able to fight a second limit breaking level of battle power had already amazed him greatly. Now that he had broken through the implacable god and had imbued so many deities, the battle power was not to say how strong it was, but the third limit breaking level could definitely be had. The red sky flat sky blade technique definitely suits you. The rough man gave a thumbs up towards Suyu and praised. He had never practiced any other martial arts or techniques in his life. Red sky flat sky technique, a quasi-imperial level technique. The accompanying red sky flat sky blade technique was even more quasi-emperor level. It's enough. He had been deeply practicing the red sky flat sky technique for many years, so he naturally knew that this technique and the accompanying martial arts were so strong that they could be considered invincible in the same realm. Even if a Saint Realm elder from the Emperor's tomb personally attacked, they wouldn't be able to kill him. He was even slashed to death by him. Who dares to say it's not gripping? Suyu heard this and immediately nodded his head and responded, there can be, senior brother Red Sky, then I will trouble you next. Skillfulness is not overwhelming. Unlike others who specialized in one skill, he could eat anything as long as he could become stronger. Including metals to eat as well. Speaking of metals, Suyu also felt that his fleshly body was too low grade. It was time to use his divine ability to swallow gold to find those precious metals to devour and refine before he could do so. The Sons of Heaven's destiny were all-rounded, he naturally couldn't be worse off. Let's go, senior brother, I'll personally teach you the skills. Red Sky crossed his arms and laughed. The people he taught out of Red Sky Peak were invincible. For the next year. In the Red Sky Peak Sword Discussion Hall, for 12 hours a day, almost 10 hours, the Sword Discussion Hall had people competing. With the many powerful sword cultivators with high cultivation levels as his companions, Suyu's perception of the Tao of the Blade had also improved by leaps and bounds. In just a year and a half, Suyu's Tao of the Blade realm had completely broken through the 5th realm of human blade unity. He broke through. However, the Red Sky Peak's embodied God realm disciples were screaming in agony. Most of them were only at the 3rd realm of the Tao of the Blade rank, and only a small number of them had reached the 4th realm of the subtle. In the battle with Suyu, there was no surprise that they were all restrained. During this agonizingly painful accompaniment, many of the Red Peak disciples' Blade Tao realms were soaring and their realms were becoming stronger. Bang! One day a year and a half later, in the Hall of Sword Discourse, Suyu slashed a Red Peak disciple at the 6th level of the embodied spirit realm, then shouted, next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking Dao Xian, the son of the Red Fate Chiluk, and obtaining a reward. This was not an exception. In this year and a half, Suyu had become enamored with this feeling. It was possible to bring up the Red Destiny's son of Chi repeatedly to Woolgather. It's simply not too cool. Underneath the stage, there were already many implicit God realm powerhouses looking at each other in disbelief, and not a single one of them stepped onto the ring. At a time when the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Outside the Hall of Argumentative Swords, Chu Tian's voice rang out. Junior Senior Uncle, it's time to set off for the secret realm. The Eastern Wasteland's secret realm had opened. Hearing Chu Tian's voice, in the Hall of Argumentative Swords, the pile of implicit God disciples who had been arranged by the Red Peak Master to accompany the training here breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Finally, I don't have to be cut by him anymore. Suyu was stunned at his words, then put away his saber and walked out of the ring. Coming. After walking out of the Sword Discourse Hall, the two of them were silent and speechless the entire way, just rushing on their own, because in this year and a half, Chu Tian had been beaten to the point where his mind was broken. He used to call out to others as Suyu, but now he had turned into a young master. Mainly, Chu Tian really had a deeper level of knowledge of this madman, completely tireless. One could have new epiphanies even while fighting, and it didn't take much to digest them yet. Who are you going to reason with? Suyu does not care what he thinks, anyway, he is now in a good mood. After 3 years of cultivation, it is time to go out of the world to receive new news. Plus, Chu Tian seemed to have learned his lesson, and after being gripped by himself for half a year's worth of villainy, he was then invisible for a whole year. This made Suyu feel very sorry. And when he thought that he could go out and wool-gather the sons of Qi this time, Suyu only felt that he had come to life. There were also his 3 sisters who always wanted to kill themselves. My dear Oniyasus, are you ready for my crushing? P.S. Normal updates will resume tomorrow, expect 5 chapters first, then the chapters owed for the past 2 days will be slowly made up, the fast pace is on, won't hunker down and play in one place. I'm not going to play in one place. Chapter 057, this time, must beat the little bastard until he cries for mercy. At the exit of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 2 battleships that had been prepared had long been parked here. In the past, the Sacred Lord and the 8 Peak Lords would not come out to see them off, but this time was different, as all 9 of them were present. The many new student disciples here didn't dare to talk nonsense, and could only be quiet like a quail, shrinking in the warship to poke their heads out and look around. Chu Tian and Suyu arrived near the warship, and the latter saluted towards the few people and shouted, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Just kidding, so what if the several people were 1,000 years older than himself? It was the same as being one's own senior brother. He himself dared to call out the words senior brother and senior sister easily and naturally in front of so many people. When you go out, your identity is all given to you. If you don't come with a dangling identity, do you want to be provoked by cats and dogs before you feel good? That would be too annoying. Anyone who wasn't the chosen one didn't deserve to come in front of him and pick a fight, right? A few people from the Holy Lord laughed and responded. Then, the Sacred Lord instructed Suyu, remember this time you go to the secret realm to be peaceful, don't make too much noise out, pay attention to your own safety, don't get involved in danger with your body, got it? This precious seed may not be rare for the disciples under the door, but it is rare for them at the top. Whether or not they can reproduce the immortal scriptures, it all depends on him. Even the ancestors were prepared to break open the divine origin in 100 years and come out of the world to teach Suyu to cultivate. Even though the ancestor knew that after breaking open the divine origin, he would not be able to reseal himself back to the divine origin and would only be able to wait for the end of his days to come in this age of the end of Dharma, he was still adamant on coming out into the world. In the words of the ancestor, the Holy Land has buried enough of the old and undead, so he is not the only one. If he could teach a future great emperor, or even an immortal, his life would be worth it. Straighten up. Hearing this, the Danshao Peak Master on the side couldn't help but interject, senior brother, you're being redundant, as far as this place in the Eastern Wasteland is concerned, it's already good enough for junior brother not to go tormenting that group of youngsters. He's a crazy person, what other dangers could he meet? Other people didn't understand Suyu's crazy criticizing strength, didn't he still know? A madman who dares to blow himself up when he's ruthless. In the past, he felt that he was crazy for daring to take a human body into medicine, but in the 6 months he spent with Suyu, he felt that he was the sane one. At first, he was worried that Suyu would not be able to adapt, but later he realized that not only was he very adaptable, but he was also even more crazy. Those demonic beasts as well as some cultivators who had committed heinous crimes, at first they could still curse with a stiff upper lip, but at the back, they were all begging for themselves to give them a pain in the ass. Suyu is more familiar with doing human experiments. The Red Peak Master nodded his head with deep sympathy. That's right, senior brother, don't nag me, this kid is too fierce, what you should be worried about are the other heavenly prides. A year and a half For a whole year and a half, all of his Red Sky Peak's yummy god disciples had become Suyu's chaperones. Each and every one of them had been beaten to the point where their Tao heart had collapsed. Although the progress is great, but Suyu's shadow is buried deep in the heart of the Yenshin realm disciples, in the future may have to come out of a Suyu heart demon. That is, Suyu cultivation is not yet very deep. If he was allowed to break through the 7th level of the embodied spirit, he was afraid that he would have to pull out the disciples of the Dharma phase realm for him to practice. The Holy Lord glared at the two of them and said unhappily, "You two are the only ones with a lot of things to do. If you have that kind of time to chatter blindly, you might as well think about how you can break through to the peak of the Saint Realm. These two people really have nothing to do. I think they are just idle." Suyu grinned. "Don't worry, Sacred Lord Senior Brother, I have my own measure." Saving one's life was definitely one's first choice. In addition to the fact that the secret realm was inaccessible to the fourth level of the embodied god realm and above, the only people he would have to face in there would be the celestial pride. Outside, the elders of the three great holy lands were all present. He didn't believe that there was anyone else who could kill himself under the noses of so many powerful people. A great saint? A paramount emperor? Ha! Totally out of the question. If the great sage realm and the quasi-emperor realm were able to walk outside with impunity in the age of the end of Dharma, the powerhouses outside wouldn't be so scarce. The fact that they were able to break through the saint realm in the age of end Dharma was all thanks to the natural protection of the Holy Land. It was a place built by the great emperor himself, able to circumvent the sanctions of the heavenly Tao. Of course, not all of them could be circumvented, it was just that one could cultivate to the saint realm in the Holy Land, and of course, the consumption of resources was much greater than during the period of complete heaven and earth rules. As if the Saint Lord's great saint realm, the resources he consumed would be able to allow 2 or even 3 saint realms to break through to great saints during the period of having complete heaven and earth rules. This was the gap. At the same time, it was also the bottom line between a top-tier Holy Land and an ordinary Holy Land. Ordinary Holy Lands were already considered top-tier if they could have a quasi-saint ancestor dormant and sitting in the age of the last Dharma. Some weak Holy Lands were only slightly stronger than first-class lineages. In such an era of the end of the law, it was most suitable for the younger generation to go out and train. If they dared to walk around like this during the Great Age, they were afraid that they would meet Saint Realm snipers, or even a great Saint Realm strike. The Holy Lord nodded and responded, "You just have a sense of proportion, remember, in the outside world just follow your heart and cultivate, even if you poke through the sky, you still have me to hold you up." This sentence was said in a domineering manner, and anyone who heard it would have their tigers shaken. But it was such a sentence that made the Holy Lord regret it. Suyu was no exception when he heard it, his eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "I'm relieved with your words, Senior Brother." Sure enough, having an identity and background is good, so you can just wave around without worrying about being killed. On this trip to the secret realm, whoever dares to mess with him or her will just be slapped to death. I don't care who's behind you. I'll just say one thing, I have the 9 heavens sacred land behind me, and I have the sacred master's senior brother to back me up. Bull enforced. The sacred lord nodded his head gratefully, then took out a jade slip and threw it to Suyu, saying in a kind tone, "Go, if you encounter a problem that cannot be solved by the elders, just pinch the jade slip. In addition, in the secret realm, remember to unite with the people of the clan and be united with the outside world. If there are any grudges, go back to the sacred ground to settle them. You can't have any conflicts outside." Suyu answered with a smile and leaped onto the warship. Seeing him come up, this time, the protector of the road's Jiayang realm elder also immediately ordered and drank, unfold the defense spell formation, set off. A light blue defense spell formation light shield covered the warship, then floated up and slowly sailed towards the exit. As the teleportation array lit up, the 2 warships disappeared at the same time. As they watched the warships disappear, the Sacred Lord and several peak masters couldn't help but feel emotional. Ah, the freshmen of this term truly have unlimited potential. It seems that the age of the end will soon be over. With so many heavenly prides pouring out at once, there could only be one reason for this, and that was that the age of the end Dharma was almost over, and the Golden Great Age was coming. The opportunity to become immortal may be in this world. No more than 1,000 years. This kid, junior senior brother, might be able to break through to great sage before the end of the age of the end might be possible, breaking the record of the fastest saint in the 9 heavens. Ha, the 9 heavens shall prosper greatly in this world. As the 2 warships of the 9 heavens loaded with 100-year-old celestial pride departed, the great powers of the entire eastern wasteland also took action. In the void, on the Tianxian Holy Land's warship, 4 figures looked into the void with anticipation in their eyes. This time, we must beat the little bastard until he cries for mercy. Chapter 058, You Want to Kill Suyu? Go see if you can do it. East Wasteland Secret Realm. This is in the East Wasteland, open to all East Wasteland cultivators, although the restriction is in the condensed Dan Realm 9th to the embodied God Realm 3rd. But for some loose cultivator geniuses, this was an unparalleled opportunity. The resources inside the secret realm were extremely precious existences to many cultivators, and being able to obtain a little bit of it would give them hope for further advancement. Even this largest secret realm had been exploited for hundreds of years, and it still hadn't been dug up cleanly, and from time to time, people would find supreme treasures inside. There were even casual cultivators who had found saint-grade level deity portraits from within. Of course, all are exceptions. For the casual cultivators, this was chance. For the pride of the 3 great holy lands, this was more like an experience. Battle with the major heavenly prides to see the depths of each other. The Eastern Wasteland secret realm stands next to the periphery of the Eastern Wasteland's forbidden zone of life. Here, it is a forbidden area for all living beings. If you dare to step into it, 9 times out of 10, you will fall inside. Only a few people can escape from the forbidden zone of life, but, without exception, these people end up crazy. Because in the forbidden zone, there were ancient great powers sleeping. Every one of them that came out would deal a devastating blow to Xin Tian. However, in this age of the end, even the terrifying creatures in the forbidden zone would choose to hibernate and lie dormant, and would not move easily. On the outskirts of the forbidden zone of life, thousands of figures had already gathered at this time. They were all condensed Dan 9 and impregnated God-exalted masters who had rushed from all over the Eastern Wasteland in order to, among other things, enter the secret realm to find their own share of the opportunity. Even finding a great pill king could make them rich overnight. Shoo! Shoo! As 2 air-breaking sounds rang out, the crowd looked up into the sky behind them, only to see several warships bearing the flags of the 2 great holy lands flying out of the void. The warships, which were as huge as fortresses, stopped steadily in midair, causing people to unconsciously stand up and look up. The 3 holy lands, the true controllers of the Eastern Wasteland. It's the warships of the Tianqian Holy Land and the Violet Holy Land. They're here. Worthy of being a top-tier holy land, the depth is just terrifying. Out of the blue are 2 battleships that are comparable to Saint soldiers. Nonsense, on top of the warships are their clan's underpinnings. How can they guarantee the safety of this group of heavenly prides without deploying Saint soldier-level warships? Do you think the Holy Land is like us rootless casual cultivators, who go out all by catching up? This group of condensed Dan realist and Yinshin venerable masters were all whispering, their eyes filled with envy that they couldn't suppress. It wasn't that they didn't want to join the Holy Land, but they didn't have enough qualifications. Some of them had participated in the examination back then, but they were eliminated. Those who were the same age as them, after joining the Holy Land, almost 40% of them were now at the Dharma phase realm, with the lowest being at the high level of Yinshin. Unlike them, after wasting hundreds or even thousands of years, they were only at the level of condensing Dan or the low level of impregnating spirit cultivation. Even if they were first-class or ordinary Holy Lands, they would be envious of the top Holy Lands. After the people from the 2 great Holy Lands disembarked, the crowd of thousands of people consciously dispersed a path. In the Tianqian Holy Lands lineup, Su Qingying and the girl swept through the crowd, and after not spotting Suyu, they couldn't help but say, "This guy hasn't come yet." Chen Yunqi on the side then said, "It doesn't matter. We can't do anything until we enter the secret realm anyway. It's not so bad for a while." Taking action against Suyu had almost become her obsession. Even though she was a reincarnation of a female immortal, there was still no way to erase that calculating energy. Instead, it became even stronger. After 3 years of cultivation in the Holy Land, all 4 of them were now ridiculously strong in their cultivation. Others lacked merit laws and deity portraits, but Chen Yunqi did not. She was now at the first level of the embodied god realm, and the deity she was outlining was not an ordinary deity, it was the identity of her previous life. In terms of might alone, her deity could even squeeze into the top 5 of the lower realms 10,000 years. It was so strong that it was unbelievable. When she was outlining her deities, even the old ancestor of the Tianqian Holy Land was startled and came out of the gate to take her in as a close disciple. Her status in the Holy Land was equal to that of an elder, and even the strongest members of the Holy Land would have to call out to her as a junior sister when they saw her. Su Muyao nodded approvingly and responded, "Yunqi is right, we should let the little bastard properly separate the big and small kings this time." The big and small kings had to be separated. Previously did not have the strength, now have the strength. Do not get back the scene, their own a few sisters' previous sins are not in vain? Even if there was no killing intent towards Suyu now. But what should be punched still had to be punched. Although her cultivation had not yet broken through the embodied god, she was at the peak of the condensed Dan realm, plus the deity she had outlined was the immortal divine phoenix. Her battle power was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. The immortal god phoenix was, likewise, a formidable existence in the top 50 of the 10,000 ancient worlds. This time, they had come to the secret realm to not only beat up Suyu, but secondly, to find the supreme treasure in the secret realm for both Su Wanqing and Su Qingying. The 20th ranked deity phase scroll of the ancient world. The supreme bone and the heavy pupil were both supreme, and the ancient supreme realm, which corresponded to the ancient great emperor realm. The ancient great emperor was comparable to a human immortal. The supreme bone comes with a secret technique of inheritance, and the heavy pupil surveys the illusion. Even in the immortal world, they are also the pride of the heavens. If they couldn't build their foundations up with powerful deities, it would definitely be difficult to break through to a great emperor in the future. As the several people were talking, behind Su Muyao, Long Feng also poked his head out and smiled at Su Muyao. "Don't worry Muyao, just leave the matter of beating up people to me. Last time, Suyu and I didn't share a victory, this time I will definitely not disappoint you." Saying that, he hastened to add, "It's really not the killing kind." He could want to stick to Su Muyao too much, attracting himself every moment. This immortal god phoenix body was truly infinite in charm, too tempting for this true dragon of his. Su Muyao said with a disgusted face, "None of your business. You want to kill Suyu, go and see if you can?" What divine dragon body ah? What undying divine phoenix's true son ah? Just this and this. Several people simultaneously gave him a blank look before walking away from him. Seeing the dislike in the eyes of several people, Long Feng did not care when the future they would see his true heart as well as his powerful talent. Divine dragon body possessor, coupled with dragon ancestors' guidance, not becoming an emperor in the future would be humiliating, alright. Not much longer. The sky behind them once again heard shattering sounds, only to see two huge to intimidating warships break through space and fly out of the void, stopping steadily next to the Tiantian and Violet Sacred Lands. It's the people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands coming. It's rumored that the two number one celestial pride of this session have both joined the Nine Heavens. Ah, this fortune is truly unrivaled. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, on the Nine Heavens warship, hundreds of streams of light fell in unison. After one of the celestial pride landed, they also scanned the surroundings at the first opportunity, and after meeting eyes with the people from the Tiantian and Violet Sacred Grounds, instantly, a sense of wariness rose up. People have come together, open the secret realm. Chapter 059, Doing Things with Clean Hands and Feet, Don't Leave Handles, got it. The secret realm was open all year round, but the periphery was set up by the three holy lands to prevent outside casual cultivators from entering it to search for treasures and destroying the structure inside. The truth of the matter was that the three great holy lands had always treated this kind of secret realm opened in the eastern wasteland as their own private assets, and without their permission, no one who wanted to go in would be able to do so. Open to the public? Man, that's just gagging the world. It's not bad if I can give you a piece of the quota to go in. As for the rules, it all depends on whether the three holy places are conscientious or not. The three great holy lands' Jiayang realm elders gathered together, then nodded to each other, and each took out a jade pendant fragment from their arms, then the three jade pendants merged together. Boom! As the three Jiayang realm elders simultaneously pinched out their spells, the scenery of the originally calm forest in front of them became distorted. With the center as the core, a pitch-black gap slowly pushed outward from top to bottom. Like a gate, it slowly opened. Thud! As the formation was removed, the original appearance of the secret realm appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a vortex tens of meters wide, dotted with colorful starlight that dazzled the eyes, and staring at it for a longer period of time, it even felt as if the soul was moving out of the body. Fortunately, the people on the plains were not mortals. Every one of them was a strong person above the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, which made them unaffected. If they were any lower, they were afraid that their souls would be sucked out of their bodies by the vortex. This was also why there was a rule that only those above the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm could enter. Opening the secret realm, the sight of the three great holy lands Jiayang realm elders swept over the faces of the crowd one by one, and said in an indifferent voice, "Before entering the secret realm, you must abide by the following rules. Take medicines and leave their roots. Unripe medicines are forbidden to be picked. Leave 7 points in everything. If anyone violates the rules, after finding out, kill without pardon. Along with the clans, families, and dynasties behind you, one by one will be destroyed. In addition, the techniques can be kept by yourselves and do not need to be handed over to the Holy Land. It is your ability to find them, but the spirit medicines collected need to be handed over 20%. Is that clear?" Other than the disciples of the Holy Land, the group of condensed Dan and embodied gods from ordinary Holy Lands and first-class lineages and clans couldn't help but have their bodies shaken. Then they returned, understood. It couldn't be helped. Wanting to pick fruit in someone's backyard garden was obviously impossible without paying a certain fee. Of course, even if one had to pay 20% up, it wouldn't hurt. Because in the secret realm, they were able to collect many useful things. Even if there was a chance to step into some treasure troves, even great pill kings, even quasi-saint pills, and even saint pills could be found. After the three great elders finished speaking about the rules, everyone couldn't wait to pour into them. The crowds of people scrambled to be the first to burrow into the vortex. The people from the three holy lands were in no hurry, while they watched quietly at the entrance of the secret realm, waiting for the group to go in first. It was only after the last person went in that the elders of the three great holy lands said to the disciples under their doors, "After you go in, remember that if you come across anything useful, you can snatch it or kill it, no one is restricting you. But do things with clean hands and feet, don't leave any handles, got it? Whether there is hatred or injustice between fellow disciples, no one can restrict you when you go in, and it's up to you if you want to decide whether to live or die inside. But just remember one thing, if you encounter outsiders oppressing your fellow disciples, regardless of whether or not the other party is your mortal enemy, you must make a move to stand on the side of your fellow disciples." Understood. Saying this, the elder's tone was filled with severity. Outsiders, kill them. In this world, how is immortality possible? On the path of immortal cultivation, everyone is your competitor, and with one less person, you have the chance to enjoy one more resource. Fellow disciples fighting each other? Can, but do not let outsiders see. Meet outsiders oppressing their own fellow disciples. Decisive action. Seeing the serious expressions of the elders, all the disciples also took these words to heart and answered, "Yes, elder." "All right, go in," the elders said with relief. After explaining the matters, the disciples of the three great holy lands poured into the secret realm at the same time. In the midst of the crowd, Suyu and a few of his sisters all laughed after looking at each other remotely. Finally met the sisters, little bastard. Next, let's meet in the secret realm and suppress each other. Swish. Several people simultaneously crossed into the secret realm and disappeared. Entering the secret realm didn't appear in the same place, but was a randomized teleportation. The range of this secret realm was huge, and the great powers who were able to create a secret realm in a place close to the forbidden zone of life would have had a cultivation level of quasi-emperor at the very least in their lifetime. Even a peak quasi-emperor would not be out of the question. Because the scope of the secret realm was really too large, according to the people from the Holy Land who came to measure heaven and earth, it was found that the diameter of the secret realm was as high as tens of thousands of miles. 10,000 miles of secret realm. The 10,000-mile secret realm that had only been discovered a few hundred years ago, a secret realm that could only accommodate up to the third level of the embodied god realm to enter, the resources hidden inside were unknown to be terrifying. A secret realm was equivalent to a small world. The rules inside were only a little worse than the outside world. In this place, not only did it possess treasures from the fall of powerful people, but it also had naturally grown spirit medicines and many rare spirit trees. Those precious weapon refining materials were even waiting for cultivators to excavate here. Only. The secret realm opens once every 20 years. Although it was very frequent, the passage of time within the secret realm was different from the outside world. 20 years in the outside world was already 100 years in the secret realm. Moreover, it was only open for a month at a time, so it was really too difficult to explore the secret realm. With a white color in front of his eyes, so you only felt that the sky was spinning, and after a few moments, the sense of weightlessness disappeared before the soles of his feet came into physical contact. Waiting for the sight to be restored. So you actually appeared on top of a mountain peak. In front of him was an endless primeval forest, with every tree being over 10,000 years old. The roars of wild beasts came from time to time in his ears. Looking from afar, in front of him at an unknown distance, there was a huge green brick building, emitting a faint inexplicable pressure. That should be the center of the secret realm, right, and also the place where the owner of the secret realm lies dormant. Suyu murmured. The rules here were somewhat strange. Even he couldn't move in the air here, and could only rely on his footwork to get around. It was no wonder that after being open for hundreds of years, none of the three great holy places had fully grasped the secret realm yet. Just as Suyu was preparing to leave and go directly to the center of the secret realm, suddenly, there was a movement in his heart. Under this mountain peak, it seems like there is an ore vein of not low quality hidden. After Suyu closed his eyes and sensed it, he was immediately surprised. In a place like the secret realm, the divine soul was naturally unable to penetrate the mountain to sense what was inside. But he was different. Last time, the system rewarded a divine ability called swallowing gold. An earthly fate level divine ability method, which could be cultivated by devouring metals. If one could devour those precious golds, or even immortal golds, this earthly fate divine ability could even hammer Suyu's fleshly body to the same strength as that of a sacred soldier. At the same time, this divine ability was also extremely sensitive to metals, and could be called the most coveted divine ability for treasure hunting and body refining. Thinking of this, Suyu no longer hesitated and bent his knees slightly in a bow shape. Boom! In the next moment, Suyu quickly leapt up tens of meters high like a rocket. Great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. Rumble. Accompanying the fall of this soft drink from Suyu, a magnificent figure appeared behind him. The figure extended a finger and violently struck the mountain. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the mountain steeply crumbled. Thick dust lifted up, and at the same time, a bright and dazzling crimson light pierced through the dust and mapped the sky. Phoenix blood crystals. After seeing the crystal stone emitting light, Suyu's entire body sucked in a breath of cool air. This is actually a rare metal that can create a saint soldier wealthy. Just as Suyu was about to go forward to take the Phoenix blood crystal stone, suddenly, he stopped in his steps. Immediately after, a voice with greed burst out. Get the hell out of my way, this Phoenix blood crystal stone belongs to me. Chapter 060, with me here this time, not a single Heaven's Destiny son will be able to make a gain. The visitor was clearly a cultivator from outside the Holy Land, middle-aged in appearance, with a very solid breath realm, at the second level of the embodied god realm. In the outside world, he was at least at the level of an elder of a second-rate power. To be able to cultivate to the second level of impregnating god in the outside world, one's own fortune would not be too low. Although there was a light orange-colored fortune, it was still quite a bit short of red. Get the hell out of my way, this is mine. The middle-aged man looked hideous, his eyes were filled with greed. In the secret realm, no one would care if you were a disciple of a Holy Land or not. As long as there were enough benefits, even if they were facing a god, the cultivators would dare to draw their swords against each other. Looking at him charging towards him, Suyu also had a cold look in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth were tinted with an icy smile. It is true that the outside world is the bloody world, the Holy Land is still too comfortable. Compared to the strife-free cultivation atmosphere of the Holy Land, Suyu preferred this sense of excitement. Especially the excitement of being able to make yourself stronger. Boom! Just as the man killed to within less than 10 meters of Suyu lifted his hand and flicked it towards him. An invisible huge force instantly squeezes the space and solidifies the surrounding air. The air that has no killing power, under the blockade of this huge force, instantly transforms into the most deadly killing blade. Only hearing a bang sound, the middle-aged man at the second level of the impregnating god instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. The killing intent and his spiritual energy annihilated in an instant. Until the moment of his death, this middle-aged man couldn't figure out how he died. In an instant, painless, letting go of his hand, the huge force that had condensed in the air instantly lost its source, and the meat sludge lost its restraints, flinging itself heavily to the ground and smashing out a large puddle of traces. Although there was some discomfort, Suyu did not feel that there was any problem in doing so. Anyone who wanted themselves dead is on the must-kill list. If you can't kill me, then it's your death. After resolving this insignificant mole, Suyu expressionlessly extended his hand and took away the phoenix blood crystal that was as tall as a person. Phoenix blood crystal is a special crystal that can only be produced by a certain chance when the blood of an avian with a true phoenix bloodline is dyed in an extremely high-grade spirit stone vein, and the least cultivation level of this avian has to be at the quasi-saint realm in order for its blood to have such an effect. It would take tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years to mutate the extremely high-quality spirit stones. A saint soldier created with phoenix blood crystals would even have a special increase effect. The burning attribute of a true phoenix. Playing with the phoenix blood crystal stone for a while, Suyu's mind moved and then took out the last rewarded dollar blade seed from his system backpack. An unformed top-tier saint soldier. With a flash of light in his hand, the unbladed dollar blade seed appeared, flickering with such might that it caused space to feel distorted and stagnant for a moment. Are you going to eat it or not? Suyu handed the phoenix blood crystal stone to the Deluo blade seed. Buzz. In just a split second, the Downlord blade seed flashed twice, seemingly indicating the emotion of longing. However, Ka-ching. Suyu crushed the phoenix blood crystal stone with a bite, and a crisp shattering sound echoed. At this moment, the light of the great Luo blade seed all seemed to pause. Under the effect of the divine ability swallowing gold, Suyu's teeth became extremely good. Just like a shredder, anything could be chewed by him. Suyu chewed the phoenix blood crystals and said vaguely, don't eat, I'll eat. Just in time, I haven't tasted the flavor of the stone. The sound of clicking echoed on and on. You're a hooker. You're going to eat it, and you're asking me if I'm going to eat it? I'm not a human being, but neither are you. You're a ing dog. A real dog. The Yorubaro's blade seed let out a disgruntled buzz. For a battle soldier of its grade, it was normal for it to have some spirituality of its own, so the great Luo blade seed was very unhappy with Suyu's way of not being a human being. It was simply not a person to come. Swish. At the same time that the great Luo blade seed expressed its dissatisfaction, Suyu also threw it back into the system space. After eating a large chunk of phoenix blood crystals, Suyu also burped contentedly. Brr. The divine ability of swallowing gold, which was only a minor accomplishment now, was still difficult for digesting such a top-tier divine stone that could be sacrificed to a saint soldier. It wouldn't work after just eating 1/20th of the amount. Putting the rest of the phoenix blood crystals into his storage ring, Suyu soon felt the energy of the phoenix blood crystals swimming in his body. Thud. It was as if thunder was striking inside the body, making a loud thunder-like noise. Every single cell of the body was emitting a leaping emotion as it was moisturized by the energy of the phoenix blood crystals. It made Suyu's face instantly turn red. With that, his entire body also followed the fiery red color. In the air, a wisp of white mist floated out as Suyu's own temperature rose, that was formed by the moisture in the air being evaporated after encountering the high temperature. Hot. Suyu lowered his voice, the knot in his throat rolled and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. This feeling was really hot. No wonder it could enhance the strength of the physical body. This divine ability turned out to be turning the physical body into a furnace. Melting every metal, extracting its energy and strengthening the body's cells. In this painful and joyful process, Suyu could feel the strength of his fleshly body rising. Originally, his physical body was not too strong. The battles he had been fighting all along had been in the form of long-distance attacks, and although the prison-suppressing body was strong, it would be a bit inadequate if he really had to face an opponent who was 2 small realms above him. The opponent could still easily injure him. But it's different now. The flesh was strengthening, it was extra flesh strengthening. If the power of the prison-suppressing body was superimposed, Suyu would be able to hammer a player at the 5th level of the embodied god realm even with his physical body alone. Elevation ended. Suyu's mouth similarly exhaled a mouthful of mist, opening his eyes. Suyu felt something in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to feel that his height had been pulled up a little, even his body was stronger. The original slim white robe was also a little tight at this moment. It seems. Suyu pondered for a moment and said indistinctly, it seems that this kind of enhancement is not just an enhancement of strength, along with the appearance there will be a great change. If he was previously 1.8 meters, his figure belonged to that well-proportioned type. Now, then, it was 5'9", and at the same time, his body had become strong. If this keeps devouring high-grade metals and divine stones, one might grow to 2 or 3 meters plus an explosion of muscles? Thinking of that image, Suyu cried and laughed a little. That kind of flesh that was explosive and oppressive at a glance, it was better to leave it to someone else. He himself is a Confucian young lord type. How can you be a muscle-bound man? Suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Suyu pressed down the thoughts of wanting to continue to enhance his physical body, then looked around and said thoughtfully, 10,000 miles of secret realm. Thousands of people exploring. But in the end, they will all head to the center of the secret realm, right? Then it's better to go to the center of the secret realm yourself and wait, chances and all, just snatch them from others. Boom! After making up his mind, Suyu did not make any stops, his knees bent, and in the next second, he fiercely exerted his strength. A deafening explosion resounded, and the whole person was like a cannonball that shot off towards the distance. With me here this time, not a single Heaven's Destiny son will be able to make a gain. Chapter 061. Be a city guardian, whoever wants to enter, come and slash me first. In the secret realm, countless people were randomly transported to different locations. Some of the unlucky ones were directly teleported to the same location as the top heavenly prides, and then they could only watch as the treasures were snatched away by them. In the secret realm, what kind of chance you can get all depends on your own luck and strength. If you are strong, any chance will be yours. Poor. Only soup. If your luck is even worse, then you can only be slapped to death by a strong hand. Although the 3 holy places were close, and the elders' instructions were listened to by the disciples, but if they really met an opportunity that they could not part with, plus there were no outsiders present, they would also choose to kill their fellow disciples to grab these opportunities. All of this is normal. Everything that happened in the secret realm would not be known anyway. Even if there was a strong person who retraced the events, they wouldn't be able to do so. Death, that's what happens. 5,000 miles away from the center of the secret realm, at the foot of a large mountain that had been flattened, looking at the mountainside that revealed a rich spiritual chi, someone greedily tried to move forward, but was decapitated by his companion who hid in the back with a sword. There were also disciples of the Holy Land who had beheaded the demonic beast guarding the great Pill King deep in the forest, and were rounded up and beaten to death by an alliance of loose cultivators. This group of loose cultivators who came here where no one has jurisdiction are truly wild beasts that have shed their disguises, each one rushing up at the smell and trying to kill and seize treasures at the drop of a hat. After killing a first level of the embodied god realm that wanted to sneak attack with a single sword, Chen Yunqi frowned and said, they had entered this place for only 2 days, and they had already encountered 3 waves of sneak attacks from cultivators, all because they had a top-tier Great Pill King on them. A single Great Pill King allowed this group of cultivators to brave death and rush up. Of course. It also had something to do with the realms they displayed. It was normal for the peak of the condensed Dan realm and the first level of the embodied god realm to be targeted. Adding to that, the cultivators who attacked them were also all elites from the outside world, and each of them was above the first level of the impregnating god realm. Even if they were able to cross the ranks and fight, they were still a bit weak. Can't kill them all. Su Muyao wrinkled her eyebrows and somewhat disgustedly cut open a corner of her skirt. After throwing away the blood-stained part, she glanced at the 7 or 8 cultivators who had been killed by them in return, and said, this is what happens to a single Great Pill King. I really don't dare to imagine how many people would have to stab them in the back if this were to go to the center of the secret realm. Su Wancheng and Su Qingying were much more calm. Su Qingying skillfully removed the storage rings from these people's hands and put them away, calmly saying, our goal is not to find these cultivation resources in the periphery. Let's head towards the center of the mysterious realm. Let's go to the tomb of the mysterious realm's owner and find the scroll they passed down of the top 20 deity phase scrolls ranked in the 10,000 ancient times. Even loose cultivators would inevitably have treasures, and even if they couldn't use them themselves, it would be quite good to reward them to their clansmen. Of the 4 women, it was Su Qingying who had the most composed personality. Perhaps it was because what happened to her was a bit more tragic than the others. At that time, Suyu was just 1 step away from taking out her supreme bone. Su Wanqing nodded approvingly, big sister is right, all other resources the Holy Land can transfer for us to use, only this top 20 deity phase scroll is something the Holy Land does not have. The deity phases collected by the Tianxian Sacred Grounds collection were only of the highest grade and ranked 50th in the 10,000 ancient rankings. If we were to talk about true rankings, in Suyu's 10,000 Ancient Divine Image book, the quality of the Tianxian Holy Land's deity phase was merely ranked 52nd. Chen Yunqi and Su Muyao responded, good. To be honest, they couldn't look at these resources either. After all, in the Holy Land, they would be able to get the elders to tilt their resources as long as they performed demonically enough. After making up their minds, the 4 of them didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation and sped towards the center of the secret realm. Actually, there are not a few people who have the same mindset as them. Some heavenly prides, even the scattered cultivators in the outside world, had people who were high-minded and sinister, and what they were thinking about was to go outside the center of the secret realm to block the cultivators who were searching for treasures in the periphery. Then come to a killing spree. The only heavenly pride was the one who wanted to go in and become famous in a battle with other heavenly prides while fighting for the supreme treasure. For the next 2 days, all the heavenly prides were rushing towards the center of the secret realm. Since they couldn't fly in the air, they could only use their legs and feet to rush. The speed was much slower, but it was easy to run 1,000 or 2 miles in a day's time. Apart from those condensed Dan and Yunshin whose hearts were worn out, there were almost 1,000 people rushing to the center of the secret realm. As everyone moved. At this time, at the center of the secret realm, outside the huge and grandiose green brick ancient city, Suyu stood under the city wall, looking up at the kilometer-high city in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, "This group of damned big families, even when they die, they still want to make such a lavish building out of it. It's all unknown how many good things are hidden in here. Oh. But well, the more things the better, so that I can eat my fill, and those heavenly prides will have the motivation to come and fight me to the death." In Suyu's heart, this secret realm was not half as attractive to him. Being able to come here was just to suppress the three sisters and at the same time brush up on the villainous values of the heavenly fate sons. Long before entering the secret realm, he had already observed it. Of the group of people who entered the secret realm, not one of them can fight. After we get out of the secret realm and raise our strength to Dharma phase, it's time to return to the Su family. The site of the Emperor's tomb hasn't contacted himself for such a long time, so I'm afraid that a big move is brewing. But fortunately, Saint realms were generally not too willing to step out of their holy lands to walk in the outside world in the age of the last Dharma, as it would deplete their foundation, and at best, they would be quasi-saints striking out. With his own status, it made sense to bring a peak master to his home as a guest. Throwing these thoughts aside for now, Suyu walked to the huge city gate that was hundreds of meters high and reached out to push open the gate to enter. However, even after exerting all his strength, he could not push the stone gate by a single bit. Could it be? You have to wait for a certain amount of time before the city gate opens? Suyu stood in place and pondered for a while, then felt that this idea was reasonable. After all, if one could enter from the beginning, this group of heavenly pride would have already come over for fear. But if one could not enter early, how would one suppress the heavenly pride? Thinking of this, Suyu agonized again. Suddenly, Suyu had a flash of light, then directly took out the futon and sat on his knees under the city gate. Since I can't enter, then be a city guard, whoever wants to enter, come and slash me first. Thinking of the result that he would offend a large number of people if he were to block the heavenly pride here and not give entry, Suyu was a little agitated. There is no way, if you want to become stronger, you have to offend people. Thus, Suyu began to simply close his eyes and cultivate. A little bit of time passed. Soon, 2 days passed in a flash, and on the evening of the second day, a sound came from the jungle. This is the center of the secret realm, right? That's right, it's hiding quasi-emperor, or even great emperor-level treasures. It's rumored that the most crucial secret treasures haven't been taken yet, so let's come here first and wait, hoping to grab a head start. According to the old ancestor, it will take 14 days for the gates here to open and release the restrictions to let people in. Let's wait first. Just as the two of them walked out of the forest and were about to come and wait under the city gates, they froze when they saw the figure seated below the gates. Who are you? Chapter 062 Kid, what are you pretending for? This is also a place that you alone can stop. The two people who came are youths. Looking at the uniform attire on their bodies, they should be disciples of some first-class sect. At this time, both of them are a little confused, a little incomprehensible. Why would someone dare to take a futon under the city gates to sit and cultivate? Is he not afraid that someone will make a move to kill him with a sneak attack? You have to know, entering here, no one will care what your rules are. This is no man's land. It's the good people like them who speak up and ask about the situation. You're blocking the road here, wait for the city gates to open, be careful of being backstabbed when there are many people in a while. A youth kindly reminded. Suyu raised his eyes and glanced at the two men, finding that both of them were at the orange-colored fate realm of the imminent god realm, so he ignored them. However, since he was kindly reminded, he politely returned, "Thank you." Then he continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Seeing Suyu's unmoved appearance, the two of them looked at each other for a while, then waved their hands. "Forget it, let's just wait on the tree." They were not related to Suyu and it would be considered kind-hearted for them to say a word. The two of them retreated back into the jungle and looked for a large tree with more dense growth and climbed up. In an instant, the two's breath was hidden as if they had never appeared. In cultivation, time always passed quickly. Another few days passed, and at this time, people appeared one after another on the outskirts of the center of the secret realm, each with a different mindset. Some only wanted to enter it to look for the treasures of the powerful. What some people were thinking about was to ambush in this periphery and kill people to seize the treasure. However, there was no one like Suyu who dared to cultivate under the city gates in a dignified manner. Of course, there were some loose cultivators who had experienced intrigue and calculation, as well as some Heaven's Pride disciples of the Holy Land who were also flooded with the slightest bit of killing intent when they saw Suyu. Kill him in a moment while there's chaos, one less person to compete with, and my chances of obtaining the treasure will be a few points greater. Entering the secret realm, unless one was a lifelong friend, few people would team up. This is because even if they are fellow disciples, they may stab you in the back because of their interests. The resources for cultivation were not unlimited. If you gain the same, I have one less resource. Time came to the 8th day, and in the jungle, 4 more figures were traveling through. When they saw the scene outside the jungle, they were stunned for a split second. Sumuyao even couldn't help but exclaim, "It's that little bastard Suyu, why did he run and sit under the city gates, isn't he afraid of death?" Su Wanqing even wrinkled her willow eyebrows and said, "This brat, looking for death is not like this. With so many people, do you think everyone is the 3 great holy lands can hold back from taking a shot at you? No one is used to your foul behavior outside. Egomaniac. All out of the house, how come you still can't change this arrogance? Do you really think that the outside world is the same as at home, and that everyone is afraid of your status? Let's wait for the city gates to open and then we'll rush out to save his life, although we don't like this bastard, but he's our own brother anyways." Su Qingying sighed. "But so many people. How can we save them?" For a while, all 4 of them fell into silence. More than their worries, the disciples of the major peaks of the 9 heavens sacred land also came here, and after seeing Suyu sitting at the city gates, the disciples of the red heavens and the Dan heavens were all startled. Then silently took a step back. "Let's go back in after the fight, Junior Master is going crazy this time." It's hard to disagree. Other peaks were not clear about Suyu's violent temper, but their 2 families knew it very well. "Junior uncle. He's a thief with a black heart. Can we solve the problem with more people? How many people here could defeat the young master who couldn't even help his senior brothers at the high level of the embodied god realm? What are you thinking?" The people of 9 heavens silently backed up a bit, fearing that the battle would spread to their safety when it started. When the people from the other 2 holy lands saw them retreating, they couldn't help but laugh secretly. Why are these people from the 9 heavens so timid? Ignore them. The more people gathered, excluding those who knew their level and were searching outside for the Great Pill King and various cultivation resources, the number of people who wanted to enter the center of the secret realm to explore the treasure was already in the hundreds. Excluding 9 heavens, there were more than 500 people even after a rough count. Every single one of them was a powerful person of the embodied god realm. Rumble. Just as time came to the early morning of the 14th day, the first rays of sunlight shone down as the small sun fabricated by the great powers rose in the secret realm. The huge green brick ancient city shimmered with green light under the rays of the morning sun. The massive stone gate was like a machine that automatically activated when it was full of energy. The stone door, which had originally remained motionless, was also slowly opening a gap at this moment. The flavor of antiquity spread out at this moment. The moment they saw the giant stone door open, several auras rose from every large tree in the jungle that leaned forward. "The stone door is open. Go! Go in, with the map given by Master, I know the location of one of the treasures inside." When Master came in before, he didn't dare to go and bring the treasure out because there were ruthless people in that session. Today we helped him get it. Hundreds of people saw the stone door open and their eyes became fiery. Treasure, ah! What is hidden here is the secret treasure of a powerful person who stood at the peak of the universe, and the treasures inside, if they can find a good grade, they will be able to use it for the rest of their lives. The secret realm of the strongest quasi-emperor realm, this is a realm that countless people can only look up to. It was like a mole cricket looking up at a 10,000-foot peak. Charge! Definitely can't let others get the jump on us. The green brick ancient city is just this big, it's easy to meet people. Going in first will give us an extra chance. Boom! 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 A figure rushed in the direction of the stone door at extreme speed. They only had treasure in their eyes and couldn't tolerate anything else. Jungle! Seeing so many people rushing in the direction of the old city of green brick, Su Qingying and the girls were also shocked for a moment, especially when they saw Suyu still standing there motionless. They were even more anxious. This asshole, the stone door is open, and he still doesn't know to dodge away. The brat will be killed by you sooner or later. Sister, let's go. Bastard, you can only die in my hands. I haven't avenged the humiliation of withdrawing from the marriage. Several people were so anxious that they cursed Suyu hundreds of times in their hearts, but cursing was cursing, Suyu was still their brother. They were also unable to watch Suyu die in front of them. But just as they were about to move, the next scene caused the 4 to stop in their tracks. As the stone door opened completely, Suyu at the bottom slowly opened his eyes, put away the futon and stood up, his straight posture just standing in front of the hundreds of people rushing towards the ancient city. After Suyu looked around, he grinned and said, "If you want to enter the city, first pass me." Buzz! An inexplicable pressure roared outward from within Suyu, shaking everyone's speed for a momentary lag. However, right at this moment, at Suyu's side, a gloomy voice leisurely sounded. "Kid, what are you pretending to be? This is also a place that you alone can stop. Go to hell." Ka! A silhouette holding a gun killed out, eyes bursting with extreme killing intent, out of the gun decisively incomparable, straight to Suyu's head. Facing the sneak attack of this 3rd level of the realm of embodied spirit powerhouse who specialized in assassination. The smile at the corner of Suyu's lips tightened. The next second. Boom! A deafening sonic boom boomed out, rawly interrupting countless people's steps forward. Boom! Immediately afterward, in just a split second's effort, the physical body of the gun-wielding impregnating god powerhouse that had just appeared was actually torn in half in full view of everyone. Rumble. The flesh was thrown to the ground, and the body that was torn into two halves at this moment, its eyes were actually still rotating, residual disbelief and bewilderment. If you want to enter the city, pass me first. Thud. Chapter 063 Solo Battle. One person singled out the entire imminent god realm. The time it took to tear down a third level of the impregnating god realm assassin, plus the time it took for him to return to his original position, was only a few moments. Looking at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, everyone was shocked. In the crowd, a cultivator of the embodied god realm who practiced fleshly strength even gulped and said incredulously, in a place with such rules, where it is impossible to perform bodily techniques and travel in the air, he was even able to break the sound barrier with his fleshly body. Breaking the sound barrier with his physical body without any injuries, his physical body is simply comparable to a humanoid battle soldier. And it's still an Earth-rank grade battle weapon. Breaking the sound barrier with one's flesh was an extremely rare existence even at the level of the embodied god realm. To break the sound barrier with one's physical body, not only did one's speed have to be fast, but more importantly, one's physical body had to be able to withstand the damage of breaking through the sound barrier instantly. What's the point of panicking? He's only one person even if he's strong. I don't believe he can still block so many of us. It's the same as a Yunshin, no matter how strong he is, can he still be in the Dharma realm? Kill. Together. They weren't low-ranked cultivators or flowers cultivated in a greenhouse either, so naturally, they wouldn't easily admit defeat. In front of a heavy treasure, even a mole cricket wouldn't be able to resist showing its fangs to the strong. Clank. A handful of battle soldiers appeared in their hands, none of them hesitated and all of them killed Suyu. They only had one thought. That is to kill. Those who blocked their cultivation were enemies in life and death. In the world of the weak and the strong, those who blocked them deserved to die. Cultivators who dared to come here at the beginning of the ancient city, none of them were weak. At the very least, they had to be above the first level of the realm of the embodied spirit before they dared to confidently come here to fight for a strand of chance. Hundreds of impregnating spirit realms were fighting at the same time, and among them, even orange destinies were in the majority, and there were even a small number of heaven's destiny sons who possessed red destinies. With such a formation, even the peak of the impregnating god realm would have to be terrified when they saw it. The impregnating god realm was not the sage realm, capable of being fearless of ants. As long as there were enough ants, even giants could be torn down. Dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm. Cloud pole sword technique. Star shattering hammer. An assortment of martial arts were unleashed, causing as much chaos in the surrounding air currents as possible, and hundreds of impregnating god realm erupted at the same time, and the power of the exuded breath alone was capable of tearing apart a spirit sea realm powerhouse. In the face of this might that could almost pierce through the sky, Suyu actually did not have a trace of fear in his eyes. On the contrary, he was actually becoming excited at the moment. That's the feeling, to fight, we need to have a painful fight, come on, if you have the ability, come and beat me to death. For some reason, Suyu was like a different person since he knew that he couldn't live the salty life of a young lord peacefully. In the face of various killing opportunities, he could not lie down even if he wanted to. Since he can't, then let all those who want to kill themselves go up in smoke. All of them will become the backdrop for my own strength. Buzz. Facing the attack of hundreds of people, Suyu only felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling, a feeling he had never felt before was stimulating his heart to beat faster. With a raise of his left hand, the great Luo blade seed appeared in his hand. Swish! As the great Luo blade seed fell into his hands, Suyu's figure instantly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared. The only sound that could be heard was like the roar of a fighter jet engine exploding. In less than a moment, one of the few people who rushed to the front was cut off at the waist. Ah! The screams rang out, but were quickly drowned out. Over here! After someone captured Suyu's position, he immediately yelled, he's extremely fast, be careful, don't get close. The fighting instincts of the imminent god realm should not be underestimated, although several people were instantly killed by Suyu with his speed. However, they all quickly adjusted as well. Dozens of people simultaneously erupted sword chi and gun chi, blasting in Suyu's direction in a long-range manner. With dozens of impregnating god realms striking out, even if an impregnating god high heavy saw them, they would have to avoid the front for the time being. However, Suyu fearlessly chose to confront them head-on. Fell the void. Suyu held the great Luo blade seed, facing these dozens of different types of breaths. In his crazy eyes, there was a touch of sharpness that pierced one's soul that swept through. Boom! Suyu slashed horizontally, sweeping the attack in front of him with a sweeping force. After overriding these blades and sword chi, before Suyu had his next move, a burly man close to 2 meters and 3 meters tall rushed out from the side, his huge fist smashing into Suyu's face, roaring with a hideous face, "Gotcha, go to hell for me." Facing the close-quarters attack of a horizontal physical body cultivator, the average 5th level of the realm of embodied god would find it difficult to withstand this kind of extreme power output. Even if they were weaker, they were able to be punched through the abdomen. Not to mention the human body's fragile brain. If this punch was slammed, getting your head blown right off wouldn't be a problem. However, in the face of this punch, Suyu's reaction speed was extremely fast, only to see Suyu's eyes cold, his right hand like a dragon coming out of the sea, fiercely probed out, 5 fingers bent into a claw shape, and clasped the head of the strong man. Bang! With a sound, Suyu smashed his head fiercely into the ground. The terrifying power poured out without reservation. The ground under Suyu's feet even collapsed under this all-out strike, and a pit with a diameter of up to 100 meters long and tens of meters deep was instantly formed. That strong man's head even shattered in response to the sound, like a watermelon generally burst open. The headless body fell in the deep pit, and the nerves that were still alive made the body twitch non-stop. With this flesh body of yours, how dare you come to sneak attack me? Suyu coldly said. Not to mention the hardness of his body after being strengthened by the avatar swallowing gold, even with the physique of the prison Jin body, it was enough to resist it. An outside horizontal cultivator without a systematic grooming, with a strong physical body grade. It's still just a disorganized strength. Where it can be compared to him. Ah! Kid, don't you dare to go wild. Someone rushed up with eyes wide open, with grief in their eyes, clearly a fellow disciple of the burly man. In the face of this insouciant attack, Suyu backhanded a palm, and the terrifying power was to whip the other party into a bloody mist. For this kind, Suyu did not have the slightest mercy. He could have compassion for ordinary people suffering from natural disasters and famine, but he would not have compassion for these powerful people who thought of killing others to seize treasures. They, themselves, are running to kill people. The way of cultivation is cruel, and if you want to reach the top, you should step on other people's corpses and bones to climb higher. Until the peak. Deities. Fusion. After seeing this terrifying and boundless battle power of Suyu, the crowd of powerhouses did not dare to be arrogant anymore and called out their deity shadows to fuse. Containing a deity could be more than simply containing a deity. The reason why harboring a deity was the first watershed was that apart from harboring a deity, another function was the ability to merge with the shadow of the harboring deity to enhance one's own battle power, and this enhancement increased exponentially with the strength of the harboring deity. A variety of gods appeared one after another, and hundreds of imminent deities conjured up gods to fuse at the same time, raising their battle power to a terrifying level. Looking at their insanely rising battle power, Suyu also put away his icy coldness. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Suyu opened his hands and looked around before slowly spitting out a few icy words. Heavenly Emperor. Present. Chapter 064 9 Heavens? Then what? One person facing hundreds of people directly, even though Suyu was very confident in his battle power, he would not take the enemy lightly by half. To fight, he had to bring out his full strength to fight. Heavenly Emperor Deity Shadow. The moment Suyu's voice fell, behind him, a magnificent and incomparable shadow that could not help but give rise to awe at a single glance, unable to see his face, wearing a beaded crown on his head, and dressed in imperial attire was slowly outlined. Heavenly Emperor. Recognized as the strongest deity of the human race, the ancient Heavenly Emperor. The moment the deity silhouette of the Heavenly Emperor appeared, the auras of those hundreds of imminent god realm in front of Suyu all weakened by a large margin in an instant. Feeling the weakened might of the gods within their bodies, many people were horrified in their hearts. There were also some sharp-eyed people who could not help but shout out loud when they saw the deity's shadow behind Suyu. This is the #1 ranked deity in the ages, the Heavenly Emperor's shadow. My god, hasn't the deity portrait of the Heavenly Emperor become extinct? How did he get it? Legend has it that the embodied god realm that fuses the Heavenly Emperor's shadow is capable of erupting with earth-shattering power, and can even cause the sun and moon to turn upside down. Although the deity silhouette of the Heavenly Emperor had disappeared for countless eons. However, records about him were always circulating. Because this was the most powerful existence the human race had ever seen, a former Heavenly Emperor who created the Heavenly Court with his own power, controlling the universe and subjugating all races. Many of the deity phase scrolls that existed today could have been enthroned by the Heavenly Court. Even the strongest of the 10,000 races, the dragon race, was just as subject to the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court in those times. Even the dragon race was only the official position of traveling clouds and spreading rain. One can imagine how glorious the Heavenly Court founded by the Heavenly Emperor really was in those days. Even the 10,000 races didn't dare to have any offense against the Heavenly Emperor's majesty. Even nowadays it is still the same. The Heavenly Emperor of the human race is still feared by all races. In the face of their horror, Suyu nodded lightly and calmly said, "Not bad. It does have the power to cause the sun and moon to turn upside down." Seeing Suyu like this, the crowd was shocked, and some people even couldn't help but shout, "Quickly, make a move, don't let him succeed in fusing with the Heavenly Emperor's shadow, or else it'll be even harder for us to deal with him." At the embodied god realm, embodied god, naturally, was borrowing some of the abilities granted by the gods. It was also the signature ability of a Dharma phase. Hearing this, the crowd did not hesitate and shot out explosively, with hundreds of people discharging like hundreds of cannonballs, killing towards Suyu. Each of them exerted their deity-given abilities. Some people's bodies gradually produced flames as they ran, eventually turning into firemen, and their burning breath even distorted space. There were also people who summoned thunder and transformed into thunder gods. Hundreds of people struck out at the same time, and it was feared that even cultivators at the high level of the imminent god realm would have to be terrified. There was no shortage of Holy Land celestial pride who were able to cross the ranks and fight. In an instant, Suyu was wrapped in countless attribute forces in front of him, as if he was able to burst the heavens and earth. Looking at the crowd striking out their roaming deity abilities, Suyu raised his head and revealed a touch of playfulness. It's too late. Thud. Suyu took one step, and in an instant, the heavenly emperor's shadow instantly merged in. In just a moment, Suyu was filled with majesty, making people unable to look directly at him. Sun and Moon reversal is not quite suitable. The ability of this move is named Sun and Moon in the same mistake. Suyu waved his hands, and in an instant, the sun and moon appeared together in the sky. The two supreme energies of Tai Yin and Sun poured down and fell into Suyu's hands, allowing him to master the power of Yin and Yang in this instant. Xiankuan was turned upside down. With the sun and moon appearing together, the originally imposing sea of people was like a deflated ball of leather at this moment, suddenly stumbling and almost not falling. Of course, this was not that Suyu had actually turned heaven and earth upside down, but rather, he had mistakenly separated them with the power of the Tai Yin Sun. It was also the time they stumbled. Suyu's body was steeply giganticized, although it was not very exaggerated, it was still nearly 4 meters tall. With a boom explosion, Suyu disappeared into thin air. The next second, an unlucky person was grabbed by the giganticized Suyu's feet and proceeded to smash him around like he was swinging a stuffed animal. Bang bang bang. After several loud bangs, one of the cultivators who had leaned forward was smashed into the ground. It was also fortunate that the person who was caught by Suyu was an outside cultivator who practiced his physical body horizontally, otherwise, just by this output from Suyu, he would have to crack on the spot. But even so, his situation was not much better. His breath instantly shriveled down, and his entire body was like a dead dog, not moving at all. Casually flinging him away, the giganticized Suyu looked forward again, then grinned. Continue to come to battle, it's just starting to be too much, you can't just stop like this. Fighting, he was also enjoying it. Especially bullying the small with the big, it was the best feeling. Seeing Suyu reveal a mouthful of large white teeth, many people subconsciously winced. Monster bar. Even though they managed to injure Suyu in the melee, it didn't seem to be of much use. The speed at which Suyu's fleshly body healed after being injured was perverse. Hundreds of cultivators of the same realm went to beat him, but surprisingly, they only weakened his aura by 20%. Only 20%. By this point in the fight, these hundreds of people had already lost quite a few of them, seriously injured and dead. Anyone who wanted to kill Suyu had all died. Someone stood out and drank in a deep voice, if you do this, aren't you afraid of the retaliation of the major powers when you go out? So what if you're strong? With this killing nature of yours, others won't be able to tolerate you. That's when they started the reasoning. When they hadn't been beaten in front of them, one of them was thinking of breaking in hard, and now that they realized that they hadn't been able to take down one of them by hundreds of people, they began to be in the reasoning mode again. No matter who you are, the people present here can all come from different great powers. Are you sure you can offend alone? If the elders behind you know about this, I'm afraid they won't even be able to spare you. Watching them stop their attacking tendency one by one, so you also stopped and asked with a smile, are you threatening me? This is not a threat, this is the truth. You're no stronger than the embodied God realm. Is it hard to believe that you can still resist the killing intent of the Dharma phase realm, the Yin-Yang second realm, and the sacred realm? The elders outside, at the very least, are all existences in the Yin-Yang second realm. The Holy Land elders are even at the quasi-saint level. The immortal cultivation world competes in strength, and at the same time, your background is also one of your strengths. As long as the background is strong enough. Even if you're just a body-quenching realm wastrel, you can still make those Dharma phase great ones in the outside world bow down to you and not dare to disobey your will. There were some disciples from ordinary Holy Lands who even looked at Suyu with burning eyes and said grimly, you are blocking us from going in to look for the opportunity. If our elders know about this, they will definitely not let you off. Along with the forces behind you will be liquidated as well. If you are sensible, now immediately get out of the way, or else. Before he could finish his threatening words, he was interrupted by Suyu's light laughter. Otherwise, the forces behind you will be looking for me to settle the score? How is it that I, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, don't know that outside forces also dare to make trouble at will? The moment the word Nine Heavens was uttered, everyone choked. 9 skies? Then what? Chapter 065, still that familiar asshole smell. So what, even if you're from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, is it possible that the Nine Heavens won't chastise you for offending so many people? Someone said viciously, the Nine Heavens have to be reasonable too. Who in the entire Eastern Wasteland didn't know that the Nine Heavens were the best to talk to, and usually if they brought reasoning words, the Nine Heavens hierarchy would be able to listen to them. This time, this person did such excessive things, he did not believe it. Go out to find the elders of the 9 heavens to complain. The 9 heavens will sit back and do nothing. However, Suyu, curled up the corner of his mouth, then said, "What reasoning? In the entire eastern wasteland, the 9 heavens and Ziwei, Tianxian, are the greatest reasoning." Saying that, Suyu beckoned towards the disciples of the 9 Xiao who were hiding in the jungle to watch the battle, signaling them to come out. Seeing this gesture, the disciples of the 9 heavens came out on their asses. The Red Sky Peak's embodied God Realm disciple even laughed nervously and said, "Junior uncle, what are your orders?" Suyu glanced at him, then pointed his finger towards the pile of people and laughed lightly. "Come, tell them who I am and whether what I say can represent the 9 heavens." When this bald disciple heard this, he immediately glanced at them and said loudly, "What are you doing, you guys? Want to revolt? What my junior uncle Jiushao says represents Jiushao. You guys have a problem with that? It's useless to have opinions. Call out your elders to come out and speak." Upon hearing these words, the group of people were stunned at that moment. One by one, even the deity vapors that had just fused not long ago retreated in fear. Junior master? Him? The one who can be called junior uncle by these disciples has to be of the elders' generation at the very least. That is, the same generation as the Holy Lord. Doesn't that mean he's the personal heir of some supreme elder? Hiss. In the crowd, those disciples belonging to Tianxian and the violet sacred ground also silently retracted their deity silhouettes before withdrawing from the crowd after hearing those words. What the hell? If my own master knew that he had attacked the junior master of the 9 heavens sacred ground, I'm afraid I'll be chopped alive. There were not many people present who knew Suyu. Those who knew Suyu and were qualified to come to the secret realm to practice were the top 10 characters who stood out in the Heaven's Pride competition. They mingled in the crowd just because they could not see Suyu being able to be fought over by the Holy Land. They had thought that they would have a chance to kill him, but the other party's seniority was too high and the people on the 9 heavens side seemed to listen to him. Then forget it. Don't wait to steal the chicken and be liquidated when you get out of here. Some cultivators from the outside world were a bit unhappy when they heard these overbearing words and stood out muttering, "What's wrong with the young master uncle? Can you just not let us in?" However, this bald disciple of the Red Sky Peak was the one who instantly locked his gaze on him, and then with a flash, he took his sword and slashed at the drop of a hat. "What are you beeping about? When did I need to ask for your permission to do things in the 9 heavens? I'll chop you to death." Boom! The burning sky flame blade erupted. Dozens of feet long flame blade chi erupted. Although the might was not too outrageous, the roiling flames were really a bit of a bluff. As this saber slashed, the one who spoke immediately had his scalp tingling. It took all his strength to parry this attack. Even if he blocked it, it wasn't easy for him because the intensity of the flames could even give a headache to a cultivator at the 3rd level of the embodied god realm, not to mention him, a 2nd level. "Push me any further and I'll chop you to death." The bald youth spat disdainfully. Then he turned to Suyu and said curtly, "Junior uncle, how did I perform?" Suyu looked at the expression written all over his face that was quick to praise me, and somewhat couldn't help but say, "Did a good job." "Ah. It's comforting to have a mouthpiece to take a shot for you." Of course, this little bald guy is not a simple character, just the fade of the top of his head that glows with a light black color proves that this guy is a complete villain. Very well, one greatly appreciates this kind of talent. After praising this bald talent, Suyu then looked towards those who were somewhat unconvinced and calmly said, "It is not impossible to want to go in. But I want 30% of your proceeds this time. If you don't agree, you guys can stay here for me in peace." Clang! Suyu drew out the great Luo blade seed, then sat down smoothly. The bald talent from Red Sky Peak was also very perceptive, taking out a chair from his storage ring and quickly placing it behind Suyu, then stood behind Suyu with his head held high. "I would like to see, without consent, who can go in." Suyu's gaze swept over the faces of the group one by one. This group of people, not half as threatening. Sisters who were a threat to themselves were naturally able to enter at will, and disciples of the 9 heavens were naturally able to enter as well. Only the outsiders. To maximize the benefits. If you dare to make a move against me, why can't I charge you some interest? You. Undoubtedly, Suyu's overbearing stance was truly infuriating, but they were all helpless. Because it seemed like they really couldn't fight. The ones that can. It's all on the side of the 9 heavens. The 3 holy places were in the same breath, and if they could keep their hands off, they naturally wouldn't do it easily. After being silent for a while, they surprisingly realized that no one dared to open their mouths and say that they would make a move, because at this moment, the disciples of the 9 heavens had all come out, and one by one, they all stood on Suyu's side. Making a move seemed. Can't fight The Yumming God realm is basically all here, and those who don't dare to come to the center of the secret realm are all at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, searching for treasures in the periphery. Only a handful of peak condensation Dan who could cross the stage to battle an impregnating god dared to come here. Now they have all gathered. After a long period of silence, finally, someone stifled a nod and said, "Okay, I promise." There was one person who agreed, and then one after another, there were others who agreed. There was no one else. Instead of spending time here or going out to dig up the mountains and look for minerals, it would be more reliable to go inside the ancient city and search for treasures. Even if you pay 30%, it's still better than being outside. Of course. There were also ancient realms that couldn't stand the aggravation and chose not to go in, hunting those condensed down realms searching for treasures outside. In this secret realm, it's your luck to be able to find treasures, and it's your fate if you can't keep them or even lose your life. Here it is. Whatever perverted thing would be done is not unusual. Soon, most of the people chose to compromise and then walked into the middle of the green brick ancient city. The green brick ancient city would drive everyone out on the last day, and if anyone wanted to stay hard inside and not leave, they would be directly obliterated by the rules of the secret realm after the ancient city closed. After everyone who was supposed to go in had gone in, the disciples of the nine heavens also walked in with an excited look on their faces. Looking at the empty plains, Suyu gazed into the jungle and said with a smile, "Sister, don't you guys want to go in?" The words fell. Four figures walked out from the jungle, and complexity was written all over the faces of the four people. Suyu. Su Qingying had just opened her mouth when she was ruthlessly interrupted by Suyu. Suyu seriously said, "Although you are sisters, you have seen my strength. However, since you and I are siblings, let's make a discount and accept the two of you as good." Su family's three sisters? Good. Sure enough, he still smells like the same familiar asshole. When you're a little strong, you're a fool. Chapter 066, This Punch. What shouldn't be dented is all dented. Su Muyao was so furious that she gritted her teeth, her pair of beautiful eyes almost spewing out fire as she stared at Suyu and gritted her teeth. "You brat, don't go too far, even as you want a pit. This kind of asshole who good people will want, just this brother? Ha! Might as well be dragged out and shot." Su Wanqing even said with a look of contempt, "An asshole is an asshole, can you expect him to change for the better? Hurry up and let us in." While others were afraid of Suyu, they wouldn't be afraid of it. Can't fight? Well, we'll have to fight to find out. Even if he was in the third level of the embodied god realm, so what? It's not like the four of them didn't have the power to fight. Chen Yunqi even clenched her pink fist. On her stunningly beautiful cheeks, there was a sardonic smile that didn't belong to her. So much nonsense, he'll be honest after a beating. I don't believe it, he can really turn against the sky. Clank. In the next second, Chen Yunqi drew her long sword and stabbed at Suyu as she droned out in a delicate voice, "Die for me. Dare to withdraw from my marriage and dare to humiliate me, wait for your death." The three of them, Su Muyao, saw that Chen Yunqi had already rushed up, and they didn't hesitate, lifting their swords to slash. Killing or not killing was left aside for now. However, Suyu should definitely not be allowed to continue to be arrogant like this. As his elder sister, it was necessary to teach him what it meant to behave in a low profile. Su Qingying struck out with a hand of time treasure art, controlling Suyu in place. After such a long time of cultivation, Su Qingying had already gained a preliminary control over the Supreme Bone's ability. Although she could not directly backtrack time or accelerate time to make her enemy die of old age, she could still control her enemy, so that the enemy could only repeat their actions for a period of time. Divine Phoenix True Intent. Insight. Folding Sky Sword Technique. After Su Qingying controlled Suyu, Chen Yunqi, Su Muyao and Su Wanqing struck out in silent agreement. The full force outburst of the three of them made it difficult for even a high level of the immanent god realm to resist. After all, not everyone has supreme bones and heavy pupils, let alone the reincarnated body of a female immortal. In the face of the three people's attack, Suyu only smiled faintly, and then he, who was still in the fusion state of the heavenly emperor deity, directly broke free from his bonds with a huge force. The sun and the moon are in the same mistake. The sun and moon rose in an instant, and the magnetic field of the sky and earth were all misaligned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu directly interrupted Su Qingying's time repetition. A long jump behind him. After lengthening a certain distance, Suyu's throat knots rolled, and then opened his mouth, and a heart-shattering roar erupted from his mouth. Tai-yin Whistling Moon. Roar. For martial arts like this that use Ding Shi as the dominant position, Suyu would run with the Corpse Immortal hijacking heavenly technique. With a wisp of Corpse Immortal Chi's supreme yin power, there were few yin powers in the world that could be stronger than him. A circle of sound waves spread out, causing the four to furrow their brows. Although this kind of sound wave didn't have any effect on the physical body, it had a non-trivial damage to the divine soul. Even the attack had a momentary pause. It was this momentary effort that Suyu's body abruptly disappeared in place. The naked eye could not even detect his location, only the sonic boom sound generated by breaking through several times the speed of sound, as well as the sonic boom cloud could distinguish where he had passed through. Foolish Ani-san, times have changed, you can't beat me now. You can't beat me now. Suyu grinned a pervert-like smile at the corner of his mouth, grabbed Su Muyao's foot and heavily smashed it into the distance. Su Wanqing was just about to dodge when she saw the scene after stabilizing her soul, when she was grabbed by Suyu in reverse. Rumble. The two sisters were mercilessly flung out by him, their bodies smashing into the distance, knocking down tree after tree. The destruction created was like using thousands of tons of explosives to blow up a mountain. Even the ground was smashed to the point where a large chunk of it was raised. Take that. As a result of his teammate being sent flying, Chen Yunqi did not have any desire to help. The only way to save them more effectively was to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the enemy. She must not bury her own life because of half-hearted indecision. Chen Yunqi successfully stabbed out with a sword that was not an ordinary martial art, but a Saint Realm martial art, the folding sky sword technique. A single sword could cause the heavens to break and fracture. The ultimate swordsmanship of using softness to overcome hardness. If one wanted to catch the sword, it was impossible to try to use brute force to catch it hard, as this would only exacerbate the damage that the folding sky sword technique would do to oneself. Unless you explode with a force that breaks the upper limit of what Chen Yunqi can withstand. This sword caused Suyu to have a slightly serious look on his face. He was strong, yes, but not so strong as to be excessively outrageous, let alone someone of Chen Yunqi's status. Although he was confident, he could not really ignore the other party. If he was truly confident, he wouldn't have begun the fight by fusing the heavenly emperor deity shadow. One must know that Chen Yunqi had not yet fused the deity void. The moment Suyu's hand shook and the Deluo blade seed fell into his hand, there was a qualitative change in Suyu's aura. Previously, it was only majestic, but at this moment, there were 3 more points of sharpness and edge. Yin Yang heaven breaking. Suyu shouted in a stern voice. With a slash, the 2 supreme spiritual forces of Tai Yin and Sun entwined together. The 2 diametrically opposite forces were perfectly fused at this moment, erupting with a might that even caused the spiritual forces that filled the surroundings to retreat. Tai Yin Sun, the 2 are opposite. If they can be united, it will be chaos. Legend. The 2 forces, Tai Yin and the Sun, are born entangled with each other, and are usually only born in a dragon and phoenix fetus. If someone with a different bloodline awakens the Tai Yin and the Sun, then the 2 people are born as a pair of beauties. The heirs born from them would not inherit a single physique, but would have a chance to become the legendary chaotic body. The 2, one rigid and the other soft, stacked together, were far greater than the strength of a single attribute. Of course, wanting to cultivate both strengths until they were balanced was difficult to do. Suyu was able to utilize this sword technique. Apart from the Yin immortal chi brought about by the corpse immortal hijacking heaven, the biggest factor was that the martial arts rewarded by the system all came with their own minor achievements. Otherwise, Suyu would have never been able to execute this blade. Without having crossed the 2 realms of Jie Yin and Jie Yang, he was not yet able to explode the power of this slash. Boom! The Yin Yang blade chi chopped the folding sky sword chi, and the 2 were equal in power, nearly cancelling out. Seeing that his sword attack was easily broken by Suyu, a trace of surprise flashed in Chen Yunqi's eyes. But the current situation did not allow her to be half distracted. It was also this effort that Suyu, the man of Mordor's feelings, eyes lit up at that time. Good chance. Boom! Nearly 4 meters tall and flexible beyond words, with a flash Suyu arrived in front of Chen Yunqi. Seeing Suyu appear in front of him, Chen Yunqi's face changed. Just as he was about to draw back, he was attacked by Suyu with a big smile. Careful eyes, today I'll use my sandbag-sized fist to pound your heart. Bang! In the next second, a scene that caused the 3 Su Qingying sisters to be frozen and petrified appeared. Suyu rushed in front of Chen Yunqi at an extremely fast speed, and after that huge fist smashed down, it was like a super truck installed with a rocket engine, ramming into Chen Yunqi's chest at an extremely fast speed. Bang! A punch. It's all dented where it shouldn't be. Chapter 067, Suyu, I seem to be a man of dove emoget feelings. This punch, Suyu did not have half a reservation, even because of the excitement of meeting a comparable opponent. The power has exploded into 10%. When it smashed on Chen Yunqi's body, although the first touch felt a little strange. But after that, it was soothing. Because it was all smashed flat. Rumble. 1 punch to dry overall. Chen Yunqi's figure looked like a cannonball being fired out of a cannon chamber, so fast that it was simply invisible to the normal human eye. This speed even broke through 3 times the speed of sound. 1 punch KO. Suyu stood in place, his tone was unprecedentedly soothing as he laughed. Come on, keep fighting. Don't stop. Sure enough, that's what it had to feel like to be good. If he couldn't suppress these little ES, he would have to be suppressed by them himself. Strength enhancement really can't slack off. However, his words were not half-echoed, as the 3 sisters, Su Qingying, were all in a hurry to run over to Chen Yunqi's side. Yunqi, how are you doing? Is it all right? Damn bastard, burn the potential to fight him, kill him, and forget it. The 3 spoke with anxiety between their tones. During these 3 years, they and Chen Yunqi had practiced together in the Holy Land and had shared so many common topics that the 4 of them were on the verge of becoming good sisters. Right now, seeing their good sisters being beaten up like this, the anger in their hearts was naturally imaginable. In the deep pit, Chen Yunqi's weak voice came out. Cough. Fortunately, it's not going to die so far. Chen Yunqi climbed out of the deep pit, his originally neatly combed hair, at this moment, was like a lion that had exploded, messy. Seeing that she was not in any serious trouble, the 3 women were relieved. However, When Chen Yunqi came out of the pit and stood in front of them, the three of them were simultaneously petrified and frozen. Seeing the trio's frozen gazes, Chen Yunqi couldn't help but feel a bit strange. What's wrong with you guys? What are you looking at? Su Muyao opened her mouth and pointed at Chen Yunqi. Yunqi, your body. Hiss. Su Yu, this damn bastard, actually dared to fight off. Chen Yunqi rolled her eyes towards Su Muyao, then said, what about my body? I admit that his power is strong, but my physical body is equally not weak. How can I say that I am also an immortal? Saying that, Chen Yunqi glanced downwards, and in the next second, a sharp and ear-piercing scream resounded. Ah! My body! Chen Yunqi went crazy when he saw the state of his body today. The original concave and convex body was like a plane at this moment, flat and unmistakable. Can see the feet. Chen Yunqi closed her eyes and screamed, my body, how I'm flat. Aha! ING asshole. I'm going to kill you ah. After the collapse, Chen Yunqi's pair of phoenix eyes were written with murderous intent. If his eyes could kill, Su Yu was afraid that he would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Oozing. Chen Yunqi raised her sword and was about to rush up to fight Su Yu, however, she was stopped by Su Qingying and the girls. Yunqi, don't be impulsive, you can't fight now. Let's not play with this kind of six family bastard, let's pretend we don't have this brother in the future, let's go. After saying that, the several people all went to look at Su Yu with a disappointed look. This kind of asshole. Sure enough, you just can't hold out a shred of hope for him, and his previous show of weakness for a while seems to have been all a lie. If he was given the chance, he wouldn't have hesitated to pit them, his sisters, against each other to the end. Even if he was a bit stronger, today wouldn't be this situation. It might have been about taking bones, digging out pupils, and drawing blood. At the thought of this possibility, the three of them were instantly chilled all over. Was this cold-blooded creature really their own brother? They were now wondering if this brother of theirs had been taken over. When Chen Yunqi heard this, she also stopped struggling and calmly nodded her head. Good. Let's go. Although it was a bit flat, it could be recovered well with a day of cultivation. What was more crucial now was that none of them had been able to fully control their power yet, and they were not yet able to be compared to this freak, Su Yu. To truly manage to crush Su Yu, it was impossible without the Dharma phase realm, or even the hijacking in realm. They were still too weak. The several people glanced at the green brick ancient city behind Su Yu unwillingly, although it contained the opportunities they wanted, but wanting them to accept Su Yu's exploitation, that would never be possible. Rather not. The big deal is that it will take a little longer to find other alternatives. If he couldn't find one, then it would be fine to go get the scroll of deity portraits from the Tianqian Holy Land to contain the gods. At best, it can be corrected back at a later stage. There are many ways to do it, it's just a bit of a pain in the ass. A few people turned around and left without half a second's hesitation. Not far away, Su Yu, who was still in a state of excitement, was also startled by this look from a few people, that unfamiliar look that made him shiver. It seems like the play has collapsed. Su Yu said in his heart that it was not good. That punch just now seemed to have gone too far, causing several sisters as well as Chen Yunqi to develop an incomparably strong resentment towards himself. If this went too far, how could the latter few people who were desperately trying to cultivate not to come into contact with themselves? Is it possible that we really have to follow the path of killing sister to prove the way and killing wife to prove the way? Although Chen Yunqi was only a fiancée. Let's just ask you if it comes with the word wife. No way. Su Yu winced, it is not certain who will kill who, and being strong in the early stages does not mean that you can be strong all the time. When it really reaches the sage realm or the great emperor realm, Chen Yunqi, a reincarnated female immortal, could use far more means than she herself, an earth cannon. When the time came, he would definitely only have a chance to die. Thinking of this, Su Yu no longer hesitated, instantly moved. This time the speed was even faster, even vaguely had the tendency to exceed 4 times the speed of sound. Deafening roars exploded, a layer of airwave circles continuously surfaced. Wherever they passed, no matter how thick the trees were, they were all shattered and collapsed by the power of the sonic boom. At the same time, this sound was also captured by Chen Yunqi and the girls. When they heard the popping sound that was getting closer and closer, the eyes of a few people were colored with an extreme anger that could not be endured. Enough! So you don't bully people too much. Before the several people could finish their words, they felt a pair of giant hands lifting them up. Then they felt a heavenly rotation. Go you! After Su Yu grabbed a few people, he lifted them up with force, then threw them out with force in the direction of the old brick city. 4 women? Before they could react, the 4 were thrown into the green brick ancient city and disappeared. Only after doing all this did Su Yu clap his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's time to bully the bullies, but it's not okay to be emotionally attached to me. Emotionally attached, I'm enough for one person. In the next moment, Su Yu similarly sped towards the gates of the green brick ancient city. The premise of maximizing benefits was, you have to collect the maximum benefit yourself before you can do that. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve, lords and lassies, happy family, happy to welcome the new year. Chapter 068 3000 Steps Like a Heavenly Gap, the dividing line between genius and mediocrity. After entering the green brick ancient city, Suyu's goal was clear, going straight to the highest building of the ancient city and running wildly. A quasi-emperor had gone to great lengths to construct a small world for himself to use as a graveyard, as well as building it so lavishly and burying so many treasures. Suyu did not believe that a man standing at the apex would be this kind. A peak paramount emperor who had no children or family, would he be kind to the cultivators of the world? Definitely not. He was bound to have a deeper plan in mind when he built this secret mausoleum for himself. If he was hiding a treasure or looking for a successor, he would definitely place his most precious things in his coffin and tomb. The place that was most qualified to be used as a mausoleum was clearly the Golden God's Hall that was out of place with the other buildings in the green brick ancient city. That Golden God temple that stood at the highest point. Stepping into the green brick ancient city, Suyu was able to see people coming in and out of every building. These were the figures of the group of cultivators who came in to search for treasures. The Golden Divine Hall was so conspicuous that they could naturally see it, however, they did not choose to go to the Golden Divine Hall to search for treasures. The reason was simple. They can't grasp it. Not to mention the fact that they couldn't compete with that group of even more powerful heavenly pride, the dangers in the Golden God's Hall alone were not something they could deal with. If this secret realm was truly a blessed land with treasures everywhere, then the people that the major powers and holy lands had arranged to enter here wouldn't have been so few. Although there were many opportunities in the secret realm, the same people will die. And the probability of falling is still high. Thousands of people came in, and after the secret realm closed, the number of people who died in the various traps and demonic beasts in the secret realm, as well as those who were killed by the organs and stabbed to death by their own people while exploring the treasures, was at least 2,000 towards the top. The secret realm opened so long, the most deaths, is almost wiped out, that time tens of thousands of people in the team, dead only left more than 1,000 people out. So, nowadays, most of these people will only look for the treasures they need within the limits of what they can afford. Suyu ignored this group of treasure-seeking rats, his goal was clear, pointing directly at the Golden God Temple. As for this group's treasure, anyway, the day before the secret realm closes, they'll all be teleported outside the old city of green bricks, and then 30% of the proceeds will be theirs. As for offending people? Nice guy. I'm all villainous, I dare to offend the Golden Destiny Son of Heaven, what do these treasure-hunting rats not dare to offend? As long as I can stay strong, no one in the world will be able to disobey my will. Crossing over the crowds and streets, Suyu arrived at the foot of the Golden God Temple. Looking up, on the thousands of steps, the gate of the Golden God Temple stood out. On the steps, the figures of many cultivators were climbing with difficulty. Retracting his gaze, Suyu took a step to step onto a grid of steps, then he noticed the difference of the steps. The moment he stepped onto the steps, he felt that there seemed to be a gravity on his body that was so subtle that it was undetectable pressing down. However, this pressure was very weak to him and could be completely ignored. A test? It looks like it's a test program set up with the strength of the physical body versus the divine soul. If one's physical body and divine soul were not up to par, they would be crushed on the spot, or their divine soul would be crushed on the spot if they forcefully stepped on it. Strong people weren't philanthropists, they were able to reach the top by stepping on other people's bones. If the test didn't kill people, then the original purpose of setting it up would be meaningless. Thoughts retracted, the corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. It's only good to have a test that will kill people, so that it won't make me drop my guard against anything. Suyu walked upwards step by step, walking idly, making it impossible to see that half of him was going through a test. 1 hour. Suyu had already walked through more than 1,000 frames of steps. With 3,399 steps, Suyu had already walked through 1/3 of them. Those imminent god realm who stated 1,000 steps saw Suyu walking up step after step as if he was strolling through his backyard, and the whole person was not well at that moment. Marred, people are more angry than people. We've climbed so hard for so long that we can't even climb 1,000 frames, but he's good, he's just like taking a walk. Is his physical body and divine soul strength this outrageous? What do you think? If he's not outrageous, how can he block us all by himself? Damn, I don't want to climb anymore. If I keep climbing like this, I'm afraid I'll have to die. Are you going to go down like this? Don't forget, if you quit in the middle, you'll have 1/3 of your cultivation cut off. It's better than climbing to 2/3 of the distance and then quitting, right? At that time, it's not just cultivation that will be cut. The test wanted to quit naturally. There are penalties for quitting wherever you climb. 1/3 of the distance, cut off the corresponding cultivation. 2/3 of the distance, that is directly together with the soul, a piece of 2/3 of the grinding, can survive, but also will regress to the innate realm of cultivation, and even intelligence are affected. There was once an outside pride extremely confident, hard to 2/3, the back cannot hold out to exit, but directly be ground into a half-demented state. When some people saw how easy Suyu was, their mentality naturally collapsed a little, and then they chose to quit. Even if 1/3 of their cultivation was worn out, it was better than holding on until death. 1/3 of their cultivation, at most, would make them regress to the peak of the first level of the embodied god realm, which was not unacceptable. The conversations of these people fell on Suyu's deaf ears. His line of sight was always fixed on the golden god temple at the very top. As he rapidly approached the top, the pressure against his physical body and divine soul intensified. When he crossed 2-3 of the steps, the pressure also spiked, and if he were to place an ordinary third level of the embodied god realm in the position he was currently in, the pressure from the steps would squeeze him into a pile of mush in an instant. The brown marks on the steps were the best proof. Here, there was a man who didn't know how to die who forced his way across 2-3 of the steps to the last part, but it was this forced step that left him here completely. Actually, every third level of the embodied god realm that was able to walk here could be considered a heavenly pride. At the very least, they would be able to easily crush a standard impregnating spirit exalt of the same realm, or even have a fight with an impregnating spirit realm 4th level powerhouse. But in the end, they still died at this distance. This distance was like a heavenly moat that completely distinguished geniuses from mediocre talents. Just like Suyu at this moment. When he took a step across this one-frame step that was like a dividing line of destiny and steadily stopped there, the expressions on the faces of those heavenly prides that had been stationed in the 2-3 area for a long time were also very wonderful and complicated. However, Suyu, did not have the heart to guess what was in their hearts. He continued to move forward steadily, as if he could not feel half the pressure. His forward speed did not weaken by half. At this point, there were very few people left walking in front of him. Only a handful of dozens of people were able to cross into the final part, and of these people, every single one of them had orange and above destinies, with only a portion of them having red destinies. But does it matter? All the heavenly prides will be reduced to stepping stones for themselves. Ta-da! 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 Suyu walked quickly in the direction of the finish line, continuously overtaking those heavenly prides who were advancing with increasing difficulty. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Suyu finally stepped over the last step when the third hour was about to end. A thick and clear bell sound seemed to have crossed countless times and rang out at this moment. Clang! Chapter 069 Near Immortal Talent. Little fellow, are you interested in carrying this emperor's karma and legacy? A thick bell sounded, as if it had traveled across the distance of countless years to the present, and the sound of the bell rang out, spreading throughout the entire secret realm. Even those who were digging for extremely high-quality spirit stones underground heard the extremely penetrating bell sound. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the Golden God Temple. The next second, a grand voice without any emotion rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Unparalleled natural talent, immortal qualification. Breaking the record for the fastest time to the top, each frame of the steps is a test about limits. 3,399 frames, if you can reach the top, you will have the qualification of an emperor. Ascending to the top in a state where Suyu had not yet exploded with his full strength, he had completely broken the upper limit of the emperor grade qualification. Countless people were in a frozen state, each and every one of them had their mouths wide open in shock. Immortal capital. This legendary qualification had actually appeared? Isn't this the end of the world? Why would someone with this kind of qualification choose to appear at this point in time? Shouldn't he have been forcibly sealed into the divine source by the clan's ancestors, waiting for the coming of the Golden Age to come out again? If he appeared now, wouldn't he be afraid of wasting his qualifications? Countless people racked their brains and couldn't figure out why such a top-tier qualification would appear in this era. A great emperor's qualifications could even make a holy land go crazy. Not to mention a human immortal's talent. Could it be that the Golden Age is coming early, and that the end times will end in the near future? Doesn't that mean that with qualifications like ours, we can also become saints? Is a new round of reshuffling regarding the powers about to begin? Countless people were talking, all speculating on the various outcomes. In response, Suyu did not have any desire to find out. Rumble. Suyu pushed open the thick golden door with a loud bang, and as he stepped into the golden divine hall, the first thing Suyu's eyes did was to look ahead. In the very center of the hall, a high platform was erected. On the high platform, a coffin stood quietly. All around the coffin, space seemed to become distorted, as if there was a great existence in it that even space could not withstand. A powerful being who once stood at the peak, looking down on the world from the apex. Even though he has been dead for countless years, he still manages to make heaven and earth stand in awe. Is it space that can't withstand the might of his physical body after his fall? Suyu's eyes were fiery as he stared at the coffin and muttered. Is this the terror of a peak powerhouse? Even if they die, it's not something that heaven and earth can bury. Yin and Yang, two realms, cultivate Yin and Yang, two chi, fusion of Yin and Yang, that is, the celestial man. Celestial man has a physical body, power, soul, origin, destiny of the 5 declines, to cross the decline of the physical body of the newborn, remodeling of the body of the innate. When all the 5 failures have passed, one is in the realm of the quasi-saint. Anyone who passes through the 5 failures of the newborn, after death, the flesh can be 1,000 years of non-corrosion, jade bone 10,000 years cannot wear out the like characteristics. At the same time, the fairy through the 5 decline of the strong, life will be unlimited pull-up, quasi-saint life of 2000 years, powerful and unparalleled. Under the saint realm, the maximum lifespan was only 1000 years. Even for Dharma phantoms, the lifespan was only 600 years. The embodied god was even only 500. Under the holy realm, all are ants. The saying is not as simple as saying it, but it is really true. Their lifespan is too short, and even if they are stunning, if they can't become saints, they will only be fleeting fireworks, and will not be able to leave any ink in the long river of history. Just like him, even if he is strong, he is still just a youngster with incomparable talent. If you really want to enter the eyes of great powers, without the Dharma phase realm, you are just a youngster with amazing talent, and you can be crushed to death at any time. Don't look at how eager and full of goodwill Jiao Shao is treating him now. Even the old ancestor had to indicate that the broken divine source had come out to teach him. But it's been so long, where's the old ancestor? The recovery of the broken divine source was but a few days' work, and the reason why he didn't come out was because he was waiting for him to break through the Dharma phase realm and show that he truly possessed the potential to ask for the holy realm before he would run out. Suyu was very clear about his bottom card, which was to maintain this perverted breakthrough speed in exchange for the strongest support. Otherwise, if you really want to step out into the outside world, you could be crushed to death at any time. Even some slightly powerful dynastic forces would have the chance to hunt themselves down. One's self was too weak. If one day, I can make it this far, no matter who, no matter what power, will not dare to be reckless in front of myself, right? Suyu had a strong expectation and envy under his eyes. It was also because he was clear about the cruelty of immortal cultivation that he was this fearless. As long as he could come up with the appropriate conditions, then, even if he offended the world, there would be people who would dare to cover for him. Suyu would not be emotionally attached to anyone or any power because everyone was using each other. Even the 9 heavens were just pinning certain hopes on themselves. As for the Su family, Suyu knew very well that even if he was ordinary for the rest of his life, the Su family would keep him safe. That cheap old man's mind was too easy to see through, he just wanted him to live well. The Su family he has feelings for, but the 9 heavens. Sorry, everyone is just using each other. There's no need to talk about feelings. I really want to keep getting stronger. Suyu secretly clenched his fists and sighed inwardly. He did not want to live this kind of life, but he was powerless. Because he's weak. Weakness is both an original sin. Putting such thoughts away, Suyu surveyed the golden hall, which was just as luxurious inside. Even Suyu saw a human statue carved out of an extremely high-quality divine source here. Handsome and full of majesty, the faint imperial might, even after countless years, still lingered on the portrait. If a regular person were to stand here and look directly at the statue, they would be afraid that they would not be able to resist kneeling down. In addition to the extreme divine origin statue, in the Grand Hall, all kinds of rare medicinal herbs were also well preserved, and the medicinal properties were even half preserved after the past countless years. Even holy medicines could be found here by the dozens. Dog Dado. Suyu could not help but curse. The pinnacle was worthy of being the pinnacle. The resources that were casually laid out were all existences that could make a saint's eyes red. Scanning around, Suyu did not find any very useful information either. Finally, it was time to put his eyes back on the coffin. There was nothing here that he wanted, so the biggest possibility was that things had been brought into the coffin in the form of burials. Thinking of this, without hesitation, Suyu took a step in the direction of the coffin. The closer he got to the location of the coffin, the emperor's might and sense of oppression that Suyu endured became a few points heavier. This pressure was several times stronger than when climbing the steps. The outside world was only screening those who were qualified to enter this place, while here, it was considered the true test. Suppress me. When he was less than 1 meter away from the coffin, Suyu had already been forced to use his entire body to resist the erosion of the pressure, his veins bulging, his expression grim, and the knot in his throat rolling. Suyu roared in a low voice, a mere dead corpse remnant. Also want to make me kneel? Dream on. Rumble. Suyu's prison body was fully open, resisting the pressure with all his might as he stepped out of this final step of distance. Ka! When Suyu took this step, the high platform shattered with a loud bang and the coffin fell with it. Immediately afterward, a voice filled with pale power came out from the coffin. The talent of an eerie mortal is marvelous. Little fellow, are you interested in carrying the karma and legacy of this emperor? P.S. The first day of the new year, Happy New Year Lords, a new year, open a new chapter. I wish you all a big fortune, career success, academic progress, wishing for success in addition to the opening of the new year burst of activities, urging more broken 2,500 plus more and more. The gift value breaks 40 plus more and more. I'm not going to be able to do that. Chapter 070 Little guy, now you want to worship me as a teacher? The words fell, only to see that in the ruins of the collapsed and shattered high platform, on the coffin created by the star-ancient tree, a wisp of clear light surged forth, and immediately, an illusory silhouette slowly coalesced and took shape. It was the image of a pale old man with a somewhat stooped back. The old man opened his eyes, stared at Suyu and gazed for a long time, then revealed an amiable smile. Little fellow, I observe that you have extraordinary talent, you have the posture of a great emperor. Come, accept this emperor's inheritance, become this emperor's only disciple, inherit the name of the Do Tian quasi-emperor, and stir up the storm in Xian heaven. The old man opened his hands as if he was welcoming Suyu. When Suyu, who was in front of him, heard the word Do Tian, his complexion changed slightly, seemingly with a touch of surprise. It was because he had heard of the name of the Do Tian paragon emperor. A peak quasi-emperor tens of thousands of years ago. At the beginning of the End era, the aura was so weak that even the quasi-saints couldn't freely enter and exit. However, it was as if the Do Tian quasi-emperor had opened up and began to constantly reverse the trend of non-sacred land disciples, always walking in the outside world or stumbling into certain secret realms to break through the high realms. Then, he was also not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth in general, constantly breaking through in the end times. It only took 1,000 years to achieve quasi-emperor. Peak-level quasi-emperors, and extremely powerful in battle, even at one point pressing down on the various Holy Lands. If it wasn't for living in the most powerful early stage of the End era, he might have been able to have a chance to witness the Tao with power. It's a legend-level character, and qualified to have his existence recorded in the history books of the great holy places. But it was such a powerful peak quasi-emperor that had fallen. The Do Tian quasi-emperor's silhouette watched Suyu fall into deep thought, and at that moment, he also said in a gentle manner, Little fellow, I was a peerless quasi-emperor who had crossed the universe 70,000 years ago, and in that era, whether it was the top Holy Lands or the divine race or the 10,000 races, they were all suppressed by me to the extent that they could not catch their breath. Worship me as your master, and receive my method of fighting the heavens, and you can be certified as invincible. Your natural talent is unrivaled, and with my fighting heaven's law, you will surely be able to certify as a great emperor and suppress everything in this end era. Although there was an intention to induce, it was right for him to say so. The method of fighting the heavens was invincible back then. Even a peak paramount emperor ancestor of the Golden Crow clan would have trouble holding up in front of him for more than 100 moves before he would have to fall. There was naturally a claim for his emperor name being called Do Tian. According to rumors, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian had mastered a volume of heavenly secret techniques, the Do character secret of the first heavenly father, which was claimed to be the limit of the world, and had unparalleled attacks. The Do Z secret was able to evolve everything in the world, all the battle techniques and divine arts that one had ever seen. Even the battle spell divine arts of the great emperor realm could be simulated and evolved. It was so strong that it could be called perverse. It was most suitable for strong people who possessed a perverted physical body physique, because by virtue of evolution, they were even able to defeat the strong with the weak. After the Do Tian paramount emperor said that, he sighed again and regretfully said, Little fellow, if it wasn't for the backstabbing I suffered back then, how would I have disappeared so quickly? Otherwise, I would have been able to fight even a great emperor. Speaking later, he regained that intense confidence. Seemingly recalling the past, the eyes of the heaven-fighting paragon fell into remembrance, and finally shook his head, lamenting, Nowadays, I just want to make sure that my heaven-fighting method doesn't break off like this. Of course, if there is an opportunity, it is also natural that I wish to cultivate an invincible person to step on the forbidden zone for me. Speaking later, the Do Tian quasi-emperor was a bit serious, and a flash of intense hatred flashed across his illusory eyes. It didn't look like an act. However, Suyu does not believe in what he said, as the saying goes, listen to people talk to believe 3 can, no matter who, retain all the factors of doubt, never blindly believe. Like this old fox said, even more cannot believe half. Suyu met his gaze, raised his head and said seriously, is this true? Seeing that he seemed to believe it, Do Tian quasi-emperor's silhouette smiled even more broadly, of course, otherwise, what else do you think I can do in such a state? I, Do Tian, am recognized as an honest person to come. Saying that, the old man's silhouette even thwarted his hands, as if he was looking forward to it. He waved his hand toward Suyu and said with some anticipation, Come, little fellow, let this emperor impart you the true method of the emperor realm. A quasi-emperor is also an emperor, let alone a man like me who is infinitely close to a great emperor. Good, what a good seedling. Looking at Suyu's life breath like a furnace, exuberant and extraordinary physique, the corners of Do Tian's mouth overflowed with saliva. It really smelled too good. Such young and very vital flesh is simply superb. At such a young age, it was rare to focus on the solidity of the foundation. So gluttonous. When Suyu heard this, he acted full of yearning and raised his steps forward, seeing that he was about to get closer and closer. The Do Tian quasi-emperor's voice also became urgent. That's right, good seedling, quickly come over, let master properly check your body. When he was still 3.14 meters away from the Do Tian quasi-emperor, Suyu suddenly stopped in his steps. Seeing this, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian could not help but say eagerly, Little fellow, what's wrong? Quickly come over, let master pass down the supreme law to you, so that the contemporary man who suppresses everything is you. Suyu stopped in place and did not move, the yearning and fascination in his eyes receded, his handsome face raised a smile and said, Senior. You're not acting like this at all. Look at you, your harangue is on the floor, how can I feel comfortable coming to you? It's not that Suyu doesn't want to continue acting with this boring old guy, but this old fellow's acting skills are really too bad off. His little thoughts were all written on his face. It's so heartless. I can't even act by myself. Hearing Suyu's words, Do Tian Quasi-Emperor's silhouette was like hitting the pause button, pausing for that moment. No, are my acting skills that bad? Quasi-Emperor Do Tian's face stiffened, his tone ghostly, and he sighed softly. He's already acting very well here, ah. In the past, when he had broken into those secret realms, the divine souls of those old ghosts would not have been so nice, and when they saw that he had passed the test and come in, they immediately rushed out to try to take over themselves. He had already promised so many benefits. But this little guy didn't take the bait? Suyu seriously said, it's not that it's poor, it's that it doesn't have eyes, it's not like acting at all. What he said was sincere. Do Tian Quasi-Emperor's acting was really. It's very bad, very bad. It's not like acting at all. These words caused the silhouette to fall into a depression, seeming to be a bit lost. But this loss was only a momentary thing. After leaving these emotions behind, the old man's aura instantly changed. The breath was as vast as the sea of stars, so brilliant that one could not look directly at it. The hunchback straightened up at this moment, and his appearance even transformed from old to middle-aged status. It was an exiled immortal-like man full of majesty and extraordinary handsomeness. With an upright body, a white robe, and long hair that moved slightly, he was dazzling to the extreme. The Do Tian Quasi-Emperor, who had restored his original appearance, had an arrogance in his eyes overlooking the world. Looking at Suyu, the corner of his lips raised a smile. Little fellow, then, now would you like to worship me as your teacher? Chapter 071 Obtaining the Inheritance, 70,000 years ago, stunning and unrivaled, Do Tian Quasi-Emperor. The peerless middle-aged man at this moment was the supreme peak existence that had shaken the universe 70,000 years ago, the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor. Only such a person had the grandeur to look down upon the world. Not the lewd little old man from before. The handsome middle-aged man with an incomparable temperament, emitting thick imperial might stood with his hands in the air, looking at Suyu and smiling. How is it? Your foundation can progress faster, and you can also continuously improve yourself without fear of the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth and the outside world. I will give everything I have. All to you. These words, he said from the bottom of his heart, and there was absolutely no hint of deception. He is the supreme being who fights the sky and dares to fight the sky. Taking over the body? Little Doyle. If he were in the golden age, he would have multiple means to resurrect himself and live a second life. Years of fighting alone had made him realize that he, alone, could never reverse the big picture. Those forbidden zones were even more terrifying than he had imagined. To pacify the forbidden zones, to step through the rules, to step through the blockades of the lineages, holy places, and sects, it was by no means something that could be done by one person, and he, for one, needed help. Suyu did not immediately agree upon hearing this, but asked, why did you choose me, what makes you believe in me? Quasi-Emperor Do Tian asked in return, one question. Would you kill your loved ones for the sake of success, and those who are genuinely good to you, would you, for the sake of achieving the great Tao, choose to cut them down? When Suyu heard this, he immediately said back, do you need to kill in order to achieve the great Tao? If it does, it's fine. If this great Tao doesn't work, I will find another method to prove the Tao. This question Suyu did not need to think at all and could answer with his heart. Kill people who are good to you? No. He couldn't do it, and even if his knife was as vicious as it could be, he wouldn't turn the tip of it on those who had been kind to him. That was his own last line. As for strangers, he could kill without hesitation. Being a villain is as principled as being a villain, not a devil who doesn't recognize his 6 relatives. What does it matter to me if the world is destroyed? I only need to protect them. A smile was raised on the face of Paragon Do Tian, smiling brightly. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After laughing out loud, the eyes of the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor narrowed, seemingly with great pleasure, as he said in a loud voice, look, you've already delivered the most perfect answer sheet. If your heart is like this, why do I need to calculate you in the slightest? This little guy was just like him. It was so endearing to himself, it was exactly like when he was young. So cute and innocent. But, this naivety was what he valued most. Your heart has satisfied me. I, Do Tian, have been childless all my life, and was born abandoned by the side of the road. It was an ordinary couple who picked me up and brought me home, so that I wouldn't freeze to death that winter. They treated me extremely well, the days were hard but happy, it's just a pity that they died of the plague when I was 6 years old. I, on the other hand, lived the life of a vagabond, begging around, being beaten and treated kindly. I don't complain about life, I don't complain about why my parents abandoned me, I only complain about people who are malicious to me, people with teeth who want to abduct me, people who are so malicious that even if I die, I will try my best to bite off a piece of flesh on them. Someone treats me with coarse bread, so that I have the breath to continue to live on, his goodness, I will spring up to repay. There are people from the government office who come to the door to bully their family, I will fight to the death to take away 2 people. Even if I am wanted by the dynasty afterward, I have no regrets. My whole life is based on my heart. I don't ask what is right or wrong. He is good to me, even if he is a devil. He is the one I want to protect. For the sake of my heart, I dare to fight with heaven." Without skipping a beat, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian simply stated the life he had led, and also explained why he had given his emperor's name as Do Tian. He could fight with the heavens for what he recognized. The top-tier holy lands and lineages, as well as forbidden zones, could all be considered heaven. After Suyu heard this, he did not have any thoughts. He just said with a straight face, "Accepting a disciple? Pass me your Do Zi secret." Originally, the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor, who was still feeling emotional, was choked by his sudden move. A moment later, he came back to his senses and said with a dumbfounded laugh, "You little fellow, you're not polite with me. The opening was to ask me for this. Ah, the secret of the fighting word. It's not just a cabbage on the street, it's everywhere." This was a heavenly sovereign secret technique from the mythical era, comparable to the immortal technique, the strongest secret technique in the Xian heaven realm. If you get one of the 9 secrets, you can become a king, open up a holy land, and set up your own dynasty and call yourself an emperor. Other people see, but also cannot wait to kneel down to dedicate their own everything, just for a glimpse of the 9 secrets, and in front of this little guy is good, open-mouthed to ask for their own. This made him cry and laugh a little. Suyu touched his nose, coughed, and pretended to be serious, being polite with you. Wouldn't that seem rusty? You're going to die anyway, if you don't pass it on to me. Do you still want to bring it down to hell to cause trouble? Upon hearing this, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian first froze, and then glared at him fiercely, saying in a bad humor, "You brat, you're really so vulgar. Who told you that I'm about to die? Old me is merely hiding here to repair my fleshly body, waiting for the golden great world to descend. The early stage of the end times. How can he possibly last until the end of the end times?" At that time, he had merely broken into the forbidden area to steal an immortality pill and a piece of immortal source, and then was beaten by the lord of the forbidden area to the point where his soul almost flew away. Fortunately, the rules of heaven and earth were the strongest at that time, making it impossible for the lord of the forbidden zone to chase him out. This allowed him to survive. The current him had only sealed his physical body with immortal origin, isolating the effects of time. Even this golden divine hall was actually built with the divine sources he had accumulated from scouring the northern domain back then, and even if the divine source grade wasn't considered good, it was still worth a lot of money. Just the value of this golden divine hall alone could, I'm afraid, buy the lives of 100 small holy lands. Just to maintain oneself from dying is such a luxury. As for dying, that's too soon. When the Golden Great Age descended and the influence of the Great Emperor's laws lost its effect, he would be able to break through the source until the coming of the heavenly destiny struggle, and he would be able to compete for the throne in the first place. Although his physical body was sealed with an immortal source, 70,000 years of light would still take away his vitality. The immortality pill was the backhand he had prepared. As long as the great world was approaching, he would be the first to break the source and come out of the world, and then immediately swallow the immortality pill and live the second life in reverse. A great emperor's exclusive thing, being spoiled by him, a peak of a quasi-imperial emperor, is really a mountain pig eating fine chaff. Saying that, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian waved his hand, not caring, and said, "That's fine, you passed my test. My method should have been passed on to you, so for the next 1 year, you'll be able to cultivate here without fear. My amount is a bit much. If I give it to you all at once, your mind will be bursting, so come back a few more times." When Suyu heard this, his eyes were filled with oddities. The amount? Much? All at once? What kind of oxymoron is that? However, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to his eccentricity, and floated himself outside the divine hall, then waved his hand. "Those who are unrelated just get the hell out of here." Buzz. In the next moment, the rules of the entire secret realm began to emerge, and one cultivator after another was transported out by the rules in an instant. Until everyone appeared in the plains, there was still a look of confusion on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get out? Everyone was in a daze. A moment later, in the crowd, a light and pleasant voice shouted out with a crash. My deity scrolls Chapter 072 Plundering Opportunities, Elder Qin's Small Minds. On the plains outside the secret realm, in the crowd that had been forcibly kicked out, the two sisters, Su Wanqing and Su Qingying, looked ahead at the empty and already closed secret realm, their hearts aching. Su Wanqing even screamed, My deity phase scroll it's that close Obviously, I was on the verge of touching the deity phase scroll just now, but as a result, I was teleported out with a blink of an eye. What's going on? Is it true that we can't have this kind of strong deity phase scroll? It wasn't just the two sisters, there were quite a few people around who were so heartbroken that they knelt on the ground and kept pounding the grass. Their hearts were dripping blood. A holy divine source the size of a human head block, and a holy medicine that already had the sense that it would flee, were all on the verge of being acquired by them. As a result, it turned out to be thrown out. This huge sense of falling out made their hearts ache to the point where they could barely breathe. Swish! Soon, the 3 sacred ground elders who had detected the commotion came here in an instant, and they were dumbfounded when they looked at the vast crowd. What's going on? It was clear that there were still 12 days left until the date of the closure of the secret realm. How come they're all out? The elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land came to one of the Nine Heavens disciples and asked in a deep voice, "What happened in the secret realm, and why were you guys kicked out?" The embodied God realm disciple was also at a loss and returned, "I don't know. I was still grabbing the sacred realm martial arts originally, and I just grabbed half of it before I was teleported out." Saying that, he also held up the 1/3 of the martial arts handbook in his hand, and when he saw that the martial arts handbook was destroyed, there was also an unconcealable look of heartache in his eyes. Egg. This is a holy realm martial art. And it's still the original, the kind that can be top printed and sold in countless copies. Even if he turned it into the Holy Land, he would still be able to obtain a considerable amount of resource rewards. Right now there was nothing. The greatest chance of all was destroyed just like that. After listening to this disciple's statement, the elder also had a heavy look on his face, and then hovered in mid-air and began to search for the Nine Heavens disciples. In the end, he found that none of the disciples were missing. Only Suyu was missing. Thinking of this, a bold guess suddenly surged in the elder's heart. Perhaps. This speculation caused the elders of the Identity Paragon realm to shiver. Outrageous. It can't really be this kid, can it? Let me ask you, have you ever traveled to the center of the secret realm, and have you seen your young master uncle inside? That disciple nodded vigorously and said, "I've seen it. The young master uncle thief pulls awesome. One person blocked everyone from entering the center of the secret realm, knocked everyone down, and finally honestly threatened, no, negotiated, wanting to enter the center of the secret realm, you have to honestly hand over 30% of the harvest. By the way, where's little master?" As soon as he finished speaking, the elder covered his mouth and then said, "Don't make any noise, hurry up and inform them to go back to the battleship." That's not something to say. If they found out that Suyu didn't come out, there might be a group of people who would want to do something bad. This disciple sniffed and reacted with hindsight, then nodded his head repeatedly, "Okay, Lu elder." Watching him run to notify other disciples, the elder was not idle, directly locating to a few pro-transmitters, secretly transmitting sound to call them back. For a while, the disciples of the Nine Heavens retreated in silence one by one from the still tumultuous group. When everyone returned to the warship, the elder immediately said, "All of you stay here for the rest of the day and are not allowed to go out, much less speak. I'm going to explore the fall, then we'll evacuate." This matter was a bit too big to reveal out half of the information, otherwise, they would have a headache in Nine Heavens. Yes, elder. Those who were able to enter the Holy Land were not cuties. Naturally, they also knew that the root cause for this mess to appear lay in their junior uncle Suyu. Perhaps this secret realm might turn into the private property of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. After settling the disciples, the elder didn't hesitate and directly flew out of the warship to the plains to find the other two paramount sage elders. "How is it, any clues?" The elder opened his mouth. The Tianqian Holy Land's elder wrinkled his brows and shook his head. "No, it seems that they were all teleported out in just an instant. However, I did learn that before the incident, a bell rang in the Golden Divine Hall, and the sound traveled through 10,000 miles. Strange." The paramount saint elder of the Violet Sacred Land muttered, then asked, "Old Sheen, what are you doing arranging all the disciples of your family's sacred land back on the battleship?" He looked around and realized that the disciples of the Nine Heavens had all left. The incident happened suddenly. Since the opening of the secret realm until now there has never been a situation like today. I don't dare to delay, much less risk the lives of my disciples. Elder Qin said with a straight face, "The creator of this secret realm is a peak paragon emperor at the very least. Who knows if any accidents will happen? If there are no clues, I can only return to the Holy Land first to resume my duties and wait for the Holy Lord to finalize this matter." Upon hearing this well-organized reply, the two elders nodded in approval and said, "You have a good point. Peak Paragon Emperor, even if he dies, the backhand he left behind is not something you and I, a small Paragon Saint, can resist." With that, the elders of the Tianqian and Ziwei Holy Lands also shouted out, "All Tianqian Ziwei disciples, all return to the battleships and stand by." Once the order was issued, the disciples of the two great Holy Lands didn't dare to delay any longer and began to return to their respective sex warships. After Su Wanqing and Su Qingying heard this order, they too could only suppress the color of disappointment in their eyes. It seems that the two of us sisters are not destined for these things. Let's go back and see if we can find a new deity phase scroll to outline the deity. We can't put it off any longer. The matter of outlining deities could not be delayed. Deities were the foundation of the next realm. They could not be too hasty or too late to break through. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the cultivation later on. Being stuck at the peak of the 9th level of condensed Dan was already extremely dangerous, and after being stuck for a long time, the growing spiritual energy would cause damage to their meridians. Alas, it can only be so. With disappointed faces, the two sisters followed the large group and left the crowd. When the people from the two Holy Lands had all withdrawn, the others also didn't dare to stay here in the plains anymore and withdrew out a certain distance. In the end, after the three great elders asked questions one by one in a fruitless attempt to find out the cause, the three of them could only harness their warships and leave. With the sudden closure of the secret realm, it was inevitable that they would have to go back and report to the Holy Lord, allowing the latter to make a decision. Soon, the secret realm area was cleared. No one dared to get too close because no one knew if the sudden closure of the secret realm would be due to an error in the secret realm's operating laws, thus causing the secret realm to self-destruct and destroy itself. The self-destruction of a huge secret realm could even flatten billions of miles of territory. After everyone left, the entrance to the secret realm also quietly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the chances of the Son of Heaven's destiny and obtaining a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully disrupting the Heavenly Fate's Sun's Tao and obtaining a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement of making countless enemies receive a reward. Chapter 073, Accepting the Inheritance. Attacking the Peerless Law, the secret of the fighting character. In the Golden God's Hall, system beeps rang out in Suyu's mind one after another. Ding! Reward settlement, reward obtained, villain value plus 79,000, dragon elephant mountain breaking fist, soul nourishing saliva, catch the mountain, and invoke the heavenly sowing corpse scripture. Dragon elephant collapsing mountain fist, a fleshly celestial martial art, a fist technique that erupts with a weak human body comparable to the might of a dragon elephant. Soul nourishing saliva, produced by ancient soul beasts, it can nourish the divine soul and repair damaged divine soul power, and is limited to use in the sage realm at the highest level. Catch the mountain, Big Dipper divine law, cultivation, can be waved to drive the mountains to make way, can make the 100,000 mountains shift, that is, the mountain of the gods, can also be whipped to drive, the ancient heavenly court enthronement of the mountain gods used by the law. Citation of heaven and earth sowing corpse scripture, citation of heaven and earth great power as a line, can sow the corpse of 10,000 races, can appear in the life of the might, sowing corpse heaven and earth, position, emperor product. Upon seeing the rewards given by the system, Suyu could not help but be shaken, and a look of shock gradually surfaced in his eyes. Imperial grade. Sowing corpses. It's finally coming together. Corpse immortal robbing heaven law, can rob the power of heaven and earth to sow corpse immortal, but nay, he does not have the method of sowing corpses. This time, it was finally put together. With the corpse sowing scripture, Suyu would be able to spend his efforts to steal the graves of powerful people, dig up their corpses, sew them up, and make them reappear as they were when they were alive. Even if they did not have the battle power they had in life, it would be good. At the very least, he could have countless more humongous dead soldiers that could do most things for him. This was something that any power, any clan, could only dream of. He has it. It didn't seem too difficult for one man to compare himself to a holy land. Although the corpse sowing scripture could only sow out corpses with a lower cultivation level than his own, but, as long as he continued to raise his cultivation level, as long as he had a sacred realm cultivation level, he would be able to sow out quasi-sacred corpses. One person, creating a holy land that would never lack a holy realm. Cool. At this moment, Suyu was in a great mood. Seeing that he had suddenly become happy, the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor's virtual shadow across from him could not help but lament, it is true that he is still a youngster. Even if one had previously acted so old-fashioned, when one sees that one is willing to do so much for him, one would still be moved. The little one is so easily satisfied. How surprised will you be when this emperor passes on all his skills to you later? Quasi-Emperor Do Tian couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. He loved seeing this kind of simple-minded little guy the most. The kind of guy who was all scheming and plotting, he didn't like. Even loathed. Therefore, a little guy like Suyu who had his heart all out in the open was his favorite, and if he had met this kind of person in his life, even if he had offended him, he would have smiled and laughed and would not have casually slapped him to death. Young people should be pure. Suyu exited the system space and came back to his senses, looking at Do Tian Quasi-Emperor giggling. He also could not help but mutter in the bottom of his heart. How come this Paragon Emperor doesn't look too smart? The Do Tian Quasi-Emperor was able to be killed at his peak, and it looked like he had been fooled into limping off to fight with a top-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, how could someone who stood at the peak of a Paragon Emperor die? Being slightly meticulous and running away if you can't beat him shouldn't cause him to die. Is he out of his mind? Noticing Suyu's gaze, the smile at the corner of Do Tian Quasi-Emperor's mouth converged, then pretending to be serious, with an appearance of a worldly superior, he said, "All right, clearing up the field. Right now it's just you and me. Little fellow, from today onwards, you will be my Do Tian's only disciple if you have my law. Carry the name of Do Tian on your back and make your way in this continent." Suyu heard this and curiously said, "Carry your name? Do you leave a Dao lineage in Xian Tian? Does it matter what you say? Will you be targeted by your enemies if you come out with Do Tian?" What a confident Paragon Emperor. But it seemed normal. After all, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian was a peak Quasi-Emperor, and all of them were already qualified to open a top-level Holy Land. It was reasonable to leave behind a Dao lineage. If that is the case, then it is fine to not stay in this 9 heavens. However, under Suyu's expectant gaze, the pride on the face of the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor stiffened. Cursing darkly, he then lightly coughed, cough cough, there is actually no need to carry my name out of the mountain so early to make waves. You'll be able to be unscrupulous when the golden great world is about to come. I have a lot of enemies out there. If you carry Do Tian on your back, I'm afraid that you'll have to be slapped out of just after you show your head out there. 70,000 years ago during the age of the end of laws, although he had no fear of being bound by the rules of heaven and earth, but resources were scarce. In order to break through to Quasi-Emperor, he had fought many holy places to grab resources. Some of those holy places might still be around today. Who knows how strong they would be today? After 70,000 years of rest and recuperation, if they didn't fall, with the influence of the Holy Land, it would be enough to bury several sacred realm ancestors. If this were to go out and make waves now, Suyu might have to be slapped to death. Suyu opened his mouth when he heard this, a bunch of curses brewing in his head, but in the face of a quasi-emperor, he still chose to swallow, and in the end, it all turned into a sigh. Forget it, you dead man better teach me my skills. As expected, this kind of quasi-empire that had been beaten to death just couldn't be trusted. Saying something is not as useful as farting. Although the Nine Heavens sacred ground also loves to draw cakes, they are the ones who actually give benefits. When Quasi-Emperor Do Tian heard this, he immediately twisted up a bit in anger and said with a grudging face, "What do you mean by dead people? This emperor is called strategizing to save his own skin. Wait until the golden great world comes, then you should know how gripping this seat is." Ha! Young man. In the future, you'll realize that I, Do Genius, am your biggest backer in this world. When I recover, it's useless for the people from the Forbidden Zone to come. Suyu nodded frequently and said perfunctorily, "Yes, yes, yes, don't say it, hurry up, I've also prepared a gift for you, it depends on whether you teach to give or not." Do Tian Quasi-Emperor said with a contemptuous face, "Gift? You little chicken still have a gift?" Saying that, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian also put away his joking mind and said with a serious and solemn expression, "Although you have not performed the ritual of paying homage to me, this emperor is considered half a dead man nowadays, so I won't engage in these falsehoods. You and remember, accept my law, from now on, you and I are master and disciple in name, do you have any comments?" At this moment, he did not have a joking mind, only majesty and imperial might filled the air. Suyu looked serious, stepped back 3 steps, bent down and arched his hand at the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor, his tone solemn and incomparable. "Teacher, no." Seeing him do so, Quasi-Emperor Do Tian nodded his head gently and said, "The child is teachable." The next moment, the shadow of the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor flickered and came close to Suyu, then, he reached out his hand towards Suyu's brow and gently pointed. In the next second, huge information surged into his mind like waves. Among them, Suyu also captured the key information. This method was obtained when I dug up the Heavenly Sovereign's tomb. Cultivating this method can simulate any means of attack, can quickly evolve others' fighting methods, and even, practicing it to the fullest can simulate the might of the extreme imperial warrior. It is one of the 9 secrets, known as the unrivaled attack. Do Z Secret. Chapter 074. Even if it breaks the sky, I can still hold up the dome of heaven for you. In addition to the Do word secret, this emperor also created a quasi-imperial realm martial arts plus several saint realm martial arts techniques, and there are several other yin and yang realm epiphanies, and today, all of them will be passed on to you. When the golden age comes, the name of Do Tian will be reflected in the heavens again. Boom! As the words fell, in Suyu's mind, the fighting character's secret bore the brunt of it and was the first to be reflected in Suyu's mind. At the same time, there was also a slight epiphany from the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor. This kind of level of enlightenment as well as a masterpiece transmission, whether it was placed in the outside world, or in the Holy Land, it could make the great sage realm, or even the strongest person who had just entered the Quasi-Emperor realm, red in the eyes. A peak Quasi-Emperor pouring out his teachings, it was unimaginable what heights the person he had his eye on would go to in the future. The peak of a Quasi-Emperor represented the absolute peak of an era. What's more, the absolute peak level of a Do Tian Quasi-Emperor was still at the most severe moment of the end times. In that era, not to mention quasi-emperors, even quasi-saints would find it difficult for anyone to break through. This was also one of the reasons why Quasi-Emperor Do Tian was able to go down in history as a quasi-emperor. It was because he was too outstanding. The things he did can be described as against all odds. Optimistic strength Yang realm martial arts, in order to refine the strength of both arms to perform the act of holding up the sky, although there is an exaggerated component, but when it comes to the grand completion of the optimistic strength, the strength of both arms will be enough to blow up any non-horizontal training cultivator in the same realm. In his mind, Suyu's divine soul villain was sitting in the center of the sea of consciousness, and in front of him, the divine soul of the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor was explaining the Gong method for him. A quasi-emperor level face-to-face transmission of merit, this kind of treatment, who would dare to imagine? In the Holy Land, other than the dusty great emperor's own son and young ancestors, it was completely impossible to have a quasi-emperor spare no effort in teaching and imparting. There was nothing to say about a quasi-emperor. Even a great Saint Realm Supreme Elder, or even a Saint Realm Elder, wouldn't have been able to teach this attentively. While the Do Tian Paragon was teaching martial arts techniques and secret arts, Suyu was meditating and cultivating. Here. He didn't have to worry about whether he would be spied on at all, and even if he made a big commotion, the Do Tian quasi-emperor would only be surprised and wouldn't think otherwise. He also didn't have to worry about the Do Tian quasi-emperor seizing himself. This was because the other party's physical body was in the coffin, being nourished with all sorts of great medicines, immortal sources, and even immortality medicines. The resources he had invested into the physical body were even those of an entire Holy Land. Like him, there was almost nothing left for him to look at other than his unrivaled natural talent, and it would be good for him to be considered shabby compared to the Do Heavenly Paragon Emperor. The Do Z secret is based on simulation. The main thing is that it can materialize simulation. Suyu put aside the other martial arts first and concentrated on the Do Z secret. Simulating all laws, this is very similar to the simulators in the previous life. Then in that case, simulating embodiment. Can people, too, be simulated? Suyu's mind stirred, seemingly feeling as if there was no problem with this speculation of his, because being able to simulate battle techniques and simulate the might of the extreme Dao Imperial armament, this was obviously because of the things that had already been exerted and appeared, and those that couldn't be simulated were the ones that hadn't appeared. Therefore, the true axiom of the Do Z secret should be time. Fishing for results from the records of the long river of time? No. Or maybe it's dissecting the nature of what has been seen so that it can be outlined in the rules of heaven and earth. So, Suyu realized that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding and was still a little bit away from truly comprehending the Do Z secret, but not much. Thinking about this, Suyu opened his eyes and returned from the sea of consciousness. After regaining control with his physical body, Suyu instantly executed the still somewhat stagnant Do Z secret. Recalling the details of the previous battle in his mind, he then targeted Lin Mo who had fought previously. Boom! In the next second, Suyu's eyes quickly swept through countless images, seemingly dissecting the essence of the battle method. Immediately after, Suyu dodged and exploded a punch with all his might. Ba Tian! Thud! Suyu blasted his fist on the pillars of the Golden God Temple, not to mention that it was only a Golden God Temple constructed by divine source, but after its reinforcement by formations, even if Suyu blasted it with all his might, he could not make the Golden God Temple shake half a bit. When his fist was about to hit the pillar, a transparent light screen rose up, absorbing the kinetic energy of his attack. Hitting a blow with all his might only caused the light curtain to ripple. A first-rate absolute fleshly body fist martial art, simulated successfully. Although the essence could not be simulated yet, it was already enough. That's right. In addition to fishing for embodiments in time, the foundation of the Do Z secret is that it allows me to quickly analyze and evolve the essence of battle techniques, so that I can use the spiritual energy of the Do Z secret to catalyze a specific meridian, and I can do so without having to go through the martial arts secret books to perform it. Suyu's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. That was the surprise of comprehending the Do Z secret. Even if it was only an initiation today. But it's enough. 9 secrets, really powerful and extraordinary. It can be called the method against the heavens. With my cultivation and enlightenment nowadays, there is not the slightest problem to evolve the first grade of the best martial arts, even triggering the pro word secret and then going to trigger the Do word secret. I can cross the border to evolve the martial arts of the Yin and Yang 2 realms. At this moment, Suyu had a clearer perception of his own strength. The pro character mystery gave him the power to cross into the divine forbidden realm to kill his enemies at a cross step, while the fighting character mystery gave him the ability to not be short of strong martial arts. Enough! While Suyu was still immersed in joy, a slightly surprised voice came from the Do Tian quasi-emperor in the distance. You brat, did you just perform a martial art with the Do Z secret? There was shape and might, but only no soul. The figure of quasi-emperor Do Tian drifted in, his illusory eyes holding surprise and no small amount of shock. This little fellow. Talent is a bit overpowered. How long has it been since he passed on the law? 4 months. In 4 months, he had comprehended the battle character secret, and was even able to perform the simulation, although it had triggered it multiple times before successfully triggering the battle character secret, but this was already an extremely perverted speed. How long did it take him? The Heaven's Sovereign secret technique that took 5 whole years to have an epiphany, so you learned it in 4 months. His talent is unrivaled. That's a true statement. As far as he knew, the person who had been initiated into the fighting character secret, and before that, the one who had been initiated the fastest was himself. Now this record had been scaled down by more than 10 times by Suyu. If this were to be spread out, it was feared that those divine races and even some of the lords of the forbidden areas would not be able to resist sending people out to take him away to go back and cultivate him. When Suyu heard this, he glanced at his personal attribute panel in his mind, and found that in the feats column, the fighting character secret had already been included. Before he nodded his head and responded, yes, triggered by the fighting character secret of other people's martial arts. Ha ha ha. Not bad, now I have more confidence in you. Seeing Suyu's acknowledgement, a bright and incomparable smile instantly grinned on the face of the Do Tian quasi-emperor. Before the arrival of the Golden Great World, Suyu's ascension to quasi-emperor was feared to be a nail in the coffin. He then threw out a storage ring and threw it in front of Suyu and said, "This is the resources I gathered in the secret realm while you were in cultivation, all of which I can't use anymore. I have calculated, with this thick foundation of yours, these resources are enough for you to use until the Saint Realm, or even Great Saint. Go on, it's time to go out, otherwise it will make people suspicious. If there is any trouble that cannot be solved, bring him here, and I will keep you safe." Suyu sniffed and said, "What about when the quasi-emperor comes? Below the 4th level, anyone who comes, is my secret realm's soil of sustenance." Quasi-emperor Do Tian returned in a domineering manner. Hearing these words, Suyu was greatly tranquilized inwardly, took the ring and gently nodded his head. "Good. Then I'm going out. Go." Quasi-emperor Do Tian waved his hand, then turned around and was about to float back into the coffin. However, as he turned around, Suyu was respectfully performing the standard disciple salute towards him. "Although I have not paid my respects to the teacher, but between you and I, there is also the reality of master and disciple. Disciple Suyu, meet the teacher." The words fell, Suyu decisively walked out of the Golden God Temple and disappeared. In the middle of the hall, that illusory figure seemed to have some fluctuations. His tone was helpless and somewhat gratified. "Still understand, kid, with this body of your invincible intent to make a mess, even if it pierces the sky, I, too, can hold up this dome of heaven for you." Swish. Chapter 075 Returning to the Nine Heavens, Departure, Measuring Heavenly Enthronement. In the middle of the forest 10,000 miles away from the secret plane, a white light flashed, and Suyu's figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the surrounding scenery and the thin spiritual chi present in the air, Suyu knew that he had already left the secret realm. The outside world is really barren. Suyu could not help but lament. Not to mention comparing it to a holy land, even comparing it to a family clan like the Su family that always mixes with first-rate and second-rate families, the spiritual chi content in the outside world appears to be very barren. Cultivators who were able to cultivate to the condensed Dan realm in such a harsh environment, if they were placed in normal times, every single one of them would be in existence that could ask for the embodied God, or even the Dharma phase. Let's go back to the Nine Heavens first to resume our orders. After being away for so long, if we don't go back to give an account, something will definitely happen on the Nine Heavens side. Suyu was very clear that joining the Holy Land seemed to be very good, being able to enjoy countless resource treatments. However, there were also extremely many restrictions. Just like this trip to the secret realm, he had directly harvested the most valuable thing. The Holy Land side would not say that they would make him hand it over, but at least there would be restrictive rules appearing for him. It would even prevent him from going out. Cheap teacher Do Tian Quasi-Emperor had thought of that for him even though he didn't look too smart for Yazi. So, when he left, he threw a Quasi-Emperor level technique and supporting martial arts in his storage ring. This was for Suyu to take back and deliver. As long as he handed this ring in, the attention he received would be much less. Meanwhile, he also buried a bit of a pit inside, that is, he threw out a mutilated copy of the secret manual of the fighting words, in order to make the old men of the Holy Land have no time to pay attention to Suyu. Even Suyu was able to receive rewards for submitting a merit law of this level. It's been a few months, it seems like all the major forces haven't given up on the secret realm yet. From time to time, sonic booms came from the sky above his head. These were the commotion caused by the powerful cultivators going to the secret realm. Retracting his gaze, Suyu did not go walking around. Instead, he directly took out a futon and sat down on his knees in the same spot, then took out the space scroll given by the Holy Land and crushed it with force. Ka! With the scroll crushed, a vortex coalesced and appeared in front of him. This was the teleportation scroll. Unlike the teleportation scrolls of a first-class family like the Su family that could lead directly to the constructed location, the space scrolls of the Holy Land required someone to be sent to guide them. This was also a mechanism to prevent seed-level disciples from accidentally falling outside. One day passed. Within the spatial vortex, several powerful auras emerged. Immediately afterward, two elders with cultivation at the quasi-saint realm appeared, and when they stepped out of the passageway and saw Suyu sitting in front of them, they were startled, then joy surged on their faces as they said, "Suyu, you came out?" Hearing the elder's voice, Suyu opened his eyes and then nodded his head. "Yes, elder, go back to the Holy Land first. With a supreme treasure on my body, I don't dare to walk around." Hearing these words, the two elders with quasi-saint cultivation couldn't help but have their breath stutter, then hurriedly responded, all right, quickly follow us back." Putting away the futon, Suyu followed the two elders and stepped into the spatial passage. During the teleportation process, the two did not dare to ask questions freely, and they were all curiously sizing up Suyu. After a day of teleportation, they arrived at the outer teleportation point of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, and the warships that had already been prepared for a long time also instantly set sail and fell into the large teleportation array after receiving Suyu. The Holy Land, hidden in the middle of the void in reality, wanting to go to the Holy Land, this was a necessary step. The only time the Holy Land would return to reality was when the Great World came. It would take a lot of time to travel to the Holy Land now. But this amount of time was nothing. After shuttling through the void for more than a whole month, the warship finally landed in the harbor of the Holy Land and came to a steady stop. As soon as Suyu stepped out of the warship, the Sacred Lord and the other 8 peak masters, as well as hundreds of elders, stood at the harbor waiting for Suyu. After seeing him walk out, before Suyu had the chance to salute, the Sacred Lord said with a serious face, "Go to the sect hall first." Immediately afterward, everyone flanked Suyu towards the sect hall. Watching this scene, many Nine Heavens disciples felt surprised. What's going on here? Is there a top-tier powerhouse coming to my Nine Heavens, actually making the Sacred Lord and several peak masters, as well as the elders, come out to greet them? Who knows, to have such a big battle, there must be a great person coming. Why, these have nothing to do with mortals like me. Go cultivate first. I'll go do a few sect quests. In the middle of the sect hall, hundreds of elders were seated below, while Suyu and the 8 peak masters were seated in the seats below the Sacred Lord. After everyone was seated, the Sacred Lord said with a serious face, "Junior brother, recount to us what happened to you in the secret realm and why this secret realm was suddenly closed." This was a big matter. It must not be handled sloppily. Suyu sniffed and drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then briefly told the story of what happened. Of course, the key places he concealed, and the information about the Do Tian quasi-emperor was not even mentioned. After he finished speaking, and regardless of whether they had finished digesting it or not, he took off the storage ring he was wearing on his hand and handed it over to the Confucian Saint Lord, solemnly saying, "This is the original technique I found when I accepted the inheritance in the secret realm. The quasi-emperor grade feats of the 7th level of the quasi-emperor and the accompanying 3 quasi-emperor grade martial arts, as well as having." Saying this, Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of obscurity, then he did not make a sound. Seeing this, the Sacred Lord's gaze condensed, then he grabbed the ring and his consciousness probed into the storage ring, and when he flipped through it and saw a remnant scripture, his pupils actually suddenly shrunk. Swish! The ring was put away and he had no more questions. The Confucian Saint Lord revealed a gentle smile at Suyu and said, "Junior brother, you have made a great achievement this time, feel free to say what rewards you want." Suyu sniffed and said without hesitation, "I wish to send 2 Saint Realm techniques and supporting martial arts to the Su family, plus resources that can cultivate Saint Realm powerhouses. A late-stage quasi-emperor's technique and martial arts, as well as a copy of the Dozi secret remnant scripture, plus a fist-sized piece of immortal origin." It was simply not too easy to exchange for this amount of resources he was talking about. When the Confucian Saint Lord heard this, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. "Okay, this won't be a problem." This was a reasonable request, and even lower. Moreover, Suyu's request was for the Su family, which allowed anyone to feel a little more at ease. After all, if there were good things that could be thought of for one's own family, how bad could it be? After arranging these things, the Confucian Saint Lord asked again, "Does Junior brother know when the secret realm will open again?" 100 years from now, Suyu said with certainty. Hearing this, the Confucian Sacred Lord sighed in relief. This time, 100 years, one could afford to wait. This secret realm could allow the Holy Land to save a lot of resource expenditure. If it was really shut down, it would be too much of a pity. It would naturally be the best if it could be reopened. After asking all the questions, the Confucian Sacred Lord looked at Suyu again, then smiled and said, "Since Junior brother has gotten the greatest opportunity, then I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make a breakthrough in the Holy Land, so why don't we just follow Ninth Elder to the newly appeared Sea Island for a walk?" Suyu froze at his words and said unexpectedly, "What Sea Island?" The Sacred Lord did not speak, but the Ninth Elder below opened his mouth to explain. "A month ago, a new land boundary appeared in the sea under my Nine Heavens jurisdiction, a huge sea island that is comparable to a continent. The Sacred Lord arranged for us to depart the day after tomorrow to travel to this newly appeared landmass to carry out the measure of heaven enshrinement." When the Ninth Elder finished speaking, the Confucian Holy Lord said smilingly, "Is Junior brother interested?" After Suyu heard this, his heart and blood were also a little excited. Measuring the heavens. Enshrinement? Seems exciting. Go! Chapter 076. Instead of leaving my fate in the hands of others, it would be better for me alone to decide. A day later, after the Sacred Lord and the 8 peak masters watched Suyu, the Ninth Elder and the others sail away from the Holy Land on a warship. The Sacred Lord's elegant face still had some remnants of a smile on it as he lightly said, "Senior brother and sister, let's go to the sacred courtyard, and see if this remnant of the fighting character mystery that Junior brother has sought out is true." The greatest chance of a quasi-emperor's secret realm was almost finished being dug up by Suyu. The quasi-emperor technique and the supporting martial arts, this was already something of great value. Not to mention, there was also a remnant of one of the most powerful 9 secrets in this world, and even if it was a remnant, the value of it was extraordinary. So, his thoughts about what other treasures Suyu had hidden privately were basically dispelled. Even if there was, these few things that Suyu turned in were enough to make everyone turn a blind eye. A heaven's pride could not afford to get angry. Unless has decided to give him up. However, they had already seen the hope of reuniting the immortal scriptures in Suyu, and it was even more impossible to give up on Suyu at the very least. There was no one who could be more suitable than Suyu at the moment. They would still increase their efforts to invest in Suyu as always. But before that, it was necessary to make his sense of belonging to the Holy Land a little stronger. The Red Sky Peak Master twisted his head and asked, Senior brother, when will the ancestor come out of seclusion to teach him, as you said? When others heard such a promise, they were naturally filled with anticipation. However, as high-ranking officials, how could they not know the twists and turns? The water inside can be very deep. Without absolute talent, who would waste one of their own family's bottom? That's impossible. A heavenly pride is only a heavenly pride after all, not a strong person. They were weak and could be pinched to death at any time. The Holy Lord held his hand, looking at the deep spatial vortex in front of him, and slowly said, digging out a great sage realm's Taishang elder to teach is a big price to pay, unless Junior Master can break through the Dharma phase realm and condense our most desirable Dharma phase body. Dharma phase, divine ability, one is indispensable, although enlightenment is already sufficient, this cannot be capitalized upon after all. In addition, according to the joint deduction of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's current Holy Lord and the Heavenly Chance Elder of the Heavenly Chance Tower, the effects of the last Great Age have already begun to fade, and within 100 years at the most, the Golden Great Age will be upon us. So, to dig up an ancestor, the most ideal state would be when Junior Master breaks through the Dharma phase, or when the Great World is about to come. We can't pin all of our hopes on Junior Master, we also need to prepare for the Emperor's son to emerge. Speaking here, there was a flash of obscurity in the Holy Lord's eyes. The Golden Great World. He, too, was in his prime, and with 100 years to go, perhaps he could also contend for the position of quasi-emperor. Let's go to the sacred courtyard and gather the elders to jointly deduce this crippled 9 mysteries. Holy Courtyard. It was the true Holy Land of the 9 heavens sacred land, and those who lived in the sacred courtyard were invariably the saints of the current era and the saints of the previous era, as well as those old great saints of the Jin zone. Yes. The 9 turned around and flew towards the depths of the Holy Land, and wherever they passed, their gazes were filled with awe. At this moment, it had just left the Holy Land and was on a warship that was traveling through the void. On the deck of the warship, Suyu looked at the void scene with a touch more determination under his eyes as well. No one is reliable. Then let yourself penetrate this firmament with a pair of iron fists. Crossing over so far, although everything has been smooth sailing, Suyu knows too well that there are countless others pressing down on his head. Dharma phase, hijacking yin, hijacking yang, celestial 5 failures, quasi-saints, saints, great saints, quasi-emperors. Let's not talk about the others, just the 9 heavens alone. There are definitely old monsters of the quasi-emperor realm in existence. They were the chess executors. Without entering sainthood themselves, they were ultimately pawns in the chessboard. It's likely that he's just a stand-in that the 9 heavens have pushed out to block the knife for the 9 heavens emperor. Although this is the case, I still need to show as much value as I deserve so that I won't be snowed under and suspected, and only then will I be able to gain as much freedom as possible. It was like this trip to measure heaven. Actually, there was no need for him to go at all, but the Holy Lord still brought it up. It was nothing more than wanting to go investigate and delve into what he had submitted. Branching out on him as much as possible. But, so what? Just what one wants. Looking at the emptiness that continuously swept by, Suyu muttered, when I have the ability to master the void and travel through it, who will dare to underestimate me? Even the 3 sisters, or the so-called female immortal reincarnated fiancée would be the same. The Great Way was one, and all would be rivals. Instead of leaving it to them to control their destiny. How about, I alone will be the master of all destinies. At this time, the 9th elder walked out from within the warship, looking at Suyu standing on the deck. The 9th elder softly said, Suyu, go in and cultivate. There is still roughly 2 to 3 months before the destination. If the mission can be completed successfully, we'll have roughly half a year to stay in the outside world. The 9th elder, whose cultivation was that of a true saint realm powerhouse. However, it was also considered a fringe character. At that time, you can accompany you back to the Su clan to see your family. This was the kind of tolerance that was only given to true heavenly prides, others didn't have this kind of treatment. The depth and fortitude in Suyu's eyes faded, and when he turned his head to look at the 9th elder, there was a trace of emotion in his eyes as he said, Thank you, 9th elder. It's just as well, Sacred Master Senior Brother has given me quite a few resources. In these 3 months I will try to break through to the embodied spirit higher realm, and strive not to drag my feet for the elders. Looking at Suyu like this, the 9th elder smiled faintly, Good boy. Go, cultivate at ease and strive to acquire the 9 Peaks Heart technique as soon as possible, so that in the future you can truly have a place in the Holy Land. Suyu nodded and responded, Yes, elder. Making a bow towards the 9th elder, Suyu walked into the interior of the cabin, and of course, the touches in his eyes dissipated instantly. After returning to his room, Suyu did not take out the resources that the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor had prepared for himself. Instead, he took out another storage ring. This was the reward given to him by the Confucian Sacred Lord, an additional reward besides the one given to the Su family. How to say that he was also an immortal seed recognized by the 9 heavens, so naturally, he couldn't be treated in a mean way. This amount of resources was enough for him to break through to the peak of the embodied God realm. As for the Dharma phase, they did not think that Suyu could break through to Dharma phase in the outside world. Begin. Suyu took a deep breath, took out a futon and sat down on his knees, then began the process of whale and cow cultivation. This trip to the secret realm, in addition to allowing him to cultivate the 9 secrets, he had also mastered many battle techniques, as well as some of the Do Tian quasi-emperor's perceptions on the realm. There was the experience perfected by his predecessors, combined with his own roots. Suyu was able to rush to the peak of the immanent god with a single blow. This breakthrough. Boom! In an instant, a not-so-small sense of vibration began to arise on the entire warship. It was fortunate that this was a warship that was comparable to a saint soldier, otherwise, with this kind of breakthrough movement, it was feared that it would cause them to deviate from their course. The 4th level of the embodied god realm. 5th level of the embodied god realm. 6th level of the embodied god realm. Suyu started to break through almost with a bang. The resilient meridians provided him with the greatest protection. And this kind of movement was also shocking to the 9th Elder and the others who were controlling the warship. Truly worthy of being a demon chosen by the Supreme Elder, breaking through is as simple as drinking water. During this process of cultivation and breakthrough, time passed quickly. A certain day 3 months later, the airship flew out of the void, and with it, Elder Nine's voice drilled into Suyu's ears, waking him up from his cultivation state. We have arrived. Chapter 077 Measuring Heaven and Earth, a word to determine life and death. This is a privilege belonging to the strong. Upon hearing this, Suyu opened his eyes, and the distorted spatial force field around him gradually calmed down. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Suyu put away the futon and got up to walk out of the room. Arriving on the deck, after Suyu saluted the 9 elders, his gaze looked outside and curiously said, "Is this the edge of the eastern wasteland?" Outside, the shadow of land was no longer visible. The only thing that was left was the endless sea, which was flooded with waves from time to time. It was the same as the sea he had seen in his previous life, a ghostly blue color, a deep, bottomless sea. The 9th Elder nodded and said, "Not bad, this is precisely the East Sea waters." Saying that, the 9th Elder's pale face had a positive color emerge and said, "You and remember, never go down to the sea alone. Underneath the seafloor, there are very scary sea beasts living. Without a saint realm cultivation, wanting to cross the sea is almost a fool's errand. Most of the sea beasts are miscellaneous beasts without orthodox cultivation methods, but they can't help the subtlety of the sea, which allows them to have a cultivation level comparable to that of the celestial realm, or even a quasi-saint, even if they don't need to cultivate and rely on devouring mutations alone." Some days ago, a paramount saint was approaching the end of his life and wanted to cross the sea to explore remote islands for life extension opportunities, but only flew 10,000 miles out when he was swallowed alive by a whale beast as large as an island leaping out of the water. Even I wouldn't dare to act rashly. The warship has an array that isolates its breath, so it is able to travel smoothly while. As he said that, a faint look of pride surged out from the 9th Elder's face. This is my 9 heavens territory, even sea beasts have to avoid my 9 heavens warships at the sight of them. What is the status of the 9 heavens? One of the top overlords of the eastern wasteland. This sea, even if there is a demon race sitting in the town, it is still farther away beyond the deep sea, and they have to be as friendly as they are in the 9 heavens. Otherwise, how would the Holy Land dare to come here to perform the measure of heaven? When Suyu heard this, he also wore a slight smile on his face as he nodded his head and said, "I know. Sure enough. It's just cool to have a big power to rely on up front. You can do anything you want, anywhere you want." The warship flew steadily at a speed of nearly 10,000 miles per hour, and when it swept across the sea, no sea beast dared to leap out of the water to seek death, even if it set off huge waves. Suyu looked ahead, more than an hour later. Finally, in Suyu's line of sight, there was a small black dot that appeared. There, it was none other than the newly appeared Sea Island. It says Sea Island. But its area is tens of thousands of miles huge, even if it is said to be a continent is not too much. Seeing the appearance of the Sea Island, Suyu could not help but get curious and asked, "Elder, what is measuring heaven?" To be honest, this was also the first time he had heard of it. The 9th Elder smilingly stroked his beard and explained, "Measuring the sky means measuring the extent of the land within the territory, incorporating it into the territory, granting an identity, and being able to communicate with the eastern wastelands and other places through the sea ships under the control of the 9 heavens, and it is granting an identity to these primitives that have just appeared." Suyu sniffed in realization. Although the 9th Elder said it was like this, the deeper meaning of it was still the same old 3 things: to pocket this unexplored realm and arrange for professionals to come and open up the territory and excavate the resources. In the end, all resources will be handed over to the Holy Land, leaving only ordinary resources for the people below to use. However, it is natural to act with honor. This also has a measure of the sky said. In fact, this is similar to the mechanism of the ancient heavenly court, except that what the heavenly court enthroned was the entire universe, while the Holy Land was just enthroning its own territory. Soon, the small black dot kept enlarging. Thud. After the airship traveled into the island, it didn't make any stops and headed towards the center. As the airship disembarked, the 9th Elder's massive Saint Divine sense instantly spread out, stretching for tens of thousands of miles and enveloping the entire Sea Island. A moment later, the 9th Elder withdrew his divine sense and said with a straight face, "Everything is normal." The island possesses 3 dynasties, and the strongest cultivator is no more than a Dharma phase realm cultivator. It belongs to an uncivilized land. Swish! Soon, the airship traveled to the sky above a prosperous capital city, and the huge warship stretched across the capital city, covering the sky. Below the capital city, countless ordinary residents raised their heads in horror, looking at the scene somewhat at a loss for words. Then in a magnificent capital city building, a dozen strong men whose breath was at the realm of the embodied god shouted and flew out, "Who is this person who has come? Please quickly sail away from the sky above the Jing dynasty's royal capital." Without asking the reason, they came up and blasted over with their strongest killing moves. However, the attacks of this group of strong people landed on the airship, failing to even cause half a ripple. Boom! Oomph! Seeing this, the ninth elder let out a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure so powerful that it was suffocating poured down, pressing down on these dozen or so imminent god powerhouses with a boom as they slammed heavily into the ground. I don't know what the immortal's intentions are. Why did he come to my Jing dynasty for? As the pressure rose, inside the royal palace, an old voice rang out with trembling intent. Then, a stooped old man with a cultivation at the Dharma phase realm tremblingly appeared in front of the warship, bending down and saluting the warship, his posture lowered to the extreme. However, the 9 chiefs did not have any thoughts of responding to him. He took a step out and instantly left the deck, coming to the sky above the royal capital, and after looking around, he drank, "Measure the sky." Yes. On the deck, several outer sect elders of the sunjacking realm answered. Boom. Immediately after that, several people simultaneously released a powerful aura like the blazing sun, and the strength of this pressure caused countless ordinary people to fall to their knees with extraordinary awe in their eyes. Measuring ruler of heaven, rise. The heaven measuring ruler, this was used to measure heaven and earth and was used for this purpose. Islands like this that were not included in the map would be accurately dimensioned and recorded by the heaven measuring ruler. In the future, it would be convenient to set up formations. Buzz. The saint's soldier level heaven measuring ruler quickly disappeared into the clouds under the urging of a few people, and the might of heaven measuring was revealed to the fullest. Soon, the data came back. The voice of the outer sect elder of the Jieyang realm was cold and devoid of any emotion as he said, 43,723 miles in length, 31,097 miles in width, continent-level sea island, inferior concentration of spiritual qi. Abundant in mineral resources, spirit wood resources, production value grade high. Hearing the measurement news, the ninth elder nodded his head and said, "Aha." Then, his gaze shifted to the shivering Dharma realm elder and he indifferently said, "This place is within the territorial boundaries of my 9 heaven sacred land. All of you will be the subjects of my 9 heavens in the future." As the words fell, he didn't care if the old man agreed or not, and directly instructed the several outer sect elders, "Raise the heavenly worker's shovel. Dig the spirit vein, seal it with a Qiankuan bag, bring it back to the Holy Land, take 7 and leave 3. Leave the middle and low grade, take the high grade." Yes. Rumble. Soon, there was a considerable sense of vibration coming out from the entire island. This was the commotion created by digging up spirit veins. This kind of commotion made this group of ordinary residents living on the island feel fear. Even those cultivators had a deep look of awe at this kind of heavenly means. Like what was happening in front of them, it was far beyond the limits of what they understood. Ordinary people were even kneeling down and shouting for the gods to show themselves. And on top of the warship, so you silently watched all this, looking at those elders who behaved amiably to themselves, at this time in front of outsiders like immortal gods, but also silent. This is the original appearance of the Holy Land, domineering, strong, and unquestionable. A single word determines life and death. This is an exclusive privilege belonging to the strong. P.S. Thank you for the reader's Lord sent Big God certification. Excited. Tomorrow, I'm going to add more, and I'm begging for more urges and 5-star reviews, so I'm going to ask for more gifts, urges, and reviews. Chapter 078 A Change of Heart. It should also be so strong to be right. The movement of the heavenly worker shovel excavating the higher spirit veins was tremendous, producing tremors that spread throughout the entire sea island. In front of the outer sect elders of the Jieyang realm, using a saint soldier to excavate a spirit vein was like a mountain god moving a mountain, removing a mountain that was unattainable in the eyes of the world, and digging out the spirit veins that were deeply hidden within. A huge spirit vein floated into the air and was pocketed by the Qiankuan bag. As the higher spirit veins were dug out as much as they could be, the richness of the aura here seemed to be decreasing. The heaven and earth that had originally been able to support the cultivation of Dharma phase realm powerhouses became only capable of accommodating the embodied god realm at this moment. If one wanted to break through the Dharma phase realm, they could only stay in the royal palace of the dynasty and use the dragon vein and several medium spirit veins to maintain their cultivation. Supreme Immortal, please be merciful. If you dig up all these spirit veins, how will our people live in the future? Without the spirit veins to suppress them, the wind and rain will become disorganized. Watching the spirit vein in the middle of his dynasty being tapped, the old man with pitifully little hair in the Dharma realm's body trembled more than a little, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Supreme Immortal, we should only be in the middle of nowhere here. It's not worthy of your great presence. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but he felt an unprecedented sense of fear when facing these outsiders. This feeling was like the look that mortals had when they looked up to themselves. Nowadays, he actually had this kind of emotion. Obviously. The visitor was so powerful that it was terrifying, an existence that he couldn't even raise his mind to resist. The means were even more like an immortal god. In response to his pleas, the ninth elder only gave him a sidelong glance and calmly said, "Don't worry, Zhou Xiao has his own way of doing things. You can still stay and continue to cultivate. This place is under the jurisdiction of my 9 heavens. The sea will be calm after this, and we will also arrange for people to come here and teach you more efficient ways of mining and cultivation. Retire." Elder Immortal. Hearing this, the old man was dumbfounded and wanted to continue saying something, but was scared back by a look from the ninth elder. Boom! The old man's body was hit like a heavy blow, and he fell into the royal palace with a loud bang. This scene caused everyone to turn white with fear. Because this was the pillar of their Jing dynasty, the eunuch Wu Zun, who had lived for 500 years and was the biggest dependency of the Jing dynasty. Even he couldn't resist a single look from the other party. How can they resist? Seemingly sensing the fear of the crowd, the ninth elder swept a glance at Wang Du, and then said, "You do not need to worry about it, that is, incorporated into my 9 heavens. My 9 heavens will send people here every 10 years to accept disciples, and if they are gifted with the right talent, they will be able to enter my 9 heavens, and if there is a great chance, they will be able to enter my 9 heavens, and break through the upper limits since it will be a breeze. Then wasting time in this small country, enjoying the immortal way is what you should aspire to." His words were not wrong. A sea island with many high-level spirit veins and abundant rare minerals, and now the strongest person was no more than a dharma phase. This was indeed unjustifiable. With the same amount of resources, it would only make sense for a saint to come into existence. Being able to enter the 9 heavens is naturally excellent for ordinary people. Of course. Not so friendly to the rule of the royal family, who need a renewed fighting spirit to sit in the seat. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be overthrown. Hearing these words from the ninth elder, the eyes of the ordinary people underneath wearing rough clothes and sackcloth immediately lit up, and even the fearful color of their faces faded quite a bit. There was even someone who had the guts to ask loudly, "Immortal, do we really have a chance to join the immortal sect?" Elder 9 smiled and said, "Naturally. The 9 heavens, for the Holy Land, is open to the world to recruit those with outstanding talent as disciples. To be able to enter the Holy Land, the minimum achievement can be a top-stream powerhouse in a small place like yours. As a Holy Land, the 9 heavens control billions of miles of territory. How huge is that? Not to mention this kind of high spirit vein deposit. There were countless deposits even at the god seed level, and they expanded their territory just to screen out the outstandingly talented to cultivate within their territory. To accommodate fresh blood for the Holy Land. At the same time, and also for a constant flow of resources. Obviously, these words made ordinary people aspire. If they could enter the Holy Land, would they also have the chance to be as powerful as the immortals? At this moment, all of their fears faded away. An hour later, a few of the Jiang realm elders had returned, and they handed the Qiankuan bag filled with spirit veins and many veins of notable grades in front of the ninth elder, saying, "The collection of the higher spirit veins is complete, with the remaining 3 maintaining their basic operations, and the rest have been retrieved. Proceed to the next one." The ninth elder nodded and said, "Yes." Waiting for several elders to return to the ship, the ninth elder then turned his gaze to the honorable middle-aged man in black and yellow robes below and indifferently said, "Afterwards, there will be people from the 9 heavens who will come to register and make a list, if you dare to play with your heart, when you are destroyed." Leaving this sentence behind, the ninth elder turned around and left, not paying the slightest attention to how the 100 officials of the dynasty below reacted. In his opinion, the calculating minds of these ants were simply not worth mentioning, and if they dared to make a move, it would be nothing more than a matter of crushing and obliterating them with a palm. In front of absolute strength, all schemes are but smoke. Finger can be destroyed. Boom! The warship flew away in an instant, leaving behind only a field of kneeling ordinary people. In the eyes of this group of people, the ninth elder and the others were as powerful as immortals. They could only look up to them. On the warship, the ninth elder looked at Suyu and smiled. "Why, is it not too comfortable? This kind of thing is the first time you've experienced it, right?" He also understood Suyu's thoughts at this time. After all, seeing such a strong side was really a bit scary for this child. Even he, back then, had also been scared like this. But now he was used to it. However, out of the ninth elder's expectation, Suyu gently shook his head and said, "No, I don't think this is normal." This seemingly indifferent approach was actually the most effective. If you really want to treat it with kind words, the group of people in power of that dynasty will definitely have different little thoughts born. Shattering their thoughts with a thunderous force would be the best choice. If it was him, he would have done the same. The dominance and strength of all this that the ninth elder had done to show him was the best medicine to make Suyu firm up his heart to become the villain of choice. He, too, should be so strong. Seeing that Suyu actually reacted in this manner, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ninth elder. But then there was more relief. Not bad, a heart like this is the only way to gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world. If one still maintains the innocence of the ivory tower outside and comes out to experience, one will only be eaten to the bone. The children are teachable. The ninth elder secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being a youngster who made the supreme elders look up to him. Soon, the warship traveled to another royal capital, acting in the same way as it did in the Jing dynasty, and everything went as smoothly as possible. After collecting the spirit veins and mineral veins of this dynasty, the warship arrived at the third dynasty. This time, however, it met with an accident. As the ninth elder repeated that set of remarks, a slightly angry voice leisurely exploded. What gives you the right to take away the resources we rely on for survival, and in 3 or 2 words, you're going to lower the cultivation environment here by another level? By what right? Boom! Chapter 079. Even you only possess the qualifications to challenge me. Below the royal capital, a youth wearing a black robe with a resolute face chopped at the warship with his sword. His face was furious, angry to the extreme. Although his cultivation had not yet broken through to the Dharma phase realm and was only at the peak of the 9th level of the embodied god realm, the might of a sword thrust was able to cause Dharma phase realm powerhouses to turn pale. Crossing the ranks to fight. We've never messed with you guys, why do you have to take away the fundamentals we rely on for survival at the drop of a hat when you come here? Flowing cloud sword technique. Clank. This sword, even though it could make the heavenly dome of streaming clouds use it for him, the soft streaming clouds turned into sharp swords stabbing at the warship. The sound of it made people's eyes light up. But too weak. In the face of a Saint Soldier level warship, an attack like his was simply not worth mentioning. It didn't even create ripples. Seeing this scene, the black-robed youth's face changed drastically as he said horrifiedly, "How could this happen?" This sword of his, even the dynasty ancestor was praised for being able to injure a Dharma phase great exalt, but at this moment, it was like cotton candy, smashing into a hard iron block without any sparks splashing up. He didn't believe in evil and continuously stabbed out countless more swords, but he still couldn't break through the defense of the warship. Looking at his overrate-like moves, the ninth elder only smiled faintly. Another unexcelled scion. At such a young age, with only 80 years of roots, he can possess a cultivation level at the peak of the immanent god realm, and the ability to cross the ranks and fight. This kind of root bone was placed in a holy land, and it was also in existence of the pro-transmission sequence. What's more, the sea island where he was located, the cultivation environment could be far less than a holy land, and to be able to have this kind of cultivation, it was already a sequence demon of the peak master's personal transmission level. This couldn't help but let the ninth elder have a hint of love for talent. But well, there's still a knockout to be had. The smile on the ninth elder's old face flickered away, and then he stepped out expressionlessly, stepping out of the warship's defenses for a split second. Boom! A terrifying pressure came over like a tidal wave, crushing the entire king's capital. Countless people even knelt on the spot. Bang! The black-robed youth was no exception, and was directly sent flying, smashing heavily into the streets of the royal capital. Kid, what is it to take away the fundamentals that you rely on for your survival at the drop of a hat? The ninth elder stood in the void, looking down as if overlooking the black-robed youth on the ground, indifferently saying, "Countless rare resources are placed in front of you, have you ever made the best use of them? If this is truly the way to survive, in front of such a huge amount of mining resources, why? Why is it that only a small number of people in your royal capital are above the spirit sea? Why is it that the vast majority of ordinary people have not even practiced the most fundamental body refining method? You and the others are just crying foul for your own interests, why drag these hundreds of millions of ordinary people into this?" Hearing this, the black-robed youth's face changed slightly, and after scanning his eyes, he realized that it was indeed as the ninth elder had said, most of the people here were ordinary people. Only in the residences of high officials and nobles were there cultivators present. The black-robed youth opened his mouth to defend himself, but was interrupted by the ninth elder. "Your cry of injustice is only for those high and mighty cultivators, not ordinary people, and the fundamentals of survival that you speak of are nothing more than cultivators." Ninth elder gently hummed, his voice like a thunderous tremor. "Controlling countless resources should have benefited the world, but what I have seen is that your kingdom is performing the matter of banning martial arts and destroying the law, and all the treasures of martial arts will be collected and destroyed, or be collected by the dignitaries and nobles. Let me ask you, do ordinary people have the opportunity to cultivate in this environment? If you are from a noble background, this statement should be useless to you, but if you are from a humble background and yet you speak in this manner, then you are merely in the same boat as this group of mediocre people who enjoy resources to enjoy being high up in the world." The ninth elder's words were all sharp, each one poking straight into the heart of the black-robed youth, causing his face to constantly change. It was true that he came from a humble background, but it had never occurred to him that resources were difficult to obtain. Because he had the system. At the same time, he is a traveler. All this time, he had relied on signing in at the royal palace to obtain rewards, and had never taken a single cent of the dynasty's resources. This time out, it was just as much for the people. But He never bothered to think about the situation below, his gaze always looking high up to see. Seeing him fall silent, the indifference on the ninth elder's face dissipated, replaced by a smile, and he said softly, "Do you know that under my 9 heavens rule, everyone can cultivate the basic law, ensuring that they won't be starved to death too easily? My 9 heavens go to various places every 10 years to recruit disciples, and the Holy Land affiliations are even more spread out. The martial arts way is thriving. This bit of yours? What's it worth? You may be considered good here, but in my 9 heavens, you're nothing more than an inner disciple level. Those younger than you can just as easily match you in cultivation. You, what do you have to be proud of?" Hearing the ninth elder's words, the black-robed youth's face froze. All along, he had been proud of the fact that he was able to break through to the embodied God realm before he was 100 years old. This was because on the continent, the age of every Dharma phase great exalt was over 400 years old. He was, deservedly, a heavenly pride. But when he heard these words, there were some minds that were slightly small collapse. Impossible. No one can be this talented. The black-robed youth shook his head in negation. He didn't believe it. He had the system, and had signed on for 80 years in the king's palace, and was about to stand at the top, and now he was being told that he was nothing more than a minuscule? Unbelievable. Seeing that he was right in his own mind, the ninth elder turned his head to Suyu, who was watching the battle on the warship, and smiled. "Suyu, come teach him what it means to be a heaven's pride. A prick. It should be shaved by a more prickly person. Su Young is perfect for the job." It just so happened that this little fellow, Suyu, had also successively broken through to the peak of the embodied God realm during the time he spent rushing, and happened to be at the same level as this black-robed youth. Seeing the ninth elder call out to himself, Suyu also grinned, "I can't wait." Dang. Suyu took a step out and stepped in mid-air, standing with his hands behind his back. His cultivation at the peak of the realm of the embodied God unabashedly erupted out. The breath shook and his robes were blown by the strong wind. Suyu's gaze was dead set on the black-robed youth in front of him, and the latter's system evaluation data surfaced in his eyes. Name, Lin Chang. Qualification, Demon. Fate, Golden Color. Character evaluation, 80 years of signing in at the king's palace. Purified little eunuch, breaking through the innate to replenish himself. Out of this world is invincible script. Future martial emperor. Seeing this evaluation, Suyu also smiled, finally encountering a golden destiny character of heaven again. Moreover, it was still a little eunuch? Ha ha ha. Seeing Suyu, who was standing in the air, with a white robe showing his exiled aura, Lin Chang's eyes changed. Deeply unbelievable. How is it possible? How could anyone be stronger than himself at this age? He could clearly perceive that Suyu was only 21 years old, but had a cultivation level that was at the same realm as his own. At this age, even the dynasty crown prince, who was regarded as a young man with immortal talent that was hard to come across in 1,000 years, was only at the spirit sea realm cultivation level today. You, how could you be so demonic? Lin Chang lost his voice. The outside world, is it really that strong? I don't believe it. Lin Chang was a bit agitated and rushed up to the sky with his sword, heading straight for Suyu's brow. In the face of his sudden outburst, the corner of Suyu's mouth hooked up a smile, and in his calm tone, there was an unconcealable dominance and confidence. Don't compare the strongest people of this island of yours with me, but they are not worthy yet. In the outside world, even the youths of their age, the strongest Dan condensation practitioners who are hailed as geniuses, are only one of the many losers I have defeated. Even a character like you can only have the qualifications to challenge me at this stage. Yin Yang Heaven Breaking. This blade, using the two chi of yin and yang of the heavens and earth as its blade intent, with a single slash, shattered all of this roiling sky-flowing clouds of sword chi. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Son of Heaven's destiny and receiving a reward. Chapter 080. A bunch of griffins. Is Lao Fu discussing with you? This is an order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Villain value plus 45,000, Dharma Heaven, Heavenly Tilt, and Voltron Stick. Dharma Heavenly Image Earth, Heavenly Dipper Divine Ability Law. Through the law of heaven and earth, in order to simulate heaven and earth to become bigger, and can continue to become bigger with the ultimate cultivation of spells. Cultivation and combat power can also be geometrically multiplied, only for Dharma phase realm and above to use. Heavenly Tilting, Saint Realm Martial Arts Stick Method. A stick can overturn heaven and earth. Voltron Stick, Saint Weapon Level, forged by the ancient Voltron Great Sage, crafted from gravity metal, immeasurable weight, adaptive to the user's power variations. Top level Saint Weapon. After seeing that the system gave out a reward that possessed the law of the heavens, Suyu's pupils actually shrunk as a flash of horror and ecstasy surged out. The law of heaven and earth. This was the most familiar divine ability in that previous life, and even here, the power of Dharma heaven and earth had even surpassed the Dharma realm itself. The Dharma phase realm was the next realm that Suyu would break through. It was also an important point for him. Dharma phase, as the name suggests, with a half-step leap out of the mortal realm with the Dharma body, one could turn the deity that was conceived during the embodied God realm into a Dharma phase in order to enhance one's battle power. With the fusion of a deity's Dharma phase, not only could one's battle power be increased by a certain degree, one's body could be just as gigantic. It was just that this giganticization also had a limit. According to the history books, the highest record of the Dharma realm was to be able to giganticize to hundreds of meters. That was the characteristic of a giant deity. Giant spirit deities, the top 100 ranked deities, possessed enormous power. This is the highest known record. However, the Dharma heaven and earth was completely different from a deity, as it was a divine law of its own giganticization, not a fusion of deities to be able to do so. In other words, Suyu could fuse Dharma phantasms and then execute Dharma heavenly image earth. How high he could become at that time, Suyu did not even dare to imagine. In particular, the might of the heavenly law was changed with the giganticization of his body, which simply meant that the taller his body was, the stronger the battle power that erupted. The moment this divine principle law came out, it completely laid the foundation of Suyu's invincible Dharma phase realm. It could even be said, as long as Suyu broke through to the Dharma phase realm, then the only ones who could threaten him next would be the strongest above the yin-yang second realm. Cool. Suyu secretly said. It was simply not too cool. For a while, Suyu's gaze carried a hint of softness when he looked at Lin Chang, who had been crushed by himself. That's so good. Not bad for a man of destiny. The rewards given are just much more generous than others. The higher the cultivation level of the heaven's destined son, the more rewards one would receive after defeating them. At this time, Suyu hadn't realized in the slightest that the other party was a traveler like himself. In his eyes, Lin Chang was just a little fat sheep that provided villainous values. Rumble. A huge sound came from the royal palace below, and a large section of the building collapsed, but it didn't injure anyone. Soon, a black-robed Lin Chang flew out from the ruins. At this time, he was messy, his eyes no longer had the anger and arrogance from the beginning, only a wisp of loss lingered in his heart. I lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the mindset of the divine fate, earning a reward, plus 3,000 villain value. Lin Chang looked at Suyu, who was standing in front of him with a bland face. There was a bitter taste spreading at the corner of his mouth. He smiled to himself. Sure enough, it's still necessary to go around. Staying inside the royal palace and signing in was safe and didn't have to think about anything though. But, the inside is too little after all. Moreover, he had rushed out without knowing anything, and if he hadn't met someone who was nice to talk to, he might have had to die. Right when he was shot down, he used his divine sense, which surpassed normal people by a lot, to scan the entire royal capital. It was discovered that things were indeed as this so-called elder of the nine heavens had said. The dynasty banned martial arts and extinguished the law, but in reality, all those martial arts codes were moved to the treasury of the royal palace, as well as those dignitaries and nobles divided up. As for ordinary people, just ordinary people. Their only value is to go and mine spirit stone deposits for the nobles. Even in the middle of this king's capital, there are ordinary people who don't have enough to eat. He crossed over so far, signed in the royal palace for 80 years, never left the royal palace, only inadvertently leaked a trace of cultivation, so that the current king worshipped him as a teacher when he was young, so far to be able to feel at ease in the royal palace to live so far. Never thought of the idea that when he came out of the world, he used the idea of pleading for the people as the reason. I was so naive. Perhaps he wasn't even needed to fight for this order. They might be more interested in cultivating. Because cultivation not only strengthens the body, but also endures hunger and improves the probability of survival. After the ninth elder saw Lin Chang laugh at himself, he slowly said, "Now, are you convinced? I, nine heavens, have entered and implemented the method of universal cultivation. Do you have any comments? Controlling resources, opening up the school palace, and widely accepting disciples. Do you have any opinions?" Lin Chang sniffed and nodded, convinced. There are no more comments. He was originally a traveler, so he naturally knew how bad that system was for the poor. In ancient times the resources were all in the hands of the upper class, and the lower class, how could they live well? The lower class spent their entire lives surviving in debt, not to mention living a good life. He's salty though. But, he is ultimately a modern man, ultimately a traveler, the same origin of the common people, naturally cannot see the oppression system more and more excessive. Obviously. The collusion behind these dignitaries of the dynasty had completely disappointed him. Although his words could not represent the dynasty. However, he was ultimately a cultivation seedling with excellent talent, and for him, the ninth elder was clearly more patient. It was also more likely to want to convince him with reason. Even if he doesn't want to join, even if he says no, that's fine. Just kill him. Anyone who is a threat to the nine heavens can be killed. When the ninth elder heard this, another smile appeared on his face as he said, "Little fellow, your qualifications are not bad. Are you willing to enter my nine heavens to cultivate and become a disciple of my nine heavens?" Lin Chang glanced at Suyu and then at the ninth elder and nodded his head, willing. Dynasties and whatnot were just transitions as far as he was concerned. He aspired to become strong just the same. "Ah, good, Yuan, come over here." Seeing this, the ninth elder immediately stroked his beard and laughed, nodding his head in satisfaction. When Lin Cheng came over to the side of the warship, the ninth elder's smile converged and he looked downwards at the group of Dharma phase realm and embodied God realm people who were already scared and at a loss for words, and coldly grunted, "You guys, do you have any opinions? I, Jiao Xiao, have entered and opened up martial arts cultivation for all. Do you have any opinions?" Below, in the royal palace, a middle-aged man who showed all the majesty of a mortal emperor actually hesitated a bit when he heard this. Including those dignitaries and nobles who enjoyed the policy of banning martial arts and extinguishing the law, they were just as heartbroken. Wait. Yet. Before they could open their mouths to argue a word, their hesitant attitude made the ninth elder become disgruntled. Boom! The ninth elder slapped his palm down, and those Dharma phase and imminent god powerhouses didn't even have time to let out a scream as they were instantly killed by the slap. Along with the magnificent and incomparable royal palace, they were turned into pieces and annihilated. A bunch of assholes, is the old man discussing with you? I'm ordering you. Since you hesitate, it proves that the heart is alienated and death is not enough. Humph. Chapter 081 The Change in the Su Family. People of the Su family, all of them, get out and suffer death. Looking at the royal palace below that had been turned into ruins, as well as those palace maids and eunuchs that hadn't been affected, the ninth elder's eyes colored a layer of indifference as he grunted, "A group of ickle assholes, do you really think you're a person?" He was a Saint Realm. A Saint Realm powerhouse from the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens, a tiny dynasty on an island, still really thinks he's something? Do you really think you are a person? That's notification. Still hesitating? He never had a good temper for this kind of griffin who disrespected the strong, and he could crush them with the flip of his hand. Anyway, it's just a mortal dynasty, just support any one of them. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. After all this, the ninth elder's voice fell in every corner of the royal capital. I don't care what kind of royal family or prime minister you are, in my territory of the Nine Heavens, everything will be honored by the order of the Nine Heavens. If there is any disrespect, they will be the end of you in the future. No matter who you are as the king of this mortal world, all give me to remember, the order of the Nine Heavens is your first to abide by the principle. Half a year later, the people of the Nine Heavens will come. I hope you know what to do. Boom! The pressure erupted once again, and apart from ordinary people and low-end martial artists, those above the spirit sea realm were all submissive and kneeling, their faces showing awe. At this moment, only then did they truly understand what a holy land was and what a strong person was. In front of absolute strength, all plots and tricks were clouds of smoke. Other than these powerful people, those unaffected low-realm cultivators and ordinary people had faces of awe, but more than that, they were still longing and excited. It was because they would also be able to cultivate martial arts once again. For 100 years, after the new king ascended to the throne, after the implementation of the law of banning martial arts and extinguishing the law in the dynasty, the number of civil cultivators in the dynasty has dropped significantly, and cultivators who are not registered will be wiped out, and if they want to stay alive, the sects can only choose to remain hidden and no longer accept disciples, or individual cultivators will join the sects to become a category of offerings. From the martial arts boom to the current predominantly ordinary people, only used 100 years. Originally, they thought that they would not have the opportunity to cultivate martial arts in this life. This caused the commoners to kneel down and shout, "Long live the immortals." After the ninth elder returned to the battleship, he was turning to the several Jiayang realm elders and asked, "How is the collection of resources on the sea island going?" Back to the ninth elder, this time, 33 higher spirit veins were collected, 7 higher fine iron ores, and a number of resources that can only be used by the Great Pill King and many above the Dharma phase. Leaving behind 4 higher spirit veins, 2 concentrated iron ores, spirit medicines to stay rooted and planted, and all the low and medium quality mines and spirit veins untouched. High-grade spirit veins were capable of harboring a holy realm, and this kind of resource wasn't too low even if it was placed in a holy land. Having such a harvest was already something unexpected. In this sea island, if you want to have jurisdiction, you must not be able to leave too much behind, and to be able to get out of the Saint realm is the limit. And this kind of resources to take back to the Holy Land, the Nine Heavens can also produce many more strong people. The disciples under the door would be able to live more generously. Thinking of this, the ninth elder also nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Good, depart back." Yes. After giving his orders, the ninth elder looked at the silent Lin Cheng on the side and smiled, "Little fellow, come back to the Nine Heavens with us or continue to stay here?" Lin Cheng arched his hand towards the ninth elder and said with a straight face, "I want to join the Nine Heavens." It was time for him to change his environment. This place was an island in the words of the ninth elder and the others, and staying here would definitely not improve much. Going to a bigger world to see it would give him more opportunities. Ah, good, then come back with us. Elder Nine laughed and stroked his beard in satisfaction. With a heavenly pride like you joining us, our Nine Heavens will only grow stronger. Young and energetic fresh blood, joining the Nine Heavens can only lead a more nourishing life. Alright, the mission of measuring the sky is over. There are still half a year before the time to go back, so I can take you guys to walk around in the outside world. Ninth elder smiled at Suyu. "Let's go, first go to your house as a guest." If it was an ordinary person who was faced with a Saint Realm powerhouse coming to be a guest in their home, they would definitely be ecstatic. But in the eyes of the elders, as long as Suyu did not die young, in the future, his achievements will only be higher than his own. Great saints can be expected, and even if he can wait for the great world to come, quasi-emperors will also be able to enter. He is the true pride of heaven. Going to his house yourself is just an early investment. Suyu nodded his head and responded, "Many thanks, elder." Set off. Boom. As the ninth elder's words fell, the warship was like a runaway wild horse, sailing away from the island at an extremely fast speed, traveling and flying towards the coordinates of the Su clan. At this moment, in the eastern realm of the eastern wilderness, in the Su family's secret realm, inside the elders' deliberation hall, Su Jiuxing sat at the first place, looking at the excited elders below, and said with a straight face, "Elders, the resources have just been sent over from the nine heavens, and amongst them, the resources that can help my father to pass through the great tribulation have already been sent over. With the resources given by the nine heavens, not to say that the strength of the Su family would skyrocket, at the very least, it would be able to be raised by one level. It would directly come to the level of a top-tier family. If his father could break through the celestial shackles and complete the reversal of destiny, a quasi-saint could also be expected. Then, the Su family would be able to rise to the level of a quasi-saint family." Even Su Jiuxing couldn't help but get excited. Still, the good eldest son is competitive. After entering the Holy Land for a few years, he has sent his family resources that can raise a saint realm powerhouse. Ha, it's still the young lord who was vying for the honor of bringing such a big surprise to our Su family. Ever since I was a child, I thought that young lord was a true dragon to come. A family master is a family master, able to raise a true dragon like young master. The crowd of Su family elders were all smiling and patting their asses, making Su Jiuxing all quite flattered. Su Jiuxing smiled and said, low-key. Although the things that Suyu caused in the past were not few, but still not many people up and down the Su family had complaints. After all, they are all Su family members. As long as they don't harm their own family members, how can they do anything? Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened that the Su family would rather go to war with the Hu family. The Su family's character of protecting the calf is hereditary. Their own people how to make trouble can, outsiders want to come to cause trouble, then unanimously killed again. I don't know how this kid, Ayu, is doing in the nine heavens. Su Jiuxing looked at the elders who were still buzzing with discussion, but his eyes couldn't help but look out of the window with some emotion and missing. Originally, he thought that Suyu would be able to stay in the Su family peacefully. Who knew that he actually had so much potential? All of a sudden, he jumped over the dragon gate and really became a real dragon. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire Su clan's secret realm suddenly trembled violently, the ground shaking as if a large earthquake had occurred. In the deliberation hall, the faces of all the elders changed drastically as they exclaimed, "Someone is attacking my Su family's secret realm?" To have this kind of tremor, the person who struck was at the lowest level of the celestial realm. Can it be that it's the Hu family? For a moment, all the elders were out in full force, all heading out. Not only them, a group of old men with stooped bodies and little hair also climbed out of the Su family ancestral tombs and rushed towards the outside world. People of the Su family, all of you, get out and die. Boom! P.S. Request for gifts, request for urging more, the year is over, starting tomorrow the minimum of 3, ask for a little praise, every more 25-star praise plus one more chapter, every more than 200 number of people reviews, plus one more chapter lords, point to get rich little handpull. Chapter 082 What's there to say? Go to hell and then you tell me what you want to say. Outside the Su clan's secret territory, there were hundreds of airborne Dharma phase realm powerhouses standing side by side, their auras that belonged uniquely to a Dharma phase great exalt on their bodies displaying undoubtedly. What they were wearing was all uniform Hu clan clothing. The middle-aged and the old man at the head had an aura that surpassed the Dharma phase realm by countless times. One of them. It even had a divine soul power that was suddenly strong and weak. Suddenly strong and weak, this was a strong person who was at the fourth minor realm of the 5 declines of celestials, the decline of origin. The power of the middle-aged is also not to be underestimated, a breath of air like the sun in the sky, shining heaven and earth, so that the surrounding aura has a sense of boiling. Boom! Without a word, the celestial realm old man smashed out punch after punch towards the Su clan's secret realm in front of him. Terrifying power poured out, causing the ground to shake in the surrounding mountains. Su family, why don't you come out and die? Bang! Another punch, causing this defense spell formation protecting the Su clan as a secret realm to faintly show signs of collapsing. Phew! Right at this moment, at the entrance and exit of the Su clan's secret realm, a stream of light rushed out at extreme speed, and towards the celestial realm old man was a slash. Hu Chuanha, you old dog really think you can be arrogant just because you've broken through the fourth realm? Get lost. A robust old man with short hair rushed out and raised a blood-colored butcher knife that was chopping in the direction of everyone in the Hu clan. The monstrous color of blood surged up, and the power that made even the Dharma phase great exalted feel a tingling in their souls caused all of these hundreds of people to take several steps back. Seeing this scene, that heavenly human realm elder's face also changed as a long spear appeared in his hand, colliding with the blood-colored butcher knife. Clang! The power of the two great celestial realms spread out in midair, and the trees in a 100-mile radius were all destroyed. Su Tianming, are you crazy? How dare you strike at a weakling? Do you still have the dignity of a celestial powerhouse? After the Hu family's celestials saw their own family members who were affected, they immediately shouted in rage, "You are truly heartless. There's no semblance of a strong man's demeanor." Hearing this, Su Tianming snorted and sneered, "You son of a like thing have dared to bring people to block my Su family's gate. If I don't go all out to hack you bunch of trash to death, wouldn't that be a shame for you? How about, if I'm so shameless, you can still write a big book outside later, saying that my Su family is shameless. You see, if I've given you Hu family the opportunity to smear my Su family, don't thank your ancestor me yet." As he spoke, Su Tianming slashed out several more slashes in succession, not caring in the slightest if he would injure outsiders. In his eyes, all dared to come to the door to provoke. Where is the need to be concerned about any juniors? Dead is dead. You won't regenerate if you're dead? After eating a few moves in a row, Hu Chuanha is also angry. Come up to kill moves, come up to a wide range of damage. The Su Tianming is really shameless. Well, let's see how I can destroy your Su family today. When the two great celestials struck out, the battle had a very wide ripple effect, and if they weren't restrained, hundreds or even thousands of miles of the Earth's boundaries would be destroyed. Especially since both of them were in the realm of divine soul decay. Every strike they made would result in an overflow of divine soul power, thus giving the group of Dharma phase realms a headache. Celestial 5 failures. He is a time-limited decline. Sometimes it will be very strong, sometimes it will be very weak. When it is weak, it is not even as good as the spirit sea realm, but when it is strong, it is comparable to a quasi-saint. Because the 5 celestial decay is a newborn realm, newborn in batches. Those who had passed through the decay of flesh were comparable to quasi-saints, those who had passed through the decay of strength were comparable to quasi-saints, but the others who had not yet passed through the decay of flesh were just the intensity of the top level of Jie-Yang. It is very simple to accumulate power, wear down the time of becoming weak, and at the same time enhance the power at the time of becoming weak, and then choose the right point in time to cross the calamity, to ensure that when crossing the calamity, it will not be affected by the heavenly calamity, so as to be able to pass through the calamity peacefully. When Su Tianming was undergoing the soul decay, it was because of the sudden weakening of his soul power during the tribulation that he was unable to resist the heavenly tribulation, and thus he almost fell and his lifespan was greatly reduced. But now with the treasures sent by 9 heavens, his divine soul power was once again revitalized. "Destroying my Su family, you'd better choke back such big words." Su Tianming laughed out loud, his gaze steeply becoming sharp. "Today, either your Hu family will perish or my Su family will die. Your grandiose nonsense is less said, whoever dies, whoever is exterminated. God extinguishing blade technique heavenly slaughter." Boom! With this slash, the white clouds in the sky were rendered blood red, and the sky was filled with murderous aura. The sound was horrifying to the extreme. Humph! 8 extreme gun technique. Hu Chuanha was not willing to show weakness, and with a cold snort, he went straight to battle with Su Tianming. The more the two fought, the more they got on top of each other, and in the end, they even rushed into the clouds to fight. Celestial, not only was it the gap between them and mortals, but it also represented that people in this realm were meant to be able to stir up the energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. The battle between the two great celestials was naturally strong and incomparable. The battle in the cloud layer was even more like a burst of muffled thunder exploding, causing living souls to tremble and prostrate themselves, not daring to raise their heads. Watching his old father fight the first battle, in the Su family camp, Su Jiuxing's eyes were even colder. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him and the phantom and the dozens of people of the Hu family in the Yin-Yang second realm, he drew out his battle sword and pointed it forward, and said in a cold voice, "Kill! The people of my Su family can die, but we must not let this group of losers ride the face output." Bang! Sonic booms rang out as Su Jiuxing exploded with all his might and took the lead. Kill! Seeing that their own family head and the old family head had killed out, the Su family's crowd of elders and old men also had chi and blood surging within their bodies, and one by one, they bravely rushed up. There was never a time when the Su family was afraid to fight or to be strong. All along, the Su family's attitude had been very tough, and anyone who offended the Su family deserved to die. If the family provoked, then they would uproot them and kill them. This was also the reason why the Su family had been repeatedly jumping sideways between first-rate sects and second-rate gentry ever since it became a family. That is, it's too capable of fighting. Sometimes, even the strongest people died out, and the celestial realm no longer existed, and there wasn't even a single one in the Yin-Yang 2 realms. But before long, the Su family would rush out another celestial strongman to lead them back to the ranks of the gatehouse. These Su family people are crazy, starting a fight without even saying a word? Seeing the Su family's people rushing up in great numbers, the group of Hu family's strongest men were dumbfounded. They really didn't understand. What did the Su family think? Wouldn't sitting down and talking a little have been avoided? Why did they come up to fight to the death? You don't want to negotiate at all? Go on, what are you waiting for? The Hu clan's people reacted and followed suit, charging up and mixing it up with the raging Su clan elders. A Dharma phase was outlined, and dozens of 100-meter-tall giants also appeared in the heavens and earth. When a fist smashed out, the air was extinguished and turned into a vacuum. The Hu family's family head, who was at the peak of the sunjacking realm, was even more ironclad as he shouted, "Su Jiuxing, stop, listen to what I have to say first." Swish. However, in the face of his shouts, Su Jiuxing only sneered and slashed out a blade. Saying nasty 5 spicy farts have come to my Su family to spread their wildness. What else is there to say? Go to hell and then you can tell me what you want to say. Die for me. Ka. Chapter 083 Paramount Saints Descend. Crisis of the Su family? At this moment, Su Jiuxing's face was as hideous as it could be, and his killing intent almost overflowed into his eyes, as if what was in front of him at this moment was not a person, but a viper. He wanted to kill this group of vipers. Regardless of the reason they struck out, in Su Jiuxing's opinion, if they dared to make a move against the Su family's people, then everything deserved to die. Being a peak powerhouse of the sunjacking realm, the spiritual energy in Su Jihang's body was stronger than that of the Hu family's master. If the Hu family's master's spiritual energy was like the blazing sun in the sky, then Su Jihang's was the temperature of the sun's surface. The impact of the two, Su Jiuxing's spiritual energy was almost crushingly wearing out the Hu family master's spiritual energy. Put. A knife in the blood. Ah. The Hu family head's attack was cut down by Su Jiuxing's sword, the might not even reduced by much, and it directly slashed at the opponent's body. This slash nearly cut the Hu family head off at the waist. Blood spilled out, causing the hearts of the many Dharma phase realm powerhouses and Jiayin realm powerhouses to tremble. So fierce? It was only a single glance that nearly decapitated the head of their side of the family? Compared to the heart trembling of the Hu family's people, the Su family side's essence was clearly revitalized. What are these dog things looking at? Do you really think that their Su family's family head can be anyone, without the ability to crush everyone in the Su family in the same realm, who would serve this family head? Su Jiuxing had beaten up the Su family in the outside world before coming back to be the head of the family. Even if it wasn't for the fact that the old family head, Su Tianming, had been injured because of his injuries when he was crossing the divine soul failure, he wouldn't have returned by now. Back then, Su Jiuxing had the power to cross the ranks in a battle. And it wasn't even an ordinary same realm in the outside world, but a same realm cultivator within the Holy Land. Su Jiuxing is a good talker. That's because when he became the head of the family, he couldn't make enemies all over the place. What are they thinking? After decapitating the Hu family head, Su Jiuxing stood proudly in the void facing the Hu family's crowd, and laughed coldly. Hu family, whatever else you can do, just use it all. If you dare to come and say that you want to overthrow my Su family with only this undercurrent, then you'll all just die here. As militants, it was impossible for the Su family's past to remain unknown. But with such a weak and large force, it was obvious that it was not the entirety of the Hu family. They must have other cards, which is why they dared to recklessly come to the Su family to spread their wildness. Su Jiuxing, you seek death. Do you really think that if the Holy Land doesn't come out, your Su family will be invincible in the queue of first-class sex? In the Hu family's queue, Hu Hao, the Hu family's head who was nearly chopped off half of his body, also had scarlet eyes when he heard these words, and roared sternly, "Today, if I say that your Su family will be annihilated, then you will be annihilated." Ka! Hu Hao's roar fell, and after repairing his injuries with pure yang spiritual power, he took out a scroll from his bosom, then crushed it with force. Boom! In an instant, the shattered scroll erupted with a spatial force, forming a pitch-black vortex in front of it. This was constructing a temporary spatial passage. A thud sounded out, and a terrifying pressure erupted from within the spatial channel. The force caused the Dharma phase realm to spit out blood and fly backwards, and the Jiayin realm could only barely withstand it. This was because the pressure was mainly targeting the two celestial powerhouses that were above the clouds. Then, in full view of everyone, the two celestials fell out of the clouds in a sorry state, and at the sight of this scene, the eyelids of those on the Su clan side jumped a little. Celestials are falling? Saints, the other side invited saints? The moment the word saint came out, it caused everyone on the Su clan side to explode. Because in this era, the word saint then represented the pinnacle. In the age of the end, saints were unwilling to stay in the outside world, and only saints could slightly have the advantage of walking in the outside world. After Su Tianming fell down from the clouds, there was gloom climbing in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "It's just a quasi-saint, there's no need to be too concerned." Although the gap between the celestial realm and a quasi-saint was not large. But, no matter what, the other party also carried the word saint. They were complete bodies that surpassed celestial beings, having already transcended the 5 degradations and completely newborn themselves. Celestials, on the other hand, although they were comparable to quasi-saints in terms of power, they were only comparable. Hee, what a big mouth, an outside first-class power, also dares to speak presumptuously about the quasi-saint realm. In the spatial channel, a feminine cold laugh came out. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a middle-aged paramount saint and a youth with an extraordinary temperament walked out of the spatial passage at the same time. When he appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy unconsciously retreated tens of miles. Because, this was Saint. In the age of the end, mortal spirits could not get close to the sacred body. After the middle-aged paramount saint came out and stood with his hands on his head in the same way as the youth, he swept a glance at the Su family queue and then droned, "Where is Suyu? Why don't you get out of here for me?" Eh? At this moment, the eyes of both Su Tianming and Su Jiuxing froze at the same time. Looking for Ayu? Is this the enemy that Ayu offended? Without waiting for the two of them to think clearly, the extraordinary youth beside the middle-aged paragon looked up and laughed. "Elder Yu, perhaps it's because this fellow knew that we were coming and ran away in advance. Unfortunately, no matter where he runs to, I will find him and crush him to death." Boom! As the words fell, a powerful peak Yunshin aura erupted from the youth's body. Under this powerful aura, even the great exalted who were at the beginning of the Dharma phase realm were a bit surprised because they actually felt the slightest bit of threat in the youth. To be able to threaten the peak of a Dharma phase's immanent god, this was definitely a demonic level heavenly pride. And, looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that he is not yet over 100 years old. A peak impregnating god demon who was less than 100 years old. Even if they were placed in a Holy Land great sect, or even amongst a great emperor family, they would be able to be the first sequence of protégés. Who the hell are you people? Su Tianming couldn't help but shout. Boom! However, as soon as his words fell, his body quickly flew backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow. "Noisy, a celestial who has just filled his divine soul origin, how dare you yell in front of me?" The middle-aged paramount saint merely stood in place and blasted out a punch towards the void, which sent Su Tianming, a fourth realm celestial, directly flying hundreds of miles away. This kind of power was simply appalling. Drawing back his hand, the middle-aged paramount saint looked back over at the Hu family head and Hu Chuanha, shaking his head in disappointment. "Tisk. I originally thought that you guys could be something special, and I wanted to borrow your hands to open this Su clan's secret realm for me, but it turns out that I lost when I came up, so it seems that it's just a bunch of mediocre people with moderate talent." Compared to the soon-to-be-destroyed Su family, the gap isn't generally large. As a quasi-saint, he naturally saw things differently, and could see the gap between the Hu and Su families with a single glance. Even if the Hu family still had one or two celestials hidden in their family. Compared to the Su family's vigor and outbursts, they were truly inferior to dog. Sooner or later, they would be countered by the Su family. The Hu family's people lowered their heads even more in shame when they heard this comment. There was simply no way to refute the fact that the family head was crippled in a single move. Only after saying the Hu family, did the middle-aged paragon turn his gaze back to Su Jiuxing's body, and then he smiled coldly and said, "That's fine, since you guys are unwilling to tell me where Suyu is, then I'll take my time to look for him after I've exterminated your group of ants first. After all, we can't show our faces for too long." Rumble. After saying that, the middle-aged paragon stretched out his right hand and clenched it in the void, and in an instant, countless spiritual forces and heaven and earth energies were mobilized to form a gigantic arm behind him. Zhentian. Pooh. Boom. However, before he could swing this punch that was enough to destroy the Su clan's secret realm, in the next second, his body was heavily knocked out. This scene caused everyone to be startled, and immediately afterward, they saw the appearance of a huge ship. "And what kind of a thing are you that you dare to attempt to destroy my Nine Heavens Disciples clan?" Chapter 084. So you exposed? "You're not Lin Knight, who are you?" As the words fell, the crowd saw a warship as huge as a small mountain appear at the original location of the paragon. Swish! In the next moment, a figure flew out from the warship, his body infinitely enlarged like a giant, and a hand cupped the paragon that had been knocked out into his hands. A suffocatingly terrifying holy might blossomed without reservation, causing the two great celestials to feel their souls tremble. Even though they were now in the fourth decay, their divine soul strength was comparable to that of a quasi-saint. But, in front of a true saint peak, their little divine soul power was like an ant, not enough to look at all. Even the middle-aged paragon saint was like a kunzai being pinched in his hands. I wonder who it is, so it's that group of gutter rats from the emperor's tomb. The ninth elder showed his holy body, displaying the might of the holy realm to the fullest. The moment he grabbed the middle-aged paramount saint, after probing the other party's spiritual energy attributes, he understood what kind of power the visitor was from. Someone from the emperor's tomb Holy Land. That Holy Land that was infamous for specializing in hunting strong people. However, many great powers turned a blind eye to them because such rats in the gutter were sometimes useful, such as going to the emperor's grave to ask for help when it was inconvenient for their own people to do it. Most of their spiritual attributes were based on stealth and high explosions. This was because what was needed for assassination was precisely extremely strong stealthy stances, as well as the means to kill the same realm in a split second. So it was very easy to recognize. Jiao Xiao? After the middle-aged paragon was caught, his face also turned ugly and pale as he roared, "How could you guys be so swift? It shouldn't be." Even if he was exposed, even if the news of the sudden war between the Su and Hu families had gotten out, he shouldn't have arrived so quickly. How long had he only appeared? A moment? And why was there a saint realm in the first place? For those stationed outside, it would be a luxury to have a quasi-saint, right? Ninth elder sneered, "You don't need to know about this, a bunch of rats in the gutter, die." He didn't have the heart to chat with him. It was just as well, with the head of this rat, it was not bad to make friends with Suyu. Thinking of this, the ninth elder was in a somewhat pleasant mood. Bang! Only a bang was heard, and the middle-aged paragon's head was bursting open like a watermelon. The flesh was similarly crushed into mush by the ninth elder. The difference between a quasi-saint and a saint was enormous. No matter how strong a quasi-saint was, he was still just a quasi. He, on the other hand, was a true saint realm, and was still at the peak of the saint realm, half a foot into the great saint level of mighty existences. For him to pinch a paragon saint to death, it would be practically effortless. Casually flinging this puddle of slime out, the ninth elder's huge eyes rotated to look at the youth who had frozen on the side, and said in disgust, "For you to say, why did you come to target the Su family?" It was naturally difficult for a paragon to ask anything, but a youth was much better to interrogate. The youth with an extraordinary temperament heard this, his face froze, and before he could speak, he heard Suyu's voice coming from the warship. "Ninth elder, this group of people are here to find me." Suyu's calm words came, causing the crowd to look over in unison. Under the crowd's gaze, Suyu stepped out from the warship and looked at the youth, saying, "You are the new saint's son that the emperor's tomb has cultivated?" Seeing Suyu appear, the youth immediately drank. "Lin Knight, you have been cultivated by the emperor's tomb since you were a child, now you dare to defect. The elders are already furious. If you don't want your entire Lin family to be incinerated by the Holy Land, immediately cut yourself where you may be able to save your family's life." He knew very well that the moment a peak saint realm powerhouse came out, he would definitely have no return this time. Although he was a saint's son. But the emperor's tomb has trained too many people. Even if he dies, a new saint's son will be decided. As for the Saint Realm assassin coming out to rescue him, in the judgment of the Holy Land, a peak quasi-saint outer sect elder would be enough to exterminate all unstable factors. Who had thought that the original traitor would be able to make the Nine Heavens sacred realm personally protect the path? Hearing his chorus, everyone present was shocked, each with horrified eyes looking at Suyu. It seemed, they too had not thought that Suyu had already been seized by the Emperor's grave saint son. Then, wasn't the one standing in front of them today someone from the Emperor's grave? Even the ninth elder was stunned, but then a hint of killing intent gradually rose in his eyes. However, before they could make a move, Suyu laughed. "You mean that soul body? After only how many years of cultivation, a soul body of the innate realm wants to take over me? Overthinking you. As for the Lin family you mentioned, feel free to exterminate it, it's fine to have your bones tossed to the ground." Suyu thought that the other party had some kind of undercard, but it turned out, it was also relying on this kind of dirty tactics. "But, what does Lin Knight's matter have to do with me, Mr. Su? Bones and ashes will be raised, exterminate the whole clan? Feel free to exterminate." Seeing this attitude of Suyu, the youth was also stunned all of a sudden, and then even laughed angrily. Well, what the elders said was really right, you kid is really dishonest, no wonder you have not replied to the Holy Land information for so many years. Do you think this is all we are prepared for today? Swish. As the words fell, an oil lamp flickering with a ghostly blue flame suddenly appeared in the youth's hand. "This is the innate soul lamp that possesses a trace of your soul essence, I'll see how much longer you can pretend." Saying that, the youth was directly utilizing the intrinsic soul lamp to cast a soul spell on Suyu. The soul spell cast with the soul origin as the medium was the most efficient and direct, able to directly control the other party's soul. It can directly control the other party's soul and make them experience a feeling worse than death. However, no matter how he cast his soul incantation, even though the flame that made the intrinsic soul lamp was on the verge of being extinguished. However, Suyu in front of him remained motionless. "What the hell, what's the point of playing with a lamp there? Exert yourself, didn't you say that you'd let me be in my original form?" Suyu was originally a little worried about whether there would be any impact. But after the other party cast a soul spell and nothing happened to himself, he was instantly relieved. How could this happen? The youth looked at this scene, his eyes wide and glazed over, as if he couldn't figure out what was going on. Why would anyone be able to resist the damage of a soul spell? One must know that as long as a trace of your soul essence is in someone else's hands, then even if you are a great emperor, you can be held by a weakling at the pulse condensation realm. "You're not Lin Knight?" The youth glared at Suyu and roared, "Where is Lin Knight? The other party wasn't Lin Knight? Then who was the person who took Lin Knight's communication jade pendant to send them a message before?" Suyu put away his smile and took a step out, exploding towards the youth with the full force of his peak impregnating God realm battle power. Rumble! A deafening sonic boom rang out, causing the youth to snap out of it. "I said, the Lin Knight you spoke of, that soul body has already been worn out by me. I am called Suyu. Suyu of the Su family." As the words fell, Suyu raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, and at this moment, the terrifying strength of his fleshly body struck out several times, even 10 times the speed of sound. In the midst of this rapidity, it was as if there was the sound of a dragon's and elephant's roar exploding. Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain. Boom! Chapter 085, colluding with the Emperor's grave and committing crimes against my Su family, his crime is punishable by the death of his entire clan. Suyu's strike was extremely decisive and ruthless. One move was his full strength. So what if he was a saint's son at the peak of the realm of embodied God? Is he not in the realm of embodied God? If, for example, he couldn't even defeat the holy son of a villainous power, then what was the point of his cultivation? How could he change this fate? The so-called villain is enough with me. And what are you? You dare to talk about my identity? Remember, your so-called Lin Knight died a long time ago. That's right, I killed him. Suyu snapped and slammed his fist out. With this punch, the power exploded 100%. This was a power that could only be erupted by possessing the most extreme control over the physical body, breaking space, and breaking the speed of sound limit with the physical body. With the wind of his fist, he exploded into the sound of a dragon and an elephant. Roar! Under this terrifying speed and power, it was as if the youth was hallucinating, as if what was rushing towards him was not a human, but a true dragon and a divine elephant. Impossible! The youth shook his head frantically and took out his battle weapon to kill. Bang! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The youth's long sword did not even last for a moment before it was shattered by Suyu's punch. Along with his head, it exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated. Purely in terms of power, Suyu had long surpassed the peak of the impregnating god, and with this punch, even if it was a Dharma phase great exalt, he would be able to kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of the pale gold fate of Chi, and obtaining the reward, plus 130,000 villain value, life-killing blade, sacred light technique, heavenly escape talisman, realm enhancement card 3. Life-killing knife, a demonic knife that is nurtured by blood, nurturing the knife by killing. The stronger the person killed, the more powerful the life-killing knife accumulates. If it can be nurtured by the blood of 100 people's Dharma phantoms, the life-killing knife can cut down the Jieyang under full force. Grade, Sacred Soldier. Sacred Light Art, created by the female Emperor 3, simulation of chaos body created by the law, can dissolve all laws, invincible defense, attack and defense, known as the Sacred Light Art, a generation of invincible, Emperor realm martial arts under the first secret art. Heavenly Escape Talisman, this talisman can be used to hide from the sky and escape hundreds of millions of miles away. Grade, Sacred Realm. Due to the failure to cut the opponent's fortune value when killing the Son of Fortune, the rewards are more scarce. Please pay attention. For the tips behind the system, Suyu did not care. Because, any existence that could threaten him should be wiped out at the first opportunity, not raised and then killed. The Son of Heaven's destiny is not unable to kill. As long as there is no threat to himself, he can when the other party is a fat sheep like captive slowly gleaned, but, like this Emperor Grave of the new saint's son of this kind of people, is a must-kill. Anyone who had a threat and killing intent towards himself deserved to die. Suyu's face was as cold as frost, unable to see any emotions. He didn't know what this group of people would think of themselves after this mess, but it didn't matter. It was possible to escape. Ben was careful to maneuver around and live. If he lost everything because of this, it didn't matter, he still had a way to retreat. Xian Tian was so big that the Holy Land couldn't go out as he pleased. It was an opportunity for him to rise. Big deal, it would be like the Do Tian quasi-emperor, using the limit to prove the Tao. Right after Suyu had beheaded the new saint's son of the emperor's grave, the ninth elder who had been silent all along opened his mouth. So, are you the original body or someone from the emperor's grave? Although Suyu proved that he was not under the control of the original soul lamp, but who dares to guarantee that the one he gave at that time was not a fake soul? Although the chances of faking were negligible, there was always an eventuality. Suyu looked at the ninth elder and smiled. Elder, I believe you have the means to prove whether I am the original body or not. The original body was easy to prove. Although the soul that took over the body could obtain all the memories of the original body, the fit between the soul and the physical body would never be 100% perfect. He was flawed. Otherwise, the matter of taking over the body would have been widespread long ago. The ninth elder heard this and nodded. There are naturally methods, but I need to tell you one thing. If I find out that you don't have a high soul fit, I can only endure the pain of killing you here. Speaking of this, the ninth elder also had a kind of heartache. After all, this was a demon who was expected to reunite the immortal laws. How could he die like this? But for the sake of the Holy Land, he could only do this. He, who was a staunch advocate of the Holy Land's interests. Suyu slightly nodded his head in understanding. After all, this matter would have this kind of suspicion no matter who it happened to, if it could not be proved. However, in the middle of the Su family, Su Jiuxing was the one who suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, Elder, there is no need. I believe that Au has not been seized. These words caused Suyu and the ninth elder to look over at the same time. Especially Suyu, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As the two of them watched, Su Jiuxing spoke with a calm expression. If Au has truly been taken over, he wouldn't have returned this time. He knew very well what kind of person Suyu was, and what the Emperor's tomb was like, he knew equally well. The people of Emperor's grave were cold in nature. The concept of family is even more absent, and only self-interest is the principle of absolute supremacy. But Suyu is back. Therefore, he believed that Suyu had not been taken over. The ninth elder secretly nodded his head. However, he still said seriously, it's useless for you to believe, but at this time, it's about the interests of the Holy Land, I can't be so hasty. Saying that, The storage ring in Elder Nine's hand flashed with light, and then an ancient mirror appeared in his hand. This is the origin realm. After it is reflected, it can directly illuminate a person's soul origin. If there is no problem, what the origin realm maps out will only be his own appearance. Upon hearing this, Suyu could not help but mutter, "Isn't this just like a demon mirror? It shines a light on what he was supposed to look like." As the words fell, the ninth elder directly raised the origin mirror and aimed it at Suyu, then injected a trace of spiritual energy into the origin realm. "Come on, let us see if you are the original body." Buzz. As the origin mirror emitted a subtle and soft light that shone on Suyu's body, in an instant, Suyu only felt as if there was something probing in the depths of his soul. However, there was no discomfort. Under the gazes of the crowd, which were filled with nervousness and anticipation, the light of the origin realm was gradually withdrawn. In the end, the only thing in the mirror was Suyu's appearance at this moment. There was no half change. Seeing this scene, the ninth elder let out a fierce sigh of relief and put away the origin mirror, then smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, it seems that I was really overly concerned." The result of the origin realm made him completely believe that Suyu was the original body and had not been taken over. The reason why he believed in this result was because this origin mirror was a quasi-emperor grade treasure. It was a supreme treasure that the Holy Lord had handed over to him near the time of his departure. In order. It was for him to find a chance to measure Suyu, whether or not he had been taken over by the master of the secret realm. The origin realm was able to shine out the souls of quasi-emperors. Suyu. He can't fake it at all. Right now the result was obvious, the test was passed. Suyu smiled unconcernedly and waved his hand. "It's only the best that the ninth elder can be so steady, and this will only prove my innocence." But the whole person crossed over. "It's not like he's a soul wearer. Who can tell? All he's afraid of is that the meme has soul power." Now it seemed that he had really been overly concerned. The system produced surely wouldn't be that hasty. Suyu's words changed, his gaze swept towards those family members who were standing in place and did not dare to leave, and he coldly said, "However, since innocence has already been proved, it is time for this place to be cleared." Upon hearing this, the ninth elder froze and said, "What do you want to do?" Suyu laughed, then, the smile converged, and only ice coldness and cruelty lingered on his face. "Colluding with the emperor's grave and committing crimes against my Su family, his crime should be the execution of the entire clan. Kill without mercy." Boom. Chapter 086 Extreme Anger. Stepping on thunder to perform divine miracles. Dharma heaven and earth. Pro. Suyu took a deep breath. Although there was a great deal of fire in his heart, he could not directly vent it out, but he had a reason to vent it out on this group of incoming offenders. The charge of colluding with the emperor's grave was enough to exterminate their clan. As expected. After hearing Suyu's claim, the ninth elder nodded slightly and responded, "Permission granted." This request was permissible. There would be no need for a lineage that colluded with the emperor's tomb to continue surviving in the eastern wasteland anyway. Just right. It also let him see how the potential of the Su family was. 2 celestials, several hijacked yin-yang realms, and hundreds of Dharma phase realms. This kind of strength was just right to be used to test the Su family's combat potential. Receiving the promise, Suyu also droned, "Kill. Leave no one behind." Boom. As the words fell, Suyu bent his knees and his entire body instantly shot out explosively, holding the life-killing knife tightly in his hand as he slashed over. So what if it's the Dharma phase realm? Today, with this battle, let Suyu's name resound through the eastern wasteland. There is no harm in making thousands of enemies. In the future, it's a big deal for one person to fight the world. Seeing their Su family's young master being so decisive, the Su family's elders and the group of almost dead robbing yin-yang realm powerhouses of the older generation were also as excited as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and one by one, they rushed out. Su Tianming even laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Good. Worthy of being my Su clan's descendants, it's all about the courage to fight and kill. Hu Chuanha, get over here, let me chop off your dog's head today to help my family AU. Boom. Even though he was slightly injured, it didn't affect Su Tianming's aura in the slightest, and he directly rushed towards the Hu clan celestials. Seeing this scene, Hu Chuanha's face was pale and iron, and after hearing this, he also laughed fiercely. "Our Hu family won't be able to survive today, but before that, let me kill a few more of you, the Su family, to go to hell for company." Bang! The 2 great celestials had no reservations at this moment, communicating with the heavens and earth to condense their phases and finally integrating them into their own bodies, their bodies enlarged by hundreds of times, directly striking into the clouds. Su Jiuxing similarly laughed, "It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. I've held my anger today, none of these scumbags will live." Holding back. Although the Su family was a first-class force of the world in the absence of the Holy Land, not to mention the Holy Realm striking out, just the appearance of a quasi-saint made the Su family almost face a crisis of annihilation. He, too, was on fire. The Su family was going to become stronger, and he, Su Jiuxing, was going to become stronger as well. The Holy Realm is just a holy realm, he can break it just the same. Sort of human slaughter. Buzz. The blade body buzzed, and the blade aura with a rich blood-devouring aura blossomed, directly slashing at the Hu clan's strongest member of the Sunjack realm. At this moment, Su Jiuxing transformed into a great sun and violently smashed into the Hu clan's queue. Although at the level of the Dharma phase realm, the Su family was a bit less than the Hu family, but their battle power was a frightening sight for the Hu family. This group of Su family people, each one of them was like a madman. Tough as nails. Kill. Seeing this scene, Suyu similarly stopped hiding himself, his eyes burning with divine light, almost burning through the air. Void prison suppressing blade. The power of the prison suppressing body wrapped around the body of the slaying blade and erupted with the void blade technique that was capable of cutting through the void, the power of which was so immense that even a Dharma phase would have to burst into flames at the sight of it. Boom! With a single slash, Suyu directly cleaved away two Hu clan powerhouses who were at the beginning of the Dharma phase realm. Above the sky, there was a constant spray of blood mist. Seeing this ferocious scene, Elder Nine Heavens and Lin Chang on the warship were also astonished. How was it that each and every one of them was like a murderer? Were all the people of the Su family this strong? This kind of fighting quality, they are simply born warriors. When the ninth elder saw this kind of performance, he even nodded his head repeatedly. Not bad, combat quality is extremely high, and everyone has good talent. This family has great potential, it's worth investing in. With his vision, the Su family, perhaps, would become a Saint Realm family within a few hundred years. It would even be expected to be comparable to an average Holy Land. This was because the contemporary family head, Su Long, had a very thick foundation of robbed yang, and the two chi of yin and yang were in the most stable state of balance. When experiencing the 5 failures of the Celestials in the future, he would definitely cross over to become a paramount saint at an extremely fast speed. Coupled with what he had seen and heard, Su Jiuxing also had 3 daughters who had measured out emperor-level qualifications in addition to Suyu, and all of them had joined the Tianxian Holy Land. Coupled with such a family atmosphere and 4 demonic heavenly prides. The Su family. Hiss. Thinking deeper, the ninth elder couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. If the Golden Great World could descend within a few thousand years, the Su family was expected to ask for a great imperial family. It shall not be allowed. A great emperor family, that's a family with emperor soldiers guarding it, with quasi-imperial ancestor-level figures appearing in every generation. It is a family with a long history of prosperity. The great imperial families that had existed for the longest time were the Ji family, the Jiang family, and the 3 Xian Yuan families. Each family was a top-tier Holy Land. Even top-tier Holy Lands didn't dare to mess with these 3 too much. This Su family's fortune is truly prosperous to the extreme. The ninth elder was overwhelmed with emotion. Not to mention the 4 great emperors of a family, even one was extremely impressive. The 10,000 races shared a common respect, and if any one of them came out, they were all human beings. The Su family versus the Hu family, even without the intervention of the 9 heavens, it is almost a one-sided situation. The Su family per capita mad dog, catching a person is a dead bite. This madman fight to make the Hu family's strongest people are trembling. Above the sky. The battle between the 2 great celestial beings was also extremely intense, and the thick clouds were dispersed in several clusters. Water vapor was evaporated and turned into white mist that floated down. After descending to a certain height, the flawless white mist of water vapor was then quickly dyed blood red by the blood mist on the battlefield of the Dharma realm. Suyu was facing 2 Dharma phase realms by himself, his face as cold as frost. These 2 Dharma phase realms were both Dharma phase realm first-level powerhouses, facing Suyu, a peak of the embodied god realm. They actually felt a trace of fear spreading within them. Crazy. This was the unanimous evaluation that the 2 gave Suyu. Because, they had previously seen with their own eyes that a Dharma phase realm had been hard split in half by Suyu. Just when the 2 of them were in a dilemma, a furious roar galvanized the 2 of them into sobriety. You 2, come with me and kill this scumbag. If it wasn't for him, why would my Hu family end up in this situation today? Boom! In the next second, an old Hu clan member at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase rushed out. His eyes were scarlet, staring at Suyu's human head, and he charged out with his spear as if he wanted to stab through Suyu's head. Die for me, little bastard, you scum, this is all because of you. Stab! The sound of piercing the air exploded as the old man killed straight towards Suyu. Seeing the Dharma phase realm triple suddenly rushing out to kill Suyu, a group of Su family elders were shocked, wanting to rush over to save Suyu, but they were all desperately stopped by their respective opponents. On the warship, the 9th elder and a few outer sect elders saw the situation and wanted to make a move to save Suyu, but they were interrupted by the latter. No need to save me. Suyu's eyes were cold and his voice said icily. Today, no one can stop me from killing. It's suffocating. To be casually suspected, to be casually approached and told to exterminate the family, such a thing. It's really too hard to bear. Suyu's eyes were like looking at a dead person as he stared at the old man who rushed over. Break for me. Suyu's eyes closed, then snapped open and roared sternly. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed. Between heaven and earth, the thin aura was dragged and pulled by an invisible great force, pulling and dragging it to Suyu's side, and even the aura hundreds of miles away was difficult to be spared. Seeing this scene, countless people's faces changed wildly. The ninth elder even lost his voice, breaking through the Dharma phase? This brat, he was able to break through the Dharma phase in the outside world, and still managed to induce such a terrifying sound formation? It wasn't rare for the outside world to break through the Dharma phase, but when could a Dharma phase breakthrough in the outside world drag all the aura from hundreds of miles away in front of one's face? Not to mention the outside world, even in the Holy Land, there wasn't such a terrifying scale of breakthrough awe. A group of people stared blankly at this, only to see countless thunderclouds gushing out of thin air in the sky, rumbling explosions that made the earth tremble for a moment. Snap! Several thunder pillars as thick as buckets struck towards Suyu's heavenly gate. In the face of this thunder pillar that could cleave to death the beginning of the Dharma phase, Suyu's eyes flashed with viciousness as he raised his head and slammed his fist out. Boom! The thunder pillar shattered, and the thunder light in the sky almost made it impossible to open one's eyes. Bull endgame thunder tribulation, this kind of power is not even worthy of tickling me. Hearing these rampant to the extreme words, everyone's hearts trembled. However, when the lightning dispersed, they were stagnant in their gazes, and moreover, they only felt their scalps tingling, and they could not stop their bodies from starting to tremble because, under their gaze, Suyu rushed into the thunder clouds with his feet on the thunder pillars, like a walking thunder deity, his greatness shaking the heaven and earth. In the next second, a huge incomparable figure began to coalesce in the thunderclouds, and finally, it even pierced through the thunderclouds and came out. His body was bathed in thunder light and surrounded by electric arcs, just like a true deity. Dharma heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor Dharma body. Pro. Thud. P.S. Brothers take a vacation, hit, I do not know if it is influenza A, sleep up all the bones ache, fever, and injections did not go down, I have no. Chapter 087 The Dharma phase has become, I'll be invincible. Facing the roiling thunder tribulation, Suyu stepped on top of the thunder layer, his eyes flashed with a touch of madness and sharpness. Boom! In an instant, Suyu's body began to capture the surrounding power of the thunderbolt into his body, and the infinite spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even crazily poured into his body. 30 meters, 40 meters. 50 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Suyu's body broke through to a height of 100 meters. There was a terrifying power lurking in the thunderbolt cloud that had coalesced for 10 miles, and if this power were to blossom at full strength, all the great reverends of the second level of the Dharma phase realm would have to be cleaved to death on the spot. However, it was this kind of terrifying power that could not move Suyu in the slightest. He bathed in the sea of thunder, just like a burst of thunder true god, continuously absorbing the nutrients therein to strengthen his body. He was trying to break the boundaries and take this crucial step to change himself. He was going to enter the Dharma phase. He wants to achieve the great exaltation. Every strand of hair stood up under the power of thunder, wantonly messy but without losing its sharpness, and his eyes were even flickering with thunder and lightning. Dharma heaven and earth. Thud. The heavens and the earth seemed to be ringing with a bell that invigorated the mind. It was the sound of Suyu's heartbeat. The law of the heavens and the earth, the heavenly Dipper Avatar law, possessed the greatness of penetrating the heavens and the earth. As Suyu stepped out step by step, his body also continued to soar to 300 meters. Seeing this scene, whether it was a Dharma phase or a yin-yang second realm powerhouse, all of their gazes froze. Even the knowledgeable ninth elder was horrified when he saw this scene, 90 feet tall at the beginning of the Dharma phase. No, wait, this doesn't seem to be his Dharma phase body. The ninth elder's eyes flashed with a flash of divine light, as if he wanted to see Suyu through, and in the end, he actually sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said in shock, "What kind of demon is this little guy, only at the Dharma phase realm and he has the power to perform divine abilities? No. I should say that he has only entered the Dharma phase for the first time. How could he have such a strong divine ability method?" Divine aptitude was not a martial art, not a feat. Rather, it was a talent, an innate talent, and only those with a strong physique had the divine aptitude method come with it. But, the only way the avatar would be revealed was by breaking through the Jiang. And most of the divine abilities were only of the earthly fury level or even the human level. Suyu's divine ability that acted on itself like this was clearly a stronger and more terrifying heavenly deity divine ability method. To know. Almost 90% of cultivators also only have the opportunity to allow themselves to master an innate divine ability after breaking through the Jiang, that is, after they have balanced the attributes of yin and yang to reshape their bodies. But Suyu. Surprisingly, he was able to activate out at the Dharma phase realm? What kind of concept is this? Even the many great emperors remembered by history, not many of them could be this perverse, right? Only the legendary chaotic body could have this kind of condition. He, Suyu, is not a chaotic body. At this moment, the ninth elder only felt that his worldview had been impacted, and although his eyes were shocked, they were more fervent. No, this little guy must be cultivated. With him around, the nine heavens will definitely reign supreme in this era and become the most powerful Holy Land. This Su family must be befriended. Even if it wasn't for the Holy Land, just for him and his descendants, the Su family had to be befriended before it was too late. If he missed out on today's weak period, when he was strong, it would be too late for anything if he tried to befriend himself. Although he was a staunch fan of the Holy Land's interests, he also had his own family, and had to plan everything for his family, so as long as it was within the rules, he would also try to find a way to plan a bit of a chance for himself to get out of the way. At this moment, Suyu's status in the Ninth Elder's mind was infinitely elevated. This was a little fellow with unlimited potential. If he doesn't die in the future, he will become a great emperor. There were naturally not a few people who had the same mindset as him. However, the Hu clan who was against Suyu was desperate. Because they used the lives of their entire clan to witness the rise of a demon. Quick! Definitely don't let him break through this easily, interrupt him and let him get injured during his tribulation. Go on, give me a humongous charge. The Hu clan's Dharma phantoms shouted one after another in a hoarse voice, attempting to exchange their lives for Suyu's injuries. However, most of them were stopped by the Su family's elders with a big smile. They wouldn't let this group of people interfere with their own young master's breakthrough. That was the future pride of the Su family. How could he let this group spoil his newly rising morning light? Looking at the great battle below, Suyu smiled. At the same time, he felt the power in his body that was constantly rising wildly. There was fascination and enjoyment in his eyes. This feeling was really too comfortable. The feeling of one's strength getting stronger and stronger, that feeling of fate gradually being in one's hands. It's really too mesmerizing. The Avatar law is just that. You guys are so excited before even fusing the phases, so be it. Today, let's completely reveal some of our cards. Looking at the group of Hu clan Dharma phases that wanted to swarm up, Suyu grinned. Then, he looked towards the sea of thunderbolt clouds and took a deep breath. I will establish my foundation with the 10,000 phantasms, and lay down this foundation of being the number one in the 10,000 ancient era. Not for the sake of simply being invincible at the same level, but invincible to an entire realm. This is the bottom card, but this Dharma phase is not. Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body, meld. Suyu pinched his spell, and immediately afterward, in the midst of this roiling sea of thunder, the vitality aura in the depths of the thunderstorm and the surrounding energy began to coalesce crazily. Under his outline, a taller figure began to converge behind Suyu, who was 90 feet tall. It was a huge silhouette that was 300 feet tall. The face under the beaded crown and tassel was blurred, making it impossible to see the real face, but the Emperor's might that was fatally emanating was something that made everyone not dare to look directly at it. On a metaphysical suit, there were embroidered stars, mountains and rivers, and the immense Emperor's might blossomed, causing countless people to feel a heavy sense of oppression. Emperor might. This is the Heavenly Emperor Dharma body. Heavens! My Su family's young master has actually realized the number one ranked deity phase of my human race since the beginning of time. The moment they watched the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body appear, the Su family elders' mouths each shivered, this great surprise almost causing them to lose their minds. Recognized by all races as the number one Dharma phase in all ages, the Heavenly Emperor Dharma body had actually been comprehended by their young master. This great surprise was simply no less than winning the lottery jackpot. By comprehending the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body, one would be able to be called an emperor in the future without becoming an emperor. Those who don't are great emperors. But to be called a quasi-emperor, that's a given. The Su family is prospering greatly. Ha ha ha. This scene made the Su family elders even more like they were pumped up with chicken blood, beating up the Hu family's Dharma phase great exalt, that was even more unrelenting, smashing over madly with one punch after another. Wrong. Along with Suyu's word Rome, the Heavenly Emperor Dharma body that had condensed from behind him instantly disappeared into his body. In an instant, Suyu's body continued to skyrocket. Boom! 400 meters, 500 meters. Eventually, the body came to 1,000 meters before stopping. Boom! The Dharma phase had become a reality. Suyu raised his hand and dispersed the thunderbolt with a punch, then bent down and rushed into the Dharma phase battlefield, directly grabbing two Dharma phase realm 5th level powerhouses in a handful of times when everyone did not react. In the next moment, under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the two Dharma phase 5th levelers, Suyu violently exerted his force. Only hearing a bang sound, the two men's flesh was crushed into mush with a loud bang. The Dharma phase has just become me. I should be invincible. Today, all those who offend my Su clan will have to die. Boom! Chapter 088 You, how do you know so many divine principle laws? Beginning to enter the Dharma phase realm, and being able to pinch two Dharma phase 5th levels to death with one hand just after crossing the thunder tribulation, this scene caused everyone to hold their breath and stare in awe. They really couldn't figure out what kind of demon could achieve such a step. However, this was perfectly normal for Suyu. Mastering a heavenly deity divine ability Dharma heaven and earth in his first hand, and then combining it with the fusion of a Dharma body that was the first in all of history, if one could not achieve this step with such a configuration, wouldn't it be said that it was too much of a disgrace? If it was a true Dharma phase 5th heavenly pride demon, he certainly couldn't do it to the point where he could easily pinch it to death. But no matter how strong the Hu family was, it was still just a celestial family. What could a family that didn't even have a sacred deity compare to him? If realm could determine all battle power, then what was he bothering to cultivate so many techniques and martial arts for? Why did the ancestors need to create so many powerful martial arts? The realm was only defined by the forefathers in terms of the most basic standard power, and it wasn't some kind of difficult chasm to cross. For example, the basic definition of 10,000 pounds of whole strength is the peak of the body-quenching realm. That is only the basic peak strength of the body-quenching realm, rather than the upper limit. You quenching the body of the seventh weight to reach this limit of strength. You can also say that the body-quenching realm is the peak of the body-quenching realm. The basic physical strength and then superimposed on the martial arts mobilization of heaven and earth energy added power. The basic quenching realm is also able to burst out 15 or even 20,000 pounds of chi, comparable to the first pulse condensation. Is Suyu practicing some kind of trash technique martial arts? No. Quite the contrary, he cultivated all the top-notch martial arts and techniques, and his superimposed power could no longer be measured by common sense. What's more, the divine ability of Dharma heaven and earth wasn't just about increasing one's height. He was pulling his body up and then pulling his strength up at the same level. Even if Suyu was only at the most basic level of the first level of the Dharma realm, but after the enhancement of the Dharma heaven and earth, he could still explode with the power of the third level of the Dharma realm without exerting his Dharma body. With the execution of the Dharma body in so many increases, it was not a matter of chopping a 7th level Dharma phase in reverse. All give me death. Suyu raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Boom! Then, this huge body of his actually caused a slight distortion in space with the power of his flesh. The power was almost to the extent of breaking space. Moreover, the speed was even faster. Life-killing knife. Suyu had a dense to extreme killing intent in his eyes. A knife that was filled with a dense and crazy killing intent fell into his hands, and he slashed across the void. Buzz! In an instant, space trembled. A blade light like the blazing sun blossomed, and this blade had the might to cleave through the heavens. With just a single blade, several Dharma phase realms were like dirt and dogs, and were easily killed by him. Using the blood of the Dharma phase to contain the slaying blade. Then in full view of everyone, Suyu's body, which was larger than any Dharma phase realm, dodged in a flash and appeared in front of a Dharma phase realm 6th level Great Exalted, and with a single punch, he directly blasted his flesh into pieces. Monstrous killing intent swept across the entire battlefield, shocking everyone. The god of killing has descended into the world. The onlookers also had emotions when they saw this scene. This battle was simply a feast of abuse. Under the high weight of the Dharma phase, no one was a one-on-one enemy of Suyu. Only a qualitatively strong person of the Dharma phase high gravity kind could make Suyu fearful. However, this was already enough to prove Suyu's strength. His potential and battle power were unrivaled. Every point that was displayed would make the Ninth Elder's evaluation of Suyu go up a level. This was also just what Suyu wanted. Because in this war, he had appeared the fastest, and had accomplished everything before any of the other forces had reacted by sending people to observe. Therefore, he was able to keep this group of people secret, and again, he was able to get them to put the treasure all on himself. The Su family was too weak, and he himself was too weak. He needed a saint to take a stand. The Ninth Elder, a peak sage realm, was the best candidate. Aha! In the middle of the clouds, the Hu clan celestials who were entangled by Su Tianming saw this scene and also repented until their livers were broken. One Hu family member was slaughtered in front of him, and this feeling was even more unbearable than killing him. If it wasn't for that ungrateful grandson who said he wanted to stand up to the so-called new saint's son, why would my Hu family have come to this point? Hu Chuanha's voice was withered, regret overflowing. He never should have trusted his grandson who had joined the emperor's grave, and had to use a woman as an excuse for the Hu family to cooperate with the emperor's grave's actions to start the so-called war against the Su family. He had thought that he would be able to reap the benefits and not be exposed. Who knows? The Su family's contemporary young master was such a demon, and still had such a prominent position in the Nine Heavens sacred land. Seeing him like this, Su Tianming even laughed out loud and said, "Old thing, a member of my Su family would not be taken over by the so-called holy son of the emperor's grave. I can't keep you today, I'll kill you to celebrate the birth of a true dragon in my Su family." Boom! Su Tianming's mood and power at this moment had an unprecedented peak state, and he had never felt as happy as he did now. Even if I die today, I won't let you live well. Hearing Su Tianming's smug laughter, Hu Quan only felt it stinging his ears and said in annoyance, "Don't worry, I will definitely feel better if you die." Su Tianming could not be the least bit afraid of this threat from him. Although his divine soul injury had just been repaired not long ago, and he was no match for someone like Hu Chuanha who had been immersed for many years, however, his battle intent was stronger than the other parties. He did not fear death, and that was enough. Exterminate God. Boom! In the battle circle of the hijacking Yang realm, Su Jiuxing was alone with one blade facing the three late hijacking Yang realm straight on, his white robe hunting. Although he was a little bit in a mess, the drops of blood still dripping from the tip of his blade were enough to prove that he had just chopped down more than one hijacking Yang. Slaughtering you all today will not only celebrate my son's entry into the Dharma phase, but at the same time, I'm also facing the celestial fifth failure realm head-on with your lives. Su Jiuxing shed all his usual disguises and transformed into a killing god, arrogant. He didn't put martial artists of the same realm in his eyes in the slightest. Su Jiuxing you. However, before those three late-stage sunjacking old men could let out their vicious words, they were interrupted by Su Jiuxing rushing up. You dare, eat my blade first and live to talk to me again. Three old guys. This battle took no more than half an hour from when the Hu family led an invasion to attack the Su family's secret realm to this current situation. With the passage of time, less than an hour's work, the battle came to a complete end as the last person from the Hu clan fell. Thud. Suyu fell into the ground from mid-air, his kilometer-tall body looking away in the direction of the warship. He arched his hand at the ninth elder standing in front of the warship and said, this time, I thank the ninth elder for making a move. Hee, what's the point of talking about this, go back to your Su family first and then catch up. The ninth elder said smilingly. Suyu nodded, then, he glanced at the huge phallic corpses that filled the ground, and with a thought, a whip condensed from the power of divine power appeared in his hand. Avatar catch the mountain. Snap. A whip was cracked on the four directions of great mountains, and in an instant, a great mountain seemed like a frightened rabbit, and began to move its bearings, revealing a pit so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and under their trembling, those phallic corpses fell in one after another. After all the corpses had fallen into the pit, Suyu lashed out again, and the four sides of the great mountains reoriented themselves. Seeing this amazing scene, the ninth elder's eyes went wide. How do you know so many divine laws? Has this world gone mad? How can one person have two aptitudes? P.S. 2 days ago almost lost his life, went to the hospital for more than 5 hours of injections, came home and began to chill, cold to the fire roasted an hour or not conscious, opened the air conditioning 30 degrees to sleep have been shivering, once I thought I could not wake up, scared me to death, has never been so serious cold, has been to the present or still diarrhea and a low fever and vomiting state, the life feels like losing half of it, as for how to write, can only as for how to. Write, can only be rounded back later, my full attendants are gone, cry dead. Chapter 089, just letting you guys move house, what are you doing digging up your ancestors' graves? The others might still be within the realm of understanding not to be so surprised, but these dual divine means made the ninth elder really feel horrified. For a moment, he wondered if it was the reincarnation of an immortal. Not only were there numerous saint realm martial arts, but his battle power was even stronger to an outrageous extent, and he was able to press the high level of the Dharma realm to fight just after he had broken through. Now, it was even displaying dual divine ability means. It was simply a bit too appalling. Avatar, this was a signature power that could only be awakened at the Jieyang realm, a means to transform mortals into immortals. A martial artist only had one divine ability, and it had never been heard of anyone being able to perform two. In the face of the ninth elder's shocked gaze, Suyu, however, only smiled faintly and said, it's more than that. Saying that, Suyu suddenly drew out a divine lance captured from the battlefield, which was the weapon of the Hu family's robbing realm powerhouse, and was casually picked up by him. It was a battle weapon that was comparable to the quality of the heavenly rank, which was mixed with precious metals and forged. Ka-ching! Under the gaze of the ninth elder, Suyu placed the head of this divine spear in his mouth and proceeded to chew it with a bite. Eating the spearhead, Suyu was like eating dry noodles. As Suyu swallowed it, his flesh even glowed with a reddish aura, that was the characteristics of the rare metal being absorbed and fused by the avatar swallowing gold. Having swallowed the divine gold, Suyu was able to detect a trace of extremely weak enhancement in his fleshly body. Hiss! The ninth elder sucked in a mouthful of cool air, horrified, 3 kinds. Are you really not an immortal reincarnated? Chewing divine gold raw and still functioning to strengthen the physical body, such a means was unheard of. In terms of aptitude grade. With Elder Nine's eyesight, this was an earthly fate grade divine ability method, and even by virtue of its ability to enhance the physical body, it was completely comparable to ordinary heavenly deity divine abilities. This was no longer important. What mattered is that this kid can master and perform 3 divine abilities. Suyu shook his head, pretty sure I'm not myself. Therefore, I also hope that Elder Nine can understand my intention of revealing so much. On the side of the Holy Land, I do not wish to expose too many of my cards. But with you, Ninth Elder, I have no reservations. Suyu's eyes were sincere and his attitude was extremely proper. You know very well that the Holy Land does not lack me, and it is not my turn to get my hands on it. I only need to do what I should do, reunite the immortal scriptures that the 3 Holy Lands want to see, and the rest of the task is none of my business. I come from a family, naturally I have to consider everything for my family, and you, Ninth Elder, are not from the core inheritance lineage, we all have our own families. Without violating the principles of the Holy Land, I hope that you, Ninth Elder, a holy realm, can take care of the Su family. After I or my 3 sisters have accomplished their cultivation. Saying this, Suyu no longer continued, because his meaning was already obvious, saying more would be verbose. The Ninth Elder looked at him in a daze, then, he solemnly nodded, I promise you. As long as it's within the rules of the Holy Land, everything can be promised. Sheltering the Su family? That one's easy. Before the great world has not yet descended, saints are difficult to walk outside. The higher the realm, the greater the threat of walking outside. If you stay for a long time, at any time, there is to let the foundation irreversible damage occurs. If you stay for a long time, there is always the possibility of irreversible damage to your foundation. If you are like him, staying in the outside world for a month is the limit. If a great saint came, he would have to die in less than a week. He was also able to perceive that in recent years the end era of heaven and earth had gotten weaker and weaker, and with another 100 years, he was afraid that the peak of saints would be able to stay out for a year. He also had to start planning up before he could do so. The Su family's threat today was just being targeted by the emperor's tomb. But if he himself took the initiative to spread the word, then Emperor's grave would also put his eyes back on him and Su Yu. When he then silently transferred the Su family to the small space of the secret realm opened up by the 9 heavens, he would basically be safe. This was something he had the power to do. Moreover, with this breakthrough speed of Su Yu, he was afraid that in less than 100 years, he would have the opportunity to ask for the Paragon realm. TSK. Su Yu has only been in the 9 heavens for a few years and he has already broken through the Dharma phase. When he first came, he condensed Dan, then 3 years after that, he contained the God, then the Dharma phase, and across the board, it was only 5 years. This cultivation speed was too perverse. He, the 9th elder, would be the first to disbelieve anyone who said that he had no hope of breaking through to a great emperor. In that case, then thank you, 9th elder. Seeing him agree, Su Yu's face suddenly overflowed with a brilliant smile. This is enough. As long as he could protect the Su family for a period of time, in the future, even if he didn't need his 3 sisters to reach great cultivation, he would be able to protect them alone. He would challenge the limits a little bit in this age of the end of Dharma. So that no one can hold him down. The 9th elder waved his hand and said, let's go in first and then elaborate on the details. A group of people trooped into the middle of the Su clan's secret realm without any stops, heading straight in the direction of the main hall. This place had long been cleaned by the Su family's people, and after waiting for the crowd to take their seats, the 9th elder didn't have any hesitation, and immediately said to the duo of Su Jiuxing and Su Tianming, Su family master, this time, the Su family has been thought of by the emperor's grave, and after this, it will surely be as if they are on the back of their necks. After all, Emperor Toon, this poisonous snake, no one knows when he will scurry out to bite you. Therefore, I propose that your Su family relocate your clan to a small secret area that I have opened up. Even though there is a presence of my family inside, it is still enough to accommodate your lives. Upon hearing this proposal, the duo of Su Jiuxing and Su Tianming were first stunned, and before they had time to think about it, they heard Su Yu open his mouth and persuade, Pops, Grandpa. You can follow Elder 9 and leave, and after he takes refuge for a while, I will arrange for you to find a new clanland. Although he had the secret realm entry and exit privileges of a Do Tian quasi-emperor, however, he was not sure if he could put people in there. He needed to find some time to go back to the Do heavenly secret realm to take a look. Until then, it was better to let the Su family vaporize. Good. This dry sound of good caused both the 9th elder and Su Yu to be stunned. Just give up? This is a secret ancestral land that has been opened up and stabilized by successive generations of Su family celestials. Seemingly understanding Su Yu's doubts, Su Jiuxing seriously said, no matter how good the ancestral land is, it is not as important as the lives of the clansmen. If we can have a place to go, we naturally have no opinion. Su Tianming even glanced at the elders, then commanded, you all, follow me to the family mausoleum, dig up and relocate all the ancestral tombs, and rebury them later. Dig up all that can be dug up. Yes. Swish. When all was said and done, a large group of elders followed Su Tianming's footsteps and left the main hall, heading to the family mausoleum to dig the grave. Su Jiuxing did the same, getting up and saying, I'll go have the clan pack up and then gather at the family square. Swish. Looking at the great hall that had instantly become empty, both the 9th elder and Su Yu were dumbfounded. I'm just asking you to move out. Why are you digging up your ancestors' graves? Do you even have to move it? Chapter 090, for me. 9 heavens, there are also risks. The father and son of Su Jiuxing and Su Tianming moved quickly, one notifying the members of the family, while the other led the elders forward to dig up their ancestors' graves. Even though they were digging up the graves, they were actually putting the graves into a huge storage space. The Su family's execution was also very much in place. From the notification to the gathering, it was only an hour's work, and it was all done. With such execution, even the 9th elder couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The people of the Su family are really united. No one bothered to ask for the reason, only knowing that when the family order came down, then it needed to be carried out unconditionally. In fact, for the Su family, this is already an order engraved in the genes. After all, the Su family has experienced too many ups and downs. All family orders must be implemented unconditionally, only then, in desperate times, to seek out a ray of hope. Waiting for everyone to gather to the square, there are not too many words and speeches, just a purple and gold warships keep flying in. Board the ship. With Su Jiuxing's command, the members of the Su family methodically stepped into the middle of the warship. After the tens of thousands of Su family members all boarded the ship, the ninth elder and Suyu also followed. They came outside the secret realm. At this time, there were still no outsiders arriving yet. Because their movements were too fast, and the location of the Su family was indeed a bit remote. Boom! After all the warships flew out of the Su clan's secret realm, the ninth elder, at the request of Su Tianming, the Su clan's old master, blasted the Su clan's secret realm with a single punch, breaking this family's ancestral land on which they have depended for years. After doing so, the ninth elder returned to the Nine Heavens worship and then said to Su Jiuxing, "Next, you guys just follow my traction and follow me as I move forward in the void." Good. Su Jiuxing nodded his head. As the ninth elder regained control of the warship, a tractor beam shot out from the rear of the warship, wrapping around several of the Su clan's purple gold warships. Shoo! Immediately afterward, the ninth elder piloted the warship to open up a void passageway, leading the Su family's people to fly into it and disappear. After everything had returned to calm, several hours passed. The space not far from the Su clan's secret realm suddenly distorted, and immediately afterward, several figures dressed in black robes were revealed from it. Their aura was very strange, seeming to merge with heaven and earth, making it difficult to be detected. It was as if they were ghosts, with no entity. Looking at the shattered secret realm ahead of this, and the ruins all over the ground, underneath the black robes, someone seemed to frown. The smell of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Where's the corpse? Both Elder Yu and the Saint Sun's sense have disappeared here, and there is no smell of the old Saint Sun in the air. Buzz. Almost the instant the words fell, a divine soul power as vast as the ocean poured out, and the surrounding area of 1,000 miles was all within the coverage of this divine soul power. With such a huge divine soul power, it was almost able to find the ants hidden in the tiny gravel. There was no place for anything to hide in front of this powerful divine soul. Ha! The black-robed man's mood fluctuated for a moment as he probed the ground. Underground? This kind of shouldn't be the kind of power that the Saint Realm can have, peacefully moving such a large area to bury so many phallic forms. Swish! As the words fell, the black-robed figure distorted for a moment, and in the next second, he appeared in midair. His body began to enlarge infinitely, and immediately afterward, he slammed his fist down on top of the ground surface. Boom! In an instant the mountain peaks were shattered under the huge force, the earth crumbled, and a huge pitch-black crack surfaced. The black robe fell into the crack and used brute force to hold it open. It wasn't until it was completely open that he jumped back out to resume his human form. He followed a few black robes as they jumped down into the rift. When they saw the bodies of phantasmal and hijacked yin-yang realms all over the place, they didn't have any mood swings. They just walked over to a blood-stained soil and crouched down in front of it. It's the blood of Elder Yu and the Saint Sun. As expected, both are dead. The deaths of the Holy Sons wasn't killed by the same person. He could sense a faint peak impregnating god power within the Saint Sun's remaining blood foam. It was by no means the work of the Saint Realm. Among the three other black-robed men standing on the side, someone opened his mouth in a hoarse voice and inquired, "Then who could it be? The former Saint's son?" The name of the person that the former Saint's son has taken is Suyu, the first-place winner of the Eastern Desert Heavens Pride competition in this realm, with a cultivation level at the peak of the Spirit Sea. A few years to cross over into the embodied god? Impossible. No one has this kind of genius, unless it's the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor. Then who else? I don't know. If you want to figure this out, it's imperative that you find someone from the Su family first. Damn it! Another Lunarine physique candidate has been lost. If he dies again, the compassion raising program should fail, and the Sacred Lord's grand plan will have to be put on hold for an unknown amount of time. Seeing that the golden age is approaching, if we can't cultivate a Hotian, be careful what you say. Go! A group of black-robed powerhouses didn't have the slightest delay after probing the basic information and instantly rushed out of the ground crevice, disappearing immediately afterward. When they were gone, wave after wave of Eastern Wasteland's first-class family clans also hurriedly arrived. When they saw the tragic situation, they also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Quickly, go back and report to the clan, the Su family's secret realm has been destroyed. A group of strong men retreated back, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would be killed by the lurking murderer who would kill them all as if they were members of the Su family. Soon, the news that the Su family's secret realm was destroyed and the Su family had evaporated spread. Countless people's jaws dropped. Because, just in a very short period of time, a first-class power was destroyed, and the only one who could do this was a Saint Realm strike. And the Holy Realm. But only Holy Lands have them. The wild saints in the outside world are all dead. Even if there were any, they were hiding in the secret spaces they had opened up to live on, not daring to move around. Several days. The news of the Su family's destruction also reached the Tianqian Holy Land. When the three sisters who were still in closed-door cultivation state were forced to wake up by the same disciple and told them, the three sisters' hearts and souls were even more shocked. One by one, after the stagnation, they were even more frantic, wanting to go back to the Su family to find out what had happened. The storm in the outside world is still fermenting on a small scale. And the crowd, who had carefully traveled through the void for several days, had arrived at their destination at this time. A secret space located in the Nine Heavens regulatory region. This was a secret realm space opened up by the Ninth Elder. After placing all of the Su clan's people here, Su Jiuxing and the rest of them stayed here at ease. After settling the people, Su Yu followed the Ninth Elder out of the secret realm space. Ninth Elder, people, I will leave them here for half a month first. After half a month, I will personally return to pick them up. Outside the secret space, the Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu's serious appearance, stared for a long time, and said, Are you uneasy? Su Yu slowly nodded, yes. I, for one, will not place my soft underbelly in a dangerous place, for me. Nine heavens, there are also risks. These words caused the air to freeze. You really think so? Chapter 091. Hopefully my only investment in this life will be a real dragon. The Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu, his eyes had been sharp and complicated, and in the end, they all turned into a sigh and muttered, Do you know that you saying this will give me the idea of killing? My cultivation, all my achievements nowadays are all given by the Holy Land. In front of me, no one can denigrate the Holy Land, no one, and those who are unfavorable to the Holy Land are just as much my enemy. He, the paragon who rose from the minutest of minutiae. From the starving stragglers, and then by chance met the Holy Land popularization of the basic cultivation method of the team to obtain the cultivation method, and then by virtue of luck, talent, and hard work step by step into the road of cultivation, with all the same as all the people from the 100 Dynasties War stood out, and step by step to this position now. He was grateful that he was able to step onto the path of cultivation, and even more grateful for the matter of the Holy Land's universal law. After all, without his senior brother on that day, he would not be who he is today. Without this saintly cultivation that the world feared. Therefore, he could not allow anyone to be able to say anything wrong about the Holy Land in front of him, not even a single word. If it were in the past, if someone dared to speak like this in front of him, they would have been slapped to death by him hundreds of times. But today, he can't do it anymore. Because of Su Yu's character, Su Yu's nature, he had seen it all. If the Holy Land was harmless to him, he would not do anything detrimental to the Holy Land. He dared to say such words in front of himself. Nothing but. It's about believing in yourself, isn't it? Su Yu met the Ninth Elder's complicated and incomparable gaze, let out a light smile, and his tone became a little low. The Elder should know very well that the Holy Land. It is not something that our group of people can get their hands on. Even if we are saints, great saints, the same cannot be done. There are old saints, old great saints, and even quasi-emperors buried in the Nine Peaks. They are the true rulers of the Holy Land. It would be difficult for us, the Celestials who entered from the outside, to shake their position even if we are stronger. Of course, what I'm about to say isn't anything. I just want to tell the Ninth Elder that I don't want to compete with them for the control of the Holy Land, I just want to walk my own path. I remember the kindness of the Sacred Master's senior brothers. Everyone is thinking that I can gather and present the immortal scripture. If I have the ability, I will return a complete immortal scripture to the sacred ground. Bearing the karma of the Holy Land, I will naturally repay everything. But it doesn't mean that I'm willing to put my soft underbelly in the Holy Land and let people pinch me, not just the Holy Land, but the outside world as well. Su Yu's tone was sincere and incomparable, without any falsehoods mixed in. Of course. There's one more thing he won't say. That is, he was just guarding certain karma as much as he could, trying to guard certain people, and if he couldn't, and someone wanted to use it to threaten him, then try to take a life. The Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu and did not know what to say for a while. After a long period of silence, the Ninth Elder sighed quietly and said, After saying so much, you are not even willing to take something out to bribe me? This brat is quite different. If other people want to do so, I am afraid that they would have already taken out the most precious treasure as the capital of bribery, but Su Yu is good, all depends on a mouth. Is he so worthless? When Su Yu heard this, a bright smile actually spread on his face as he said, I am more convinced that Elder 9 likes to talk about heartfelt conversations than bribes, and I believe that Elder 9 will not lack resources. You do know what it means to be a smooth talker. The Ninth Elder laughed and cursed, then said seriously, just this once. I may take it all as if I didn't see it. I, for one, will only drag it out for you for half a month. This area, the area under my jurisdiction, is my jurisdiction. All I can do is have a half-month buffer. After saying that, the Ninth Elder turned around with his hands in the air and headed towards the secret territory. Only halfway there, the Ninth Elder's body paused and said a word before he completely entered the secret realm. If you accomplish this, I hope that there will be some people from my offspring who will follow the Su family. Watching the Ninth Elder's back disappear, the smile on Su Yu's handsome face overflowed more and more brilliantly. All people in the world have personal feelings, and sages are no exception. Ninth Elder's loyalty to the Nine Heavens sacred ground is unquestionable, but he, too, understands how big the whirlpool is and how deep the water is. His offspring, he likewise hoped for another way out. Not to really die out at some point. The struggle for power has always been brutal, and the slightest miscalculation is the end of everything. No one dares to bet on whether he will be the next one. He could die for the Holy Land, but the offspring, they had to be alive. That is the yoke. Family, for a decent man, is the only weakness. He had shown so much potential not only to seek greater benefits in the eyes of the higher echelons of the Holy Land, but also so that the ninth elder could choose him. Believe in him. Believe that you will be the next chosen one. The potential had already exploded so much, whether it was out of his own or the Holy Land's interest, he would indulge Suyu to a certain extent. It was as if this time, his move to move all of the Su family out of the public eye. However, although this method was feasible, it didn't work every time. After all, there would always be people who had the idea of strangling geniuses. Winning the bet once is enough. Next, it's up to me. There's quite a few things I can do before the golden age is upon us. But once the golden great world arrives, even if I break through to celestial or even quasi-saint, I won't have much say. Because that's a terrifying era where heavenly pride runs rampant and strong people emerge frequently. Suyu knew too well, nowadays, he was able to have this status. In addition to the performance of the talent was demonic enough, the bigger factor was that the golden great age had not yet arrived. Those emperor sons and immortal seeds that had been solidified by divine and immortal sources had not even appeared yet. After countless years in a top-tier Holy Land, would there really be no extreme heavenly pride that had ever appeared? Impossible. What he's going to fight for is this time difference today, in which he'll get enough for himself to come out on top. Until after the great world came, he could also have a real place. Thinking of this, Suyu left this place without looking back. He wanted to rush to a safe location as fast as possible, and that was the direction where the Do-Tian Quasi-Emperor's secret realm space was located. Right now, we have to see if this cheap teacher of the Do-Tian Quasi-Emperor can be a bit more forceful. After waiting for Suyu to leave, in the ninth elder's secret space, he took in the world and family he had fought for all these years, and his eyes were incomparably complicated. Alas! When one grows old, one still has selfishness after all. But this little guy wouldn't be a puppet that is so peaceful that it is at the mercy of others either. I hope that my only investment in this life will be a true dragon, and not a four-legged earth snake that died prematurely on its way to becoming a dragon. Chapter 092. Let Master teach you the way of the strong on the path of immortal cultivation. As Suyu left, time passed quickly, and as the storm intensified, Suyu and the others disappeared without a trace. The outside world had their own suspicions about the people who had stepped in to exterminate the Su family. Because after the destruction of the Su family's secret realm and the disappearance of all of its personnel, it was immediately followed by the revelation that all of the Hu family's people had also died. Countless people were speculating if a Holy Land had struck. After all, a strong person who could exterminate a first-class power would only be possessed by a Holy Land. During the time they spent investigating the clues. 3 days later, Suyu had rushed to a deserted and uninhabited place that could sense the Do-Tian secret realm. Or rather, as long as one was close to that forbidden zone of life, it seemed that one could feel the existence of the secret realm of the fighting heavens. The Do-Heavenly secret realm seemed to be encircling this forbidden area of life that made even great saints shy away from it. Swish! Sensing the existence of the Do-Tian secret realm, without the slightest hesitation, Suyu directly triggered what the Do-Tian Paragon Emperor had left for himself, and in an instant, accompanied by the flickering of light, Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. After experiencing the familiar feeling of weightlessness, after opening his eyes again, Suyu had suddenly appeared in the middle of the golden divine hall. Kid, only left not long ago, why are you back again? On the huge coffin created by the star ancient tree, the handsome middle-aged looking shadow of the Do-Tian Quasi-Emperor was sitting on the coffin, one hand cupping his chin, his face showing a pensive look as he stared at the chessboard in front of him without blinking. This was a remnant game that had been passed down since ancient times, the game of the trapped dragon. It is said, if you can solve the trapped dragon situation, you will be able to step on the immortal rainbow and enter the immortal realm in the future. Whether this is true or not, no one knows. But one thing is certain, the person who left the trapped dragon behind is an immortal. Came across something and came in. Suyu said softly. What is it? Suyu then said what he had encountered during this period of time, as well as some of his thoughts. He wanted to know what Do-Tian, a quasi-emperor who had experienced death, would do. Suyu had thought that Do-Tian would agree with his ideas. But the truth was the opposite. After listening to what he had described, Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian put down the chess piece he was pinching between his two fingers, turned his head to look at Suyu and laughed. Arranging people into my secret realm? This idea is very good. Next time, no more talking. Suyu? Hearing this reply, Suyu couldn't help but be puzzled. Why? He just didn't want to allow himself to have worries. Why would the Do-Tian Quasi-Emperor reject this offer of his? Furthermore, wasn't it out of his own trust in Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian that he had placed the person in? How could he reject himself? Looking at Suyu's puzzled appearance, Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian let out a laugh, then stood up, and the chessboard in front of him suddenly disappeared. And he floated in front of Suyu, looking at the latter and lamented, "You brat. How come the way of looking at things is still so shallow? At a glance, it's a lack of being severely beaten by the Cultivation Society." Hearing this, Suyu's face darkened. What's the point of taking so many poisonous beatings? Ha ha ha. Quasi-Emperor Dotian laughed out loud, stretching out his illusory right hand and flexing his fingers in front of Suyu's forehead. A piercing pain that went straight to the depths of his soul instantly spread throughout Suyu's entire body. Looking at Suyu's face as he retreated in pain, Quasi-Emperor Dotian also said with a smile, "Little fellow." Seemingly about to get to the point, Quasi-Emperor Dotian also grew serious and said, "Your eyesight is still too low. This kind of behavior of yours seems to be secretive, but what makes you think that you can silently turn someone away under the eyes of the behemoth that is at the foot of the eastern wasteland? Furthermore, if the way you transferred people away were to let them know, they would inevitably think that you have a different heart towards them, even if you don't have that thought. But as a huge clan machine, who would bet on whether or not that 1 in a billion would come? When the consequences of what you did are found out, do you realize that you will be subjected to more than just isolation, but obliteration?" The silhouette of the Dotian Quasi-Emperor raised his hand, pinched the space in front of him into a square and placed it in the palm of his hand to rotate it, and said in a quiet voice, "You are only a mere Dharma phase. Do you still know what known realm is above you?" After the Dharma phase, the 2 realms of Jia-Yin and Jia-Yang, followed by the 5 failures of the celestial realm, and then only after that the quasi-saints, stepping out of this transcendental half-step, the saints' realm, the great saints' realm, and the quasi-emperor's realm. This is a known realm, right? Then do you know that the only realms that come after quasi-saint and beyond are the middle and late stages, and each small realm? Each small realm is like a rift valley. The saint realm can travel through the void, the great saints can see through the mysteries of the origin of the universe, cultivate with the origin power, raise their hands to create a spatial world, and can also wipe out a planet. The divine sense is more able to cover billions of miles of territory, and even some of the great saints who have mastered the heavenly dipper level of the avatar law can go back in time after experiencing the avatar mutations? Even if it's only the ability to retrace what has happened, but that's deadly. A single glance can make you explode. This small action of yours to divert people may seem like you're not leaving yourself open to hidden dangers, but in reality, 1 step is a killing chance. If you take this step and someone discovers the end, you will have to die. The reason why the Holy Land is a holy land is because it doesn't lack saints, it doesn't lack great saints, it has quasi-emperors sitting in the town, and it's even dusted with the strongest heavenly prides that have appeared for countless years, each of which has an invincible stance. Even a great emperor's own son is dormant, and so is the immortal seed. Understand, your capital is talent, but don't be bullying. You are not yet at a point where you can make people look sideways. Everything you've achieved so far is false, others can take it away at the drop of a hat. Therefore, the most peaceful and secure thing for you to do is to show your potential little by little, instead of achieving it overnight, so that others can be assured of you, and then let the forces sheltering you protect this soft underbelly of yours. In the future, if you can have the cultivation to resist a great saint, then you can choose to show your hand. Quasi-Emperor Dotian crushed the spatial cube, and the complexity and size in his eyes receded, leaving only calmness. He stood over the peak and knew the secrets of the depths of the Holy Land, so he would not agree to this request from Suyu, because it would get him killed. Of course, he wouldn't laugh at Suyu for this childish idea, because it was probably the best that a little guy of this age could think of. He didn't want to be restricted, so came to seek help from himself. He believed in himself. After hearing these words from the Dotian quasi-emperor, Suyu did calm down, although stunned, but, after deep thought, it was indeed unfeasible as the former had said. He was a genius, not a strong person. He can be pinched to death at any time. To do so by oneself. It's really childish, too. Thinking of this, the corners of Suyu's mouth inadvertently shed a hint of a bitter smile. He had done so much and seemed to have worked hard for many years, but it was really too insignificant. The family's support was because they believed that he was a genius, not because they believed in his strength. The 9th elder was the same. They're human beings, not the massive machine that is the clan, and they don't think about it. But the sect was different. They will look deeper. Sure enough, strength is the fundamental factor that determines everything. Himself, he is still too weak. Looking at Suyu, a moment of relief, a moment of self-deprecation, a moment of gloominess, Dotian quasi-emperor gazed at him for a long time, and finally said, "Come with me, there are still a few days left, so that your master can teach you the way of the strong on the path of immortal cultivation. P.S. Tomorrow 4 more into the outbreak of the plot. This is just padding, very bland, but very necessary. Beg for gifts, beg for hyped up. Sick these days, the data fell miserable, ha." Chapter 093, The Paramount Emperor's Personal Teachings to Keep Getting Stronger. After saying these words, the shadow of the Dotian Paramount Emperor leisurely turned around and walked towards the outside of the Golden Divine Hall. Seeing this scene, Suyu could not help but be stunned, and then followed Dotian quasi-emperor's steps to walk out of the Divine Hall together. Passing through the 3,000 steps filled with blood, he arrived in the green brick ancient city. When I first set up this place, apart from idly wanting to give the future generations a bit of chance, more than anything else, I was still killing time with it, going to manipulate my fleshly body with my divine soul, and going to engage in a cutthroat competition. Quasi-Emperor Dotian had his hand on his back and was very relaxed and at ease as he told Suyu about the past. "So, I will be your opponent today. After arriving at the ring in the ancient city, the Do-Tian quasi-emperor flew into the middle of the ring and beckoned Suyu to come up. Seeing this, Suyu also followed and walked up. Once he was on the stage, he could not help but get curious. Manipulating the flesh? What kind of flesh? Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian laughed. Other than the little geniuses who died here, what kind of corpses are there? Rumble. As his illusory finger pointed towards the void outside the ring, immediately afterward, the ground began to vibrate, the floor that he had originally stepped on slowly opened up, and a giant elevating platform slowly rose from underneath. On that elevating platform was a corpse covered in extremely high-quality spirit stones. The purpose of the extreme spirit stones was to keep their flesh from decaying. These are the celestials who entered here and died during the opening of the secret realm, the lowest of which had the cultivation of the embodied god stage, and of course, there were also the Dharma phantoms, hijacked yin-yangs, celestials, and paramounts who rashly intruded when it was first opened. Dozens of corpses, each one could be considered a genius-like existence in their time. Only, in front of a paragon emperor, they were but slightly shinier ants. Nowadays, they were even reduced to the amusement toys of the Do-Tian quasi-emperor. Tell me how your strength explodes nowadays. Hearing this, Suyu returned without thinking. Peak of the first level of Dharma phase. Purely in terms of power, it should be 60 dragon strength. In terms of power, Xian Tian had the same way of measuring it. The power of a cow for 1,000 pounds of power, 10 cows for the tiger. The power of 10,000 pounds, the tiger over then the elephant. An elephant of power can be 100,000 pounds of weight. After the elephant is a jiao million pounds of huge power, and a dragon, there are 10 million pounds. And Suyu to pure power calculation will have comparable to the previous life of 300,000 tons of huge power outbreak. If a fist smashed in the ground, enough to form a diameter of hundreds of meters, the depth can even have 1 or 200 meters of the huge crater, the impact of the aftershock is able to be several kilometers within the building and destroy all the buildings. This is only the power of Suyu's Dharma realm, and it is purely physical strength. Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian nodded his head and said, this kind of power is manifested at the first level. If it were to erupt at full strength, I'm afraid that it would be able to erupt the power of 100 dragons with a martial skill. This figure even surprised him a little because, if one were to go into battle with a combination of martial skill and physical body, Suyu would be enough to smash a person at the peak of the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm to death. The power of breaking the limit twice with his physical body was so powerful that it was terrifying. After understanding Suyu's power data, Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian pointed his imaginary finger, and a middle-aged faced fleshly body flew out. It then merged with his virtual shadow. Buzz! The tightly closed eyes opened, a deathly aura spread out in the middle-aged eyes, his mouth slightly opened, and the voice of the Do-Tian quasi-emperor resounded. This fleshly body is at the 8th level of the Dharma realm. I'll use his power to sharpen you. When you can break this flesh body, you'll be able to reach the level of breaking the limit 3 times. Another thing to note is that I specialize in strength and speed. You have to remember, in the immortal cultivation world, if a weak person wants to survive, strength is the first place, followed by mind and strategy is even less. Without absolute battle power, don't think of breaking any rules of this world with power. Anytime you show the slightest bit of wrong, those higher-ups can wipe you out at any time. Do anything, consider the consequences first, consider the means of the powerful. The only thing you have to show now is to become a qualified little sheep. Boom! The moment the words fell, the middle-aged figure abruptly disappeared in place. On the large ring, the only sound that could be heard was the deafening sonic boom that was constantly exploding. The next moment, only a bang sound was heard, so you raised his left arm to block this attack, but the tremendous force still shook him and sent him flying backwards. After stabilizing his stance, so you only felt a tingling sensation in his arms. This was an experience he had never had before. The first time he'd been wounded. So you shook his arm and showed his teeth. What a lot of power. He. After such a long time, it seems like it's the first time you've been hit and injured. Kid, do you know the gap now? Don't be too complacent. The ones you've met in the past were all in the same realm, or even weaker than you. If you keep this mentality up, it will be hard to stay alive. You have to remember, if you are not absolutely sure, you must not mess with the strongest people whose strength you can't challenge, because they won't be able to spar with you, but rather, they will make a killing move. Now continue fighting. Watching the other party's figure disappear once again, so you also gradually let go of this look and then became serious. Quasi-Emperor Do-Tian was right. Himself had indeed drifted a lot, and was also blindly arrogant, going so far as to delude himself. To face those immortals who stood in the clouds overlooking the ground with the body of a mole cricket nowadays. In the eyes of those supreme beings, in the eyes of those supreme powers, he is just an ant that deserves a little attention. I have to hurry up and keep getting stronger. Boom! At this moment, so you no longer hid his clumsiness, no longer held the mentality that it was a sparring match to deal with this competition, he was going to go all out, treating every battle as a life and death battle. Prison suppressing body. Activating his own physique, Suyu's power was once again increased. Rumble. At this moment, his body was like a train passing through a cave, emitting a loud noise humming, but in reality, it was chi and blood pulsating. Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Fist. Suyu was not as fast as his opponent, but his divine soul power was much stronger than the innate, so he was able to lock onto his opponent's movement trajectory. When completely locking onto the other party, Suyu did not have any hesitation and smashed his fist over. The sound of the dragon elephant boiled over, and even the air was smashed with the tendency of being dented. The impact aftermath even shook those green brick buildings continuously. Swish! However, the middle-aged figure, which had clearly been locked in place, instantly disappeared the moment Suyu landed, allowing him to smash an empty space. Bang! In the next second, Suyu's figure was sent flying out. Too slow, too confident, fighting sense not much stronger than the same realm, one move falls short, you are weak everywhere. Today, I will teach you another martial art that can increase your speed. Get up and continue fighting. Quasi-Emperor Dotian was incredibly strict, not treating Suyu as a strong person of the same realm at all, but rather cultivating his ability to cross the ranks, as well as his reflexes. Otherwise, sooner or later, Suyu would have suffered a great loss. Good. Continue. Rumble. Suyu was stubborn, just as he wouldn't easily give in, and he wouldn't even think of admitting defeat until his last ounce of strength had been beaten out of him. The battle between the two never stopped from the first day, the movement of the battle resounded non-stop. Several days passed. At the place where Suyu entered the secret realm, there were a dozen people lurking. Is this where that person's aura disappeared? Yes. Keep looking along the perimeter and don't let any clues slip. Yes. Chapter 094 Exiting the Secret Realm, Ambushed by Sowing Corpses, In Tian Sowing Corpses Scripture. 6 days later. In the middle of the secret realm of the fighting heavens. Boom! With this period of sharpening, Suyu finally managed to punch the middle-aged flesh body at the 8th level of the Dharma phase realm into a bloody mist. After bursting the flesh body, Suyu sat on his butt in the ring, his face pale and panting heavily. Even after bursting his opponent, he was not much better. His flesh was all bruised and purple, and hardly much of it was intact. Alright, this time, this is the end of the special training. After his physical body was blown up, the shadow of the Dotian Quasi-Emperor reappeared, and he looked at Suyu, who was sitting on the ground, and said with a smile. Then he flexed his finger and a stream of refined grass and wood anger fell into the latter's body. Under the repair of this aura containing the power of vitality, Suyu's depletion and injuries were also repaired, even his overly depleted divine soul was restored as before. I hope you won't waste this potential of yours and quickly improve yourself without hurting your own foundation. This battle he wanted to sharpen Suyu and teach him besides. He also wanted to let Suyu understand that a quick breakthrough was not good, although the realm was raised up, it was all flimsy and would hurt the foundation. However, these few days of testing down found that Suyu's foundation had not been shaken. On the contrary, it seemed to have become more solid. It was as if it was like an old monster who had been reincarnated and rebuilt, able to quickly regain the cultivation level he had before his reincarnation. It was simply unbelievable. When Suyu heard this, he also solemnly nodded his head and responded, I understand. This time, he had gained quite a lot, not only in terms of combat skills, but also, there was the fact that during the battle, the Dotian Paragon Emperor had continuously taught himself how he should perfectly disguise himself under the eyes of the strongest people. He had previously was really too jumpy. Surprisingly, he was delusional enough to make himself out to have no soft spots. It's just silly. If he wasn't a Dotian Quasi-Emperor, if he really did this, there would only be one consequence, and that would be an accelerated death. Yes. Death under all uncertainty. 9 heavens may not move on the surface, but secretly, who knows what those at the top will think of themselves. If he could perfectly interpret himself as a little sheep, then he would be the most perfect heavenly pride of the 9 heavens, and would spare no effort in cultivating himself to become a strong man. But, under the rules, he would only be weaker than the Emperor's sons and immortal species of the 9 heavens. It's as simple as that. Alright, the actual operation is still up to you, but remember what I told you and be careful. Quasi-Emperor Dotian spoke patiently, not tiring of it. Suyu listened just as attentively. Because, he could feel that the Dotian Paragon Emperor was truly cultivating him as his only disciple. And indeed, it was true. It's time to go out, rush back, and reconcile with the 9th Elder. Listening to you say this 9th Elder also wants to bet heavily on you, it's just a pity that it's just a knife, and can't think of anything too deep to consider. But can make a good relationship with him, when necessary, he will speak for you. Suyu nodded, I will. Quasi-Emperor Dotian was just about to wave his hand to send Suyu back to his original position, but soon after, his movements were abruptly stalled, and then a subtle smile surfaced on his face. TSK, the place where you originally came into the secret realm has ambushed quite a few little bugs. Hearing this, Suyu froze, then asked, what kind of people? Looking at their identity, they are not people from the 9 heavens, they should be certain forces that have their eyes on you, there is some sinister aura. Quasi-Emperor Dotian regained his composure and said, go, test the results of this special training. They're all just little bugs at the 3rd, 4th, and 6th level of the Dharma phase, kill them all. Swish. As the words fell, Quasi-Emperor Dotian waved his sleeve robe and sent Suyu directly out of the secret realm space. In the periphery of this forbidden area of life, he mastered everything. Whoever comes must die. That was why he was relieved to send Suyu back to his original location instead of sending him elsewhere, because there were no stronger people watching, so there was no harm even if they were silenced. No one could guess that it would be Suyu because it's a forbidden area of life. He has the means. Outside, in the deserted and uninhabited mountain range where Suyu had disappeared, there were more than a dozen gloomy auras hibernating in this area, but the divine sense was in constant communication. Big sister, you didn't see it wrong. Are you sure it's a young Dharma phase heavenly pride? No, a youngster who has just entered the first level of the Dharma phase realm. Yeah, if it's true, then if we capture it and refine it into a puppet of my heavenly corpse sect, those so-called righteous holy places are afraid to be furious, right? If I were to say that the flesh should be refined into a living corpse, and the soul ripped out and sewn into the corpse of an earth demon beast. What an unexpected harvest! Coming out to hunt for some embodied god corpses has actually allowed us to meet a young Dharma phase heavenly pride from the Holy Land. To be able to disappear from here in the forbidden zone of life, there must be a chance in his body. Kill him, and any chance will be ours. Wait at ease, I don't believe he won't come out. While they were waiting, suddenly, a white light appeared out of nowhere, and after space distorted for a split second, a silhouette was revealed from the white light. Upon seeing this figure in a white robe appear, these divine senses instantly became intense. That's him. Kill. Swish. The moment Suyu appeared, before he had the chance to open his eyes, dozens of strong and gloomy auras rose up into the sky, attacking and killing towards Suyu. Seeing this scene, Suyu's heart was not half panicked. Instead, there was a cold smile spreading out at the corner of his mouth. Bang! With a swift and thunderous momentum, Suyu raised his hand and punched out, his power pouring out crazily. With just one punch, he shattered the figure that was the first to charge up. Corpses? Looking around at the humanoid creatures that came killing around him, with pale faces and skin full of suture marks, Suyu could not help but stare. What kind of people? Get the hell out of here! Suyu's breath erupted, directly shocking out the person lurking in the shadows. After hearing Suyu's roar, the leader, a young woman with a good figure, did not cover up and walked to within Suyu's line of sight and said in a cold voice, "Heavenly Corpse Sect. Kid, we want your corpse." When Suyu heard this, he snorted, and after looking around the circle, he leisurely said, "Just by the fact that you guys who mess with corpses are also worthy? How dare you?" Someone voiced out and rebuked. However, it was interrupted by Suyu's cold voice, "Rough corpse sewing method, how dare you show off your skills in front of me?" The voluptuous and gloomy young woman could not help but laugh and coldly said, "Rough? Kill you, and you'll know what it means to sew a corpse. Go!" As the words fell, 10 or so people maneuvered dozens of silver corpses emanating the 5th level of the Dharma realm and rushed towards Suyu. An ordinary person facing this scene would be afraid that they would have already been scared out of their wits. Likewise, if it was a normal cultivator, Suyu would feel the same headache, but this is a corpse. And the reward he got at the very beginning, the power he was best at. It's also the corpse immortal. In the face of this mountainous mighty oppression, the corner of Suyu's lips actually slowly rose under those people's astonished and uncertain gazes. In Tian sewing corpse scripture. Disintegrate the corpse. Stab. Chapter 095. Why don't they all stay here and turn into sustenance for a long sleep? Suyu flicked his hand, and in an instant, the full moon that hung high above the dome seemed to fluctuate, and a strand of extremely pure moon essence chi was drawn to his side. This was the immortal chi. To invoke the greatness of heaven and earth in order to sew the corpses of all races. By the same token, Suyu's hand could also unravel corpses. The dozens of Dharma phase realm puppet corpses in front of him were made by the same corpse sewing technique. His hand kept plucking at the threads of nothingness, like a thread of karma that was visibly surfacing, and the target of the threads of karma was precisely the direction of those dozens of puppet corpses. Unravel the corpses. Suyu's eyes turned cold as he gulped, open. Stabbing. In an instant, the thin threads of various colors that had surfaced on that puppet's corpse suddenly fell apart, disintegrating the power linking them one by one. Losing the binding of the fine threads, the puppet corpse was like a puppet on strings that had its control strings cut off, instantly going limp and falling down from mid-air. Moreover, on the heavenly gates of these puppet corpses, there was a pained and hideous soul body flying out. These were the souls of the powerful people who had been sewn into the corpses. The equivalent of a puppet corpse's operating system. After these soul bodies lost their restraints, they quickly disappeared without a trace. In Suyu's eyes, these people's corpse sewing techniques were extremely crude and could easily be dissolved. It did not even qualify him to look at them squarely. And yet, this scene fell in the eyes of this group of heavenly corpse sect disciples, but it was like a miracle of God, and it was only until they reacted later that they felt 10,000 times more horrified. Why do you also know the corpse sewing method? They actually stuttered a bit as they spoke. That was from being shocked by Suyu. Wasn't the other party a disciple of a prestigious sect? Why would they have their kind of evil and devilish methods? And it was even more powerful than a sacred land level sect like their heavenly corpse sect. easily unraveling their corpse sewing means. This level of corpse sewing method, they couldn't even figure out what other sect could master it besides their heavenly corpse sect. One must know that what they were practicing was a sacred realm grade corpse sewing technique. Greeting their gazes, gazing with incomprehension and fear, Suyu's handsome face had indifference as he said indifferently, "Your corpse sewing methods that are forcibly rubbed together are also worthy of being called corpse sewing techniques? Truly the biggest joke under the sky." That's right, next, let's let you and others open your eyes, so that you will know what exactly is the corpse sewing method. Swish! Suyu swept his gaze towards those puppet corpses that had lost their mobility, and immediately after, he twisted his thumbs and forefingers of both hands as if they were holding strings. With a thought, those dozens of puppet corpses instantly floated up in the air. Immediately afterward, Suyu's technique was extremely fast, without any lag, flowing as if he was creating a work of art. Heaven and earth sewing corpses, even when broken into pieces, they can still be sewn together, and can create extraordinary puppet corpses. These were the famous words of the invoking heavenly sewing corpse scripture. Similarly, the corpse sewing scripture was not only able to sew together stronger puppet corpses, but even, it was able to bring back the dead to their peak battle power in life. Of course, to do so, it was only a puppet corpse that required a strand of one's divine soul to manipulate. If you want to sew a puppet corpse with self-awareness, you need to sew the human soul into it and trap it in the puppet corpse, so that he can be used for himself forever and never enter the cycle of reincarnation, suffering day and night. To deal with an enemy by such means, then, would be a nightmare for any enemy. No one wants to be made after death. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why the method of sewing corpses is classified as a devil's path. Of course, if Suyu wanted to, he could completely use the corpse immortal heavenly hijacking technique to use the endless death chi to condense a strand of corpse immortal chi and strike it into the puppet corpse, transforming it into a corpse immortal capable of autonomous cultivation. Of course, the current Suyu doesn't have this ability yet, but if when he enters the holy realm, then he will sew out this strongest corpse immortal. Even if he could use corpse immortal chi to sew out corpse immortals now, he didn't intend to use it here. Dealing with this group of people didn't need to be this tedious yet. His goal was to kill a son of chi. Then, using the corpse of the son of chi fortune to sew that corpse immortal that could cultivate on its own. That would be the maximization of benefits. If it was before, he wouldn't have been so ruthless, but now that he had experienced the patient teachings of the Do Tian Paramount Emperor, he also understood that in the immortal cultivation world, those in the lower realms might value emotions, but when they reached the higher realms, few would care about that. Everything was for the sake of profit above all else, and what was beneficial to one's cultivation was the best, the most preferred. Although Suyu's technique of using the great power of heaven and earth as a thread to sew a corpse immortal was not personally putting a needle and thread into it, but this technique of sewing a corpse in space was enough to deal with this group of people. Boom! As Suyu sewed the induced lunar in essence chi into these broken dozens of puppet corpses, the dozens of broken pieces of puppet corpses pieced together reared up at this moment. However, that appearance was drastically changed from before. Because it was a three giant puppet corpse stitched and pieced together from dozens of corpses. Puppets that were dominated by the moon in chi. Rumble. The puppet corpses had no autonomous consciousness, and the aura on their bodies did not have any concealment, displaying itself to the fullest. 3 puppet corpses of the 9th level of the Dharma realm. Looking at the corpses that stood up again, each of them 13 meters tall, those 10 or so Skycorp sect disciples all secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What is this thing? Pieced together from the east, each face seemed to show the expressions of a dozen or more people, agonized and grimacing, and seemingly tinged with relief. Invoking the heavenly sewing corpse, this is the Moon-in corpse. Suyu calmly said. Upon hearing these such calm words, the expressions on their faces were wonderful, but more than that, it was still fear. Escape! The young woman known as Big Sister, who was in good shape and still in good shape, immediately yelled out after failing to try to unravel the corpse with their heavenly corpse sect sewing corpse method. This is not something we can deal with. Phew! As the words fell, she took the lead and turned around to flee the place. She had to go back, and report to the clan that someone could actually perform a stronger and more divine corpse sewing method than their heavenly corpse sect. If this matter was spread back to the sect, she would definitely be rewarded heavily by the sect. Seeing the strongest Big Sister on their side fleeing without hesitation, the group of people were shocked, but after reacting, they also scrambled one by one and began to flee. Looking at the way they scattered and fled, the corner of Suyu's lips raised a sneer. In front of me, you guys? If you can escape, that would be called a real ghost. Go on, leave no one behind. Swish! As the words fell, Suyu separated 3 of his mind and directly merged into the puppet corpse. Rumble! 3 deafening explosions instantly resounded throughout the uninhabited forest. In just a moment, the 3 puppet corpses caught up with them. Bang! In an instant, several figures that were fleeing for their lives were like being hit by a sudden missile, and after falling heavily to the ground, they all turned into blood mist and spilled onto the earth. Having come here, why don't we all stay here and sleep here as nourishment? Thud. Chapter 096, Passing the Ancestral Tomb of the 9 Heavens. From now on, you are the Saint Son of the 9 Heavens. The three spliced giant corpses were like nobody's business, and when they fell into the eyes of these heavenly corpse sect, who were already using corpses as their own fighting force, they were insurmountable killing gods. The giant corpses of the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm, slaughtering these people whose strongest was only the 6th level of the Dharma phase, was simply not too simple. Ah! Spare us, we'll retreat now. Scatter and flee. Some begged for mercy, while others wanted to scatter and flee. However, in this realm, who could escape? We are disciples of the heavenly corpse sect, if you kill us. Some people wanted to put out threats, but they were all ruthlessly interrupted by Suyu. You are disciples of the heavenly corpse sect. I am still a disciple of the 9 heavens sacred ground. Did I say anything? Suyu did not say anything and just manipulated the giant corpse to slaughter. Until after decapitating the young woman as well, everyone was exploded into a bloody mist. Rumble. After doing all this, the 3 giant corpses that Suyu had sown across the air also instantly scattered and turned into broken pieces, with all their might disappearing. And he. From the beginning to the end, he stood still, not moving a bit. After resolving everything, Suyu left this place without hesitation. He was going back. The site of the 9 heavens sacred ground had to be resolved, and after that, then he will use the name of the 9 heavens and go to the various desolate domains to practice. Unless there will be a better arrangement on the side of the 9 heavens. He thought about it, and before being unable to grasp everything, then he would just go with the flow and blend in. Several days later, Suyu returned to the secret space created by the 9th elder. Back? As soon as he returned to the secret realm space, the 9th elder asked with a smile. How did things go? Hearing the 9th elder's inquiry, Suyu also spoke his thoughts and said, 9th elder, the Su family, let's place them on your side. I am a person of the 9th Shao, I should also allow the 9th Shao to grasp my own movements at all times. After all, after that incident in front of me, I can't let the Holy Land get suspicious again. Previously, it was him who was a bit confused, and after Do Tian Quasi-Emperor's nudging, he was gradually able to see through some of the essence. The Holy Land had the rules of the Holy Land. Since he had chosen to join the Holy Land earlier, he had to live within that rule. To transcend the rules, you first had to have the ability to create them. Similarly, if he could live inside this rule peacefully, then the 9 heavens would be his greatest aid, and most of the things he did would have the behemoth that was the 9 heavens cover for him. If 9 heavens could carry the enormous pressure, then his so-called plan to hunt the son of heavenly destiny would also proceed most smoothly. After all, even in the Holy Land of the righteous path, the same bloodshed in fights that shouldn't be there would happen. As long as he was within the rules, then everything was feasible. Wanting to jump out of the rule bindings, he couldn't do it yet. Seeing Suyu say this, the 9th elder actually felt a little surprised. It seemed, this little guy in front of him who had always felt that the sky and the earth were the biggest and he was the biggest, seemed to have grown up quite a lot in this short half a month's time. Nope. After savoring it, he seemed to realize Suyu's thoughts. This little guy surprisingly knows the rules? Hee, you brat, being able to figure this out is naturally the best. Since you've already made up your mind, then follow me back to the Holy Land to resume your duties. The 9th elder threw away these thoughts and smiled. Suyu had gone through the reflection of the origin realm, his soul root was naturally fine. Now, as long as he went back and let the sacred lord decide, Suyu was still the hottest star disciple under their 9 heavens' eyes. Yes. Suyu revealed a smile all the same and answered. After the discussion, they also told the news to Su Jiuxing and Su Tianming who were in the secret realm. After receiving a reply of agreement from a few people, Suyu followed the 9th elder and left the secret realm. At the same time, the movements of the Su family after the destruction of the secret realm were no longer covered up, and it was only then that the people in the outside world learned that the people of the original Su family had actually been picked up by the elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground, and were all living in the 9 heavens scope today. As for the movements in the outside world, Suyu and the others were naturally unaware. After a period of time of flying through the void, they also finally returned to the middle of the 9 heavens sacred land. As soon as they returned to the Holy Land and waited until the airship docked, the 9th elder took Suyu and rushed to the sect hall without stopping. Entering the Grand Hall. In the hall, the Confucian Sacred Lord and the other 8 peak masters were seated above the first place. Facing this group of the true rulers of the 9 heavens, the 9th elder respectfully said in a deep voice, "Greetings to the Sacred Lord, greetings to the peak masters. The matter of measuring the heavens this time has been successfully completed, the resources have been turned in, this is the detailed record of this outing action." As the words fell, the 9th elder presented a shadow retaining stone. After receiving the shadow retaining stone and having his divine sense probed into it to check all the contents, the elegant holy lord nodded with a smile and said, "Good, this time, the 9th elder has worked hard, and regarding your reward, it will be issued to you along with this month's cultivation resources." The 9th elder heard this and bowed once again, "Thank you, holy lord." After explaining the sect's mission, the 9th elder turned his words around and said, "Sacred lord, I'm sure you've also been informed about the news about this time when the Su family suffered a change of heart. Senior brother Suyu's identity and soul, according to the results of the reflection of the origin realm, there is nothing suspicious. The elegant Saint Lord nodded and said, I am aware of this matter, ninth elder, you can go ahead and step back, we will discuss it with senior brother on our own. Yes. The ninth elder did not make any unnecessary movements and turned around to leave the sect hall. Rumble. By the time the doors of the thick hall were closed, the smile on the face of the Confucian Saint Lord remained unabated as he looked at Suyu and lightly said, Does junior brother have anything he wants to say? Meeting the Holy Lord's gaze, Suyu smiled faintly, then took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to the Holy Lord, saying, Holy Lord senior brother, this is the message jade pendant that the Emperor's tomb sacred ground gave to me many years ago. In addition, they had plotted to carry out a Heaven's Pride hunting plan in the points trial session at the Heaven's Pride competition many years ago, attempting to seize those Heaven's Pride's physical bodies, as well as their spiritual roots. Receiving the jade pendant, the Confucian Saint Lord casually played with it, seemingly not caring about this, and just let out a faint smile as he asked, Then, how should I trust you, junior brother? And how should I believe that you are not taken from your body and are not from the Emperor's tomb? Do you know that the nine heavens can devote their efforts to cultivating you to become a supreme being? Even if you aspire to be a great emperor, the nine heavens will cultivate you just the same. But, how would we know if you are worthy instead? The Holy Lord stopped when he said this, only that his gaze gradually became sharp, and when he looked at Suyu, it was as if he wanted to see through his soul. In the face of the sharp eyes, and the pressure that gradually filled the hall, Suyu did not falter in the slightest. He looked straight at the other party and affirmed, Me, that's me. Any defense would be pale, he would prove with practical actions that as long as Jiosha believed in himself, then he, himself, would always believe that Jiosha would not harm him. It's that simple. Looking at Suyu's resolute eyes, a moment later, the Confucian Saint Lord smiled. Ha, good. If you can pass the test of the land of the nine heavens ancestral tomb, then, from now on, you are the saint son of the nine heavens. You, dare you promise? Chapter 097 Disciple Suyu comes to be tested by the ancestral tomb. Ancestral mausoleum, that is the place where the successive generations of ancestors of the nine heavens have sunk to sleep, and the special formations within it can keep the spirits of the ancestors immortal, leaving a certain ability to test those who come after them. If one has ill intentions towards the nine heavens, no matter how talented they are, they will be obliterated. Even a little. Will you dare to promise to make a break for it? Of course, if you break through, the benefits you can obtain are naturally more than simply the position of Saint Son and the blessing of the ancestral tomb's ancestral soul. The elegant Saint Lord waved in the air, a cup of tea that was still steaming appeared in front of several people, he took the lead in picking it up, took a slight sip and smiled, How about this, if you're so confident, you naturally won't let go of this opportunity, right? It's also the biggest benefit I can get for you. Do you know that the Saint Son of the Nine Heavens, since the beginning of time, would only be able to sit in it if it came from the Divine Heaven's peak, from my Jiao clan line? With these words, not only Suyu's face changed wildly, even the 8 peak masters were shocked. Because this was true. The position of Saint Son of the Nine Heavens was only available to this Divine Heaven's lineage. And their senior brother, surprisingly, would offer this favorable condition to Suyu. Even this moment. They were all a bit skeptical that this Suyu could be their senior brother's illegitimate son outside, otherwise why would they treat him so well? Even if the talent was at the immortal seed level, it shouldn't be treated so well. Senior brother you this. The Red Peak Master, who had always been known for his fiery temperament, was looking like he was about to say something. He had never seen such a well-spoken senior brother before. The same was true of the others. However, the Confucian Sacred Lord only smiled lightly at them and did not reply. His gaze, always looking at Suyu, was deep and mysterious, as if he had already seen through everything about Suyu. Under the gaze of the 9 people, Suyu also raised his head, there was incomprehension in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a sense of heaviness, and only after a long time, did Suyu say in a deep voice, Sacred Lord. Do you know that if you support me in my own path, it will be tragic? The 9 heavens would even be dragged into the mire. I, for one, am not some ungrateful person when others treat me with candor, I treat them with sincerity. So, what I want to say is that my path. He didn't finish his sentence, the Confucian Saint Lord directly interrupted, I understand, the path is all 10,000 difficulties, to become an immortal, it's not just as simple as becoming a great emperor, this side of the universe, there hasn't been an immortal for an unknown amount of time. There hasn't been an emperor realm in the 9 heavens either. I, for one, want to do something that breaks the mold, so I will support you. If you win, then the world of the 9 heavens will be honored together, if you lose, you will be nothing but targeted by all the great emperor forces, or even annihilated. The annihilation of the Holy Land is sooner or later, why care about the moment? Cultivating immortality, everything is all about tumbling over this mountain of people to see that more expansive immortal world. With these words, the Holy Lord did not speak in a half-heavy manner, only relaxed and cozy. The Holy Land may be careful to survive for a long time, but if you want to go 100 feet further, then you need to break the momentum of the boat. This was what all great emperor forces needed. And he was already interested in reforming the Holy Land, and was even less likely to be stingy. When Suyu heard this, he was silent for a long time, until finally, the struggle and confusion in his eyes dissipated as much as they could, and he looked up at the sacred lord, saying in a resounding tone, "I am willing." "Good, Yuan, go down. You are allowed to cultivate for 3 days, 3 days at noon. Come to the ancestral mausoleum to worship the ancestor." Seeing him answer, the holy lord waved his hand and smiled brightly. "Senior brother will leave." Suyu nodded heavily and made a bow before striding out of the sect hall. He had perhaps misjudged previously. The 9 heavens, perhaps others had preconceived notions, but the Holy Lord's senior brother's determination seemed to be great enough to drown out all opposition. Even a person of his status with many problems was not put at risk. In that case, then don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and take advantage of it. It was only after Suyu left the main hall that the peak masters of the remaining 8 peaks could not help but open their mouths to chat. Their gazes as they looked at their own eldest senior brother carried a strong color of doubt. "Senior brother, this investment is also too big, right? Junior brother joined our 9 heavens only a few years ago. Is it worth it for you to place such a heavy bet on him? Those ancestors and supreme elders buried underground really won't have a problem with this? Junior master is theoretically still an outsider to the 9 heavens. After all, he wasn't born in the 9 heavens, much less one that the 9 heavens chose to cultivate from a young age." "Yes, senior brother, shouldn't we focus on it again?" One peak master after another was persuading, trying and get the Confucian sacred lord to calm down and take a fresh look at the problem. In their eyes, anyone who was not cultivated by the 9 heavens from a young age or originated from the 9 heavens could not be too highly valued. However, after the Confucian holy lord merely scanned them, he smiled faintly and said, "Therefore, this reaction of yours is exactly why I want to reform. The 9 heavens has never been more than a cultivation sanctuary that recruits disciples widely. Not a family-style sanctuary. Nowadays, the vast majority of disciples in the 9 heavens have ancestors from the 9 heavens. There is a lineage of supreme elders and a lineage of ordinary elders, and those who join in, even if they end up becoming an elder, they will have difficulty moving into the 9 heavens, and the family will end up being driven out. Because a class has been formed. Besides, the 9 heavens haven't produced a great emperor in how many years? Nowadays, immortals are extinct, and in every generation, great emperors will be the destined ones from the outside world, and few disciples from the Holy Lands break through to become great emperors. There are more and more sacred grounds, and the distribution of resources is getting less and less. Without a breakthrough, how can it be revitalized? Let alone people looking at the demon race have preconceptions, even people looking at people. There are also preconceptions. I, the Zhao clan's lineage of divine Sky Peak, am the true townsman of the 9 heavens. We are the ones who have the decisive right to speak, and if others want to stir up trouble because of this, the golden great world is coming. I will remove them all together. This holy land needs to return to a new life. Junior brother, he has a great secret on him, a secret that even I cannot see through. I will choose to place a heavy bet on him. In this life, I will do all I can to help him claim the title of emperor and become an immortal." Swish! After saying this, the elegant Saint Lord directly stood up, and the pressure that permeated his body caused these 8 peak Saint Realm peak masters to feel oppressed. It was as if they were facing an oppressive flood beast. It seemed eldest brother had taken another great step forward in this realm of the great sage realm. A few people had colors of respect in their eyes. The path of cultivation. It shouldn't be like this, blocking the world from seeking the path. Soon, a little bit of time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by in a flash, and on the 3rd day at noon, without everyone knowing, outside the ancestral mausoleum of the 9 heavens, disciple Suyu, come to be tested by the ancestral tomb. Chapter 098, Entering the Ancestral Mausoleum. What a spirited lad. Suyu. The 9 heavens sacred land was located in the void, and the range of the small world circled in the void was very wide and vast. The mausoleum where the ancestors of the 9 heavens have been buried is very huge, covering an area of thousands of miles, and all those buried inside are not ordinary people. Every person who was qualified to be buried here has a cultivation level of great sage realm and above. They were the pioneers and founders of the 9 heavens. Each and every one of them had absolute loyalty to the 9 heavens. There were even great emperors buried in here. At this moment, standing outside the mausoleum were the peak masters led by the Holy Lord, without a single bystander. They looked at Suyu, who looked solemn under the mountain, his handsome face written with seriousness, his white robe slightly raised in the breeze, the strand of bangs moving with the wind, revealing from time to time a pair of eyes that were like a galaxy constructed from thousands of stars. Disciple Suyu, come to participate in the ancestral tomb test. Suyu's voice was loud and refreshing, clean as if it was not stained with a wisp of dust and smoke. Looking at him, the smile on the Confucian Saint Lord's face did not diminish as he said with a straight face, "Come up." Receiving permission, Suyu took a step and advanced towards the top of the mountain step by step. Ascending the steps and arriving outside the mausoleum, he arched his hand and bowed to several people, shouting, "Greetings to several senior brothers, greetings to senior sisters." The few people nodded their heads gently in a gesture. Then, the Holy Lord spoke, "It's not too late to regret. The young souls in the ancestral mausoleum are not people to be messed with. Once you show any wrongful descent, you will be wiped out on the spot by the ancestral mausoleum. Even the peak of the Great Sage realm, or even a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse, will not be spared. No matter what means you have, they are useless here." The Holy Land was hard to destroy because of his underpinnings. These dead old monsters were just his underpinnings, their power escaping throughout the secret realm of the Holy Land, constantly enhancing this realm. The ancestral mausoleum, moreover, was the key to carrying power in it. In addition, the test of the ancestral tomb is extremely strict. Even if it's my Jiuxiao who has been cultivated from a young age, or even someone from my Zhao clan lineage, there are quite a few who have fallen here. Hearing this, Suyu's face did not move in the slightest as he calmly nodded his head and said, "I have no regrets. If one cannot afford even a little test, then he wouldn't be able to go far on this cultivation path, let alone accomplishing that great villain's goal." Until now, he hadn't messed with a single heaven's destiny and had always focused on wool gathering. However, if this test can be passed, he would no longer be jealous of anyone, and how he should grow, that would be done by heart. Cut down the heavenly destiny, that will be cut down. Anyone who stands in my way should be beheaded. Good, then go in. Seeing this, the sacred lord did not say any more, and directly sidestepped to make way for a path leading out into the middle of the ancestral tomb. The ancestral mausoleum, from the outside, was just an ordinary hill, on which stood many white graves. The inner space, however, was different. So you crossed over the sacred lord and a few peak masters. His feet did not half drag, and he directly stepped into it. When his body entered the pagoda, he instantly disappeared from the sight of the several peak masters. Watching him disappear, several peak masters couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a confident to the extreme little guy. Even if he feels in his heart that he won't betray the Holy Land, the testing of the mausoleum is not that simple. Even if it's us, we don't have absolute certainty of breaking into the ancestral mausoleum again. They were just as lucky to pass back then, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become the 9 Heavens Peak Masters by virtue of not being considered the most outstanding talents of their contemporaries. Because in front of them, many senior brothers with strong talent had gone in. But most of them fell, and even if they didn't die, they were silent for years, shutting down their deaths and not going out unless the Holy Land was in danger, and then they would come out. Otherwise, the probability is that they will die of old age in the Holy Land. Or they will go out to explore dangerous places and opportunities, contributing their last light to the Holy Land. The elegant Holy Lord smiled. It's best if he dares to break in, so that he can remove his inner doubts and wavering, and if he can pass, our 9 heavens will be able to trust him completely, and he will have absolute peace of mind towards our 9 heavens. Actually, I really didn't want to count on him. A little guy who was just showing his first signs was nothing more than that, and wasn't worth counting on him. His threat to the Holy Land? Everything Suyu had shown so far was still too childish in his eyes. Is this being afraid of being taken over? Thinking that a place like the Holy Land would also have thoughts of taking over his life? In fact, Suyu really thought too much. Taking over the body might be able to live on, and might be able to recover some cultivation, but, since the physical body was not his own, and the soul was even older to the point of decay, taking over the body did not have much effect. If there could be a newborn soul, the strong ones would directly recast their flesh and blood with drops of blood. That would suit them better. Let's go, it's time to practice and cultivate during this period of time, and it's time to go into seclusion to welcome the upcoming great world. Your cultivation levels are still too low, it's time to break through. The peak of the sacred realm sitting on the seat of a peak's lord was still not enough to face the upcoming golden great world. Other holy lands like yours, but many of them have entered the great saint realm. Hearing the Holy Lord's words, the faces of the several peak masters blushed a little. This was being disliked for having a low cultivation level. Yes, senior brother. Several people disappeared in an instant. When they left the ancestral tomb, this place, once again, returned to a boring and lonesome state. The only thing on the hill, those white graves in front of the stone monument, has a bit of light in the flickering. Ancestral tomb secret world. As the air became distorted, a humanoid figure slowly emerged. This white-robed figure that appeared out of thin air was none other than Suyu. After sensing that everything around him had returned to normal, Suyu opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a peaceful forest world. There was the sound of insects and birds chirping, as well as the rustling sound of the leaves as the breeze brushed through the woods. Everything was extraordinarily pleasant. There wasn't the slightest hint of the extremely dangerous appearance that the Confucian sacred lord had mentioned. Is this what the ancestral tomb secret realm looks like? Suyu looked around with a curious expression. There was only a sense of calmness that this place gave him. Then, he found a wisp of rising cooking smoke in the southeast direction. Seeing this scene, Suyu's eyes flashed with a strange color, then his figure flashed and quickly drew closer to the direction where the cooking smoke was rising. Suyu's speed was very fast, and in a few minutes' time, he rushed out of the forest. After walking out of the forest, what was presented in front of him was a place similar to a mountain village, with a thatched hut covering the open space. The smoke was emitted from the thatched huts. It seems that someone is cooking. When he walked into the village, the barking of several big yellow dogs sounded, seemingly repelling him as an uninvited guest. Suyu did not pay attention to many of them and just walked towards the direction where the thatched cottage was located. However, as they passed around a corner, under a huge banyan tree, there were several old men gathered around a stone table, and they looked at the game of chess on the stone table with a look of rapt attention. Before Suyu could make a move, these old men were sizing him up with curious gazes. Ha! What a spirited young man! Suyu? Spirit boy? You mean me? Chapter 099, Asking the Heart with Heavenly Punishment, a test that goes straight to the depths of the heart. Facing the curious measuring gaze of this group of old men, Suyu could not help but inquire, "Seniors, may I ask what the test is?" He did not forget that the place he was currently in was not the outside world, nor was it a paradise. Instead, it was the real deal, the ancestral mausoleum of the 9 heavens. A place to bury an old ancestor level. Even if this place acted peaceful, Suyu did not feel that it would be easy. After all, how could a place that could make the holy lord of a holy land very solemn and even reverent be as simple as it looked on the surface? There was definitely a hidden mystery here. Or perhaps these old men who seem to be very kind on the surface, it is possible that the next second will rise up and punch their souls. Cultivation of immortality is a sinister world, and there are many old envy. What test or not, come, first sit down and accompany us to play a game of chess. If you win, you can say anything. That's right, you're a spiritual young man who is so formal. Come, it's okay if you don't win, we'll have lunch later and then leave. This group of old men just smiled. When they looked at Suyu, their eyes were blazing and expectant. What a spirited young man. Suyu was dumbfounded, and before he could react, he had already been set up by 2 old men whose hair and beards had turned white. Suyu was pressed on the chair. The old man on the opposite side even said with a smile, as the saying goes, you can tell the character of the chess player from his style. You and I will play a game to see what your potential nature is like. This statement Suyu did not refute, only, he could not help but frown and said, I don't really know how to play chess. As a matter of fact, he had a much more aggressive nature and was not suitable for this kind of time-killing hobby. However, the old man was not going to let him off the hook and still smiled. No harm done, it's no longer fun to play with them, it might be better to play with newcomers. You go first. Seeing this, Suyu also gave up the desire to continue explaining, took out a piece from the chess box filled with black pieces, and without any thought, directly fell into the chessboard. Seeing him start, the old man also did not say anything and also quickly fell into a piece. The 2 of them played in silence like this, and the people on the sidelines were also watching with great interest. Ha, this spirit lad is really a rookie. The little guy is just a little guy, how can he know anything about playing chess? You guys are forcing people to play, and you're not going to allow people to be vegetables. Zhao Lao, give the human spirit lad some face, don't kill too ugly. The old man named Zhao Lao smiled without saying a word, and only persisted in surrounding Suyu's pieces. The black pieces held by the latter was like a remnant army caught in the siege of millions of troops, being mercilessly eaten away. Such a scene, in their eyes, had almost been sentenced to death. However, when Zhao Lao's white pieces completely occupied Black's territory, the situation suddenly changed. The lone disc which had been abandoned by Suyu in the sphere of influence of the White Army was now moving. Having lost the support of all the armies, the lone chess was as if it had been transformed into a new body, and constantly utilized the flaws and weaknesses of White's formation to start counterattacking. Every time he made a move, he was able to accurately hit the weak points. Elder Zhao, who had noticed the scene, was also frowning at this moment, and began to change his formation in order to form a pincer attack in an attempt to swallow this lone wolf. In the face of Zhao Lao's siege, Suyu's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to drop his pieces, not seeing any escape. There were several times that Suyu was swallowed up quite a few tiles in order to make a living. However, none of this could make Suyu feel the slightest bit of panic. Looking at the sudden transformation on the chess game, those old people on the sidelines also closed their mouths and stopped speaking, one by one, their eyes gazing at the changes on the chessboard. From the beginning when Zhao Lao's great power had been established, to now when he was in a sorry state because he was chasing after the lone wolf, the transformation was quick. Until finally, after Suyu landed the black pieces into the key winning point, with the black pieces devouring the big dragon transformed by the white pieces, the whole game was completely over, and all of a sudden, the chessboard was turned into a starry light and dissipated. As he watched the board dissipate, the old man named Zhao Lao, with a complex and emotional expression, asked, "What kind of chess did you play this hand?" "Cure orphan, swallow the dragon." Suyu threw his voice. "Good." Elder Zhao sniffed and couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration, a good hand at ruling the orphan swallowing dragon. Giving up the localized part, one can even give up all of it, just to make a payment for the winning game, even if everything can be given up. He looked at Suyu, with appreciation and relief in his eyes. From this game of chess, it can be seen that your character is obstinate to a certain extent, but you are not used to seeing the whole picture, and will only use what you see to accomplish that great reversal of momentum. Isolated, focused, and capable of giving up everything just to achieve a goal. If placed in reality, you'd make a great lone wolf, but if placed in a massive clan machine, you'd be the broken part. Hearing this, Suyu also stood up and bowed to the old man. He did not speak, only the firmness in his eyes said it all. The things he did, his character, did resemble a lone wolf. But there was nothing that could be done about it. If he could, he wouldn't be this lone wolf who was only trying to reach his goal, he would prefer to be an idler. But everything was not allowed. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't do it anymore, not to mention the Sons of Qi, at least, for the moment he hadn't offended a single Sons of Qi, but just one emperor's tomb was enough to make him drink a pot of water. It wasn't something he could resist, it wasn't that if he gave up the competition, the other party would let himself go. They were really going to kill themselves. Moreover, through these years of experience, he had also discovered a point that he, with the system, was most likely to meet those who were the best of an era, the children of destiny. If he didn't offend the other party now, who knew if the people who debuted later would be as good as these people he had met previously? Not necessarily. Since he dared to label himself as a villainous system, even if he didn't want to, he would end up having trouble finding himself. What he could do nowadays was to become as strong as possible and circumvent everything. Alright lad, sit down, your test hasn't even started yet, no need to be so formal and serious. The many old men on the side also smiled and opened their mouths. A test could be more than just playing a chess game. When Suyu heard this, he immediately asked, Senior, I don't know what exactly this test is, that there would be a claim of 9 deaths and 1 life. He was truly curious. Hearing this, the old men looked at each other, then returned, ask the heart. Asking for the heart? Suyu's eyes flooded with doubt and said, Is this the only one? No need to fight, no need to debate? This was really quite different from the test he had imagined. Looking at the doubt in Suyu's eyes, Elder Zhao stroked his beard and laughed softly as he leisurely said, Asking the heart sounds simple, but asking the heart in this ancestral mausoleum is asking the heart with heavenly punishment, a test that goes straight to the depths of the heart. If there is even the slightest wavering, you will be instantly. Your soul will be scattered. Chapter 0100, with the might of heavenly punishment, see through the heart, go and pluck through the mist and move forward. Heavenly punishment, ask the heart? When Suyu heard this, his eyes instantly froze, and his face actually had an unbelievable expression. Heavenly punishment. Is this ancestral mausoleum so strong that it can even invoke heavenly punishment, and can even utilize heavenly punishment to ask the heart? One must know that heavenly punishment is a means of the heavenly Tao. How could a cultivator have the means to invoke it? Here, how can they do it? Even Suyu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this word. This tactic was too unbelievable. Looking at Suyu's shocked appearance, Elder Zhao, however, smiled and said, Not bad, heavenly punishment asking the heart, or perhaps heavenly punishment refining the heart. Apart from being able to be used as a test, the heavenly punishment induced here can also refine the heart. Quench your Tao heart. The path of cultivation is an all-encompassing metamorphosis. Physical body, soul, and Tao heart. A strong physical body and a strong divine soul are advantages, but if the Tao heart is fragile, you won't be able to go far in the future, and you'll be most likely to encounter a bottleneck. In the ancient times, there was a celestial pride who grew up living in a state where there was no lack of cultivation resources, but did not pay attention to the tempering of the Tao heart, and his cultivation could be said to have risen by leaps and bounds in a single day before the sage realm, and he only spent 50 years from his birth to his ascension to the sage realm. But after reaching the saint realm, because of his fragile Tao heart, he was discovered by a saint of the same realm to have discovered this weakness and easily defeated him, and from then on, he sank, and his cultivation never advanced another inch. A supreme demon who had hopes of reaching the emperor realm ended up stopping at the sage. This was a record that could not even be found in the long river of time, because, throughout the long river of cultivation history, demonic individuals were as numerous as the stars in the sky as they crossed the river. There are all kinds of amazingly talented demons, but in the end, only a handful of them can remain famous in history. Another thing he didn't say was, that demon who had his Tao heart shattered was the holy son of their 9 heaven sacred land from the ancient times. This was also the reason why the imperial realm of the 9 heavens had been devoted to developing the disciples' Tao hearts afterward. Even in order to prevent the saint masters who would later take charge of the sect from going off the deep end due to problems with the Tao heart, they had spent countless amounts of money to create the current ancestral tomb, one that was capable of refining the heart. Entering the ancestral mausoleum was a test for disciples who had been recognized by the outside world, and if they could withstand the test, they could benefit greatly and develop an invincible Tao heart. If they can't, then their souls will be scattered. As for them, this group of indestructible Ing spirits, they are the ones who conduct the preliminary examination of the later ones, and if they can pass their approval, only then can they carry out the heavenly punishment to ask for the heart. If they are not recognized by them, then they will be directly suppressed. Obviously, Suyu had already received their initial recognition. As for whether or not Suyu could walk out of the heavenly punishment questioning heart, it would depend on whether or not his will was firm and whether or not he would have unfavorable thoughts towards the 9 heavens. If he did, then he would die here. Where do I take the test? Suyu took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, I want to challenge the limits. He, too, was eager to know what was truly in his heart. He, too, didn't want to go on being so suspicious and indecisive. Either he could die here, or he could successfully metamorphose and become a true son of heaven's pride. He was too confused, so confused that he didn't know what his goal and meaning was nowadays, just to live? But would someone who sometimes isn't even afraid of death really be afraid of sudden death? Now that he knew the true nature of the test, he was looking forward to it. Not only was the Holy Land going to ask for his heart, but even he, too, was going to ask for his heart. What did one really want to live as? Seeing Suyu like this, Elder Zhao was even a bit surprised because it seemed like he saw an impatient look in Suyu's eyes. This youngster was not afraid of death. Don't look at how lightly he talks about it, even making the benefits of the reward sound so tantalizing. But he didn't say anything about the true terror of the heavenly punishment questioning heart. That was a test that even great saints didn't necessarily have the courage to go through a second time, and since the establishment of the heavenly punishment questioning hearts test, he had seen too many heavenly prides here, and every one of them was a dragon and phoenix amongst human beings. However, thousands of heavenly prides who were qualified to enter the ancestral tomb to undergo the test, and the ones who ultimately survived. Less than 1/10 of them survived. Truly a 9 deaths in 1 life situation. Shaking off that bit of astonishment, Elder Zhao smiled and said, "Young man, this isn't a test of limits, this is betting your life on your heart. Just as well, let's let you go straight to your heart." Suyu nodded his head repeatedly, and finally glancing around at the peacefulness of everything around him, he could not help but wonder, "Senior, but this scene. It doesn't look like a place for an examination. Is this a scene constructed by you?" It was unthinkable that these old-timers were so elegant, even though they were already dead, they still had to create this kind of paradise scenery. However, Elder Zhao, who heard his words, was stunned and immediately laughed out loud. "Ha, no. This is not a site we constructed. Everything presented here is constructed from your innermost emotional thoughts. So, from the very beginning when you stepped into this place, your inner world has already passed our test. You are the first person to construct such a peaceful scene in these tens of thousands of years. The others either have an inner world like a purgatory, or they aspire to the pinnacle of power and construct grand and extravagant everything. There are also people who aspire to the heavenly emperor and construct a corner of the heavenly palace in their fantasies. You are the only one who is this worldly and peaceful world of a mountain village." Ka! Just as Elder Zhao finished his last sentence, a crisp sound of glass breaking came from Suyu's ears. Immediately afterward, the image in front of his eyes actually collapsed like a mirror, and all the scenes were turned into fragments and dissipated, with only the endless darkness of the void being eternal. Even underneath his feet was a bottomless abyss. "Come on, take this test. With the might of heavenly punishment, look into your heart and go ahead to clear the fog and move forward." Rumble. In the next second, the sky rolled with thunder, endless thunder ripping through the darkness, a scene that was like a dam breaking, thunder like water constantly pouring in. The divine chain of order formed with the might of heavenly punishment pierced through the void, attempting to bind Suyu. The scene that was comparable to the annihilation of the world far exceeded anything Suyu had seen or heard before. Even the most shocking movie special effects he had seen in his previous life were not even 1/10,000th of this moment's scene. Because this kind of aura made his body hairs stand on end, and his heart was beating wildly. Just as Suyu's entire body was tense, the thunder flood in front of him was suddenly torn in half, followed by a pair of giant hands probing out, directly supporting both sides and tearing the void. This scene caused Suyu's breath to stop. Outside, the 9 heavens. Rumble. As a divine thunderclap exploded, on the divine heavenly peak, the elegant Holy Lord put down the jade book in his hand, looked in the direction of the ancestral tomb with deep eyes, and murmured, "Heavenly punishment refining heart. It has begun." Chapter 101. Confused is not how to go, but confused not knowing who is trustworthy. Heavenly punishment ask the heart. This is the ultimate means of the 9 heavens for screening the top candidates. Here, not only do you need to be fully recognized by the higher-ups of the Holy Land, but at the same time, you also need to be recognized by the successive generations of 9 heavens powerhouses in order to do so. Recognized by the top echelons of the Holy Land, recognized by the heroic souls of the ancestral tombs, and finally, and then go through the heavenly punishment to ask for the heart, knocking on the door of the heart by means of the Emperor realm. 3 layers of tests. If you can pass them, even if you go and kill someone in front of them, they will be on your side. Because of your behavior, they will no longer be suspicious. They will believe that even if you slaughter the city, your loyalty to the 9 heavens will remain the same. It's that simple and rough. Of course, the vast majority of you won't be able to pass all 3 levels of the test, because the last 2 levels look you completely straight in the eye. Rumble. The heavenly thunder flowed like liquid, filling up the entire darkness, with only a blank dot not being engulfed. There, it was exactly where Suyu was. In front of him, in the sea of thunder, a giant figure stood in front of Suyuim, looking away from the direction of the giant. At this moment, Suyu only felt that he was really too small. Because the giant in front of him was too huge. If you were to compare it, it would be like a figure from the age of myth coming out of the river of time to stand in front of you. In front of him, even the sun was extremely small. Even the largest solar celestial body in front of him could only be treated as a bathtub in general, and even higher temperature magma seemed to be nothing more than bath water for him to bathe his true body. Is this the same Emperor Realm Master ancestor who founded the ancestral tomb ordeal? Looking at the expressionless giant with empty eyes, Suyu's heart was greatly shocked. The mere aura emanating from it could make people tremble. Was this the gap between himself and a top-tier powerhouse? No. Even this scene could no longer be described as a gap, it was completely the gap between heaven and earth, between an ant and the sun. This weak power of his was not even considered a glow. Under his gaze, this body that was so huge that it was almost invisible to the end moved slightly, and immediately afterward, those empty and godless eyes seemed to have regained some luster. It seemed like there was a soul that was integrating into the giant's body. Little one, I feel it, your heart seems to be confused and at a loss. Are you so confused about the 9 heavens? Although the sound was taken off from the giant's mouth, it did not shock people's heart, on the contrary, so you also felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness in his heart, which seemed to have been cleansed. Listening to the giant's words, Suyu nodded without hesitation and said, confused. I don't know how I should go, what I should do. He wasn't lying, because, really, he didn't know what to do. However, in the face of his words, the face of the giant that was becoming more and more human was showing emotion as he said, no, what you're confused about is not how to go about it, but at a loss as to what to believe. In your opinion, everyone is full of calculations, and everyone is not trustworthy. This is the drawback of growing too fast in strength and not being able to keep up with the realm of the Tao. It was good to increase one's battle strength quickly, but the realm of the Tao heart was especially important. Because this is the main reason that determines whether or not you are qualified to become a strong person. Come on, this heavenly punishment refining heart suits you. A gentle smile appeared on the giant's face. As he watched him wave his hand, the sea of thunder surrounding Suyu instantly boiled, Suyu's scalp exploded in fear. You call this suitable for me? This scene, even a great saint would have to be blasted to ashes if he came, right? Suyu took a step back, and before he could speak, a heavenly thunderbolt struck him directly. Boom! At this moment, Suyu's miserable screams were like nutrients, causing this endless thunder power to start boiling. After seeing Suyu being washed away by the sea of thunder, the giant standing in the sea of thunder could not help but laugh. Pull through, little one, it will metamorphose. Suyu couldn't hear what he said. At this moment, he only felt that his body was replaced by thunder. This kind of power was all but impossible for him to resist. As the power of thunder invaded his mind, Suyu's pained expression stiffened for a moment. Because at this moment in time, his consciousness had been pulled away, and the real test of asking for the heart had begun. Ayu! Quickly go! Leave us alone! Ayu, run away quickly, don't look back, don't ever look back, we will block for you even if we die. The vociferous cries exploded in Suyu's ears. The sound of metal clashing from the intersection of swords was even more painful to Suyu. Especially those cries of despair directly scared him into sobriety. By the time he opened his eyes, he had already realized that he had come to an unfamiliar place, which was filled with broken walls, corpses, and limbs all over the place, and blood flowing all over the place. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up! Just then, a one-armed figure rushed towards him, grabbed him, and threw him out heavily. Suyu saw the person coming. It was his cheap old man, Su Jiuxing. Pops, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Suyu's heart could not help but tighten and shouted anxiously. However, Su Jiuxing ignored him and shouted, the people from the Emperor's tomb have found us, they have blocked this place, there is no way to escape, however, we will do our best to open a gap for you, so run away. Escape? Where can you escape to? A hideous laughter rang out. Immediately afterward, the sound of breaking air suddenly exploded, and a sharp sword that flashed with a cold aura pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Jiuxing's heart. If this sword stabbed, Su Jiuxing will die. If he dodges, then, Suyu behind him would be pierced through the heart by this suddenly incoming sword. Su Jiuxing was able to dodge it, but, without any hesitation, he directly answered it. Ayu, you go, if you live, there is still hope for our Su family. Su Jiuxing's resolute tone rang in Suyu's ears. Watching the scene unfold, Suyu's eyes were enraged as he recklessly rushed up, determined to fend off the sword for Su Jiuxing. The Su family is all dead, I just don't have a home even if I'm still alive. Besides, I caused all this trouble, so I should be the one to bear it. Pust. Without hesitation, Suyu pushed Su Jiuxing away and faced the flying sword directly. After his heart was pierced through, Suyu's consciousness instantly became hazy. He looked at the pale-faced Su Jiuxing and laughed miserably. I'm the one who caused this. If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't have met this kind of misfortune. Even if you die, it should also be me first. After saying that, Suyu's body collapsed with a bang. He did not regret this absurd move of his, because he had felt since the beginning that it was his own fault and should be borne by himself. Dying like this. It's also quite good. As Suyu's consciousness dissipated, this was the only thought he had, and it also made his nerves, which had been tightly tensed, relax at the last moment. He had always been afraid that because of his actions, he would let this family die. Now that he had died first, he didn't have so much to worry about, did he? I don't know how much time has passed. Junior brother, today is the grand ceremony for you to become my saint son of the 9 heavens. Why don't you still come out of the gate to participate in the grand ceremony? Chapter 102 Ancestral Mausoleum Test, Heavenly Punishment Questioning Heart, Pass. Upon hearing the voice of the Confucian Saint Lord, Suyu, who was still at a loss, froze. What is the situation? Am I not dead? My heart was pierced through. How? I'm alive again? The grand ceremony? Ascending to the sonship? Did I pass my test? Suyu was still in a state of bewilderment without slowing down. The door of the room had already been pushed open, and immediately after, the Confucian Sacred Lord walked in with a smile on his face, and along with him, there were also the peak masters. Junior brother, it's your turn to play. Looking at them, Suyu pinched himself again. The moment the pain appeared in his arm, he was convinced that he had really come alive. Holy Lord, senior brother, Suyu opened his mouth, having many questions he wanted to ask. But they were all blocked by the next words. If you have any questions, come back and ask them again. Today there are many guests. This holy son of yours has not yet appeared. Like what? Then, Suyu was pulled out. In a dazed state, he completed the celebration. For a long period of time after that, Suyu also forgot about those tests and began to concentrate on cultivation. It seemed that he had also forgotten about what he was carrying on his back. However, his talent remained undiminished, always maintaining the strongest stance to face all challenges, and at the age of 100, he successfully passed the 5 failures of the Celestials and ascended to quasi-sainthood. Then, after a few more decades, he managed to break through the saint realm, becoming the first of the younger generation to become a sage realm among the heavenly prides of the world. The invincible posture was evident as he ascended to sainthood. In the days when the Age of Endings was gradually ending, he maintained the record of never having lost a single battle, beating through the heavenly prides of the various holy lands along the way, and finally, on the day when the Age of Endings was completely over, the day when the energies of heaven and earth were fully revitalized, he broke through to great sage. The end of the era of the End Dharma and the days of the holy lands hiding in the void were gone, and they began to fully descend upon Xian heaven. In the hundreds of years that followed, Suyu continued to maintain his high cultivation growth. However, when he was about to break through the quasi-emperor in seclusion, trouble came to his door. It was the emperor's grave holy land that he had offended back then. The emperor's tomb sacred ground had seen the emergence of an immortal seed heavenly pride that surpassed the youth of all the generations of sages, and at the age of only 500 years old, he had managed to ascend to the peak of the great sage realm. Moreover, this immortal seed-level heavenly pride had not only devoured the Moonin physique, but also the Xiaoyang physique, successfully fusing the two types of physiques and molding the first Hotian chaotic physique since the Ruthless Man. The power of the emperor's grave was too powerful, completely incomparable to a single top-tier holy land. They suddenly attacked the 9 heavens, almost destroying everything with crushing battle power. Even Suyu, who was also seized out by that Hotian chaotic body's immortal seed, the two of them met and without saying a word began a full-scale battle. After so many years of grinding, even with Suyu's unrivaled battle power of the same realm, it was difficult to take down the other party. While they were entangled, the top powerhouses of the emperor's tomb had also already decimated the vast majority of the powerhouses of the 9 heavens. They didn't choose to make a move, but instead watched from the sidelines as they grabbed the wasted Confucian Sacred Lord and the 8 peak masters. Suyu, remembering that you were also a candidate for the holy son trained by my emperor's grave back then, and now that we've seen your cultivation and talent, we'll give you a chance to revert to my emperor's grave, or else, you'll just follow them to their deaths. Ha ha ha. Not bad, your battle prowess is just right to be a saint's son's Rex. However, you should be grateful to follow the future great emperor. In the face of what they said, Suyu turned a deaf ear and only fought with his means becoming more severe. Seeing this scene, a few people from the Holy Lord even shouted in a breathless voice, "Junior brother, you have to remember that being able to live is more important than anything else. Live. Only then is there hope." The purpose of his words was to make Suyu not be bent on death, but to think about how to survive first. Suyu's talent was the one he felt had the most hope of ascending to the great emperor. Even this Hotian chaotic body at the immortal seed level in front of him would not be able to gain any advantage in Suyu's hands. There was even a tendency to be suppressed. Such a person couldn't die. As long as he was still alive, he had hopes of becoming a great emperor. It was only in the future that the 9 heavens could be rebuilt. If he dies, there will be no one left in the 9 heavens, and the legacy of the 9 heavens will be completely cut off. Junior brother, admit defeat. You can have a better choice. Don't go and do something stupid for the already destroyed 9 heavens. The 8 peak masters were just like the Sacred Lord this way. They all hoped that Suyu would survive. However, in the face of their persuasion, the look in Suyu's eyes was even more determined as he shouted, "Senior brothers, you don't have to say anymore. I, Suyu, will only be a person of the 9 heavens. In the first 18 years, I was taken care of in the Su family, and after that, I have been nurtured and taken care of by the 9 heavens. Even if I, Suyu, die, I will not leave you all to live on. Death is not something to be feared. In this 9 heavens for hundreds of years, he had seen a lot of things, but the 9 heavens had never done anything to wrong him. Instead, it was still him who had been causing trouble. Such a holy land that took care of itself like a home, what reason did he have to watch and destroy? He couldn't do it. Even if he could really live on because of surrender, he wouldn't do it. He would choose to die fighting for the 9 heavens. He thought he could revitalize the 9 heavens, but as a result, I still can't be defeated. He, after all, is not the son of Chiluk. Sacred Lord's senior brother. As early as 100 years ago I had a premonition that this would happen, so I've already replicated the vast majority of the 9 heavens collection and stored it elsewhere, as well as many of the disciples of the 9 heavens, which were also transferred there, and when I die, the 9 heavens won't be able to break its legacy either. However, even if I die, I will still choose to take the enemy in front of me away. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes gradually became ruthless. Chaotic body? So what, give me a burial. Boom! Suyu frantically burned his own chi and blood in divine soul power, forcibly raising his battle power in an attempt to kill the chaotic body in front of him in the next to last strike. Humph, insouciant mole cricket. However, his power was still too weak compared to the truly powerful. The Paragon Emperor struck. Just one strike. Suyu's power was disintegrated in its entirety, and his entire person even turned into ashes in an instant, dissipating into the heavens and earth with unwillingness. Rumble. Along with Suyu's complete death in this life, the entire heaven and earth instantly collapsed. At the same time, in the sea of thunder tribulation, in addition to the destructive aura that was boiling, there was also a substance with the flavor of new life that quietly blossomed. Dang! 9 heavens holy land. With a clear and long bell sound that was as clear and long as if it came from the distant past, penetrating through all obstacles, it resounded throughout the entirety of the 9 heavens sacred land. After hearing this bell sound, all of the executives of the entire 9 heavens all raised their heads in shock and looked in the direction of the ancestral mausoleum. Hiss. Surprisingly, someone has passed the ancestral tomb's heavenly punishment questioning test? Which elder is it? Chapter 103 2 Lives Reincarnated, prove yourself. The sound of the bell was long and lingering, and the clear sound of the bell cleared the mind and spirit. Even the disciples and elders who were in seclusion heard the sound of the bell. Because this was the sound of the bell from the ancestral mausoleum of the Holy Land, and only those who passed the ancestral mausoleum examination would invoke the bell, without a single exception. Which elder is this who is going to be promoted to the core layer of the Holy Land, to the extent that he traveled to the ancestral mausoleum to conduct the heavenly punishment questioning, and even passed the examination? Heavens, in the past, the sound of a bell ringing could represent the appearance of a sage realm. Are we going to add another saint realm to the 9 heavens? The saint realm, the backbone of the Holy Land, the mainstay. The entire 9 heavens possessed dozens of sacred realms, and each additional one was a great enhancement to the strength of the 9 heavens. All the strongest people above the deacon level rushed to the council hall. They all wanted to see which elder had completed the test. After all, many times even if you were given the opportunity to go to the ancestral mausoleum to participate in the test, it was not clear how many elders would dare to step into the ancestral mausoleum, because no one knew if there would be a soft spot deep inside. It was a test that hit the soul and the depths of the heart. It would magnify the fears and weaknesses in people's hearts. Therefore, the elders would be terrified unless they really had the determination to really be willing to dedicate themselves to the Holy Land before they dared to take this step. Soon, the large deliberation hall was packed with hundreds of people. The deacons and elders of the inner and outer sects were all here. The sound of chattering and discussion filled the entire hall, their gazes looking from time to time in the direction of the first seat, which was the position of the Holy Lord in several peak masters. At this moment, they were all absent. Obviously, they were at the ancestral mausoleum to greet the elders who had passed the test. At this moment, outside the ancestral mausoleum of the 9 heavens, the Sacred Lord along with the 8 peak masters all stood here, and several of them looked at the direction of the ancestral tomb's gate with great anticipation. I really didn't expect that junior brother would actually pass the ancestral tomb's test. It seems like those old ancestors are very relieved for senior brother. The old ancestors are nothing. The main thing is that the wisps of residual thoughts left behind by the Emperor Realm ancestors have all recognized his character and loyalty to the 9 heavens. I also don't know how many lifetimes of reincarnation the youngest senior brother went through to pass the test. Eldest senior brother was the one who broke the 9 heavens passing record back then, but that also took 9 reincarnations to find his original heart. Several peak masters were lamenting, none of them had spent more than 10 lifetimes of reincarnation to pass back then. They could know all too well what the benefits of passing the test were. The shorter the number of reincarnations spent, then the better the rewards received, with the Thunderfire refining heart having the best effect. Back then, their eldest brother was breaking the record. In the celestial realm of the first decay entered the ancestral tomb, and then after passing the test, not more than 50 years, went through all the decay straight to the quasi-saint realm. And disciples who passed the examination were able to be directly listed as candidates for the top echelons of the Holy Land. This was because their state of mind and loyalty to the nine heavens was tested by the remnants of the Emperor Realm's old ancestor, and as the Emperor Realm's means were able to pass, they were sufficient to believe in them unconditionally. Many old ancestors plus the Emperor Realm test, this could not be trusted, whose means could be trusted. The elegant Saint Lord suppressed the excitement in his heart, then stepped forward and triggered the ancestral tomb's secret boundary with a special means. After the space distorted like water waves, an old man with white hair and beard was revealed within the ancestral mausoleum plaque, and he was precisely the old man named Zhao Lao who had played chess with Suyu. Seeing the figure of the old man emerge, the Confucian Saint Master and the 8 Peak Masters also looked aghast, and with a straight face, they bent down towards him and bowed, calling out, "Ancestor." Elder Zhao was from the Zhao clan's lineage and one of the sacred lord's old ancestors, with his cultivation ranked as a quasi-emperor. However, that was all in the past. The quasi-emperors who were so glorious back then were now turned into a pile of dry bones and buried in this nine heavens ancestral mausoleum. There's no need to be polite, I'm just a dead soul. Zhao Lao had a smile on the corner of his eyes and seemed to be in an extremely happy mood. He stroked his beard as he looked at the elegant holy lord and smiled. Xiao Jun did a good job. The little guy sent this time is a bit withdrawn in nature, but is extremely trustworthy. If you like to calculate people's minds, don't use it on him, treat him with sincerity and you won't go wrong. The holy lord being a descendant of his Zhao clan, he was naturally aware of the other party's tactics and character. The person had nothing. Just love to count on people. But, this point of his is fatal to Suyu, and will make Suyu suspicious constantly. This kind of potential disciple could not be scourged like this. The Nine Heavens inheritance has been passed down for many years and has never experienced a decline. The resources of those immortal seeds and emperor's sons have long since been in short supply, and the entire Holy Land is abundant in resources to the point of being staggering. There is no problem at all with having such a youngster on top of it. Cultivate him well, his potential, his heart, can be more reliable than some immortal seeds and emperor's sons. Being named and mentioned about his own calculations, the sacred lord didn't feel anything. The purpose of him doing so was all for the benefit of the Holy Land. He wasn't afraid of being held a grudge. It was just that hearing his own old ancestor purposely say these words, the Holy Lord's heart was shaken. He hadn't expected that just a test would cause the old ancestors of his own Zhao clan lineage, including many old ancestors, to recognize it. And it rose to the point where it was more reliable than the immortal seeds or even the imperial sons. What a terrifying evaluation this was. Even back then, he didn't have this kind of treatment. The best sentence was just this son can be used for a great purpose, his heart is extremely good, worth cultivating. Yes, old ancestor, I understand. The elegant Saint Lord once again bowed and returned. Alright, that little fellow only spent 2 lifetimes proving himself to the remnants of the Emperor Realm ancestor. You should be clear about his potential, and even more so, you should understand the gold content of 2 reincarnation proofs. In the first life, it was family, and in the second life, it's the present that he's experiencing. He's proven himself in all of them. This little guy is just a little paranoid, you guys need to watch your ways. As the words fell, Elder Zhao's figure distorted like a reflection in the water before disappearing. The scene within the ancestral mausoleum once again reverted to the way the grave stood. The old ancestor disappeared. However, the sacred lord and several peak masters were still immersed in those last few words of the old ancestor for a long time, unable to return to their senses. 2 lifetimes. 2 lives to prove yourself. Hiss. For a long time, the 9 people came back to their senses, and even with their hearts and insights, they felt a taste of the antipodes. Too heavenly. This little guy. Is he really so loyal to the 9 heavens and to the clan? The kind that can even look down on life and death. You have to know that the test of heavenly punishment refining the heart is shielding your memories of the test you are taking, and will only make you feel that you are just living a normal life, with no semblance of the end being able to be observed. It's such a harsh test that can be passed with 2 lives? Junior brother is really unrivaled in heart. Just as they froze, the scene within the ancestral tomb's plaque suddenly changed, the scenery becoming distorted like water waves. Immediately afterward, the youth in a white robe slowly stepped out of the pagoda. Greetings to all senior brothers sisters. Chapter 104 Let the powers witness, the enthronement of the first saint son of the 9 heavens in thousands of years. Looking at Suyu, whose expression was calm and whose eyes were even more ancient, several people's hearts were shaken. Junior brother seemed to have changed after coming out from inside experiencing the heavenly punishment questioning heart. Yes. The previous Suyu was blind and uncertain, and although there was self-confidence in his body, there was an indescribable bewilderment and uncertainty. But now, he became determined and, it seemed, found his purpose in life in general. It was permeated with a sharpness and edge. The Holy Lord came back to his senses first as he looked at Suyu and asked with a smile, "Junior brother, how does it feel in there?" Suyu nodded his head slightly and nodded, "A lot of feelings." Although he did not have the feeling of the so-called 100 lives reincarnation, when he experienced the heavenly punishment questioning in there, his physical body endured great torment, but he also had the chance of life to make up for himself. At the same time, after 2 lifetimes, he also understands the hurdles he can't get around no matter what. That was the emperor's grave. At the same time, he couldn't let go of these people who would be good to him. When he was in his second life, he had made a point of challenging all the heavenly prides of the Holy Lands, but he just hadn't simulated the battle power of the emperor's sons and immortal species. The human heart, most of all, could not withstand the test, and he had also been surrounded and killed by those self-proclaimed heavenly prides of the demons, and had also experienced the snatching of opportunities. Although it was all simulated. But, it's all really happening. He had also almost buried his life because of some kind gestures. Something useless that should be thrown away. Next, it was time for him to go and start plundering the path of chance for the sake of that pressure that couldn't be bypassed. The son of heaven's destiny had been nurtured for so long, it was time to kill the fat goat to replenish his body. Their chances are all their own. Seeing him like this, the sacred lord nodded in relief and said, previously, because of some reasons, the higher echelons of the sacred ground had a lot of slights against you, but after this time, no matter what happens, everyone will stand behind you. You and be at ease, there is no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Nothing can prove yourself better than you passing the test. It's the only means. It's also the simplest and most brutal. In the beginning, if Suyu had refused, he would have only slowly marginalized Suyu or banned him from accessing the core secrets. But if he agreed to the test, he ended up passing even more. Then, 9 Heavens will be Suyu's second home in the future, supporting him unconditionally in everything he does. Because he was the only disciple who had passed the test in this generation, or in the last 500 years. Passed the test with a low realm cultivation. This is the most convincing. One must know that Suyu had only joined the Holy Land for only a few years, and he was able to pass the test, so one could imagine how good his heart was. Ha ha ha, let's go, a group of elders are waiting for you. The Holy Lord let out a laugh and brought Suyu along to the council hall. At this moment, the deliberating hall was abuzz with people, a group of elders were chattering, and the meaning of their words were all guessing who the person who passed the test was. When they saw that several silhouettes outside were flying towards the council hall, everyone shut their mouths. All of them looked at the door with eager anticipation. But when they saw the person coming, everyone was stunned. This was because the person following the Holy Lord was not some elder or deacon, but someone they hadn't expected. Suyu. Day. When they walked into the council hall, the Holy Lord didn't drag his feet and directly said, elders, those who have passed the ancestral tomb test this time. Suyu. At this moment, the entire hall fell dead silent. For a long time. My God, it's actually him, Suyu, a little guy who has only entered the Holy Land for a few years, has actually passed the test. But how should this be counted? After all, there have been too few instances of disciples breaking through the ancestral tomb test, and in the past, it was all the lineage of holy lords from the divine heaven's peak. The crowd quickly accepted this fact as well. However, they still did not understand how the Holy Lord would arrange Suyu. It couldn't be that he would be given the name of a reserve elder, could it? That's not realistic. After all, Suyu's cultivation was only at the Dharma phase realm. Dharma phase, amongst the inner disciples, was only an elite-level disciple, and the hijacking was only considered the core. After that, only those who can break through the hijacking yang and celestial man can be arranged to become the position of deacon elder of the outer sect. Although they were surprised at the result of Suyu breaking through, they did not have any objections. Because, breaking through the ancestral tomb was enough to gag everyone, including the supreme elders. They now had a headache of what position should be arranged for Suyu. It couldn't be an elder, could it? The youngest ever? I really didn't expect that the ancestral mausoleum heavenly punishment inquiring heart, which a group of us old men who have joined the Holy Land for hundreds or thousands of years don't really dare to break into, would be broken through by a little guy. Truly the younger generation is fearful, in the future, who in the 9 heavens will dare to talk about Suyu's position. The group of elders, apart from discussing what position should be assigned to Suyu, also could not help but sigh with emotion. Among them, there were not many who dared to break into the ancestral tomb. As a result, it was passed by Suyu, a little guy who had just joined the Holy Land for a few years. And it seems to have turned out pretty well. While they were chatting, the Sacred Lord and several peak masters had already taken their seats. After they sat down, the crowd also stopped their discussion. When they looked at the Sacred Lord, the first 5 elders whose cultivations were all already great saints opened their mouths at the same time and asked, Sacred Lord, regarding the rewards and positions of Suyu for breaking through the ancestral tomb, how do you want to arrange them? Their discussion was an opinion. The decision of the Sacred Lord and the peak masters was the crucial one. The Sacred Lord smiled and turned his gaze to these 5 great saint realm elders, smiling, Great elder, before that, I would like to ask you a question. When asking the heart through heavenly punishment, how many cycles of reincarnation is the fastest ever recorded in our 9 heavens? Upon hearing this question, the withered-shaped Grand Elder was first stunned, then returned, naturally, it's your record, Sacred Lord, of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. Then does the Grand Elder know what Suyu's record is? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment at his words, then tentatively asked, 10 lifetimes? However, the Holy Lord smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, the Grand Elder clenched his teeth and said, "Could it be that he has completed the 9 lives of reincarnation just like you?" The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air at this. What a bold speculation. How could it be on par with the Holy Lord? This was the fastest record since the creation of the ancestral tomb mystic realm, and it was also recognized as a record that no one could break. However, the Holy Lord's smile became brighter and brighter under the watchful eyes of all the elders and deacons, and in the end, he even spat out a few words, causing the elders' bodies to tremble tremendously. 2 lifetimes means pass and be recognized by all the heroic souls. At this moment, everyone froze. 2 lives? What kind of concept is this? How strong of a conviction does this have to be for the ancestral tomb to recognize it? They didn't dare to imagine what was behind this result. However, before they could finish digesting this news, the Holy Lord's next words were the root cause that shocked them all to the point of losing their voices. In light of Junior Brother's excellent performance, I as well as the 8 peak masters have decided. 7 days from now, we will hold an enshrinement ceremony for Junior Senior Brother, and we will widely invite all Holy Lands, first-class forces, and dynasties in the Eastern Wasteland to come and observe the ceremony. Let all the powers witness the birth of the first saint son of my 9 heavens in thousands of years. Boom! Chapter 105, next, I'll fight my way through all the heavens' pride, this era, I want it. Holy Son. These 2 words really shook these elders to their core, as the 9 heavens had not established a saint son since 3,000 years ago. Because no one was capable of overpowering the heavenly pride of the peaks of the 9 heavens and could not convince the people, naturally no one recognized the saint son. But now, the Holy Lord actually said that he would establish Suyu as the Holy Son. Moreover, it was still a saint son that did not belong to the divine heavenly peak. After the shock, the Grand Elder even said with a worried face, "Sacred Lord, I'm afraid that this kind of haste is not too good. After all, Suyu has not yet gone through." Before the Grand Elder could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Holy Lord with a smile. "Grand Elder, if he can pass with this score, it's enough to assume the position of the Holy Son. In addition, this Holy Son of his is a different position from the Holy Lord's successor. His cultivation will surpass that of the Holy Lord, and by the same token, I will establish Peerless as the Holy Lord's successor after he ascends to the hijacking Een. Zhao Wawa was his heir and the only outstanding person in the Sacred Lord's lineage. Suyu's character wasn't suited to being an administrator, but was a good strong person. It would also be the guardian. But on the matter of management, his own son, Zhao Wuxi, was clearly better suited. At such a young age, his mind was already very mature and meticulous, and he was able to handle many things in a well-organized manner. Being a manager is the most suitable. Although Suyu won't be the Sacred Lord, but, if he can comprehend the 9 peak scriptures and, one day, really be able to recreate the immortal scriptures, he will be the best candidate for the unification of the 3 sacred lands. Make the 3 holy lands willingly re-merge with the posture of the strongest. This kind of secret, if placed in the past, he would have avoided Suyu and even most of the elders. But now, Suyu had already proved that his 9 heavens would not betray his heart, so he was naturally the most trustworthy candidate. If one had to compare, he had trouble trusting more than 95% of the elders present, but with Suyu, he could do it 100%. It was because he was the one who knew best what kind of gold content those who passed the ancestral tomb test actually had. Without any hesitation, even if those quasi-emperor ancestors in the dusty divine source came out, they would still trust Suyu, as long as they knew about this achievement. Alright. This matter is settled. My divine peak lineage will fully support Suyu's ascension to the position of Saint Sun. Now everyone can express their views. If you have any opinions, you can express them and we will discuss them together. These words caused the crowd of elders to look at each other in disbelief. Basically, in this situation, other than those few who were from elder families such as the Zhao family, the others had no say at all. Seeing this, the few elder families led by the Grand Elder also looked at each other and finally nodded their heads. We also have no opinion. Everything will just be decided by the Holy Lord. The elder family was an elder family, but they didn't have any privileges compared to the Zhao family. This was because the Zhao family was the true guardians of the 9 heavens. An existence that was personally nudged by the immortals who started the 3 holy lands and were ordered to guard the immortal scriptures. Each of the 3 great holy places guarded 3 immortal scriptures, and each guardian, who was hand-picked, could be a holy lord for generations as long as there were no fault lines in their family. Even if there is a break, it's fine. As long as there is an outstanding person behind them, they will still be able to return to the position of holy lord. As for whether or not the acting holy lord is willing to hand over this position, that would have to be asked of those paragon emperors buried in the divine origin, as well as the guardian lineages of the other 2 great holy lands. They were existences of the same breath. After the transitions were finished, the smile on the Holy Lord's face also became bright, his fingers placed on the desktop tapping rhythmically as he softly said, "Since everyone's opinions are unified, then let's send someone to Tianxian and Ziwei to notify them. Also, distribute invitations to all the first-class forces in Holy Lands in the Eastern Desert, inviting them to come and watch the ceremony." Yes. All the elders rose and answered at the same time. Dismissed. Not long after, the many elders also left the council hall. At this time, only Suyu and the Sacred Lord as well as the 8 peak masters were left present. The Sacred Lord looked at Suyu and said with a faint smile, "Junior brother, as you have heard, comprehending the 9 peak scriptures and fusing the immortal scriptures is pretty much the extravagance that we have asked of you, but of course, it's fine if you don't have the means to reproduce it. After all, nowadays, you are also considered to be my 9 heavens core personnel. But senior brother, I still hope that you can do it. For the next period of time, you can have to stay well in the Holy Land, first all the 9 peak scriptures initial introduction before you can do it. Of course, as long as you can initialize all 9 scriptures, we won't stop you if you want to go out of the Holy Land to practice. If you wanted to become a strong person, the path of training was something you had to go through." Suyu nodded approvingly and responded, "I will." His current state of mind had changed greatly. The enhancement of the Tao heart had not only caused his bewilderment to dissipate, but likewise, it had also strengthened his perception of emotions, as well as his ability to distinguish between them. The holy ground had sparingly invested in himself, so he would have to come up with his due return before he could do so. "If the Holy Land treats me with sincerity, I will return the favor with my life." Seeing this, the Red Sky Peak Master on the side couldn't help but grin. "Junior brother, then you'll have to prepare yourself next." When Suyu heard this, he could not help but be stunned and asked, "Prepare for what?" "The Holy Sun ceremony. Besides inviting all Holy Lands and first-class forces to come and celebrate, the other meaning is also the meaning of manifesting the Holy Land's underlying strength. After all, if you are able to ascend to the Holy Sun, you naturally have superior skills. On that day you should receive challenges from all the peak heavenly prides of the same realm sent out by all the Holy Lands. The cultivation levels are all within the Dharma realm. The Dharma phase realm is one of the conditions for the initial screening of saints, so many Holy Lands and first-class powers will also send out reserve saints or core heirs at this realm. What you have to do is not to defeat everyone, but just remain undefeated. Staying undefeated meant having the ability to defeat everyone. Only then will you be recognized for who you are." Hearing this, Suyu's heart stirred as he asked, "What if I can defeat everyone?" "Haha, then you would be the recognized number 1 Tianzhou of all the Holy Lands in the Eastern Wasteland. You will also lead the Eastern Wasteland's Holy Lands heavenly prides to spar with those Holy Lands and imperial dynasties that have been dormant for countless years after the coming of the Golden Great Age. Even more, there will be the descendants of the princely prides of other ancient stars of life." The elegant Saint Lord took over the conversation and was even more emotional. "The news that I learned 2 years ago was that the current Saint Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and Elder Tianji of the Tianji building had jointly deduced the age of the end of the laws, and according to their deduction, in just 100 years' time, the age of the end of the laws will be over. After that, the Golden Great Age will gradually recover as well. So, you have to get ready for it." Hearing this piece of news, Suyu's body was even more shaken, and he would be revived in 100 years. Is the great world coming to an end? At this moment, Suyu suddenly had a nervous sense of crisis because, when he was in the heavenly punishment questioning heart, he had seen that hundreds of years after the Golden Great World came to an end, a saint's son with a Hotian chaos body would appear in the Emperor's tomb sacred ground. At that time, they would come to hunt themselves. Although it was a deduction simulation, but that was a real probability that it would happen. "I will never let this result appear." Returning to his senses, Suyu's eyes gradually became firm as he responded in a loud voice, "Ready. Next, I will fight my way through all the heavenly pride. This era, I want it." Chapter 106, arriving one after another, the great ceremony for the enthronement of the Holy Sons begins. Over the next few days, as the 9 heavens sent people and news to the various Holy Lands through special transmission formations, the news undoubtedly caused a huge shock. Numerous Holy Lands and first-class lineages were alarmed. Because this was the first time that the 9 heavens had sent a message to the outside world since 3,000 years ago, and that was the establishment of the Holy Sun. Who exactly is this Suyu, and why has he been established as a saint's son by the 9 heavens at this juncture? If I'm not wrong, it should be the one from the Eastern Wasteland Grand Competition 5 years ago. The young master of that first-class family, the Su family? Hiss. It's only been a few years, letting Jiao Shao achieve this level. Just how strong is his talent? Can it be that he's really an immortal seed? Quickly inform the old ancestor, in addition to calling the young lord back and accompanying me to the 9 heavens to observe the ceremony. Many first-rate forces were taking action, and all the invited first-rate forces were all hastily preparing ceremonies and waking up their own old ancestors who could hold down the scene to come out of the gate. The young masters of those first-class families and the young masters of the sects are just as impatient. They, too, wanted to see what this Dharma realm saint's son was capable of. It was actually worth the 9 heavens sacred land to issue such a big action. At the same time, in the middle of the Tianqian Holy Land, after receiving the invitation sent by Elder Zhou, the Tianqian Holy Lord likewise held a meeting. He also called out to the 3 Su family sisters as well as Chen Yunqi and the others. In the sect hall of the Tianqian Holy Land, the Tianqian Holy Lord sat high at the top of the hall, and when he looked at Su Qingying and the others below, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Qingying, as far as I understand, Suyu is your younger brother, isn't he?" Do you guys have any opinions about him? As the Lord of the Holy Land, she naturally wouldn't pay attention to the matters of the juniors. However, Su Qingying and the others, as the shut-in disciples of the Supreme Elder, were actually her equals in terms of status, and with their extremely outstanding talents, she would sometimes go and instruct a few people in their cultivation when she was free. However, she had also never paid attention to their brother. When they heard their own Saint Master's question, Su Qingying and the others also froze for a long time. Su Yu. That little bastard became a saint's son? No. How can he be such an asshole? One must know that the news they had received only earlier was that all the members of their family had been brought back to the Nine Heavens after the destruction of their own secret realm. Originally, they had only just put their hearts down and were prepared to cultivate properly, waiting for their breakthrough to Jiayin before returning to their family to have a look around. As a result, just a few days after entering the state of cultivation, he was called out again. This time, it was even more so, directly after learning that the bastard brother of his family was now actually established as a holy son by the Nine Heavens. And there was also a wide invitation for forces above the first class of the Eastern Wasteland to come and observe the ceremony. Is his cultivation rocketing? Or was he in a time flow that was different from theirs? A few people were a bit skeptical. Seeing the three sisters in a state of confusion, Saint Lord Tianxian frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak out to remind them, Qingying. Hearing the Holy Lord's shout, Su Qingying came back to her senses, then she smiled bitterly and said, Holy Lord, disciple isn't very clear either. They indeed did not know. Although Suyu was their own brother, but barring that, from childhood to adulthood, Suyu had always avoided them, and even if they had crossed paths, they wouldn't have exchanged too many words, because Suyu really wanted to get them killed at that time. Seeing that no opinion could be asked, Tianxian Holy Lord calmly nodded his head and said, In that case, then the few of you will accompany me to the Nine Heavens to observe the ceremony at that time. It's just the right time for you guys to meet your family. When she finished speaking, Tianquan's Grand Elder also spoke up at the right time and inquired, Sacred Lord, then who else do we need to bring along? The Holy Lord Tianxian revealed a smile and said, Since it's the day that the Nine Heavens established the Saint's Son, then we naturally can't not take it seriously, so let's bring the Jun Sage along with us. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingying and the others all froze. Jun Shang. This name was a thunderous existence in Tianxian. His talent was comparable to the immortal seed, he was the same age as them, and now he was already at the fourth level of the Dharma phase realm, and even at full power, even a core disciple at the peak of the Dharma phase couldn't stop him. It could be said that Jun Shang's existence was already Tianquan's recognized candidate for Saint Sun. Unexpectedly, the Sacred Lord would actually bring him along for the ride. It's hard not to. Suyu also has a battle power that is comparable to the Dharma phase realm? How is this possible? How long has passed since the meeting at the relic, and he's already phallic? Getting high on drugs doesn't boost you up that fast. Several people were a bit confused. While they were rambling, the meeting ended silently. The four of them were unable to react until they left the sect hall. What the hell is going on here? The ones who were dumbfounded today were just as much more than just Su Qingying and the girls, the other Holy Lands, including the Violet Holy Land, were all just as dumbfounded. This was because they had all investigated Su Yu's details. The time he first came to prominence was at the Heaven's Pride competition 5 years ago. At that time, he was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. But after 5 years, he had leapt from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea to the Dharma phase realm, and had crossed over the two major realms of Dan Condensation and Embodied God. 5 years. An average of 1 kunai year for one great realm. How do you do that? After Suyu's bottom line was mapped out, it also caused everyone to smell a hint of an unusual flavor, and for Nine Heavens to suddenly make such a high-profile announcement, it was obvious that he had extremely strong confidence in Suyu. It was very possible that this grand ceremony was organized just to create momentum for Suyu. Must go and observe. The 6 days had gone by with hardly any feeling. As the time for the great ceremony approached. In the afternoon of the 6th day, the Nine Heaven Sacred Land's teleportation array also never stopped, lighting up almost every half hour as one power after another came. In the Eastern Wasteland, there were a total of 2,000 true first-class forces, that is, clans, dynasties, and lineages that had celestials sitting on their side. The first-class forces had tens of thousands of people just coming. And those holy places that stood in the Eastern Wasteland, that is, holy places created by saints, great saint realms, and quasi-emperors, were only a mere dozens in total. Sacred lands at the saint realm were the lowest level, and once a saint died, they would quickly fall, or even be destroyed. The only ones that last a little longer are those in the great sage realm. There were quite a few of them, and there were thousands of people from the 46 holy lands. Their arrival was also properly arranged in the guest area of the Nine Heavens. For a time, the Nine Heavens also became lively, lit up all night long. It continued until the 7th day. The day of the ceremony of the enthronement of the Holy Sun. As the first rays of the morning sun rose, in the direction of the port of the Nine Heavenly Teleportation Array, a loud cry spread throughout the entire Holy Land. The Tianxian and Ziwei Holy Lands have arrived. Upon hearing this cry, numerous sage realms and several great sage realm elders came out at the same time. Following behind the Sacred Lord and the 8 Peak Masters, when they arrived at the harbor, they saw the Sacred Lords of the other 2 top-tier Holy Lands walking out of the warships with their sect elders and disciples. Brother Zhao, we haven't seen you for many years. We've come on behalf of Tianxian Ziwei to watch the 9 Heavens Sacred Sun Enthronement Ceremony. Chapter 107, What conditions are in our family that we can actually raise a true dragon of this level? Looking at the people coming out of the warship, the Saint Lord walked forward to exchange pleasantries with Tianxian and also the 2 Saint Lords of Ziwei. Just waiting for you guys to arrive, polite words will be said later, follow me to take your seats first. The Holy Lord smiled and said. A group of Saint Realm powerhouses chatted with laughter. By the time they arrived at the square in the 9 Heavens, it had already been crowded with tens of thousands of people, all of whom had already arrived. Most of the people were the sovereigns of the major powers that had been invited. Seeing the arrival of the Holy Lords of the 3 Holy Lands, immediately, the clamor in the room fell silent, and all of them rose in unison, respectfully shouting, "Greetings to the 3 Holy Lords." The highest power holders of the 3 great Holy Lands were just as forceful in their cultivation as they were in the entire arena. The 3 great sacred realms were like 3 unattainable mountains that pressed down in front of the crowd. Even those extremely old saints had to bow their heads and lower their eyebrows in front of them, because those were great saints. They were counted as giants in the entire immortal cultivation world. Their every word and action could determine the rise and fall of ordinary forces. No need to be polite. After arranging the seats of the 2 Holy Lands of Tianxian and Ziwei, the Confucian Saint Lord also came to the stage at the same time with the 9 Peak Masters. Looking down at the crowds below, the Holy Lord had a smile on his face as he said cheerfully, "I would like to thank all of you in advance for your support for this grand ceremony of the 9 Heavens Enthronement of the Holy Sun. If there are any places where the hospitality is not good, feel free to reflect to my 9 Heavens." The Sacred Lord's hand beckoned, and instantly, numerous disciples came up with spirit fruits and spirit wine, distributing them in turn. Even because of this enthronement ceremony, Jiao Shao even killed several rare spirit birds to entertain. Each spirit bird is the existence of the outside world is hard to find 10,000 gold, and even, the cultivation of the spirit bird alone can be comparable to the first-class power of the family head. That is to say, it has the battle power of the Jieyang realm. Such a large sum of money could only be taken out by such a top-tier Holy Land. Other forces even dared not even think about it. Even though spirit fruit and spirit wine is not ordinary, a spirit fruit if placed in the outside world, enough to let the innate realm of the strong to break the head to fight for, a cup of spirit wine is able to let the spirit sea realm of the strong cultivation of a little refined. However, these things that can be considered treasures when placed outside. Today, however, they appeared to be dull in the 9 Heavens enshrinement ceremony, as there was a small pile of them at every table. The depth of a top-tier Holy Land was simply not something that outsiders could understand. If it was the Holy Lord succession ceremony, this banquet would be a few points larger. However, this was only the treatment of the ordinary seats, and the treatment of those ordinary holy places was a few points better. As for Tianxian and Ziwei, that was even treated with celestial realm spirit birds, and the specification of spirit wine was even more top-notch, with a cup that could even nourish the divine souls of sacred realm powerhouses. For an ordinary power, attending a top clan's grand ceremony could even be considered a resource. In the back of the area that was second only to the 2 great Holy Lands, the Su family was placed here. Looking at this crowded scene, Suyu's cheap old father Su Jiaoxing and cheap grandfather Su Tianming were all a bit dumbfounded. This? Ayu's poker face is that big? Prison line, tell me quickly, it's actually been 100 years since I closed my mind, right? Otherwise, how did our Ayu become a holy ground saint son at the age of 23? Su Tianming ruthlessly pinched Su Jiaoxing's arm and muttered. Hiss. Su Jialhang grimaced in pain and said, "Old man, why don't you say that you're almost gone, and now this is all an illusion of yours? All of you are grandpas and still engage in this kind of thing. For old age. How long has it been since the Su family was destroyed, and now you still can't accept that your grandson is gifted? I think you just want to strangle me. You have to use the power of the celestial realm to strangle a piece of flesh." When Su Tianming heard this, he scratched his scalp with both hands and said with some franticness, "Exceptionally gifted? This is too alien, right? Mutations aren't even this alien." You said it, 18 years old to participate in the Heavens Pride competition, then displaying his talent and choosing to join the 9 Heavens. And now, at 23 years old. 23 years old and you're a saint's son. What kind of conditions does our family have to actually be able to raise a true dragon of this level? He is an old man, what rules, what conditions, what situation in the Holy Land doesn't he know? Especially the 9 Heavens. A Holy Land that hadn't established a Holy Son for thousands of years, and as a result, it was about to establish its own Ayu as a Holy Son after he had joined for only 5 years. What in the world is the reason for this? Aren't you afraid you will run away? Ha! Su Jiaoxing's expression was calm, and his tone was even more bland. Calm down, father, don't forget that you still have 3 granddaughters who are also emperor-level qualified. saying so, but the hands he placed under the table that had been clenched tightly were also betraying his mood at this moment. Even because he was too excited, Su Jiuxing's body was shaking a little. Right-o, right-o. Su Tianming nodded his head somewhat woodenly as an afterthought. Right-o, I also have 3 good granddaughters. The qualifications are pretty good too, emperor level. Emperor? Imperial. Su Tianming's eyes were wide and round. 3 emperor levels? Before he could regain his senses from these news, 4 figures were also walking straight towards them. Looking at the silhouettes walking towards them, Su Jiuxing also revealed a smile that was extremely bright. Qingying, Wanqing, Mu Yao, Jinxi. Su Qingying and the girls also lightly nodded their heads and softly shouted, "Pops." The entire Su family was very good, they all loved it. Su Jiuxing's style of acting was that they didn't favor anyone they loved just as much. Only Su Yu. This asshole's own brother is simply the opposite of them. Vicious was the 2 words that ran through their entire childhood. Grandpa, your injuries are better too, huh? Su Qingying turned her gaze to Su Tianming at the side and softly said. Although Su Tianming had been in seclusion for many years, during their childhood, Su Tianming's coddling of them was also engraved into their bones. He almost hated to use all his treasures on them. Just because they hadn't yet awakened at that time, their bodies were all on the weak side, and Su Tianming didn't dislike them. Instead, he looked for treasures everywhere just to help them regulate. For this grandfather, the 3 sisters naturally had heartfelt respect. Su Tianming scratched his scalp and stood up, his gaze carefully sizing up the 3 sisters, and in the end he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Grandpa as well, but after not seeing you for more than 10 years, you've all grown up. One by one, you all look like your mother. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yunqi beside the 3 sisters and couldn't help but ask curiously, and this one is? A few people did not open their mouths, so Chen Yunqi stood out and introduced herself. Hello Grandpa Su, my father is Chen Zhongtian, my name is Chen Yunqi, you should have seen me when I was a child. Hearing this name, Su Tianming suddenly realized, looking at Chen Yunqi even more satisfied nodded, so it's you little girl back then, we were still discussing with your grandfather and your father about coming to fix a marriage for you and Au. I don't know how it is now, Su Tianming laughed very brightly, not bad, the family's future is promising The grandson's granddaughter is so excellent, and this future granddaughter-in-law is also very good. However, while he was thinking happily, Chen Yunqi's smile froze. MMP. Forgot. Myself and Su Yu never backed out of their marriage. In other words, right now one is still considered Su Yu's fiancé? The sky is falling. Chapter 108, Inviting the Sacred Land Celestials to Battle, under the Jie-in realm. All of them can mount the stage and fight. Just as Chen Yunqi was at a loss as to how to open his mouth to explain, on the stage, the voice of the elegant Holy Lord suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, today is the day that I, 9 heavens, established the first saint son since 3,000 years. At the same time, I also hope that there will be a heavenly pride of the same realm who is willing to step onto the stage to spar. The day the sacred son was established also meant that the 9 heavens launched their clans recognized strongest in the same realm, as well as the most talented young generation. The only way to be treated as a saint's son was to fulfill these 2 points. The battle power far exceeded that of the same realm, and the natural talent couldn't even be too bad. Cultivation of Robin-in, in order to be qualified to be selected as one of the candidates for saint's son, talent is required to have a great saint-level qualifications, or even quasi-imperial level qualifications in order to be selected. At the time of the Great World, without quasi-emperor qualifications one simply could not touch the threshold of the position of saint's son. That was the bottom line of the top clans. The elegant sacred lord stood on the stage with the peak masters of the remaining 8 peaks looking solemn and dignified. Next, I will invite my new saint son of the 9 heavens to take the stage. Thud. At this moment, dull and translucent drums sounded, and immediately afterward, a head of augur dragons with dragon bloodline floated out from the distance. Each augur dragon was a powerful mount of the 9 heavens. Moreover, their cultivation levels were even more extraordinary, with each augur dragon's cultivation level being at the quasi-saint realm. The 9-headed dragon's huge body stood proudly in mid-air, covering the sky and the sun, giving people an extremely shocking visual experience. Even if none of these augur dragons deliberately revealed their breath, the inexplicable majesty made one's heart beat wildly, giving one the illusion that the 9 augur dragons were staring at them at the same time. That kind of oppressive force was simply suffocating. Immediately afterward, 9 giant birds clad in flaming feathers also flew out from the depths of the night sky. The cries were clear and bright, causing the mind to be shaken. These 9-headed flame giant birds were likewise quasi-saint level demonic beasts, and their bloodline was just as extraordinary, possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. The flaming heavenly crane clan. The 9-headed augur dragon was suspended on the left side, while the flame heavenly crane was floating on the right side. In the center of them, an avenue slowly emerged. At the end of the avenue extending out, a white-robed figure slowly appeared. From far to near, it soon walked onto the stage. Su Yu walked down the avenue, bending down and arching his hand towards the several people of the Holy Lord. Looking at Suyu, the face of the elegant Holy Lord also had a few more moments of satisfaction, and then, his loud voice resounded once again, "True dragon with armor, true phoenix with feathers, today, the seat that was born by bearing the future fortune of the 9 heavens, is yours. Sitting on the seat of a saint's son, your shoulders will be tied to the 9 heavens in addition to your own destiny. Willing?" Suyu met the gaze of the Holy Lord and the 8 Peak Master senior brothers and firmly nodded his head, answering, "I wish." "Good." The sacred lord waved his hand, and immediately afterward, 9 balls of light fell from above the heads of the 9-headed true dragons that were in mid-air. These 9 clusters of light, each representing 9 attack-type battle weapons, starting from the body-tempering realm, in order to the Jie and Yang realm, the battle weapons required for the 9 realms. The battle weapons from the mortal level to the Yin Yang realm will belong to you with immediate effect. On the day you reach the Saint realm in cultivation, the 9 battle armaments can be merged into one and transformed into your exclusive Saint armament. These words caused countless powerhouses to instantly clamor. Combination-type battle soldiers. Moreover, it was still capable of combining into a supreme treasure at the level of a Saint soldier, and a war soldier of this grade was far more difficult to forge than forging a single Saint soldier, with both the forging process and the materials required being capable of forging a great Saint grade war soldier. In other words, Suyu could instantly obtain a great Saint realm war soldier as long as his future cultivation was sufficient. This kind of treatment could be far more generous than many great Saint realms. Suyu looked at the 9 pieces of battle armaments suspended in front of him, and his heart was also touched in an inexplicable way. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he put away the 9 pieces of war soldiers. Seeing this, the Holy Lord waved his right sleeve robe, and immediately afterward, the same 9 flames fell from the flames that were burning on the fiery flame Heavenly Crane's body. These 9 pieces on the other hand are combined defensive battle weapons, and as with the above, the 9 pieces correspond to the 9 realms. After the elegant Saint Lord finished speaking, the smile on his face did not diminish as he softly said, "The attacking battle weapon is called the 9 Revolutions God-Slaying Blade, which was crafted by the renowned weapon-casting Quasi-Emperor 10,000 years ago, while this defensive battle weapon is called the Phoenix Feather Heavenly Ribbon Clothes, which is crafted by the true feather of a great sage realm demon beast that is of a heavenly phoenix bloodline, and possesses an extremely strong defensive power. The complete body after the combination of the 9 pieces is able to withstand the full force of a Saint realm powerhouse's strike and remain unharmed. This should have been a treasure that would only be gifted to a saintly son at the Jieyang realm. But today, you are the exceptionally elevated saint son, so these rules are naturally waived. Among all the holy lands in Xian heaven, only heavenly prides whose cultivation had reached Jieyang, that is, who had already mastered the balance of yin and yang, were qualified to be rated as holy sons. However, for Suyu to become a saint son with this Dharma phase realm cultivation, the degree of shock was no less than someone entering the sacred realm. Suyu received all the treasures and said in a low voice, "Thank you, sacred Lord senior brother." Receiving these things also meant that the body would be bound to the 9 heavens. However, the one who should be thankful was him, because in this world that valued strength and background, 9 heavens was the best big tree and his biggest umbrella. Those who were in the same breath as the 9 heavens, but there were Tianxian and Ziwei. If the 3 great holy lands were to unite, no single power would be able to match them. So, above Xian Tian, all the top powers would not allow the 3 great holy lands to merge. Of course, no one would be able to do so convincingly. Hearing this, the Holy Lord immediately laughed and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. Today, if you want to sit firmly in the position of the Holy Son and have everyone recognize you, the key is still to look at your own battle prowess. Today, all the first-class forces in the Eastern Wasteland are present, the topmost heavenly prides are all here. Do you have the confidence to take the challenge?" Of course, the specific challenge naturally couldn't be to take turns fighting all over again, that would have to take more time. What Suyu wanted to do is to beat down all the heavenly pride known as the Holy Land. The only true masters of the Eastern Wasteland are the 3 great holy lands. It wasn't a holy land that had produced a holy realm that was qualified to be called a holy land. Clans like theirs that had produced true immortals and great emperors were the true holy places of cultivation. Everyone else could only ever be subordinate, including the heavenly pride, which could only be the strongest of the 3 holy lands. When Suyu heard this, his heart could not help but move, then he turned to look at the stage. At this moment, those sacred lands celestial pride under the stage were already eager to give it a try at this moment. Everyone had an eagerness to fight in their eyes. Seeing this situation, Suyu just took to smile at the corner of his lips, and after looking around the entire field, his body gradually surged with the pressure of the breath belonging to the Dharma phase realm. 1 wait. 2 wait. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had broken through to the 3rd level of the Dharma realm. The realm breakthrough card, which had been accumulated for a long time, also played its role at this moment. Ding! Triggering the hidden quest challenging all of the Eastern Wasteland's Holy Land's Dharma realm heavenly pride, invincible in the same realm, and pulling in all the hate. Hearing the system's prompts coming from his mind, the smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth grew even wider. Today, Mr. Su is here to invite all the heavenly prides of the Holy Land to battle, under the profounding realm. All of you can step onto the stage to fight. Chapter 109, the competition begins. One move to defeat the 7th level of the Dharma phase. At this time, the Holy Lord also opened his mouth at the right time and said with a smile, this time is also considered a kind of challenge between the younger generation, so this seat will also make another colorful move. If you can fight Suyu for more than 100 moves, you will receive a Xianin Dan as a reward, and if you can defeat him. Swish! The Holy Lord flexed his fingers and a stream of light fell straight to the very top, transforming into a divine sword that emanated a strong celestial might. This top-tier celestial battle weapon is the reward. There is no upper limit to the reward. Whoever can defeat him will be able to ask for a celestial warrior soldier from the 9 heavens. Boom! After hearing these words, everyone was shocked, even those big shots, one by one, their faces couldn't help but move. Celestial Realm Battle Soldier. That's no cabbage. It was also in the Holy Land. If it was in the outside world, a handful of celestial warriors would be enough to make first-class forces break their heads to fight for it. Out of the 2,000 first-class forces present, there were barely more than 700 forces that could have a celestial battle soldier as a Junzong weapon. This was still the kind of power that consistently appeared at the celestial realm and had appeared at the celestial high realm would only have a celestial battle soldier to inherit. Otherwise, the vast majority of them were nothing more than robbing Yang-level battle soldiers. Top-tier celestial battle weapons, those were battle weapons that even a quasi-saint could use. It's worth a fortune. To think that he would be willing to take out such a generous reward, to be able to pass 100 moves and get a Xianin Dan, the 9 heavens sacred lord has great trust in the new sacred son's battle prowess. But a mere 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm, or one who just broke through, to have the confidence to take down the peak of the Dharma phase? I just don't believe there can be someone as demonic as this. Even if you can hit a broken limit at the Dharma realm once, you'll only be able to fight someone at the 6th level of the Dharma realm at the end of the day. That's right, the difference between the peak of Dharma phase and the 9th level is tremendous. I don't believe there can be someone so demonic. If there really is someone that demonic, then he should be the leader of this generation in the Eastern Wasteland in the future. If it was under a general cut, people might not be that motivated. However, if there was a heavy reward, I believe that not many people would refuse. Because this was almost the most important chance they had in this first half of their lives. A top-grade battle weapon and a Xianin Dan were enough to allow them to change their destiny against the heavens and even peak at the Saint Realm chance. I'll do it. Shortly after the Holy Lord finished speaking about the reward, a Dharma phase heavenly pride from an ordinary Holy Land couldn't wait to rush out. My age is over 300 years old, I wonder if I'm still qualified to challenge. Is there an age limit for this challenge? Looking at this middle-aged man who stood out, the Holy Lord just glanced at him and laughed aloud. For this competition, there is no age restriction, the only restriction is within the Dharma phase. Whether you are a peak Dharma phase at the limit of 600 years old, or a young Dharma phase 9, you can participate. Hearing these words, there were immediately ordinary powerhouses who showed remorse. Damn it! If I had known that there was no restriction, I should have brought over those peak Dharma phases from my own clan. Even if they couldn't win the fight, as long as they passed 100 moves, they would have Xianin Dan as a reward, which was a first-rate absolute treasure Dan that could enhance the breakthrough of the Dharma phase into the profounding realm, and a single one could enhance the chances of a breakthrough by 30%. It was simply a heaven-defying level elixir. After the Holy Lord finished speaking, he raised his hand towards the front and in a flash, a challenge stage appeared out of thin air. This challenge stage was large enough to hold a battle at the Jieyang realm without collapsing. Moreover, there was a great deal inside the challenge stage. Don't look at the area of a simple 100 meters, but this was only the result of looking at it from the outside. After the challenger went in, the space inside was as large as 100 miles. This was an iconic means that only the great sage realm had, mastering the Qiankuan. Swish! Suyu entered the challenge stage with a flash, and soon after, the 7th level of Dharma phase who was the first to stand out followed suit. The two stood on the challenge stage, glancing at each other. That Dharma phase 7th level arched his hand towards Suyu and said, Saint Son, I am offended. My realm is the 7th level of Dharma phase, for realms higher than you, I won't stay my hand. Going to fight a low realm with a high realm was indeed a bit of a bully, but, if people aren't afraid, what else are you embarrassed about? He came from a holy land created by a quasi-saint. Now that the paramount sage ancestor was about to fall, and the sect was down and out, if he could defeat Suyu and bring back the celestial warrior soldier, he would also be able to preserve the name of the Holy Land. It would not be as bad as being overthrown by his opponent taking advantage of the opportunity. Suyu looked at the light red destiny on top of his head and nodded his head. I beg to differ. A competition should go all out. Clank! Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate and directly drew out his own battle weapon, which was a rare hammer-type battle weapon, and most of those who generally used hammer-type battle weapons were cultivators whose strength was stronger than the average same realm. Boom! The moment he gripped the heavy hammer in his hand, the middle-aged man bent both knees and instantly shot towards Suyu explosively. The speed was not to say how fast. But it also breaks through 3 times the speed of sound. This kind of speed, if an ordinary 7th level of the Dharma realm met it, they would have to stare solemnly. However, to Suyu, this speed was still too slow. Extreme Tiger Hammer Technique. The middle-aged man shouted, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Suyu and leapt up, slamming down with a hammer. This might was like a fierce tiger leaping and pouncing, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Suyu's head. This power was enough to destroy half of a small mountain. The power that the middle-aged man had erupted had all but exceeded the power of 90 dragons. That is to say, it exceeded 900 million pounds of erupted power. If it was at the first level of the Dharma phase realm, Suyu might be a bit pressurized when facing this kind of power, but now, he had long been different previously. After experiencing the special training on the mindset and power of the heaven-fighting quasi-emperor, and then after going through the sharpening of the heavenly punishment questioning heart, his eyesight and battle experience nowadays had long been different from those of the past. In the 2 lifetimes of reincarnation that heavenly punishment asking heart had experienced, he had also challenged all the heavenly pride against the heavens. Those battle experiences were all simulated though. But it's enough. With a little guidance, it can be turned into real combat experience. The most authoritative trust trial in the 9 heavens was by no means that simple, and this kind of chance would come to the fore a little later on. Looking at this fierce tiger that opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards him, Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness and edge, and lightly said, "The power far exceeds that of a standard martial artist of the same realm, but it's not enough." Boom! As the words fell, the floor under Suyu's feet instantly cracked, and an aura that made the middle-aged man's bones creepy rose steeply. It was like the feeling of being stared at by a flood beast. It makes one's heart ring with alarm bells. No good. His pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw Suyu's figure disappearing in place. Immediately afterward, before he could react, the white-robed figure appeared in front of him. Shinjie. Rumble. In an instant, an unparalleled huge force came crashing down, a force that far exceeded the limit of what the middle-aged man could withstand, and even surpassed the power of 100 dragons. Poof. As blood splattered on the challenge stage, at this moment, the eyes of countless onlooker powerhouses instantly froze. Suyu wins. Chapter 110. Who dares to say invincible? The great emperor of the ancients didn't even dare, so who are you to say? 3 simple words caused the expressions of the crowd to freeze on their faces. Because this kind of battle power far exceeded their perceptions, easily blocking the full force of a 7th level of the Dharma phase realm without the use of a battle weapon, and, moreover, suppressing it with a single strike. A battle that was crisply ended. Even the 8th level of the Dharma phase wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress it so easily. The battle power displayed by this middle-aged man in particular was also extremely noteworthy, and with the combination of battle weapons and martial arts, the power that erupted was enough to rival the basic battle power of a Dharma phase 9th level. But it was still defeated. The entire square fell silent for a moment, and in the next moment, extremely passionate discussions erupted. There were endless marvels and shocks. This kind of power, how did he manage to do this with the 3rd level of the Dharma realm? Not even able to utilize his Dharma phase before he lost? Who can force out his Dharma phase? Is it hard to believe that it takes the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm to force out his Dharma phase power? Listening to the sounds of discussion and chatter in the square, the Holy Lord and the 8 peak masters in the first row had smiles on their faces and laughed without saying a word. Dharma phase? Difficult. I'm afraid that without the peak of Dharma phases no one can force out Suyu's Dharma phase. Moreover, Suyu's Dharma phase was far beyond the group's knowledge. That day, when Suyu used his condensed Dan to comprehend the deity phase, he had condensed all of the top 50 phases of the ancient world. That scene, even after 4 years, they could hardly forget it. Even the Heavenly Emperor's deity phase was able to coalesce. Suyu's Dharma phase level was simply unimaginable. Looking at the smiles on their faces, the Holy Lord Tianxian and the Holy Lord Violet on the side were instantly curious. Brother Zhao, looking at this appearance of yours, it seems that you are extremely assured of Suyu. Can it be that he still has some overpowering skills that he hasn't utilized? The elegant Saint Lord sniffed and twisted his head to look at these two, and couldn't help but laugh. We'll know as we watch. If he doesn't have any overpowering skills, how would he let my 9 heavens break this precedent? How could a heavenly pride that could make his mind up be so simple? Suyu had gone through the heavenly punishment questioning heart. What kind of progress had he made? He hadn't even had time to ask himself. This competition. It's just to show him the ropes. Inviting all the powers to witness the Holy Sun? No. His goal, but to shock these two only by giving Ziwei and Tianxian a base. When the Golden Great World comes in the future, they can be transformed into Suyu's shield. Together with them, they would protect Suyu's rise. After all, when the Golden Great World came, the crisis of extinction would likewise appear. Those guys hibernating in the forbidden zone of life could all come running out to harvest. Not even talking about that. If Suyu wanted to become a Taoist in the future, he would also have to go through many things, as well as the secrets on Suyu's body. There were too many factors. Anyway, just let the strongest Dharma realm from both of your families take the field in a moment. He is the heavy treasure I bet on the golden great world. Hearing such firm words from the Holy Lord, both of them couldn't help but be surprised, unexpectedly saying, "Then those immortal seeds and emperor sons in the 9 heavens buried under the divine source." Without hesitation, the Holy Lord said, "They will be cultivated just the same. But will only be reduced to stepping stones for Suyu. You will understand Suyu's performance later. His achievements are by no means comparable to the so-called immortal seed. He is, moreover, like a true immortal reincarnated." Boom! Hearing these almost heaven-defying words, the two Holy Lords were all shocked. More like the reincarnation of a true immortal? Could it be that Zhao Hongjun is going to bring that? No. It shouldn't have been Zhao Hongjun's decision alone. It should have been recognized by the group of old-timers in the 9 heavens, or even the heroic souls already buried in the ancestral tomb. Otherwise, with Zhao Hongjun's power alone, it would be impossible to prompt this decision. Hiss! The two Holy Lords, Violet and Tianxian, instantly had horrified eyes when they thought of this, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If this was really the case, then they can go back this time and discuss it with their own old-timers. The three great holy masters of the three great holy lands, all of them were the families that were admired in the first place, the families that grasped and guarded the three great immortal scriptures, and from the ancient times, the three families were all in the same breath. They all had a goal, a common goal. Even after countless years had passed, they did not see hope. But as long as there are old-timers still alive, and as long as the remnants of the great emperors will still exist, there will always be one. Reunite the immortal scriptures and open the path to immortality. Rejoin the immortal world. The real fairy world. As the two of them pondered, their eyes returned to the challenge stage. With the unconscious middle-aged man being carried down for treatment by the disciples of the 9 heavens, Suyu also refocused his gaze on the square and smiled. Which other fellow Taoist wants to come up? How about this? Other than those from the two great holy lands, how about the Dharma phase Taoists from the other holy lands ascending the stage together? Dozens of them. If they can survive 100 moves, all of them will receive a Shining Dan, and if they can defeat me, all of them will receive a celestial warrior soldier, except for those who are defeated by me. Hearing these words, the entire arena fell into a dead silence. Even the disciples and elders of the 9 heavens were wide-eyed. Ridiculous. How can one make such a decision without authorization, really thinking that dozens of celestial warriors are cabbages? How can Au be so confused and arrogant? This is a celestial warrior soldier, not dozens of cabbages. Au's temperament is still too hasty. However, before the elders could finish their whining and complaining, Suyu's next move was what caused them to be directly dumbfounded. "Sacred Master Senior Brother, if we fail, I will exchange this top-grade sacred soldier for these rewards. I wonder if it is feasible?" Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Suyu directly threw out a silver-colored long stick that emanated a strong holy might. As soon as the vortex stick appeared, the divine sword that was thrown out as a reward by the Holy Lord on the side immediately trembled in fear, and the divine sword that had originally been recklessly emitting a celestial's might was also like a frightened white rabbit at this moment, shrinking behind the vortex stick. A holy weapon? Or a top-tier saint soldier? Everyone's eyes widened. The Holy Lord also froze for a moment, then smiled, naturally. A top-tier saint soldier could be worth a lot more than 100 celestial warriors. It was a surefire deal, so what was there for him to disagree with? Even the elder who had previously said that Suyu had a quick temperament had instantly changed his smiling face and said smilingly, "Au deserves to be my saint son of the 9 heavens, he just has the courage to do so. This top-grade saint soldier is quite suitable for me. I will soon break through the great saint realm, it's just right to exchange it for." Hearing these words, the other elders couldn't help but show contempt. "Ugh! You're the most shameless." Seeing that Suyu had taken out the corresponding reward price instead of drawing a big cake with empty words, in a flash, all those Dharma phase realm celestials were all stirred up in a ball of fire. Too arrogant. This was completely disregarding them, strong people who had been immersed in the Dharma realm for many years. Did they really think that they were just dirt and dogs? Deception is too much. Together. Swoosh. Even though they are in the Dharma phase realm of an ordinary holy land, they are not something that you, a Dharma phase third grader, can easily pin down and look down on, right? Really don't look down on Dharma phase realms as human beings. As he watched dozens of people rush onto the stage, Suyu's eyes also flashed with a flash of light. "Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoists, come together, defeat me and the reward will be yours. But I say that the phantasm is invincible, then it's just a fool's errand for you to get your rewards. In this realm of Dharma phase, I, Suyu, dare to call myself invincible." These words immediately aroused the wrath of the crowd. Who dares to say invincible? Who dares to say undefeated? The great emperor of the ancients didn't dare, so who are you to dare? Aha! Deceitful, don't be too arrogant. Boom! Chapter 111 Heavenly Dipper Avatar, Law of the Heavens. Reappear. On the challenge stage, the white robe on Suyu's body moved recklessly under the blowing of the breeze, and there was flair and arrogance on that handsome face that did not resemble the mortal world. Looking at it, one could not help but want to rush up and beat him up. He's so arrogant. Who dares to say they're invincible? The great emperor of the ancients didn't even dare to say that he could be invincible. How could he dare? Not only the group of Dharma phase realm heavenly prides on the stage, even the group of elders and peak masters of the nine heavens had the urge to cover their faces. We don't recognize this person. Is it really good to be so arrogant? When you get hit, you'll get hit hard, right? At this moment, even the two saint lords, Ziwei and Tianxian, who had reacted, were dumbfounded. Brother Zhao, this saint son of yours has a personality that is really young. Jia. Too arrogant. Completely disregarding the eastern wasteland's Dharma realm heavenly pride. Not to mention those Dharma profound realms in the outside world that have special chances, just the Dharma profound realms of the first class in Holy Lands that have come to this enshrinement ceremony right now. They were all famous existences in the outside world as well. Don't look at the fact that there were so many high realm cultivators gathered here, but if they were to be scattered across the vast eastern wasteland, even if they were to distribute the Dharma realm of all the forces, each of them would still be able to occupy thousands of miles of land. The number of strong people wasn't that high, it was just that, being in a different environment, what one saw and heard would naturally be different. Don't look at the fact that these Dharma realms are not insignificant here. But if they were placed in the outside world, they would be the Dharma phase great elders that the world admired. An existence capable of suppressing the land of a county. Now, it was actually being looked down upon by someone who was also in the Dharma phase realm. How could they, a group of Dharma phase realms that had lived for 200 or 300 years, accept this sense of disparity? Swoosh! A figure continuously stepped out of the seat and shot explosively in the direction of the challenge stage, ear-piercing air-breaking sounds resounding one after another. Soon, there were dozens of top-level Dharma phase realms standing on the challenge stage. These could all be the mainstays of the Dharma phase realm of ordinary Holy Lands. Every one of them had left a great reputation in the outside world as a Dharma profound exalt, and some of them had even been the royal son of a country at one time. Nowadays, most of them were already at the peak of the Dharma phase realm, and were only one step away from the hijacking Een. Let's go together, any means can be used. Looking at their figures, Suyu faintly smiled, then a roar similar to a roar came from within his physical body. It was the sound of chi and blood flowing, and his fleshly body was like a flood furnace, cooking his entire body's chi and blood until it boiled. From a distance, there was even an illusion that Suyu's body seemed to have a sleeping dragon that was slowly awakening at the moment. Too arrogant, I can't tolerate a little. Some peak Dharma phantom who was less than 200 years old sniffed and immediately raised their angry eyebrows and shouted, Shangliu Dharma phantom. Present. Giant spirit Dharma phase. Rumble. Such arrogant words from Suyu had obviously provoked the wrath of the crowd, causing this group of peak Dharma phases to directly explode their strongest means without any regard for any face. The reason why the Dharma phase realm was strong was because they were able to fight with their Dharma phase fused with their physical body. That was a means of borrowing the power of the heavens and earth to strengthen one's body. It was unimaginable under the Dharma phase. At this moment, a tall and grandiose Dharma phase that emanated divine and holy might was continuously outlined. Dozens of people took a single step, and all of them merged with their own Dharma phases. In an instant, the body of the Dharma phase stood on the challenge stage, and wherever the peak of the Dharma phase was concerned, at this time, their height after fusing the Dharma phase was close to 100 feet. This was the limit of the Dharma phase realm. The largest, naturally, was the cultivator outlining the Dharma phase of the giant spirit deity, tall enough to be over 400 meters tall. It was more than 100 meters taller than an ordinary Dharma phase. Rumble. After fusing the Dharma phase, the battle power of this group of peak Dharma phases was also greatly increased. After fusing the Dharma phases, just an ordinary punch without any martial arts, with the power of pure Dharma phase's fleshly body, could smash out nearly 150 dragons. A terrifyingly huge force of 800,000 tons erupted from a single punch, comparable to the full damage of a nuclear bomb explosion of a certain yield. Bang! In an instant, countless cracks instantly appeared on the hard and incomparable challenge stage, followed by all of them turning into pieces in an instant. Dozens of giants rushed out at the same time, with ferocious aura, slapping at Suyu's tiny figure like a shocking wave. Coming, dozens of peak Dharma phase striking out with full force. This kind of oppression, even a great power of the Jain realm would have to be terrified when they see it, right? Who says it isn't, not to mention that these are the top Dharma phases of the various Holy Lands. The young master uncle is still too young. Single combat may have an effect, but when faced with a group fight, that is no chance of winning at all. After all, this kind of power that erupts from joining forces is not as simple as a simple 1+1, but rather, it is a qualitative reaction caused by quantitative change. Junior master uncle's saint soldier is afraid that he won't be able to keep it. There were quite a few disciples of the nine heavens present who saw this scene, and apart from goosebumps, more than anything else, they were still not optimistic about Suyu. It was not just the ordinary disciples. Even the great powers above the celestials of the major first-class powers in Holy Lands were secretly nodding their heads. This group of Dharma phase celestials were indeed good. Carrying one out individually might not be able to do any substantial damage to the great powers of the Gyoin realm, but with such a group of peak Dharma phases erupting at full strength, then this force should not be underestimated. It was enough to pose a threat to the Gyoin realm. This saint son of the nine heavens is still a bit too big for his britches. But it's fine, if he didn't make a big deal out of it, we wouldn't be able to get a celestial war soldier for nothing. It's also a way to let the proud youngsters take a good look at the fact that individual battle power can't stop a sea of people. That's right, especially since he's messing with a group of cultivators whose realms are higher than his. The sect leaders or supreme elders of all the major sect powers were all secretly commenting to them, although the battle power that Suyu had shown earlier was stunning, with the power to break the limit at once, but against a group of peak Dharma phantoms, that was completely worthless. Anyone has their moments of frivolity, hopefully this time will make the saint's son learn a long lesson. After all, this was the main field of the nine heavens, and they didn't dare to be reckless, and one by one, they were also secretly transmitting their voices to their own heavenly prides, telling them not to go too far in a while. It wouldn't do to lose face with the nine heavens. However, facing the full force of a group of peak Dharma phantoms, Suyu remained unmoved, only, he slowly raised his head under the gaze of the crowd. That robe that was blown by the gusty winds to the point of hunting, at this moment, it also suddenly stilled. Looking at him in such a manner, the crowd could not help but be stunned. What's going on? Immediately afterward, the group of powerhouses suddenly had a premonition of something, and their eyes suddenly shifted. Because they sensed that a power so terrifying that it creeped out even the peak of the Dharma phase was reviving and awakening. Like a sleeping true dragon opening its eyes a little, the moment the pressure spread out, it made time stand still. Big Dipper divine power, law of heaven and earth. Rumble. The 8 words were easily spat out by Suyu, but they evoked heavenly thunder to explode, and the pressure expanded with him at the center. Thud. Chapter 112, Crushing Battle. Another divine ability. Wrong golden hands. Under the crowd's increasingly horrified gazes, there was not even a trace of the Dharma phase behind Suyu, there was just an infinite amount of heaven and earth energy converging towards his body. This power was supporting his physical body to continuously grow larger. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. 400 meters. In the blink of an eye it was a breakthrough to 400 meters. Unlike the Dharma phase which had no weight manifestation, Suyu's weight was constantly changing as his physical body height grew. If the height of the physical body exceeded 10,000 meters, at that time, Suyu only needed to move his feet slightly, and it would be enough to directly trample a mountain. However, even if it wasn't 10,000 meters, this level alone would be enough for now. Seeing this scene, not only the younger generation was confused, even the celestial powerhouses at the level of the sect leader, the paramount saints of the Holy Lands, and even the saints and great saints realms of the 3 great Holy Lands all stood up with a miso. Their gazes stared dead on within the challenge stage, Suyu's body that was 100 meters taller than an unusual peak Dharma phase. The divine light in their eyes flowed as if they wanted to see through Suyu's entire person. This is divine avatar? Giganticizing the body, filling the fleshly body with the energy of the heavens and earth, without the need to use the height of the Dharma phase void to become taller, even. It can be said that this hundreds of meters tall body is Suyu's flesh and blood body. Big Dipper level, no, top Big Dipper level. It has even touched the threshold of a quasi-immortal level divine ability. Violet and Holy Lord Tianxian were shocked, even for top-tier sacred landlords like them who had seen a lot of things, their jaws dropped in shock at the sight of this scene. On the side of the 9 heavens, other than the 9th elder and those few elders of the outer sect of the robbing sun who had followed them out, everyone else was just as shocked. This is the divine power law? Hiss. Only at the Dharma phase realm can you comprehend a divine ability method, even at this terrifying Big Dipper level. Is he a monster? Even the reincarnation of a true immortal is nothing more than that? The elders were shocked, as were Zhao Hongjun and the 8 peak masters, who had also never thought that Suyu could have this kind of power manifested. Obviously. Their assessment of Suyu was already very high, but it seems that at the moment, it still seemed to be underestimated. This fellow's cultivation talent was supreme. Even among the recorded immortal species, or even emperor sons, there are only less than 10 fingers that can comprehend divine abilities at the peak of the Dharma phase. This is a power exclusive to the Jiang realm. Divine power, the only way to manifest it was to comprehend yin and yang. Without the power of yin and yang, it could not be utilized. I still underestimated Junior Brother. In this life, I have a feeling that there will be a big change. Junior Brother might. I feel that there will be a big change in this life. Junior Brother may be the one who is destined for that day. Returning from the shock, the smile on Zhao Hongjuan's elegant and easygoing face grew brighter and brighter at this moment. Such a heavenly pride. Must be protected. Even if we let all the old bones of the Holy Land come out, we must protect this kid in all his actions. Even if it means offending the entire Xian heaven. As long as he could be allowed to successfully live until the Golden Great World and then pile up his cultivation to the Great Sage Realm, then in the future, the path ahead of Junior Senior Brother would have no more obstacles, and everything would be stepped on. The world only knew that Great Saint was the threshold. However, they didn't know that as long as one broke through the Great Sage and the Golden Great World, then one would be qualified to travel to the Emperor Road and compete with the many ancient freaks, Emperor Sons, immortal species, and true beasts. That was the road to Emperorhood. As long as they could step into the road to Emperorhood, then all the chances within would be enough to allow them to cross over from Great Sage to Quasi-Emperor, or even the peak of Quasi-Emperor within a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, as was recorded. The first great emperor of this world, Nine Heavens, will fight for it. How many years had it been, since 1,000,000 years ago, the Eastern Wasteland had yet to produce a great emperor? This is even more true of the three great Holy Lands. Nowadays, what they ate was just old money, the splendor of countless years ago, and the old money of the immortal scriptures that had been split into several types of scriptures. They, too, needed to break through a great emperor to suppress the Eastern Wasteland. After all, those forbidden zones of life hibernating in the Eastern Wasteland will surely be unable to hold back in this life. And the Emperor's Tomb. The Emperor's Tomb, an odd holy place that hides many secrets. Not only do they hunt for prides with special physiques or cultivation routes, they also hunt for rare techniques. Zhou Shaoan, Ziwei and Tian Xian had long been listed as hunting targets. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident where he was assassinated by the Emperor's grave, and the Nine Heavens were ambushed by the Emperor's grave quasi-saint. The crowd's thoughts turned over. And on the challenge stage, after the massive amount of heaven and earth energy was swallowed into Suyu's stomach, all of which was used to strengthen the heaven and earth, his physical body was also completely fixed at 452 meters. Boom! His knees were only slightly bent into an arch shape as the endeavor exploded out and charged towards the dozens of Dharma phase great exalts. The floor beneath his feet shattered into a fragmented state in an instant. However, as it was able to withstand the battle of a strong person from the sunjacking, the challenge stage was also restored to its original state in an instant. However, that terrifying pressure was flowing throughout the challenge stage. An exponential rise. Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Fist. Roar. When Suyu swung out a punch, the speed that broke the sound barrier caused a layer of white mist to cover Suyu's fist, a reflection of breaking the air shackles. Under this punch, any resistance became illusory. The sound of the dragon and elephant roaring was loud and clear, filling the entire square. Bang! Although Suyu's physical body was huge, when he moved, his speed was exceptionally sensitive, and even the peak of the Dharma phase was hard to reach. No! The three-peak Dharma phantom peaks who rushed to the front looked at the fist that was constantly enlarging in their pupils, and instantly lost their voices in horror. However, their voices didn't even last a moment before they were interrupted alive. The only sound that broke was a deafening sound that sounded like thunder. Just one blow. This strike directly caused the three-peak Dharma phase celestials to lose any resistance, and the state of fusion with the Dharma phase disintegrated in an instant. The three figures flew out of the challenge stage, and were quickly held up by the elders of the Nine Heavens and fed an invaluable elixir to stabilize their injuries. At this moment, their hands feeding the pills were trembling with excitement, and even because of Suyu's performance, the healing pills they gave were all more advanced, and were even very beneficial to their group at the peak of the Dharma phase realm. It was worth it. Any expense they were willing to incur to witness the scene. Together, war soldiers, attack with war soldiers. Seeing this happening, a heavenly pride roared out, use the strongest strike in conjunction with the martial arts, don't hold anything back. Otherwise we're bound to lose. Not to mention holding out for 100 moves, even if it was just one move, they wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it all. These words caused the remaining people to resonate, and without any hesitation, not to mention any shame, they directly used their battle soldiers to explode their strongest move of martial arts. In an instant, the entire challenge stage was enveloped by 5 colors of light, and the potential of swords, spears, swords, and halberds erupted in every way possible. Between the flow of divine splendor, it also caused the challenge stage to become riddled with holes. Humph. Suyu, who saw this scene, only snorted coldly, and then, a flash of golden light flashed in his eyes, a luster that carried the sharpness of a metallic edge. Divine ability swallowing gold. Wrong gold hand. Boom. At this scene, the entire room of high-level powerhouses were once again stunned to their feet. Another divine ability. This can't be. At this moment, the entire audience could no longer remain calm. Chapter 113, Breaking the Boundaries. There was no need for a second move to defeat an enemy. Avatar. The fact that the Dharma phase realm could make a divine ability was already enough to shock all powerful cultivators. However, when Suyu used the second divine ability method, the entire audience could no longer remain calm. There were now 2 divine abilities. When Suyu breaks through the Jiyang, wouldn't he be able to awaken another divine principle law? That is, one person can cast 3 divine laws? This discovery caused this group of great powers to no longer be calm. Divine aptitudes such as this passport to power. Once one awakens a heavenly dipper level divine aptitude, then, when one breaks through the saint realm in the future, the divine aptitude is once again enhanced. Then this power would be a terrifying battle force that one could not ignore. The 3 divine principle laws were enough to make him directly invincible in the saint realm after breaking through. However, the one who was present to be the most confused was the 9th elder. This divine ability, completely different from Suyu's hand that drove the mountain last time. This little fellow, is it possible that he has awakened a new divine ability in such a short period of time? The 9th elder had a face of confusion and disbelief. What kind of demonic physique was this, one that was able to constantly awaken the divine law? Outrageous! The means by which Suyu drove the mountains to relocate with a whip was still fresh in his mind. However, now another door. Is that even possible to live? Under the shocked and incomprehensible gazes of the crowd, Suyu's expression was incomparably calm. A pair of large hands stirred mercilessly in the void, and what accompanied it was a power that would make all metals cringe. That was one of the means of this earthly fate-grade divine ability method, swallowing gold. There isn't a single battle weapon that has been forged in this world that doesn't have metal added to it. All of them are forged from the rarest of rare metals. And this divine ability of mine that can devour all metal substances in the world is the nemesis of a war weapon. At his current realm, as long as they weren't battle weapons of the Jaeyang realm, he could disintegrate them all. Unrivaled means. Clang, clang, clang. In mid-air, all of those war soldiers that were coming towards him stood still, unable to come any closer. A handful of war soldiers were trembling, emitting the crisp sound of metal clashing. Or perhaps, that was resisting Suyu's power manifestation. Solve. Seeing this scene, a golden light flashed in Suyu's eyes and he shouted in a low voice. Wow! Suyu spread his hands out. In an instant, a force that made the metal irresistible instantly erupted, and all those war soldiers that stopped in mid-air were all torn apart and disintegrated after this sound of his. Mortal iron fell to the ground, and those parts that contained expensive precious gold were turned into broken pieces suspended in mid-air. The might of the war soldier dissipated in an instant. Poof! When their own battle soldiers were dismembered, the faces of some Dharma phase powerhouses who had long ago recognized their masters with their battle soldiers' blood drops turned pale, and then a cloud of fishy sweet liquid welled up in their throats, and then they couldn't suppress it any longer, and directly sprayed it out. My war soldier. My connection with the green frost sword has been severed. The artifact soul is dead? The 10 or so Dharma phase powerhouses instantly fell onto the ring. At this moment, they could not care about the chi and blood that was churning in their bodies due to the dismemberment of the battle weapon. They lifted up their deathly white faces to look at Suyu. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. Their strongest strike. Not even Suyu could get close. It was just easily disintegrated? Before they could react, Suyu made a big move with his hand and those precious gold suspended in mid-air flew towards him uncontrollably. In the next second, Suyu opened his huge mouth in front of everyone and directly swallowed all the pieces of precious gold into his mouth. Ka-ching-ching. The ear-piercing chewing sound that made the eardrums raw resounded clearly throughout the square. Countless people froze. Eat. Eat metal? Is Suyu a human or one of those stone clans that feed on metal? Such a hard metal, even if they let them go to use their full strength to pinch, do not seem to be able to pinch, and Suyu, but like chewing sugar beans like thrown into the mouth so watery chewed up? Rumble. The moment Suyu swallowed it, a dull and loud rumble suddenly came from his huge body. Immediately afterward, under the countless stunned gazes, Suyu's strength had strangely increased by a hair's breadth. Although it was not a great increase. But it did get an increase. Devouring metal enhances the strength of the physical body? This divine ability, top-tier earthbending technique. Hiss. Is this really a human and not a true immortal reincarnated? How on earth did he manage to achieve this level? The insights of the great powers were many. However, someone like Suyu, who was completely beyond common sense, was unheard of by them. It was simply the same as the kind of demons recorded in the history books. In the mythological era, there were even some sons of gods who could hold the sun and bathe their true bodies at birth, and there were also some stubborn stones that became spirits and broke the limitations to achieve the immortal status. Although Suyu is not as exaggerated as the records. But who knows if the history books are true, or if they're written in. Anyway, Suyu was the only miracle they had witnessed in this life. Suyu hiccuped as the metal entered his body as if it had been thrown into a furnace and refined. The exhaust gas he exhaled carried a hint of divine mist. It was waste gas to him, but this gas that had refined the precious gold, if it was given to a cultivator of the body-tempering realm to smell, it was the kind that was comparable to immortal mist, the kind that would enhance one's cultivation if one sniffed on it for so much as a breath. Alright, it's time to finish. Suyu was very satisfied with his mastery of various divine abilities nowadays. Of course, this group of peak Dharma phases was not his target. Although there were quite a few Red Destiny heavenly fates among them, defeating the Red Destiny was of no use to him. Their rewards were too low. It's simply not worth it in the long run. The only kind of people with a golden destiny, the chance behind them was the existence he wanted to covet. After waiting for so long, now that his cultivation was accomplished, he would be able to go and find opportunities with the golden destiny's heavenly fates and snatch them in order for him to be fed. Boom! The thought flashed by, and Suyu no longer hesitated. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly resounded, and such a huge body moved with a speed that remained unabated. It was because he was purely corporeal. All abilities will be scaled up in the same proportion as his size. Ka! The huge physical body went to move at a speed of sound that broke several times, or even close to 10 times. At this moment, even space was a little difficult to withstand Suyu's sudden outburst. There began to be a crisp cracking sound. Hearing this extremely subtle crunching sound, the faces of many powerful people changed slightly. Has it come to the critical value of space? The sound of space shattering appeared, which was the manifestation of the power of the robbing een. There is no suspense in this battle. In the instant that this thought had just risen, the scene they had imagined had indeed appeared on the challenge stage. A crushing battle. Suyu went about moving at a speed that surpassed the limit, coupled with the power to break the limit. A Dharma phase great exalt was knocked out of the fusion state with a single punch. Rumble. A Dharma phase realm was continuously knocked down like dumplings. Every single one. None of them lasted more than 2 moves. They were all defeated by Suyu in 1 move. Bang! As the last Dharma phase realm was knocked off the challenge stage, the referee elders who were still in shock shouted out woodenly. Suyu wins. Dang. Chapter 114 Junior Master, then let's see how this stick of mine is. The crowd was already numb to these 3 words. At this moment, Suyu's huge body landed on the challenge stage that had just been restored to its original state, his gaze as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Looking at his current appearance, everyone was in a bit of a trance, as if they had already seen just how brilliant the future Suyu would be. As long as Suyu could maintain this trend today, as long as he could cultivate step by step, becoming a saint and claiming the title of emperor in the future was completely out of the question. As for the great emperor, no one thinks about it. However, the quasi-emperor qualification was definitely enough. Many of the existing quasi-emperors under the divine origin did not necessarily have the performance of Suyu when he was young, or even worse. In the direction of the Su clan, the father and son duo of Su Jiuxing and Su Tianming looked at Suyu with the same shock in their eyes. This kind of true dragon came from their Su family. In this life, is it hard for the Su family to really rise? One must know that the father and son duo had never thought of making the Su family glorious. As long as they could maintain the echelon of first-class forces, they would be able to live peacefully, not worrying about food and clothing. But now the facts are telling them that the Su family will be rich. Moreover, it's still taking off. It felt like a dream. Behind the 2 of them, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyo and the 4 girls, Chen Yunqi, looked at Suyu on the stage. Their eyes were also complicated. So, he can obviously shine so brightly. Why did he covet our things in the first place? Does he need it? This asshole's talent, is it really that high? They all fell into a bit of self-doubt. When Suyu was a child, what on earth did he think of digging out bones, plucking out pupils and changing blood on them for? Why? His achievements today, as well as this terrifying cultivation speed of his, were stronger than several of them. They carried the supreme bone, heavy pupil, and divine phoenix bloodline. Cultivating until now, they are only at the 6th level of the embodied god realm. But what about him? All of them were already able to rub a peak Dharma phase great exalt on the ground. It's simply a demon. Even if it was the reincarnation of the female immortal, Chen Yunqi, she didn't reincarnate with the consciousness of her previous life, she just left her inheritance and cultivation experience behind, and it was considered a fresh start. However, it was still no match for Suyu. She was now the strongest of the 4 women, possessing the peak of the immanent god, and was only 1 step away from the Dharma phase. This speed was already extremely fast. However, after comparing it to Suyu, the speed still paled in comparison. Why is he able to cultivate so fast? Chen Yunqi pursed her lips, somewhat unwillingly. Obviously. The day to wash away the shame of his withdrawal was just around the corner, but in the blink of an eye, he ran ahead of himself again. Couldn't beat it. Suyu stood on the stage, those eyes skimming over the crowd one by one. In his eyes, everyone's destiny and qualifications could not escape his probing, although he still did not know what the role of the son of Qi who was judged to have a red destiny was. However, from the system's previous notes about plundering chance, defeating, and killing the sons of fortune all receiving rewards, it wasn't hard to see that what was more important in this must be the word plundering chance. The system must still have a key role that he hadn't discovered. Now, he was going to reboot his use of the system, and he was going to bring out the key role of plundering chances. Anyone else want to come up? After saying that, Suyu's gaze fell on the seats of the Tianxian and Violet Sacred Lands, and his eyes were firmly fixed on those 2 youths and women sitting on the side of the Sacred Lord. These 2 peak Dharma phase were his targets. The 2 golden destiny sons of Qi. Of all the guests in the room, other than the three Su family sisters and Chen Yunqi, the only two sons of destiny who possessed golden destinies. Seeing Su Yu turn his gaze to his side, the two holy lords, Ziwei and Tianxian, also revealed a smile, then turned their heads sideways and laughed softly at the two of them. How about it, do you have confidence? It's hard to see such a demon, isn't it? Little Hao, haven't you always wanted to challenge the extreme within the Dharma phase? How about this opponent? Xin Hao was the reserve saint son of the Violet Sacred Land, and was also the son of the Violet Sacred Lord's own son. Hearing this, Xin Hao turned his head and said with a straight face, very strong. Want to fight him? His words were short, but those eyes with a sharpness like a divine sword flashed with intense battle intent. This kind of opponent was something he had always longed for. Even if he lost, he could accept it. Ha, then go up and fight him. At those words, the Violet Sacred Lord immediately laughed. Swish! As the words fell, Xin Hao stood up, then rushed up into the sky and swept towards the direction of the challenge stage. Seeing this scene, the gentle and absolutely beautiful-looking Tianxian Holy Lord raised her willow eyebrows and similarly said to the stunningly beautiful girl at her side, Little Yun, what do you think? It shouldn't be too ugly to lose. The stunningly beautiful girl shared a few similarities with the Tianxian Sacred Lord, just as stunningly beautiful, especially that perfect face, which made it impossible for men to move their eyes. Back in those days, the Tianxian Sacred Lord had the reputation of being the #1 beauty in the Eastern Wasteland. It was the fantasy of all men. Powerful, unbelievably beautiful, with a monstrous background, simply the most perfect woman. Nowadays, her daughter has also inherited her talent perfectly. Yu Yun, the woman who is currently ranked #1 on the Eastern Wasteland beauty list. Her looks were even a shade better than the three Su family sisters and Chen Yunqi. It's fine, the emphasis is on communication, and being able to lose one game can be a good help to your state of mind in the future. There was doting in the Tianxian Holy Lord's watery and gentle eyes as she touched Yu Yun's hair and laughed, invincible all the way, this path is not suitable for our Tianquan's people. As for Su Yu, it might be possible, but the chances aren't great, ancient freaks. There are too many of them, all waiting for the coming of the Golden Great World. Don't look at Yu Yun who looked so stunningly beautiful and gentle, but there was a stubbornness in her bones. Unconvinced, Yu Yun did not nod her head, but only placed her gaze on the challenge stage, unable to move away for a long time when she landed on Su Yu. Invincible? What makes Mother think he has a chance? On the challenge stage, Su Yu put away his Dharma heaven and earth giganticized physical body and returned to normal size, and stared up at Xin Hao from a distance. Xin Hao arched his hand at Su Yu and said in a deep voice, Junior Master, I still hope that you won't be stingy with your teachings. Swish! After saying that, Xin Hao lifted his hand and with a cold flash, a long, pure black stick that glittered with metallic sharpness appeared in his hand. The moment he gripped the black baguette, Xin Hao's entire aura changed radically. It was as if at this moment, he had a might that could stab through the heavens. The pressure was so strong that it could even cause a strong person in the profound Yin realm to feel a hint of oppression. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes also had a hint of a positive color, and the breath in his body was mobilized under his mobilization, flowing away a little bit along his meridians. You are welcome, I am also simply strong. Su Yu looked at him using the stick and also took a deep breath. Voltron stick. Hearing Su Yu let out a loud shout, the faulty heaven stick that stood in front of the celestial warrior soldier seemed to sense something, and then turned into a stream of light that fell into Su Yu's hand. The moment he saw Su Yu grasping the faulty sky stick, the sharp color in Xin Hao's eyes immediately surged out. Bang! Junior Master, then let's see how this stick of mine is. Overwhelm the sea. Rumble. Chapter 115 Star Sovereign Dharma Phase, Fire Virtue Shu Rong Body. Xin Hao's speed was extremely fast, and just the moment he rushed out, it was comparable to a hypersonic missile breaking through Mach speed and falling down with full force. The sound of the air being torn apart made one's eardrums ache, and the hardened flesh even squeezed the air until it exploded. Boom! After raising the pure black long stick, he smashed it down with all his strength in the direction where Su Yu was. At this moment, the air was bursting, giving the surrounding space a state of being squeezed to the limit, just short of a critical value, as if it was about to burst open. The invisible air was like the sea level at the moment, giving people an illusion, as if the sea level was lifted up by a shocking wave. As if it was going to be capsized in the next second. This kind of power that surpassed the power of 100 dragons and was almost about to break the limit of 200 dragons' power, even if it was a robberine powerhouse, a single slip of the tongue could be killed. Is this the qualification of a top-tier demon? To be able to have the combat power to kill the Jie-in realm at the Dharma phase realm, it's worthy of being a demon that the top-tier great sects have devoted their efforts to cultivating. In time, he will surely be another powerful person who will shake Xian heaven. Many sect masters and supreme elders also gave extremely high evaluations when they saw Xin Hao's stick. This move did not have any weaknesses. Trying to dodge was almost completely impossible, and one could only fight him hard. Looking up at Xin Hao, who was carrying waves of energy to attack, this stick gave Su Yu an illusion of trembling. However, it's still more about excitement and impatience. This is a comparable opponent. The ones I fought before were not enough for me to utilize my full battle power. Suyu's eyes were fiery with a hidden excitement as he licked his lips. Crunch! Gripping the Voltron stick in his hand tightly, Suyu no longer hesitated and directly rushed up to the sky to meet the power of this stick from Qinhao. That battle weapon in Qinhao's hand was a Saint Soldier grade. Then he would naturally have no problem using the Saint Armament grade Voltron stick just as well. Although he wasn't very good at stick techniques. But the system gave him the privilege of being able to automatically initiate the rewarded martial arts and techniques. Saint Realm Martial Arts, Heavenly Tilting. Rumble. Suyu swept out with a stick, and the moment the stick was swung out, the firmament had the illusion of being turned over in a hectare. The energy of heaven and earth continued to converge like a storm. The energy storm wrapped around the body of the stick, seemingly pulling this long stick, which was only 2 meters, up to 1,000 meters. This stick causes the heavens to fall. The second style of heaven tilting, break the sea. Suyu let out a loud shout, and with a bang sound, the smashed-out stick seemed to shatter space, shaking out an incomparably strong shockwave in the void. This only Saint Realm martial arts stick technique he had mastered, the heavenly pouring. The entire martial arts had only 3 styles. The first style, destroy mountain. Second style, break the sea. Third style, heavenly tilt. And this move of his was the second style of heavenly tilt, break the sea. After the stick with the power of breaking the sea collided with this energy tsunami induced by Qinhao, the energy tsunami was dispersed in an instant. The might that had originally coalesced at a single point instantly disintegrated and spread outwards. If it wasn't for the defense formation on the challenge stage blocking the tendency of these energies to escape, this strike alone would have made the entire plaza, with all of the strongest people whose realms were lower than the hijacking in spitting out blood and falling to the ground. Even if the realm of embodied God came within 1,000 meters, there was the possibility of a direct hit. This scene caused people's faces to be horrified. Are these people really peers from the same era as us? Why do I feel so weak in front of them? I, a person at the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm, actually have the illusion of looking up at a giant. I've never panicked that much even in the face of a robbing een. The faces of those Dharma phase powerhouses from the first-class forces were all pale, and their eyes were tinged with fear as they looked toward the challenge stage. Could this be the Holy Land's underbelly? The celestial pride that had been cultivated, each and every one of them had the ability to crush cultivators of the same realm. The juniors only felt unable to resist, while those powerful people were still more shocked because the battle between these two people all exceeded the level of the Dharma phase realm and came to the true power of the hijack een. However, what made them more shocked was still Suyu's power. With a mere 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm, he was able to compete with Qinhao on the same stage and not even lose. Suyu's power was what truly boggled the mind. The 3rd gravity of the Dharma phase striking out the power of the robbing een, such a battle power had completely exceeded the 2nd limit breaking and had even come to the critical value of the 3rd limit breaking. The posture of a human immortal. The posture of a great emperor wasn't even enough to describe this embodiment of battle power. There were a few great emperors in the arena, and Qinhao, who was fighting him, was a great emperor. Inside the challenge stage. After Suyu and Qinhao both saw that one strike was ineffective, they also quickly initiated a second battle. The silhouettes of the two men traveled through the challenge stage at such a speed that one could not see their movements at all, and could only see a trail of residual shadows weaving and shuttling back and forth. If it wasn't for the loud booms that resounded from time to time, they would have thought that the two were just comparing whose speed was faster. However, only the strong could see the movements of the two. In their eyes, the fight between Suyu and Qinhao was even more intense when the two of them were competing in hand-to-hand combat, with one person punching and punching to the bone. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows hundreds of times. Purple-violet Dharma. After realizing that even his fists and feet couldn't get the upper hand, Qinhao didn't hesitate and directly summoned the Violet-Violet Emperor Dharma phase of the Violet-Violet Sacred Land. Although this Dharma phase was not in the top 50 of the 10,000 ancients, it was sufficiently comparable in terms of power. The moment Qinhao's voice fell, a star was quietly lit up in the dome of the sky in the direction belonging to the Violet-Violet Emperor star, and immediately afterward, behind Qinhao, a huge round of human-shaped Dharma phantom silhouettes coalesced. The phallic shadow took one step forward and merged with Qinhao. In an instant, Qinhao's power skyrocketed. His body was even instantly elevated to over 300 meters. Rumble. Having fused the Dharma phase shadow, Qinhao's speed and power were greatly enhanced. When rushing through air blockages, he even directly shattered all resistance. Seeing this scene, Suyu did not take it lightly. The Voltron stick in his hand was thrown aside by him, and then a flash of orange-red divine light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, Suyu drank in a low voice, Star Sovereign Dharma phase. Meltdown. Wow. With a whisper from Suyu, in an instant, an infinite burning sky flame appeared out of nowhere, and the moment this flame appeared, even space was burned and distorted. The temperature was clearly not low. Those water vapors hidden in the air were even scorched to the point where white mist was constantly rising. Orange-red flames burned in mid-air and finally converged into a human figure. Swish. Suyu looked at the star ruler Dharma phase that had coalesced in front of him, and the light in his eyes flourished, then he reached out and grabbed it. That huge humanoid was uncontrollable and was grabbed directly in front of him. Thud. Suyu took one step and directly drilled into the flame giant. The next second, that star sovereign Dharma phase that originally had no face also changed into Suyu's face. Fire virtue Zhu Rong body. Boom. Along with this sound falling, Suyu seemed to have transformed into a deity controlling flames at this moment, and all flames were nothing more than playthings in his hands. Fire God. Ka. Chapter 116 Defeating the Golden Fate. Completing the quest Invincible in the same realm. Fire virtue Zhu Rong body. This was the Dharma body of the fire virtue astrologer. As soon as this roiling flame came out, everyone stood up, and many people's eyes became terrified. Dharma phase, fire virtue star sovereign Dharma phase, top 50 in the ages? Dharma phase, this was the divine position since the time when the Heaven Emperor founded the heavenly court and ordered the gods, fire virtue star sovereign, controlling all the fires in the world, the lord of all fires. In the past, although the cultivation method was stronger, it ate more talent, and there were very few cultivators. However, after the Celestial Emperor founded the Celestial Court, he created the prosperous immortal cultivation realm of today by constantly modifying the world's gongfu, and ultimately by modifying the old cultivation system. Embodied gods and Dharma phases were later added to the realm, and any cultivation technique no longer required a specific talent in order to be practiced. Rather, as long as one was human, one could cultivate body tempering. So much so that the Heavenly Court was destroyed for so many years until now, and the new system created by the Heavenly Emperor has been passed down to this day, even more prosperous and glorious than ever before. The Dharma body, however, is a scroll made from the divine position of the Heavenly Court. It was also meant to give ordinary people a chance to be able to match those demonic and immortal species with strange talents. Of course, not everyone could cultivate this kind of powerful Dharma phase. So in the later stages, the process of making phantoms was also spread, and some Saint Realm powerhouses would also strip their souls after their deaths and make idol scrolls to pass on to shelter their family glory. Of course, the strongest ones were still the Dharma phases mainly made by the divine officials of the Heavenly Emperor's Heavenly Court. The Fire Virtue Star Sovereign, the top 50 in the ages, was followed by a series of divine monarch Dharma phantoms such as the Water Virtue Star Sovereign. Of course, aside from the Heavenly Emperor and those Dharma phantoms created by later generations of demons, the most prestigious and powerful battle power in the top 50 of the 10,000 ancient worlds was the Five Directions Emperor, who was able to rival the Heavenly Emperor in terms of battle power. The Eastern Green Emperor, the Southern Red Emperor, the Western White Emperor, the Northern Black Emperor, and the Central Heavenly Yellow Emperor. The five emperors of the five directions each represented the top 10 strongest phantoms. The abilities of each emperor were vastly different. Of course, the strongest was the recorded Heavenly Emperor Dharma. At this moment, Suyu did not utilize the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma phase, nor did he utilize the Heavenly Deity Divine Ability Dharma Heaven and Earth. Instead, he went to meet the battle with the Fire Virtue Star Sovereign Dharma phase, which was almost as powerful. He wanted to see whether his own roots were invincible enough or not. If it's not enough, then it's a dish, and then you have to practice more. At this moment, without any hesitation, Suyu, who had fused the Fire Virtue Zhu Rong body, raised his hand and slapped out a palm. Burning Sky Palm. With this palm, the flames in the sky transformed into a huge palm. The giant palm of flames scorched the air, scorched all the water vapor, burning the entire challenge stage to dryness, just like the place where the drought demon had passed through, 1,000 miles of red earth. Of course, if Suyu were to execute the Fire Virtue Zhu Rong body with the body of a saint, as long as he did not astringent his own breath, then, just by the searing heat that was leaking out, he would be able to vaporize a huge lake with a diameter of 100 miles. Although there was no such exaggerated heaven-defying might today. But after this palm was slapped out, it vaporized all the same heaven and earth energy and aura. Only the mannequin fiery flame attributed heaven and earth energy remained. The Purple-Violet Emperor was known for his mastery of the four attributes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and his power exploded with the power of nature. When confronted with Suyu's burning sky flame palm, the eyes of the Violet Dharma phase incarnated by Qin Hao swept through a flash of electric arcs, and immediately afterward, he snapped, Wind and Thunder Palm. Pa-la! Within the challenge stage, a fierce wind rose up, and along with the fierce wind, there was also the power of thunder. The moment the Wind and Thunder Palm and the Burning Sky Palm were printed together, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered by the violent and agitated natural attribute power. On the challenge stage, the crunching sound of space shattering became more and more obvious. Until both forces reached their peak, everyone's eyes instantly froze. The next moment, Ka! After this sound rang out, within the challenge stage, the small area of space was all covered with tiny cracks, like a piece of glass that had suffered a heavy blow and showed signs of shattering, thoroughly reaching the Raving battle power. To be able to cause traces of shattering in space, this is undoubtedly the battle power of the second level of the Raving realm. The time of the coming Golden Great Age that Elder Tianji and Holy Lord Tianyan jointly speculated about seems to be true. Demons are coming out in full force, and emperor sons and immortal seeds are reviving en masse just to fight for a seat. Immortal sect seat. This great world looks like it won't be peaceful. In the past, when the great world opened, at most, some demons and immortal species appeared, but, like now, before the great world came, the situation where demons comparable to immortal species had already been born, only the golden great world would appear. How can it be calmly? Suyu's performance like this is already fully qualified to be assessed as a true immortal sect seed. None of those immortal seeds' performances are as heaven-defying as this. Just one step away. One step away from being able to cross a large realm to challenge an opponent, this kind of battle prowess is comparable to that of a juvenile heavenly father from the mythic era. You mean that silent heavenly father who created the progenitor secret? Boom! The cracks in space didn't last long, as their power wasn't enough to completely shatter the space. It had only appeared for 1 second before the crack had repaired itself. However, the two were both falling backward to the edge of the challenge stage, each because of this strike, just one step away from falling down. Swish! The two of them didn't hesitate for a second after stabilizing their stance, bending their knees and bursting out again in an instant. This stick, a showdown. Qin Hao's eyes were as sharp as knives as he shouted sternly. Raising his hand, the long, pure black stick that he had abandoned aside was summoned and enlarged as it flew toward him, and by the time it fell into Qin Hao's hands, it had become a giant pillar hundreds of meters long. Turn the heavens! The moment Qin Hao lifted the giant pillar, it seemed as if the sky was about to be pierced through a hole. The winds and clouds in the heavens and the earth shifted. The kind of power that seemed like it was going to turn the sky over was building up. Bang! Deafening airbursts rang out as the giant pillar smashed down, and the long black crack was like stabbing through the sky to turn heaven and earth upside down. Saint Realm martial arts, overturning the sky and overturning the sea. There were only two styles of Saint Realm Extreme Realm martial arts. Heavenly tilt. Suyu looked at the huge pillar that smashed down towards him, and the sharpness in his eyes became even sharper. Gently spitting out two words. The next moment, the Voltron stick fell into Suyu's hands. However, Suyu erected it in front of his body. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless people's shocked eyes, the originally long and thin vast heavenly baton, at this time, actually began to continuously enlarge and thicken up. Until the Voltron stick was so thick that it could only be lifted by a person with a circular embrace, the tendency to continue to grow larger only stopped. This stick can cause the heavens to tumble. Thud. Suyu encircled the Voltron stick, and with a single stick, he stirred up the sky, covering up the sky. Boom! A stick smashed down, and after holding on for a few moments, that huge black pillar eventually, with the sound of shattering, the huge black pillar directly collapsed. Rumble! The unstoppable momentum of the stick poured out, and at this moment, on the entire challenge stage, only the Voltron stick was still standing. Under the perception of the crowd, the aura of power belonging to Qin Hao was also fading rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Golden Fate Son of Qi and obtaining a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest Invincible in the same realm. Chapter 117. No, he is very strong, I cannot beat him low. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain the reward, villain value plus 350,000, heavenly lack of Emperor Gold 1, Godline, Peerless Dragon Escapement Hand. Heavenly lacking Emperor Gold, the core divine gold of the heavenly outer Empyrean star, extremely malleable, can create extreme Emperor weapons. Divine Walking, Sacred Realm Martial Arts, created by a divine walking quasi-emperor who seeks the ultimate, extreme speed, proud of the crowd. Peerless Dragon Tackling Hand, ascending to the heavens and picking the stars, can capture a true dragon, Sacred Realm Physical Body Martial Art. As the system's alert sounded in his head, the fire virtue Zhu Rong body was shrinking, and that heat wave that scorched the space was also declining, and the space that had been burned to the point of distortion gradually calmed down. The dust settled. The white robe on Suyu's body was still spotless and clean as an immortal. And on the challenge stage, the pure black robe on Qin Hao's body was already full of holes, his entire body was covered in dust, and there was a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Although he was suffering from considerable injuries, Qin Hao's eyes were bright. Cough. Qin Hao sat up from the ground with great difficulty, without any baggage. He just sat on the ground and recovered his qi and blood. He looked at Suyu and grinned. The power of Junior Master is very much within the reach of a human being. Qin Hao is convinced. Heaven's pride? Undefeated? That's some kind of vanity. To be able to fight with this kind of heavenly pride who had honed himself to the extreme, even if he lost, it would be a rare and valuable experience that would help him achieve even greater heights. This battle allowed him to exert his full strength and fight without any scruples. It was sound. He could already feel that the next realm was close at hand, and this time when he went back, he would definitely be able to enter the robbery inn. Looking at Qin Hao's sincere appearance, Suyu was also stunned and lost his smile. I also just coincidentally obtained many chances. Such an honest son of Qi fortune was not common. It's embarrassing to weed him out. However, just as Suyu was about to say something polite, suddenly, the system's beep sounded in his head again. Ding! The villain value has reached 500,000, new features have been unlocked. In the next second, Suyu realized that in his line of sight, an extremely thick golden ray of light had surfaced from Chinhao's body, and the direction in which that ray of light extended was outside the Nine Heavens Sacred Land's secret realm. This is? Suyu's eyes became confused. New function to view the important chances on the Sun of Fortune. As a qualified villain, plundering the protagonist's chance is inevitable. Opportunities and whatnot are all for the villain. The system's voice fell, and Suyu shifted his gaze. Sure enough, in his line of sight, the features that could only see the color of the other party's destiny were all extra lines at the moment as well. Of course, there were also some red destiny chirographers who did not have this line of chance on them. Obviously, their most important chances had already been obtained. This. Retracting his line of sight, Suyu's little heart actually began to beat faster indisputably. That is to say, from today onwards, I can go and plunder this kind of the most important chance of the Sons of Qi? This new feature is very practical. You know, in so many novels, those Sons of Fortune have a lot of chances. What about the old ring grandfather who was forced to fall off a cliff by his enemies and ended up falling outside a cave and then found inside the feats and riches left behind by an overwhelmingly powerful person? Much more. And what's more, the most important soft chances of discovering some of the most important noble women of the divine order straight away. Well. So many temptations. It's like forcing yourself to commit a crime. A trace of longing flared in Suyu's heart. To be able to get the chance in advance of the protagonist, one's strength would be able to increase faster. That way, what Emperor's grave, what being the enemy of the whole world, everything is ball-free so-called. To ascend. You know, before this, the biggest action he had taken against the Sons of Qi was to provoke them, and then to defeat them. Drawing on that tiny bit of reward. Now that one is able to snatch the chance, that is naturally the greatest fortune coming to one's body. Sure enough. Hard work pays off. Shinhao looked at Suyu, who suddenly lost his concentration and came down. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said, Junior Master's battle power is so strong, I wonder, can you form a team with me? Hearing Shinhao's words, Suyu came back to his senses and busily said, sorry, I just lost my concentration. What team? Shinhao sniffed, organized his thoughts for a moment, and then solemnly said, now that the age of the end is coming to an end, many secret realms and blessed lands in the outside world have already been unable to hold out for the present one after another. I discovered a blessed land in my early years, where it can only accommodate strong individuals below the Jiein realm. So, I want to explore it before entering the hijacking Ein. See if I can find a little something useful. Although he was the future saint son of the Violet Sacred Land, any resources could be sent to him with a word. But this was all secondary. What matters is still your own insights and practical experiences in order to progress. And the chances that a blessed land produces are sometimes better than even those given by a holy land. It might even be possible to meet the remnants of the immortal scriptures. Blessed land. That's a place that can be on par with the Holy Land. It was a product left over from the mythological period, and in other words, it was the Holy Land of the mythological period. However, the Blessed Land is the Holy Land that suffered destruction. Everything in it is unclaimed. Historically, there had been many top-level great powers who had risen to prominence by discovering the Blessed Land, such as the Do Tian Quasi-Emperor, who had also discovered the Do Zi's secret in the Blessed Land's hidden scripture pavilion. Back then, the 9 heavenly sovereigns who created the 9 secrets were all from the Blessed Land. Hearing this crucial information, Suyu instantly understood. The greatest chance on Shinhao. It was very likely that it came from this so-called Blessed Land. At the thought of this, Suyu agreed without hesitation. Good. You and I will agree on a time. After the grand ceremony is over, you and I will go and explore together, and it just so happens that I will be going out on an adventure as well. Suyu's ambition was never in the Holy Land. He wanted to travel the entire continent. Before the coming of the Golden Great Age, he would try to raise his cultivation to a reliable level so that he wouldn't face a crisis and always have to rely on the people behind him to solve it. He also had to grow. Seeing him agree, Shinhao instantly smiled. Then let's do it half a year after the grand ceremony ends, and meet at the Celestial Pride City. With an invincible Suyu of the same realm joining him, this trip to the Blessed Land. It's a sure thing. It was impossible for the people of the other several great domains to suppress the Eastern Wasteland again. After some brief exchanges between the two, it was quickly determined. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as they watched the two men secretly transmit their voices on the challenge stage, and their expressions seemed to be very pleasant as well. In the Tianxian Holy Land seats, the heavenly Shen Holy Lord withdrew her gaze and looked sideways at Yu Yun, a gentle, watery smile on her beautiful face as she said softly, "It seems that these two are getting along very well. Rhyme, do you want to spar with him as well?" Beside her, Yu Yun, who was wearing a light gauze dress, had a flash of color in her beautiful eyes. "No, he is very powerful. I can't beat him." Chapter 118 Confusion, how more and more unable to see through you. Upon hearing Yu Yun's reply, Holy Lord Tianxian couldn't help but give her a deep look, and immediately, a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. It seems that our family Yuner has met her match. Can it be that? Listening to her mother's teasing words, Yu Yun's face did not change in any way as she returned. His power has not yet exploded all the way out. There's no way I can beat that. Don't look at her as a daughter's body, but Yu Yun's battle prowess had caused many old men of the Jiayin realm to marvel. That was an exaggerated battle power capable of breaking the rules of realm limitations. It was truly a battle to fight with all one's might. Even Xin Hao wouldn't be able to get the slightest advantage over Yu Yun. The most outstanding celestial pride in the Tianxian Holy Land for tens of thousands of years was not just words. This was the leader of the Yu family's new generation. Hearing this, Holy Lord Tianxian also nodded approvingly. This Nine Heavens Outer Saint Son has indeed hidden a lot of his battle power. Besides, he's only at the third level of the Dharma phase realm. Everyone else only saw Suyu's battle power but subconsciously ignored his realm. A little guy at the early stage of the Dharma phase realm was able to defeat the peak Dharma phase Violet future Saint Sun Xinhao, and it was not even the kind of fight with all his might. It could be imagined how exaggerated his battle power would be if he came to the peak of the Dharma phase. It might even be able to battle with a strong person of the Sunjack realm. This enshrinement ceremony doesn't seem to have come to the wrong place. Being able to see the rise of such a heavenly pride was considered to be a hope for the three great sacred lands to come. Ordaining an external holy sun. This message is releasing a signal to the two great holy lands. That is, they had someone they recognized. Had all the old men of the nine heavens, as well as the remnants of the emperor realm, recognizing that he was able to lead the three holy lands of the nine heavens, the Violet, and the heavenly Shen to reunite. With so much information, wasn't it showing that they would think that Suyu could be immortal in this life? Nowadays, this performance was indeed worthy of an immortal's posture. I still don't know how he compares to those immortal seeds buried in the divine source. However, it was naturally impossible to know and compare nowadays. This was because the immortal seeds that had been buried in the divine origin were all ancients, and they were unable to adapt to the current environment of heaven and earth. The only way they could come out was if the golden age came and the heavens and earth returned to their peak state. With the Tianxian Holy Lord expressing Yu Yun's thoughts to the Nine Heavens Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun, the competition came to a complete end. On the challenge stage, Suyu and Xin Hao walked out side by side, talking and laughing like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Watching Suyu walk down, Sacred Lord Zhao Hongjun also had a bright smile on his face, and he was in an extremely good mood after glancing at the Dharma heavenly pride of the first-class forces and ordinary holy lands that had somewhat wilted. Today, many thanks to all of you for coming to participate in the Nine Heavens enshrinement ceremony. Although many of the celestial pride have failed in their challenges, however, this seat has decided to give out a Yin Spirit Pill as a commendation for each of the phantasmal celestial pride who had challenged on stage earlier. Although the medicinal effects of the Yin Spirit Pill were not as heaven-defying as the Xianin Pill. However, it had the same considerable efficacy. After taking the elixir, it would allow the Dharma phase realm to capture a strand of Shaoyin Qi when breaking through the hijacking Yin realm, increasing its chances of success by 1 point. Placed in the outside world, it was enough to make a peak Dharma phase powerhouse pay a large portion of his fortune to fight for it. And in a top-tier holy land like the Nine Heavens. This kind of elixir was however not considered to be that precious. Hearing these words, those Dharma phase realm celestials who were originally downcast were now glowing with some vigor. Unexpectedly, there was a participation prize, which was an unexpected reward. I thought the beating was for nothing. Now it looks like it can still take 2 more hits. Thank you, Holy Lord. Many powerful people rose at the same time, bending over and bowing to the Holy Lord. Zhao Hongjun nodded slightly, then said, "This enshrinement ceremony feast lasts for 3 days, so all of you can wander around in the Nine Heavens at your leisure, and except for some places that are not to be trespassed upon, the rest of you are free to do as you please. Of course, you can also leave first." These words caused a group of first-class forces and ordinary Holy Lands powerhouses to become somewhat excited. Staying here in the Nine Heavens for 3 more days, this was also a small chance of. One must know that even if one didn't go to a cave to cultivate, just the ordinary aura concentration within the interior of the Nine Heavens mystery was several levels higher than those ordinary Holy Lands. Cultivating here for a day could be better than cultivating for a month in the outside world. How many eras had the Nine Heavens stood in the eastern wasteland? I can't even count them. Every time a great world came, the various resources they had collected, as well as the countless spirit veins that had been born, were all relocated to the Nine Heavens. The cultivation environment was comparable to a fairyland for outsiders. Compared to their group of ordinary holy lands with extremely shallow seniority, Zhou Xiao was a billionaire, while they, just poor people who could barely get enough to eat. Leave first? Cootie. That's the only way to do it. Dabbling in the cultivation environment is the right thing to do. You young people have more in common, communicate more. Junior brother, you and Peerless take little Hao and Raimi around. After saying that, the elegant Saint Lord was leading the two Saint Lords Tianxian and Ziwei to leave first. The few of them had gathered together, so they had a lot to say. After all, they are carrying on their shoulders, but the rise and fall of a religion, a wrong decision may bury the foundation of the Holy Land for millions of years. After waiting for a few people to leave, Suyu was also surrounded by 3 more people. Qin Hao and Yu Yun. There was also his Holy Lord Master's own son, Zhao Wuyu. He didn't bother to greet the cheap old man and cheap grandpa of his own, much less pay attention to his 3 sisters. Anyway, cheap old dad and the others had settled down near the 9 heavens, so they could see each other whenever they wanted to. As for the 3 sisters, he felt that it was better for him not to meet them. All he wanted to do now was to plunder the chances. There were too many chances threads on the 3 sisters. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself. Let's go, I will take the 2 of you to the 9 peaks for return. Suyu made a gesture of invitation to the 2 of them. Qin Hao had also changed into clean clothes by now, and smiled. I'm sorry for your trouble, Junior Master. Yu Yun also lightly nodded her head and smiled. Then I'll be troubling little Master Uncle. Zhao Wuhui, who looked somewhat cold-faced, spoke at the right time. I'll first bring you all to the Divine Peak to sit down. Qin Hao, have you always been this high and cold, brother Zhao? No, just not talkative. Suyu was curious, a high-cooled male god? Zhao Wuxi. The flirting between the two made Zhao Wuxi's face turn a little red and hot, and Yu Yun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly from the sidelines. The 4 of them left the square with a smile on their faces. In the direction of the Su family. There were 4 gazes with complex colors always watching Suyu. Seeing that he did not have any appearance of greeting the few of them, but instead, he was chatting with Qin Hao and Yu Yun and Zhao Wuxia, for some reason, the hearts of the few people were actually a little lost and bewildered. Suyu, what on earth are you thinking? How? I can't see through you more and more. Chapter 119, Suyu, so have you comprehended it? Zhao Wufei, do I look like a genius to you? After Suyu and Qin Hao Yu Yun as well as Zhao Wao enemy left the square together, the 4 girls also returned to the Tianxian Holy Land seats absent-mindedly. Watching the few people return, an elder who was familiar with them could not help but smile and speak. Qingying, this family of yours is really something. Your talent is already considered extremely demonic. I didn't expect your brother's talent to be even more terrifying. It seems that the protagonist of this life should belong to you. Saying that, this female elder also looked at Chen Yunqi and laughed softly. Yunqi, I remember that in your background, you were married to the Su family's young master, right? Not bad. The 2 of you combining is also truly something to look forward to. Perhaps it is not impossible for your offspring to surpass you. In the Tianxian Holy Land, female cultivators made up the majority. Although it was a female-dominated Holy Land, Tianxian wasn't like Yaoqi, which prohibited disciples from falling in love or getting married. Chen Yunqi's cultivation speed was naturally evident to those of them who were elders. That kind of cultivation speed was not ordinary. Moreover, the battle power was also extremely terrifying. Speaking of this elder couldn't help but lament again, and there seemed to be some regret in his eyes. This time around, Jun Sheng didn't have the time to come out of the gate to participate in this challenge. Otherwise, with Jun Sheng's qualifications, he would have been able to fight Suyu. Jun Sheng. Full name Yu Jun Sheng, a recognized heavenly pride with the strongest talent in the lineage of the Tianxian Holy Lord. This name was still bestowed by the previous Holy Lord. Yu Jun Sheng and Yu Yun are siblings. Yu Yun is the older sister. Her cultivation has reached the peak of the Dharma phase. Her battle power is the best in the same realm, but it doesn't mean that she can crush Jun Sheng. On the contrary. With his 4th level of the Dharma phase realm, Yu Jun Sheng could even fight with Yu Yun and even have a chance of winning. This was the most terrifying. But, regret to regret, even though she was a Tianxian elder, she had seen Suyu's battle power, and Yu Jun Sheng would have been just as unable to avoid defeat if he had come. Well, drinking a bit too much spirit wine, it seems like there are too many words. The elder said, and then nodded towards the few people. Go, it's also excellent to accompany your family here for the past 2 days. When we cultivators go into seclusion for a little while, we won't see each other for several years, and our family members' faces are also less than 1. This elder lamented and left, obviously a little sad. Seeing the elder leave, the 4 women stood in place at a loss for words. Big sister. I want to go out and make a break for it. Only after a long time did Su Mumiao slowly open her mouth and said, staying in the Holy Land will certainly allow me to improve, but it's always lacking a bit of meaning. I feel like I should go out and make a break for it. Go and see if you can meet your own chance. She was burdened with the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, as well as a divine phoenix egg, which was equivalent to a companion spirit beast. In the Holy Land, her rate of advancement was fast and there was no crisis. But because of this, she was not willing to rest on her laurels. The immortal cultivation world shouldn't be so peaceful, it should be full of blood and challenges, and the only way to truly grow was to experience all sorts of things. Right now, she could only be considered a student living in an ivory tower. There is no sense of crisis. Su Wanqing, who was most at odds with Suyu, also nodded her head approvingly at this time and said, Big sister, I also want to go out and experience alone. Heavy pupils shouldn't rest on their laurels. I originally have heavy pupils, so I should be able to tend to good fortune and avoid evil, and go to explore opportunities. I can see through people's hearts. I shouldn't sink into a world of comfort. This was not conceit on her part, but truth. Heavy pupils, which could survey all the falsehoods in the world, could survey any weaknesses, and could survey the hearts of the people. It was a treasure capable of dealing with any crisis. It was a powerful existence destined to become a supreme being. Staying in the Holy Land, staying in a place of peace and stability, would have worn out her bloodlust a little bit. Especially seeing Suyu's achievements nowadays made her even more unwilling to rest on her laurels. Chen Yunqi also stepped out at this moment. Her gaze became deep and her tone was firm. I was originally burdened with the female immortal inheritance. I should be invincible in the world. In this life, the position of the female emperor should have a share of me, Chen Yunqi. Being in possession of the female immortal inheritance, the immortal scriptures were in her hands, and the various immortal laws were sealed in the depths of her mind as well. She, little by little, had to raise her cultivation to recreate them all. This life. She started out higher than anyone else. She shouldn't have sunk. Watching the three of them all make the same decision, Su Qingying, who was the eldest sister, first froze, then smiled as well. My decision is the same as yours. I'm also leaving the Holy Land to cultivate. Being in possession of the supreme bone, he even mastered the time treasure art that all great emperors could only dream of. Her future belongs to a wider world, instead of sinking in the Holy Land. After this matter is over, let's each head to wherever we want to train. I'm going to head to the demon region to look for traces of the immortal god Phoenix. I'm going to explore the major relics and secret realms. The four women's paths were different, and if they were separated, then it would be hard to reunite them, unless there was some great event that concerned the world that would bring them back together again. This time, they were all stimulated, and they all wanted to not lose to Suyu, to become the strongest. They, by nature, should have blossomed with the brightest light. After thinking it through, the four women all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They looked at the direction Suyu left. Chen Yunqi couldn't help but raise her pink little fists. Her stunningly beautiful pretty face was written with defiance. Humph. Suyu, sooner or later one day I will withdraw my marriage with you openly and honestly. This time it's me who will repudiate you. Ha ha ha. The three of them, Su Qingying, couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this. We just want to suppress him and make him apologize for what happened back then, otherwise, don't think we can easily forgive him. To be a sister is to suppress your brother only. After a few people chatted for a while, they also went back to their respective family areas. This time, none of them knew how long they would be gone, perhaps 10 years, or perhaps 100 years, or worse, hundreds, or even thousands of years. The golden age was coming. They may be reunited. By then, no one knows if the family will still be unharmed. As the elders said earlier, see one side, less one side. If you don't become an immortal, you won't be able to witness the path to immortality after all. At this time, on the divine heavenly peak, this first main peak of the 9 heavens, which was also the place where the deities resided back then, although countless years had passed, the kind of immortal Dao laws that contained a hint of a very weak immortal Dao still made Suyu, as well as the three of them, Xinhao and Yu Yun, feel soothed. As the host of divine heavenly peak, Zhao Wufei also had a faint trace of pride on his face as he said, "This is the place where immortals once resided. Although we can't get close to that thatched cottage, we can still be infused with the immortals' laws in these surroundings and at the foot of the mountain. Cultivating here is better than anywhere else, and there's even the hope of comprehending the precious arts left behind by the immortals." Hearing this, Suyu could not help but wonder, really? It's natural. Then have you comprehended it? Zhao Wuxi? Do I look like a genius to you? Chapter 120 Brother Su, try it too, the experience is so marvelous. Zhao Wuxi's face reddened up at this sentence and he defended, do I look like a genius or an immortal talent to you? I'm a genius, not an immortal talent. That's for immortal talents to comprehend. We've established the 9 heavens sect for so long, and no one has been able to comprehend the immortal treasure technique. Really, although I can't beat you, I'm not arrogant. I'm the most self-aware person in the world, and I know what I'm talking about. Expecting me to understand the immortal laws? My father wouldn't even dare to say that. Being able to outline the phase of the 9 heavens divine king's protean deity was already an unexpected surprise to my father. Before this, my father didn't even think highly of me, alright. So you became even more curious and asked after him, no one has comprehended it? Not even the immortal seed? Those immortal seeds that were buried under the divine origin were unable to comprehend? Is that true? Zhao Wufei nodded his head affirmatively, no. Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone who has comprehended the immortal Dharma treasure technique. He was originally from the 9 heavens, could he not know the history? Not a single one, alright. However, Suyu's next sentence caused him to directly freeze in place. Thinking about it from a different perspective, could it be that there is no immortal magic treasure technique here at all? It is just something that the old ancestors used to use to fool people. At this moment, Zhao Wuhu fell into deep contemplation. Damn. That seems to be the case. Why else would so many emperor sons and immortal seeds fail to comprehend the immortal laws? One couldn't say that people weren't qualified enough. But to be able to be assessed as an immortal species, naturally, it is at the same period of time with those immortals who became immortals back then. None of them could comprehend it? No way. Watching Suyu's one sentence make Zhao Wuxia fall into deep thought, Jinhao and Yu Yun on the side were also holding their laughter very hard. Suyu, this person is wilting. Lulling a silly, naive Zhao Wuxi to the point of crippling. Now it's good, people are caught up in self-doubt. All the beliefs you've been holding on to have collapsed, right? After resisting the urge to laugh, Jinhao also stepped forward to round up the situation and said, Alright, Invincible, don't think about so many things, let's just go shopping first. Brother Su, you should also stop talking. When Invincible really has a collapse of his Dao heart, the Holy Lord's senior uncle will have to come out and slash you. He could sort of see that as long as he didn't fight, so you wouldn't pretend to be a normal person. If he was allowed to go on the field, it would have to pull hate. Now he's normal, but he's got a mouth like a steel bar, and he's a very good fighter. Suyu smiled sarcastically and said, I'm just asking casually. It's not like he knew that Zhao enemy could be so capable of being more serious. No, I should say it was a bullseye. As long as he found a loophole to dislike him, he would be able to burrow in and out. At first glance, it looks like he hasn't been fooled by the Holy Lord's senior brother a lot. Yuyun smiled faintly, her eyes looking towards the thatched hut at the top of the mountain, and shifted the topic to it, curiously saying, Brother Zhao, this thatched hut that an immortal has lived in, can the rest of us go up there to take a look at it? Speaking of this, a few people were a bit intrigued. They also wanted to see what a place where immortals had lived was really like. Whether or not there would really be that ample amount of Dao rhythm left behind. Hearing this, Zhao Wuhui also recovered from his self-doubt as he glanced at a few people before looking in the direction of the thatched hut and said, It can't be approached. Although it's possible to reach the top of the mountain, but, at a distance of 3 feet near the thatched cottage, one will be retransported to the starting point. Saying that, Zhao Wuhui added with certainty, no one can get close. Not even a quasi-emperor? Zhao Wuhui nodded, peak quasi-emperors and even great emperors can't even get close. Back then, the great emperor ancestor of my Zhao lineage tried it, and as soon as he got close, he was teleported away, and then he never got half a step closer to the thatched cottage again, leaving behind only one sentence, non-red dust pinnacle, unable to touch the immortal's legacy. These words surprised Jinhao as well as Yu Yun. The great emperor couldn't even get close. Worthy of being the immortal who founded Tianxian, Ziwei, and 9 heavens. It wasn't without reason that the great immortal sect back then, after experiencing heavy damage and being separated into 3 sects, was still able to stand at the top. Go take a look. Several people pressed their curiosity and headed towards the top of the mountain. Along the way, some divine peak elders did not stop them when they saw this scene. After all, this was an immortal's relic, no one could get close. It wasn't dangerous anyway, so they were allowed to go. After all, there were always prideful celestials who thought they could match the immortal seed wanting to go through the immortal legacy once and for all to prove that they were the chosen one. The kind that they wouldn't be convinced until they hit the southern wall. Coming to the top of Divine Peak. The immortal Dao laws in this place were then slightly denser, refreshing one's mind and seeming as if one's mind had become calm and ethereal. Although this is an immortal ruins, however, due to its immortal Dao laws being able to nourish the mind, every generation of the 9 heavens sacred masters and the top 5 contemporary elders would take turns staying in this vicinity in order to seek a spiritual mind. That's their address there, although it can only accommodate one person, it's still enough. Zhao Wuxi pointed his hand towards the hut on the side and said, Although only 500 years are valid, it's enough. Although the immortal Dao laws here were able to nourish cultivators, there was a time limit, and after nourishing them more, they would slowly lose their senses. So a lot of the time, it was a rotating cultivation. In order to be able to be psychic and find a breakthrough or an opportunity to comprehend. Jinhao and Yu Yun nodded thoughtfully. With such a treasure land in the 9 heavens, it was no wonder that the battle power of each generation of Saint Masters and the top 5 elders in the 9 heavens would be quite a bit stronger than the combined strength of the Tianxian and Ziwei Saint lands. Jinhao also had a hint of longing and truth-seeking in his eyes as he retracted his gaze and looked towards the plain-thatched cottage. I also want to try to see if the immortal ancestor's legacy is real or not. With that, he walked towards the thatched hut. Seeing him do so, Zhao Wuxia didn't stop him and just stood quietly watching him. Only to see Jinhao walk to a distance of only 3 feet from the thatched hut before taking another step. When he stepped within 3 feet, the next second, Jinhao's figure abruptly disappeared. Seeing this, Yu Yun and Suyu also hurriedly looked behind them. It was then that they saw Jinhao standing with a dumbfounded look on his face at the place where they had first ascended to the top of the mountain. Holy, to hell with it. It's here in a flash? Seeing this scene, Yu Yun also had a hint of interest arising. I'll try it too. Saying this, she also approached towards the thatched hut. Only, what happened to her was not different from Jinhao. The same was that she was teleported away the moment she stepped 3 feet into the distance and was about to touch the wooden door. Both of them were confused. Because, the moment they both disappeared, it was as if they had seen one of the most magnificent backs. That back figure didn't even turn around, just looking at the back figure made their hearts and minds shake. After recollecting, Shinhao hurriedly said, "Brother Su, you should try it too, this experience is so marvelous. Having a back shadow that can make the mind." And yet, before Shinhao could finish his words, the next second, he was as if he had seen a ghost, staring dead ahead at a figure outside the thatched hut. Crunch! At this moment, the thatched hut opened. Boom! Chapter 121 True Immortal Ruins, Great Shock Caused by Suyu. Am I seeing a ghost? Shinhao stood in place dumbfounded, hastily rubbing his eyes with his hands, and looked at Suyu dead on as he pushed open the wooden door. It was not just him. Even Zhao Wufei and Yu Yun were in disbelief. You just pushed away? Zhao Wuxie's cold face had a touch of comical-like bewilderment at this moment. Pushing away just like that with a watery face? This was a door that had never been opened or approached since the founding of the Nine Heavens. You just broke the record? While several people were stunned, suddenly, a strong vibration arose from the Nine Heavens' secret realm. It was as if a large earthquake had occurred. However, the tremor came and went quickly. Of course. It also alarmed everyone. After all, the tremor was so palpable that no one could care less. Inside the great hall of the Nine Heavens sect, Zhao Hongjun, who was laughing and joking with the two holy lords Tianxian and Ziwei, also sank after feeling the tremor, and his terrifying divine thoughts probed out, instantly covering the entire Nine Heavens region. When he detected the abnormality, a strong sense of disbelief also appeared in his eyes. How is it possible? He even walked in. Swish! At this moment, Zhao Hongjun also lost his elegant demeanor and instead became in a hurry, and instantly disappeared into the sect hall. Seeing this scene, the two holy lords of Ziwei and Tianxian also had their hearts sink. Immediately afterward, their divine thoughts spread outwards, and after realizing where Zhao Hongjun had appeared, they also instantly disappeared inside the grand hall. Everywhere in the Nine Heavens, including those supreme elders who were close to death, as well as the heroic souls within the ancestral tombs of the Nine Heavens, all of them were sensing something. This tremor. Hiss. The thatched hut at the immortal ruins has been pushed open. No way. Must go over to see who it is. The Golden Great World will descend in less than 100 years. If you go out at this time, you will still be able to top that time. Go out. Who is it that even managed to get close to the immortal ruins? In the ancestral tomb of the Nine Heavens, although those heroic souls were without their divine minds, they were just as capable of sensing the movements of the entire Nine Heavens by virtue of the special nature of the ancestral tomb. Ha! It's that spirit lad who came to the ancestral tomb earlier. This lad is truly extraordinary. Good fellow, just becoming a saintly son and pushing away the house of an immortal, worthy of being the spiritual youngster I'm optimistic about. Ah! My heart is itching to follow over and see what's going on. Save your breath, you'll have to dissipate on the spot when you walk out of the ancestral tomb, and you're still going to see it. When they're done, call Xiao Zhao over to tell us about it. In addition to these top-tier powerhouses, those current elders of the Sage Realm were also rushing in the direction of Divine Heavenly Peak, and each of them had a dumbfounded and shaken look on their faces. Those guests were also a bit at a loss for words when they saw the elders in such a hurry. What is this? Why are all the big shots of the Nine Heavens leaving in such a hurry? And what was that vibration just now? Could it be that some ungrateful ones have come to attack the Nine Heavens secret realm? It shouldn't be. Nine Heavens is a top-tier holy land with a quasi-emperor at the helm. Which ungrateful force would dare to mess with it? Don't you know what day it is today? Tianxian and Ziwei both have top-notch powerhouses present, choosing to attack when they're at their most powerful. I'm afraid it's not a blind guy who would do this, right? What's going on here? What happened? Why did all the big names run away? I don't know, it looks like they went to Divine Heavenly Peak. Could it be that an old ancestor is out of the gate? Save your breath, what old ancestor would come out at this time? Quasi-emperors wouldn't dare to come out so blindly. The effects of the age of the end of the laws haven't ended yet, separated from the divine source of isolation. Even if this is a holy land, once they come out, the speed at which their life passes away is 10 times that of ours, or even dozens of times. In the age of the end Dharma, all paragon emperors would choose to seal themselves within the divine source. This was because staying in the age of end Dharma, no paramount emperor was able to remain unaffected by the laws. Although they were able to come out, however, after they came out, it was impossible for them to seal themselves back in. After coming out, the rate at which a quasi-emperor's life passed away, that was 10 or even dozens of times that of a normal person. That is to say, if they passed a day, the other party had passed 10 or even dozens of days. So, in order to avoid their early deaths, paramount emperors would all seal themselves in divine origins. Including those great sage realms that had hopes of breaking through to quasi-emperor in the age of the last Dharma, they all chose to spend countless amounts of money to go and bury themselves in the divine origin. Those who didn't have that condition would have to wait for death. Under the watchful eyes of the curious crowd, a group of elders hurriedly rushed in the direction of Divine Heavenly Peak. Some of them, even still dressed while flying. Soon, more than 200 elders converged on Divine Peak. None of them moved up. Because, at the very top there stood several supreme elders with sufficient longevity, as well as the Holy Lord. At this moment, they were also staring blankly ahead. There were even some supreme elders who excitedly tried to get a little closer, but, still, like Qin Hao and the others, they were teleported back to the starting point after walking less than 3 feet away. This scene made people's jaws drop. The prohibition did not fail, meaning that Suyu really relied on himself to walk to the thatched cottage? Sacred Lord Zhao Hongjun stood in place. At this time, he did not have his usual elegant and easygoing manner. Instead, he was a bit agitated and shouted, "Junior brother, you and go in to take a look and see what the patriarch left behind in the house. Gosh! This little master is really... his own treasure is really not pressed wrongly. He really is extraordinary." Even though supreme elders couldn't help but urge, "Senior nephew, quickly go in and take a look. If there are any opportunities, take them away if you can." Each and every one of these supreme elders had worn out clothes, and their white hair was almost as waist high as a woman's. They were as thin as a bone, but it was hard to hide their excitement at this time. Seeing this scene, the two Saint Lords Tianshan and Ziwei both inquired, "Brother Zhao, what exactly is this place, and why is it worth all the trouble you've taken to come here?" They felt incredulous because the supreme elder had climbed out on his own. Can you say that you can't be surprised? These several bone-thin supreme elders were all still carrying medieval earth on their bodies. This level was no less shocking than seeing a few hundred-year-olds going to a clubhouse with a hangnail in the current world. That's almost in the ground. Hearing the duo's question, Zhao Wuhui took a deep breath and explained, "Here, this is the thatched hut that the immortal patriarchs lived in when they ascended, and in the words that have been passed down by the old ancestors, here. The patriarch left something behind. Only those recognized by the patriarch are qualified to open the door here." Hiss. When these words came out, the two holy lords, Ziwei and Tianxian, immediately widened their eyes and inhaled a deep breath of cool air. The immortal patriarch's ruins. No wonder it attracted so many people. Junior brother, hurry up and go in, don't delay the hour. Chapter 122, Entering the Ruins. Brother Su is going against the rhythm of the heavens. Wow. Outside the thatched hut, Suyu couldn't hear half of the noise outside. At this moment, he only felt that he was in an extraterrestrial world. Because, in the middle of this thatched hut, it wasn't some simple construction, much less imagined, only a bed or a futon for cultivation. On the contrary, it's a space surrounded by rivers of stars. As long as he stepped into it, he would be able to step on a river of stars and be in the center of the universe in general. What a magical place. Although Suyu did not understand how this was done, but he understood very well how strong the means of an immortal who was able to break the boundary and ascend was. His current battle power that was comparable to that of the Jiayin realm was only able to bring the power that space could bear to its limit. It's just the ability to make cracks in space. Suyu looked back, but he couldn't see anyone behind him. He could only see an endless nothingness. It seems that within these 3 feet, it is crossing into a whole new world. Walking inside the thatched hut, the wooden door closed quite naturally. Thud. After Suyu stepped into this starry river space, those shining stars under his feet also glowed slightly, as if they were welcoming him. In this space, he did not know where he should go. He only knew. Ahead of him, there was a shining sun. That brightness wasn't too blinding for him, and it had no temperature. He walked in the direction of the sun. As he got closer and closer to the sun, standing under the sun proper, he only felt like a mole cricket, a dust particle looking up at the sun. Above this sun, there was a huge figure. Like a god it stood on the surface of the sun. Suyu took a deep breath and continued to walk in the direction of the sun just to be able to get closer to that figure. At this moment, outside the thatched hut, 3 Saint Master level powerhouses and several supreme elders, as well as more than 200 inner sect elders, they just gazed at the thatched hut nervously and with anticipation as they watched Suyu walk in. Sacred Lord Zhao Hongjun even clenched his fists with a face of excitement. What exactly could it be that the patriarch left behind? Can we finally find out this time? The supreme elders on the side were equally nervous as they looked at the thatched hut and lamented. According to the handwritten notes left behind by the old ancestors, what's hidden in here is a chance left behind by the patriarch for our Taishan immortal sect. If we get this chance, it won't be a problem to witness the Tao and become an emperor. If you want to become an immortal, it depends on another chance. These words caused the breaths of countless elders, and even the holy lords of the 3 sects, to stutter, and then become even more ragged. The chance to become an emperor and turn into an immortal. Although it wasn't them who got this chance, they were the witnesses of this life. Perhaps, there would still be a chance to bask in glory. One must know that an immortal's ascension could cause the immortals from the upper realms who came down to guide the way to descend and bestow opportunities to the holy places that had produced immortals. They had every chance to enjoy this fruit. I hope junior brother will be able to get this chance. Zhao Hongjun had never been as expectant as he was now. All along, he had been very optimistic about Suyu, only, this little guy was the one who broke his perception time and time again. Breaking the limits of what he thought was possible. Now, even more so, he opened this thatched hut that no one had ever set foot in since the founding of the religion. It seems like Brother Zhao really bet on the treasure. After the violet sacred lord returned to his senses, a heartfelt smile surfaced on that same stoic face. The three Holy Lands came from the same family, and the predecessor of the three sects was the Taishan immortal sect that had once stood at the top. And it is said that the Taishan immortal sect is an offshoot of the upper realm. If they can merge, when the golden age comes, when the immortal path is revealed, and the immortal gate opens up, there might be their Taishan immortal sect's predecessors appearing. If this life could really merge the three sects in Suyu's hands. For the three sects, this would definitely be a great event to be celebrated. Holy Lord Tianqian retracted his gaze and smiled. If this son is able to obtain the opportunity inside, it would be possible for the three religions, including us, to grow together in protecting the Tao. Protecting the Tao, this was an arrangement for juniors with talent potential. Arranging for one or even more powerful people to secretly protect his safety and security, and at all other times doing so by his own will. If this news were to spread out, the attention Suyu would receive would be unprecedented. After all, a person who had truly obtained a chance left behind by an immortal was far more valuable than those demons who were assessed as immortal seeds. Even if the specific chance was spread out. The 10,000 races of the universe, and even the great saints of the human race itself, and even the quasi-emperors might covet it. At this moment, after Zhao Hongjun returned to his senses, he looked at the two of them and also smiled apologetically, and then said, "Not bad, if he can grow up smoothly, not to mention looking forward to him becoming a true immortal. Just because of his performance nowadays, the achievement of a great emperor is not in question. Even if the path of emperors can't be contested, being a strong person who strikes across great emperors isn't a difficult task." This was just the worst possible outcome. If he couldn't become an emperor even after obtaining the immortal's chance, he couldn't even think of anyone else who could become an emperor in this life. Was there anyone who could be more demonic than Suyu? At least, in today's authoritative history books, he had never seen a person who could match Ah. Their chat also caused the jaws of the three unassuming juniors beside them to drop. The three of them, Zhao Waoxie and Xin Hao and Yu Yun, also did their best to shrink their bodies to avoid attracting attention. They didn't expect it either. Just loitering around Divine Peak could result in something like this coming out. One can only say, Suyu is still too perverted. Is everyone around him now some kind of weakling boasting? No. This was a handful of people who stood at the top of the current world, the most powerful in battle, and any one of them could make the outside world suspicious. However, at this moment, they were judging a junior here. And the words all meant one. That is to think that there is absolutely no problem for Suyu to become an emperor in this life. Golden Great World, able to become an emperor more than one person, the Great Emperor is never one. The Golden Great World can achieve the emperor position, there are 12. Of these 12, only one was able to certify as a true immortal. Of course, this was not absolute. There were also some amazingly talented, supreme beings who were able to break through the red dust immortal boundary by themselves with their great emperor bodies, and in the end, they were even able to break through the void and ascend on their own. It's just that there's a drawback to this kind of ascension. It's that it won't necessarily appear anywhere in the upper realm. It could be an upper realm Jedi or an immortal sect cave. Ascendants who were chosen by true immortals were the most secure way to ascend. A few people shrank back until they realized that no one really cared about the few of them before Qin Hao couldn't help but open his mouth, speaking with a trembling voice. Yeah, what did my dad and the others just say? What immortal I got? Is this something we can listen to? Brother Su, this is the rhythm of going against the heavens. Chapter 123 Opportunity. Pure Yang Sacred Body? Nah. It's the chaotic body. How is it that just by coming out and loitering, Suyu and them were drifting apart? How can this be? We agreed to explore the blessed land together. How come now he's staying inside the immortal's ruins and not coming out? And looking at this current situation, this group of great figures who were at the minimum quasi-saints had the tendency to act as if they would not leave until Suyu came out. Even those few Taishan elders whose pressure was extremely terrifying were like this. Yu Yun sighed and said, "It's fine, there's still a chance to travel to the Emperor Road together. Don't look at the fact that their current realms were still very low, and they hadn't even broken through the Jain yet. However, as long as the Golden Great Age came, all of them would be able to insanely raise their cultivation to the Sage Realm in a nearly lossless manner with the help of the clan's underpinnings. Until they broke through to the Great Sage, and after the Emperor Road was revealed, they would head to the Emperor Road together to compete with the 10,000 clans. In the Emperor Road, there were too many opportunities waiting for them to take. If they were lucky. It's not possible to meet a heaven-defying chance that can instantly take you from Great Sage to Quasi-Emperor. Aren't there many examples in the past? A great saint was blown into the core of an ancient star by the joint efforts of his enemies, and in a state of serious injury and near death, he was allowed to meet the chances of a great emperor, and then cultivated for 100 years in it, and eventually directly broke through the fourth heaven of a quasi-imperial emperor and left the gate. As long as they hadn't yet achieved greatness, they all had a chance to compete. Zhao Xia was silent and just kept his head down and drew circles with his toes. He felt like a waste. The same was the son of a holy lord. How? These guys are that strong, while I'm still just a small impregnator god. My heart is tired. What a competition. Father even said something about me having a chance to become an emperor in the future as well. It's all a lie. Zhao Wuhui murmured in a dark poke in his heart. Another day of being tricked. Mind is broken. At the moment. Inside the thatched hut, Suyu was still moving forward a little bit in the direction of the sun. When he was completely close to the surface of the sun, this big red dazzling star also glowed slightly, and immediately afterward, as if it had triggered an organ, the figure standing on the surface of the sun actually moved. After this huge figure turned around, his appearance was blurred. His face was very hazy, and it was impossible to see half of it. The next second, a grandiose voice suddenly rang out and fell into Suyu's ears. Latter-day disciple, the fact that you can enter this room I left behind means that there will be a direct karmic relationship between you and me. Here is a little gift that I have prepared for the future generation disciples of the Taishan immortal sect. Although it is a Hotian achievement, one can still ascend to an 8. When Suyu heard this, he could not help but be stunned and subconsciously asked, Ancestor, what are you talking about? That grandiose voice continued to sound. What is the thing you have seen? Suyu said without hesitation, the sun. The sun. The figure spoke languidly, saying slowly, Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang, the combination of the two can be the yin-yang sacred body, whereas Tai-yin and the sun are fused together to become chaos. The chaos body, ignoring the rules of the lower realms, can break the limitations of the peak of great emperors and achieve the red dust immortal position. Yin-yang sacred body, this was one of Xian Tian's 10 strong physiques. A supreme physique that will surely become a great emperor. Not even one may emerge in billions of years. The chaos body is even better, that is the top 3 ranking of the terrifying physique, has the ability of chaos, can break all laws, without fear of any rules restrictions. Even if you are in the age of the end, your chaotic body can become a great emperor body. This was the perversion of the chaos body. Even a top-level powerhouse had lamented that the chaotic body, unlike anything that could be born from mortal dust, was a product that belonged to the immortal realm. Fearless of any law, can break all laws, can be in the end of the law alone to prove the way to become an immortal. What a perverse attribute this is. This sun, I had specially begged for it when the immortal envoy of the Taishan immortal sect descended to the mortal world to receive it. As for the Tai-yin, you need to break through quasi-saint in the end of the Dharma era as well as replace your physique with the pure yang saint body before you can come back. If you are unable to break through quasi-sainthood and awaken the pure yang saint body, you won't need to come back after the coming of the golden age. Leave it to future generations. The 2 great holy bodies of pure yang and pure yin were just as extraordinary physiques, but any one out of them would be able to protect the foundation of the Holy Land for 10,000 years. This was also considered to be one of the safest means. When Suyu heard this, he solemnly nodded his head, arched his hand and saluted, saying, Disciple keeps this in mind. Sure enough, it is still the big city that has more opportunities. If this had stayed in the Su family or ventured outside, it would be simply unthinkable to want to come into contact with so many opportunities that didn't belong to him. It was completely impossible. In this 9 heavens, he had harvested far too many chances. Suyu really couldn't help but feel emotional. The big city has a lot of opportunities, it is really comfortable, this kid is living too nourishing. Right after Suyu finished performing a salute and straightened his body, this round of sun that was so huge that Suyu couldn't see the end of it slowly floated and drifted over towards Suyu. Buzz. When Suyu's body completely merged into the sun, the figure standing on the surface of the sun also instantly dissipated without a trace. Taishan immortal sect, when the word immortal sect stands in this lower realm universe. Splitting up the 3 sects, when it belongs to the lower realms. Boom! The moment the words fell, the entire surface of the sun exploded with endless lines of light, as if a bomb had been thrown into the magma, blowing up countless hot and boiling magma. In an instant, countless galaxies suddenly erupted with bright, fiery light, lighting up this dark space completely. And in the midst of the sun, it seemed as if there was a powerful heartbeat that suddenly rang out. It was as if a newborn was about to break out of its shell. Outside, while Suyu was receiving the sun's essence, the originally calm thatched cottage also erupted with blazing incomparable heat at that moment. This kind of heat, even a paramount saint who was a little closer felt a tingling sensation of his windpipe being burned. Even saints couldn't help but frown. This kind of aura. It made them feel uncomfortable. What kind of aura is this, and why does it make even one of me, a middle-stage saint realm, feel uncomfortable? What a hot, blazing energy. This is solar energy that's more powerful than even solar essence? Though several dirty-covered Taishan elders, on the other hand, stared fixedly at the thatched cottage, divine light flowing in their eyes as if they were trying to see through the thatched cottage. But no matter how they looked, they were unable to see through it. The peak of great saints were also unable to see through the mysteries. With a wave of Holy Lord Zhao Hongjuan's sleeve robe, a wave of protective astral energy landed on the three of them, and only when he saw their pained expressions disappear from their brows did he savor the flavor. A few moments later, when he analyzed the Tao rhythm in it, his eyes opened, and there was a strong look of shock in them. This is refreshing the physique? It has the flavor of the Green Emperor's everlasting body. No. There's something else. What kind of energy is this, and what kind of chance did Junior Brother gain in there? Inside the thatched hut. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the Golden Destiny Son of Heaven's Destiny chance and obtaining a reward. P.S. 5 shifts of 10,000 words has come. Requesting for data. Ollie gives, continue tomorrow. Chapter 124, I won't miss the chance to change my fate against the heavens again. In this life, I will become an immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the chance of the Son of Heaven's Destiny and obtaining the rewards plus 200,000 villainous value, the Great Sun Undying Golden Body, and the Seed of the Green Lotus. Great Sun Indestructible Golden Body, flesh body like a furnace, hammering the extreme can be as indestructible as the Great Sun, 9 turns of the Golden Body Method, 9 turns to become a saint. Quasi-Emperor Golden Body Method. The Seed of Green Lotus, turning one's own divine consciousness into a seed and planting it into the seed of the Dantian Chi can turn into the everlasting Green Lotus. The system's voices in his mind rang out one after another, however, Suyu had no time to care because at this moment, he was having a very hard time himself. Using the Great Sun to transform the pure Yang body, that process of replacement was a severe pain that ordinary people could not be able to endure. The moment the extremely refined divine Yang seed fell into the Dantian, even though Suyu's physical body had been strengthened many times, he still could not withstand this pain. The divine Yang fell into the sea of Dantian, instantly vaporizing his sea of Qi, and the infinite spiritual energy continuously faded away. Even his flesh and sinews were scorched to redness by the power of the divine sun. The flesh was red as if it would be melted in the next second. Endure. Suyu clenched his teeth, although his eyes were covered by pain, there was still a trace of determination burning in his eyes. He knew that this was his chance. It had to be endured through. As long as he could plant the divine Yang completely, he would be able to change his destiny against the heavens in the future, washing away all the qualifications and roots of his origins. Completely closing the distance between himself and the heavenly pride. Previously, although his battle power was unrivaled and his fleshly body was powerful. But that was all relying on the power bestowed by the system. As long as it was a system-rewarded technique or martial art, they could be initiated in an instant, but after that, they were still in an initiated state. It was difficult for him to comprehend. That's his downfall. He wanted to completely and utterly transform this divine Yang into a part of himself, allowing the foundation to be thoroughly upgraded. After that, the sky and the sea would be wide enough for birds to fly. This is the greatest opportunity one have in this first half of my life. I must take it, even if this pure Yang saint body and I aren't such a good match, I must fight for it with all my might. Suyu's eyes glowed fiercely as he muttered. His main cultivation technique was Corpse Immortal Intercepting Sky, which was a technique with no grade displayed, but just the characteristic of being able to cultivate Corpse Immortal Chi proved that it was an immortal grade technique without a doubt. Corpse Immortal Chi, that was the ultimate in. Whereas this one divine Yang, it was pure Yang. Tian Ku. But it didn't matter, as long as he could endure this most painful process, the path afterward would be much better. Especially after breaking through the quasi-saint to come here to take the power of Tai-yin, the yin and yang will be harmonized, and he will completely take off. Plant it for me. Thinking of this, Suyu mobilized his entire body to suppress this round of divine Yang with all his might. That is, no one here could see this scene. But anyone who came in would be scared pale by the current situation in front of them. Because under the scorching of the great sun, Suyu's skin all over his body emitted an extreme red light, and even his skin showed signs of melting, and at any moment, it could turn into a puddle of liquid dripping down. It was like swallowing a sun raw. In reality, I can't be the protagonist in life, much less dominate my own life, I'm just an ordinary person. But here, I'll never miss the chance to change my life against all odds again. In this life, I will become an immortal. Rumble. A muffled sound once again came from within Suyu's body. His eyes were bloodshot and reddish, looking extremely oozing, especially that fierce temperament, simply different from his usual self. All along, he had suppressed his bloodlust. He was never one to fear a challenge, he just didn't want to lose. Whoever dared to block his path, so you would definitely fight with all his might to kill that person. Break for me. It's just a divine Yang seed, it doesn't deserve to be made this difficult for me, be good and use it for me. Thud. Suyu once again mobilized the few corpse immortal chi in his entire body towards suppressing the divine Yang seed, attempting to completely plant it in his Dantian. He knew very well. If he was unable to walk through this hurdle, only death would greet him. The compressed power of the divine Yang would explode in an instant, then turn into a burning flame that would burn his flesh to ashes in an instant. Ah! At this moment, Suyu's fleshly body began to metamorphose after melting. However, his sea of consciousness suffered. The consciousness showed signs of melting. It seemed that the part that belonged to the divine consciousness was being transformed into a seed, and two distinct seed forces were forming little by little in the Dantian Sea. It hurts me to death, ah! Suyu shouted hoarsely. No one could give him any help here. If you want to transform, it's all up to you. Since there are conditions here, let's calcinate the divine consciousness transformation seed together, planting it into the sea of Dantian and letting it completely take root. All the chances are mine. No one can snatch it away. Rumble. Another round of great sun pressure spread outward from within him. If this kind of uncontrolled power was placed in reality, as long as it was detonated, it would be like a nuclear bomb being detonated, and would have an incomparably astonishing power to destroy everything. Ultimately, those escaping rays of light gradually retracted as the great sun bloomed with radiant light. Until at the back, it completely transformed into a giant cocoon. Everything returned to calm. And in the giant cocoon, it seemed as if there was a newborn waiting to be born. Outside the thatched cottage, a large group of Saint Realm powerhouses had waited here for nearly several hours. However, the thatched hut remained as calm as ever. Several hours. If an ordinary person had waited for so long, they would have gotten impatient. But for this group of Saint Realms, they could easily close their doors once for several years, or even decades, and several hours was nothing more than a snap of the fingers for them. Compared to the torment of waiting, they were more looking forward to what kind of chance Suyu could obtain inside. Would it be the kind of chance to become immortal? What a long wait, just a few hours. It's simply harder to wait than if I were to cultivate in seclusion for several years. I also don't know how Suyu is doing in there. Is it hard to believe that the patriarch has left us a truly complete immortal scripture? Think farts eat. The immortal scriptures are among the 9 peak scriptures and the Jinzong heart methods of Tianqian and Ziwei, 3 immortal scriptures. If you're capable, synthesize them yourself. A group of elders whispered. Some felt that the patriarch left this thatched hut behind would have thrown down handwritten notes of immortal scriptures inside, or it could be another powerful immortal scripture. After all, the predecessor of their 3 sects was the only immortal sect power in Xian Tian. Moreover, it's still a branch of the Taishian immortal sect that's affiliated with the upper realm. This kind of power background was naturally not comparable to those human immortals who had ascended without roots. They were the immortal sect orthodoxy. After waiting for all these hours and still no movement, could it be, is it the patriarch's preaching? Saint Lord Tianquan's gaze was a bit startled. The violet sacred lord looked at Zhao Hongjun and asked, Brother Zhao, do you know any inside information? The elegant Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun was dumbfounded at his words and said, I don't know either. The records about this thatched cottage are very limited, specifically. Boom! Before Zhao Hongjun could finish his sentence, inside the thatched hut, there was suddenly a scorching wave of air that swept out. Seeing this scene, countless people's gazes instantly froze. This is the power of the sun? Chapter 125 Seed of Divine Yang. Exit. Sacred Lord Senior Brother, I have a favor to ask. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden power of the sun. Although this burning power wasn't enough to make them use their body protection power chi, there was an extraordinary newborn power in this power of the sun. It was like the purest sun fire essence. One sip would allow a fire attribute cultivator to purify his own fire abilities. What kind of chance is hidden in this thatched hut left behind by the patriarch? This sun power is not like ordinary suns, it's more pure, and even, there's something divine about it. Can it be that what the patriarch left behind was really a fire immortal scripture? The elders speculated. If it was really an immortal scripture, then the 3 sects would definitely protect Suyu at the first opportunity, not allowing him to go out, much less letting any outsiders come close. Even the elders would find it difficult to approach Suyu. After all, what an immortal scripture concerns is the rise and fall of a religion. The bottom can be very weak, but, as long as one cultivates the immortal scriptures successfully, then there is destined to be a quasi-emperor sitting in the Holy Land in the future. This is where the true bottom lies. Regarding the elders' speculations, none of the 3 sect holy lords adopted them because, without fail, their brows furrowed. This is pure Yang's power? The heavenly Xian holy lord could not help but ask, is Suyu's physique a prison-suppressing body or a pure Yang body? Both the pure Yang body and the prison-suppressing body belong to the ranks of the 100-strong physiques. However, the roles are very different. The pure Yang body was more rigid and overbearing, and even the spiritual energy of a cultivator with a pure Yang body would carry a burning attribute. The prison Jin body was different. The prison suppressor body was the embodiment of pure power, capable of suppressing all evil with force. It is even more capable of suppressing domains. To suppress the strongest of the domains with power. The Holy Lord affirmed, the prison-suppressing body, this is the data that has been verified with one's own eyes, using the immortal measuring stone as the standard to measure out. Then now this. The heavenly Xian Holy Lord was even more in deep contemplation when he heard this. This power was again. What was with the pure Yang body? Just as everyone's hearts were itching for more. Suddenly. Crunch. As the rattling sound of the wooden door being opened floated out from the thatched hut, everyone turned their gazes in unison in the direction of the thatched hut as if they had been electrocuted. Only to see the wooden door of the thatched cottage being opened. Suyu, who was wearing a white robe, slowly walked out. His complexion was calm and did not look like there was any change. However, when Suyu left the boundary range of the thatched hut after taking a 3-foot step, only then did they realize that it was not that Suyu did not have any changes, but that the changes were very huge. At this moment, Suyu had a power that was difficult to suppress surging through his body. His chi and blood were like dragons, constantly traveling throughout his body, as if he was looking for a breakthrough. And that imperceptible chi and blood, at this time it was like rolling magma, and when it flowed in the body, it even triggered a huge ringing sound. Ordinary people naturally couldn't detect it, but they were all cultivators. Saint realm level cultivators. The subtle ringing sound in the human flesh was no less than a thunderclap when it fell on their ears. The chi and blood flowed like thunder, and even more fiery breath floated out from Suyu's pores. Watching this scene, the hearts of the crowd trembled tremendously. Blood like magma. The breath is outwardly visible. Pure yang body? No. This seems to be even more advanced than the pure yang body. After seeing Suyu come out, the Holy Lord instantly rushed to Suyu's near front. Without too many words, his big hand directly pinched on Suyu's wrist, and then as if measuring something, his big hand continuously wandered. With the end of the exploration, the color of shock in the Holy Lord's eyes was dense. What are you? Suyu met his gaze and gently nodded, saying, the seed of divine yang, just planted. Boom! As soon as these words came out, everyone's brain felt like it had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. Planting the divine yang seed wasn't. Pure yang sacred body? Pure yang body and pure yang sacred body don't look at the difference of only one word, but the difference can be described as a heavenly difference, that is, a heaven and a earth. One is the pure yang body, the upper limit is placed there. The pure yang sacred body, on the other hand, was a physique that had the chance to evolve to a higher level. A top 10 physique. Sacred body level. At this moment, those several supreme elders also rushed up and with a wave of their sleeve robes, they directly drove that group of ordinary elders down. Those who could stay were all elders who had been screened out through the heavenly punishment questioning heart. The withered face of the supreme elder was written with anxiety. Young man, quickly tell us what extraordinary things the patriarch has left behind. They were too eager to know. This concerned the future of the 9 heavens and the Tianxian and Ziwei sects. Although the others didn't speak, the same eagerness in their eyes betrayed their feelings at this time. Suyu organized his emotions and proceeded to tell what happened inside the thatched hut. After hearing that Suyu had been arranged by the beginning ancestor to plant the divine yang seed, one of them even heaved a long sigh of relief. However, after Suyu said that as long as he awakened the pure yang sacred body, he would be able to come here to receive the power of Taiyin once again and help him become a chaotic body, everyone present inhaled deeply. Such news was too shocking, making it difficult for them all to digest. It was also unknown how much time had passed. After Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun digested it, he then pinched his brow, his tone having an unconcealable excitement. You're saying that what the beginning ancestor has left us with is a physique that has been extinguished for the ages. Chaotic body? As long as you break through the quasi-saint before the coming of the Golden Great Age, you confuse the power of Taiyin to transform into chaos? Suyu nodded, yes. However, I feel that the means that the patriarch has truly left behind for us should only be truly revealed after successfully fusing the two powers of Taiyin and Sun, and the current me is not qualified enough. Suyu always felt that behind that starry sky, there was still a big secret present. It was just that his cultivation level was not enough to explore it. Good. Hearing Suyu's words, those old men immediately slapped their thighs and shouted, from today onwards, the resources of the Holy Land will be at your disposal. As long as they can be beneficial to you, no matter what it is, we will be able to fetch it for you. This life, bet on you. The lads that the patriarchs believed in, who were they to disbelieve? The sacred lord also nodded approvingly. A few uncles are right. From today onwards, you can mobilize the resources of the sacred land as you please. The authority is second only to me. These words caused both of the remaining 2 saint lords to look shocked. Good fellow. Brother Zhao is really good at what he does. There's also this group of supreme elders as well. One by one, they've turned the 9 heavens into a one-man show. Letting a person call up resources at will, that's something that can really be said. In their place, they definitely didn't have the vigor. However, what they didn't understand was just how much secret information Zhou Xiao, who was the largest branch of the Taishan immortal sect, knew too well the energy of the patriarch and the gold content of the predecessor Taishan immortal sect. That was an identity capable of influencing immortals to send down blessings. Being able to allow Suyu to break through to a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor, when the golden great world came and the immortal path was revealed, that way the 9 heavens would be able to stand in front of the immortals, and also be able to speak the words that they were a branch of the Taishan immortal sect. Those were 4 words that even other immortals would have to give some face to awe. Hearing these words from the sacred lord, Suyu also bowed towards a few people and said in a deep voice, Sacred Lord Senior Brother, I really have one thing to ask for. Chapter 126, Having a plan isn't called an experience, it's called going through the motions. Hearing Suyu's words, everyone couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The Holy Lord returned to his senses and said, "But there is no harm in saying it." Suyu straightened his back, his eyes gradually firming up as he said, "Staying in the Holy Land will certainly allow me to be safe, and it will also allow me to rapidly raise my cultivation without lacking any resources. However, this kind of unchallenging cultivation is not the path I want to take. I want to go to the outside world for some experience while my cultivation is still within the accommodation period of the heavens and the earth, and join Qinhao and the others to make a break for it. Meet the heavenly prides of the various domains walking in the outside world in advance." There was too much security in the Holy Land and no chance of any of it, and it was in the outside world that he was able to give free rein. Anyway, saints were restricted and couldn't break away from the Holy Land for a long time. Then, the outside world is where he's a fish out of water. He belonged to the vast heavens and earth, not in the Holy Land where he only knew how to cultivate his cultivation. Hearing Suyu's words, the crowd fell silent. Even the violet sacred lord turned around and glared at Qinhao, who was cowering behind him. "This brat, wild dog ancient. He's used to it, isn't he? You're used to being wild, even if you're out there alone, but now that you're here for the ceremony, you've abducted someone else's lifeblood from Jiao Shao? If something happens, Jiao Shao shall not go crazy ah." After glaring at Qinhao, the violet sacred lord stood out and said, "Brother Zhao, a child's joke, no need to take it seriously. When we go back this time, I'll take a chain and put this brat on a leash, so that he doesn't go around wildly bringing bad people with him." Hearing this, Qinhao's face instantly darkened like a pot, and he said unwillingly, "Father, what does this have to do with me? Did I mix poorly? Am I bad? I'm a young, heavenly pride level seed. Not only do I have the ability to cross the ranks and fight, but I'm also a big shot out there come what may. Do you think I'm still a child? No. Think I'm a dog? You can't move without chaining me." He is now clearly remembered, just because he put his father easily refined, can enhance their own foundation of the heavenly god Dan thrown to the rhubarb to eat, he was furious father to take the rhubarb chain tethered for 3 days. Said, "What, since you and your dog brother so good, then you also has a few days of the dog, really for you spoiled, dog thing. Ha! What a dog, he is a heavenly pride, where does he need that? Now rhubarb is also Dharma phase, myself is also Dharma phase, my dog brother how you? Back then, I couldn't wait to beat rhubarb to death. Now it's still spoiling rhubarb like a treasure. What a scummy dad." Looking at the father and son duo as they stared wide-eyed, Zhao Hongjun smiled and then said, "No harm done, brother Qin. Kids, they should also make a break for it. Although it's safe to be stuck in the Holy Land, it doesn't have that kind of cultivation atmosphere." He was actually very supportive of Suyu going out to practice. He was a person who had been there before and knew too well what was beneficial to cultivation. Going out to experience was far better than staying in the Holy Land all the time. It was incomparable. Fighting and surviving is always the best way to stimulate the human body's potential. If he doesn't even dare to practice, I can't believe that he'll be able to break through to a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. Zhao Hongjun smiled leisurely. Of course, if he really died out there. It also means that there's no possibility of a merger between my 3 sections. Saying this, but he was inwardly convinced that a person of Suyu's character would definitely be able to live a good life outside. At least he would not die. Moreover, giving him a life-preserving card would ensure that he could survive an attack from the Saint Realm. It would be enough to last until they rushed to the rescue. The big deal about the 9 heavens was that every now and then, 1 or even 2 Saint Realm elders were deployed in Tianjiao City to stand by at all times. It's not like these costs can't be paid. Hearing these words, the violet sacred lord froze. "This? You're so open-minded? Aren't you afraid that such a big baby will die out there? Blah, 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 what, dead or not?" At this time, the several supreme elders who stood by the side and had been listening all along were the ones who vigorously pooh-poohed a few times, saying in disgust, "Little Zhao, if you can't speak, then don't say it. Although you speak well, don't say it next time. How could my saint son of the 9 heavens be so short-lived? Those heavenly prides out there should be trembling, not thinking of coming to kill my 9 heavens. Besides, I'll go and exterminate the entire clan of whoever dares to make a move." These few supreme elders who had crawled out of the underworld themselves were all hot-tempered. They had dedicated their entire lives to the Holy Land, and were naturally happy to see the emergence of a supreme heavenly pride in the Holy Land. Suyu was the only absolute heavenly pride in front of them. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Ha! Even if they dragged their walking bodies, they would still crawl over to get the other side to die the whole clan okay. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hongjun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Senior uncle, I don't mean that. You better be." A few old men were rather short-tempered and did not give the Holy Lord a good face at all. In their eyes, the Holy Lord was just a little kid that they had watched grow up, so naturally they didn't have to care too much about anything. Pacifying several old men, Zhao Hongjun looked at Suyu and said seriously, "If you are going out, do you have any plans and arrangements for your training?" Suyu shook his head and said, "No. Going wherever you want, having a plan is not called practicing, it's called going through the motions. Where did he have a plan? Naturally, he went wherever there were more people. There was also the matter of seeing where all the chances of these heavenly destined children were buried. He wants it all. The experience was secondary, digging for the chance of the heavens destined son was the main thing. At those words, Zhao Hongjun cried and laughed a little. This junior apprentice brother is really spontaneous. At this time, Zhao Waoxia, who was on the side, also walked up and silently voiced out, saying, "Father, I also want to go out with them to experience and break into the world." Looking at his own cold-faced, very proper son-in-law, Zhao Hongjun couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This son of his own. To put it nicely, he's called decent. To put it badly, that's just not adaptable and very wooden. Staying in the Holy Land, just looking at his majestic side, he didn't dare to say more than a couple of idle words, and every time he had to bury his head and go to hard and bitter cultivation by himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongjuan's face became gentle, and lightly said, "Good, it's not bad to go and break in together. Staying here in the Holy Land has caused you to become a bit dull. Whoever is a parent doesn't want their son to become successful. He, naturally, is no exception." Zhao Wuxi's natural talent was very good, but his personality, it really didn't look like him. It should be because he had neglected to care for him all these years. At this moment, he can have his own independent thoughts, and he's 100% for it. Rhyme, what about you? Watching this scene of father-son dialogue, Holy Lord Tianquan's beautifully rhyming face also held the slightest hint of a soft smile as she asked, "Do you also want to go on an adventure with them?" Yu Yun was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded her head and said, "Aha. Wanted to Lu. Then, it's not bad to go to the blessed land to practice together." Chapter 127, I'll go. What brand of plastic bag are you? Is it so loadable? After agreeing on the specific matters and receiving the permission of the three holy lords, the few people also left quickly. They were not in the mood to continue loitering at this time. The previous agreement to rendezvous at Tianjiao City was also directly nullified, and what they wanted was to leave immediately after the banquet. Xin Hao and Yu Yun, on the other hand, returned to the warship to pack up their things, as well as take some life-preserving cards. Zhao Wawo, on the other hand, returned to his cave at Divine Heavenly Peak under the Holy Lord's leadership. Father and son also sat down together after a long time and began to talk. With regards to Zhao Wujin's safety and security, Zhao Hongjun, as his father, was naturally extremely attentive, and he could not help but expect his son to be able to stand on top of the heavens and lead the 9 heavens in a single flight. However, he would expect the other party to be able to grow up peacefully and be able to stand on his own. As for Su Yu, he didn't go back to visit his cheap old dad, Su Jiuxing, and his cheap grandpa, Su Tianming. He went straight back into the Bishio Peak. Because he felt that his Green Emperor everlasting body had made a new progress. That long dormant physique was also beginning to come to life after the seed of divine Yang seed descended into the sea of the Dantian. It was like a dry land that had long been blessed with sweet rains, suddenly being moisturized. On the way back to Bishio Peak, he also met Lu Yunxiao. After seeing her, Su Yu was also in a very good mood as he greeted her and shouted, "Senior nephew, didn't you go to participate in the banquet? You came back so early. But I saw that your Lu family also came." Originally, Lu Yunxiao, who was rushing to the cave in a hurry, preparing to take out the treasures she had treasured all these years to give to her family, when she heard Su Yu's voice, that excited look wilted. The complexion of her pretty face darkened a little as she looked towards Su Yu in mid-air and said in a bad mood, "None of your business. Although you are my junior uncle, don't forget that there is still an unsettled account between the two of us." What an abominable fellow. Just hearing his voice makes me uncomfortable. However, having been forced to add a generation, there was nothing she could do about it. It was a good thing that her master was not here, or else she could only call out unwillingly as a junior uncle again. Hearing this, Su Yu was instantly happy and laughed. "What are you talking about, little potato? What account? Just your cultivation of the second level of the condensed Dan realm." Lu Yunxiao? Aha! Pissed me off. Who are you calling little potato? Who is little potato? Make it clear to me. After Lu Yunxiao froze for a moment, she was so angry that she opened her teeth and claws. What little potato? Is she small? What do you know about size? What do you know about cute girls? But there was one thing that she really had no way to refute, and that was in terms of cultivation. Su Yu was now a Dharma phase, and she herself was only at the second level of Dan condensation. Can't fight at all. The gap is getting wider and wider. You wait, when I have accomplished my cultivation, sooner or later I will surpass you one day. Lu Yunxiao's big watery eyes glared fiercely at him. Su Yu nodded fervently, "Go for it, little potato." But well. Su Yu's eyes dripped and seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly, he grinned. "Wanting to surpass me, it should be impossible for you." When Lu Yunxiao heard this, she immediately crossed her arms and said in defiance, "What do you mean it's impossible? As long as I'm awakened, I'll be able to break through the Dharma phase in a minute, and then I'll ruthlessly beat you up, ya." Rumble. Before she could finish her words, an extremely strong pressure suddenly erupted from Su Yu, who was standing in front of her. This power carried a scorching pure yang qi. Although it was scorching hot, but, to these spirit trees planted on the Bishao Peak, it was like a kind of nourishment, causing the leaves of the countless spirit trees to tremble and rustle. Seemingly, it was feeling pleasurable. Even the wood spirit chi within Lu Yunxiao's body had a boiling sensation. Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened with a ghostly look as she lost her voice and said, "I'll go, what brand of plastic bag are you, is it so loadable? Saying breakthrough? This doesn't let people live anymore." Under the gaze of Lu Yunxiao, who had seen a ghost, the realm on Suyu's body was also climbing. The 4th level of the Dharma phase realm. 5th level of the Dharma realm. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm. When the realm within his body that still wanted to continue to climb was forcefully suppressed, Suyu then exhaled a mouthful of white mist with pleasure. The power of the divine yang was like a catalyst, forcing the spiritual power belonging to the Baishao Yunling skill up a notch. Along with that, it was Suyu's realm that was raised. Moreover, this was the result of Suyu's desperate attempt to suppress it. If he had not suppressed his realm from the very beginning, and had only focused on raising his realm, he would have been afraid that his current realm would have already been at the peak of Jiayin, or even Jiayang. But the result of doing so would be, one would be taken by others as a paragon of overstepping one's level. Which, like now, he was the paragon of overstep challenges. After breaking through the realm, Suyu stretched his muscles and bones, then cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunxiao and laughed, "Little potato, what are you thinking about? This is just my base drill, you have to work hard, otherwise, you can't even beat me. Ha ha ha." Putting down some words, Suyu's body transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the cave where he had stayed. Watching Suyu go far away, Lu Yunxiao stood in place with her teeth and claws open in anger, wanting to vent, but unable to find an outlet, and in the end, she could only spit out a breath of unwillingness. "Pretend to pretend, you're the one who can pretend the most, what a disgusting stinking man. This kind of weird uncle who thinks about checking other people's bodies all day long, sooner or later one day he will be beaten to death." Stomping her feet, in the end, Lu Yunxiao could only hang her head in shame and leave Bishao Peak like a defeated chicken. After returning to the cave, Suyu directly took out a futon and sat down on his knees, then looked inward at the sea of Dantian. Inside the body, the sea of his Dantian was like a huge, boundless sea with a sea of liquefied aura underneath. And high above the sea was the dazzling sun. It's the golden pill of prison suppression that he condensed in the first place. On the sea level, there were 2 shoots rising out of the sea, emerald green in appearance, symbolizing the ultimate newborn power. And underneath the prison suppressing golden Dan, there were 2 extraordinary humanoid figures standing quietly in midair. It seemed to be undergoing the baptism of the Jin Dan. This is his physique. The prison suppression body, and the mutated Great Sun prison suppression body. Of course, there were also 2 figures that were outlining their fledgling forms hovering above the prison suppressor Jin Dan. One green and one orange. These 2 represented the Green Emperor's everlasting body, as well as the pure Yang sacred body prototype that had just been planted. I also don't know if this behavior of mine is normal, being able to accommodate several types of body types into my Dantian, and then switching to a specific body type when I want to. Suyu's complexion was cloudy. He didn't understand other people's situations, after all, no one was like him, with a body that could accommodate multiple body types. And it was also able to switch freely. For example, under normal circumstances, he would use the town prison body as his dominant power. This was because it was his most mature power system. Whatever, at least for now, the several body types are quietly suspended in the Dantian without any discomfort. Right now. It's better to outline it then. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Suyu's eyes swept through a flash of cyan-colored divine light. The next moment. Buzz. In the sea of Dantian, the wisp of tender green spikes belonging to the Green Emperor's everlasting body began to surge up. Wow! At this moment, the wood spirit chi on the entire Bishao Peak was instantly agitated. Chapter 128 Departure. The Forced Journey of Experience. Inside Suyu's body, in the sea of Dantian, the green aura that belonged to the wood spirit chi began to converge, and started to swim all over his body following the running path of the Bishao Yunling skill. In an instant, Suyu only felt that the cells in his body were sending out pleasurable signals. It was the pleasure of the newborn breath. This rush from the vitality made every cell in the body very comfortable. It was even strengthened. The green figure that stood on top of the prison suppressing Jindan also began to be outlined and completed under the wash of the wood spirit chi. At the bottom, on the sea level, the green plants that were still just showing their sharp shoots were actually growing wildly at this moment. Soon, a leaf emerged. It was followed by 1, 2, 3. The lines of each leaf were very clear, just like human blood vessels, very regularly distributed on top of the leaf. This is the lotus leaf. The sea of chi grows green lotus, and the road to immortality is asked for. This time, to ask the way with vitality first, a constant stream of vitality power can only support me in converting my physique later on, or even survive when I am dying from serious injuries. Suyu's plan for his cultivation path was very clear. He wanted to build himself into near immortality first, then he would challenge the limits. Without tenacious vitality to support it, then all acts of pushing the limits were just death. Just like this act of planting the seed of divine yang, he was already practicing corpse immortal chi, and his own spiritual energy was predominantly cold and gloomy. After fusing the divine yang, that kind of pain was simply excruciating for him, and if he didn't have a little bit of weak vitality support from the Bixiao embracing spirit technique, he might not have been able to withstand this ordeal. Yum out for me ah! Suyu let out a furious roar. Fully utilizing his own potential, he began the scene of wailing and drinking the wood spirit chi. Even if he was unable to contain the complete Green Emperor's everlasting body, but it can definitely be half successful. Wow! Suyu's act of frantically absorbing the wood spirit chi within the cave also caused the Bixiao peak to experience an unusual movement. The crazily decreasing wood spirit chi, as well as the scene where countless spirit trees on Bixiao peak were becoming shriveled, also drew the attention of the Bixiao peak master. Inside the sect's main hall, after the Bixiao peak master, who was dressed in a green-colored long skirt and had a lingering charm, sensed the changes in Bixiao peak, that pair of good-looking willow eyebrows couldn't help but raise, and immediately afterward, the corners of those lips were also appropriately sketched out in a good-looking arc. This picturesque scene also made the several peak masters who were discussing things look full. Tisk, TSK, it's been years since I've seen you smile this happily. What good thing is happening here? The red sky peak master hugged his greatsword and grinned broadly as he teased, could it be that you're pining for sex? Hearing this, the peak master of the Baishao glared at him in an unfavorable manner, and then that gentle water-like voice rang out, no serious look. It's Suyu, he's practicing on Bixiao peak. Currently, 1/10 of the wood spirit chi that has been contained on the Bixiao peak for so many years has been absorbed. These words caused a group of peak masters to instantly stare, and even the red sky peak master had a serious look on his face. This brat, still really restless, just came out of the ruins of the patriarch and ran up to Bixiao peak again. Such a big commotion, could it be? The Bixiao peak master nodded and said softly, it should be outlining the Green Emperor's everlasting body. Hiss. These words caused everyone to suck in a breath of cool air, almost sucking the air out of the entire hall. How did he manage to hold multiple physiques in his body at the same time? The Danshao peak master scratched his hair, puzzled. Could it be that he really treats his physical body as if it were a Dan furnace, and can fit in everything in the world? Although this was only his conception, he was feeling that it was very feasible. As long as the Gong method was strong enough, there was hope that the physical body could be transformed. Who knows what's going on with this little guy? They did not pay too much attention to Suyu's movements. After all, the current move of absorbing the wood spirit chi was far less shocking than him obtaining the patriarch's recognition. Nowadays, the entire sect could be having all sorts of big and small meetings because of him. Even the supreme elders were running into the ancestral tomb to discuss the next thing with that group of Ing souls. The elders were even more so. Each and every one of them volunteered, itching to go out and hold down Heaven's Pride City. They could all hope that Suyu would run into trouble and then ask them for help. This way, Suyu, the dazzling star of the 9 heavens, would owe them a favor. Even, some of the elders were very shameless to take out their family funds to go and chat with the Su family. Just to get close to the Su family. Simply, it's a mess. Of course, the news that Suyu had been recognized by the patriarch was known to no one other than the higher echelons of the 9 heavens, as well as the 2 holy lords, Ziwei and Tianxian. This matter involved a wide range of issues and must not leak out the slightest bit of information. During the period when Suyu was outlining the Green Emperor's everlasting body, time flew by. Soon, 3 days have passed. As the banquet ended, all the guests were sent away one by one. Of course, the only 2 great holy lands that hadn't left yet were Ziwei and Tianxian. On this day, midday, in the teleportation plaza of the 9 heavens, several top-class warships were docked at the harbor, and below them was Qinhao with an expectant face, as well as Yu Yin, who was a bit agitated, and of course, although Zhao Xia was also agitated, he was still very calm on the surface, but his clenched palms made it abundantly clear that he wasn't at peace at this moment either. Just as a large group of people were chatting idly with one another. In the distance, a white-robed Suyu drifted in. Sorry for the delay. Suyu arrived at the teleportation square and first saluted the several elders. Hee, it's not a hindrance, since you're here, the 3 of you should board the ship. The Holy Lord let out a light smile. After saying that, he couldn't help but pat Zhao Wuhu's shoulder. Suyu stood in place and watched the scene, and also smiled heartily before nodding his head and saying, yes, Sacred Lord Senior Brother. Soon, the 4 of them boarded the golden warship of the 9 heavens. Seeing several people boarding the ship, the Holy Lord couldn't help but instruct again, the ship is heading towards Tianjiao City. After going out from Tianjiao City, you guys will leave on your own through the other teleportation arrays. If there's anything that happens, pinch the talisman, the elders guarding Tianjiao City will rush over in an instant. Invincible, don't forget the things I told you. Be safe, chances and stuff don't matter, they're at home. Zhao Wufei skimmed his head, trying to ignore it. However, Suyu walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Invincible, your old man is talking to you, how can a good boy not reply to his old man's words? Zhao Wao enemy's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What a good baby. Me. God's gun. Invincible Zhao. Seeing this, Jinhao naturally laughed uncontrollably, while Yu Yun covered her mouth and laughed softly on the side. Listening to the Sacred Lord's chatter, Suyu also raised his hand and waved, saying, "Sacred Lord Senior Brother, you guys don't need to send us off, we're leaving right now." Saying that, Suyu's eyes flashed with a touch of sharp edge and anticipation, then he exclaimed, "Departure. Begin the future journey of experience." Buzz. P.S. Continuously 5 more 10,000 words to send, the next is to loot the chance, pretend X, and pull Shin Tian hate journey to find the feeling. Looking forward to. Requesting for data, you know the drill, lords. Chapter 129. The soon-to-be crippled Zhao Wao enemy is being fooled. 3 months later. In fact, there were many ways to get out of the Holy Land, and one could even get to Tianjiao City in 3 days. The reason why it would be so slow was solely because it was necessary to give them a process of acclimatization. As the warship traveled through the void, it would gradually approach the outside environment and the energy of the heavens and earth, not going out all at once and causing instant disorganization of the energy of the strongest person, and then there would be that reaction of rapidly passing away life. For saints to go out of the Holy Land, it was mandatory for them to ride on a warship, otherwise, they would easily let their own vital energies be disorganized, and thus the aforementioned situation would occur. Of course. So do those who spend a lot of time in the Holy Land? The reason why Tianxian and Ziwei were able to rush to the 9 heavens so quickly to participate in the enshrinement ceremony was all thanks to the fact that the 3 great sects had established spatial passages to their respective territories, so there was no need to transit through the outside world. It wasn't the same for people from the outside world entering the 9 heavens. They entered directly from the outside world and took the fast track. The environment they originally stayed in was not much different from the outside world, and with their cultivation levels not being several saint realms, they naturally did not have such worries. As 9 heavens golden warship sailed out of the void, after arriving at Tianjiao City. Rumble. The huge hull of the ship docked at the harbor, the kind of spectacular spectacle that made many people stop and look over. As the defense array was withdrawn, Suyu, Xinhao, Zhao Waoxia and the 4 of them, Yu Yun, walked out on the deck. Feeling the difference between the heavens' remarkable city and the Holy Land, it was more or less a bit uncomfortable. Those of them who had been in the Holy Land for a long time actually felt a bit uncomfortable after coming into contact with the thin aura of the outside world. Phew! Zhao Wuji exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and lamented, "The aura outside is so thin, I really don't know how in the world those heavenly prides who can cultivate to the point of condensing Dan, or even imbibing God before the age of 100 do it." He had heard too many stories of those masters and brothers in the Holy Land. One by one, they all came from cities below the 100 dynasties, and those towns had even thinner auras. If one wanted to stand out from such places, one didn't even know how much effort it would take to do so. Moreover, this was still only Heaven's Pride City. It's a city that belongs to the joint management of the 3 great holy places. The aura here was denser than most of the dynasty royal capitals. However, it was such a place that he felt the aura was thin, and it was even more inconceivable to imagine how barren it was beyond this. If he were to come in his place, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do so well. Even surviving in the outside world and not relying on anyone, even if he was given the techniques, it would be considered extremely demonic for him to cultivate to the embodied God before the age of 100. Xinhao nodded approvingly. Yes, those heavenly prides who joined the sect are all very powerful. It's precisely because of this me that I chose to come out to train. The reason why their cultivation slowed down after entering the sect is actually because they consumed a lot of their potential when they broke through in the outside world. If they were in a holy land like us, their cultivation speed wouldn't be much slower than ours. Of course. The ones he came into contact with were also those top-tier heavenly prides, and although their fates weren't golden in color like him, they were also thick blue or even light red fates to begin with. Cultivation speed naturally wouldn't be much slower than him. People with backgrounds like yours and mine have taken too many precious pills and great medicines within the sect, and too much medicinal poison and medicinal properties have accumulated within their bodies, and their potential has not been realized much at all. Therefore, being able to go out to the outside world to train for a period of time will be beneficial to you and me. Saying that, Xinhao turned his head to grin at Zhao Wawo. "Wawo, how do you think someone like me at this age was able to cultivate to the peak of the Dharma phase?" He wasn't that old, at most he was only 5 or 6 years older than Zhao Wuyu. However, their cultivation levels were vastly different. One was at the 8th level of the embodied God, and the other was at the peak of the Dharma phase. Zhao Wuhui stared at him for a while and shook his head. "I don't know." Xinhao smiled and then explained, I was at around the 7th level of the immanent God 5 years ago just like you, but when I was your age, I chose to go out and train. After spending 4 years outside, not only did I learn to control my potential outbursts, but I was also able to dig deep into my potential. There were even quite a few strange encounters. In 4 years, I have traveled to the peak of the Dharma phase, and have so far stayed at this realm for deep development, just so that one day, I can condense the most refined Shaoyin power and break through to the hijacking Yin. Hijack Yin. The natural thing to hijack is the strongest Yin Qi between heaven and earth, the other supreme power besides Tai Yin, Shaoyin. Xiao Yin and Xiao Yang are synthesized into the Yin Yang body. Tai Yin and Sun, then chaos. Upon hearing these words from Qin Hao, Zhao Wuhui had a godly look spread across his face. Is there such an effect in the outside world? Watching him reveal his anticipation, Qin Hao also laughed, walking over to him and wrapping his arm around his shoulders as he laughed out loud. This time out, in addition to taking you on a tour of the dynasty, I'm also taking you to break into a blessed land. There is a truly great chance there. A blessed land that has never been explored. The blessed land, a holy land during the mythological period, had countless secret treasures buried within it, some of which could even allow one to break through to a paragon emperor. It was a treasure land that countless celestial pride wanted to explore. There was the slightest hint of movement in Zhao Wuhui's cold face as he said, "A blessed land, there is no holy land to explore?" Qin Hao laughed, "No one goes out and spreads rumors about this place. Even if the Holy Land knows about it, it will only be a default name disciple to fight for it, no one else. Don't worry about it, this time, we'll pack meet the other great domains' heavenly pride. You only need to show your battle power, give me a ruthless suppression of the people of other domains. This is the blessed land of our eastern wasteland." Zhao Wudi nodded his head vigorously and said in a deep voice, "As a member of the Eastern Wasteland, I should fight for the Eastern Wasteland. I didn't realize that there were so many doors to exploring a blessed land. It's also a rise in posture. Well, you and I, brothers together, take them. Good. Brother Hao, I'll listen to you." Suyu and Yuyan stood on the side, just calmly watching Qin Hao, the thick-browed guy, snub Zhao Wao enemy. Such a simple lad, you snubbed after I snubbed. If he's crippled in the future, will the Holy Master cry his eyes out? He still hasn't experienced the beatings of society. As Qin Hao and Zhao Waoxia wrapped their arms around their shoulders and chatted about the future, the elder who had previously gone to do the formalities returned at this time. Looking at the several people, the elder whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Sate realm also smiled amiably and said, "Alright, I've already made exclusive child and mother void talismans for you guys. As long as you crush the child talisman, the mother talisman on my body will instantly crack and construct a temporary spatial passage to your side. One of you will be able to take one and move freely." With that, the elder threw 4 sub-runes to several people respectively. After collecting the sub-talismans, Suyu and the others clasped their fists and bowed to the elder, and after bidding farewell, they also sped towards the outside of Tenjiao City. When it came to walking in the outside world, Qin Hao naturally had a wealth of experience. Walking out of the gates of Tianjiao City, Qin Hao stopped his footsteps and after distinguishing the direction, he said, "The closest dynasty to Tianjiao City is the Daming dynasty, let's go there first before rushing to our destination." Several people had no objections to this and nodded their heads in approval of this plan. However, just as they were about to push their bodies to catch up, suddenly, a chubby little fat man ran over panting. "Wait, several Dao brothers, please wait."